Subai has wed the enchanting campus goddess, Lin Qianyu. After their marriage, Subai became a ride-hailing driver while his wife flourished as a full-time streamer at home. Years into their union, each day felt like a romantic escapade, and they found themselves blissfully content. Until one fateful day, Lin Qianyu opened a container of instant noodles, only to discover it filled with vibrant red 100 yuan bills. The viewers in the live stream exclaimed, "So you acquired an instant noodle factory to test your housing fund? Did you purchase a vineyard abroad to conceal your secret stash? Impossible. My husband could never hide money from me." Chapter 1. The container of noodles miraculously filled with cash. Hello, the total is 29. Would you prefer ZFB or WeChat? ZFB. Ding, 29 yuan has been credited to ZFB. Wishing you a delightful day, goodbye. Phew. At the train station in the bustling metropolis of Huaxia, after delivering a client to their destination, Subai took a long, deep breath and began to check for his next order. Indeed, he was a ride-hailing driver. It was hard to believe that a graduate from a prestigious 985 university, specializing in materials engineering, had become a full-time driver. Subai had not chosen this path willingly. It was merely a result of awakening a peculiar system. Ding, today's check-in successful, reward, secret stash of 1 million. Listening to the notification echo in his mind, Subai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, somewhat numb to it all. The reason was simple. For Subai, 1 million was but a drop in the ocean. 2 years prior, on the night of his graduation and wedding, Subai had acquired the secret stash check-in system. Each day, by checking in around the metropolis, he could amass funds that did not rightfully belong to him. The reason for this stipulation was that the money had to be concealed within their home, remaining undiscovered by his wife. As long as he met the target, Subai would earn 5% of the acquired wealth. Furthermore, whenever the earnings from the secret stash check-in system reached a multiple of a smaller target, namely 100 million, Subai would receive special rewards. These special rewards encompassed a wide array of enhancements, including physical attributes, skills, knowledge, and more. Thus, Subai opted to become a ride-hailing driver, spending his days shuttling passengers around the metropolis while engaging in a battle of wits with his wife at home. Over the past 2 years, Subai had managed to leave no trace, concealing his activities so well that he was currently unaware of the extent of his wealth and abilities. One more ride, and I'll check in at the last location for today. A few more days of this, and I could earn another special reward. I wonder what peculiar reward it might be this time. Observing the bustling pedestrians on the road, Subai couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-satisfaction, exclaiming, "So it truly is possible to earn money while reclining. Ding, there's a new order available for acceptance." Glancing at his phone, Subai noted, this is conveniently on my way. The reason he chose to be a ride-hailing driver rather than sticking to a fixed route was to avoid arousing his wife's suspicions. He would complete around 10 rides each day, meandering through the metropolis, and when the time was right, hastily return home. Ultimately, the paramount task was to neither raise his wife's suspicions nor let her uncover his secret stash. Just the thought of his wife brought a slight smile to Subai's lips. Lin Qianyu, his wife, was the campus belle from the same university, with countless admirers vying for her attention, and love letters were delivered by the boxful. Among them are not a few offspring of officials and wealthy heirs, with gifts that are truly astonishing. As long as Lin Qianyu agrees, cars and houses are merely trifles. Yet in the end, it was Subai who captured her heart. A year later, Subai playfully inquired why she had chosen him. The answer provided by his wife is that he is honest and unlikely to stray. She was smitten at first sight. After their marriage, through their combined efforts and the family fund from both sets of parents, they successfully made a down payment on a 3-bedroom apartment of around 100 square meters in a remote area of the bustling metropolis. Nowadays, Subai drives a rideshare vehicle daily, while Lin Qianyu works as a full-time streamer at home. Though their life is simple, it is filled with affection. In the bustling metropolis, there lies a community adjacent to the terminus of subway line 7. Despite its considerable distance from a city center, as long as it is within the metropolis, the property prices soar to 27 or 8,000 per square meter. Fortunately, after making the down payment, the monthly mortgage of 11,000 is well within their income range, not adversely affecting their quality of life. Subai had contemplated settling the remaining balance in one go, But to avoid arousing his wife's suspicions, he ultimately yielded to impulse. Within the community, in Building B, Unit 3, Room 303. Private savings? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A sweet-faced woman reclined in a chair, confidently addressing the camera. The woman possesses a pure and enchanting appearance, undeniably beautiful. She is Su Bai's wife, Lin Qianyu, who is currently a small streamer on a popular live streaming platform. At this moment, she is engaged in a live PK battle with another female streamer. In the streaming industry, PK battles are quite common. There is nothing impossible. All men are the same. How could there be no hidden savings? The female streamer across from her spoke with a hint of jealousy towards Lin Qianyu's beauty. It's different. My husband and I met in university and married right after graduation. I know him very well. Not only does he hand over his salary card every month, but the password to his phone is also my birthday. Moreover, I give him a little pocket money each month, and in 2 years of marriage, we have never quarreled over financial matters. Additionally, during festivals, my husband always prepares small surprises for me, sometimes even crafting handmade gifts. Lin Qianyu reminisced about their 2 years of marriage, a blissful smile gracing her lips. In any case, I firmly believe he would never hide private savings from me. As she spoke, Lin Qianyu also took the time to impart wisdom to her viewers. Ladies, the bottom line is, when looking for a boyfriend, ensure he is willing to hand over his salary card. After all, no amount of sweet talk can compare to tangible actions. Once a man has money, he tends to change. We must firmly grasp their lifeline. My husband always says that girls deserve to be pampered. Men are responsible for earning a living, while women should be beautiful. Although his salary is modest, I can clearly feel that as time passes, he loves me more and more. After finishing her thought, Lin Qianyu glanced behind her to ensure she was alone in the room. Watching Lin Qianyu continuously express her love, the girls in the live stream were abuzz with excitement. Well, I also want a husband like that. Sigh, another case of someone else's husband. Lin, this beauty, surely you aren't fabricating all of this, right? I hope your reality isn't filled with arguments every 3 days, with a marriage that's actually quite tense. A man handing over his salary card does not mean he doesn't hide private savings. My husband does hand over his card, which I keep, yet last month I discovered he had stashed away 5,000 yuan. That amount could easily treat several women at a club. I still have to give my husband money every month. We've been married for 7 years, and in the first year, I gifted him a lipstick. Since then, not even a single candy. It truly feels like the unattainable forever stirs desire. But once obtained, it is treated as worthless. Can you believe it? A year has passed, and my husband hasn't touched me even once. I feel like being married is no different from being alone. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lin Qianyu felt even happier. No matter what others say, the performance of her husband over these 2 years is evident. Although they haven't made much money, living without wealth has its own charm, and life remains quite interesting. Lin Qianyu glanced at the time, for 55 p.m. In a little while, her husband should be returning from work. She wondered what small surprise he would prepare for her today. Suddenly, several comments captured Lin Qianyu's attention. When did Kong Shifu release shrimp and garlic-flavored instant noodles? Oh right, I hadn't noticed before. I only remember that Kong Shifu seems to have a shrimp fishboard noodle, but I've never heard of a shrimp garlic flavor. Ahem, did you see in the corner of the screen? There's also a bucket of fragrant lamb rib flavor. Is this a test product from Kong Shifu? But I remember Lin Xian's family environment is quite ordinary. Surely a test product wouldn't reach her home. Or could have been a lucky draw. Lin Qian knew, why not open it and see what distinguishes this bucket of shrimp garlic-flavored noodles from the aromatic lamb chop variant. Indeed, I share your curiosity. Aside from the chicken stewed with mushrooms, I am inclined to try everything else. That particular dish terrifies me. Even the scent makes me feel nauseous. Upon observing the barrage of comments discussing their own family's Master Kong instant noodles, Lin Qianyu found herself momentarily speechless. After all, it was merely a few buckets of instant noodles. What was there to be so curious about? Furthermore, instant noodles are akin to potato chips. It is entirely normal for new flavors to be released, so what is all the fuss about? Typically, at home, Lin Qianyu does not consume instant noodles. Only Su Bai occasionally indulges and usually opts for the braised beef flavor. These few buckets of instant noodles had been sitting untouched for over 3 months, and since Su-bai had not opened them, Lin Qianyu did not pay them any mind. However, seeing the fervent enthusiasm of the fans in the live stream, she decided to play along. After all, it was merely 2 buckets of noodles, a trivial expense. At worst, she could open them and wait for Su-bai to return to partake, which hardly constitutes waste. Since you all are so curious, I shall open it now for your enjoyment. Lin Qianyu proclaimed as she picked up the bucket of shrimp garlic-flavored noodles from the table, simultaneously retrieving a small knife to begin unsealing it. Aren't instant noodles all the same? Just a block of noodle cake and 3 packets of seasoning. Could there be anything else? Rip! With a decisive sound, Lin Qianyu tore open the outer plastic wrap, gripping one corner and pulling it with force. In the next moment, Lin Qianyu was left in a state of shock, as were the viewers in the live stream. Inside the Master Kong shrimp garlic-flavored noodles bucket, instead of noodles, it was brimming with a whole stash of bright red 100-yuan banknotes. Chapter 2. The Discovery of Hidden Funds. What on earth? When did Master Kong start offering promotions? And it's not just some discount coupons, but actual cash? Lin Fairy, where did you procure this? Hurry and share. Let us reap the benefits together. Master Kong is far more reliable than certain beauty brands. So straightforward. Lin Fairy, hasten to open that fragrant lamb-flavored cup noodles and take a look. Cash. It's been ages since I last saw cash. Now everything is digital payments. And money has become just a string of numbers, making it difficult for me to control my spending urges. Lin Qianyu was also engulfed in shock as she strode to the corner to grab another bucket of the fragrant lamb-flavored instant noodles. With swift precision, she opened it. To her astonishment, it was yet another bucket brimming with cash. What was going on? Was this a stroke of luck? As if the heavens were showering down fortune to alleviate her mortgage burdens, conveniently landing in her lap? Just as Lin Qianyu was lost in thought, the door to the live stream room creaked open, and Su-bai entered, holding a single-serving strawberry cake. Darling, your favorite strawberry cake. Come, take a bite. Upon noticing that Lin Qianyu did not joyfully embrace him as she usually did, Su-bai felt somewhat taken aback. Sweetheart, it's already past 5. Aren't you done with the stream? Su-bai took a couple of steps forward, his gaze landing on the open bucket of instant noodles, leaving him momentarily stunned. Oh no, it had been discovered. Just as Su-bai prepared to employ a strategic retreat from the scene, Lin Qianyu snapped back to reality and turned to him, exclaiming excitedly, Honey, I have wonderful news. I won a prize. Su-bai glanced once more at the bucket of instant noodles and set the strawberry cake on the computer desk. A prize? Really? Yes. The 2 buckets of instant noodles you bought months ago were filled with cash. When are we going to buy more? Lin Qianyu held out a bucket filled with cash towards Su-bai. Darling, let us have some fun this weekend. Su-bai cleared his throat, striving to maintain composure. Sweetheart, didn't you always say you don't eat instant noodles? What made you want to eat them today? Oh, it's just that a friend in the live stream mentioned never having seen this flavor, so I opened it to show them. And to my surprise, it was all money. Lin Qianyu's excitement was palpable. She estimated that the cash in the 2 buckets was enough for a month's mortgage payment. Su-bai swallowed hard, his mind racing. It seems fortune has smiled upon us. Such good luck has befallen our home. Darling, you should eat the strawberry cake first. What would you like for dinner tonight? I'll prepare it for you. Internally, Su-bai felt an overwhelming awkwardness, having almost forgotten that the instant noodle buckets contained cash. To be honest, he was no longer certain how much hidden money was stashed away at home. The reason for cash being stuffed into the noodle buckets was that Su-bai knew Lin Qianyu would never touch instant noodles. Thus, he invested in Master Kong's company and specially ordered these unique flavors that were unavailable elsewhere. As for why he didn't produce only braised beef flavor noodles, it was simply to prevent any confusion on a day when she might crave them. However, Su-bai had not anticipated that his meticulously crafted plan would lead to such unforeseen circumstances. As he shifted backward, Su-bai reached for the remaining buckets of instant noodles in the corner. Honey, you can cook? Lin Qianyu looked at Su-bai quizzically. Her husband was perfect in every aspect except for his cooking and earning abilities, making him nearly impeccable otherwise. Today, it felt as though the sun had risen from the west, as Su-bai actually inquired about her culinary preferences. From the moment she opened the instant noodles, Lin Qianyu felt something was amiss, but she couldn't pinpoint the issue. Su-bai hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Well, sweetheart, I can still make congee and fry a couple of eggs. He had almost revealed another of his little secrets. Curse it. It was all the fault of these instant noodles, throwing him off balance. Lin Qianyu stood up and approached Su-bai. Why are you still holding the bucket of noodles? Are you hoping to see if there's more cash inside? Honey, why is your forehead sweating? Lin Qianyu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Su-bai closely. Sensing that her husband of 2 years seemed to be acting differently, Overwhelmed by the shocking revelation of the cash-filled instant noodles, Lin Qianyu had forgotten to end the livestream. The unfolding drama in the room was witnessed by all the viewers in the livestream, including some married individuals who quickly grasped the situation. Haha. I can't help but notice the male protagonist looks just like someone caught cheating. Lin Fairy, my husband is hiding money? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The slap in the face came so swiftly. 2 buckets of instant noodles at 5,000 each, plus the 3 in the husband's arms, totals 25,000. Far exceeding my husband's 5,000. Wow, hiding money in instant noodles? Why didn't I think of that? This must be a scheme devised by the husband. Right? Is this like the Smiths? Such cleverness in hiding money, making my previous methods of hiding in my underwear seem utterly juvenile. Do you think this is really money hidden by the husband? Could it genuinely be a promotion from Master Kong, and we've wronged them? I've already consulted someone regarding Master Kong's company. Don't worry, the truth will come to light soon. Honey, you seem a bit nervous. Lin Qianyu leaned closer to Su Bai, her gaze piercing into him, eager to uncover the truth. Su Bai couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes darting. Faced with Lin Qianyu's determined scrutiny, he made a decision. With only 5 centimeters separating them, he was captivated by her delicate cherry-like lips. Su Bai moved in and kissed her. After a long moment, they parted. Su Bai gazed at his blushing wife and tenderly said, "Darling, you are truly beautiful." Lin Qianyu's face flushed. She had never expected her usually reserved husband to act so boldly. "Why you? We're still live," she exclaimed. "Next time, you mustn't do this." The viewers in the live stream were abuzz. Is this appropriate for children? Is this something that should be free to watch? They kissed. What is next? A passionate encounter. What the heck? I came here to investigate hidden money, not to witness a love display. Stop flaunting your love. It's too fast. My husband has never treated me this way. I'm enviously furious. So, is the cash in the instant noodle buckets truly hidden money? My friend just replied. Master Kong is not conducting any cash giveaway activities, and their packaging adheres to the highest standards of pollution-free materials. There's no way money was inserted inside. So, you all understand the implications. Lin Qianyu turned around, intending to close the live stream. Some matters were best kept between her and Su Bai. She found it hard to accept public scrutiny. Warning: this live stream has openly engaged in inappropriate actions. A repeat offense will lead to a forced closure by the system. You see, even the system has issued a warning, Lin Qianyu complained bashfully. Yet, anyone could sense the underlying sweetness in the air. The female streamer competing against Lin Qianyu was acutely aware of the truth. As she watched Lin Qianyu and Su Bai display their affection, her thoughts drifted to her own disappointing partner, who seemed to do nothing but eat and sleep, leaving her to cater to his every need. Frustration boiled within her, prompting an outburst in the live stream. I don't know who claimed their husband would never hide secret funds, but viewers have already verified that Master Kong has not organized any such activities, so we all understand. I believe this money could not possibly have come from the male host himself. How could it? I suspect it is a problem with Master Kong. I will continue to investigate and ensure that the male host receives justice. After all, Lin Mei has said that her husband could never hide secret money. If the private stash of over 20,000 was genuine, what on earth was the male host planning to do with it? I heard that maintaining a mistress for a month would cost about that amount. Her sarcastic tone and constant back and forth made her true intentions clear to all. Su Bai, finally recovering from his initial shock, looked at the female streamer, wishing he could deliver a swift retort. He had initially planned to wait until Lin Qianyu finished the stream to concoct a plausible excuse. But now, it seemed as though they were headed for an open confrontation. Help! This was spiraling out of control. Chapter 3. This will be our future child-rearing fund. Upon hearing the female streamer's mocking voice, Lin Qianyu maintained a calm facade, though only Su Bai understood the turmoil hidden in her eyes. This was bad. If she did not clarify things soon, their night together would be in jeopardy. Honey, things are not as you think. Lin Qianyu squinted. She certainly did not believe the female streamer's insinuations about keeping a mistress. After all, for the past 2 years, she and Su Bai had shared the same bed every single night. Even a master of time management could not achieve that feat at this moment. She wished only to ascertain one thing: whether the cash in the instant noodle bucket truly belonged to Su Bai's secret funds. Moreover, if these bills were indeed hidden funds from Su Bai, what was their origin? Were they obtained through illicit means? To others, 20,000 might be a trivial sum. But for a rideshare driver, saving that amount while also meeting monthly obligations was no small feat, as this thought crossed her mind. A wave of unease washed over Lin Qianyu. Could her man truly have engaged in illegal activities? Was he involved in drug trafficking, or worse, robbery? Or had he participated in other unlawful endeavors? Taking a deep breath, Lin Qianyu endeavored to calm herself and refrain from spiraling into further speculation. Su Bai, If this money is not part of a promotion from Master Kong, then what is the explanation? Lin Qianyu fixed her gaze intently on Su Bai. Darling, if this money, if it is not entirely legitimate, we must return it promptly. I do not seek wealth. I only desire safety. I believe our current life is quite satisfactory, and there is no need to pursue more. I do not want you to engage in anything reckless for my sake. As she spoke, Lin Qianyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The live stream had been diverted by Lin Qianyu's heartfelt words. Indeed, I remember Lin Fairy mentioning that her husband's income is modest. Saving over 20,000 is no easy feat. Could this money truly be problematic? I heard there was a burglary in a nearby neighborhood recently, with a loss of quite a bit of cash, around 30,000. Could it be connected? Should we report this? We could inadvertently become part of the solution, which would be a significant contribution. Oh no, the more I think about it, the more it seems plausible. After all, who would hide money in a noodle bucket? That takes quite an imagination. I'm not concerned about that. I actually want to befriend the male host. My own savings are always confiscated by the household tiger. I'd love to learn from him, even if it costs me. Brothers upstairs, count me in. Only a man understands another man. This is our eternal plight. Seeing Lin Qianyu on the verge of tears, Su Bai inhaled deeply. Darling, since you've discovered the truth, I will confess. This money is indeed my hidden stash. Noticing Lin Qianyu's face pale, he quickly added, but it's not what you think. Every single yuan was earned through my hard work. You know that as a rideshare driver. Reaching a certain number of rides brings bonuses, and over the past 2 years, I've been secretly saving those bonuses. So, this money is completely clean. Su Bai fabricated a story with a steady heart, knowing that the more hidden funds he had, the greater his daily earnings would be. If it was just this small amount in the noodle bucket, he could still manage to accept it. 25,000, with a 5% yield, would only mean a loss of 750. Just 750. What? Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. She was angry that Su Bai had indeed hidden money from her, yet relieved that the source was not as she had feared. But why would this man go to such lengths? Lin Qianyu exhaled slowly, striving to regain her composure. It is important to note that during their 2 years of marriage, although Su Bai's salary was always submitted, Lin Qianyu had never restricted his spending. As long as Su Bai asked within reason, she would provide him with money. Could it be true, as the female streamer suggested, that Su Bai had someone else? Lin Qianyu dared not dwell on that possibility, though she knew it was unlikely. Yet, a woman's nature often led her to entertain such thoughts. Honey, why do you need to hide money? Is it really because of someone else? Stop. Stop. Su Bai quickly covered Lin Qianyu's mouth, not wanting their relationship to falter due to the issue of hidden funds. He gently stroked her hair and spoke with a tender tone. Darling, this money is my savings for our future child. You've mentioned wanting a baby next year. So I thought I'd save some privately to buy gifts for the little one, alleviating your stress and giving you a surprise. After expressing this with a hint of regret, Su Bai finally released his hand from Lin Qianyu's mouth. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu was overcome with tears, her heart swelling with emotion. It turned out that the money Su Bai had painstakingly saved was not for another woman, but for their future child-rearing fund. At this moment, she hardly cared about Su Bai's hidden stash of savings, gazing affectionately at him. Husband, I misunderstood you. I shouldn't have disrupted the delightful surprise you prepared for me. With the immediate crisis averted, Su Bai exhaled a sigh of relief, gently cradling Lin Qianyu's face in his hands. Darling, do you think we could possibly expedite our parenting plans? Shall we commence now? Now. Lin Qianyu's cheeks flushed crimson once more, and suddenly realizing something, she gently pushed Su Bai away. Don't be mischievous during the day. I'm still live streaming. Viewers in the live chat were nearly ready to smash their keyboards, while the female streamer, currently competing, was so incensed that she abruptly disconnected. Goodness, do you two even realize you're live? This is truly a case of the well-fed not understanding the hunger of the starving. It's utterly excruciating. Through you two, I've regained my faith and love. Oh God, please grant me a husband just like him. Sister Lin, as someone with experience, let me tell you, never trust a man's words. I suspect your husband has hidden savings elsewhere. What an eye-opener. My bro is impressive. I've recorded this segment. If my wife ever catches me hiding money, I'll recite this verbatim to her, hoping to stir her emotions and perhaps conceive a child. Seeing that the crisis had passed, Su Bai ceased his teasing of Lin Qianyu and picked up the unopened instant noodles, preparing to make a hasty exit from this disaster zone. While also planning to conduct another thorough inspection elsewhere, he could not afford a repeat of this predicament. Wait a moment, husband. Lin Qianyu reached out, pulling Su Bai beside her, and with a heartfelt expression, began to introduce him to the live stream. Hello everyone. This is my beloved, Su Bai. Su, as in Su Dongpa. Bai as in the color white. I must apologize. It's been 2 years of live streaming, and I've never properly introduced my love or inquired about how hard he works. Thank you for your hard work these past 2 years, my dear. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's heartfelt confession, Subai couldn't help but twitch his lips. Had he perhaps overstepped? If Lin Qianyu were to discover the truth one day, would she chase him with a kitchen knife for 10 kilometers? Yet, having come this far, he could only proceed. Maintaining his composure, he responded with equal affection, "Wife, I love you." Oh no, this is going to sweeten us single folks to death. It's even more thrilling than a romantic drama. Brother Bai could publish a book for us men to reference. I refuse to believe this man doesn't have hidden savings. I vow that if he doesn't, I'll live stream washing my hair upside down tonight. The script wouldn't dare to write this. If there's money in the instant noodle container, I refuse to believe there isn't elsewhere. In an effort to draw Lin Qianyu's attention, several viewers continued to shower the chat with gifts, hoping to make the comments scroll. For a moment, they indeed set the rhythm, with the screen filled with ongoing searches for hidden savings. The heat of the live stream doubled instantly, as many new faces joined in, spurred by the conversation about investigating hidden money. Ahem, Subai couldn't help but clear his throat, suppressing his inner tension. Darling, since the introductions are complete, how about we cook dinner together tonight? I can help out while you prepare your signature Coca-Cola chicken wings and garlic stir-fried lettuce, followed by a tea tree mushroom and old duck soup. What do you think, my dear? Please agree quickly. If this continues, things will escalate. This crowd of onlookers was truly insatiable, relishing in the chaos. Although his hiding spots were exceedingly discreet, they were no match for the relentless inquiries of countless viewers. Lin Qianyu cast him a sidelong glance. Husband, you would never deceive me, would you? Ahem, everything my dear wife says is correct, Subai hastily chuckled. In that case, I shall trust you for now. Lin Qianyu nodded pensively. Just as Subai was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she added, after dinner, I'll think it over. Her words sent Subai's heart racing once more. He could only hope that Lin Qianyu would discover the truth. Chapter 4. A unique time, a unique action. Husband, you say you earn only a few dozen yuan per ride. Yet these 5 instant noodle buckets add up to nearly 20,000. You truly have it tough. Lin Qianyu did not rise to cook. Instead, she tenderly grasped Subai's hand. Look, your hands are calloused from driving. Promise me you won't work so hard anymore, okay? I promise you, dear. Subai could only nod repeatedly in agreement. Tired? What nonsense. If his work could be deemed exhausting, then surely every worker would desire to end their own life. Why drive for ride-hailing services, if not to reassure you that I'm not an idle loafer? Darling, I'm also doing this for our future little baby. I consulted a master recently, and he said that at 10 o'clock, with a special action, we can ensure the birth of a little tiger by year's end. Subai pinched Lin Qianyu's delicate nose, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Though they had been married for 2 years, Lin Qianyu remained rather conservative in this regard, and there were many actions that Subai had yet to explore with her. Thus, he dreamed of the day when he could try every possible action with his beloved wife. Are you sure it's this action? Lin Qianyu regarded Subai with suspicion, sensing he was deliberately concocting excuses to satisfy his own desires. Suddenly turning her head, she exclaimed, husband, let us not discuss this topic. With Subai nearby, Lin Qianyu often forgot she was live streaming. It was awkward, truly, unbearably awkward. Brother Bai, with all due respect, I seriously doubt the truth of your words. But I do like that action you mentioned. Sigh, my partner weighs 160 pounds. I'll never have the chance to try that action in this lifetime. Too heavy to lift. I prefer that action. It seems quite exhilarating. The speed has exceeded 120 kilometers per hour. This is definitely not a kindergarten vehicle. I want to get off. Folks, we must unite in our efforts to have Fairy Lin investigate hidden savings. This male lead doesn't seem trustworthy at all. There's definitely a big secret. Subai glanced at the comments and quickly turned Lin Qianyu around, grasping her hand and gently caressing her palm's lines. See these 3 lines? One is your career line, one is your love line, and one is your lifeline. Dear, your life and love lines are quite long, indicating that we will remain harmonious and blissful in the future, no matter what challenges we face. I will always support you. Goodness, if Lin Qianyu continued to be influenced by these comments, his entire plan might be rendered futile. My dear wife, in truth, I find no fatigue in saving this money. Each time I accept an order, the mere thought of our future child fills me with boundless motivation. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Although each order yields but a small profit, persistence in accumulation results in a substantial fortune. Subai has not spoken falsely. He has diligently and earnestly logged in for 2 years, indeed amassing a modest wealth. Lin Qianyu remains oblivious to this. Listening to Subai's measured tone, her eyes once again glisten with emotion. Darling, how about we give it a try tonight? Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's acquiescence, Subai's heart surged with excitement. He yearned for the clock to strike 10 so he could embrace his beloved and engage in a passionate encounter. Oh heavens! If only he had known this would be possible, he would not have spent 2 years merely fantasizing. The Livestream audience was equally astonished by Su Bai's performance. What a pity this guy isn't engaged in multi-level marketing. His rhetoric is so polished. I concur, but after listening for a while, it feels somewhat contrived. Perhaps the emotions are genuine, yet the notion of a specific position at 10 o'clock leading to success sounds like the musings of a charlatan. This is the beauty of Lin Qianyu. A different person might not evoke the same response. My wife and I have been married for 8 years. We've long passed the 7-year itch. We've become like family, and since last year, we even sleep in separate beds. To put it bluntly, even while lying together on the same bed, I feel no desire whatsoever. Regardless of the veracity of this man's words, it is indeed intriguing. If it proves false, the unfolding drama will be even more entertaining, much like a serialized narrative where the truth will inevitably reveal itself. May I timidly inquire if anyone else feels there is something amiss with the walls of the room? Have you seen In the Name of Human Life? A wall full of cash. Don't even mention the walls. I suspect the floor and the table. No, this man might be constructed of money himself. Ladies, I shall first investigate the bedroom to see if my husband has left behind any hidden stash. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu gently freed her hand and glanced at the Livestream's popularity. To her astonishment, the number of viewers had soared to 20,000. After 2 years of broadcasting, the audience's enthusiasm had never been this high, and she hesitated to end the stream. Such elevated interest promised considerable earnings from gifts by day's end. Darling, let us not end the stream just yet. Let us share our daily lives with our viewers. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's expression soured. Goodness, this amount of money is merely a trifle. Yet, when Lin Qianyu turned to him, he immediately donned a smile. Whatever my lady wishes. Very well, it is settled then. I apologize for the inconvenience, my dear husband. But it is all for our child-rearing fund. Lin Qianyu extended her hand to gently pat Su Bai's head. Come now. Tonight I shall prepare your favorite cola chicken wings. And let us add some beer duck too. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's culinary plans, Su Bai let out a sigh of relief. It is settled then. Tonight I shall feast on 3 bowls. After a day of driving ride-hailing, I am indeed quite hungry. As long as there were no inquiries into hidden funds, he was more than willing to accommodate his wife's whims. Then I must trouble you to fetch the phone, lest our viewers miss out on the fun. Lin Qianyu handed the phone to Su Bai. Just film us cooking later on. Su Bai received the phone and glanced at the screen. Though he refrained from probing into any hidden funds, the Livestream's popularity remained unshaken. A flurry of viewers was fervently speculating where else in the room concealed treasures might be hidden. Watching the barrage of comments, Su Bai felt his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 5. A unique can of beer. Darling, since you are home today, allow me to teach you how to make cola chicken wings. In no time, Lin Qianyu had gathered all the necessary ingredients for cooking. Just in case I am not around one day, you should be able to prepare this dish for yourself. Oh, don't speak such nonsense, my dear. You are destined to outlive me. Su Bai playfully pinched Lin Qianyu's smooth cheek, firmly rebutting her. What I mean is, when I return to my family home or am away from the house. Observing Su Bai's anxious demeanor, Lin Qianyu could not help but stifle a laugh. After 2 years of marriage, what she cherished most was Su Bai's attentive nature, his careful nurturing of her. Though they were not wealthy, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Women, at times, do not ask for much. As long as security is present and their values align, they can be easily satisfied. Now that is more like it. Su Bai again pinched Lin Qianyu's cheek, taking a step back to watch her showcase her culinary skills. First, we must clean the chicken wings, make a cut on both sides, and marinate them with cooking wine, light soy sauce, and a pinch of salt for about 10 minutes. In a pan, add a small amount of salad oil, heating it to about 70%. When the oil surface begins to emit a significant amount of smoke, it is ready. Add the marinated chicken wings and fry them over medium heat until both sides are golden brown, crispy on the outside and tender within. Personally, I recommend adding rock sugar to the oil to caramelize it, as this will enhance the flavor of the chicken wings. Today, we will also add the prepared ginger, garlic, and scallions to the pan to stir fry until fragrant. Finally, pour in half a can of cola, bring it to a boil, then add dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, chicken powder, salt, MSG, and pepper, stirring well over high heat until the sauce thickens and the cola melds with the chicken wings, resulting in a fragrant dish of cola chicken wings. Lin Qianyu covered the pot. We need to wait for about 10 minutes. Next, I will tell you how to prepare beer duck. Su Bai stood by, watching Lin Qianyu attentively cook, his lips curling into a slight smile. Truly, she is exceptional in all endeavors. The viewers in the live stream were once again overwhelmed by delight. Lin Qianyu is simply outstanding. She can grace the halls and master the kitchen. Not only is she stunning, but she can also cook. What a delight. It's infuriating to compare. My partner only knows how to eat and sleep, and now I've raised her into a sloth. Wow. The male lead can see the light in the female lead's eyes. This is definitely a romantic drama. By go. Please share your secrets on how to cultivate such an exceptional wife. I am tempted to trade for a new one. As I watch Lin Mimi prepare chicken wings, I can tell this dish will be delicious. It looks stunning, and there are no issues with its appearance. However, she is quite clever to capture a man's heart. One must first seize his stomach. Dear sisters, if you truly love your husband, cooking for him will bring you happiness. Lin Qianyu glanced at the comments, her face lighting up with joy. Having her husband nearby is indeed preferable. Otherwise, even if she were to receive a substantial sum each month, if they seldom saw each other, she would still be left alone in an empty house. In this regard, Su Bai excelled. Darling, please peel 2 more cloves of garlic for me. We will need them shortly. Of course, Lin Qianyu began preparing the ingredients for the beer duck meat, potatoes, shredded ginger, and green peppers. Darling, where are the 2 bottles of Budweiser in the fridge? I saw them there yesterday. How can they be gone now? Beer is an essential ingredient for making beer duck. Without it, she would have to settle for braised duck instead. Gone. Su Bai also approached the refrigerator, recalling. I remember now, while watching the World Cup match last night, I casually drank some. How about this, dear? Wait a moment, I'll go out and buy 2 bottles. No need. Lin Qianyu waved her hand, her expression filled with satisfaction. I recall there are still 2 bottles of beer at home. I spotted them under the bed during the big cleanup yesterday. I'll go fetch them. Seeing Lin Qianyu head into the room, Su Bai paused momentarily. When did he stash 2 bottles of beer in the room? Wait, could she be referring to those 2 bottles? That was ages ago. Wife, I actually finished those 2 bottles in the room already. No need to look for them, he suddenly exclaimed, realizing something was amiss. Hubby, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. It was too late. Lin Qianyu emerged from the room, already holding 2 cans of beer. They were also Budweiser, yet distinctively packaged in a black and gold design. Upon seeing the 2 black and gold cans, Su Bai's face fell, akin to tasting something unpleasant. With a gulp, he swallowed hard and suggested, Honey, I was just thinking, how about we have braised pork tonight instead of beer duck? Lin Qianyu's expression was filled with confusion. Usually, when I want to make braised duck, don't you always insist on beer duck? Su Bai, you're acting a bit strange today. Su Bai was truly at his wit's end. If this continued, he would be in serious trouble. As memories of his previously devised plan flashed through his mind, he attempted to persuade Lin Qianyu. Dear, I was thinking, didn't I consult the master? Tonight would be a suitable time for us to have a baby. But wouldn't drinking be a bit inappropriate if we plan for a child? Hearing Su Bai's flimsy excuse, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter, with some even transforming into amateur detectives, eager to debunk Su Bai's fabrication. No way, I'm dying of laughter. If we follow Su Bai's logic, wouldn't that mean anyone who has beer duck can't drive? Let me clarify. Normally, beer duck cooked at high temperatures contains no alcohol. Even if it did, it wouldn't reach the threshold for drunk driving, let alone any adverse effects on conception. The person above is spot on. Moreover, a man's sperm is produced well in advance. If you want a healthy baby, the preparation period is quite lengthy. 1 meal of beer duck isn't going to determine anything. I just observed the male lead's expression. It mirrors the look he had when he discovered cash in the instant noodle bucket. Do you think there's a connection? Isn't it obvious? Let me ask you this. Have you ever seen this style of Budweiser can? Even at karaoke, you probably haven't come across this design. Combine that with the instant noodle flavors of shrimp garlic and aromatic lamb chop, and you'll understand the connection. No way. Are there also wads of cash inside those 2 cans? If that's the case, Su Bai has truly redefined my worldview. It's incredible, truly impressive. Based on the current situation and the male lead's demeanor as a master detective, I'm 80% certain that these are indeed secret savings. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu looked at Su Bai with surprise. Hubby, these 2 are unrelated. If you don't believe me, I can find some information to show you later. Don't tell me you're reluctant to part with these 2 cans of beer. Bingo. You've hit the nail on the head, dear. Do you know why I haven't drunk these 2 cans? It's because they're a limited edition. Each can hold significant value. Once our baby is born, I can exchange them for their equivalent in cash. Wouldn't that be a splendid outcome? Su Bai followed Lin Qianyu's line of thought, though internally, he felt increasingly anxious. Lin Qianyu scrutinized Su Bai's eyes for a moment, then placed one of the cans into his arms, gesturing toward the kitchen. Wait for me a moment. I'll check if the cola chicken wings are done. Without waiting for Su Bai's reply, Lin Qianyu turned and retreated to the room, leaving him no chance to speak further. Chapter 6. Can money be hidden inside beer cans? As he observed the bubbling foam and golden chicken wings in the pot, Su Bai found it hard to feel any joy. He knew he had only 2 minutes left, and in that fleeting time, he had to concoct a flawless lie. What was concealed within the black and gold Budweiser cans was crystal clear to him. Sometimes, having too much secret stash could be a double-edged sword. Currently, it was just a trivial matter, but if Lin Qianyu ever discovered those secrets, he would find it impossible to defend himself. As the bubbles multiplied, Subai twitched his nose. It smelled divine. With practiced ease, he flipped the wings a couple of times with a spatula, scooped them into a bowl, and arranged them neatly with chopsticks. After completing these tasks, Subai turned to see if his wife had emerged, and his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of his phone screen. Oh no, they surely hadn't noticed, right? Absolutely not. To confirm, Subai leaned in closer to read the barrage of comments, nearly moved to tears. I remember the streamer said her husband couldn't cook. But this skill is better than my husband's, and he has worked as a head chef in a restaurant. This skill obviously comes from a culinary school. Such deft flipping of the pan requires at least 5 or 6 years of experience. I have a daring hypothesis. Could Lin Qianyu have been deceived for 2 years? Is her husband actually a hidden culinary master? I think it's also possible that the assistant is skilled while the main chef is average. You don't understand. Assistants usually just help with chopping, washing, and plating. Flipping the pan like this is a privilege reserved for the head chef. Without experiencing other struggles, one cannot comprehend their hardships. We don't know what Subai has been through. I recall a recent news story about a couple who had been married for 5 years, with the wife always cooking, until they found the husband's Michelin 3-star chef certificate hidden in a corner. Do you think Subai might be one of those humble individuals? As I said, one lie requires many others to cover it up. This plot is becoming increasingly intriguing. I feel like I'm watching a spy drama. Sigh. Subai couldn't help but exhale deeply. Being a man was truly challenging. He hardly ever live-streamed his daily life, with only himself and his wife at home. How would he notice such trivial details? Now, he had unintentionally revealed yet another skill. Subai could only pray that Lin Qianyu would take her time coming out of the room, hoping this wave of comments would be buried in the process. Creak. The bedroom door swung open, and Lin Qianyu scrutinized the black and gold Budweiser can in her hand, her mind racing with thoughts. Hubby, I just searched online using your computer, and I didn't find this particular Budweiser. Well, it might be a new release. Perhaps the Budweiser website hasn't recorded it yet? Subai cautiously countered, his expression slightly tense. Honey, I'm asking you, what do you think these 2 cans of beer are worth? Surely they must be worth something, right? How about we make beer duck after all? Suddenly, Subai recalled something and beckoned Lin Qianyu to prepare the beer duck. I've just started on the cola chicken wings, and they are truly a feast for the senses, sight, aroma, and taste. Exquisite in every sense. Hearing that Subai intended to make beer duck next, Lin Qianyu felt a twinge of confusion. Had she misjudged the situation? Or was he simply being obstinate? Regardless, since Subai had requested the beer duck, she decided to proceed. The truth would eventually reveal itself. Returning to the kitchen, Lin Qianyu waved to the live stream audience. Dear viewers, I will be preparing a delicious beer duck. If you wish to join me, feel free to follow along. Due to the distance, Lin Qianyu did not catch the barrage of comments mocking Subai. Lin Fairy, you must see through that man's facade. A man's words are often deceitful, and they are all the same. Another woman blinded by love, questioning the nature of affection until life and death intertwine. Why is brother by so adamant? Are we mistaken? Is there really beer in that can? Curious about what follows? Stay tuned. I have cigarettes, beer, and sunflower seeds ready, just missing a small stool. Lin Qianyu began by slicing ginger, mincing garlic, chopping scallions into segments, and slicing green and red peppers, then poured oil into the pan. Dear viewers, unlike the collaboration for cola chicken wings, this time we will first sauté these ingredients to release their fragrance, followed by adding the duck legs, which will be more tender and flavorful. If you have mushrooms at home, feel free to add them. The resulting beer duck will be even more aromatic. Once the duck meat was evenly sautéed, she added star anise, dried tangerine peel, Sichuan peppercorns, dried chilies, ginger slices, and minced garlic. Quickly stirring them together before adding soy sauce, cooking wine, and salt for another 2 minutes of stir-frying. Now came the most crucial step, pouring in the beer and bringing it to a boil over high heat. Honey, come help me open the beer, Lin Qianyu said, attempting to twist off the bottle cap, but failing. I'll be right there. Hearing that he was needed, Subai felt a bit more at ease and reached for a nearby can of black gold Budweiser. With a crisp snap, the can was opened, and Subai even shook it a bit in front of Lin Qianyu. Hearing the sound from the can, Lin Qianyu squinted, realizing there was indeed beer inside. Turning to another bottle, her eyes sparkled. Honey, we have quite a bit of duck tonight. 1 bottle might not suffice. We should pour both into the pot to ensure it's flavorful. Listening to my beloved wife, Subai responded nonchalantly, slowly pouring the beer from the can into the pot. He then opened the second bottle, pouring it in as well, and the rich aroma of beer filled the kitchen. To prove his point, Subai elevated the beer bottle and recited, flowing down 3,000 feet. It seems like the Milky Way descends from the heavens. Though it was yellow, it still left one in awe. In the live stream. How strange, my sixth sense tells me there shouldn't be beer in there. Could this man truly be the perfect husband? For some reason, I feel like something is amiss. But there's definitely beer pouring out. That's undeniable. I've noticed something. When Brother Bai pours the beer, his hand is remarkably steady. Think about how we usually pour and how he does it. There's a difference. But perhaps it's just a matter of personal habit. Still, I sense this isn't straightforward. My dear, using this beer to make beer duck will absolutely elevate the flavor. Seeing no signs of doubt, Su Bai felt a surge of pride and prepared to put the can away. Not quite yet. Let me take care of it, Lin Qianyu exclaimed. Snatching the beer bottle. The beer needs to submerge the duck completely. We can't leave any behind. With that, she turned the bottle upside down, pouring vigorously. Su Bai's heart raced, feeling as though it had lodged in his throat, momentarily stunned. Watching the beer cover the duck, Lin Qianyu nodded in satisfaction. Yes. This is just right. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she noticed something unusual emerging from the beer bottle. Honey, what is this? Why is there something inside the beer bottle? She asked, reaching to pry it open, oblivious to Su Bai's pallid complexion beside her. It was surprisingly firm, resembling a plastic bag. Lin Qianyu pinched one corner of the bag with her fingers and yanked it out with force. Inside were bundles of red banknotes, presumably 5 or 6 rolled together. That wasn't all. Beneath the plastic bag lay a thin string. Lin Qianyu tugged at it again, pulling out another bundle wrapped in plastic. Soon enough, a third bundle followed, totaling 3. Seeing the 2 bundles of red notes, likely amounting to 1,005 or 6, Lin Qianyu's eyes flared with fury. Her husband had been hiding secret stash. Honey, care to explain what this is? Chapter 7. This is a stash for Valentine's gifts. The moment Lin Qianyu pulled 3 bundles of cash from the beer bottle, the livestream audience erupted in laughter. Wow, this is unbelievable. There really was secret money hidden inside. I can't believe it. The moment I saw beer in the bottle, I actually believed him. How could he betray my trust with hidden cash? To the brother upstairs, you clearly aren't married. You don't understand the inner turmoil of a man. Do you know the agony of living on a mere 200 yuan a month for smokes and drinks? Can you fathom the need to make excuses to avoid paying in gatherings with friends? Do you grasp that even when empty-pocketed, one must still boast about how generous one's wife is? Damn it. This plot twist is incredible. If Lin Fairy hadn't poured the beer herself, he might have gotten away with it. First, he put the money in a watertight plastic bag, then rolled it into bundles to hide in the beer bottle. Only a gentle pour would prevent detection. I suspect the male lead must have already studied his wife's behavior. Knowing she doesn't drink, I should try this too. Sneak it into a wine bottle, and my fierce wife wouldn't suspect a thing. Bro upstairs. Keep that thought private. Don't share it in the live stream. What if your wife is watching? You'll be done for. Plus, if you say it out loud, it's no longer a secret, leaving countless married men without a way to hide their cash. I told you, men are all up to no good. How could they not hide secret funds? Sisters, we must exert every effort to manage our men's wallets. If you give him 1,000, he'll surely find a way to betray you. Feeling Lin Qianyu's anger, Su Bai averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, his head instinctively bowing in defeat. With a playful gesture, Su Bai gently grasped Lin Qianyu's hand and began to shake it affectionately, exclaiming, Wife, there isn't much money in here. I've been saving it to buy you a handbag for Valentine's Day. A Valentine's gift? You're weaving quite the tale there, Lin Qianyu replied, gazing intently at Su Bai, eager to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve. Indeed, do you remember when we were shopping not long ago? You gazed at that Gucci handbag for a full minute. Although you didn't voice it, I could tell you were fond of it. So I've decided to save up to purchase it by next February. Su Bai continued to shake Lin Qianyu's delicate hand. I know you usually dress modestly and use affordable cosmetics to save money, but every woman has an innate desire to be beautiful. Since you're my wife, I wish for you to enjoy life a bit more. As Su Bai's words sank in, the anger in Lin Qianyu's eyes gradually diminished, and she found herself more tolerant of discovering Su Bai's secret stash of money. She had not anticipated that her husband would keep such trivial matters close to his heart. However, she couldn't resist teasing him. Well, dear husband, you certainly have some nerve. I didn't realize your secret savings were so substantial. It seems I won't need to give you pocket money anymore. Don't say that, my wife. Pocket money is still essential. You wouldn't want your husband to feel inferior to others, would you? You certainly don't want him to take advantage of others every time he steps out. Su Bai quickly countered, sensing Lin Qianyu's tone had softened. He knew he had to maintain his charming demeanor if he relinquished his request for pocket money. Lin Qianyu's keen intellect would undoubtedly suspect he was hiding even more savings, jeopardizing their harmonious life together. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Bai pursue the matter of pocket money, Lin Qianyu nodded in satisfaction. All right then, But as a lesson, this month's pocket money will be halved. She flashed a sweet smile, adding, and I'll be taking that secret stash of yours as well. Thank you for your hard work, dear husband. Ah, you little enchantress. How swiftly your attitude has shifted. Subai mused inwardly. Indeed, women often enjoy managing finances. Had this situation occurred with another man, it would likely have sparked a domestic conflict. For a man's secret funds are a matter of pride. Nevertheless, the act must be complete, so Subai maintained a feigned look of despair. Wife, do you truly not wish to leave even a little for your husband? Not a chance. Just a smidgen? Not even a door's width. Oh, it seems the beer duck is ready. Dear husband, let us dine first. Wife, I have little appetite tonight. Be good, dear husband, tonight. I shall make it up to you. You promise? Then a kiss first. Not until you brush your teeth, and besides, you're still live streaming. The viewers in the live stream promptly responded with a chorus of middle fingers on their screens. Wow, you two actually remember your live streaming? I thought we were about to witness a romantic brawl. If this were happening in my household, one night on the keyboard would not suffice to resolve the matter. Indeed, if this were my husband, he wouldn't just kneel on the keyboard. I'd make him kneel on durian. Ladies, take note. This is a cautionary tale. We must be resolute. Only then will men fear us. All this talk of education funds and Valentine's gifts is merely an excuse for men to hide their savings. Believe me, if we dig deeper, he'll claim it's for National Day, Labor Day, or even to prepare for Tomb Sweeping Day. This is how men are, even with their secret funds confiscated. They must wear a smile. It's truly hard for them. At this moment, I wish to sing a song to Brother Bai. Men, cry if you must. It's not a sin. No matter how strong, even the toughest man grows weary. How enviable this pure love is. 2 years into marriage, and they still cook together, maintaining that romantic spark. When will such sweet love come my way? Is it just my imagination, or does it seem more complicated than it appears? Fellow viewers, let us not stray from our original purpose. We are here to investigate secret funds, not to witness their affectionate display. Wife, you've worked hard tonight. Let me pamper those legs of yours. Wife, allow me to serve you another chicken wing. Wife, let me fill your bowl with rice. Girls should eat more. Wife, I'll take care of the dishes afterward, so please don't fight me for them. Soon, amidst the amused eyes of countless viewers, Subai and Lin Qianyu concluded their delightful dinner. Subai carried the dishes into the kitchen while Lin Qianyu settled on the sofa, engaging with her online friends. Through her deep conversations with the viewers, Lin Qianyu glanced at Subai, who was taking a shower, and a peculiar smile crept across her face. Rest assured, dear family, sunshine always follows the storm. All secrets will eventually come to light. As she spoke, she couldn't help but chuckle, her face adorned with 2 charming dimples. Once Subai finished washing the dishes and tidying the kitchen, he dried his hands and plopped down beside Lin Qianyu, one hand casually resting on her shoulder. Wife, what delightful secrets are you sharing with your friends that have you so amused? I want to tell you, it's our little secret. Lin Qianyu playfully popped a grape into Subai's mouth, saying, You've worked hard, husband. The wife is the one who's been working hard. May I ask you something? Do you prefer boys or girls? Subai stole a glance at the comment section, finding nothing amiss. The viewers were animatedly discussing the strengths and weaknesses of their partners. I like both boys and girls. How about you, dear husband? Is there any bias against girls in your family? Lin Qianyu shifted her body, leaning comfortably against Subai. Not at all. Both are equally cherished. Boys tend to be a bit mischievous, which might mean more work for you, but I also adore girls. There's a saying that a daughter is a father's lover from a previous life and his little cotton-padded jacket. As long as they are our children, I will cherish them all. Sensing the slight tension in Lin Qianyu's body, Subai gently reassured her, Wife, please don't feel overly pressured. Such matters will unfold naturally. I love you, husband. Hearing Subai's response, Lin Qianyu's tense body finally relaxed. Husband, it's not that I overly worry. I've just seen many families where the wife is pressured to keep having children until a boy is born. I find that quite frightening. In my view, having 2 children is sufficient. 1 child can be lonely, but 2 is just right. Indeed, our thoughts align perfectly. Ideally, a brother and sister duo would be wonderful. Subai gently stroked Lin Qianyu's cheek, smiling as he spoke. I think siblings are preferable. Growing up, I always wished for an older brother to look after me rather than a younger brother who doesn't listen well. All are good. All are good. Subai squeezed Lin Qianyu's hand. By the way, has your brother started dating? Lin Qianyu's brother was only 3 years younger than her and was currently in his 3rd year of university. Why do you ask? Lin Qianyu inquired, puzzled. When I left work, your brother asked to borrow my car, saying he would return it tomorrow morning. You actually lent it to him? Oh no. I need to have a serious talk with him. Of course, he is my brother-in-law. I must lend it to him. If he can find a girlfriend for you, it will be worth it. Chapter 8. The encrypted folder on the computer. I believe that being able to bear children is sufficient. Nowadays, many young people indulge in smoking. drinking, and extravagant hairstyles, excessively indulging themselves at a tender age. Many couples struggle to conceive after marriage, leaving women to bear the brunt of the disappointment. The concerns of the host are not unfounded. In certain regions, particularly in more traditional rural areas, the continuation of the family line is viewed as a paramount duty, with a strong emphasis on producing male heirs. If a woman bears a son, he is cherished as a treasure by the entire family. Conversely, if she fails to produce a male child, she becomes a source of frustration for them. If this is the case, perhaps it is best not to marry at all. I find myself increasingly fearful of both marriage and parenthood. I believe this issue relates closely to family upbringing. Many households today are rather progressive. However, in some locales, the dowry given when marrying off a daughter can be shockingly exorbitant. Conceiving a child is indeed an age-old dilemma. In the past, raising a child was as simple as managing bodily functions. But today, the costs of education are exorbitant, especially in first-tier cities, where housing prices are astronomical, rendering even renting a place nearly impossible, let alone purchasing property and starting a family. Frankly, I dare not even entertain such thoughts. This is the stark truth. The expense of children's education has become utterly outrageous. From kindergarten onwards, parents enroll their children in various extracurricular classes, and by the time they reach high school, they are still attending tutoring sessions. Viewed from another perspective, today's children endure far more than we did, but despite the strain, there is little choice. The sacrifices made now are to ensure a smoother path for their future. The viewers in the live stream were left in an emotional state by the exchange between Su Bai and Lin Qianyu. After discussing the topic of children for a while, Su Bai glanced at the time. It was already 7 o'clock, and then at his stunningly beautiful wife beside him. Darling, don't you think it's getting a bit late? Should we start preparing? Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes, fully aware of her husband's intentions. What's the rush? The live stream is generating such high engagement today. Let us finish at 9. An hour will be ample time for you to prepare. Su Bai was taken aback. It seemed that due to his discovery of her secret savings, the momentum of the live stream could not wane. If this continued, he feared he might soon be devoid of any secrets. He swallowed hard, releasing Lin Qianyu's hand. Wife, I'll go watch some television in the bedroom and won't disturb your work. The best strategy was to retreat, if he remained out of the public eye. This matter should blow over soon enough. Once the live stream's engagement diminished, he would find himself in safer waters. Husband, I have one last question. Lin Qianyu grasped Su Bai's hand, preventing him from rising. A sense of foreboding surged within Su Bai for reasons unknown. Had she discovered something new? Darling, let us not be too astute right now, all right? Even the monkey king Wu Ti creates such a ruckus. What is it, dear? Su Bai mustered what he believed to be a gentle smile, his calves involuntarily trembling. Are you cold? Why are you shaking so? Lin Qianyu inquired, patting Su Bai's legs. I heard from the elders that leg shaking brings wealth, but that's not the crux of the matter. Earlier, when I used your computer to look up that black market item, I accidentally stumbled upon an encrypted folder. I was just wondering what it contains. I trust that my wonderful husband will surely tell me. One to you? Though Lin Qianyu's tone remained calm, the implication was unmistakable. She needed to know. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from Lin Qianyu, Su Bai quickly replied, Wife, it's just some trivial matters, nothing important. Really? Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow. If it were inconsequential, why would you have an encrypted folder? Be honest. If you resist, it will only make things worse. Just confess. Does it contain some unsavory past experiences? Absolutely not. Su Bai vehemently shook his head, raising 3 fingers to the heavens in a vow. I, Su Bai, swear that I have never done anything to wrong you. If I have, then, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qianyu covered his mouth. You fool, such vows should not be made lightly. Some things are better believed than disbelieved. If you truly have wronged me, then divorce is the least of our concerns. Life is too precious for such games. Wife, I am innocent. I have not wronged you, Su Bai lamented, increasingly agitated, feeling as if he were digging his own grave. It's really not what you think. Then tell me the password. Let us see for ourselves. Lin Qianyu's voice grew more insistent. She had no desire to discover that the man she had lived with for 2 years was a scoundrel. All right, fine. Su Bai's expression resembled that of a person caught in a dilemma, bracing himself for the worst. What could possibly be so dreadful? How had she uncovered one of his most significant secrets so swiftly? This situation was spiraling out of control. The livestream audience was captivated by the couple's heated exchange, once again indulging in gossip. An encrypted folder on a guy's computer? Hee. I think I can guess what it is. Fellow males, you must know too. Every guy must have some secrets stored on their computer, right? I have 2 solid-state drives for that purpose. I keep mine on the cloud. I generally wouldn't dare to store them on my computer. My wife and I share a bit too. To the person above, are you all that bold? But let me share a little secret. Girls also store some movies. Speaking of which, I first watched one in high school with a group of roommates. Back then, I was so naive and clueless about relationships. Still shy about holding hands. You're a real loser. I started watching in elementary school. If I recall correctly, it was my dad's stash. Tightly wrapped in a black bag. My parents were away on business, and I watched it on DVD. I had a unique experience. An older girl introduced me to it. Just thinking about that moment makes me blush. It was so thrilling. Brother, bye. Good things should be shared. Let us arrange a resource exchange later. Count me in. I have the latest episodes, guaranteed satisfaction. You all have such lewd thoughts. I prefer something like the 300 Tang poems or an encyclopedia of survival skills. Husband, if you truly have wronged me, I will ensure everyone knows your true nature. Lin Qianyu sniffled, taking her phone and heading straight for the bedroom. Sigh, he was truly in a precarious situation. Subai could only obediently follow her. Surely, it wasn't he that kind of material, nor was it related to academic resources. Chapter 9. Just some ordinary, unremarkable photos. Husband. The password. Lin Qianyu firmly seated Subai in the chair while positioning the laptop in front of him. Be honest, I've already tried our birthdays, and they don't work. Husband, you must know that even your bank card password is derived from my information, yet you keep this from me? There must be some unspeakable secrets hidden within. Looking down at him from her elevated position, Subai felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. At this moment, however, he found himself in a predicament from which there was no easy escape. Whether it was to flee, to employ a ruse of empty fortification, or even to succumb to the coaxing of a friend for a drink, he realized that even if his grandfather were to rise from the grave, there would be no way to evade the impending disaster. Subai gritted his teeth, his expression akin to that of a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, and articulated each word with deliberate clarity. The password is your birthday, plus my birthday. Is it really that simple? Lin Qianyu swiftly repositioned herself at the computer, perching herself upon Subai's lap. After all this hesitation, I might as well calculate it myself. Feeling the warmth radiating from Lin Qianyu, Subai's heart felt somewhat soothed, while his hand, rather unrestrained, found its way to her waist, giving it a gentle pinch. There, that's what you get for bullying your honest husband. After 2 years of marriage, Subai was acutely aware of where his wife's sensitivity lay. Ouch. At his touch, Lin Qianyu squirmed. The next moment, as if realizing something, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Subai, that's excessive. She turned to him, her gaze fierce yet flustered, as anger and shyness danced in her eyes. Please, stop fooling around. We're still live streaming. Moreover, the password is incorrect. I've tried both your birthday plus my birthday and vice versa, and both times I received an incorrect password alert. A stir began to ripple through a segment of the Livestream audience. Ahem, hearing the beautiful Lin's call has stirred something within me. This is too much. If I hear 2 more, I might just abandon my vows and indulge in the pleasures of the mortal realm. 2 years of marriage, and still maintaining such playful interaction? I envy you both. After just a year with my husband, even after a fresh shower, it feels more like a routine than the initial thrill. This couple is a match made in heaven. I can't decide whom to envy more. In any case, I'm feeling a twinge of jealousy, bullying us poor single folks. I suspect the husband is doing this on purpose to distract the streamer. Otherwise, why offer a false password? Keep the antics coming, as long as you don't stop. My gifts won't cease either. Husband, if you keep this up, I might just get angry. Lin Qianyu swatted Subai's wandering hand away. I'll give you one last chance. Will you reveal the password or not? Keep toying with me, and I'll report you to your mother. No, please don't, my dear wife. Subai jolted at the thought. Ever since their marriage, his standing at home had diminished. His parents treated their daughter-in-law like royalty and regarded him as mere grass. In every situation, his wife was always right, and he was invariably wrong, all under the pretext that a man must cherish his wife. If she were ever wronged, it was said that the son was expendable. Such was the burden of a man's duty. Thus, upon hearing Lin Qianyu mention reporting him to his mother, Subai envisioned 2 stern faces glaring down at him. The password is your birthday plus my birthday. If you keep this up, I'm genuinely getting angry. Seeing Subai remain unrepentant, Lin Qianyu's expression hardened with irritation. Wife, please don't be angry. I swear, it's truly your birthday plus my birthday. Just input them in alternating order to unlock it. Subai finally disclosed the password. Now, aside from kindergarten children, who would use their birthdays as a password? That would be far too easy to guess. Humph. Are you implying I'm a kindergarten child? Lin Qianyu huffed, her fingers again tapping the keyboard. In the live stream, why do I feel like Subai is insulting me? I tend to use my birthday as a password for everything, from bank cards to phone unlocks, even online accounts. Otherwise, with so many passwords, I can't keep track. The person above, be more confident. He is indeed mocking you. I, however, prefer using numbers for my passwords. What's the difference? Both are easily guessed. I think the streamer's husband has a good method. With rampant scams nowadays, it's better to have a more complex password. Did I hear that wrong? Since when is being scammed related to passwords? Isn't it more about intelligence? That's old news. I've heard that now. It's the less clever ones who are hard to deceive. Scammers target the smart ones, as they believe they are invulnerable. Enough chit-chat. Let us anticipate what secrets lie within this encrypted folder. Ding, ding, ding. Husband, this time you didn't deceive me. Lin Qianyu beamed upon seeing the password accepted and the folder unlocked, her mood instantly lifting. Yet, in the next moment, confusion clouded her expression. Husband, why did you use an encrypted folder for these images? Inside were merely mundane photographs, a toilet lid, socks, plush toys, most of which were custom gifts Su Bai had given Lin Qianyu over various holidays. Among them were also several peculiar images, depicting a blank sheet riddled with countless tiny punctures, leaving Lin Qianyu feeling rather perplexed. Turning to find Su Bai with reddened eyes, Lin Qianyu grew even more baffled. Husband, what's wrong? Have I inadvertently hurt your feelings with my doubts? She glanced once more at the photos in the folder, a wave of uncertainty washing over her, accompanied by a tinge of guilt. No, it's just that seeing these images reminded me of the moments we've shared over the past 2 years of marriage. Of our warm days together. Su Bai sniffled. Wife, the reason I encrypted these photos was to preserve this beauty. But, Lin Qianyu still did not comprehend. What's the significance of the toilet lid photo in the folder? Su Bai slapped his forehead in realization. Wife, do you remember? This was when our toilet first malfunctioned. And you decided against hiring a plumber to save money, so we fixed it together. I took this photo to commemorate that moment. And this torn sock? What does it signify? Lin Qianyu pointed to a photo of a frayed sock. I recall that sock is over a year old. Does it hold any special meaning? Su Bai scratched the back of his head, suddenly realizing how long that sock had been around. Wife. This was the first pair of socks you bought me during our first winter of marriage, to keep me warm. You specifically chose a thick pair. Did it happen? Lin Qianyu arched an eyebrow, struggling to recall the event. And what about this one? Does this have meaning as well? She gestured to a peculiar photo depicting a small black ball connected to a black leather tube. Su Bai, even at that moment, felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly leaned in close to Lin Qianyu's ear. Wife, have you forgotten? This was the prop you agreed to use for some excitement on our first anniversary, only to back out at the last moment. What? Lin Qianyu gasped, her voice rising 3 decibels in an instant, and hurriedly shut down her computer screen to prevent even more embarrassing photos from being seen by the online viewers. Su Bai, why didn't you tell me sooner? This is utterly mortifying. How am I supposed to hold my head high in the live stream now? The mere thought of her enthusiastic fans in the live stream sent shivers down her spine. No more of this. If anything like this happens again, you must inform me in advance. Lin Qianyu's annoyance was palpable as she pinched Su Bai's muscular arm. This is just too humiliating. I did say that you had to see it, Su Bai replied, feeling quite wronged, although the weight on his conscience was somewhat alleviated. That was a close call. Just a moment more, and Lin Qianyu would have uncovered the truth. You still have the audacity to speak. Lin Qianyu raised her tiny fist in mock threat towards Su Bai. I want to say a word. How about we wrap up the live stream early tonight, dear? Just let me greet the viewers before we log off. They are, after all, my friends. All right then, I'll go freshen up and wait for you, she replied. Chapter 11. The Troublesome Little Brother-in-Law. After a simple breakfast, Lin Qianyu adeptly opened her live stream. Good morning, everyone. As soon as she began, a multitude of viewers were already waiting in the chat. In just 10 minutes, the number of online viewers skyrocketed. 500, 1,000, 2,000, leaving Lin Qianyu momentarily stunned. Unable to suppress her curiosity. Is there really this many people today? Lin Mei, do you realize you've become quite the sensation? Last night, someone recorded the video of you discovering your hidden stash, and it went viral. Now many viewers are tuning in to see you investigate your secret funds. You absolutely must not disappoint them today. It's clear you jumped straight into the live stream without checking the trending videos. Your actions have polarized opinions. The women can't get enough of you, while the men are trembling with envy, ready to unleash their frustrations. Did the host use that black ball last night? Did she unlock a different realm? I'm a newcomer and heard that this host has some fascinating methods for investigating hidden funds, so I came here to learn. Reading through the barrage of comments made Lin Qianyu feel slightly embarrassed. She turned her phone aside, gesturing towards Su Bai. Let us have a casual chat first, everyone. No rush. Oh, so the male lead is still at home? Got it. I'm actually quite curious if she used that ball. Please share your experience with us. Seriously, can you stop? If you want one, just buy it yourself and take it home to use with your wife. It's giving me a headache. I don't have a wife. Want to try it with me? Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Su Bai approached the entrance to check the surveillance screen. Dear, it's your brother. As soon as he spoke, a man's voice came through the intercom. Brother-in-law, I'm here to return the car keys. Could you please come down for them? I have to head to class soon. All right, I'll be right down. I need to run my rideshare as well. Subai replied, turning to Lin Qianyu to say, Dear, I'm heading out to work now. Be good at home. Okay, take your time, love. I adore you. Lin Qianyu made a heart gesture and then winked at her viewers. Is it about to start? My heart is racing with anticipation, wondering what surprises await. Daily dose of dog food, but I'm definitely not a dog. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed outside. Oh no, I didn't check the weather forecast today. It can't be about to rain, can it? Lin Qianyu glanced out the window. The sky indeed appeared gloomier than usual. Everyone, wait a moment while I run down to give my husband an umbrella. I wouldn't want him to catch a cold. Outside, a young man stood patiently beside a car. Dressed in a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and sneakers, he radiated the youthful exuberance of his age. Twirling the car keys in one hand while the other clenched into a fist, perhaps concealing something. Upon seeing Subai come downstairs, the youth waved excitedly. Brother-in-law, over here. Subai, who had just reached the ground, turned to see Lin Qianyu's brother, Lin Qian, who, inheriting his sister's striking features, was equally handsome, though his name was a bit peculiar. Perhaps their parents had hoped to ensure their son's future prosperity with such a name. As he approached Lin Qian, Subai took the keys and playfully patted Lin Qian's head. Now, spill the beans. Who did you charm last night? Lin Qian rubbed his head and retorted. I did no such thing. I've only ever been interested in one girl, and that's the truth. I'm quite serious. Even more so than how you treat my sister. That's more like it. A man should be devoted to one woman to truly be charming, Subai praised. Come on, didn't you say you were in a hurry for school? I'll give you a ride. Huh, why are you still standing there? Get in the car already. Subai urged as he prepared to open the door. Brother-in-law, I accidentally saw this on your steering wheel, Lin Qian stammered, opening his tightly clenched fist to reveal several crumpled bills. I swear I didn't mean to. The position was awkward, and I just wanted to lean on the seat. They slipped out when I touched the dashboard. Realizing he had overstepped, Lin Qian quickly added, I should have put them back. I just wanted to let you know hiding them here isn't very safe. Seeing the crumpled cash in Lin Qian's hand, Subai's heart skipped a beat. But he maintained his composure. This isn't what you think. This is just the allowance your sister gives me each month. Take it. I hardly use it anyway. You can treat your little girlfriend to a nice meal. Brother-in-law, please don't explain. I've seen videos on social media about you. I didn't realize being with my sister would put you through so much. Having to rely on hidden funds to get by is really unfair. Lin Qian mused, imagining a dramatic storyline. I know my sister is exceptional, and you two seem very loving, but I still feel sorry for you. You can keep the money. Use it to buy a couple of bottles of wine to relieve your stress. Besides, who even uses cash these days? It's all about WeChat or Alipay now. Subai couldn't help but scoff, interrupting his brother-in-law's imaginative narrative. It's really not what you think. Your sister treats me quite well. Brother-in-law, I'm grown now. There's no need to explain. I understand everything. Eventually, I'll go through all of this too, Lin Qian said, preparing to return the crumpled bills to Subai. Take it, or I'll get angry. Are we going or not? Subai sighed in exasperation. Wow, this is just getting more complicated. Since Lin Qian was already aware, it wouldn't be long before their parents found out as well. He was at a loss for how to explain it. Brother-in-law, I really can't accept this money. Lin Qian insisted, feeling embarrassed. Knowing the truth now, it would be even more awkward to take the cash. Suddenly, a delicate hand appeared between them. Snatching the crumpled bills from Lin Qian, you two shouldn't argue. Since neither of you wants it, I'll reluctantly accept it. Sister, when did you arrive? This unexpected scene startled Lin Qianwen, causing him to take a step back. Well, this is just a little living allowance that my brother-in-law gave me. Sister, just take a look. Stop pretending. You little rascal. I heard everything quite clearly, Lin Qianyu interjected, stuffing several crumpled bills into her pocket while casting a meaningful glance at Subai. Receiving the signal from Lin Qianyu, Subai felt a jolt of realization and couldn't help but smack his forehead. This troublesome little brother-in-law. Just when we thought last night's incident was behind us. Here we are again. Why is it that there are so many coincidences lately? It seems I've been having ill fortune. Perhaps I should find a temple to pray for some good luck. My dear, it's all a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes, pulling out a bill from her pocket and handing it to Lin Qianwen. Brother, take a cab. Your sister and I have a few matters to discuss. Sister. He really isn't. Lin Qianwen attempted to defend Subai, but was silenced by Lin Qianyu's glare. Then I'll be off to class. Before leaving, he shot Subai a look that seemed to wish him the best of luck. The live stream audience erupted in laughter at the unfolding drama. Who would have thought this morning would be so entertaining? I've decided to follow this streamer. This channel shall be my source of joy. For it seems that happiness is often built upon the misfortunes of others. This little brother-in-law isn't bad, but his path is getting narrower. Huh. It seems this little brother-in-law is the former life-s creditor of our male lead, reincarnated to collect his debts, no matter how he tries to clear his name. His character is beyond redemption. Who would have guessed not only does he hide money at home, but also in the car? Brother Bai has truly opened my eyes to new ways of concealing funds. Am I the only one who notices that this little brother-in-law is quite handsome? Alas, he has a girlfriend. Otherwise, I would be willing to consider him for my sister. If that doesn't work, I could always introduce him to my younger sister. Hey, your standards are too low. As long as he isn't married, no wall is unscalable. But once married, let us not engage in such immoral conduct. Actually, I feel that he should remain single. You and your sister might even consider partnering up. After Lin Qianyu departed, only Su Bai and Lin Qianyu remained, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Sensing the shift, Su Bai spoke up. My dear, things aren't as you think, this money. Are you trying to say it's saved for the New Year's red envelope? Lin Qianyu interrupted him. My dear, how did you know? Are you a worm in my stomach? Su Bai feigned surprise, inching closer to Lin Qianyu. You can keep making excuses. The audience has already concocted a perfect cover for you. Let us set aside the money issue for now and discuss your car. Lin Qianyu waved her hand, evading Su Bai's embrace. My dear, what is wrong with the car? I now seriously suspect that you have hidden more money in your car. I was worried about the rain and brought you an umbrella, and instead, you surprised me with this. Without waiting for Su Bai's response, Lin Qianyu slid into the passenger seat. Su Bai looked up at the sky. Heaven, save me. Chapter 12. How outrageous. You've hidden money in such a place in the car. My dear, can we perhaps postpone this until tonight? The platform is running a promotion. And if we reach our goal, there's an $80 reward. As soon as he entered the car, Su Bai wore a pitiful expression while looking at Lin Qianyu. My dear, $80 can buy you 4 strawberry cakes. Plus, it will enrich our child-rearing fund. The mention of the child-rearing fund instantly irritated Lin Qianyu, as she recalled the events of the previous night, feeling foolish. What? Do you think you can destroy evidence? Today, you won't escape. I'll deposit $8 into the child-rearing fund to make it a neat 100. Lin Qianyu blew a strand of hair away from her eyes. Perfect. My live stream viewers can also help me figure out where you might be hiding the money. Su Bai, on the verge of tears, replied, My dear, you don't have to go through all that trouble. I can just tell you where I've hidden the money. You? I don't believe you. Yesterday you claimed it was gone. This time, I must find it myself. Right, ladies? Lin Qianyu was not buying Su Bai's story. Moreover, with the current trending topic, the gifts from the live stream would surpass what Su Bai could earn driving a rideshare. There was no need to pick up pennies while losing dollars. Encouraged by Lin Qianyu's call, the live stream audience chimed in with enthusiasm. Exactly. I still maintain that this mouth is absolutely untrustworthy. If he only reveals one hiding place, it means there are at least 10 more hidden spots in that car. To protect our Lin's sister's dignity, let us go. Ladies, I'll definitely use my experience in catching unfaithful husbands to ensure we uncover every hidden stash of money in this car, so he never dares to hide it again. My goodness, not only is he hiding money at home, but he is also doing it in his car. This is simply outrageous. Today, we must teach him a lesson on proper behavior and how to be a good husband. Ladies, can those of you with a backbone join the search for hidden money? I've been displeased with this man for quite some time. Get lost. With the support of many viewers, Lin Qianyu grew emboldened, diving into the various compartments of the car. After 10 minutes. No way. How can there not be a single hiding place? Lin Qianyu wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling incredulous. She had searched every storage nook in the car and had not found a single bill. Looking up at Su Bai's somewhat smug expression only fueled her frustration. Ladies, put on your thinking caps. Where else could he hide money in this car? Lin's sister, I've thought of every possible spot. I genuinely can't find anything. It's my fault for not being familiar with cars, but I'm certain there are more hidden compartments we don't know about. How could it be that there's no hidden money? I could tell from the look on the streamer's husband that this situation is far from simple. Wow. Brother Bai is impressive. He has hidden his money so perfectly. I'm torn between wanting him to be discovered and hoping he remains hidden. It's quite a dilemma. I refuse to believe this. In a fit of indignation, the poised Lin Qianyu couldn't help but curse, turning to glance at Su Bai's thigh, as if struck by a sudden thought. Get up. The only spot I haven't checked is beneath your seat. Not here. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on his face. If his hiding spots were so easily found, then the past 2 years would have been for naught. I don't believe you. Move aside. Lin Qianyu pushed Su Bai out of the car and continued her frantic search for another 5 minutes. This is impossible. I've checked the trunk and every possible storage area and found not a single trace. Turning back to Su Bai, Lin Qianyu narrowed her eyes. Husband, did you hide it just as you sat down? How could that be? I've been sitting quietly beside you. There's no way I had the chance to move anything. Su Bai feigned astonishment, countering Lin Qianyu's accusation. I don't believe you. I need to search you. Lin Qianyu scrutinized Su Bai from head to toe, feeling as though she could explore every inch of her husband. Without hesitation, she stood up and approached Su Bai, her hands eagerly roaming. Suddenly, Su Bai bent slightly, exclaiming, "Ouch, dear wife, you've touched the wrong place. In a public setting, we cannot indulge in such things. If you're truly eager, let us discuss it in detail tonight." Upon hearing Su Bai's brazen words, Lin Qianyu's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "Stop talking nonsense. I didn't touch there. It was clearly your belt." Wait a moment. The sensation felt somewhat different from a belt. "My love, it's not on my body. I might as well reveal where I hide my money," Su Bai thought to himself, recalling the smallest hiding spot and opting for honesty. After all, if he continued to dawdle with Lin Qianyu, she might inadvertently discover the secret location, resulting in a considerable loss for him. "That's more like it," Lin Qianyu conceded, her frustration dissipating, yet her curiosity about Su Bai's stash remained piqued. Once they were back in the car, Lin Qianyu fixed her gaze on Su Bai, not uttering a word. Feeling unnerved under her intense stare, Su Bai reached out to caress her cheek. "Darling, say something. Your silence frightens me." "Oh, you're afraid now? Since yesterday, I've noticed you've become quite bold. Now, where's the money?" Lin Qianyu frowned, exuding a fierce determination that suggested she was ready to take action. Here. Su Bai feigned a look of distress and carefully retrieved a small toy charm hanging from the car window. "You can hide money here?" Lin Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she snatched the teddy bear charm, inspecting it thoroughly. "I don't see any openings. Did you stitch your secret stash inside?" Without hesitation, Lin Qianyu pulled out a set of keys from her pocket, brandishing a nail clipper, ready to perform a major dissection of the teddy bear. Stop! Su Bai quickly intervened, reclaiming the teddy bear. "This charm was a gift from you when we bought the car. I can't bear to dissect it. Look, right here." As Su Bai removed the teddy bear's hat, he revealed a crumpled wad of cash nestled inside. The hat can be removed?" Lin Qianyu was utterly astonished. "I distinctly remember wanting to take it off when I bought it, but it was all one piece." "Well, I managed to separate the hat," Su Bai said, lightly tapping his fingers on his thigh. "I've revealed where I hide my secret stash. Now can I return to work? Is there anywhere else?" "This is your last chance." Lin Qianyu was unconvinced that Su Bai had concealed merely this small amount of money. Her brother Lin Qian had found more than this. "Yes, there's more," Su Bai admitted honestly, extracting a driving license from the storage box in the armrest, peeling away the black cover to reveal 2 red bills. I just pulled out the driving license and even glanced at it, but I never realized the truth was so close." As Lin Qianyu watched Su Bai retrieve money from the driving license, she felt a wave of frustration. The revelations did not end there. Su Bai then produced 2 more small wads of cash from a seam in the overhead grip of the car, looking quite aggrieved as he said, "That's all there is." "Really? Truly? If you don't believe me, feel free to search yourself," he reassured her, patting his chest. "I'll tentatively believe you for now. We'll revisit this matter later. Even if I can't find anything in the car, I can always search the encrypted files on the computer. Surely, there are photos related to the hidden money in my room. Drive carefully. Tonight, I'll prepare chicken soup for you. Remember not to work late." Lin Qianyu ruffled Su Bai's hair. "I'm off to do my live stream now. I love you, dear wife." "I love you too." After watching Lin Qianyu ascend the stairs, Su Bai took a deep breath, relishing the warmth beneath him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Sacrificing a few hundred yuan to preserve his larger stash was a worthy trade. Casting one last glance at the window of their home, Su Bai pressed the accelerator and sped away. Chapter 13, A Poor Start, The Soul Artist. Today truly opened my eyes. Just like the streamer, I thought this man would hide his secret stash within the teddy bear, but he cleverly concealed it in the hat instead. What a brilliant twist. Exactly. And hiding money inside the driving license? I assumed it would be tucked behind the document, never suspecting it lay within the black cover. I strongly suspect the amount he disclosed is merely a fraction of the truth. The bulk must still be in the car. Lin Qianyu must remember to strike back at the right moment. Concealing a stash like this is quite the art. I am increasingly eager to see what unfolds next. Last night, I couldn't discern what the photos on the computer contained. Today, I must analyze them thoroughly. Indeed, this is the highlight of today. New friends joining us. Be sure to unleash your creativity. We cannot have a repeat of the previous debacle where not a single penny was uncovered. It would be utterly embarrassing. The audience in the live stream, filled with regret for their previous shortcomings, was determined to redeem themselves. In the living room, the protagonist Lin Qianyu felt especially unsatisfied. Akin to a monkey being toyed with, she headed straight to her bedroom, retrieving her laptop. "Family, don't fret. While my husband is away, we shall dig deep and uncover every last cent hidden within this room." With her prior experience, Lin Qianyu skillfully input her password to access the encrypted folder. First, she conducted a thorough review of the photos, relocating any that could lead to misunderstandings, before aligning her computer with the camera. After all, if any inappropriate items were to appear, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. Family, let us search through these one by one. There must be photos related to the hidden money. Lin Qianyu clicked on the first image in the encrypted folder, revealing 3 pairs of shoes of varying sizes, depicted with atrocious artistry. Lin Qianyu scrutinized the image, pondering, family. Does this imply that there are 3 pairs of shoes concealing secret funds? Lin, I believe your deduction is quite plausible. The differing sizes likely signify your and your husband's shoes. Beyond that, there are no other markers, making the quest to uncover the money hidden within the shoes a significant undertaking. Ahem, why do I feel it's not that simple? Based on prior experience, could this be a red herring? Or perhaps these shoes are merely imposters, resembling shoes but not being them? I believe in slow and meticulous work. Casting a wide net will surely yield results. Since this image pertains to shoes, Lin Qianyu should conduct a comprehensive search. Observing the lively discussions in the livestream chat, Lin Qianyu nodded in agreement, raising her hand decisively. Search. We must search. After all, I have time today, and I'm determined to confront him. With resolute determination, Lin Qianyu immediately began rummaging through the drawers, starting with the shoe cabinet. First and foremost, she swiftly eliminated the obvious choices, such as men's slippers, women's sandals, and high heels. What remained were a few pairs of athletic shoes and boots, which would indeed serve as more discreet hiding spots for any clandestine savings. Subsequently, Lin Qianyu selected the pairs that were frequently worn by the couple, casting them aside into the impossible zone, as their high usage made it improbable to conceal any secret stash within them. Just imagine the embarrassment if, on a day out, a few vibrant bills were to tumble from the shoes. The viewers in the live stream wholeheartedly endorsed Lin Qianyu's approach. The secret stash must absolutely be hidden within the remaining pairs of shoes. Sister Lin must scrutinize them closely. It could also be stashed away in the seasonal footwear, particularly the winter boots, as one is unlikely to wear such items in the sweltering summer, making it easier to conceal some secret funds. Truth be told, my husband and I do not possess an abundance of shoes. We are not a wealthy family. Typically, winter shoes endure for 2 to 3 years, while summer footwear tends to wear out more quickly. Lin Qianyu opened another cabinet, revealing a collection of shoe boxes. These were the winter shoes that would be stored away come summer. I'll be checking all of these shortly. Well, I can't say if you're wealthy or not, but your husband surely has more secret savings than I do. Sister Lin, have you considered that your husband might be a hidden millionaire? How could that be? While I know he is clever, he merely drives for a ride-hailing service. How affluent could he possibly be? You all saw it. Aside from a bit more cash in yesterday's instant noodle bucket, today there's barely a few hundred in the car. I even contemplated leaving him a couple of hundred to avoid looking too shabby when going out. Lin Qianyu picked up a pair of 2-year-old basketball shoes, inspecting them closely. Achoo! Looks like they need a good airing out. They have developed quite a musty odor. Gritting her teeth against the strange scent, she untied the laces and presented the shoes to the live audience. This pair is clear. Moving on to the next. Sister Lin, your inspection is far too cursory. You must check beneath the insoles. Have you forgotten about the hidden compartments? It's also possible that the cash might be tucked away in the deepest corners. Sister Lin, you need to feel around. Just like the handle above in a car, it's entirely plausible to hide a small bundle of bills inside, especially in those larger-sized shoes. They surely hold secrets. You make a valid point. I was indeed not thorough enough. Lin Qianyu picked up the basketball shoes once more, pulling out the discolored insole and rummaging inside. Ultimately, she shook her head. Nothing here. On to the next pair. After an hour of searching through a total of 20 pairs of shoes, Lin Qianyu found not even a single coin, let alone a stack of red bills. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she gazed at the heap of shoes before her. Was it possible? Had the money sprouted wings and flown away? Or were these images truly unrelated to any hidden funds? For a moment, Lin Qianyu began to doubt her own judgment, but upon recalling Su Bai's smile, she felt that the matter could not be so simple. Meanwhile, the audience was intently watching Lin Qianyu's hour-long shoe inspection, ensuring that no corner was overlooked. As time passed, the number of viewers in the live stream steadily grew, many drawn in by the viral short videos, eager to see where the secret stash might be concealed. Damn it. If he comes back and retrieves secret funds from the shoes, that would be the ultimate slap in the face. I maintain that this situation is far more complicated than it appears. Perhaps Lin, the stunning beauty, should consider other images. Since we can't find anything in the shoes, let us not remain trapped in this dead end. Agreeing with her fan's suggestion, Lin Qianyu said, all right, let us search a simpler location next. Yet, her gaze still lingered on the pile of shoes. Could there truly be no hidden funds among them? Turning the camera towards her computer, Lin Qianyu prepared to search for a specific image rather than relying on the abstract sketches produced by an amateur artist. A thought struck her. What if the previous drawing did not depict shoes at all? Had she been making a fuss over nothing? Dear viewers, which image do you think is more reliable and likely to reveal the hidden funds? Staring at the hundreds of images in her folder, Lin Qianyu found herself at a loss. What does the fourth photo in the first row signify? Is that a corner of a refrigerator? I think the toilet deserves a look. When you mentioned the toilet photo yesterday, I noticed your husband's gaze flickering. It was a clear sign of deceit. There could be secrets hidden inside. And that black ball, although I don't know why that photo is missing, it only adds to the mystery. Lin, the stunning beauty, should examine it closely. Lin Qianyu was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. How could these enthusiastic fans remember such details? Could they not skip this segment? Was this really suitable for a live stream? It could easily be misconstrued as a low-quality broadcast. Moreover, even if it wouldn't be labeled as such, Lin Qianyu wasn't particularly thick-skinned. As some viewers began inquiring about the black ball, Lin Qianyu quickly shifted the audience's attention. Folks, let us check out the toilet first. It was my husband who personally repaired it when it broke. Chapter 14, Enthusiastic Guidance for Passengers. Personally repaired? The sleuths in the live stream immediately seized upon this sensitive phrase. I would bet anything that there's definitely secret money in that toilet. It must contain significant revelations. If I lose, I won't touch a woman for a month. We need to regain some dignity here. I'll wager too. If there's no secret stash, I won't touch a man for a month. To the two above, I seriously suspect you both lack partners. The majority of viewers also sensed something amiss with the toilet, their eyes glued to the live stream. For some reason, they felt a thrill in Lin Qianyu's broadcast, akin to a collective detective adventure, constantly engaging in a battle of wits with the male owner concealing the secret funds. Lin Qianyu found it peculiar that repairing a toilet warranted commemoration, while her birthday photos were nowhere to be found in the encrypted folder. This seemed a bit unscientific. Upon reaching the bathroom, she began her inspection around the toilet, even exploring the tiny crevices and edges at the back, but found no sign of hidden funds. With that ruled out, Lin Qianyu focused on the water tank that had been repaired. The answer must lie within. Reaching out to feel around the toilet tank lid, she awkwardly asked the live audience, dear viewers, does anyone know how to open this? I've searched everywhere and can't find any switch. Ah, I knew it. Why has Lin been caressing the toilet lid? I thought the host had some peculiar fondness for toilets, or perhaps a secret story with it. By sheer coincidence. I happen to be a plumber, and the toilet tank does not have a switch. Dear host, you can simply lift it. Upon receiving guidance from the fans in the live stream, Lin Qianyu suddenly grasped the situation and promptly seized the sides of the tank lid with both hands. Indeed, the lid was effortlessly lifted by Lin Qianyu. In the next moment, upon glimpsing the contents within the tank, her excitement surged. We found it. We truly found it. Inside the tank lay a black plastic bag, and it was evident that it contained the hidden stash of money belonging to her partner. What a revelation. This man had taken advantage of a plumbing repair to conceal a bag of cash. Had she not stumbled upon the images in the encrypted folder, Lin Qianyu would never have thought to inspect the toilet tank in her lifetime. The viewers in the live stream also felt a sense of exhilaration, fervently showering the screen with gifts. Professional at uncovering mistresses sends a grand gift. Note, finally found the right place. So happy today. Must celebrate. Golden Eye sends a rocket. Note, finding cash in the toilet proves the pictures are indeed related to the hidden money. Lin Qianyu reached for the bag and lifted it, her brow furrowing slightly. Dear friends, this weight feels a bit off. When she dropped it onto the floor, it produced a surprisingly crisp sound. Driven by curiosity, Lin Qianyu cautiously unwrapped the black bag. To her astonishment, it contained a collection of coins encased in waterproof packaging, along with a stack of cash, both in small and large denominations. After spending 10 minutes counting, she discovered a total of 668 yuan. In an instant, Lin Qianyu felt a whirlwind of emotions. She was elated to have uncovered the hidden stash of money that Su Bai had painstakingly concealed. However, she was also perplexed as to why Su Bai had gone to such lengths for a mere 600 yuan, even resorting to hiding coins. Goodness, hiding coins in the toilet tank? One might think Bai Gu is a walking fortune. To go through such trouble for just over 600 yuan, Bai Gu is truly extraordinary. But I've learned a valuable lesson. As a man, one must always keep a waterproof bag at home. It can serve as an excellent hiding place for secret funds. Shaking her head, Lin Qianyu decided to stop pondering Su Bai's motives and began searching for the next potential hiding spot, the refrigerator. Meanwhile, Su Bai was leisurely transporting passengers to their next destination, contemplating new strategies for concealing his own stash. How amusing. How had I not discovered this treasure of a live stream before? Xiaomei, you should have recommended it to me sooner. I'll have to check if my boyfriend is hiding anything illicit behind my back. I only found out about it this morning. I had never encountered this host before. And once I tuned in, I couldn't stop watching. In the back, two women erupted into laughter, interrupting Su-bai's train of thought. Ladies, what amusing spectacle have you come across? Your laughter is quite infectious, Su-bai inquired, a hint of irritation in his voice. The woman seated on the right in the back glanced up at Su-bai, although the angle obscured her view of his face. She could discern from his features that he was a handsome man. After all, this is a world where appearances matter, and conversing with an attractive driver was certainly delightful. I'm watching a live stream uncovering hidden funds, and it's absolutely hilarious. Can you believe someone would hide coins in the toilet tank to conceal their stash? The mere thought made her laugh once more. This man must lead a rather oppressed life at home. He likely has no authority as a man if he resorts to such measures. Toilet tank, coins, a live stream for uncovering hidden funds? Hearing these three keywords in succession, Su-bai's heart skipped a beat. Could this woman be referring to him? Excuse me, is the host of that live stream a stunning girl? Su-bai asked, feigning casual curiosity to confirm his suspicions. Absolutely. A truly breathtaking beauty. If she chose to become an entertainment host and performed a few dances, she would undoubtedly rise to fame. The woman named Ro-air remarked enviously. I heard that yesterday she fortuitously uncovered a substantial amount of cash hidden in a noodle cup. Her husband is quite remarkable to conceal money in such a place. I suspect her husband must have a rather shifty appearance. It's said that when a woman is exceedingly beautiful, she often pairs with an average-looking man to avoid worries about infidelity. Xiaomei chimed in, Ro-air, do you think your partner might also be hiding money? Shifty appearance? Average-looking? Su-bai couldn't help but smirk, momentarily considering abandoning these two passengers by the roadside. However, confirming that they were indeed speaking about him made him feel a twinge of unease. He never anticipated that his partner would take advantage of his absence to search for hidden funds, and to find one hiding spot in such a short time. What should he do? Surely, every man must have a little secret stash, right? However, unlike the hostess partner, who hid so much money, his own partner wouldn't dare do that. Otherwise, he might just break his third leg. Ahem, Ro-air, we have outsiders present. Let us maintain some decorum. Xiaomei couldn't help but remind her. My apologies, my apologies. Ro-air brushed her bangs aside and turned to Su-bai, saying, Driver, I was merely speaking casually. I'm not that kind of person. By the way, do you hide money from your wife? I bet the driver does. Xiaomei interjected. How about sharing your experiences on hiding funds with us? We could learn a thing or two. Gossip is indeed a woman's nature, and momentarily, both girls were filled with curiosity about Su-bai, experiences in hiding money. Upon hearing this, Su-bai nearly burst into laughter. If there were a leaderboard for such things, he would surely claim second place, for no one else would dare to claim the top spot. He was in a league of his own. Yet, recalling the disparaging remarks made by the two women moments earlier made him feel somewhat glum. Stealing a glance at the rearview mirror, he noticed the eager expressions on the women's faces. An idea struck him. Ladies, in my opinion, the reason the host's husband hides money may stem from some unavoidable circumstance. However, this does not diminish his affection for her. He must be a truly extraordinary man. In fact, rather than focusing on uncovering hidden funds, I believe you should be more concerned about whether your partners are chatting with other women behind your backs. After all, emotional infidelity is far more severe than concealing money. Imagine if, while sharing a bed with your partner, he holds you close yet thinks of someone else. How terrifying is that? As Su-bai rambled on, the two women nodded in agreement. Driver, I find your argument quite compelling, but how can we ascertain whether our partners are emotionally unfaithful? Upon witnessing the success of her scheme, Su-bai revealed a radiant smile. It's quite simple, she said. When your captain returns home, pay attention to whether he carries the scent of another woman's perfume, or if he lowers his phone screen upon seeing you. With his gaze darting about, these are all signs of guilt. However, I would advise against checking your partner's phone. After all, boys deserve their privacy. Otherwise, you might inadvertently create issues where none exist. After all, which boy doesn't harbor a few secrets on his phone, perhaps some unusual websites? The two girls exchanged astonished glances. Master, you seem quite experienced. I shall observe my partner's reactions when I return. If he dares to betray me, he shall face dire consequences. Sister Ro, that beautiful streamer is headed to the kitchen fridge. Do you think we can find her hidden stash of money this time? Ding. You have arrived at your destination. Please check your belongings before alighting. Wow, we arrived so quickly. Goodbye, master. The two women called out to Su-bai as they grabbed their bags and exited the vehicle. As they passed the driver's seat, they turned back for a moment, gazing at him with starry eyes. So handsome. If I weren't already taken, I would definitely ask for his WeChat. Sister Rower, do you find our driver a bit familiar? Have you seen him before? I can't recall, but he seems so familiar. Let me think hard about it. Clearing her throat upon overhearing their conversation, Subai quickly pressed the accelerator, hastily fleeing the scene. Should they recognize him as the male lead from the livestream, combined with his earlier enthusiastic advice, it would undeniably result in an embarrassing spectacle. Chapter 15. The most dangerous place is the safest. Driving to a desolate seaside in the bustling metropolis, Subai inhaled deeply, gazing at the crashing waves. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, she would be ensnared in the turmoil of hidden finances. Yet, this was not the most daunting aspect. The most alarming was that the system had rewarded her with a cash sum that very morning, which she had painstakingly concealed before Lin Qianyu awoke. If the money had been in neat $100 bills, it would have been manageable, but the system had provided a chaotic assortment, including coins, relentlessly challenging Subai's intellect. Over the past 2 years, Subai had invested a considerable portion of her earnings from the secret stash checking system into various enterprises, thus accumulating a fair amount of wealth. However, the exact number of investments and the extent of her riches had become somewhat hazy in her memory. Glancing at her phone, she watched Lin Qianyu fervently searching for hidden money in their home, and a smile crept onto her lips. It appeared that an opportunity to subtly showcase her abilities was on the horizon. Only then could she acquire a larger residence to conceal more of her secret funds. Otherwise, she would truly have nowhere to hide them. Surely, there must be some hidden stash. Ladies, quickly ponder where my husband could possibly conceal the money in the fridge. I've searched behind and within every shelf and still can't fathom where it might be. Could it be in the frozen food bags? Impossible. I've felt them, and they don't have the weight of money. But I have a hunch that there is still hidden cash nearby. Watching Lin Qianyu repeatedly miss the few locations where Subai had concealed money brought Subai a sense of amusement. Nevertheless, since some of her stashes had already been discovered since last night, she needed to concoct an excuse to deflect suspicion, particularly regarding the origins of this money, lest she frighten her partner into a panic. Extending her hand out the window to feel the sea breeze, Subai picked up her phone and dialed a number. "President Su, how may I assist you?" came the respectful voice from the other end. "I need you to handle something immediately. Please adjust my rideshare data. Increasing both my bonuses and the number of trips I've completed," Subai instructed directly. As one of the shareholders of the rideshare platform, she had every right to make such demands. "President Su, you drive for a rideshare service?" The incredulity was palpable in the assistant's voice, as he had not been privy to that aspect of her life. "Is there a problem?" Subai raised an eyebrow, her tone turning frosty. "No, no problem at all. I'll make the adjustments right away," he stammered, realizing his misstep. It was not his place to question the higher-ups. He would simply follow orders. "Good. There's nothing else for now, and please do not disclose this matter to anyone else." "Understood." After hanging up, Subai glanced once more at Lin Qianyu, who was still engrossed in her search for hidden money, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Some tenderness she reserved solely for one person. "Ding. You have received a new order notification. Please confirm whether to accept." "Accepted." Subai clicked to confirm, whistling as she drove towards the passenger's location. "Lin, perhaps we should give up. Your man's methods of hiding money are akin to those of a secret agent. I've exhausted every ounce of strength trying to envision where he could hide it. Could it be in the freezer's seal? Are you mad? That's impossible. If it were in the seal, the fridge wouldn't be able to maintain its temperature. Lin, check if there are any ice cubes in the freezer. Don't tell me your husband froze the money. Brother upstairs, I think you might be onto something. I recall a movie where the money was frozen in an entire freezer, and the culprit was ultimately exposed because he couldn't move it." After reading the comments, Lin Qianyu reopened the frozen section. There were indeed 2 ice blocks, but none bore the color of cash, ruling that possibility out entirely. Where else could it be? Lin Qianyu bit her finger, a habit she had developed since childhood when pondering a problem. As she gnawed at her nails, she picked up her computer to re-examine the image of the fridge. Staring intently, she suddenly noticed a small wooden block within the picture, leading to a revelation. Could it be that this image does not depict the fridge? In an instant, it dawned on her, and she turned around, grabbing a small knife and crouching down. "What are you doing, Lin? Don't tell me you're losing it over a bit of hidden money. Is Lin the Great Beauty planning to draw a circle to curse her husband? Stop with the wild guesses. Pay attention. I think the streamer has discovered something." Lin Qianyu crouched, inspecting each corner of the fridge. She recalled that Subai had eagerly found 4 wooden blocks to elevate the fridge after she had remarked how it would be perfect if it were just 3 centimeters taller. Until now, she had assumed those were genuine wooden blocks and never questioned their authenticity. Now, after fruitlessly searching for hidden cash in the fridge and correlating it with the encrypted images on her computer, Lin Qianyu had a striking hypothesis. What if the wooden blocks elevating the fridge concealed Subai's secret stash? With this thought in mind, Lin Qianyu stopped hesitating and began to scrape away at the nearest block. With just a few strokes, a hole appeared, revealing a stack of vibrant red bills within. Lin Qianyu estimated that there was around 5,000 yuan in just this corner alone, which meant that all four corners combined would amount to a staggering 20,000 yuan. Adding to this the over 20,000 yuan she had uncovered yesterday from hidden savings, the total sum of this clandestine money had now exceeded 40,000 yuan. Goodness! Where on earth had Su Bai managed to amass such a fortune to conceal? Moreover, the four wooden blocks propping up the refrigerator had been placed there 3 months post-marriage. This indicated that Su Bai's act of hiding his private funds was not a mere whim, but rather a meticulously devised plan. Realizing this, Lin Qianyu felt a sudden weight in her chest and turned to her live stream audience, unable to suppress her exasperation. Sisters, you were absolutely right. A man's words are indeed untrustworthy. The most perilous places are often the safest. How could Bai Gu have the audacity to stash his money beneath the refrigerator? As if he feared no rodent would gnaw at it? I recall a time in my childhood when I stashed money in a drawer, only to wake up the next day and find a significant amount missing, which infuriated me to no end. Ahem. What I'm truly curious about is how much money the male protagonist possesses. I suspect that if all of his hidden funds were to be uncovered, it would rival my annual salary. Lin Mei, I'm not mistaken, am I? A man's words are absolutely not to be trusted. Genuine. Honest men have long become relics of the past, nearly impossible to find. Truly, it feels as though a small knife has cut through my ignorance. Today has indeed broadened my horizons. As the saying goes, diligence leads to success, and the ocean of knowledge is vast, requiring arduous effort to navigate. A hint of mist appeared in Lin Qianyu's beautiful eyes as she suddenly realized that her earnings from live streaming gifts paled in comparison to the money she was uncovering from hidden savings. After a moment of introspection, she clenched her teeth and declared, I shall continue. Today, I must unearth every last bit of it. After discovering 2 more hiding places for the clandestine funds, Lin Qianyu's confidence soared. Chapter 16. Darling, it's resting on your derriere. At 5 o'clock in the evening. As per usual, Su Bai clocked out punctually. As for where he had indulged himself in between, only he was privy to that information. Regardless, one could be assured that life was treating him quite splendidly. Darling, I'm home. Su Bai exclaimed exuberantly, pushing the door open and calling out excitedly to the interior. He then took a moment to inhale deeply. Wow, it smells divine. Did you use my favorite red mushrooms to make chicken soup? Su Bai adeptly removed his shoes and stepped into the living room. The next moment, upon noticing the items laid out on the floor, a shiver ran through him. Darling, you can't be serious. This isn't my doing. It's an idea from my live stream audience, aimed at compelling you to confess freely and face consequences if you resist. Lin Qianyu greeted him with a mischievous grin, gesturing towards the keyboard and durian on the floor. Choose 1, 3 to pick from. Su Bai glanced at the keyboard, then at the spiky durian. Darling, I choose the last option. Are you certain? Have you truly considered kneeling on the keyboard? Lin Qianyu maintained her playful demeanor, causing a sense of unease to settle within Su Bai. In terms of physical punishment, Su Bai would much prefer to endure a mental trial. I'll take the third option. Am I right, folks? He certainly wouldn't dare to choose the other 2 punishments. After all, I've been married to her for 2 years. I know him all too well. Lin Qianyu proudly declared to her audience, before turning back to Su Bai. Now, you better obediently reveal the location of your hidden funds. That day, Lin Qianyu managed to uncover 6 hiding places for the private funds. Aside from the substantial amounts in the 4 corners of the refrigerator, the rest were only small sums. One location even yielded just a single coin. Had it not been for the reference image on her computer, she might have assumed it had been inadvertently dropped there. Su Bai glanced at the table in front of the sofa and immediately understood everything. It seemed this little lady's skills were still somewhat lacking. Darling, haven't you already found everything? All the hidden funds are right here on the table. Su Bai pointed at the pile of money on the table, pleadingly saying, Darling, can we negotiate a little? Could you perhaps leave me half of what you've found? You know how it is for men. They must keep their pockets somewhat full when they go out. It also represents face. Don't try to sweet-talk me, and don't think to divert my attention. Su Bai, let me make this clear. I won't fall for your tricks today. With over 100 incriminating photos in that encrypted folder, you expect me to believe you only have this little bit of hidden money? Do you take me for a fool? Lin Qianyu gave Su Bai no opportunity to respond, adopting a stance of unwavering determination. If you don't come clean today, don't expect any of tonight's chicken soup to be yours. Please, darling. This is the chicken soup you made for me. Can we discuss this after dinner? No. Seeing that Lin Qianyu was unwavering, Su Bai prepared to change his strategy. Darling, did you know? While driving today, I kept thinking about you. I want to save up more money for our future adorable baby, and also buy beautiful new clothes for our lovely mother. He then added, by the way, I have some good news. Today I not only received a bonus, but also doubled it. Lin Qianyu's expression softened slightly. Subconsciously, she was aware that her husband had it tough too. Yet, realizing his tactic had not worked, Su Bai decided to pull out his trump card. Darling, I love you. At that moment, the stream audience collectively covered their ears. Oh my goodness, this is just too sweet. Even knowing it's a diversion, if my husband declared his love like that, I would be over the moon. Speaking of which, it's been years since my husband last said I love you to me. Ears on fire. Why is my heart suddenly racing? The hostess husband has such a melodious voice. Hey, Miss Upstairs, are you sure you're only enamored with his voice and not his looks? I wish for such a sweet love. I'm so envious. Lin Mei, I'm feeling jealous. Can I borrow your husband for a day? I love you too, gag. Humph. Lin Qianyu's face flushed crimson at Su Bai's sudden declaration, yet she still gritted her teeth. You must tell me where the hidden funds are. What do the shoes in the picture signify? Humph. Does this guy think a simple I love you can win me over? Not a chance. Honestly, why bring this up during the live stream? Such things should be reserved for intimate moments between just the two of us. Oh dear, what am I thinking? It's still broad daylight. No, it's not about the time. Why am I suddenly contemplating this? Although Lin Qianyu remained steadfast, Su Bai understood that she was beginning to soften. Otherwise, she wouldn't be asking about specific hidden funds rather than demanding all of them. However, he was certain that offering just one wouldn't satisfy her appetite. His gaze shifted to the computer on the table, and a decision began to form in his mind. Very well, he would concede a little, but one must approach such concessions with a strategy. He couldn't simply give everything away without a thought. Or Lin Qianyu would certainly not let him off easily. Su Bai swallowed hard, feigning ignorance as he inquired, Darling, what shoes are you referring to? I'll buy you whatever you desire, no matter the cost. Stop with the banter, you're acting like a wealthy heir. You know exactly what I mean. Lin Qianyu pointed to the computer on the table. Those 3 hideous pairs of shoes you drew. I still can't fathom why there are 3 different styles and sizes. Ahem. Upon hearing the term rich second generation, Su Bai couldn't help but cough lightly twice to alleviate the awkwardness within. Subsequently, he approached his computer and meticulously examined the shoes he had drawn, then turned to Lin Qianyu with an odd expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing Su Bai's silence, Lin Qianyu asked in surprise. Hurry up. I'm telling you, stop playing dumb. Just tell me what these shoes signify. Su Bai lowered his head, then lifted it again to gaze at Lin Qianyu, his expression one of innocent grievance. Darling, one of the pairs is on your feet. Huh. Lin Qianyu was momentarily stunned into silence, and after a moment, looked down at her slippers. Su Bai, you've gone too far. Even now, you're still deceiving me. With that, Lin Qianyu reached out to pinch the flab at Su Bai's waist. Dear, please be gentle. It truly is on your feet. Su Bai dodged swiftly, and before Lin Qianyu could react, he bent down and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Amidst Lin Qianyu's startled exclamations, he unceremoniously tossed her onto the sofa, then picked up the slipper that had fallen to the ground. Darling, don't retaliate. Look, it's really on this. Chapter 17. I suspect this talent might be genetic. Oh my goodness, this enviable boyfriend power. I'm in love. For a moment, I actually saw a domineering CEO vibe in this man, being thrown onto the sofa like that, ordinarily. Wouldn't this lead to a fiery encounter? Just imagining it made my heart race wildly. I never expected this henpecked husband to possess such a commanding side. Streamer. Be careful. I fear I might be unable to resist stealing my love away. A segment of the live chat viewers, witnessing this scene, had hearts in their eyes, each wishing they could be Lin Qianyu, indulging in a romantic escapade with Su Bai. Su Bai, you are truly outrageous. Even now, you're still toying with me. Thrown onto the sofa in such a manner by Su Bai, Lin Qianyu felt a mix of annoyance and a tinge of embarrassment. When she saw Su Bai approaching her with the slipper, she nearly succumbed to the impulse to kick him. Fortunately, due to the live stream, her inner restraint preserved the last vestige of her rationality, preventing her from acting on her feelings. My dear, I'm not deceiving you, if you don't believe me. See for yourself. Su Bai lifted the slipper, unfastened the small adornment on it, and slowly extracted a neatly rolled 100 yuan bill from inside. This, upon witnessing Su Bai's sleight of hand, left Lin Qianyu utterly speechless in shock. So, it turned out she was merely a walking stash of cash. After spending an entire day searching for potential hiding spots for her secret funds, she realized it had been right under her nose all along. In a moment of disbelief, Lin Qianyu questioned, pointing at Su Bai, is there more? Indeed. Su Bai scratched the back of his head in feigned innocence, picked up the other slipper Lin Qianyu had been wearing, and retrieved another rolled-up 100 yuan bill from the small adornment. The excitement in the live stream surged as comments and gifts flooded the screen. Brother Bai is amazing. I genuinely admire you. Who would have thought the secret stash we searched for all day was hidden in the slippers worn by our sister-in-law? Truly impressive. When did these small adornments become hiding spots for money? I've never considered this location before. Bro, did you know? Ever since your wife's investigation into your secret stash went viral, my house has been thoroughly searched, and now I'm kneeling at the keyboard watching the stream. To think such inconspicuous places could conceal money. This man's antics have once again expanded my worldview. Now, I see everything as a potential hiding spot for secret funds. For instance, the stuffed toys on the sofa. Do you think they might be filled with red bills? I think that is possible. But I remember there are no toy photos in the encrypted folder, so I'll let it be. Otherwise, I fear it won't survive till morning. Noticing the barrage of comments, Su Bai's eyelids twitched, and he quickly turned to look back at Lin Qianyu, feigning calmness as he earnestly reflected. Darling, seeing me so proactive. Can we call it a day? There are still 2 pairs left. Lin Qianyu pointed at the 2 mismatched slippers. Which pair does mine represent? Su Bai hesitated, his finger trembling as he pointed to the middle pair. Who are you trying to fool? These are slippers. There's no small adornment on them. Lin Qianyu looked at Su Bai skeptically, realizing she had been blind to her husband's dishonesty all along. That's only because the small adornment was too difficult to draw. When I attempted it, I found it so unsightly I couldn't bear to continue, so I didn't bother to make 3 identical pairs. As he spoke, Su Bai's demeanor shifted to one of slight embarrassment. Then how will you distinguish which pair is which? Aren't you afraid I might toss this pair away? Lin Qianyu scrutinized the 3 identical shoes depicted in the image, still confused. Well, Su Bai stroked his chin. Darling, look closely. Doesn't the middle pair have 2 tiny dots? That signifies the small adornment. If I'm not mistaken, it's the only pair of your slippers with such a feature. Lin Qianyu leaned closer to the image. You're right. As for why he wasn't worried she would throw away this pair, it was because if she ever showed signs of wanting to discard them, he would swiftly relocate the money hidden within and would even buy her another pair with a small adornment. Therefore, there was no need to worry about mistakes. Su Bai crossed his legs, speaking with a hint of pride. What do you think? Isn't your husband clever? Clever, you say? If you had that cleverness, why not find ways to earn more money rather than hide secret funds? Lin Qianyu was left speechless, feeling her husband resembled a child. Little did she know, her husband's quickest route to making money was precisely through hiding secret funds. Hurry up, there are still 2 more pairs. Lin Qianyu pointed at the 2 shoes, one larger and one smaller, determined to resolve her lingering doubts. Su Bai remained silent, again casting an innocent gaze toward his wife. What are you looking at me for? Are you hiding something on me? Lin Qianyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Darling, you're truly astute. It's on you. Lin Qianyu's mouth fell open wider. Glancing once more at the freshly placed slipper on the floor, could there be secret funds hidden in this one too? Curiosity piqued. Lin Qianyu bent down to inspect the slipper, examining it thoroughly. Aside from the small adornment having a bit of space, there was no conceivable way to conceal money. How could that be possible? Su Bai, are you toying with me again? Lin Qianyu thought she had unraveled the truth and couldn't resist pinching Su Bai's fleshy arm. Ouch, that hurts. Darling, be gentle. I'm not deceiving you. It's truly on you. Su Bai quickly pointed to Lin Qianyu's pocket. It's in your pocket. If you don't believe me, take a look. If you dare to trick me this time, you're done for. Lin Qianyu reached into her pocket, pulling out a set of keys. I only have this in my pocket. Where's your so-called? As she spoke halfway, Lin Qianyu suddenly fell silent. Gazing at a small shoe charm on the keychain, she instantly comprehended everything. With a series of clicks, Lin Qianyu dismantled the charm and extracted 52 yuan from within. The viewers in the live stream were equally flabbergasted. What does it mean to hide a stash of personal funds? This truly epitomizes the highest realm of concealment, as he has ingeniously hidden his money on his wife. I am utterly astounded, and my admiration for Brother Bai is beyond words. It is a pity that this man does not engage in espionage abroad, with such intellect and creativity. I would love to crack open his head to discover the intricate pathways of his mind and the substance that fuels his ingenuity. My partner possesses a similar pendant. Could it possibly harbor his secret savings as well? Upon returning home, I must conduct a thorough search. No, I must investigate immediately to prevent him from relocating his stash. Truly, there is nothing we can conceive that this man cannot ingeniously conceal. Darling, do enlighten me. How could you possibly dare to hide your money on my person? Lin Qian's tone was laced with mockery as she stared intently at her husband, eager to see what excuse he would conjure. Ahem, Su Bai cleared his throat. Prior to revealing this secret to Lin Qian, he had already devised a rationale. My dear, you are misunderstanding me. This is not my hidden stash, but rather, I was concerned that should you ever become lost while out and about, you would need funds for a taxi to return. This is simply the fare I set aside for you, just as my father did for me in my youth. Goodness. Who would have thought that his methods of concealing money were instilled from childhood? Upstairs, you should assert that this talent for hiding personal funds may indeed be hereditary. Like father, like son. I suspect his father's techniques may even surpass his own. I must inform Auntie to investigate Uncle's hidden assets thoroughly. Su Bai's eyes caught a glimpse of the barrage of comments, nearly causing him to choke. Oh dear father, I apologize. You shall bear this burden for now. Chapter 18. Insanity, indeed, for he has truly frozen his money away. Continue your charade. We are now in the digital age, where cash is nearly obsolete. Although I suspect it may be a ruse, Lin Qian felt a flicker of emotion. After all, the fact that the money is on her person is indeed true. What if my phone dies? Then it would serve its purpose. You must understand my earnest intentions, dear wife, Su Bai concluded, pouting. Darling, may I have a kiss? Stop it, we're live. Lin Qian's cheeks flushed as she pushed away Su Bai's advancing face. But if my phone dies, I wouldn't even know how much cash I have, would I? What if I can't get back home? Don't think you can pull me into this. Upon uttering these words, Lin Qian glanced around, finding no larger shoes or ornaments. Well, dear wife, please wait a moment. Su Bai rose from the sofa, hopping to the doorway to retrieve the basketball shoes he had worn all day. Bear with me. They might have a bit of an odor. Before Lin Qian could respond, Su Bai proactively pulled out a shoe cover, extracting several crumpled bills and deliberately fanning them in front of Lin Qian. The live stream erupted with comments. So this is what those 3 pairs of shoes represented, though it is a rather odorous stash. No wonder when I organized my husband's wallet yesterday, I sensed a peculiar smell. Could it be he took the money out because it wouldn't fit in the shoes? I must commend Brother Bai on his fabrications. Though I have grown numb to them, I no longer believe a single word he utters. The mystery has finally been unraveled. How foolish I was to ponder the significance of those 3 pairs of shoes all day. Truly, one learns throughout life. Take it away, I do not desire this. Lin Qian disdainfully pushed Su Bai's hand away. Imagining the bills cohabiting with his feet made her feel slightly nauseous. Fine, we'll let the shoes slide. But what about other locations? Be forthcoming. Honey, I hardly have any money left. Most of it has been uncovered by you. The plethora of images on my computer was merely a ruse to confuse any would-be thieves from stealing my stash. Su Bai maintained his feigned innocence, defending himself. Who do you consider a would-be thief? My dear, you misunderstand. I do not mean you. My money is your money. I merely worry about thieves, which would indeed be a great loss. Su Bai quickly amended his statement, casting a pleading glance at Lin Qian, internally hoping this segment would pass swiftly. Since you claim there's hardly anything left, it suggests there is still more. If you voluntarily disclose today, I shall hold no grudges. Otherwise, I trust you would not wish to discover the consequences. Lin Qian threatened, pouting. Looking at Lin Qian's cherry lips, Su Bai nearly succumbed to the temptation of a kiss. Furrowing his brows, after a moment, Su Bai spoke slowly. All right. For the sake of our family harmony and the stability of our relationship, I shall divulge the last hiding place of my personal funds. Only one. Lin Qian remained skeptical. Having been deceived numerous times, every corner of their home seemed to harbor hidden money. Truly, if I am lying, my father-in-law shall wet the bed tonight, Su Bai declared, raising his hand in solemn oath. Ahem, have some dignity. Lin Qian shot him a glare. All right, as long as you honestly reveal another location today, I shall consider this matter settled for now. My dear, you promised. Yes, I did. Upon hearing Lin Qian's affirmative response, Su Bai leaped from the sofa, racing towards the kitchen with uncontainable excitement. What is this? Why is my husband so eager and animated about revealing his hidden funds? Su Bai's sudden willingness left Lin Qian perplexed, and she slipped on her sandals to follow him into the kitchen. However, at the moment she donned her shoes, Lin Qian's gaze inadvertently flickered to the little shoes. Knowing the money had been extracted, yet she still felt a nagging suspicion that other funds might remain hidden within. Such feelings were unsettling, a lingering unease gnawed at her. Truly, once bitten by a snake, one fears even the rope used to catch it. Arriving in the kitchen, she watched as Su Bai headed straight for the freezer. Lin Qian felt increasingly bewildered. She had already searched everything in the frozen section, and there was no conceivable place left to conceal funds. Besides, hadn't he already stashed money in the 4 corners of the fridge? Why continue hiding it within the freezer? Yet, Lin Qian refrained from questioning further, quietly anticipating Su Bai's next move. Creak. Su Bai opened the lower shelf of the refrigerator and proceeded to the first tier. Upon seeing only a few scattered ice cubes, Su Bai paused, muttering to himself. How strange. I distinctly remember placing it here. Where could it have gone? What is missing? Lin Qian inquired curiously, overhearing his muttering. Nothing. Let me look again. Clattering. Su Bai opened the second tier, but it was empty. The third tier yielded the same result, and after removing all the frozen items, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness. It's still here. What is still here? Lin Qian leaned in to see the empty shelf, her confusion deepening. Behold, this is the last portion of my hidden funds. Now I am honestly surrendering it to you. Su Bai handed 2 ice cubes to Lin Qianyu, exclaiming, You scared me. I thought you had discarded them. I distinctly remember placing them on the top shelf. How did they end up on the bottom? What? Lin Qianyu's mouth dropped wider as she received the ice cubes from Subai. Are you saying there's money inside? During the day, she had touched these ice cubes more than once, assuming Subai had intentionally frozen them for emergency use in case of burns or sprains, casually placing them on the bottom shelf while organizing the refrigerator. In fact, the moment she first saw the ice cubes, Lin Qianyu had harbored doubts. But upon realizing there were no white banknotes, she dismissed the thought. Now, Subai's revelation that these ice cubes concealed his hidden stash of money left her momentarily stunned. Are you telling me there's secret money inside? Lin Qianyu still struggled to believe it, pointing at the ice cubes for confirmation. Rest assured, my dear, at this point, I would never deceive you. If you doubt me, simply place the ice cubes in hot water to see for yourself. But why are the ice cubes colorless? Because I wrapped them in white material, of course. I'm not foolish. If I hadn't wrapped them, the red banknotes would be easily discovered. Subai reclaimed the ice cubes from Lin Qianyu's hands. Don't hold on to them too long. Your hands will freeze. If memory serves, the total amount stored within these ice cubes is approximately 4,000 yuan. As Subai genuinely began to move the money, a wave of excitement rippled through the live stream chat. Some viewers had already identified a business opportunity, accumulating a significant following by recording Lin Qianyu's investigation into the hidden money, which simultaneously enhanced her live stream's popularity. Tomorrow's headlines will read, outrageous. A man freezes his secret stash of money in ice cubes. I speculated today whether money could be frozen, but alas, I missed this potential hiding spot. It's all due to a fixed mindset. Had I not found the wooden block beneath the refrigerator, the host would undoubtedly have returned to search again. Wow. Brother Bai actually wrapped and froze the cash. What a clever strategy. I bet he often gives his wife hints, claiming the ice cubes are for emergencies. This maneuver is truly masterful. I refuse to believe this is his only stash. There must be more. I need to find time to investigate further. Last time I discovered something, I realized I couldn't approach it with a normal mindset. I must think like a detective to uncover the man's hidden money. Lin Qianyu continued to stare at Subai, momentarily speechless, before eventually recovering her composure. Darling, where did you acquire so much money? Well, Subai paused. It's because your husband is both diligent and smart. Therefore, I often receive bonuses, which accumulate into this hidden stash. Really? Indeed. I have evidence. Subai swiftly pulled out his phone to show Lin Qianyu the modified bonus records. See, this is my bonus record. I'll send it to your phone. All right. I'll trust you this once. Lin Qianyu glanced at the images on Subai's phone, suddenly recalling something, and spoke again. Darling, you're quite something. You didn't report your salary accurately. Humph, poor performance. 10 points deducted. You're sleeping on the sofa tonight. Please, my love. Considering how honest I've been today, and what about soup? Will you have some? Yes. Then stop whining and come help. Lin Qianyu no longer gave Subai a chance to negotiate, and turned to start preparing the soup. Subai wore a resigned smile, suddenly understanding why the ancients claimed that only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. The speed at which a woman changes her mind can be rather swift. However, as he observed Lin Qianyu's figure while she prepared the soup, a smile crept upon his lips. My woman, I can be accommodating. After a satisfying meal and some tidying up, Subai and Lin Qianyu returned to the bedroom to lie down. Perhaps it was because they had no intention of continuing to search for hidden money today, or perhaps due to the prohibition of alcohol during the live stream. Even with the online excitement still surging, Lin Qianyu concluded her broadcast after greeting her fans. After all, the two of them needed a little time and space for their private lives. Despite Lin Qianyu's insistence that Subai sleep on the sofa, she could never truly bear to part with him. At that moment, she lay atop Subai, one hand playfully caressing his belly, teasing, Darling, you've developed a little belly. It was likely from driving too much. After all, they had been seated for prolonged periods. While they could withstand it while young, reaching 30 might transform him into a chubby fellow. Inhaling the sweet fragrance of her hair, Subai smiled contentedly. Even if you become a big girl, I would never turn you away. Lin Qianyu continued to playfully knead Subai's belly, suddenly lifting her gaze to his chiseled jawline and asking, Darling, are you hiding something from me? A chill ran through Subai's heart. He feigned calmness, uncertain whether Lin Qianyu had stumbled upon his secrets. Could it be that she had discovered his hidden truths? No, that was impossible. Otherwise, the system would not continuously reward him. My dear, don't jest. There's nothing I conceal from you. Subai gently stroked Lin Qianyu's hair while holding her a bit tighter. Fine, everyone has their little secrets. And I want to pry. Lin Qianyu sat up, gazing intently at Subai, her tone turning serious. But darling, I have but one request. You must never do anything to betray me. Subai took a deep breath, responding earnestly, Rest assured, my love, in this lifetime, I will only love you. You are enough for me. Humph, that is more like it. Lin Qianyu returned to her playful self, resting her head on Subai's chest and drawing circles. Subai wrapped his arms around her, holding her close, and leaned in to whisper softly in her ear, "Wife, I love you. Marrying you is my fortune from a past life and my blessing in this one." You're just sweet-talking. Lin Qianyu wiggled slightly in Subai's embrace, her earlier grievances about his hidden money forgotten. "By the way, darling, I checked the back end. And due to the sudden popularity of the live stream, we made over 10,000 in gift income today. With your wife earning so well, you should take it easy while driving. After all, we can earn money together, and your health is paramount." Wow, I didn't realize my wife was so capable. So, does this mean I can become a professional kept man? Don't tease me. This isn't stable at all. This industry can boom quickly, but it can also fade just as fast. We never know who will rely on whom in the future. For now, we should save as much as possible to ease the pressure of raising children and caring for the elderly. Lin Qianyu began to envision their future life. "Darling, in the years to come, if I am no longer beautiful and my skin loses its smoothness, will you still love me like this?" Feeling her body tense in his embrace, Subai nuzzled his head against her ear. "Silly girl, my heart is not vast. I can only love one person in this lifetime. Rest assured, no matter the circumstances, I will always be here for you." Upon hearing Subai's almost affectionate confession, Lin Qianyu's nose twitched slightly as she wrapped her arms around his waist. "Darling, marrying you is indeed my fortune." A subtle smile graced Subai's lips as he freed one hand to pinch Lin Qianyu's petite nose. "Wife, when you just apologized, were you implying a physical infidelity?" "Not only physical infidelity, a spiritual betrayal is equally unacceptable." Lin Qianyu playfully wriggled her body. "I was merely teasing you. My dear wife, you are so exquisite that no one else could possibly captivate my attention. By the way, I forgot to mention something crucial last night." Subai's expression turned serious. What is it?" "I neglected to inform you that the master said, to ensure success, we need to engage continuously for 3 days. I trust you grasp my meaning." With that, Subai leaned in towards Lin Qianyu's cherry-like lips. "I can't believe you. 3 days?" Lin Qianyu's cheeks flushed, fully aware of her husband's intentions. "Are you interested?" "Not at all. Really not interested?" "Absolutely not." 2 hours later, Subai, cradling his beloved wife, drifted into a contented slumber, occasionally smacking his lips as if relishing the moments that had just transpired. Lin Qianyu gently reached out to touch Subai's alluring lips, a blissful smile illuminating her face. After a brief moment, Lin Qianyu seemed to recall something, carefully turning over to retrieve her phone from the bedside table. She opened it to examine the bonus photo Subai had sent her earlier. 10 minutes later, Lin Qianyu pouted. "Oh, Subai, the figures in this image do not align with the hidden savings. It appears this man has many secrets yet to be uncovered." As she turned back, ready to deliver a few playful punches to Subai, she was met with his gentle smile, which softened her heart. She nestled her head against his chest, listening to his rhythmic breathing, gradually closing her eyes. The following day, after a simple breakfast, Subai approached Lin Qianyu to plant a kiss on her forehead. "Wife, I'm off to work now." "All right, dear, drive safely and don't tire yourself too much." Lin Qianyu nuzzled against Subai's chest, expressing her affection through her body language. Gazing at his tender and adorable wife, Subai affectionately patted her head before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Lin Qianyu dashed into the room to change into a different outfit. Clad in a black tracksuit, a cap, and a 3-layered black protective mask, she looked like a detective preparing to uncover evidence of her husband's infidelity. To ensure everything was in order, Lin Qianyu peeked out the window. Her husband's car was still parked below, not yet started, so she had time. After 2 years of being together, Lin Qianyu was well aware of Subai's habit of listening to 2 songs by Jay Cho before embarking on his workday, a ritual he believed enhanced his performance. Once she confirmed everything was set, Lin Qianyu opened her live stream. "Host, what are you planning? Are you considering a career change to become a 3-handed detective?" "I almost thought I entered the wrong stream." "Lin, you are truly impressive. You gained 200,000 fans overnight. Are you continuing to investigate your husband's hidden funds today? I can guarantee, with my 3060 headlights, that your husband is definitely hiding quite a bit." "Host, your outfit seems off. Why do I feel like you're going to catch him cheating? Or do you think your husband has too much hidden money, implying he is engaged in unsavory professions?" "Ahem, dear brother upstairs, are you suggesting her husband is secretly fencing?" No. I think it's possible he is working at a high-end club. I heard the starting fee is at least 500, with tips often reaching 4 figures. But I must say, the boys there are quite charming. Several times my friends and I almost couldn't resist wanting to try." As the conversation in the live chat veered off course, Lin Qianyu quickly shook her head in response. "Everyone, it's not what you think. I'm merely curious about what my husband's daily work entails. Accumulating so much hidden money in 2 years means he must be working exceedingly hard. I usually stay at home as a full-time streamer, and Haven T paid much attention to his job, so today I want to observe closely. The reason I'm not following him in my car is that if I were present, he would surely act more relaxed, making it impossible to observe his genuine experiences. Enough chatter, my husband is about to leave. I must hurry to catch up with him. With that, Lin Qianyu grabbed the keys from the table and rushed downstairs. Chapter 20. Have even the security guards become so competitive? We all bear sins, committing various transgressions. I can determine who is right and who should rest. Arguments cannot resolve anything in an endless night. Silence your mouth, the only grace it provides. As Jay Chow's In the Name of the Father neared its conclusion, Su Bai, seated in the driver's seat, could not resist stretching languidly. Ah, bliss. Su Bai had always been fond of this artist, having listened to his music since elementary school and maintaining that affection even into marriage. He recalled the artist once saying that the music being played now was merely what he had left behind. He had indeed achieved a timeless dominance on music charts, boasting an innumerable fan base, with concert tickets being exceedingly hard to procure. Checking today's destination, Su Bai contemplated for a moment. Forget it. I won't accept any orders today. I'll clock in and head straight to the ride-hailing platform headquarters. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu sat in her car, intently watching Su Bai's vehicle. Had she not feared being late for a ride, she would have opted not to drive her own car to avoid detection. Have you noticed? The host's car is even more luxurious than her husband's. Of course, the host mentioned her husband's profession is driving for a ride-hailing service. Typically, one would use the most cost-effective vehicle for that. Who in their right mind would choose a fancy car? The maintenance costs would add up, potentially resulting in a loss. One must say, even from these little details, it's evident the host's husband is indeed a good man. He's moving. Seeing Su Bai's car begin to move forward, Lin Qianyu quickly started her engine, following at a distance. However, tracking someone is indeed an art. One must not let Su Bai notice, nor should they lose sight of him. Thus, apart from occasionally glancing at the live chat, Lin Qianyu had to maintain unwavering focus. I must say, since the host is following in her own car, her outfit seems somewhat excessive. But putting that aside, her tracking skills are quite impressive. She has the potential to become a competent detective. Lin, I personally suggest you maintain a distance of 2 car lengths. Especially be cautious of being spotted in the rearview mirror, or your tracking plan will be compromised. The longer I watch the live stream, the more I feel this couple resembles a poorer version of the Smiths. It's incredibly entertaining. If there weren't anything pressing, I could watch this live stream all day. Indeed, every day brings forth surprises. I dare say, this live stream will undoubtedly gain increasing popularity. I urge all my loyal viewers to assist the host in sharing this stream, inviting more brothers and sisters to partake in this thrilling game of cat and mouse, rife with verbal blunders and missteps. As time progressed, Lin Qianyu furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something amiss. It had already been half an hour. Yet Su Bai had not attended to a single customer, merely aimlessly wandering through the bustling metropolis. With such a lackadaisical approach to accepting orders, could he truly amass a significant amount of private savings? Unlikely. Although Lin Qianyu had never driven for a ride-hailing service, she was well aware of the fundamental rule that the more rides one completed in a day, the greater the bonuses earned. What was even more perplexing was that the vehicle was steering increasingly away from the city center, heading towards a more secluded coastal area. Struggling to suppress her urge to inquire, Lin Qianyu maintained a respectful distance, trailing behind Su Bai. The audience in the live stream also sensed that something was off. How peculiar. My husband also drives for a ride-hailing service and usually completes a ride every 10 minutes. Even so, running for 14 to 15 hours a day would hardly yield a substantial amount of private savings, given that he also has to pay his wages each month. Exactly. This isn't like driving a taxi, where one can pick up passengers at will. Ride-hailing drivers only head to destinations once the system assigns them a ride. Typically, to save on expenses, they wait in free parking lots or along streets where parking is permitted. The way the host's husband operates is hardly logical. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, who was blissfully unaware of being followed, the audio content transitioned from Jay Chow's music to an audiobook titled Wife Livestream. He was thoroughly engrossed, humming along to the tune of If One Day I Become Very Wealthy. His aimless wandering was simply a means of checking in, and he was now left with only one last destination. 20 minutes later, Su Bai arrived at his final check-in point for the day. Gazing at the boundless horizon where the sea met the sky, he was inspired and stepped out of the car to stretch his limbs, alleviating the fatigue from sitting. This was living, absent of stress, devoid of worries. After concluding his stretches, Su Bai exhaled deeply. He felt content with his current life, the only thing missing being a child. However, given his recent work ethic, welcoming a little tiger by year-end should pose no issue. The mere thought of his future child calling him daddy filled Su Bai with joy, prompting him to pick up a stone and skip it across the water's surface. Achoo! In the midst of his enjoyment, Su Bai suddenly felt a tickle in his nose. Unable to stifle a sneeze, it appeared that someone at home was missing him. Achoo. Huh. One sneeze indicated longing. Two sneezes suggested someone was cursing him. Who could be so malicious? Su Bai turned to survey his surroundings, but found no familiar faces. Little did he know, Lin Qianyu was quietly observing everything from a distance. Phone in hand. You scoundrel. You lured me out to work, yet here you are, relaxing by the seaside. Humph, I shall see how you explain this tonight. Contemplating her next move, Lin Qianyu snapped a few photos. This would serve as evidence to confront him with later, ensuring he wouldn't dare fabricate a tale. Oh, have you played enough? Are you finally ready to work? As Su Bai returned to the car, Lin Qianyu's mind was filled with internal monologue. If not for her sudden whim to check whether her husband was overworked, she would have never uncovered such a surprise. For the next half hour, Lin Qianyu continued driving at a leisurely pace behind Su Bai. At this moment, she remained oblivious to Su Bai's next actions, especially since he had yet to attend to any customers. The route, however, was no longer leading to secluded areas, but rather toward the most opulent business district in the metropolis. 20 minutes later, Su Bai's vehicle halted in front of a grand office building. Lin Qianyu, glancing upwards at the building's name, gasped. Isn't this the headquarters of the ride-hailing platform Su Bai works for? What could he possibly want here at this hour? Could it be that there's a glitch in the system and he has come to report it? As Su Bai exited the vehicle, a security guard hurriedly approached, opening the door with a respectful demeanor. Once Su Bai stepped out, the guard swiftly entered the car and parked it carefully in a designated private spot. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qianyu was momentarily stunned, posing a profound question to her live audience. Dear viewers, is the job market truly this challenging? Even security guards are so competitive now? This level of service is almost absurd. Chapter 21. Driving for a ride-hailing service to becoming a shareholder? Viewers, should I follow him inside? How can I do so without drawing attention? If my husband catches me, it would be game over. Gazing at the lavish entrance, Lin Qianyu felt a surge of indecision. If she were to enter, her attire would starkly contrast with the polished appearance of the staff coming and going, making her seem rather out of place. Yet, if she refrained from entering, she would remain oblivious to Su Bai's activities inside. Goodness. It turns out that the ride-hailing platform my husband uses is the same company I work for. I know that platform. It is among the leading ride-hailing services, valued at over $1 trillion. It's said that high-ranking employees there can earn over $1 million annually. Truly a paradise for workers. But isn't the platform merely a medium? What could Su Bai possibly be doing here? How strange. When did the security guard's demeanor become so amiable? Last time, I forgot my access card, and it took considerable explanation and proof for them to allow me entry. Moreover, I distinctly remember that row of parking spots was reserved for the company's top executives. Lin, you must follow him. I have a feeling your husband might not be as straightforward as he appears. The comments from viewers further deepened Lin Qianyu's confusion. Fine. Since I can't make sense of it, I won't dwell on it. Hearing is deceiving. Seeing is believing. I will go directly. Removing her hat, Lin Qianyu parked her car and headed towards the building's entrance. Upon arrival, she faced a new dilemma. Without an access card, entry was denied. Reluctantly, Lin Qianyu turned to a nearby security personnel. Excuse me, could you assist me in gaining entry? The guard scrutinized her from head to toe. Which company are you with? Lin Qianyu hesitated briefly before concocting a story. I'm a ride-hailing driver for this platform. I'm not sure why my payment from yesterday hasn't been processed, so I came to inquire. You can report that directly to customer service over the phone. After all, the after-sales support is not handled at headquarters. So there's nothing you can resolve here, the guard replied, eyeing Lin Qianyu skeptically as she continued to film with her phone. Furthermore, since you are not staff of this building, entry is prohibited. Please understand. Are you trying to deceive me? I just saw the owner of that car enter the building, and if I recall correctly, you were the one who parked it. Seeing the disparity in treatment, Lin Qianyu felt her irritation rising. If ride-hailing drivers are prohibited from entering the building, on what grounds can Su Bai gain access while I cannot? Moreover, the security guard's demeanor towards Su Bai starkly contrasts with his indifference toward me. Is there a bias towards young women in such situations? Dear security guard, you must not be so discriminatory. I am not only a ride-hailing driver, but also a budding streamer. Every word you utter is being observed by my 20,000 online viewers. Fearing disbelief, Lin Qianyu angled her screen toward the guard, demonstrating she was not fabricating her claims. However, the guard remained unfazed by Lin Qianyu's warning, steadfastly denying her entry. Madam, I am merely fulfilling my duty. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Our primary rule here is that non-staff members are prohibited from entering the building. As a security personnel, I must strictly ensure the safety of the premises. Why can the owner of that car enter, yet I cannot? Lin Qianyu reiterated, indignantly pointing at Su Bai's vehicle parked outside. The guard frowned. casting Lin Qianyu a peculiar look. Madam, are you attempting to get close to Mr. Su? He is not just any ordinary person. He is one of our company's shareholders. If Mr. Su wishes to return to his company, should I grant him passage? What? Su Bai, Mr. Su? Lin Qianyu was taken aback by the guard's words. Pointing once more at Su Bai's car, incredulously asking, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? The owner of that vehicle is one of your company's shareholders? There's no way I could misidentify him. It is imperative for us security personnel to recognize the faces of the executives. It is our livelihood, after all, the guard replied, his expression oddly scrutinizing as he glanced at Lin Qianyu. Madam, while your figure and appearance are indeed exceptional, there are many beautiful women in the company vying for Mr. Su's attention. However, I have never heard of any rumors regarding Mr. Su. Lin Qianyu remained in shock. The man she had been with for 2 years, who always deferred to her, was, in fact, the CEO of a publicly listed company. This revelation would be hard for anyone to accept. The viewers in her live stream were equally astonished, with some even spitting out their drinks in disbelief. Is this a drama? A ride-hailing driver turned CEO? Or did he become a shareholder to avoid suspicion from his wife? Even dramas wouldn't dare to portray such a plot. What? I never expected Brother Bai to be the elusive Mr. Su from our company. After a year here, I've never encountered him. I've only heard stories about a man known for his decisiveness and cold demeanor, whose decisions are unchangeable. I always suspected he was not simple. How could an ordinary person hide so much wealth? Running a ride-hailing service for extra income? With his attitude this morning, it's surprising he could even manage 10 rides a day. Cough. Are we sure the security guard is referring to the same person as the streamer's husband? He seems quite amiable, never once arguing with Lin Qianyu. His eyes reveal a deep affection for her. Suddenly, I envy Sister Lin. If what the guard said is true, this guy is indeed a good man, reserving all his tenderness for his family. I suspect he kept this from Lin Qianyu to protect her. After a moment, Lin Qianyu gradually regained her composure, although the sudden revelation was overwhelming. Hearing that Su Bai had no scandals brought her joy. She tossed her hair aside, curious about the guard's unfinished remarks. Dear security guard, what rumors were you referring to? The guard pointed at Lin Qianyu's streaming phone, then gestured to his mouth. Oh, I understand. Lin Qianyu promptly muted the sound and turned the camera away. Rest assured, I will not disclose anything you say. Noticing Lin Qianyu had silenced her stream, the guard stepped closer and whispered, it is said that Mr. Su is already married, but no one knows who his wife is. There's also a rumor. Lin Qianyu furrowed her brows. Some say Mr. Su might prefer men. You mustn't attribute this to me, or my job will be at risk. After speaking, the guard felt a pang of regret for his loose lips. Fearing he might lose his job due to his chatter, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but laugh at the guard's gossip. Whether Su Bai favored men or women, she was well aware of the truth. After all, the late-night overtime sessions had left her exhausted as one of the involved parties. Therefore, beautiful lady, I advise you to abandon the notion of approaching Mr. Su. Youth is precious, and there's no need to end up empty-handed. Just then, an older security guard approached. Placing a hand on the shoulder of the first guard, Xiao Lu, don't engage in idle chatter with beautiful women. It could reflect poorly if others see. Turning to Lin Qianyu, he continued, I apologize, madam. If you have no further business, could you please wait aside? We wouldn't want to make things difficult. Not a problem. I will take my leave and not disturb your work. Lin Qianyu resumed the audio of her stream and headed toward her car, unable to suppress a smile as she overheard the guard's conversation behind her. Ah, yet another girl caught in this web. What a pity. Mr. Su is so low-key. Despite being a wealthy executive, he drives such a modest vehicle. It's no wonder that young lady mistook him for a ride-hailing driver. You think Mr. Su is some kind of rich second generation? At his level, there's no need for ostentation. Just look at those big bosses. They have countless luxury cars at home, but choose the most understated one for work. Stop talking. Mr. Su will be coming down soon. Chapter 22. Su Bai? How dare you cheat on me behind my back? Everyone, let us wait in the car for him to come down. We'll see if we can uncover more secrets about my husband. Back in the car, Lin Qianyu waved to her viewers, her expression a mix of complexity, hoping that Su Bai harbored no further secrets from her while simultaneously yearning to uncover more about him. Indeed, Lin Qianyu's thoughts were tangled. She was currently pacing between her live stream and the building's entrance. I would love to interview the streamer about her current mindset. Is it not complicated to find out that her husband, who has accompanied her for years, is a hidden millionaire? I believe there's another possibility. Perhaps this man fears that wealth might impact their relationship. Seeing so much money regularly, he longs to preserve that beauty. Previously, I thought this was a deliberately crafted script by the streamer. Only now do I realize my perspective was too narrow. I truly do not understand the lives of the wealthy. I have long insisted it was not a script, but I never imagined I would witness such a grand revelation. Tomorrow's headline will read, The domineering CEO visits incognito. Fill in the blanks. While Lin Qianyu waited attentively in the car, Subai had already arrived at the 28th floor of the building. As he exited the elevator, a middle-aged man in formal attire rushed over to greet him, clutching a pile of documents. Mr. Su, here are this month's financial reports for your review. Subai took the documents, glancing briefly at the crucial figures before handing them back. You all can manage the details, just send them to my email later. Since you are here today, Mr. Su, perhaps we should convene a meeting to allow the heads of other departments to report on their recent work progress? A middle-aged man inquired cautiously, observing Subai. No need for that. Let Mr. Xie handle it. Is he in the office at the moment? Subai gestured towards the chairman's office as he asked. Mr. Xie just stepped out a short while ago. He mentioned he would be discussing a collaborative win-win model with a competing company rather than resorting to low pricing to seize market share, as that would jeopardize the industry's ecosystem. The middle-aged man detected no emotional fluctuations on Subai's face. If Mr. Xie knew you were here today, he would certainly postpone his meeting. Work is paramount. If there's nothing else, you may return to your tasks. I'll take a stroll through the technical department myself. Subai waved his hand, reiterating, I can manage it on my own. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously in agreement and quickly disappeared with a stack of documents from Subai's view. Upon entering the technical department, Subai approached the nearest workstation, where a young man in his mid-20s was fervently typing away at his code, oblivious to Subai's arrival. It was only when his colleagues prompted him that he snapped back to reality and turned to greet Subai. Mr. Su. Engineer Liu. I'd like to request your assistance in modifying some data. Since I have some free time today, I thought I'd personally ask our top technician, Engineer Liu, to help me generate some fictitious data. This was all to reassure his dear aunt. Engineer Liu immediately accessed the backend data. Mr. Su. Which part of the data would you like to alter? I run ride-hailing data. Could you modify my data for the next 6 months directly? Otherwise, I'd have to trouble you daily for updates, which is quite cumbersome. Subai squinted slightly, articulating his thoughts. Not a problem, Mr. Su. I can design a formula specifically for your data, so it generates your travel information daily within a reasonable range, avoiding any suspicion. Engineer Liu suggested after rubbing his nose. All right, proceed as you suggested. I'll head over to Mr. Luo's office. Subai patted Engineer Liu on the shoulder and turned towards another executive's office. Downstairs in the building, Lin Qianyu exclaimed, Humph. It's been nearly an hour. Why hasn't this guy come down yet? She was venting her frustration by striking a cushion in the car. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She worried every day about Subai being exhausted from driving, only to discover he had secretly become a shareholder in the company. Over the past 2 years, while he publicly claimed to be a ride-hailing driver, what had he truly experienced to attain such a status within the group? P.S. out. The male lead has emerged. For some reason, I find this man increasingly handsome. Could it be the allure of wealth? I feel the same way. Although he is clad in inexpensive attire, he exudes such confidence and charm. If I were 10 years younger, I would surely fall madly in love with him. Lin Qianyu noticed the same security guard from earlier, who diligently drove the car to the entrance and handed the keys to Subai. Lin Qianyu pursed her lips in contemplation. I can just about guess this insufferable man will symbolically accept a few rides before returning home to feign exhaustion and seek affection. As Subai's car departed from the building, Lin Qianyu stealthily followed behind. For reasons she couldn't quite articulate, this act of surveillance filled her with a peculiar thrill, igniting a sense of excitement within her. 20 minutes later, Subai arrived at the most renowned cafe in the city, the Lawn Mountain Cafe. He walked in directly and chose a seat by the window, clearly a regular patron. A woman in her 40s noticed his arrival and promptly approached him. Welcome. We just received a fresh batch of Blue Mountain coffee. Would you like a cup? Though over 40, the woman was impeccably groomed, embodying the essence of a classic song. Her charm undiminished by the passage of time. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Lan, Subai replied with a warm smile. He often enjoyed coming here for a quiet cup of coffee when not otherwise occupied. Don't be so formal, little Sue. If it weren't for your generous sponsorship a year ago, this cafe might have closed its doors long ago. It's thanks to you that we've reached this level of success. If you like, I can pack some for you to take home for your wife to try. The memory of the young man's timely assistance deeply touched Lin Lan. That's all in the past. Besides, Sister Lan, your skills are so exquisite that I wouldn't want to find myself without a place to enjoy coffee. Isn't Brother Zhang in the shop today? To Subai? That incident from a year ago had merely been a small favor. He went out fishing with some old comrades from the army. I'm busy enough to manage on my own without him. How about having dinner here tonight? I can ask Brother Zhang to whip up a few dishes. A blissful smile appeared on Lin Lan's face as she spoke of her partner. No, I can't bear to leave my wife to dine alone. I must return to keep her company. Subai chuckled in refusal. Very well then, do bring her along for coffee sometime. I'm curious to see what kind of woman has you so enchanted. For now, Let me prepare your coffee. After Lin Lan departed, Subai instinctively pulled a fashion magazine from a nearby shelf and began to browse. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu, who was keeping watch from a distance, felt her mood darken as she clenched a stuffed toy tightly in one hand. Goodness, not only does he have a company behind my back, but he also visits such an upscale cafe. And it didn't stop there. He was conversing so amiably with the cafe's proprietor. The online viewers in the live stream were equally envious. So this is the life of the wealthy. I've been to this cafe once. The owner is lovely, though it's a bit pricey, starting at $150 per person. This CEO is quite the dashing figure. I bet he spends less than an hour in the office. Oh man, you better watch out. Tonight, Brother Bai is in for it. Don't say that. The streamer's face is already dark. I sense a storm brewing. Subai, you're finished. How dare you betray me like this? Unable to contain her fury any longer, Lin Qianyu extracted a peculiar object from the car's storage compartment, pocketed it, and stormed towards the Lawn Mountain Cafe. Inside the cafe, Subai was leisurely flipping through the magazine, relishing the tranquility. Excuse me, is this seat taken? A beautifully made-up woman seated herself directly opposite Subai, with double eyelids, large eyes, a high nose, and a delicate face that must have cost a fortune. She exuded an overwhelming allure. The woman crossed her legs and rested her head on one hand, radiating a magnetic charm. To add to the intrigue, as Subai glanced at her, she provocatively licked her lips. Are you expecting me to treat you to coffee? Subai frowned, his demeanor growing somewhat impatient, surprised by his lack of interest. The woman's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't anticipated that a man would be so indifferent to her. Yet, the more he dismissed her, the stronger her desire to conquer him became. All right then, I'd like to share a cup of the same coffee with you. You might be disappointed. I'm broke and can't afford it. Subai shook his head, wearing a helpless expression. My funds only suffice for one cup of coffee. The woman raised an eyebrow, fully aware that the other party was rejecting her. She found it hard to believe Subai's flimsy excuses. Surely, a man who could indulge in afternoon tea here would not lack financial means. Chapter 23. The 2 cups of coffee bore an intriguing name, growing old together. Handsome, do you think I am unworthy of you, thus concocting such a poor excuse to dismiss me? Yet, the woman remained undeterred, leaning slightly forward, allowing Subai to sense her breath. She could not fathom that anyone would spurn her beauty. This tactic had always proven effective in the past. However, to her astonishment, she witnessed this dashing man actually retreating. Even more infuriating was the fact that he had just raised the magazine he held as a barrier between them. Was he repulsed by her breath? Impossible. She always used mouthwash after meals, and her endocrine system was perfectly normal. There was no way she could have bad breath. Madam, since you have inquired so earnestly, allow me to be candid. You indeed do not measure up to me. Subai regarded the unexpected woman with amusement, contemplating whether to elaborate. Moreover, I am already married. My girlfriend is exceptional, and I cherish my wife dearly. Not worthy. Married. Wife. A trifecta of emotional blows. The woman boldly peeled away the magazine, obstructing their conversation, and gazed at Subai, taking a deep breath. Even if you do not fancy me, you should at least show some respect. Why fabricate such a lie to reject me? With a devilish smile, Subai replied, I apologize, but it appears we are not well acquainted. He then raised his left hand, showcasing his wedding ring. Furthermore, I have no need to deceive you. I am indeed married. I refuse to believe it. The woman, eyeing the handsome man before her, felt he was merely toying with her. If you find it troublesome, I could support you financially. Support? Subai could not suppress a derisive snort at her words. I truly have a wife. Might I request that you change your position? Should someone see us, it could tarnish my reputation. Undeterred, the woman produced a business card from her bag. This is my card. Should you change your mind, you can contact me at any time. Subai? Suddenly, a familiar voice reminiscent of a lion's roar echoed from the entrance, causing Subai to startle. Dropping the magazine to the floor, his heart raced as he turned toward the door. The sight of that familiar figure, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace and her cheeks flushed with anger, was unmistakably Lin Qianyu. Gulping, Subai instinctively prepared to flee from this impending disaster. Yet, as he gazed at the woman seated directly across from him, a torrent of emotions surged within him. Just as he intended to rise and explain himself to Lin Qianyu, she transformed in an instant, approaching him with a gentle smile. Before Subai could process the change, Lin Qianyu placed a hand firmly on his shoulder. Darling, how did you know I enjoy coffee from this place? Without awaiting a response, she plopped herself onto Subai's lap, pouting, Darling, give me a kiss. Subai was taken aback, his entire body tensing. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of his wife, who had never been so forward before. This was undoubtedly a declaration of ownership. It seemed he would be facing some consequences upon returning home. As for why his wife appeared before him, he had no time to ponder. Seeing Lin Qianyu's pouting lips, he leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. Wife, how come? Before he could finish, Lin Qianyu pressed a finger to his lips. Darling, my cheeks need a kiss too. Though uncertain of her next move, Su Bai complied, kissing each of her cheeks. Hello. I am Su Bai's beloved wife, Lin Qianyu. After completing this, Lin Qianyu stood, straightened her clothing, and extended her hand toward the woman. The woman blinked in disbelief, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Everything had transpired so suddenly. It seemed the handsome man had not been deceiving her after all. Mortified by her own actions, she felt her face flush with embarrassment, hastily gathering her belongings and muttering an apology before fleeing the cafe. Viewers in the live stream expressed their admiration for Lin Qianyu's actions. I thought Lin, the beautiful lioness, would unleash a fearsome roar, instigating a fierce showdown with Su Bai or engaging in a catfight with that woman. I never expected such an outcome. As a wife, this is how it should be. If she confronted that woman as a shrew, she would have already lost. Su Bai's refusal was also commendable. He dismissed her without hesitation or lingering doubts. I envy Lin so much. She has such a devoted husband. In moments like these, a man's true character is revealed, and Su Bai did exceptionally well, providing her with a profound sense of security. Indeed, if it were my husband, and I wasn't present, he might already be in bed with such a stunning beauty. In the cafe, after the woman departed, only Su Bai and Lin Qianyu remained. Exchanging wide-eyed glances, the atmosphere turned unexpectedly silent. After a moment, Su Bai took the initiative to break the awkwardness. Wife, I was wrong. Regardless of the reason. Since Lin Qianyu stood before him, he decided to take the first step in admitting his fault. What did you do wrong? Lin Qianyu fixed her gaze on him intently. In truth, she had witnessed the entire episode from the cafe entrance and was quite pleased with Su Bai's response. So her anger was not as pronounced as it could have been. After all, she was well aware of her husband's attractiveness. Being approached by others was not uncommon. At this moment, Lin Qianyu's serious demeanor stemmed primarily from her desire to gauge Su Bai's response. I was wrong to keep secrets from you. To sneak off for coffee alone, Su Bai replied, artfully avoiding the core issue. Is that all? Upon hearing this, Su Bai realized Lin Qianyu had likely followed him since morning, and she must have witnessed the scene where the security guard greeted him at the company. Also, I should not have concealed my investment in the company from you. Is it true that if I had not discovered it, you would have kept it from me forever? Lin Qianyu's nostrils flared slightly as she recalled the 2 years of deceit from the man she shared her life with. A wave of grievance washed over her. I worried about you during the hot days, fretting whether you would suffer from heat stroke. I worried about your safety on rainy days, and yet you treated me like this. Su Bai, you are truly a scoundrel. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Not only that, but you also came here alone to enjoy coffee. Conversing merrily with the owner. Witnessing Lin Qianyu's distress shattered Su Bai's heart, and he quickly enveloped her in his arms. Wife, I am sorry. I should not have deceived you, but I swear, I have done nothing to betray you. I know that. Otherwise, I would have taken you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to file for a divorce. Lin Qianyu's spirits lifted at the thought of Su Bai's earlier rejection of that woman. Darling, I want another kiss. Okay, he replied, feeling a blend of relief and affection. Have all the boys present noticed that women are, in fact, quite simple? If a girl harbors feelings for you, a mere trivial gesture can bring her prolonged joy. Therefore, should you find yourself embroiled in a quarrel with a girl, never resort to a cold war. Instead, shower her with affection, embrace her tenderly, and whisper sweet nothings into her ear. Even if she pushes you away, persistently draw near with unwavering determination. But isn't that akin to being a sycophant? Do you truly understand what it means to be a sycophant? To pine without reciprocation is what defines a sycophant. If two individuals are already together and genuinely in love, that is simply an act of giving. It is evident that you have never experienced true love. Warning, warning. After today's sugar rush, both parties are advised to be mindful of their conduct. Just as Su Bai and Lin Qianyu found solace in one another, Lin Lan approached with 2 cups of coffee in hand. Little Su, this is a public space. You are being excessive. Although Lin Lan's words suggested reproach, her eyes sparkled with affection. Little Su, it's no wonder you find no one else appealing. Your sister is truly exceptional. These 2 cups of coffee together have a lovely name, Growing Old Together, which suits you both perfectly. Setting down the coffee, Lin Lan extended her hand towards Lin Qianyu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Lan. Your ability to enjoy this coffee is largely due to Little Su's efforts. Chapter 24. It turns out I am a shareholder of the cafe. After a lengthy explanation from Lin Lan lasting 20 minutes, Lin Qianyu finally grasped the situation. A year ago, Lin Lan and Zhang Feng, the owners of this cafe, found themselves ensnared in a trap, burdened with overwhelming debt. The bank, relishing their misfortune, not only reclaimed their mortgaged properties and vehicles, but also sought to forcibly seize their cherished cafe. Lin Lan vividly recalled that period when they sought help from everyone. But aside from Zhang Feng's comrades who offered some support, other affluent acquaintances shunned them. In their moment of despair, it was Su Bai who stepped in to save the Lingshan Cafe and provided them with initial funding. After a year of diligent management, Lin Lan and her husband transformed the cafe into a thriving establishment, clearing all prior debts. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would not have had the leisure to fish with his comrades. Sister, let me share another secret. You are actually one of the shareholders of this cafe, holding a 30% stake. Lin Lan gently grasped Lin Qianyu's hands and revealed. Are you saying I am the largest shareholder of this cafe? Lin Qianyu gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. It was well known that this cafe was among the most famous in the metropolis. She could hardly believe she held shares. Yes, we were adamant about repaying little Su. But he would not accept. Ultimately, my husband and I decided to relinquish 60% of the cafe's shares to him. Lin Lan sighed as she recounted. In the end, he would accept only 30% after we persisted. When we signed the contract, I noticed he did not write his own name but filled in Lin Qianyu. I remember that day vividly, when I asked him why he chose that name. He proudly declared it was his wife's, his face radiant with genuine joy. Today, when you introduced yourself as Lin Qianyu, I knew you were the wife he often spoke of with such fondness. Interestingly, I had initially planned for him to join us for dinner tonight, but he insisted he couldn't bear to leave you alone at home. Sister, little Su is truly a good man. If he is concealing anything from you, there must be a reason. Above all, you must trust that he is the man who loves you most in this world. Lin Qianyu's eyes brimmed with tears, struggling to believe what she had just heard. Yet, she understood that these revelations were undeniably true. It turned out she had misjudged the relationship between Su Bai and Lin Lan. Unbeknownst to her, Su Bai had accomplished so much in her absence, always prioritizing her needs and reserving the best for her. The audience in the live stream was once again treated to a dose of romance, each member profoundly moved. Goodness, such a good man must be a rarity, far superior to those who merely promise the future or paint grandiose dreams. I had heard whispers of this cafe's impending closure. Who could have imagined it would flourish instead? This is the domineering CEO of my dreams. I am smitten. Perhaps I'll check my own assets to see if I have gained anything. Good deeds surely reap good rewards. The fruits of his labor today stem from the seeds he sowed in the past. Brother Bai is indeed a good man. Lin Qianyu inhaled deeply, turning to gaze at the man who had accompanied her for 2 years, her eyes reddening as her voice trembled. Husband, you are truly wonderful. Su Bai playfully pinched Lin Qianyu's small nose. This is merely what I ought to do, dear wife. Now, do try the coffee brewed by Lin Jia. Lin Qianyu lifted the cup from the table and took a delicate sip, her eyes lighting up. Husband, why didn't you bring me here sooner? This is absolutely delightful. Seeing Lin Qianyu relish the coffee she had prepared, Lin Lan felt a genuine joy swelling within her. Observing the sweet bond between Su Bai and Lin Qianyu reminded her of the youthful days she had shared with Zhang Feng. Sister, can you guess who possesses the finest coffee brewing skills here? Lin Lan playfully inquired. That must be you, Lin Jia. Lin Qianyu could not resist taking another sip. Oh, you've guessed wrong. The one beside you is actually the master of coffee brewing. It is thanks to little Su's guidance that we have the thriving Lingshan Cafe today. Lin Lan chuckled as she revealed the answer. Su Bai's heart skipped a beat, feeling the urge to escape the situation once more. As expected, upon hearing Lin Lan's revelation, Lin Qianyu playfully pinched Su Bai's waist. Well, Su Bai, I never expected you to have hidden such talents. If you possess such skills, why do you always make me brew coffee at home? My dear wife, it was merely to give you the opportunity to showcase your skills, Su Bai protested, casting a pleading glance at Lin Lan for rescue. The audience in the livestream found Su Bai's antics amusing. A man who fears his wife is truly a good man. Su Bai is setting a fine example for husbands everywhere. I thought this man was merely adept at hiding his savings. Who knew he could not only earn money, but also brew coffee? What else is he capable of? I wonder if there is a chance to savor a cup of coffee brewed by President Su. It would be a delightful treat for your fans. Regardless of how exceptional this man is, I will ensure Lin Qianyu thoroughly investigates any hidden savings he may have. Su Bai, I am admonishing you. Could you not take this seriously? Upon hearing Su Bai refer to her as dear wife, Lin Qianyu's face flushed crimson. Lin Jia is still here. You are making me appear unreasonable. Haha, sister, your brother Zhang and I used to be just like this. This is the most harmonious way for a couple to interact. Oh, a customer has arrived. I must attend to them. You two take the time to nurture your relationship, Lin Lan remarked, noticing someone entering through the door. After Lin Lan departed, Lin Qianyu playfully pinched the slight excess flesh at Su Bai's waist. Darling, when did you secretly learn to brew coffee? I had no idea. What did you learn? Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. It's not that complicated. It's all thanks to the system rewards. To this day, Subai remained oblivious to the multitude of skills he possessed. Dear, can I say I learned it at New Oriental? I can hardly believe you. Upon hearing Subai's words, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. I've heard that New Oriental offers English classes, excavator training, and cooking courses. But never have I heard of a coffee brewing class. Host, I just checked. New Oriental indeed has a coffee brewing training course. Moreover, excavator training is offered by Lin Qianyu, not New Oriental. I'm a graduate of Lin Qianyu. I can not only operate an excavator to light a lighter, but can also cook with it. By the way, here is a little promotion for my school, which excavator skills reign supreme. Lin Qianyu. Chapter 25. Don't you think this bear plush toy looks a bit chubby? To commemorate the revelation of Subai's secret, and at Lin Qianyu's enthusiastic insistence, the couple indulged in a lavish couple's meal outside, costing a total of 666 yuan. To this end, Lin Qianyu generously waved her hand, allowing Subai to experience the joy of treating. The moment the waiter cast a look of admiration in his direction, Subai felt tears of happiness welling up. 2 years had passed since their marriage. Each time they dined out, whenever the waiter glanced at him, Subai would invariably respond, "Don't look at me. I'm married." This would elicit a peculiar look from the waiter, as if to say, "Ah, there's a henpecked husband." That sensation was a shared plight for 80% of married men. Moreover, since he wasn't spending his own money, he had to be particularly cautious while ordering, ensuring the dishes catered to both their palates while remaining within budget. Being a man was truly a formidable challenge. The married men in the live stream echoed similar sentiments. Looking at Su, I suddenly understand why he hides his savings. His expression is exactly like mine. Why must men make it difficult for each other? Let us not delve into Su's hidden stash any further. At least Su has managed to save a considerable amount, unlike me. The one time I stashed away 500 yuan. It was confiscated by my wife the very next day. No, we must share the burden. I'll wait for Bai to experience my pain. Unless he publishes a guide titled Beginner's Guide to Hidden Savings, only then can I forgive him. After their meal, the couple took a leisurely stroll before returning home. Having experienced such a remarkable day, Lin Qianyu gazed around their home, feeling both familiar and strange. It was familiar because everything had accompanied her for 2 years. Yet strange because every corner seemed to harbor her husband's hidden savings. Moreover, now that she knew Subai was a shareholder in a company, the hidden stash in their home must surely exceed 40,000 yuan. Initially, she thought her husband was merely a ride-hailing driver. And having uncovered over 40,000 in hidden savings, she assumed there couldn't be much left. Lin Qianyu had been inclined to let the matter rest. However now, gritting her teeth, she felt a grinding sensation. A thorough investigation was imperative. If one day Subai became corrupt due to wealth, she would be at a significant loss. The two collapsed onto the sofa, and Lin Qianyu reached out to stroke the stubble on Subai's chin. "Darling, are you hiding something from me?" Subai needed to think carefully about his day. Apart from visiting the ride-hailing platform and the cafe, he hadn't ventured into other industries or met anyone else. So he believed he hadn't revealed any more secrets. "Dear, you know about my investment in a company and the transfer of shares in Lingshan Cafe written in your name. There's nothing else I'm hiding." "Humph. I don't believe you." Lin Qianyu sat up, turned to face Subai, hands on her hips, pouting in indignation. "If I hadn't gone to the cafe to find you today, you would have surely exposed more secrets." "Darling, you're wrong. I truly haven't." Subai made an innocent face, looking pitifully at his wife. "Your word doesn't count. Just don't let me catch you in a lie." Lin Qianyu pinched Subai's nose. "If you dare deceive me, I shall make it so you can't breathe and suffocate you." The viewers in the live stream began to chime in. "I don't believe him either. I think this man is hiding an even bigger secret. This is just too amusing. Director Zhang is missing out by not casting you two in a film. The daily lives of this couple could easily be a television series. If it really happens, I'll definitely support it. No? I'll bring my whole family to support it. Let us see if my husband dares to hide his savings after watching it. Darling, can I ask you something? Isn't there's still a lot of your hidden savings concealed within this house?" Lin Qianyu casually pointed towards the kitchen and then the bedroom. "I remember that here and there, you have stashed away your savings." Following Lin Qianyu's pointing, Subai felt a chill run down his spine. It was one thing to have avoided being caught hiding his savings before, but now, at this sensitive moment, he truly feared Lin Qianyu had discovered new hiding spots. "Where?" "Darling, don't say such things." Subai's demeanor grew slightly awkward, his eyes unable to meet Lin Qianyu's gaze. "Humph. You can't even look me in the eye. There's definitely something amiss." Asked the viewers in the live stream. "Absolutely. That's the telltale sign of a guilty man. And I noticed his eyes darting towards the ceiling. Could there be something up with the light? That shouldn't be the case. If he hid money in the light, there should be shadows. Subai can't be that foolish. What do you know? This is called reverse psychology." Think back to the ice cubes in the freezer last time. Wouldn't hiding money in the light be possible too? Subai stared at the barrage of ominous comments in the live stream, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Coincidentally, Lin Qianyu noticed this scene. Darling, why are you sweating? Why do you seem so anxious? Is there really something wrong with this light? How could that be? No, absolutely not. Subai hurriedly laughed it off, attempting to divert Lin Qianyu's attention. Lin Qianyu looked up closely at the large light fixture, then shifted her focus back to the bear-shaped cushion on the sofa, giving it a few playful smacks. If you say there's nothing, next time I catch you, I'll turn you into a bear. Ho 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 ho. The movements of the Hua family fist are agile and fluid. As Lin Qianyu playfully struck, she began humming the tune of Hua Yuanjia. While engaged in this, she suddenly felt something was off. Darling, the bear plush toy you gave me. Why does it feel different? Really? It must just be that it's been used for too long. Subai's voice tightened, his gaze avoiding the plush toy. Huh? Any viewers in the live stream noticed that the bear plush toy in the host's hand seems a bit chubbier? It does seem a little different. Its figure appears to have changed slightly. You didn't mention it, and I hadn't noticed, but now that you bring it up, it does seem peculiar. It feels akin to transforming from a slender girl weighing 100 pounds to a hefty one at 140. Just a moment. Let me verify the events from a couple of days ago. There's certainly something afoot with this bear. Is that so? Lin Qianyu scrutinized the bear doll in her hands once more and raised it, posing the question to her live-streaming audience. Dear viewers, do you perceive any issues? I'm back. Yes, there is definitely a problem. It has escalated from M to XXXL, and I have video evidence to prove it. Could it be that there are hidden savings involved? Darling, look, it's getting late. Shall we retreat to our room for some rest? Subai's complexion turned ashen. Today has been quite eventful. An early night leads to better health. Eventful? Strolling along the beach, sipping coffee, enjoying a romantic dinner with my partner, and yet you claim exhaustion? How am I, a programmer who toils over 15 hours daily, supposed to feel? And what about me, a factory worker leading a monotonous life on the assembly line? Though I must admit, the factory girls are quite attractive. Observing the discontent from the live chat, Subai refrained from responding, fearing he might inadvertently insult the overly passionate fans, especially with Lin Qianyu by his side. What sleep? Given the viewers' comments, the longer I gaze at this bear doll, the more I suspect foul play. Shall you take action? Or shall I? With that, Lin Qianyu produced a gleaming pair of scissors from her pocket, an item she had retrieved from her vehicle after witnessing a girl flirt with Subai outside a cafe. Upon seeing the glimmering scissors in Lin Qianyu's grasp, Subai jolted and shifted uneasily towards the edge of the sofa. Darling, why do you carry such a dangerous weapon? Realizing the implications, Subai quickly glanced down at his pants, panicking as he exclaimed, You can't possibly be thinking what I imagine, right? You wouldn't want to be left alone at such a young age, would you? Time is on our side. We must continue to savor the sweetness of love. What are you thinking? Be serious. Will you take action, or shall I? Lin Qianyu tossed the bear doll to Subai and brandished the scissors. If you decline to take action, I could practice, but do be cautious, for I might accidentally snip the wrong part. Do not blame me. Chapter 26. Lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot. Listening to Lin Qianyu's veiled threats, Subai wore a wry smile. At that moment, despite his reluctance, he knew he had to sacrifice something for survival. Yet, perhaps that wasn't quite right. A more fitting expression would be to sacrifice one's pride to endure. My dear, I would never allow you to exert yourself. Let me handle this. Subai picked up the bear doll from the sofa, embracing it momentarily before. Under Lin Qianyu's piercing gaze, he flipped the plush toy over. He pried open a small flap at its rear and tugged at a nearly invisible thread with force. Suddenly, with a rip, the entire doll tore open from tail to nape, revealing a small stash of cash within. As Subai pulled aside the outer layer, a heap of crimson bills was unveiled before Lin Qianyu's astonished eyes. At that moment, she was at a loss for words. Typically, while lounging on the sofa watching television, this man clutched the bear doll tightly, claiming it was a nostalgic token of his childhood, wishing to live joyfully like Bear and Bear 2. Yet now, to unearth a trove of hidden savings within it, coupled with Subai's earlier heartfelt proclamations, left Lin Qianyu's mind in a whirl. Subai? You claimed you had no hidden savings? Recovering her composure, Lin Qianyu pointed an accusatory finger at him. It was surprising, given that Lin Qianyu usually managed their finances meticulously. Yet this clandestine hoard kept surfacing before her. Is it possible that Brother Bai has a misunderstanding about hidden savings? While others stash away a few hundred or thousand, Brother Bai has hoarded piles upon piles. I suddenly have a brilliant idea. Why not team up to ransack our home? Who knows? We might strike it rich and achieve financial freedom. I can now empathize with Brother Bai's feelings. Discovering such a hidden fortune would pain anyone. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Look at their hidden savings, while I toil over mere tens of dollars. It seems Brother Bai has been hiding his savings since our wedding day. How prescient of him. I wonder how many men regret not stashing away savings until years in a marriage. After Lin Qianyu's extensive inventory, the total amounted to 64,283, combined with previous discoveries exceeding 100,000. The thought that this sum surpassed her 6-month income of just over 200,000 stirred feelings of inequity within her. She recalled her earlier vows made to online followers, assuring them that her husband would never hide savings. The slap of reality was resounding. Lin Qianyu twitched her nostrils and gazed at Su Bai, contemplating the man she had lived with for 2 years, the one with whom she had shared countless moments. Su Bai, you are in deep trouble. Sensing Lin Qianyu's fury, Su Bai shivered, foreseeing that his remaining hidden savings would not last long. The thought of the money now exposed only deepened his anguish. What is this expression? Am I at fault? Seeing the look of grievance on Su Bai's face only further fueled Lin Qianyu's ire. Hidden savings. Hidden savings. Lin Qianyu silently vowed to uncover every last cent of Su Bai's secret stash. Gazing at the now vacant bear doll on the sofa, an idea struck her. Su Bai, could there be hidden savings in the other toys as well? Impossible. There are none, absolutely none. Su Bai protested like a mouse caught by a cat. Whether or not there are, your words hold no weight. I must ascertain the truth myself. Without waiting for Su Bai's response, Lin Qianyu took the live-streaming phone and scissors into the bedroom. There were 6 more plush toys. All gifts Su Bai had given her for various occasions since their marriage. Initially, Lin Qianyu thought little of it, but reflecting now, it was clear that each festive gift had been a plush toy. How convenient for concealing money, yet so easy to overlook. Snip! With a swift motion, the scissors descended. And under Lin Qianyu's vigorous dismantling, the first toy was successfully dissected, revealing 12,300. The second yielded a collection of coins amounting to just over 500. No wonder it had felt oddly heavy. The third revealed 5,348. Ultimately, after dismantling all 6 toys, Lin Qianyu had amassed an additional 34,792. As she gazed at the pile of red bills on the bed, then back at the forlorn Su Bai on the sofa, she couldn't help but display a triumphant smile of conquest. After organizing all the hidden savings, Lin Qianyu promptly deposited them into the safe and returned to Su Bai's side. Darling, actions have consequences, don't you agree? My dear, you are absolutely right. Su Bai displayed an expression of disillusionment, his mind incessantly pondering whether those monumental secrets that could potentially shatter him should be strategically relocated. For now, these minor skirmishes remain within the bounds of what Su Bai can endure. The reason for his desolate demeanor was purely to lower Lin Qianyu's guard. So, I will temporarily hold on to your secret stash. You wouldn't be upset about that, would you? Temporarily? Surely, that is the logic of a thief. My husband. Would you not agree? Indeed. Su Bai immediately conceded. Then why do you wear the countenance of a warrior preparing for battle? Could you not spare a smile for your wife? Upon discovering the hidden funds, Lin Qianyu, in high spirits, leaned her face against Su Bai's, playfully nuzzling. My dear, this money is our future childcare fund. I'm merely safeguarding it for you, so do not feel disheartened. Just imagine, our future child clad in garments bought with this money, sipping milk from bottles purchased with these funds. Would that not bring you immense joy? As Lin Qianyu spoke, Su Bai envisioned a cherubic child perched upon his shoulders, calling him daddy, and felt a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seemed plausible. Su Bai found himself nodding in agreement, only to suddenly realize, but why is it my secret stash? My dear, how can you refer to it as your secret stash? You've already proclaimed it our future childcare fund, Lin Qianyu retorted with a mischievous grin. Observing her playful expression, and recalling that it was his own suggestion to establish this fund, Su Bai couldn't help but slap his thigh in exasperation. Truly, it was absurd. He had unwittingly dug his own grave, distancing himself ever further from common sense. My husband, do you not agree with my statement? Noticing Su Bai's silence, Lin Qianyu pouted and pressed on. Gazing at her charmingly petulant face, Su Bai felt an unusual stirring within, fixating on her cherry-red lips only a mere 20 centimeters away. Humph. One cannot always be the one at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Su Bai leaned towards Lin Qianyu, a peculiar smile gracing his features. My dear, since you mentioned the childcare fund, shall we hasten to create a little one? My husband, do not act impulsively. We are still live streaming. Lin Qianyu quickly placed her hand against Su Bai's chest, though her heart harbored a flicker of eagerness. This is simple. Su Bai turned to the live stream audience. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be all for today. We shall now transition to content unsuitable for minors. This is excessive. I would gladly pay for content, even if it's just a glimpse. I can already envision what is to come. My dear, how about we consider having a second child? To the one above, wake up. You do not have a wife. Su Bai disregarded the audience's opinions and promptly ended the live stream. In the next moment, amidst Lin Qianyu's hesitant gaze, Su Bai scooped her up in a princess carry. "Ah, my husband, where are you taking me?" "To the bedroom, unless you wish to stay on the sofa. That is permissible too. You are doing this on purpose." "That is not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" "Is it, Chapter 27. I bought a house for our future child. After a vigorous bout of intimacy, Su Bai once again conquered Lin Qianyu through sheer determination. He wrapped one arm around her waist while the other slid around her neck, securing her lovely figure against him. "My dear, may I discuss something with you?" Lin Qianyu shifted her body slightly, seeking a more comfortable position, her tone languorous. "Speak." "My husband, I have been contemplating this, particularly due to your Livestream. Now everyone online knows that we have a substantial secret stash. However, the property management and security in our community are not particularly reliable, and I worry that someone may unexpectedly visit our home when we are not around." At this point, Su Bai paused. "How dare you, Su Bai? So, it is my fault that you concealed the secret stash?" After their vigorous activity, Lin Qianyu, now slightly drowsy, found herself wide awake upon hearing Su Bai's words. "What is it? Have I not given you pocket money? Or am I starving or freezing you? Moreover, it was you who voluntarily handed over your salary card to me at our wedding. I did not force you." "My dear, you have misunderstood my intent." Hearing Lin Qianyu grow increasingly agitated, Su Bai quickly interrupted. "What I meant was, do you think we should consider relocating?" "What do you mean?" Lin Qianyu turned to face him, her eyes filled with confusion. "I mean, to purchase another house." Su Bai gritted his teeth and stated plainly. "My husband, do you have sufficient funds for that?" Although she was aware that Su Bai was a shareholder in a company, Lin Qianyu was oblivious to how much he truly possessed. Furthermore, in the bustling metropolis where housing prices are exorbitant, the mortgage on their current home was not yet fully settled. And now Su Bai was suggesting they acquire another property. Enough to change residences, Su Bai spoke cautiously. "Where are you considering moving to?" Lin Qianyu did not press, but rather inquired curiously. My dear, I must be honest. Please do not scold me." Su Bai tightened his embrace around Lin Qianyu. "Speak." "Well, actually, I have already purchased a house in the heart of the city. It just needs to be transferred into your name. Tomorrow, there is a meeting at the company, and the day after, I will take you to see it and handle the paperwork." Su Bai revealed with trepidation, knowing that this step was essential for his plan to better conceal his secret stash. Whatever the consequences, so be it. "What? You bought a house without me knowing?" Lin Qianyu was once again utterly astonished. The events of the past few days had continuously pushed her limits. Being a company shareholder and a cafe stakeholder was one thing, but now he was claiming to have acquired a house. Just days ago, she had felt a hint of pressure regarding their mortgage. And now she was to become a wealthy woman? "My husband, are you hiding a mistress from me?" The first thought that crossed Lin Qianyu's mind was quite alarming. "Is that why you told me about the house?" Su Bai felt an impending headache and gently tapped Lin Qianyu's forehead with one hand. "My dear, what are you thinking? This house is for our child. You know, in our country, the number of bachelors is increasing, and the requirements for marriage are becoming ever more complex. If our son does not have a car or a house in the future, he may struggle to find a partner." Ugh. Who says our son cannot find a partner?" Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu immediately objected. "Furthermore, how do you know it will be a son and not a daughter? This is merely being prepared for the future, whether a son or daughter. They are both our children and deserve to be adequately provided for." Su Bai replied earnestly. "Are you certain this is not a house for a mistress?" Lin Qianyu gazed at Su Bai with skepticism. "I swear, it absolutely is not. Moreover, this house has only recently been renovated. And you can see for yourself when we visit." Su Bai hastily vowed. "Besides, having you is more than enough for me. I could not possibly satisfy more than one." "What are you saying, Su Bai?" Lin Qianyu felt a wave of shyness wash over her, as if Su Bai's words implied something entirely different. "Ahem, my dear. What I meant to say is, I would only wish to provide for you. With our exceptional genes, any child we have will undoubtedly be beautiful." "Husband, when do you think we will have children?" Lin Qianyu gently caressed her abdomen, momentarily overwhelmed by maternal affection as she leaned against Su Bai once more. "Then we must make an effort. With diligence, we might just receive a delightful surprise next month." Su Bai inhaled the fragrant aroma of Lin Qianyu's hair and, with a voice rich in magnetism, spoke. "Wife. I can do it again." "What do you mean by do it again?" The following day, after a simple breakfast, Su Bai, as was his custom, bestowed a kiss on Lin Qianyu's forehead before departing for work. Lin Qianyu, having tidied up, reopened her live stream. Compared to the previous day, this time, the influx of viewers was even more substantial, quickly surpassing 10,000 online spectators. "Lin Mimi, I have a curious question for you. Were you satisfied last night?" "Of course I was satisfied. Just look at you, glowing with radiance. Only a woman with a harmonious intimate life can exude such happiness." How dare your husband disregard the feelings of the fans and in the stream? Today, we must continue to investigate. We must uncover all of his hidden funds. Indeed, I believe all secrets lie within that encrypted folder. After a day of contemplation yesterday, I have developed new ideas. Lin Mimi, you've truly become a sensation. But the victims are not just your husband. Male streamers across various platforms are also affected. Indeed, amusing scenes unfolded in the live streams of popular gaming streamers. The Great Monkey, a titan in the Dungeon Fighter online streaming community, was currently seething after a failed enhancement attempt, angrily striking the table. Damn it. I refuse to believe I won't succeed today. If all else fails, I'll call Mr. Ma. He must assist me. The viewers in his live stream were thoroughly entertained. Monkey brother, did you forget to bow to Mr. Ma's portrait today? Is that why your luck is so poor? Monkey brother, it must be because you washed your hands in the restroom today. You usually don't. Just as the Great Monkey was about to retort, a deluge of comments about investigating hidden funds flooded the chat. Monkey brother, did your wife check your hidden funds yesterday? Monkey brother, confess now for leniency. Resisting will only bring you more trouble. I heard your wife is currently dismantling the house with her friends. Immediately, the Great Monkey's expression shifted dramatically. What hidden funds? I am completely innocent. Such behavior could never be associated with me. Are you referring to that man who was recently caught with hidden funds? Huh. He is such a novice, thinking a man could be caught with hidden funds. Unlike me, I have never been caught by you, sister-in-law. Cough. Cough, you didn't hear any of that. I swear on my father-in-law's unwashed state for 3 days that I have never hidden funds. Don't believe me? Just ask my father-in-law how long it's been since he washed. The more the Great Monkey spoke, the darker his expression became, feeling that the more he said, the more mistakes he made. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual presence behind him. Turning around, he was startled to find his wife standing at the door, expressionless. Wife. Let me explain. The Great Monkey quickly donned a charming smile, inwardly cursing the man who had been caught with hidden funds 1,000 times over. What is there to explain? Just look at this. Qianyu held up a pair of limited edition signed basketball shoes in one hand and a crumpled wad of cash in the other. You can sleep on the street tonight. Cough, cough. The Great Monkey's downfall came rather swiftly. I told you, with Monkey Brother's personality, how could he not hide some funds? Help. Wife, let go. I was wrong. As the live stream screen went black, the Great Monkey's cries for help echoed. Chapter 28. Goodness, using Morse code to hide funds. The newly started Saju faced the same predicament, presently responding with bravado to his viewers. Hidden funds? If my wife finds my hidden funds, I'm afraid I won't survive. Saju was filled with confusion. He believed that his meager hidden funds were well concealed and could not possibly be discovered. Yet the barrage of comments demanding a thorough investigation of hidden funds left him bewildered, unable to grasp the unfolding situation. Don't worry, Pig Brother. We're not talking about you. We're discussing a recently popular streamer's husband. Wait, why do I feel like Pig Brother's expression is a bit strange? Brothers, could it be that Pig Brother is about to expose himself? I just came up with a brilliant idea. Let us invade other male streamers' live streams. We're bound to uncover some unsuspecting fish. Let us go. Count me in. I love this kind of thing. Sister-in-law, hurry over to thoroughly investigate Pig Brother. He must have hidden quite a sum as well. I just wonder how his methods compare to that man's. I doubt it can compare. That legendary man actually hid funds in a ramen bucket and even set up an encrypted folder. Truly astounding. Seeing the flood of comments, Saju was left speechless upon realizing the truth. Was I the one who exposed myself? No, he must divert this group of troublesome fans' attention, or he would definitely be kneeling on his keyboard tonight. Brothers, which streamer are you talking about? Hurry up and investigate. It's bound to be useful later. With that, Saju immediately entered Lin Qianyu's livestream based on his fans' suggestions. A multitude of fans joined the learning frenzy, causing the number of online viewers in Lin Qianyu's livestream to soar at an astonishing rate. Not only in the gaming segment, but male streamers across various categories experienced similar phenomena. Female streamers, too, were filled with curiosity regarding the investigation of hidden funds, as gossip and truth-seeking are innate talents for women. In no time, numerous streamers flocked to Lin Qianyu's livestream, eager to discover how she would conduct the investigation. Welcome, the generous Saju, to the livestream. Welcome, the illustrious Zhang Shaoxian, to the livestream. Welcome, the charming Dai Sister, to the livestream. Saju tipped Jialianhua. Zhang Shaoxian tipped Jialianhua. The arrival of many prominent streamers propelled Lin Qianyu's viewer count to a staggering 100,000, leaving her momentarily stunned, unsure of how to proceed. What is happening? Why are so many major streamers visiting Lin Mimi's livestream? I presume they are here for entertainment. This is far more interesting than watching mindless dramas. Lin Mimi, don't just stand there. Quickly investigate the hidden funds, otherwise, everyone will leave. Alright. Lin Qianyu, prompted by her fan suggestions, finally came to her senses. This is the first time my live stream has been so bustling. I'm a bit shocked. Let me briefly introduce today's content. We will thoroughly investigate my husband's hidden funds. I believe most viewers have seen related videos, but I feel there are still many hidden funds of my husband yet to be uncovered. Today, I wish to leverage the wisdom of the vast online community to turn over every stone in search of my husband's hidden funds. After finishing her conversation, Lin Qianyu promptly returned to her bedroom, retrieving Su Bai's laptop and directly entering the password to unlock the encrypted folder. She pointed to 7 or 8 images, indicating the refrigerator, shoes, and instant noodle bucket. These are the locations where I've discovered hidden savings, while the others depict places I've searched without success. However, my intuition tells me that these images are far from straightforward. Host, why does one of the images have a note stating 580? And why does that image resemble a ceiling panel so closely? Isn't that just a narrow gap in the window? No. The gap in a sliding window isn't this wide. I'm in the renovation business, and I'm certain this is the ceiling panel in the living room. The ceiling panel? Lin Qianyu scrutinized the image marked 580 once more. She had previously examined this picture for quite some time, initially believing it to depict a narrow seam by the window. She had even searched each window for an hour, ultimately yielding no results. Now, this comment had opened a new avenue of thought for her, prompting her to realize that she had been deceived by the angle of the photograph. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Lin Qianyu hurried to the stool in the living room where she was dining. Alas, it was too high. Reluctantly, Lin Qianyu had to return to the balcony to retrieve a ladder. Be careful, beautiful Lin, don't fall. If it's truly up there, then Brother Bai is impressive. He has even considered her height, knowing she wouldn't think to look in this location. Lin Qianyu cautiously climbed the ladder, illuminating her surroundings with her phone, and suddenly exclaimed with excitement, I found it. I found it. There really is hidden money here. Indeed, the collective intellect of the vast online community proved invaluable. 10 minutes later, Lin Qianyu, drenched in sweat, returned to the ground with a bundle of cash in hand. After counting, it amounted to exactly 580 yuan. Goodness, so the note refers to the amount of money. How direct. You're impressive, brother. We speculated for a day without figuring out where it was, and you pinpointed the exact location with one comment, placing the money into a specially organized storage box. An elated Lin Qianyu shouted to her live audience, let us continue. Let us see where else my husband has hidden his savings. Host, that hook is detachable. Think about which spots in your home have hooks. You can try checking them one by one. That golden chandelier in the center can rotate open, right? The third gray image in the third row seems to be the side of a book. The top appears to show the book's serial number. Following the enthusiastic suggestions of viewers, 3 hours later, Lin Qianyu had discovered savings in 9 more locations, totaling 13,786 yuan. The remaining images, however, stumped even the most diligent viewers, who could only admire Su Bai's ingenuity in hiding his money. Ultimately, the audience could only advise Lin Qianyu that since so many hiding spots remained, why not ask her husband to draw a map of where he had concealed his savings? No, for the sake of dignity, I must find this money myself. Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, determined, since we can't decipher these images. Let us examine these few closely. She pointed to one image that depicted a sheet of paper with numerous pinpricks. Friends, it's time to showcase your true skills. What is this? Those with a fear of clusters can't bear to look. Could this also signify a hiding place? Your husband isn't secretly hoarding a fortune. Is he? I heard that spies have been infiltrating our country to gather classified information. Suddenly, a comment caught Lin Qianyu's attention. Exactly. This image. I finally realized what the pinholes represent. This is Morse code. Look at the varying distances between the pinholes. If you tap your finger, you can express dots and dashes, with pauses between them for words and longer pauses for sentences. However, to decode the secret, we likely need a key. A key? Could it be the book we just found the hidden money in? Goodness, he even used Morse code to hide the money. Chapter 29. The 300 Tang Poems, 1001 Nights. Lin Qianyu returned to her bedroom to retrieve the book she had found the hidden money in. It was a Bible. She had often wondered why Su Bai kept such a book in their bedroom. His response had been that it was merely for show. Lin Qianyu, who had no particular interest in Western literature, had never opened the book. However, today, guided by her fans in the live chat, she was astonished when she first flipped through its pages. What a perfect prop for pretense. Su Bai had carved a square hole in the Bible, stuffed inside a wad of red bills, and reinforced it with tape to prevent the hidden money from being exposed in case the book accidentally fell. This ingenious method perfectly explained the use of the Bible and also validated the saying that in books there are houses of gold. He is so clever. Why not hide a beauty within the pages of the Bible? After an hour of fervent decoding by the enthusiastic viewers, It turned out that the Bible was indeed the cipher for the images filled with pinholes. The person hiding the money likely thought that once the hidden savings were found, no one would think of this book as a cipher. Yet, he had underestimated the wisdom of countless viewers. After all, 3 cobblers can surpass Zhuge Liang, especially with over 100,000 watching the live stream. The information derived from the first sheet of paper was simply the word, underground. Everyone pondered for a long time without reaching a conclusion. Surely, they wouldn't bury all the money beneath the tiles. That would be an exaggeration in terms of hiding costs. The second sheet yielded the information, computer. The third sheet contained the information, user. The fourth sheet revealed a string of letters, TD best. To everyone's astonishment, aside from the first sheet's information, the rest combined to indicate the location of a new folder. If it had been only Lin Qianyu, there's no way she would have connected the dots in this direction. Goodness, as if setting up an encrypted folder wasn't enough. There was an even deeper folder hidden within the computer. The layers of secrecy were so intricate that one might think they were playing an escape room game. Lin Qianyu immediately followed the prompts to open the C drive on the laptop, navigating through the user folder to best. After clicking through 13 folders, she finally arrived at the ultimate folder, which bore only 2 words, secret. Upon witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live chat displayed expressions of anticipation. All eyes glued to the screen, eager to uncover the secrets concealed within this folder. Do you think the previous folder contained hidden savings, and this one, being more meticulously concealed, holds something that men typically possess? As the live broadcast continued, the boisterous Sawpig waved his hand and exclaimed, "Brothers, I wager a carnival that within it lies a video or image of the male lead in an embarrassing situation with his ex-pig brother. It seems you possess quite the experience, don't you? Hiya. It appears that Pig Brother has indulged in such escapades frequently. Is there any daring brother who could hack into Pig Brother's computer and retrieve such treasures for our collective enjoyment? Hey, what are you all thinking? Even if they exist, I've deleted them, alright? After all, I'm married now, and I certainly don't wish to end up like Guanga, who has become infamous." Upon realizing he had drawn attention to himself, Sawpig hastily clarified, "Men should aspire to be like Guanga. I envy him greatly. Besides, at that time, he wasn't married. It was a mutual affair, which is quite normal. Ahem, I think it's better to stay focused. Such matters can cause significant harm to girls." Pig Brother must have been quite dashing back then, navigating through a garden of beauties without a single leaf touching him. To the brother upstairs, "Do you find my daddy handsome?" It's the same principle. However, Pig Brother undoubtedly had his fair share of romantic tales before marriage. Certainly, men after all. Back then, seeing fans admire him so fervently, Sawpig's expression turned slightly smug as he prepared to reminisce about his glorious past. Suddenly, he noticed the barrage of comments shifting drastically. "Pig Brother, may you seek your own fortune. Pig Brother, take care. I shall offer more prayers for you. Brother Mouth, see you in the next life." Sawpig turned around, nearly losing his composure. "Oh, I've heard you possess quite the skills. What was it like back in the day? Come, enlighten us thoroughly." Just then, Sawpig's wife, Xiaoman, happened to bring him some fruit and overheard this exchange. "Wife, that was just me bragging. Be gentle." Sawpig hastily corrected himself. After all, compared to the safety of his life, what did the admiration of fans truly matter? At that moment, Sawpig found himself being tugged by the ear by Xiaoman. "Oh, I hear you've gained some skills recently. I must hear how you boast." In the living room, Lin Qianyu was poised to click open a secret folder. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Subai rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency, exclaiming, "Wife, don't." But it was too late. With a swift motion of her right index finger, Lin Qianyu fully opened the secret folder. "We're doomed. This is a disaster," Subai thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After clocking out, during his leisure, Subai opened Lin Qianyu's live stream to see what his wife was broadcasting. To his horror, he found that Lin Qianyu had deciphered the secret code he had set using Morse code. Without hesitation, he rushed home. "Darling, why are you back so soon?" Lin Qianyu, noticing Subai drenched in sweat, asked, "Did the company meeting end early?" Well, yes, the meeting concluded ahead of schedule. And I thought I'd take you to see some houses," Subai stammered, his gaze fixated on the computer screen. "Is that so? By the way, what were you saying earlier?" Nothing. Subai replied, startled. "You gave me quite a scare. I thought something was wrong." Lin Qianyu sighed in relief. "Oh, by the way, I found over 30,000 in secret savings today, and your secret has been uncovered. I never expected you had a Morse code. Where did you learn this? I need to see what secrets are concealed in this new folder." Interrupted by Subai, Lin Qianyu almost forgot to check the contents of the folder, turning her attention back to the computer screen. Upon seeing it, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Glancing at it again, inside the folder were 5 subfolders. The first titled 300 Tang Poems, Study Material. The second, National Rich Women's Contact List. The third, How to Please Rich Women in a Week. The fourth, 1001 Nights. And the fifth folder was unnamed, leaving its contents a mystery. Subai, what is this? Lin Qianyu inquired, pointing at the National Rich Women's Contact List, her brow furrowing slightly. Wife, let me explain. Subai nearly teared up. Several study materials were gifts from his college roommates, and he regretted accepting such a present given the current predicament. I don't want to hear your explanation. Come over and open it. Lin Qianyu's eyes seemed to harbor daggers. If she could, she would truly want to stab Subai 1,000 times with her gaze. Each day brought a new surprise. Lin Qianyu worried that if this continued, she might eventually be driven to her wit's end. Subai gulped nervously, trembling as he sat beside Lin Qianyu. Wife, open it. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's command, Subai had no choice but to comply. He clicked on National Rich Women's Contact List, which surprisingly contained classifications by region. There were contact lists for rich women from various cities, including Magic City Rich Women Contact List, Imperial Capital Rich Women Contact List, and Rich Women Contact List from Guangfu Province, truly encompassing contact information from across the nation. Let us see what our local list contains, Lin Qianyu said. Her interest piqued as she clicked on the Magic City Rich Women's Contact List. To her astonishment, the folder not only contained detailed contact information, but also included measurements, ages, asset ratios, and more. One might think Subai was preparing to court a wealthy woman. In a mere second, Subai switched the interface back to the previous level. The viewers in the live stream were filled with regret at the sight, lamenting that they had not taken screenshots. If one were to inadvertently win the affection of a wealthy woman, imagine how many years of struggle could be avoided. Chapter 30. The Collective Plea for the 300 Tang Poems. Brother Bai, can I privately purchase it? I'm tired of striving. In youth, unaware of the allure of rich women, mistakenly treating young girls as treasures, only to end up with not just physical injuries, but also a wounded spirit. In youth, unaware of the sweet life, mistakenly thinking that youth could be spent chasing rich women, who are like a glimmer of light in the darkness. If only a rich woman were to take us in, we could move into a grand villa overnight. This could be a significant turning point in our lives. I thought it was some special short film, but to my surprise, it's truly rich women's information. Could Brother Bai's first bucket of gold have come from this? This is the true entrepreneurial path. These are not just aunties, they are treasures. While the fans in the live stream clamored for the National Rich Women's Contact List, Subai was sincerely trying to explain to Lin Qianyu. Wife, this situation is truly not as you perceive. Just think, don't I work all day and come home at night? Subai rushed to clarify. After all, if he failed to explain himself, the consequences could be dire. Oh, then tell me how it is, Lin Qianyu retorted. As for your work, all I know is that someone just goes out for coffee. I'm not privy to any other special tasks, she huffed. What if someone is a master of time management? After all, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Deep down, Lin Qianyu understood that her husband wouldn't engage in such behavior. However, since they had discovered the National Rich Women's Contact List during the live stream, a reasonable explanation was imperative. My dear, do you still remember Jiangnan? Of course I do. He was your college comrade. And it was through his matchmaking that we first crossed paths. Lin Qianyu was undoubtedly familiar with Jiangnan. After all, Subai was both his close friend and roommate. And now, he is also the husband of her best friend. During their university days, Lin Qianyu often traveled with her best friend, Subai, and Jiangnan, creating cherished memories together. Jiangnan was a decent fellow, although occasionally he displayed some rather peculiar behavior. Is it truly necessary to associate this with Jiangnan? Lin Qianyu fixed her gaze upon Subai, eager to hear what he would say. Subai gritted his teeth, silently chanting to himself, Brother, for the sake of happiness, I must take the fall for you. After all, this is a consequence of your own actions. Of course, it pertains to him. My dear, let me tell you. She is the mastermind behind this entire affair. As Subai spoke, his frustration surged. When I graduated, this was the gift he bestowed upon me. No matter how much I resisted, he insisted I accept it. Would you not agree that he is at fault? Seriously, who is resisting? I strongly suspect it was the male protagonist's own desire, and it was the other party who refused to comply, threatening to sever ties instead. My brother upstairs. I share your sentiments. I, too, believe that desire is inherent to man. However, as a married man, I am now even more curious if the 300 Tang poems truly consists of 300 poems, or if it includes stopping to love amidst the maple forest at dusk. Frosty leaves redder than February flowers. Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow and suddenly pointed to Subai's pocket. Call Jiangnan right now. If your claims hold true, I shall forgive you. Right now? Subai's expression grew bewildered. Indeed, right now, Lin Qianyu affirmed, insisting that this was the only way to fully elucidate the matter. She was genuinely concerned that this issue might cast a shadow over Su Bai. Observing Lin Qianyu's serious demeanor, Su Bai reluctantly picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Nan's number. Soon, the call was answered. "Brother Bai, what brings you to think of me today? Are you planning to unwind tonight?" Jiang Nan's voice suggested he was alone, otherwise he would not have spoken so freely. Su Bai glanced at Lin Qianyu, only to be met with an unwavering gaze that compelled him to continue. Do you remember the National Wealthy Women Directory? It was from back then. Of course, I remember. I absolutely must." Before Su Bai could finish, Jiang Nan interjected. "What's the matter, Brother Bai? Are you dissatisfied with the quality of that batch of wealthy women? No need to worry. I have updated a new list. If you need it, I can send it to your email right now." Internally, Su Bai was besieged by 1,000 crows. Was this guy intending to drag him down with him? Sensing the mounting fury in his wife's eyes, Su Bai hastily clarified. "That's not it. I mean, your sister-in-law wants to know how you obtained the list of the National Wealthy Women Directory. Was it the gift you gave me at graduation?" "Yes, indeed. This is the fruit of my labor over 4 years. You won't find another like it." "Wait, your sister-in-law asked you about this?" Jiang Nan suddenly realized the predicament. "Brother Bai, you've put me in quite the tight spot. I have a meeting to attend, so I must hang up now." Woe betide him, tonight he would face the wrath of his wife. Jiang Nan silently vowed to find an opportunity to retaliate against Su Bai. Meanwhile, Su Bai felt a wave of relief. As long as he could navigate this situation unscathed, he would gladly endure any consequences, even if it meant being metaphorically stabbed 10 times by Jiang Nan. "My dear, did you hear that? The National Wealthy Women Directory was indeed a gift from Jiang Nan. Had I known this would affect our relationship, I would have never accepted it." Su Bai quickly assured Lin Qianyu, gazing at her with earnestness. "Please, let us overlook this matter." How can I be sure you did not insist on its acceptance?" Lin Qianyu retorted, though she softened slightly, adding, "Nevertheless, I shall let it go for now. I need to have a word with Yalan to see if Jiang Nan dares to lead you astray again." Clearing his throat, Su Bai dared not argue and could only internally pray that Jiang Nan would not face a dire reckoning. Cough, cough. The host is still rather naive. Men are not so simple. We merely see the surface. If we delve deeper, who leads whom astray is truly debatable. Gentlemen, do not misconstrue the situation. It is the ambitious man who truly deserves a woman's affection and trust. No. Life is arduous to marry these days. One must possess both a house and a car. If family support is lacking, relying solely on oneself is exceedingly difficult. I am willing to sacrifice my physical being. And who says one cannot find happiness with a beloved? With wealth, all matters can be addressed. Are you foolish? If love could be purchased, what would happen when a wealthy woman grows weary of you? She could easily replace you. Wait, why do I feel something is amiss here? Shouldn't this scenario involve a role reversal? As the discussion in the live stream escalated regarding whether it is worthwhile to be supported by a wealthy woman, Lin Qianyu turned to Su Bai with utmost seriousness. "But my dear, you must guarantee that you have had no contact with any of the women on that list." "Foolish one, with you in my life, how could my heart possibly stray to another?" Su Bai's unease dissipated entirely. "Besides, you should now realize that your husband is not lacking in admirers." Lin Qianyu nodded. Su Bai's reasoning was indeed sound. After all, he likely possessed more secret funds than she had in savings, not to mention being a shareholder in a publicly listed company. Noticing Lin Qianyu's expression gradually relax, Su Bai seized the moment. "My dear, shall we end this discussion and head out to view some properties?" "Not so fast." Lin Qianyu's retort caused Su Bai's heart to leap again, fearing yet another unforeseen complication. With the matter of the National Wealthy Women Directory clarified, he pondered if they should explore the 300 Tang poems folder next. He hoped not to hear that it contained actual poems. Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, signaling Su Bai to take the initiative, and she opened the folder titled 300 Tang poems. "My dear, that is not permissible," Su Bai immediately protested, frantically gesturing at Lin Qianyu. Yet, he was perhaps a bit too vigorous in his attempts, causing his expression to twist, leading Lin Qianyu to believe that the 300 Tang poems folder concealed a far greater secret. "I say it is permissible," Lin Qianyu declared, undeterred. "My dear, truly, this cannot be opened," Su Bai reiterated, concerned. If it were to be unveiled, the live stream might well be terminated. Yet, given that they were live, Su Bai could not express his concerns outright. "You wish to play games? I shall handle this myself." Lin Qianyu snatched the mouse and clicked open the folder. Su Bai dared not contest and quickly shifted the live stream camera away, muting the microphone. 10 minutes later, Lin Qianyu comprehended the true nature of the contents within the 300 Tang poems folder. Her face flushed crimson as she faced the live stream. In that moment, her gaze towards Su Bai was laden with complexity. She felt both grateful that he had redirected the camera to avoid embarrassment and perplexed that he would store such material. Was this truly the essence of manhood? How utterly mortifying. The viewers in the live stream, having observed Lin Qianyu's reaction, were all too aware of what had transpired. Goodness. The battle concluded in just 10 minutes? Brother Bai surpassed my expectations in speed. The man's expression of grievance is utterly adorable. Completely unbefitting of his esteemed status as President Su. Might I timidly inquire? A friend of mine wishes to learn ancient poetry. Could you possibly send a copy to me, not for myself, but for my friend? What a remarkable notion, conjuring friends from thin air. I too desire such a companion. A multitude fervently wishes to peruse the 300 Tang poems. I yearn to compose verses and recite poetry throughout the night. Yet I am currently watching a live stream with my husband, who tenderly assures me, do not worry, I shall never conceal myself in such a manner. I still have an affinity for that contact list. Might you send me a copy? A good person deserves a peaceful life. It need not be from the bustling metropolis. I harbor no intent to compete for business. Just a version from Guangnan province would suffice. Husband, why did you not inform me sooner? Lin Qianyu reached out and gently pinched Su Bai's shoulder. I almost faced disaster. I intervened, did I not? You seemed unwilling. Su Bai murmured softly. So, have you gained some insight? And you dare say that? Chapter 31. As for such burdens, one becomes accustomed to carrying them over time. Dear wife, I have also elaborated on the National Rich Women's Contact List. And we have indeed perused the 300 Tang poems. Shall we proceed to view some properties next? Su Bai extended his hand to gently tug at Lin Qianyu's delicate fingers, eager for her consent. Just a moment. Let us first review the contents of these remaining folders before we set off. Lin Qianyu pointed to the 3 remaining folders. If we do not grasp the contents within, even if we venture out to view properties, my heart will remain troubled. Such is the nature of humanity. It is even more pronounced in women. Before Su Bai could gather his thoughts, Lin Qianyu had already opened 1001 Nights. Let me see what tales are woven within this 1001 Nights. Upon glimpsing the contents of the folder, Lin Qianyu could not suppress a cold snort. Goodness, you are even preparing to publish a book. Inside lay a list of 1001 methods for concealing one's savings. Lin Qianyu glanced briefly, and though she had to admire the explanations for hiding money, she regarded Su Bai with an unusual expression. Husband, surely your methods for concealing funds cannot have originated from this? How could that be? I am self-taught. These are all my own painstakingly crafted ideas. Su Bai suddenly covered his mouth, realizing he had divulged too much. That was merely a slip of the tongue. These methods for hiding money were imparted to me by that fellow Jiangnan. Since I've already borne one burden, a few more won't weigh me down. The viewers in the live stream brightened at this revelation, particularly the married men, who gazed at Su Bai as if he were a treasure. Brother Bai, no. Referring to you as Brother Bai seems a tad disrespectful. Perhaps I should call you Master Bai. Would you kindly share that 1001 Nights with me? As men, I trust you understand our struggles. No, he does not understand. Had it not been for his wife being a streamer, the savings he hides would remain undisclosed indefinitely, thus rendering his experience entirely different from ours. Once again, we beseech for 1001 Nights. Payment is no issue, and gifts are also welcome. After watching the streamer's broadcast, I too wish for my husband to save a little money. It feels like unwrapping a surprise every day. I am unlike you. I still desire the rich women's contact list. There's no ulterior motive. Merely a simple wish to broaden my network. Humph. Whether you are self-taught or have seeked knowledge, rest assured, I will uncover the savings you hide. Lin Qianyu then casually opened the 3rd folder. Learn how to please rich women in a week. Goodness, is this also a gift from Jiangnan? Lin Qianyu marveled at the contents and brought the camera closer, ensuring viewers could see clearly. Ahem, dear wife, you are truly astute. It is indeed a graduation gift from that fellow. Su Bai readily praised her with a thumbs up. Fearing you might not see clearly. I shall read it aloud. Lin Qianyu looked at the summary on the document and began to read with a melodious voice. To the beautiful Lin, I adore you. Marvelous. Finally something free to behold. Let me see what wisdom lies within. The first step to pleasing a rich woman is to learn how to attract her. How does one capture the attention of a wealthy woman? The most crucial aspect is to remain perpetually confident, unafraid of being labeled as an average male. It is precisely because one is ordinary that confidence becomes paramount. One must stride with head held high. A self-assured man naturally exudes charm. When you brim with confidence, you convey that despite lacking wealth, you possess remarkable qualities. Generally speaking, wealthy women have richer life experiences. They are acutely aware of the world's cruelties and possess greater fortunes, which often involve a degree of fortune as well. When she witnesses your confidence, it diminishes her own haughty demeanor, allowing for equitable dialogue. Goodness, hearing your words is more enlightening than a decade of study. At this moment, I feel as though my pathways have been unblocked. I shall give it a try tomorrow. No wonder the elder sisters ignore me. It seems they disdain my naivety. I am far too self-deprecating, too timid to speak up, Brother Bai. May I take you as my mentor? The second point is to investigate the preferences of wealthy women in advance. In truth, most wealthy women are perceptive. They disdain trivial antics meant to garner attention. Instead, they may have a keen interest in in-depth discussions on various subjects. As becoming a wealthy woman requires a certain level of capability. Thus, you must exert effort to understand what intrigues the wealthy woman you wish to impress. You need not necessarily surpass her in her own field. You can carve a unique path to showcase your distinct value. For instance, if she enjoys Western cuisine, you could elaborate on how Chinese cuisine can also be exquisite and tasteful. Or, if she favors jazz music, you might affirm her taste while sharing your profound insights on rock music. Here, it is crucial to subtly introduce topics that capture her interest, while ensuring you are well prepared to present unique viewpoints on the subject at hand. Never commit the error of discussing topics from disparate realms. Why is there so much content? Lin Qianyu turned to glance at Su Bai. Have you and that Jiangnan fellow truly experimented with this? Is this your joint autobiography? How could that be? Su Bai, like a startled cat, swiftly retorted, Wife, you may discuss hiding money, but do not unjustly accuse me of such things. As for whether Jiangnan has attempted it, I cannot say. Thus, Su Bai promptly cast another heavy burden onto Jiangnan, accustomed to carrying such loads. Streamer, continue. We have yet to hear enough. We are only halfway through. Miss Lin's voice is truly delightful. What a pity she is married. Hey, what are you all thinking? This is my wife. You mustn't harbor intentions towards her. Glancing at the comments, Su Bai enveloped Lin Qianyu in his embrace, asserting his claim. All right, cease your antics. They are merely jesting with you. Lin Qianyu gently pushed Su Bai away and resumed presenting the contents of the document. Having mastered the first 2 years, the next step is to learn to appreciate and recognize the virtues of wealthy women. Everyone possesses strengths. But what might the strengths of a wealthy woman be? Wealth undoubtedly has its merits. Yet this is a commonality that must remain unspoken. At this juncture, we must articulate something distinctive, a quality that is relatively unique to her, often unnoticed even by herself. If you were to highlight this aspect, it would undoubtedly earn you considerable admiration from affluent women. Consider this. These wealthy ladies are typically accomplished in their careers, and most only witness their public personas commanding attention. Few have glimpsed their tender moments. Viewed from a different perspective, you could make significant strides in this area by keenly discerning her softer side. For instance, she may be perpetually occupied with work, yet secretly yearn to embrace the role of a homemaker, nurturing her family. Or perhaps she longs to showcase her culinary skills for someone special. In such cases, you must seize upon these hidden nuances, magnify them, and offer your sincere appreciation. If you grasp this concept thoroughly, the next step is to emphasize the advantages of your age in her presence, instilling a sense of insecurity within her, and then initiate the endeavor of inviting her out. After conveying these thoughts, Lin Qianyu furrowed her brow, feeling as though she were leading young minds astray, and quickly added, This is solely my personal opinion. It should not be applied in practice. Dear family, take it as a mere jest, not applicable in practice? Yet I find it quite reasonable. Host, I see you've only read the first page. There's more to come. Oh heavens, grant me a wealthy woman. I beseech you, do not torment my wife any longer. Su Bai, noticing Lin Qianyu's raspy voice, promptly closed that interface. I leave you with a thought to ponder. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. Ultimately, shamelessness prevails, provided you remain alive. Chapter 32. Are the red dots on the blueprint locations for hiding secret funds? What a clever strategy. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. Brother Bai is executing the art of feigned retreat with finesse. Brother Bai, did you not rely on this very tactic to shamelessly win over sister-in-law? Huh. My wife and I share a mutual affection, a love at first sight that you cannot comprehend. With that, Su Bai planted a firm kiss on Lin Qianyu's delicate face. Remember this, she is my wife. Keep your eyes wide open and refrain from harboring inappropriate intentions. Enough of this. Do be mindful of the setting. Lin Qianyu's face flushed crimson from Su Bai's sudden advance, and she pushed him away. Dear family, I shall not continue with the remaining tutorial. Attending to serious matters is paramount. What serious matters, my dear? Su Bai shamelessly inched closer. What serious matters? Surely, it's time to thoroughly investigate the secret funds you've been hiding. Lin Qianyu smirked mischievously at Su Bai. Of course, I would be amenable to your honest confession. Wife, how about we first go house hunting? Aren't you curious about my new property? Su Bai grasped Lin Qianyu's arm and shook it. What? The male protagonist can be both charming and sweet? How utterly exceptional. Does this imply Brother Bai secretly purchased a house with hidden funds? Could this be the pinnacle of concealing assets? The house is already bought. It isn't going to sprout legs and run away. I fear that if I leave this folder behind, someone might stealthily relocate it, which would be a loss. Lin Qianyu cast a peculiar glance at Su Bai. Just one more, and then we shall depart. Darling, where are you going? Lin Qianyu seized Su Bai's hand as he attempted to rise. Wife. I suddenly recalled some matters at work. Shall we postpone the house viewing until tomorrow? Su Bai's gaze shifted, eager to leave the room. Really? Yet, dear, why are you sweating so profusely? Lin Qianyu retrieved a piece of paper from the table and dabbed the sweat from Su Bai's forehead. Your palms are also clammy? Well, perhaps it's due to hormonal fluctuations. I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Su Bai's eyes darted towards the final folder on the computer screen. Wishing to leave the scene immediately, sweating from the forehead, avoiding eye contact, and his calves trembling involuntarily. Clearly, he is lying. It appears that the last unnamed folder must contain a significant secret, following the National Directory of Wealthy Women and the 300 Tang poems. Could this folder possibly house the 3 sacred texts? Darling, they say you're being dishonest. Lin Qianyu sensed something amiss with Su Bai. Shall we not take a look at the contents of this last folder together? Wife, this, might not be appropriate. Su Bai's expression grew increasingly aggrieved, fearing that he would have no secrets left. This was the first time he regretted that his wife's profession was that of a streamer. There was nothing particularly wrong with it, but it was settled. Lin Qianyu promptly formatted the document and turned to open the final unnamed folder on the computer. Lin Qianyu squinted. Turning to Su Bai, isn't this merely a set of CAD wiring diagrams? What is there to be anxious about? Indeed, these are just wiring diagrams. So can we not proceed to view the house now? Su Bai quickly echoed Lin Qianyu's words. Aren't you attending a corporate meeting? Lin Qianyu was perplexed by Su Bai's sudden change of heart. What could possibly be more important than you viewing the house? Besides, I'm merely a shareholder. They are the ones responsible for the tasks at hand. Su Bai turned Lin Qianyu around and gazed earnestly into her eyes. Wife, you are the most vital and irreplaceable element in my life. The audience in the live stream once again covered their ears. How cheesy. It's utterly saccharine. If I didn't know Su Bai's character, I would almost think him a scoundrel. Damn it. This is clearly a diversion. My husband adopts this very attitude when he's in the wrong. Too similar for comfort. That CAD design blueprint undoubtedly harbors some issues. Lin Qianyu was not swayed by Su Bai's sweet talk. Instead, she raised an eyebrow. But I find it puzzling, dear. Why would you conceal a blueprint so meticulously? It defies logic. Turning back, Lin Qianyu scrutinized the design blueprint, failing to notice Su Bai's perspiring scalp. Suddenly, Lin Qianyu seemed to have discovered something, pointing at the red dots on the design. Why do these red dots seem so peculiar? If I recall correctly, this area should be the bedroom. Yet does our bedroom contain this many wires? After all, the density of red dots in one area was so astounding that it left Lin Qianyu incredulous. Host, I majored in electrical engineering and automation. I can unequivocally state that this design blueprint is a wolf in sheep's clothing, not a compliant CAD design. So, you're suggesting that the locations of those red dots are incorrect? If that is the case, what do those dots signify? Wait a minute. No way. So many. Secret funds. Those red dots must represent hidden money. What on earth? How many locations for concealing secret funds are there? If each amount were substantial, it's akin to having a sports car on the move. Su Bai internally scoffed. Such a narrow perspective. The next moment, he snapped back to reality. How much secret money had been inadvertently exposed? My goodness, another substantial loss in earnings daily. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Recently, the relentless cuts inflicted upon Su Bai's heart have caused him considerable pain. The joy experienced by these netizens is built upon his own suffering, which is truly despicable. Lin Qianyu was preparing to consult the vast online community when she happened to catch a flurry of comments about hidden money, and an inexplicable feeling within her suddenly became clear. Upon glancing again at the CAD design blueprints, she discerned that several of the red dots indicated the locations of the hidden funds, such as the refrigerator and the headlights. Turning to Su Bai beside her, she inquired, "Isn't this just as the netizens said? The red dots signify the places where money is concealed?" Caught in a moment of confusion, Su Bai found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, he conceded, and upon admitting it, his head drooped as if struck by frost, resembling a withered eggplant. "Su Bai, you are truly remarkable." Lin Qianyu could not help but tease, giving him a thumbs up as she returned her gaze to the CAD design. Good heavens, this intricate layout was daunting. Fortunately, she did not suffer from a fear of clusters. Nevertheless, this made things much more convenient, as she no longer had to exhaust herself searching for the hidden money piece by piece. Oh my goodness, I never expected these to actually be the hiding spots for the money. Once again, you have broadened my understanding of clandestine finances, Su Bai. It's a pity we had the host teach her husband how to draw a distribution map for hidden funds. Now, everything is laid bare. Host, with so many locations. You must be quite exhausted searching for them. Should we call in a demolition crew? I can volunteer myself. Traveling frog, goodness. This male protagonist is a true paragon of manhood. I am in awe. Sa Zhu. Ahem. Principal Wang has even been drawn in. Hello, Principal. Hello, Principal. Traveling frog. If old pig can come, why can't I? As a married man, you should learn well. As for me, there's no need. No one dares to meddle with my hidden funds. Truly, Principal Wang is magnificent. The arrival of Principal Wang elevated the live stream's excitement to unprecedented heights, propelling it to the pinnacle of a popular streaming platform. Observing the escalating fervor within the live room, Subai could not help but sigh. Why do people revel in prying into others' privacy? No, he must take Lin Qianyu to their new home this afternoon. Tomorrow, he needed to begin relocating a portion of the hidden funds. After all, he had personally decorated their new home and had prepared numerous secret compartments. This time, Subai vowed not to repeat his previous mistakes of leaving incriminating evidence behind. Chapter 33, The Great Kitchen Battle, Raising the Bar Once More. To prevent Subai from destroying evidence, Lin Qianyu took a picture with her phone. This action immediately prompted a flurry of screenshots from the numerous netizens in the privacy live room. Hurry, take screenshots to preserve them. In the future, we can refer to these locations for hiding money. Unlike me, who only knows to stash it in shoes and pillows. Watching Lin's stunning live stream has truly expanded my horizons. Absolutely. I've taken a screenshot. I'll raid the host's place another day. Girls, we must screenshot as well. Let us turn the tables and see if there are similar hiding spots in our homes. Who knows? We might unearth a pile of hidden treasures and replenish our coffers. I was a step too slow and missed the CAD wiring diagram. Can any sister share it? Check your private messages. I sent it to you. Thank you. Dear sister, I'll remember this favor. Ahem, I'm the one with the upper hand. After finishing the photo, Lin Qianyu began to scrutinize the blueprints intently. Suddenly, a clattering noise interrupted her focus. She quickly turned her head, asking, Darling, where are you going? I need to relieve myself. Su Bai's eyes darted around, his mind racing with thoughts of how to escape. Not yet, darling. Just hold on a moment, Lin Qianyu urged, pointing to a specific location on the blueprint. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the kitchen, right? Yes, Su Bai nodded, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Qianyu, anxious to gauge her mood. If the domestic tigress erupted, he would have to make a hasty retreat. With this in mind, Subai cast a wary glance at the door, confirming the safety of his escape route. So, shall we first check these hiding spots in the kitchen? What do you think, darling? What other option do I have? Should I refuse? Subai's nose twitched as he reluctantly nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of injustice. I'll defer to my wife on this. Just remember, you agreed to this. Don't say I forced you, Lin Qianyu remarked with a triumphant smile. If you behave well, I might let you have a sip of soup. Dear wife, you said that yourself. Remember your words. The vast online community can attest to it. Subai rubbed his eyes, his expression even more pitiful. Goodness. It seems you have a trick up your sleeve. This guy should really consider acting. Otherwise, he would surely be a contender for an Oscar nomination. Don't cry, darling. If you're unhappy with Lin, I'm here to offer you warmth. I can too. I'm not only stunning but also quite experienced in various arts, ensuring you'll never want for joy. Upon witnessing the horde of flirtatious women vying for her husband in the live stream, Lin Qianyu felt a surge of displeasure. This is too much. I consider you all family, and yet you act like a pack of wolves. With that, she fixed a fierce gaze on Subai. Darling, if you dare to cheat, you're finished. I won't hesitate to cut ties with you. Is it this kind of severance? Lin Qianyu made a scissor gesture, causing Subai to shiver. How could that be? I am not that kind of person. Subai quickly reassured her, not wanting to find himself in a precarious situation one night, waking up to an unpleasant surprise. Then don't dawdle. Let us get moving. Lin Qianyu made a playful face, declaring, off to the kitchen. Following Lin Qianyu's graceful form, Subai had no choice but to obediently trail behind. Upon reaching the kitchen, Lin Qianyu first secured her phone for the live stream before retrieving the phone she had used to take pictures earlier. All right, darling. Let us start from this point, she said, casually pointing to a red dot in the kitchen area. Where's this? Subai walked over to the kitchen window, where 2 pots of pothos were placed. Aren't these the pothos I bought? Lin Qianyu exclaimed, gazing at the plants she had specifically acquired to reduce kitchen smoke. I checked here last time and didn't find any hidden money. Subai looked Lin Qianyu up and down, seemingly judging her intelligence, before yanking the pothos from its pot. To his astonishment, nestled within the black nutrient soil was a bundle of bright red bills, wrapped in a waterproof bag. Fortunately, pothos are easy to care for, needing only a bit of water to thrive. Following suit, Subai extracted another bundle of hidden money from the other pothos plant. Here it is. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Qianyu could not help but deliver a light punch to Su Bai's shoulder. Goodness. I have often wondered why my green radish has been so sickly all day. Now the truth is finally unveiled. Incredible. Who would have thought to bury money? By go. Were you planning for a rainy day, hoping it would be of use underground? Such a remarkable thought process. I am seriously beginning to suspect that this man is the reincarnation of the god of wealth. It is also plausible that he could be a reincarnation of Scrooge. A veritable little hamster, stashing away bits of private funds everywhere. Alright, next. Lin Qianyu promptly pointed to another red dot in the photo on her phone. Her demeanor akin to that of a landlady collecting rent, fixating on Su Bai to continue his task. With a reluctant glance at the red spot Lin Qianyu indicated, Su Bai picked up a ladle from the stove, twisting off its lid, and once again retrieved a bundle of hidden cash wrapped in a red plastic bag. Lin Qianyu pressed her lips together, observing the man's dexterous maneuver. Remarkable. His methods of concealing private funds are truly ingenious, finding every nook and cranny. How had she never discovered these hiding spots before? Usually, it was Lin Qianyu who cooked, and she would often handle these concealed items. Continue. Commanded by Lin Qianyu's icy tone, and seeing her point to yet another red, Su Bai approached a cabinet and pulled out a bottle of red wine. With a crisp pop, he extracted the cork, revealing an unexpected surprise beneath it. A fish line was tied to a hidden hook, and as he removed the cork, a cascade of red bills followed. Incredible. Who would have thought that not only beer bottles conceal money, but now even wine bottles do as well? I am quite curious. Where else could this host possibly hide cash? It feels as though they are sleeping on a mound of money. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qianyu ultimately could not restrain herself, seizing a broom nearby, intending to impart some domestic discipline to Su Bai. Wife, stop. Su Bai hastily waved his hands to halt her. What is the matter? Do you intend to resist? Lin Qianyu's irritation grew as she pouted at him. Wife, how could I dare? Su Bai quickly snatched the broom from her, twisting it open to extract yet another string of hidden cash. This series of actions left the online viewers utterly astonished. Truly, there is nothing we cannot conceive. There is nothing Bai Gu cannot accomplish. I now believe he is a hidden billionaire. What an impressive display. You've truly outdone yourself. My dustpan has broken. I wonder if I could persuade Bai Gu to part with the one in the kitchen corner. I just checked, and a brand new one costs only 99. I could even offer you 10 for a second-hand one. How does that sound? Wow, is that even possible? I'll bid 50. I'll go for 100. 150. The live chat transformed into an auction house, as viewers began to place bids on everything visible to the camera. Chapter 34. This distribution map is merely version 10. You have hidden cash here too? Why not stash some in the door lock as well? Lin Qianyu found herself momentarily at a loss. This was utterly outrageous. The broom's value had skyrocketed. What if, one day, the broom broke and she inadvertently tossed it into the trash? The thought of losing half of her hidden cash within sent a shiver down her spine. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai's eyes darted with curiosity. Wife, how did you know there's money in the door lock? Is there really? Lin Qianyu's mouth fell open in disbelief, her demeanor shifting. Without further ado, Su Bai retrieved a screw from beneath the cabinet and fiddled with the door lock. Moments later, with a clatter, the door handle was removed, revealing yet another stash of cash hidden within. Su Bai's talent for concealing money had truly reached astonishing heights. Any more? Lin Qianyu picked up her phone again, counting the discovered caches while verifying the tiny dots in the kitchen. There were 8 red spots in total. Thus far, they had found 2 pots of green radish, 1 broom, 1 wine bottle, and 1 ladle, summing to 5. This meant 3 locations remained. Hurry up. Lin Qianyu continued to point at the remaining 3 red dots, eager to see from where this man could extract more hidden funds. 11 spots? Su Bai squinted, a look of confusion crossing his face. Surely there should be more than this. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his mood lightened considerably. The private cash distribution map he had created out of boredom was merely an initial version 10. Even if Lin Qianyu uncovered all of them, they were far from the bone-breaking total. 11 spots, 3 left. Su Bai mentally repeated, quickly recalling the least likely places where cash might be stashed. And soon he had a plan. He first went to the corner, retrieving the matching dustpan from the broom set, and, as before, opened its top to find yet another stash of cash. Then he opened the cabinet and rummaged until he pulled out a complete toolbox. With the viewers watching in disbelief, he extracted 2 bills from the handle of a pair of pliers. Following that, he opened the bottom of the toolbox to reveal a hidden compartment filled with red bills. Wife, these represent the last 3 red dots. This is all the hidden cash in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu was busy counting the cash she had just uncovered from the kitchen. Bring it here. Huh. Su Bai raised his palms in surrender. Wife, truly. There is no more. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes. Look at you being so nervous. I meant the cash in your toolbox. 10 minutes later, Lin Qianyu returned to the bedroom, cradling a stack of cash, and tossed it all into the safe. Upon re-entering the living room, a smirk crept onto her lips. Goodness, you have hidden a total of 23,700 yuan in the kitchen alone. If we were to uncover everything in this 3-bedroom apartment, wouldn't it amount to over 500,000? Coughing on his drink, Subai nearly choked at her words. 500,000. How little faith you have in your husband. What's wrong? Lin Qianyu observed him quizzically, sensing that he seemed unfazed by the revelation of his hidden funds. For a moment, she felt a flicker of gratitude. No, I was just reflecting on the past. Wife. It seems we haven't had such thrilling moments in quite a while, Subai replied, taking another sip of water and smiling at Lin Qianyu. Lin Qianyu pondered for a moment. It does seem that way. It's worth thinking about. Life has been quite exciting. The viewers in the live stream scoffed at this. Goodness, you've turned your lives into a spy thriller. How could it not be exciting? I've become addicted to watching the stream. I can only imagine how the host feels. It must be like riding a roller coaster. I just want to know how much Baigu has hidden. Will it blind us with its brilliance? To the brother above, you're thinking too small. You should be asking if Baigu's hidden cash will shake the world. I am new here, she whispered. Why do you all refer to him as Lord Bai? Ahem, everything is for the future, for the countless treasures to come. My dear, I have finished gathering the hidden funds from the kitchen. Do you think we should take a look at the new house? Every time Subai laid eyes on those hidden funds that had been uncovered, his heart grew increasingly anxious to find a new place. All right then, let us set off. Family, the search for hidden money can wait. We shall continue another day. For now, let me show you the new house that my husband bought behind my back. Lin Qianyu also remembered to explain to her fans in the live stream. After all, each fan was like a benefactor to her. Upon seeing her live stream reach the top of the trending charts, she couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Ultimately, all of this was thanks to the man beside her. Had he not hidden away so much money, she would still be just a small streamer. Now, she had become an overnight sensation, though she wondered how long it would last. A portion of her fans expressed envy. A house, and not just any house, but one in the magical city. Surely, it starts at 6 or 7 million. This is truly outrageous. Every time I think of Lin Mei saying her husband doesn't earn much and merely drives for ride-hailing, yet they seem to live quite happily. Only to find out he secretly bought a house behind her back. This contrast is just too stark. Honestly, I feel a twinge of jealousy. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. I genuinely envy Lin Mei's husband for being so wealthy, yet still living an ordinary life with his wife. Such a mindset is truly rare and admirable. It reminds me of the life of the diving queen, who has not only fallen, but now sends flowers made of vegetables and fruits. I truly respect that. Upon hearing that Lin Qianyu finally agreed to look at the house, Subai let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he could stop worrying. Every second spent at home felt like a fragile heart hanging in the air. Terrified that Lin Qianyu might inadvertently discover some devastating secrets about him, Subai quickly took Lin Qianyu's delicate hand. Darling, shall I be your chauffeur today? Or would you prefer to drive while I handle the live stream? Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes in response. I dare not. You still need to stream. I'm not very good at interacting with your fans. Subai quickly waved his hand in refusal. Wait a moment, my dear, I need to grab my license. Lord Bai, you can stream too. Why not share with us how to win over a wealthy woman? Perhaps delve into a deep analysis of 1001 Nights and offer a course on it. I also adore the 300 Tang poems. Let us explore the world of men together. Chapter 35. Those who buy luxury cars are all big leaks. Subai drove smoothly toward the new house, occasionally glancing at Lin Qianyu in the passenger seat. Unable to suppress a smile. This feeling was delightful. As the saying goes, if one chooses a good wife, they can prosper for 3 generations. However, if one chooses poorly, even the grandest fortune can be squandered. Especially when confronted with unreasonable or habitually troublesome women, it is crucial to steer clear. Lin Qianyu, on the other hand, was not only cultured and courteous but also adept at managing the household, ensuring harmony between both families and displaying utmost filial piety to both sets of parents. Although they occasionally experienced slight irritations at home, especially in the days leading up to her menstrual cycle, Subai regarded these as perfectly normal. Firstly, it added a touch of excitement and made life more interesting. And secondly, girls deserve to be cherished, for they are entrusted to you after being raised with great care. If one encounters an exceptional girl and fails to cherish her, it would be a grave disappointment for a man. At that moment, Lin Qianyu was sitting in the passenger seat, live streaming and occasionally showing her viewers the sights of the magical city. This is the magical city, indeed. It deserves its reputation as a first-tier metropolis. It is far more luxurious than our third-tier city. No wonder so many young people are drawn to the bustling cities. But it shouldn't be said that way. The The happiness index for young people striving in the magical city is not particularly high. Each city has its own charm and lifestyle. There's no need to envy. Everyone has their rationale. It's merely a matter of differing pursuits. Some thrive on challenges and are suited for the hustle of a first-tier city, while others prefer stability and may pursue civil service. Ahem, dear brother upstairs. Civil service is the ultimate goal for many. How many people yearn for it? Wait, is brother by driving toward the Imperial View residence? If so, could I possibly have the chance to become neighbors with brother Bai? Darling, the fans in the live stream are asking if we are headed to the Imperial View residence. Lin Qianyu turned to inquire. It seems to be called that. I can't quite recall. You might want to check the notes, Su Bai replied without hesitation. Only after he said it did he realize that his response might have been inappropriate, hoping Lin Qianyu wouldn't catch on. There were simply too many properties. It was impossible to remember them all in detail. He could only recall the general name, something like Imperial something or other. My dear, there's no need to look. We are almost there. Oh my, it truly is the Imperial View residence. Streamer, if I have the chance, would you mind if I visited just to catch a glimpse of brother Bai? Goodness. The Imperial View residence. Compared to where the streamer used to live, this is like trading a bird gun for a cannon. If I remember correctly. The units, there are 2-story lofts with each floor spanning 140 square meters. Just as Su Bai had said, 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Before even exiting the car, Lin Qianyu was momentarily stunned. The entrance to this new community was on an entirely different level compared to her current residence. Although her current neighborhood boasted some advantages in price, everything else, property management, security, greenery, and service, was quite average. In contrast, upon glancing up at the Imperial View residence, Lin Qianyu was astounded by the exceptional security. 2 guards in uniform stood respectfully at either side of the entrance, while a dedicated security personnel monitored the vehicle entry and exit. As their car approached the entrance, the barrier lifted automatically due to Su Bai's prior input of information. The guard, upon recognizing the vehicle's details, immediately bowed and welcomed. Welcome, Mr. Su. Even though Su Bai arrived in a vehicle worth around 100,000, there was no hint of disdain in the guard's eyes. After all, those who became owners at the Imperial View residence were anything but ordinary. Any peculiar preferences were understandable. Moreover, when Su Bai's vehicle information was inputted, the security booth's computer displayed 5-star owner, a designation not easily attained. Su Bai smiled and nodded in response, driving the car into the underground garage. As expected of one of the top luxury residences in the magical city, the underground garage was filled with an array of luxury vehicles, many of which Lin Qianyu had never seen before. Finally, Su Bai parked in his designated spot, D101, flanked by a Lamborghini on the right and a Maybach on the left, with a whole row of cars, each worth over $1 million, further ahead. Su Bai's vehicle appeared somewhat incongruous within this setting. Darling, what do you think distinguishes such luxury cars from our own? Lin Qianyu inquired with curiosity. It would be disingenuous to claim she harbored no thoughts about luxury cars. However, Lin Qianyu would not impose her views upon others. Primarily, in her heart, she felt that spending such an exorbitant amount on a vehicle seemed rather unwarranted. Su Bai pondered. Perhaps one is driven by a chauffeur while the other is self-driven? Ultimately, they serve merely as modes of transportation. I truly cannot fathom why anyone would invest so much in a car. Lin Qianyu expressed her confusion. It feels as if those individuals are merely being exploited by the manufacturers. Hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai's gaze lingered momentarily on the row of luxury cars before he quickly snapped back to reality, taking her hand in his. Wife, stay close to me. Despite their status as a long-married couple, Su Bai's sudden gesture still caused Lin Qianyu to blush. She instantly transformed into a picture of elegance, obediently following him like a little bird nestled beside its mate. Once again, I envy such affection. At home, the wife reigns supreme, while outside, she understands the need to uphold her husband's dignity. Such love is enviable. I am but a blade of grass, swaying in the wind. Just now, when Baigu passed through Area A, one of those cars was indeed my ride. Hey, handsome, let us be friends. Take me for a spin someday. I can be sweet or sassy, a goddess or in stockings. Instead of taking the elevator directly to their new home, Su Bai led Lin Qianyu on a brief tour of the community to prevent her from getting lost later. Lin Qianyu remained silent, her eyes darting around to observe the surroundings. With each new area they explored, she felt increasingly satisfied, akin to a mother-in-law inspecting her prospective son-in-law. The entire community not only boasted excellent security, but also showcased remarkable greenery and facilities. On the ground floor of each building, there were recreational areas where older residents either enjoyed quiet moments with tea and books or engaged in chess games, creating a rich atmosphere that reflected the high quality of life among the community's inhabitants. The overall cleanliness was impressive. Even stray items were promptly cleared away by the occasionally passing security personnel. These features alone made Lin Qianyu fall in love with the neighborhood. She suddenly realized that wealth indeed afforded a different quality of living, significantly enhancing one's lifestyle. Chapter 36. If we had a football team, the national team would have hope. After a brief tour of the community, Su Bai led Lin Qianyu to the entrance of their designated building. Upon reaching the elevator, Lin Qianyu pressed the button several times without eliciting any response. Su Bai, without hesitation, retrieved his phone and gently tapped the sensor area near the elevator button. Ding! To Lin Qianyu's astonishment, the elevator doors slowly opened. Wife, I will share the access code with you shortly. Later, I'll help you download an app. And it will be quite convenient for you, Su Bai explained as he opened his phone, logged into the smart management system, and entered Lin Qianyu's information, generating a fixed access code. Here, I've sent it to you. We also have a key fob at home. I'll get you one as well. Is it really that advanced? Lin Qianyu blinked in surprise. She was aware that such elevators were typically found in luxury office buildings. But they had never been integrated with smartphones. They usually operated with access cards. Yes, it's said to enhance convenience for residents and effectively prevent unauthorized individuals from entering. Ensuring greater safety, Su Bai elaborated. This building features 2 elevators per 2 households, so congestion is not an issue. And the emergency exit is through that large door on the right, clearly marked by signs. Goodness, is this the lifestyle enjoyed by the wealthy? Meanwhile, I reside in a walk-up apartment on the 6th floor, sweating every time I ascend or descend. Upstairs, I seriously suspect your home is in a village. Confess. Are you about to be relocated? I envy this. When will I ever live such a life? 2 elevators for 2 households. Just thinking about our 4 households sharing one elevator brings tears to my eyes. Ding. With that sound, the elevator came to a halt on the 13th floor. This building has a total of 19 stories, and Su Bai had chosen a unit on the upper middle level. Given that each floor features a duplex layout, the 13th floor offers a magnificent view, excellent ventilation, and abundant natural light. He opted against the top floor, concerned that noise from above would disrupt their peace. Exiting the elevator, Su Bai pointed to the left. We are in 1302. Do not go to the wrong door. Honey, your words make me feel rather foolish, Lin Qianyu pouted in complaint. I used to be among the top 3 in my class, you know. Similar to the access elevator. Su Bai placed his phone against the door lock to unlock it. All access points are smart-enabled. There are security cameras outside the elevator and security personnel patrol downstairs, alleviating any safety concerns. But I've heard that smart devices are not as reliable as traditional ones. If the system fails one day, wouldn't that leave us homeless? Lin Qianyu pouted. Having grown accustomed to traditional keys, the sudden shift to complete automation left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Don't worry. I'll also provide you with a key fob. If the system malfunctions, we can still use the key to enter. Su Bai affectionately ruffled Lin Qianyu's hair before pushing open the door to 1302. In an instant, Lin Qianyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Darling, is this a furnished apartment? The entire room was exquisitely designed, with abundant light flooding in, creating a remarkably comfortable atmosphere as she stepped into the living room. Yes, it's fully renovated. This makes things much easier, Su Bai thought, opting not to disclose the entire truth to avoid her probing into his savings. To conveniently conceal his funds, he had devoted 3 months to revamping the interior, utilizing warm color tones for all soft furnishings, and even hanging a feng shui painting in the entryway. Wife, all this furniture was purchased as a set. If you dislike it, we can change it later. I love it, I truly do. Lin Qianyu could hardly contain her curiosity, exploring every corner of the first floor. Especially enamored by the spacious balcony, she noticed that Su Bai had placed 2 rattan chairs facing the Pu River, prompting her to spread her arms wide in embrace. Darling, how large is this unit? Taking a deep breath, Lin Qianyu clutched her phone, eager to ascend to the 2nd floor to see the bedrooms. This is a large unit, 186 square meters on this floor, with 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 3 balconies. Oh, I even set aside a room specifically for your live streaming, so you won't have to broadcast from the bedroom every time. Su Bai led the way upstairs. He opened the first small room. Here, this will be your workspace. Upon seeing the cozy decor and complete setup, with the walls adorned in soft pink, Lin Qianyu immediately embraced Su Bai, exclaiming, "Ah, darling, you're wonderful. Silly girl, you deserve all this," Su Bai said, playfully pinching her nose. This live stream room was the only place where Su Bai had no intention of hiding his savings. Another day of enjoying the sweet life begins. Sweetness abounds in this live stream room. Every time I watch a streamer, I am once again reminded that love exists, even after enduring countless heartbreaks. I still believe there is a ray of sunshine waiting for me. 10 minutes later, Lin Qianyu followed Su Bai to the last destination, the master bedroom. The interior exuded a Scandinavian style, characterized by its simplicity, yet it imparted an undeniable sense of comfort. In one corner of the room stood a plush teddy bear, approximately 1 meter 80 in height. Darling, that bear was specially prepared for you. On days when I'm not home, you can hold it for a while, Subai remarked. Darling? Noticing Lin Qianyu's silence, Subai quickly turned to her. What is the matter? Lin Qianyu squinted slightly, her brows furrowing. Subai? There wouldn't happen to be a stash of secret money hidden inside, would there? The sight of the teddy bear instantly reminded her of the bear on the sofa, igniting an impulse within her to dissect it. Cough, how could that be? Subai approached the corner, picked up the bear, and added, There's a zipper on the side. If you don't believe me, feel free to check. Humph, I'll trust you this once. Lin Qianyu refrained from inspecting it, merely giving the bear a gentle squeeze, finding nothing amiss. Heavens, such a large bear could easily conceal a fortune of 1 million, couldn't it? Surely, Baigu wouldn't hide money in the same place twice. However, if one day he's willing to part with it, he could always sell it to me. Oh no, ever since I watched that live stream, I can't shake the feeling that this room is brimming with hidden cash. Sometimes I even glance at my own bedding, wondering if my husband might stash some money beneath the covers. Darling, when the time comes, I'll choose an auspicious day for us to move in right away. What do you think? Subai wrapped his arms around Lin Qianyu from behind, burying his head in the nape of her neck. The warmth of his breath sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to squirm a little. I'll defer to your arrangements. Let us invite our parents to celebrate together. Shall we go handle the paperwork for the transfer then? Subai nudged her lightly. Honey, there's really no need for all that hassle. Having your name on it is sufficient, Lin Qianyu replied earnestly, turning to cradle Subai's face in her hands. That's simply one to do. Since you are my woman, you deserve absolute security. Promise me, this time you'll listen to your husband. Just as Subai leaned in for a kiss, he suddenly remembered something. He turned the livestream camera away, then returned to plant a kiss on Lin Qianyu's lips. After a long moment, they parted. When the camera resumed its original angle, the audience in the livestream noticed the rosy blush on Lin Qianyu's cheeks and immediately began to tease. Host, your husband is too much. At a critical moment, he wouldn't let us see. Host, what is it like to kiss? As someone who has never experienced it, I'm curious. I'm not happy anymore. Now we can't even see the host's gentle side. You all are being too much. Haven't you seen enough before? Subai replied with a satisfied smile, engaging with the viewers. He then took Lin Qianyu to the large balcony on the second floor, pointing to the nearby buildings as he spoke. Darling, look over there. Those buildings are the first hospital of Magic City. That area is the experimental middle school. And there's a public kindergarten nearby. Our community is also part of this area, so when our baby is born, schooling will be completely hassle-free. As she envisioned the future painted by Subai's words, Lin Qianyu imagined a happy family of 3, unable to suppress a smile. You're wonderful, my love. Well then, let us have a few more babies, and soon there will be a bunch of chattering little ones calling you mommy. I'm not a sow. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes in response to Subai's blunt remarks. You can handle them all when the time comes. All right, then it's up to you to have a few more, and we'll form a basketball team. Why not a soccer team instead? Look at how pleased you are. Actually, it's not impossible. This way, our national football team might have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 37. The car god of Ouching Mountain guides Lin Qianyu. Upon returning home from the Imperial View Villa, the sky had darkened. Subai and Lin Qianyu simply had a light dinner before collapsing onto the sofa. Subai was engrossed in the television, while Lin Qianyu interacted with online viewers, her little legs playfully draped across Subai's lap. At that moment, she was still basking in the joy of house hunting from earlier in the day. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, shattering their tranquil atmosphere. Honey, could you get the door? Lin Qianyu gently nudged Subai with her foot. Is your mom here? Subai asked, puzzled, as he was engrossed in a pivotal moment on the screen where a man and woman were about to draw their swords. It's too late for that. I assent it? Upon hearing Subai's words, Lin Qianyu quickly sat up and adjusted her posture. Subai, wearing slippers, approached the door and glanced at the video screen. Subai raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with confusion. The screen displayed a girl, whose looks would score around an 85, yet he didn't recognize her. Though a sense of familiarity lingered. Darling, there's a girl at the door. Is she your friend? Subai turned back to Lin Qianyu. You know all my friends? Besides, I don't recall anyone mentioning a visit today. Lin Qianyu waved her hand dismissively. She probably pressed the wrong doorbell. Just ask her. Subai pressed the intercom button. Hey there, who are you? Did you ring the wrong doorbell? 303. I didn't make a mistake. Lin Mei invited me over. The girl introduced herself. I'm Chu Xian. Chu Xian. Upon hearing her name, Subai suddenly realized why she seemed familiar. She was a well-known streamer. Yet, why would his wife know such a prominent figure? Darling, she says her name is Chu Xian, and you invited her over. Subai relayed the information to Lin Qianyu like a messenger. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Lin Qianyu immediately sprang up and rushed to Subai's side. Sister Chu Xian, I completely forgot. Honey, hurry and open the door. As soon as it was known that Chu Xian was coming over, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Is Teacher Chu here for a dream collaboration? I was wondering why she wasn't streaming tonight. I can't wait to hear what golden lines she'll drop. With her here, the live stream speed 1 TB under 120 km/h. With such an experienced driver in the house, I wonder if Bai Gu can keep up. Moments later, the living room welcomed a new beauty, Chu Xian. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt paired with blue denim shorts, her long legs were continuously swaying in Subai's view. Before long, the two women were chattering away like old friends, completely treating Subai as if he were invisible. Is Teacher Chu going for a pure look today? It's quite different from her usual style. In comparison, Lin, the beauty, is truly striking. She might even be more stunning. To the brother upstairs, you are still young and inexperienced. Both beauties have their own charms, and not everyone can handle Teacher Chu's allure. Clearing his throat, feeling a bit neglected, Subai deliberately coughed twice. Honey, can I ask you something? What is up, dear? Lin Qianyu finally paused and turned to Subai. How do you know each other? I had no idea about this, Subai inquired, voicing his curiosity. A few days ago, Sister Chu Xian privately messaged me to discuss the matter of your hidden stash of money. As we chatted, we quickly became good friends, and I extended an invitation for her to come over and visit us. You'll find out why shortly. Lin Qianyu playfully responded. I was so excited about going to see the house this afternoon that I completely forgot about it. Sister Chu Xian, I'm so sorry. Lin Qianyu turned to apologize to Chu Xian. For such a trivial matter, there's no need to apologize, Chu Xian replied, then turned to Subai, brother Bai. I hope you won't hold a grudge for monopolizing your wife for a while. Not at all. Subai waved his hand dismissively. You two carry on. I'll go prepare some fruit for you. As soon as Subai left, Chu Xian revealed her true nature, shifting her body closer to Lin Qianyu's side. Sister Lin, I never expected your husband to be so handsome. He is far more attractive than what I saw in the live stream. How did you manage to keep him so firmly in your grasp? Please, share a few tips with me. The moment she laid eyes on Subai upon entering the room, Chu Xian felt a flutter in her heart. However, she swiftly suppressed that thought. After all, one must not covet a friend's husband. Moreover, that fleeting feeling of attraction was merely a brief response to seeing a handsome man. She was accustomed to such feelings from her nights out at bars, where she often found herself captivated countless times. No, we don't have any dramatic romantic history. We just naturally fell into a relationship, Lin Qianyu stammered, momentarily caught off guard. Sister, let me tell you from experience, that is certainly not a good thing. Chu Xian, like a cunning wolf, relentlessly brainwashed Lin Qianyu. Men are prone to seek novelty and are creatures of impulse. If you wish to secure a man's heart, you must either maintain a sense of freshness or lay claim to his wallet. Clearly, you haven't captured his wallet, otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding so much money from you. Chu Xian pointed towards the living room lights and the kitchen. Having spent the last few days frequently in Lin Qianyu's live stream, she was well aware of where the hidden funds were stashed in the 3-bedroom apartment. Thus, my dear sister, you must take a different path and keep things exciting. Chu Xian scrutinized Lin Qianyu. You strike me as the obedient type. May I ask you a question? Lin Qianyu blinked, considering that Chu Xian's previous comments held some truth. Go ahead and ask, sister. Are you and your husband harmonious in that aspect? Chu Xian gestured towards Subai in the kitchen, then made a rather suggestive motion with her hand. In an instant, Lin Qianyu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly nodded. He is quite skilled in that regard. Haha, I knew Teacher Chu couldn't be that innocent. Her true nature is surfacing now. Lin, my beautiful friend, hurry up and learn a few tricks from Teacher Chu. They might serve you for a year or so. Of course, otherwise, how could Teacher Chu be called the god of racing in the live streaming world? To be honest, I have my own strengths. With just 5 phrases, I made a man spend 180,000. So, when you two are together, how do you address each other? Address each other? It's always hubby, right? What hubby? It should be daddy. Daddy? Lin Qianyu's mouth fell agape. Sister Chu Xian, is that appropriate? Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's response, Chu Xian quickly understood. Sister, if I'm not mistaken, your intimate life might not be very fulfilling. I must tell you, as a woman, sometimes you need to take the initiative to capture a man's heart. Intimacy is something you can explore in various locations, like the bathroom, kitchen, or even listening to Chu Xian's earnest advice. Lin Qianyu's face grew increasingly flushed, her head nodding incessantly. I never knew it could be played this way. Moreover, you can shop online for special outfits, which you can wear on certain anniversaries, and then, when your man sees this other side of you, it might just ignite a spark of excitement. Chapter 38. The quest for hidden funds competition, what are you two chatting about? You seem so engrossed. Subai emerged from the kitchen with a plate of sliced fruit. Come, let us eat and chat. Is there anything you'd like to share with me? As soon as Subai entered, both women quickly changed the subject. Sister, how do you maintain your skin? It's so smooth. I'm absolutely envious. Please tell me what skincare products you use. Chu Xian took Lin Qianyu's hand, stroking it while inquiring. Lin Qianyu was still trying to process the previous, rather explosive conversation. Now, as Chu Xian touched her hand and recalled the things Chu Xian had just shared, she trembled slightly, unable to suppress a strange sound. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent, with a hint of awkwardness hanging in the air. Did I just hear that correctly? Has Lin, the beauty, been stirred by Teacher Chu? After hearing Teacher Chu's guidance, I've learned a lot. No wonder after 3 years of marriage, my husband hardly touches me. I think I'll go buy some fishnet stockings to try out. I timidly ask, I'm still underage. I shouldn't need this knowledge yet, right? To the one above, if you're underage, not only will you not need this knowledge, but you shouldn't even be in this live stream. With Teacher Chu here, it's simply too risque. What is going on? Subai stepped in to break the awkward silence. Nothing much. I think I just got bitten by a mosquito. Lin Qianyu quickly found an excuse and withdrew her hand from Chu Xian's grasp. Sister Chu Xian, I only use regular skincare products. I just boil a few eggs in the morning to apply on my hands and face. My mom told me about it, and it surprisingly works quite well. Eggs? Chu Xian blinked. I've never heard of that method. I'll have to give it a try. But I suppose it'll waste quite a few eggs. Do you have a way to handle the leftover eggs? Lin Qianyu glanced at Subai, and in an instant, everyone understood the situation. Wife. No wonder every time I eat boiled eggs, they're cold. It turns out you've been using them on your face. Subai was equally surprised. Usually, when Lin Qianyu got up to make breakfast, he would sleep in, so he was unaware of her egg facial treatment. Every time he asked why she boiled a few eggs, she would say it was to nourish her body. What's wrong? Are you not happy about it? Chu Xian retorted playfully, like a big sister. Of course I'm happy. I always wondered why the boiled eggs outside don't taste as good as those at home. Subai quickly conceded. By the way, do you have any plans for later? The two women were putting on quite a show, and Subai felt like he was about to get caught in the crossfire. If there were no pressing matters, he would prefer to retreat to his room and indulge in video games. A leisurely day in the canyon or a thrilling battle in a shooting game could be far more enjoyable. Wow, this overwhelming survival instinct is something else. It seems all men share the same status at home. This is what makes a good man. Someone who understands the challenges of caring for his wife. By the way, do you know why Sister Chu Xian came over today? Lin Qianyu said with a mischievous smile, looking at Subai. A chill ran down Subai's spine as he sensed impending trouble. What is she here for? Come over and experience the thrill of uncovering hidden funds. With that declaration, Lin Qianyu seized Chu Xian's hand. Sister Chu Xian. Shortly we shall embark on a quest to unearth the concealed stash using the distribution map from my phone. The kitchen area has already yielded its secrets. And this evening, we shall thoroughly investigate the living room. What? Subai exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Did you even consult me? This script seems amiss. How did the search for personal funds morph into their routine activity? Not only is my own wife conducting the investigation, but now she's inviting others into our home to do so. Is there no respect for my autonomy? No worries, out of sight, out of mind. I shall retreat to my room. Subai relinquished the living room, feeling aggrieved as he returned to the bedroom, where peculiar sounds soon echoed from within. First blood. Lin Qianyu exchanged an awkward glance with Chu Xian. Ignore him. He is always like this. With that, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and placed it on the table. Sister Chu Xian, I've counted during my leisure, and there are a total of 15 locations in the living room. The previous discoveries of the main light, ceiling, and guarantee already indicate that 12 more spots could harbor hidden funds. Where do you think the remaining stash might be? Chu Xian leaned in with excitement, observing the red dots on the distribution map while scanning the corresponding locations in the living room. The sensation of searching for hidden funds was exhilarating, reminiscent of childhood games. Moments later, Chu Xian pointed at one of the red dots. Sister, I believe this red dot corresponds to that spot in your home. Her finger indicated the area where the television cabinet stood, and this red dot should be. Chu Xian glanced around and finally settled her gaze on the sofa she occupied. It must be this sofa. The two red dots are remarkably close, nearly overlapping. Plus, the plush bear pillow you previously discovered funds in is right here on the sofa. Thus, I suspect your husband's hidden funds are concealed within. Then, Sister Chu Xian, let us divide our tasks. You check the television area for hidden funds while I search the sofa. This should enhance our efficiency, and let us see who can unearth the funds first. Lin Qianyu's sudden suggestion ignited a spark in Chu Xian's eyes, and she readily agreed. Sister, it's settled. The viewers in the live stream were astonished by the spectacle. What an intriguing twist, turning a search for hidden funds into a competition. Can I join? After all, this is all being broadcast live. You needn't worry about us engaging in any outrageous activities. Come, let us place bets. Lin the Beauty at 1 to 15. And Teacher Chu at 1 to 21. Bet wisely. This is quite the illegal operation. I must report it. There's gambling happening here. And if there's a prize, we'll split it. I believe the sofa is the simpler option, based on my previous experience with the plush bear. It's likely hidden within the fabric. As for the television cabinet, I'm still at a loss. It can't possibly be concealed in the computer, right? After all, it's cash, which is prone to catch fire. In the master bedroom victory. Yes. Subai cheered as he witnessed his opponent's crystal shatter. His excitement palpable as he clenched his fists, eager to dive into the next match and reclaim his dignity. He harbored no significant concern over the ongoing search for hidden funds. After all, the distribution map suggested only a modest amount, well within his tolerance. If discovered, he would simply consider it an opportunity for his beloved wife to engage in a new pastime. Chapter 39. A whole wall of hidden funds for little notebooks. Where could they be? Beside the television cabinet, Chu Xian had inspected every conceivable hiding spot, yet her efforts yielded naught. Initially, upon stumbling upon Lin Qianyu's livestream, she suspected it was mere script-driven hype. However, after observing for a while, she realized that everything was genuine, devoid of any scripted influence. As a seasoned streamer with millions of fans, Chu Xian possessed a discerning judgment. Yet even with that insight, she never believed searching for hidden funds would prove challenging. After all, this 3-bedroom apartment was hardly expansive. How difficult could it be to locate concealed cash? Now, however, she fully recognized her misjudgment. The outcome was entirely different from her expectations. Even armed with the distribution map, she remained unable to uncover Su Bai's hidden funds. Determined, Chu Xian gritted her teeth and resolved to conduct a meticulous re-examination. She scrutinized every inch of the television, even peering into tiny crevices with her phone's flashlight. She tapped each compartment of the television cabinet, ensuring no concealed compartments were overlooked, and even felt around the unseen sides, wary of funds possibly secured with tape. Yet, despite her thoroughness, not a single coin emerged. How could this be? Chu Xian plopped down onto the floor, disregarding her appearance entirely. Her eyes flitted back and forth between the television and the cabinet, desperate to ascertain if she had overlooked anything. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu found herself equally perplexed and at a loss. She had inspected the cushions and seat pads of the sofa, probing within, yet found no rewards. The viewers in the livestream began to offer their suggestions. Consider every possibility. Those 2 red dots may not correspond to the sofa and television cabinet, as both are movable. Think back to whether these pieces of furniture have ever been rearranged since moving in. Teacher Chu, have you checked the remote? The battery compartment could also harbor cash. And you should inspect every page of any notebooks as well. Men often take precautions to prevent their hidden funds from falling out. Reading the comments, Lin Qianyu squinted, glancing at the television and sofa. They had never been moved. The arrangement had remained unchanged since their marriage 2 years ago. Where could her husband possibly have hidden the funds? Lin Qianyu shared Chu Xian's confusion, staring blankly at the sofa, lost in thought. Hidden funds. Where could you possibly be? Just as both women found themselves at an impasse, Chu Xian suddenly narrowed her eyes. Behind the television cabinet, at the juncture where the floor met the wallpaper, there was a hint of red. It was worth noting that the floor was adorned with gray tiles, while the walls were covered in off-white wallpaper. The appearance of red at the intersection of these 2 surfaces was undeniably suspicious. Yet, given that this red was situated behind the television cabinet and had never been discovered before, it had not previously drawn their attention. However, the circumstances had changed. Everyone was now aware that this 3-bedroom apartment concealed a significant amount of hidden funds, making any oddity worthy of scrutiny, especially for Chu Xian. Currently engrossed in the search for hidden cash, spotting that hint of red sent her into a frenzy of excitement. In the next moment, she threw herself onto the floor, seemingly indifferent to the elegance of her movements. Regardless, she is not merely a streamer who is enamored with appearances. Her followers have joined her fan club primarily to witness her gaming prowess and partake in her lessons. Chu Qian deftly pried at the television cabinet, then extended a finger to gently tap the red section. After all, this was not her home, and should the interior not align with her assumptions, she would feel mortified if excessive force resulted in damage. Following 3 long minutes of careful probing, the wallpaper at the bottom had loosened slightly under her touch. Subsequently, Chu Qian produced a key and inserted it into the now loose area, gently lifting it upward. I found it, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon discovering the hidden stash of cash. Just as she suspected, that very section concealed a secret reserve of money. Simultaneously, Lin Qianyu made her own discovery, unearthing a white bag beneath the sofa. The initial failure to locate it was due to the bag being affixed to the sofa's underside with tape, camouflaged by its similar color, causing Lin Qianyu to overlook it entirely. As she felt the contents within the bag, what seemed like a few small notebooks, possibly alongside several stacks of bills, she was about to investigate further when she heard Chu Qian's exuberant voice nearby. Ladies and gentlemen, we will examine the contents here shortly. Let us first see the results on Chu Qian's side. Grabbing her live streaming phone, Lin Qianyu hurried over to Chu Qian, plopping down beside her and curiously inquiring, Chu Qian, how are your findings? The results are still unclear, but I have already unearthed your husband's hidden stash. Chu Qian replied, excitement bubbling as she inserted the key into the wallpaper again and gently lifted. Under the glow of the phone's light, it was evident that there lay half a $100 bill. However, Lin Qianyu sensed something amiss. Given her husband's character, it was improbable he would go to such lengths to conceal merely one bill. Glancing up at the wallpaper, her heart raced with apprehension. No way. Chu Qian, let me take a look. Lin Qianyu inserted her finger into the opening, feeling around for a moment before her anxiety subsided. Thankfully, it felt solid. In that moment, she had feared the wallpaper might reveal a shocking scene akin to a scandalous drama, where a corrupt official had stashed away 200 million. Had her touch not confirmed its hardness, she would have hesitated to proceed further, dreading the potential for an overwhelming amount of cash that might attract unwelcome scrutiny. Relieved, Lin Qianyu waved her hand decisively, indicating the wallpaper. Chu Qian, let us work together to tear it down. Tear it down? Are you sure, sister? Yes. Let us do it. All right then. Receiving Lin Qianyu's enthusiastic affirmation, Chu Qian became even more exhilarated, eager to uncover the extent of the hidden funds she had discovered. The two began by moving the television cabinet to the sofa, then relocating the mounted television to the floor. Chu Qian, I'll handle this side. You take that side. Lin Qianyu directed, positioning herself in a corner near the door and starting to rip the wallpaper. Chu Qian mirrored her actions from the opposite corner. Before long, they had each torn off sections they could grasp. On my count, 1, 2, 3, tear. With a synchronized effort, they yanked, and the entire expanse of wallpaper came down. At that very moment, Su Bai experienced a crushing defeat in the game, his crystal shattered. Glancing at the data panel, he muttered in frustration, what the hell? Is my double C eating dirt? My output isn't even higher than his supports. Just as he prepared to dive into the next match, an unsettling sensation surged within him. Forget it. I'll go see what those two women have unearthed. He scoffed, estimating they wouldn't uncover anything of significance with their skills in hiding money. Chapter 40. You are actually a chef? As Lin Qianyu and Chu Qian tore down the wallpaper with vigorous effort, a vibrant red revealed itself behind it. Gasp. Chu Qian inhaled sharply, unable to suppress her astonishment. Although as a prominent streamer, she was not lacking in funds, money typically resided in her bank account as mere figures, devoid of tangible presence. Now, confronted with a wall of cash, the overwhelming impact left her in awe. This was the true allure of wealth. Previously, she had struggled to comprehend why people risked so much for a few $1,000s, but witnessing such a sum displayed in this manner, especially in a time of financial need, made everything fall into place. Lin Qianyu, too, felt a tightness in her chest, despite her expectations being met. The sheer impact of the red hue momentarily stole her breath away. The viewers in the live stream were equally astounded. I thought these two were fierce tigers, but now they look like goofy huskies, one commented. Where's my jaw? I can't find it. What the heck? Is this really a hidden stash? Another mused. I just thought women were intimidating. Now it seems like they're raiding the house like huskies. Next time, count me in. This is a plot twist that could only exist in the heavens. I seriously suspect the male protagonist graduated in design. This is a meticulously planned money-hiding operation. I'm suddenly worried for Bai Ji's fate. Coming back to her senses, Chu Qian turned to Lin Qianyu and gave her a thumbs up. Sister, your man is something else. Double damage, she quipped. Lin Qianyu gazed at the wall plastered with money, her small fists clenched tightly, a low growl escaping her lips. Su Bai, you're done for. Though this was not her first encounter with a hidden stash, the absence of a specific location made her feel increasingly foolish. She had told herself not to get angry. Yet when the moment arrived, she could not help but feel infuriated. After all, this was not just a few bills, it was an entire wall of cash. A cursory glance revealed approximately 50 horizontal bills and around 20 vertical, totaling around 600 bills, equating to roughly $50,000. Su Bai? Lin Qianyu shouted, preparing to storm into the bedroom and confront him. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the master bedroom door as Su Bai, having just pushed it open, beheld the scene and crumpled to the floor in shock. This is unscientific, he stammered. This script is entirely off. How could I possibly uncover this location in version 10? Sensing the murderous aura radiating from Lin Qianyu, Subai lowered his head in submission. Too afraid to meet her gaze. I'm done for. This time it's really over. Observing Subai's pitiful demeanor, Lin Qianyu felt a mix of anger and amusement. He had already surrendered without her uttering a word. What are you sitting there for? Get to work. Huh? What work? Subai asked, perplexed as he raised his head. Are you really suggesting that the two of us girls should take action? Lin Qianyu pointed towards the wall. Of course, you could opt not to tear them down. But in that case, you must bear the consequences. Meanwhile, Chu Xian wore a mischievous grin as she observed Subai, finding his distressed expression quite amusing, while secretly envying the relationship between Lin Qianyu and Subai. All right, I'll tear them. Subai felt increasingly aggrieved. Not only had his hard-earned stash of secret money been uncovered, but now he had to tear it down himself to surrender. What sort of life was this? Life was truly an arduous endeavor. Nevertheless, despite the turmoil within, Subai dutifully approached the wall and began to gently rip down the bills, as if afraid that a moment's carelessness might ruin them, even though they were about to be no longer his. Chu Xian, keep an eye on him while he tears. I'll head to the kitchen to fetch scissors and see what's inside this bag, Lin Qianyu said, having observed Subai laboring diligently. It then dawned on her that she too had found a place, only to struggle to open the tightly knotted bag with her hands. Don't worry, sister, with me around. He won't have a chance to hide any of his secret funds, Chu Xian confidently assured, patting her modest chest. 10 minutes later, Subai had successfully removed all the bills from the wall, just as he was about to claim credit to Lin Qianyu. He noticed her wide-eyed and fuming glare directed at him, tears welling in her eyes. At the same time, he saw that she held a kitchen knife in one hand and twisted a white bag in the other. Yet, due to the passage of time, he couldn't immediately recall what the white bag contained. Dear, what's the matter? Do you need me to take out the trash? Subai stepped forward, ready to take the bag from Lin Qianyu's hands. With a thud, Lin Qianyu tossed the white bag directly into Subai's embrace. Subai, you truly are my wonderful husband. I never expected you to be so adept at hiding things. Dear, what do you mean by that? I don't comprehend. Subai stammered, noticing Lin Qianyu's hand holding the knife tremble slightly, making him shiver. Let us discuss this calmly. Could you perhaps set the knife down? He suggested. You're not planning to murder your husband, are you? Humph. If killing you would be of any use, you'd have been in pieces long ago. Lin Qianyu waved the knife a couple of times. I'll use this to open the bag. You see for yourself what's inside. Chu Xian, watching from the side, appeared bewildered. Could there be a new twist in this tale? If it were merely secret money, Lin Qianyu shouldn't be this furious. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Chu Xian sidled up to Subai, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Subai sensed something amiss. The texture of the contents within the bag felt off. As he reached in to look, he was instantly taken aback. What the hell? How did this even get discovered? Inside the bag lay 4 certificates, which would be inconsequential if they were merely for English level 4, computer level 2, or Mandarin proficiency tests, but to his dismay, they were 4 chef certificates. Well, Subai, after 2 years of marriage, I never realized you were a chef. I thought you couldn't cook. You always had dinner ready for me when I got home from work. Turns out I've been made a fool. Lin Qianyu scraped the knife against the door frame in frustration, her anger mounting at the thought of cooking all this time while proclaiming to others that her husband couldn't cook. Subai quickly approached to take the knife from Lin Qianyu's grasp, placing it carefully aside. Dear, what's with the deer? Subai, the surprises you've been bringing me lately are becoming quite overwhelming. You should explain how this came to be. Lin Qianyu snapped, shoving away his hand as she gripped his waist tightly, twisting it painfully. Ouch, dear, easy now. Then why don't you hurry up and explain? Lin Qianyu released him, placing her hands on her hips, the knife still in her grasp, staring intently at Subai, eager to hear his explanation. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had taken the white bag from Subai and settled onto the nearby sofa, extracting the 4 reddish-brown certificates. After inspecting them one by one, her mouth fell agape in shock. Chapter 41. So you're just reading off the menu, are you a pig? It is well known that chef certificates come in 5 levels: junior, intermediate, advanced, technician, and senior technician, corresponding to levels 5 through 1, respectively, with each level distinguished by a specific color. The 4 certificates laid out on the sofa were all level 1 chef certificates. 1 for Chinese cooking, 1 for Western cooking, 1 for Chinese pastry, and 1 for Western pastry, as well as 1 for coffee making. For a normal person to master a single field and obtain a level 1 chef certificate is already a remarkable achievement, yet Subai possessed 4. This was precisely why Chu Xian was so astounded, her gaze towards Subai now brimming with curiosity, eager to uncover if this man harbored even greater secrets. Wow! For level 1 chef certificates covering so much material, there's no way one could obtain them without at least 8 to 10 years of experience. Did Bai Gu start learning to cook from the womb? I suspect Bai Gu might be the reincarnation of a culinary deity. With his first fortune made as a chef, why do I feel Bai Gu could very well be a starving ghost reincarnated? Otherwise, how could he have obtained 4 certificates at once? Didn't someone once claim that her husband couldn't cook? Hi. Chefs typically don't cook often. Could this be why Bai Gu doesn't cook? Compared to that entire wall of secret money, I believe these 4 certificates were much harder to obtain. Is there anything Bai Gu can't do? At the kitchen door, Su Bai's eyes darted nervously up and down, coupled with his pitiful expression. Anyone unaware of the situation might think he was being bullied by his wife. He gently touched the area around his navel with 2 fingers. Still too afraid to meet Lin Qianyu's gaze, he tentatively asked, "Dear, if I said I obtained these 4 certificates out of boredom, would you believe me?" "I believe you, right. Since we started dating in college, when were we not together? Did you start learning to chop vegetables in the womb?" Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes, feeling that despite her prestigious education, Su Bai was treating her like a child. "Dear, I truly worked hard for these. Why don't you believe me? I can't believe after 2 years of marriage, we've lost this much trust." Su Bai continued to poke his fingers together nervously, his mind racing with potential excuses. Hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu furrowed her brows, preparing to respond, when she suddenly realized something was amiss. "Don't try to change the subject. Are we discussing this matter right now? If I hadn't discovered these 4 chef certificates today, how much longer were you planning to hide your cooking skills?" "Su Bai. Oh Su Bai, I once believed you were merely capable of boiling rice porridge, frying an egg, or perhaps making instant noodles at most. Yet I never anticipated such depth hidden beneath your surface." Lin Qianyu, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her, pouted and pointed an accusing finger at Su Bai, exclaiming, "How could you conceal this from me for so long, especially when I love you so dearly? Not only that, but you've also been stashing away private savings." "Wife. Dear wife, please allow me to explain," Su Bai quickly interjected, attempting to prevent her from spiraling into a trap of despair. This predicament was hardly his fault. It was simply beyond his control. When Su Bai first achieved a profit exceeding 100 million, the system rewarded him with 4 certificates and a plethora of culinary knowledge. In essence, it proclaimed, "You've acquired these skills without a teacher. The application of this knowledge is entirely up to you." "Explain?" Lin Qianyu gestured towards the 4 certificates resting on the sofa. "Are you suggesting those are false?" "Not at all," Su Bai replied candidly. "It's just that when you once inquired about my culinary skills, I modestly mentioned I knew a little, and you never asked me to cook thereafter." "Su Bai? Is that what you call a little? I would say it's a monumental amount." Lin Qianyu widened her eyes. "Are you intentionally trying to provoke me?" "My dear, I assure you that was not my intention. I merely wished to be humble." Su Bai hastily waved his hands, fearful of admitting otherwise. "Ah, your humility is truly remarkable. Not only do you excel in Chinese cuisine, but you also master Western dishes, and you haven't neglected either Chinese or Western pastries. How did I not realize your exceptional talents before?" "Wife, are you no longer angry? As long as you're not upset, I'm open to anything." Seeing his beloved wife fuming like a little hamster, Su Bai hurriedly sought to soothe Lin Qianyu's emotions. After all, in this vast world, nothing outweighed the importance of his wife. He had hoped for a brief respite, yet he was caught off guard by her quick discovery. What on earth was happening? Logically, these abilities should have remained concealed within version 20. How could fortune be so unkind? While those 4 first-level chef certificates bore no tangible loss to Su Bai, time was indeed money, and his leisure time for gaming would be significantly reduced. His original plan was to wait until Lin Qianyu was pregnant to take on the cooking duties, but it seemed he would have to expedite that arrangement. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu, who had been all riled up, deflated like a punctured balloon, and began to calmly contemplate a suitable punishment for Su Bai. After a moment, Lin Qianyu twitched her nose and said, "Wasn't it you who said anything would do? You mustn't go back on your word." "Indeed. As long as my wife is not angry, anything is permissible. Then the punishment is that from tomorrow onwards, you shall be the one cooking." Lin Qianyu lifted her head slightly, revealing her elegant neck, akin to a proud swan. "Very well, as long as I'm available. I shall take full responsibility for the cooking. I meant you will do all the cooking. Don't play word games with me, husband." Upon hearing Lin Qianyu refer to him as husband once more, Su Bai realized she had calmed down and promptly nodded in agreement. All right. I will heed my wife's wishes. After all, if he truly had matters to attend to, she would have to manage her own sustenance at home. Tomorrow morning, I desire a pancake, cabbage and pork buns, millet porridge, alongside a small plate of stir-fried greens. For lunch, I want sweet and sour pork, pork stewed with vermicelli, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and a spicy shrimp dish. Let us start with these. I'll add more if I think of anything else. Lin Qianyu had already begun to plan the menu for the next day. "Since you are a first-level chef, I want to sample the distinctive dishes from Northeast cuisine, Jiangxia cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Minnan cuisine, and so forth. Just thinking about not having to queue for a particular delicacy in the future puts me in a rather delightful mood. Wife, it seems you're merely listing dishes. Are you a pig? Subai couldn't resist teasing her. Girls always prioritize food. Lin Qianyu retorted, especially since she had a constitution that never gained weight. Subai could already foresee what his future life would entail. Chapter 42. However, her husband was unwilling. Seeing the swift reconciliation between Subai and Lin Qianyu, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile subtly. Perhaps this was love, capable of clouding one's judgment. Yet also a state where each party pretends to be oblivious for the sake of the bond. As long as both individuals hold affection solely for one another, all else becomes secondary. The audience in the live stream witnessed the entire exchange, each one exclaiming in amazement. Goodness, if this were me. I reckon even the broom at home would suffer a few blows. The streamer is quite understanding, although she occasionally displays a hint of emotion. It only makes her more endearing. After all, one isn't a stone monkey. How can they lack feelings? Hey, did you forget about the stone monkey son Yukong? His temper is not something one can easily provoke. A careless move could lead to chaos in the heavens. Look at Teacher Chu's expression. It's a clear sign she's yearning for love. If one day you wish to find a partner, make sure to inform us so we can offer our blessings. It is widely known that despite possessing extensive theoretical knowledge, Chu Xian remains inexplicably single. This is one of the reasons why her fanbase consists predominantly of male admirers. I can't even take care of myself, let alone anyone else. I have no intention of entering into a romance. Chu Xian rolled her eyes at the live stream. Men only hinder my pace of earning money. Once I attain financial freedom, wouldn't it be delightful to swap partners daily? Though Chu Xian spoke with bravado, her gaze occasionally drifted towards Lin Qianyu and Subai. If, perhaps, one day she encountered a boy who loved her so dearly, would she be willing to marry him? Teacher Chu, you ought to find a boy who can take care of you. Nowadays, girls are pampered, and no one would dare to hurt them. Hey, don't say that. What's unattainable always stirs desire. Once a boy possesses a girl, many fail to cherish her. The truth is, sincere love is exceedingly rare these days. Most relationships are akin to fast food, quick and fleeting. You could meet on one day, dine, and watch a movie the next, and by the following dawn, part ways. Crazy Kato. Teacher Chu, I wish to consult you on a matter. I want to marry a girl, but her family disapproves. What should I do? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Are you foolish? If you truly love each other and can't bear to be apart, you can always get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. However, if neither of you is particularly certain, I strongly advise against it. Otherwise, I fear your marriage will be swift, but your divorce even swifter. Teacher Chu is right. Just force your way onto the bus, and if that doesn't work, bring your child to meet the parents. I refuse to believe that when the child calls out to their grandparents, they will still refuse. However, it's her husband who disapproves. Kato sighed. This is complicated. The collective reaction from the online audience was one of shock, all making international gestures. Goodness. Are you trying to be like Chow Chow? Wow, I've certainly broadened my horizons today. Observing the array of unreliable comments from the viewers, Chu Xian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Glancing at the time, she realized that an hour and a half had passed since her arrival, and to her surprise, Lin Qianyu and Su Bai were already nestled together, whispering sweet nothings to each other. In the end, she had become a glaring light bulb in this intimate scene. Ahem. Chu Xian cleared her throat and spoke. Lin Mei, it's getting late, so I think I should head back now. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Lin Qianyu jolted, finally extricating herself from Su Bai's embrace. Sometimes, Lin Qianyu found it peculiar. She and Su Bai hardly resembled a couple who had been married for 2 years. She blushed easily, and they appeared more like young lovers caught in the throes of romance. Chu Xinjia, could you stay a little longer? There are still many hidden treasures in this living room that we haven't uncovered yet. If you stay for another hour, I can ask my husband to whip up a midnight snack for us. What do you say? The moment the prospect of Su Bai cooking was mentioned, Chu Xian's heart was instantly torn. On one hand, time was indeed slipping away, yet on the other, she was curious to taste the culinary creations of a man who held 4 prestigious chef certificates. Well, all right then, I just didn't want to impose on you. Ultimately, unable to resist the temptation, Chu Xian nodded in agreement. It's no trouble at all. Chu Xinjia, this is your first visit to our home. We haven't had a proper chat yet. Lin Qianyu approached Chu Xian and playfully shook her hand. Chu Xinjia, I've actually been a fan of yours for a long time. I can't believe we've become sisters today. It makes me so happy. Nearby, Su Bai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, surprised at how quickly he was being summoned to action. You're not a bother at all. The one truly inconvenienced here is me, Su Bai. As if on cue, Lin Qianyu's voice floated over from the sofa. Darling, it seems like the fridge is empty. Could you step out and gather some ingredients for our midnight snack? Got it. Subai replied with a look of feigned grievance, his gaze wandering around the house. He thought to himself, these spots shouldn't be discovered, or I truly wouldn't know how to handle it. Wife, I'm off to the supermarket to buy some groceries. Okay. Love you, moi. Is this truly the status of Baigu at home? Another day of being bossed around. I also want to taste the dishes Baigu prepares. Could the streamer offer some fan appreciation? If Baigu ever cooks for me, I would be eternally satisfied. Watching Subai leave, Lin Qianyu eagerly grasped Chu Xian's hand. Chu Xianjia, let us go to the bedroom and share some secrets. Now, Chu Xian pointed at the live streaming phone. But sister, you're still broadcasting. Won't that be inappropriate? Dear family, I apologize, but I need to share a little secret with my Chu Xianjia. I'll be back shortly to keep you company. With that, Lin Qianyu pulled Chu Xian into the bedroom and closed the door behind them. In the live stream room, wow, is the streamer really this daring? Leaving us, 100,000 viewers, to stare at emptiness? This is prime time. Why do two girls need to close the door when entering the bedroom? What could they possibly be discussing that we fans shouldn't see? Cough. The comment above made me picture something vivid. Two beauties on a bed. Oh no, I'm bleeding. I need to take a quick break. But don't forget to call me when Baigu starts cooking. I want to see if his culinary skills are genuine. On second thought, I'll just stay in the stream to avoid missing any important moments. Chapter 43, Treating Hemorrhoids. Inside the bedroom. The anticipated special scenario that countless netizens had imagined did not materialize. Lin Qianyu offered her specialized streaming chair to Chu Xian while she sat cross-legged on the bed. Both engaged in a lively conversation filled with laughter. After a lengthy half-hour of cheerful chatter, they had become inseparable sisters. The bond of female friendship sometimes blossoms unexpectedly. Chu Xian gained insight into how Lin Qianyu and Su Bai had met, fostering a deeper admiration for their relationship, while simultaneously nurturing a flicker of yearning for her own love story, anticipating the day it would arrive. Lin Qianyu, in turn, learned of Chu Xian's growth journey, recognizing the challenges she faced to become a prominent streamer and discovering a different side of her, a Chu Xian who was not merely a teacher imparting knowledge to her fans. Suddenly, Chu Xian felt something odd about the chair she was sitting on. Despite its soft sofa material, it felt oddly uncomfortable. Sister, may I ask where you purchased this chair? Chu Xianjia, are you referring to the one you're sitting on? This was a Valentine's gift from my husband last year. As she spoke, Lin Qianyu's face lit up with a sweet smile, her dimples appearing as she continued. He said I worked too hard and needed a special chair. He went on about it having electric heating and some automatic adjustments. Lots of technical jargon I barely understood. But it was a thoughtful gift. If you want one, I can ask my husband to send one over for you. No, that's not necessary. I was merely curious if you found anything odd about sitting in this chair. Chu Xian probed cautiously. After all, it was a gift from Su Bai to Lin Qianyu, and she didn't want to make any unwarranted assumptions. However, the overwhelming presence of hidden treasures previously discovered had left her on edge. Thus, any slight discomfort made her wary. My family has a similar chair, and the experience feels quite different. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow. Chu Xianjia, are you suggesting there might be something hidden inside? I'm not entirely sure, but it just feels a bit uncomfortable after sitting for a while. Chu Xian confessed, her uncertainty lingering. Initially, she hadn't noticed anything amiss, but after half an hour, the sensation had become apparent. Lin Qianyu pondered for a moment before nodding. I thought it was just me. I always feel a bit sore after long periods on this chair during my streams. It seems there is more to this than meets the eye. Lin Qianyu eyed the chair and suggested, Chu Xianjia, could you lend me a hand? Let us take it apart. Sister, are you serious? Disassembling it isn't difficult, but reassembling could be quite a hassle. Well, if it turns out to be what we suspect, Su Bai will be in big trouble. Outside, Su Bai, having just selected his items at the checkout, suddenly sneezed. Could it be that my wife is thinking of me? Alright, let us first remove the armrests. And the backrest can be taken off separately. Once we tackle those, we can remove the cushion, Chu Xian explained as she crouched down to examine the chair. If I'm not mistaken, the cushion should be detachable. Let us take a look. Then we'll proceed as you say. Chu Xianjia. Lin Qianyu was quick to act, heading back to the kitchen to grab a toolbox before returning to the bedroom. The viewers in the live stream were left bewildered. Didn't the streamers say they were going to discuss something private? Why are they bringing out a toolbox? No way. Are these two women really about to go that far? I personally think they might have discovered something, and now their playful instincts are kicking in. It looks like they are planning to dismantle the place. Streamer, if you truly find hidden treasures, don't forget to include us. Learning how to hide money from my wife could be quite useful in the future. 10 minutes later, in the master bedroom, with their combined efforts, Lin Qianyu and Chu Xian managed to remove the cushion from the chair. Holding the cushion, Chu Xian frowned. Sister, this weight seems off. The cushion was rather excessively heavy. Let us dismantle it. Lin Qianyu also took hold of it, her hand nearly losing grip. At the moment they pried it apart, both were utterly astonished. The outer layer was indeed cotton, yet the inner layer was stuffed to the brim with coins. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Qianyu suddenly realized, goodness. No wonder sitting for too long felt uncomfortable. With only a thin layer of cotton atop, prolonged sitting caused the cotton to compress, placing her directly upon a bed of coins. How could it not be uncomfortable? Upon gazing again at the heap of coins, Lin Qianyu fumed, Subai, you are in big trouble. Not only did you hide your stash, but you also had the audacity to target a Valentine's gift. Just then, a voice emerged from the direction of the living room. Honey, I'm back. Where are you all? Ah, you shameless man. How dare you come back? Lin Qianyu clenched her tiny fists and charged out, exclaiming, Subai, you have gone too far. Calm down, dear. I bought your favorite beef shank. And Subai gestured to the items he had procured. To make up for my previous mistakes, I'll prepare a sumptuous late-night snack for you. We can discuss the late-night snack later. You hid your stash beneath my work chair. No wonder I've been feeling discomfort in my backside lately, which led to multiple hospital visits. I was nearly diagnosed with hemorrhoids. What do you have to say about this? Standing a head taller than her, Subai felt the momentum of the confrontation shift unfavorably, prompting him to take a step back. Subai, you have truly crossed the line. You tell me how we should resolve this. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Subai nearly dropped the items he was holding. Goodness, are you all a demolition team? I was gone for just a moment, and you've unearthed a hidden stash? Moreover, why is it not in the living room as agreed, but rather beneath the bedroom chair? Now, just as old wounds have yet to heal, new ones arise. What should I do? Subai's eyes darted as he suggested. Dear, shall we have a late-night snack first? Perhaps a full stomach will ease your temper. Sighing, Subai regretted hiding the coins in that location. But the system had malfunctioned one day, leaving him with a pile of coins. Faced with such a large quantity, he resorted to this desperate measure, never imagining it would be discovered by Lin Qianyu. No, this matter must be addressed tonight. Otherwise, I would be remiss to my delicate derriere. Lin Qianyu crossed her arms defiantly, her gaze fixed intently on Subai. Subai's eyes roamed over Lin Qianyu's figure for a moment, then, sensing her almost murderous glare, he tentatively asked, Dear, should I go buy you some hemorrhoid cream? Or perhaps a glycerin suppository? Chapter 44, The Arrival of the Mother-in-Law. Hemorrhoid cream? Glycerin suppository? Lin Qianyu inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to slap Subai. To treat hemorrhoids, I can understand the use of cream, but I am not constipated. What would I need suppositories for? The livestream audience was equally stunned by Subai's peculiar thought process. Ahem, if I happen to die laughing in this stream, brothers, remember to burn paper for me. Hemorrhoids and glycerin suppositories? That is absurd. Is that truly the solution? Why would hiding coins beneath a chair cause discomfort? Could it be coins were indeed hidden? To the brother upstairs, you are nearing the truth. Lin Qianyu took another deep breath, attempting to calm herself. But upon seeing Subai's innocent expression, her irritation erupted like a volcano. Just as she was about to speak, Subai interjected, Dear, should I step out of your sight for a while? Get lost. You shameless man. I hope to never see you again. Lin Qianyu could no longer contain herself, her words dripping with venom. She quickly added, For 1 hour. No. Half an hour. No. Within 20 minutes, or even 10 minutes. Do not let me see you. As she reduced the time interval, it was evident she was not truly averse to seeing Subai. She merely sought to vent her frustration. Understood. Subai, as though granted a pardon, hurriedly donned his sneakers at the door. Honey, I'll return shortly to prepare your late-night snack. By the way, should I bring back that hemorrhoid cream? Subai? Lin Qianyu was torn between anger and amusement, pondering how she had ended up with such a whimsical character. At times, his emotional intelligence was truly lacking. It was indeed true what they said. A man remains a boy until the end. Fine, I'll take my leave now. Subai, invigorated, dashed out, muttering, to treat hemorrhoids. Using cream is correct. That is how it has always been portrayed in advertisements. Lin Qianyu stomped her foot in frustration, mourning the injustice her backside had endured. Over a year, I have been sitting on coins during my live streams. How could I have been so oblivious? The thought of her previous hospital visits and the expressions of others made her even angrier. If only they knew, they might think I had some peculiar fetish. Behind her, Chu Xian emerged, cradling the cushion filled with coins. Sister, are you not worried he might be swayed by another woman? He would never. Lin Qianyu was filled with trust regarding their relationship. However, she pondered if her actions were perhaps a tad excessive. What should we do with this cushion, then? Let it serve as evidence. I'll have him buy me a new one. He must compensate for the discomfort to my backside. Lin Qianyu sniffled slightly. I want him to understand what it means to feel guilty. My goodness, he truly hid coins within the cushion. Even if the host develops hemorrhoids, I would believe it. Brother Bai is straying further down an inappropriate path. Can coins possibly compare to the softness of cotton? Only the host has the patience. If this were me, I would likely be bedridden for 3 days. Meanwhile, Subai had just descended the stairs, intending to take a leisurely stroll around the neighborhood to contemplate how to relocate his hidden stash. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure at the entrance of the community, carrying 2 large bags. Wasn't he at his mother-in-law, a regal presence? Mom, what brings you here? Subai called out before he even reached her, hastening to greet her and eagerly accepting the bags from her hands. After all, this was his mother-in-law, the one who cared for him most dearly. As long as he kept her happy, he wondered if his fiancée would dare to bully him. At home, he held the lowest status. Yet at his in-laws' house, his standing soared significantly. At least, it wouldn't be a one-sided affair. I brought over some vegetables that we grew on the rooftop. Here, take some. His mother-in-law, Fang Qing, handed him a bag filled with fresh greens. These are homegrown, absolutely organic and pesticide-free, unlike the vegetables sold outside, which are often treated with strange chemicals to make them appear fresher. I worry that consuming too much might affect your future children. As she emphasized the phrase future children, Fang Qing seemed to imply something significant, given that her daughter had been married for 2 years without a hint of pregnancy. Every time Fang Qing descended the stairs to chat with her circle of girlfriends, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her as she heard them discussing their grandchildren. She longed for the joy of taking a delightful grandchild for a stroll. After all, at their age, it was no longer about walking dogs or cats, but rather about the joys of tending to little ones. If she weren't aware that both of her children had normal health checkups, she might have worried about their fertility. Fang Qing had invested considerable effort into persuading Lin Qianyu to have a child, often bringing it up no less than 10 times a year. It's been half a month since you last came over for a meal, so I've brought you a little something, she remarked, casting a glance at her son-in-law, feeling a genuine satisfaction. She had witnessed Su Bai's affection for her daughter and could easily discern whether he truly loved Lin Qianyu or was merely pretending. Mom, last week, Qianyu and I went out, and we were planning to visit you this weekend. Dad and I had a pact to drink until we were sober, battling until dawn. Su Bai quickly clarified, and Qianyu is eager to savor your cooking. To be honest, the old man misses you quite a bit. But let us skip the drinking this time. You know how it is. Qianyu's father is getting older, and his health metrics are a bit concerning. So it's better for him to drink less, Fang Qing said, looking at Su Bai with a playful affection. You too. Every time you drink, you act like brothers, completely disregarding the hierarchy. Su Bai could only chuckle sheepishly, not daring to interject. Xiao Su, next year, Qianyu's father will retire and will have more free time. Have you considered having a child with Qianyu? Even if you two are busy, her father and I can lend a hand. Noticing that Su Bai hadn't responded, Fang Qing casually mentioned it. Mom, you're on the same wavelength as me. I've been thinking about having a child with Qianyu lately. Really? Fang Qing's spirits lifted instantly upon hearing Su Bai's words. In the past, whenever she brought up this topic, the two had always conjured various excuses to avoid it. To hear them now express their intention to have a child was a source of immense joy for her. By the way, Xiao Su, were you about to head out? Fang Qing suddenly recalled that she hadn't informed the two of her visit. If you have something to do, you can go ahead. Qianyu can manage at home. Mom, there's nothing urgent. Just taking a stroll downstairs when I happen to see you. Really? Nothing at all. Really? Chapter 45, 3 Women in a Play Ding-Dong. Inside the house, the doorbell rang. I told you, he wouldn't abandon me. Lin Qianyu, who had been chatting with Chu Xian, glanced at the time, her face lighting up with a smile. Sister, you can't think that way. A boy's heart is like a stone. Gentle touches won't yield any change. But a harsh cut can make it difficult to return to its original state, Chu Xian teased. If one day such an outstanding man leaves, you'll regret it too late. Lin Qianyu pondered this, realizing the wisdom in Chu Xian's words. Sister Chu Xian, I understand now. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. And Lin Qianyu, wearing her cute slippers, hopped to the door. Honey, it's me, came Su Bai's voice through the video call. Humph. You know how to come back. Do you understand where you went wrong this time? Lin Qianyu didn't open the door immediately, wanting Su Bai to acknowledge his mistake first. Only then could she soothe her slightly wounded pride. Your mother, what did you say? Lin Qianyu couldn't believe her ears. Su Bai, did you just insult me? I said your mother. You really have gone too far. Just sleep on the street tonight and don't come back. Downstairs. Su Bai, realizing he had no chance to explain, helplessly turned to his mother-in-law. Mom, look upon seeing Su Bai's pitiful expression, Fang Qing instantly understood the situation. Leaning in to ask, Qianyu, did you bully Xiao Su again? Mom, what are you doing here? Lin Qianyu, upon spotting her mother on the screen, was taken aback and hurriedly opened the door. What's wrong? Do you find me bothersome? Fang Qing raised an eyebrow. It's only been a short while since we last met, and you don't recognize your mother anymore? Mom, That's not it, Lin Qianyu stammered. But her screen turned to black, leaving her utterly confused. This wasn't how the scenario was supposed to unfold. Her husband was meant to apologize, and she would graciously forgive him. How did her mother suddenly appear? In the elevator, Fang Qing turned to Su Bai. Come on, tell me what's going on. It's the first time I've seen you thrown out of your own home. Connecting Lin Qianyu's earlier words with Su Bai's presence downstairs, Fang Qing quickly deduced the events. However, she knew that if such behavior continued, it would harm their marriage. Although she had once acted similarly in her youth, she understood that certain actions could easily cross boundaries and hurt a man's feelings. Mom, this isn't actually Qianyu's fault, Su Bai said through gritted teeth. It's because I was hiding a little private stash of money, and Qianyu found out, which led to the scene you witnessed. Private stash? Fang Qing almost burst into laughter. Is that all? I thought you had done something to wrong my daughter. If it's just a bit of private money, I'll support you. What is the big deal? Your father-in-law has a fair amount of private savings too. Fang Qing seemed to reminisce about her past experiences. From the time we got married until now, the private money I've discovered must be in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. It's not that I'm snooping. He just has a one-track mind and likes to hide his stash in cigarette boxes. So I naturally find it while cleaning. It's not a big deal. I'll tell Qianyu that every man needs a little private money. Otherwise, having to ask his wife for every little expense would be quite embarrassing. Su Bai felt deeply touched by Fang Qing's words. Thank you, Mom, you truly understand me. Qianyu has never faced much hardship, and her father is usually reluctant to scold her. So I hope you can be more tolerant of her, Fang Qing said, her satisfaction with her son-in-law growing. Don't worry, Mom, Qianyu is my everything, Su Bai replied earnestly. By the way, Mom, have you used some new skincare products? Your skin looks remarkably smooth. Oh, really? I haven't used anything special, just going to bed a bit earlier than before. It's true. If you don't believe me, ask Qianyu later. You seem to have turned back the clock a few years. You really know how to flatter. Once inside, Lin Qianyu quickly took Fang Qing's hand and led her to the sofa, introducing Chu Xian at once. Mom, this is my best friend, Chu Xian. Hello, Auntie. Chu Xian greeted promptly. Very well, this girl is truly beautiful, Fang Qing praised without reservation, then turned to Lin Qianyu. Qianyu, during our journey, Su Bai recounted everything to me. As women, we should be magnanimous. It's just a little private stash of money. Let it go. It's really not a big deal. Aunt, have you been deceived by Brother Bai? Is this what you call a little bit of pocket money? At this rate, he could open a bank. Observing the situation, it appears that Brother Bai and my mother-in-law share a remarkably harmonious relationship. I must seek his counsel later. Upon hearing Fang Qing's words, Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow but chose not to expose Su Bai, instead responding obediently. Mom, I understand. Humph, you sly Su Bai. Daring to report me. I shall settle this score with you later. Is this merely a little pocket money? This is an astronomical sum. Moreover, even in anger, one cannot cast someone out of the house. Some matters are quite different when the door is closed versus when it is open. Behind closed doors, you remain family. But once the door is open, the nature of the relationship transforms. Fang Qing could not help but sigh. These young people today, they quarrel over trivial matters, leading to breakups or divorces. Otherwise, if a man has a minor flaw, they kneel at the keyboard or scrub the washboard, utterly oblivious to how to nurture a relationship. Xiaoyu, I implore you not to emulate such nonsensical behavior. Mom, I know, I will cherish my life with Su Bai. I will never repeat such mistakes. Lin Qianyu found Fang Qing's advice reasonable. However, due to the asymmetry of information between them, Lin Qianyu felt a sense of frustration. While it was indeed wrong to have Su Bai kicked out, he should not have concealed so many matters from her. Pocket money aside, he even possesses a first-class chef certification. Observing this scene, the compliant Su Bai felt a slight tremor in his lips. Truly, one thing brings another. The mother-in-law is formidable. As Fang Qing seemed poised to continue speaking, Lin Qianyu quickly diverted the topic. Mom, you're just in time. Su Bai bought a plethora of ingredients before you arrived. And we can enjoy a late-night snack together. A late-night snack? No, I'm too old for that. If I eat now, I won't be able to sleep later. Fang Qing waved her hand, outright rejecting the proposal. Mom, this is Su Bai cooking. Don't you want to taste his culinary skills? Little Su is cooking? I recall you mentioning he can't cook. Upon hearing that Su Bai would be the chef, Fang Qing's surprise was palpable. Absolutely. Mom, you have no idea. Su Bai has many talents. Lin Qianyu said, playfully winking at Su Bai. Is that so? Then I must sample his creations. Fang Qing's curiosity was piqued. Yet she felt an inexplicable disquiet. However, she could not quite articulate her feelings, sensing something amiss. Chapter 46. This is not difficult, as long as one has hands. In the kitchen, 3 women stood at the door, lined up in a row, to ensure a more comfortable viewing experience. Lin Qianyu had even moved 3 stools to the entrance. At this rate, One might think these three are watching a 3D movie. Do you need me to provide peanuts, beer, or sunflower seeds? Host, are you selling tickets? I'll bid 100 for that seat, not for anything else, just to witness Brother Bai's handsome visage. A man who can cook and dote on others is truly rare. Brothers, let me share my unparalleled experience with you. Cooking skills are of utmost importance, a definite bonus. Damn, the lady upstairs speaks the truth. My ex-girlfriend was taken away by a guy who could cook. Woe is me, seeking comfort and hugs. Darling, what delectable dish are you preparing tonight? Since Mom's here, you must showcase your culinary prowess. Lin Qianyu's tone was imbued with tenderness. However, as Su Bai prepared the ingredients, he felt a shiver run through him. Goodness, this girl is definitely doing this on purpose, creating pressure for me. Fear not, I shall certainly please your palates. Su Bai retrieved a bag of spring noodles from the cupboard. It takes too long to knead the dough from scratch, especially since it requires fermentation. So I'll use these instead to whip up a bowl of spring noodles for each of you. Additionally, I'll prepare a smashed cucumber and century egg tofu as side dishes. Su Bai then pulled a cucumber and a block of tofu from a bag on the floor. Regrettably, it's too late. This is the last piece of tofu. Upon seeing these ingredients, Lin Qianyu suddenly became intrigued. Chef, surely you can carve some beautiful designs for us, right? After all, you are. No problem, I will carve them for you shortly. Su Bai interrupted Lin Qianyu to prevent her from revealing that he possessed a first-class chef certification in front of her mother. Xiaoyu, don't tease. You're not making things difficult for him, are you? Fang Qing frowned, perceiving her daughter as a child who had yet to grow up. Mom, just trust me. I believe he can do it. Lin Qianyu gently patted Fang Qing's hand and aimed the Livestream phone at Su Bai, who was preparing to cook. Seeing this, Su Bai greeted the camera and began slicing meat, rinsing blood, marinating, and applying starch. Is this it? I can do that too. At present, Brother Bai's skills are not apparent, but he seems quite capable. The steps are correct, but his specific level remains to be seen. After all, these procedures were merely routine operations without any remarkable flair. Yet, in the next moment, as Su Bai picked up the knife to slice the tofu, the entire Livestream audience was left in awe. Clang, clang, clang the knife, a mere shadow, flashed with cold light in sporadic intervals. The speed was truly blinding. The three women watching at the door were also left speechless. Lin Mei, your husband is impressively swift. Hearing Chu Qian's words, Lin Qianyu echoed. I never imagined he could be so fast. This is indeed my first experience. Cough, cough. Is this how conversations occur between women? What on earth is this wolfish talk that makes me blush? There's no fastest, only faster. Draw the knife. Is this the standard of someone with a first-class chef certification? I had never noticed the master's hands before. I never expected them to be so delicate. It seems a pity to use them for cutting vegetables. A minute later, Su Bai looked at the neatly sliced tofu, nodding in satisfaction. He turned to Lin Qianyu, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. Wife, the craftsmanship you requested is ready. Please take a look. Lin Qianyu stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The tofu remained the same, yet it seemed transformed from its original state. Darling, I believe I have heard of this. What is it called again? Thousands of threads? Su Bai smiled as he reminded her. That's right, it's called Thousands of Threads. I've seen it in many films. Lin Qianyu exclaimed excitedly, quickly filling a bowl with water. Darling, don't move. I'll handle the next steps. Behind Lin Qianyu, Chu Qian and Fang Qing, who had been sitting at the door, could no longer contain their curiosity upon seeing Lin Qianyu's enthusiasm and moved closer. Mom, Sister Chu Qian, I know about this. It's the sliced tofu placed in water, and it will transform into fine strands continuously. Host, that dish is called Thousands of Threads, also known as Wensi tofu. It involves slicing the tofu as thin as paper, then making 108 cuts both horizontally and vertically, while simultaneously keeping the sliced tofu in water to keep it flowing. It is said that the chefs with the finest knife skills can even thread a needle with their tofu strands. When it comes to knife skills, I hold Chinese chefs in high esteem. Just observe the chef responsible for slicing Peking duck. He not only must carve the entire duck into 108 perfectly uniform slices, but must accomplish this feat within a mere 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This ensures that the meat retains its warmth and exquisite flavor, truly remarkable. Furthermore, there exists the legendary butcher from the Warring States period, whose prowess in butchering cattle was so deft that, according to ancient texts, the cow was unaware of its demise by the time he finished. Of course, this is likely an exaggeration. To my astonishment, I witnessed such extraordinary knife skills once more in the live stream today. The technique was nothing short of transcendent. As Lin Qianyu carefully placed the meticulously sliced tofu into the water, it blossomed like a flower, with thin strands of tofu skin visibly swirling in the liquid. This spectacle left the three observers utterly amazed. However, when Lin Qianyu turned to gaze at Su Bai after her intricate task, her eyes widened in disbelief, leaving her momentarily stunned. The audience within the stream was equally dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Wait, did we just miss a fortune? One exclaimed. In less than 3 minutes, a humble cucumber has transformed into something unattainable for me? This is still a cucumber? It is nothing short of a masterpiece. I watched as Su Bai meticulously completed the final touches on the artwork. An exquisite pine tree, welcoming guests, came to life on the plate. Lin Qianyu, with her mouth agape, pointed at the pine tree and inquired, Darling, how did you accomplish this? It seems so effortless. Anyone could do it with hands. Su Bai beamed with an innocent smile, his pearly whites glistening in the light. Not difficult, just requires hands. Lin Qianyu's lips twitched. She felt an urge to give this man a reality check, to make him understand the artistry behind such skill. The comparison was infuriating. Gazing at him, Lin Qianyu was reminded of the 2 years she had spent laboring over meals, and she felt a rush of frustration at her own naivety. In the kitchen, oblivious to the online chatter, Su Bai set about preparing noodles. He first poured a splash of hot oil into the pot. With a crisp sound, he smashed several cloves of garlic and tossed them into the pan, along with finely sliced ginger. He had even reserved a few intact cloves for Lin Qianyu and her friends, proclaiming, without garlic, the flavor is halved. People like me, who cannot tolerate ginger or garlic, feel like they're facing their demise, one remarked. Me too. I can eat cilantro, but ginger and garlic are a no-go, another chimed in. Eating noodles with garlic is simply culinary darkness. Just as Lin Qianyu anticipated that Su Bai would add water next, he instead poured in the marinated beef shank. A cloud of steam erupted, flames licking the pot, and the aroma of beef wafted through the air. With expert flips and turns, the beef sizzled, complementing Su Bai's nearly flawless form. Oh no, I've succumbed to a crush. It feels like spring has arrived, one admirer whispered. Ladies upstairs, snap out of it. This man is taken. You mustn't engage in any immoral thoughts. He belongs to me. Another mused. How did I never notice how handsome the host is? He appears so captivating now, unlike his shy demeanor in front of the camera. In this simple act of cooking, Su Bai captivated a number of admirers. Had Lin Qianyu known that this brief moment would attract rivals for her affections, she would have never allowed this scene to be broadcasted. Su Bai kept a keen eye on the beef shank, removing it from the heat when it reached medium doneness. He then cleaned the pot and boiled water for the noodles. 10 minutes later, 3 bowls of fragrant beef noodles, each topped with a perfectly fried egg, graced the table, alongside the meticulously carved pine tree and delicate tofu strands. Dear mother, esteemed wife, and Miss Chu, please indulge in my humble culinary skills. As they gazed at the beautifully arranged meal, the 3 women exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to begin. Darling, eat. What are you waiting for? Lin Qianyu murmured. Husband. Your presentation is too exquisite. I hesitate to disturb it, she confessed softly. Indeed, I almost feel guilty ruining such beauty, Chu Xian affirmed. The intricacy of the welcoming pine was almost too refined to touch. Ultimately, it was Fang Qing who broke the awkward silence, taking a hearty bite of beef noodles. Instantly, her eyes lit up. Delicious. Upon glancing back at Su Bai, Fang Qing contemplated whether to whisk this son-in-law home, envisioning daily meals prepared by him. Where are you foolish? Just eat. If you want to admire it, you can always ask Xiao Su to carve another later, she encouraged, as she savored another mouthful, feeling utterly satisfied. Seeing this, Lin Qianyu and Chu Xian ceased their hesitations and dove into their meals. One bite led to another, and soon they could not stop. Observing the trio's enthusiasm, the viewers in the live stream were filled with envy. If I ever become wealthy, I must acquire a phone that can capture these aromas, one declared. Looking at the host's beef noodles, my store-bought instant noodles suddenly seem lackluster, another lamented. Brothers upstairs, that's because you're not feasting on shrimp garlic or fragrant lamb flavors. Otherwise, you'd find it even more delightful, someone replied. 10 minutes later, the 3 women leaned back in their chairs, utterly satisfied. Lin Qianyu couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh no, Chu Xian suddenly exclaimed. What is it, Chu Xian? Lin Qianyu asked. I forgot to take a picture. Su Bai, bemused, thought, is this what women are like? Even in the midst of a meal, they think about taking pictures. Is this the legendary phone first approach to dining? Darling, Lin Qianyu said gently, I had no idea you were this talented. Of course, just look at who your husband is. I must be impressive, Su Bai replied, eager to accept the compliment. Then Lin Qianyu playfully touched her belly. So, darling, do you know what comes next? What next? Su Bai inquired. Su Bai gazed curiously at Lin Qianyu, and, through her expressive eyes, comprehended her unspoken words. I shall attend to it immediately, but my dear wife, you must promise me that today's events will be bygone. To his astonishment, he found himself not only responsible for preparing the meal, but also for washing the dishes. All right, Let us turn the page. Lin Qianyu nodded enthusiastically like a little bunny. The mere thought of frequently indulging in such delectable cuisine filled her with immense joy. Marriage is a partnership, and you both ought to delineate your responsibilities. In instances like these, if Xiao Su is in charge of cooking, then you should take on the task of washing the dishes. One must understand the essence of contribution. On the sidelines, Fang Xin could no longer contain herself and chided gently. It's rather surprising that after 2 years of marriage, you've only just discovered Xiao Su's culinary prowess. Such a shame. Mom, I'm aware, Lin Qianyu replied. All right then, I shall take my leave, but I will often bring Xiao Su home in the future. The resemblance between mother and daughter was unmistakable, as Lin Qianyu swiftly grasped Fang Qing's intent. Clearly, she was enamored with Su Bai's culinary skills. Do not worry. Mother, we will certainly visit you frequently. Humph, you little rascal, do take care of your own man, Fang Qing remarked before departing. Shortly after, Xu Xian expressed her gratitude and left as well, not forgetting to remind Lin Qianyu to cherish Su Bai. After all, exceptional men are highly sought after. Even though they were already married, many would still attempt to woo him. Half an hour later, Lin Qianyu bid farewell to her fans in the live stream and promptly ended the broadcast. She leaped onto the sofa where Su Bai was engrossed in watching television. Gazing at him from such proximity, Lin Qianyu affectionately said, "Darling, you've worked hard today. Foolish girl, you are my wife, so the notion of hardship does not apply." Su Bai replied, playfully pinching Lin Qianyu's little nose as he began to relish the tranquility of the moment. Overwhelmed by Su Bai's profound affection, Lin Qianyu felt a rush of emotion, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry, dear." Chapter 48. The disappearance of the hidden savings. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's tearful apology, Su Bai felt momentarily flustered. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss atop her head and tenderly wiped away her tears. "My dear, please do not cry. Tears will transform you into a little kitten, and that would not be appealing." Despite his penchant for humor, Su Bai remained a straightforward man at heart. When he and Lin Qianyu first began their relationship, he would merely suggest she drink more warm water during her menstrual cycle. Thus, her sudden display of tears caught him off guard. To Su Bai, marrying Lin Qianyu was the most fortunate event of his life. After all, not only was she the belle of the campus, but also a top student. When she learned he had no house and would become a ride-hailing driver, she unflinchingly chose to marry him. Having a wife like her, what more could a man desire? He understood that outsiders might perceive their relationship as one where the woman was dominant and the man submissive. However, this was the essence of a true partnership. There were times when Lin Qianyu displayed a gentle demeanor like a kitten, utterly adorable in her vulnerability. If both partners were equally assertive, or, like in certain countries, if women held no standing, living a life of mutual respect post-marriage would be rendered meaningless. Moreover, Lin Qianyu always heeded his counsel regarding significant matters. Su Bai was resolute that since Lin Qianyu had chosen to marry him, even if she desired the stars from the heavens, he would unhesitatingly procure them for her, as long as it was within his means. From the day they wed, upon witnessing the radiant smile on Lin Qianyu's face, he vowed to make her the happiest girl in the world and to walk hand in hand with her into old age. Lin Qianyu sniffled, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. "Darling, I was wrong to push you out today. I understand that you did not mean it that way." Su Bai maintained a loving smile, gently stroking her hair. "I was merely concerned for my little backside. I feared it might develop hemorrhoids." "I am also quite worried about you, my dear." "I understand," she replied. "I shouldn't have allowed a stranger to search our home for hidden savings. That was rather disrespectful to you. I won't do that again. It's quite all right. Furthermore, I shouldn't have overreacted. It's perfectly normal for men to keep some private savings." "Wife, this matter is not your fault." Su Bai blushed. In truth, it was reasonable for his wife to be upset. Had he only hidden a few hundred or 1,000, she likely wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Yet, the amount he had concealed was somewhat excessive, and had it been another woman, a tempest of chaos would have ensued. Just know that." "But why did you hide so much cash?" Lin Qianyu inquired, voicing her inner thoughts. "Surely, this money isn't from bribes, is it?" After all, in Lin Qianyu's mind, cash was only used in cases of bribery or illicit dealings. Otherwise, in this age, most people utilized digital transactions. How could a normal person hide cash at home? Su Bai was momentarily taken aback by Lin Qianyu's question. This was precisely his concern. He couldn't possibly reveal to Lin Qianyu that he possessed a system. Doing so would likely lead her to regard him as an alien, even if she believed him. If she inadvertently let it slip, he could envision being captured and dissected by a group of unidentified elites. At that point, he would truly be at the mercy of fate. Dear, would you believe me if I said I kept cash at home because it's the safest option in case the banking system collapses one day?" Su Bai tentatively asked. Lin Qianyu tilted her neck, her eyes narrowing as she regarded him with a look that seemed to probe his very soul. Darling, do I appear to be a fool to you? What if we were to face a war? Haha, what about an apocalypse? Wouldn't cash be of utmost importance then? You are being silly. If a doomsday scenario were to occur, would you not pack survival supplies instead of lugging around so much cash? Are you planning to burn it as an offering to the underworld? Or are you worried about running out of toilet paper? And what of the children's education fund? Darling, you've already used that excuse before. The first time, I believed you. The second time, however, Lin Qianyu gave Su by a knowing look. Darling, this money must be clean, right? I don't want you to take risks for the sake of money, only to find yourself visiting a prison every week. If that were the case, I would hope you'd turn yourself in early. That way, you might receive a reduced sentence. Rest assured, no matter how long you're inside, I will wait for you at home. Cough, cough. Subai couldn't help but clear his throat. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Rest assured, all this money is completely legitimate and above board. You can rest easy. That is more like it. But why do you need to hide so much cash? Lin Qianyu pressed again, her curiosity piqued. Never mind. Hide it if you must. Our home is not that large. How much more could you possibly conceal? Lin Qianyu resigned herself to the situation. I actually find it rather amusing. It adds a touch of excitement to our otherwise mundane lives. Subai opened his mouth. Yet no sound emerged. My dear wife, your thoughts remain somewhat confined. You ought to broaden your horizons and expand your perspective. Otherwise, I truly fear that the moment you uncover more hidden savings, you may find it difficult to accept the reality. Darling, just a couple of days ago, I followed you. And to my surprise, discovered that you were one of the shareholders of that company. Does that mean you are quite wealthy now? Lin Qianyu pinched the flesh at Subai's waist, saying, Oh dear, I've heard that when men come into money, they tend to become corrupt. So, I am uncertain whether to feel happy or disheartened. It's truly vexing. Moreover, now that my husband has grown up, he knows how to stash away his private savings. Stop, stop, stop. Subai quickly interrupted Lin Qianyu's ramblings. Wife, I am merely one of the shareholders. The dividends from the past 2 years have only been sufficient to purchase the property at Dijing Villa, so your husband does not have any substantial savings left. The worries you have are unfounded. Really? Lin Qianyu blinked her eyes, gazing intently at Subai. Indeed. I find that somewhat believable, Lin Qianyu nodded. After all, the property at Dijing Villa is quite valuable. Even as a shareholder of that company, it has only been 2 years. Could one truly amass wealth comparable to a nation in such a short span? My dear, do not worry. If you ever find yourself without money, I shall support you. I have some splendid news. The income from my live streaming has been remarkably generous lately. I just checked today's earnings, and it seems to have surpassed 6 figures. As she spoke, Lin Qianyu's small tiger teeth shone through her joyous smile. I never imagined such a thing could happen to me. It was beyond my wildest dreams. My wife is truly remarkable. Subai unabashedly showered her with praise. To think I could marry you. I must have accumulated immense fortune in my past life. You know it well. I love you, my husband. Lin Qianyu nestled against Subai, her grievances dissipating entirely. I am also grateful to the deity of marriage for tying our fates together with a red thread. My dear, may I ask you a question? Ask away. Subai pinched Lin Qianyu's delicate face, unable to resist commenting. Your skin feels exquisite. How much more hidden savings do you have? Just a little. You've nearly uncovered it all. Really? Indeed. Then, my dear, let us go to sleep. I want a hug. Lin Qianyu draped herself over Subai, emboldened only in their private space. The thought of how Subai had, without hesitation, transferred ownership of the Dijing Villa to her earlier that afternoon made her nuzzle against him. All right. Subai lifted Lin Qianyu from the sofa, his hands cradling her soft form. Come, let us sleep. You must be honest. What do you mean by not honest? Nothing. Just be gentle, my dear. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating Lin Qianyu's eyes. Beneath her long lashes lay a delicate nose and sensuous lips, combined with her languid sleeping posture, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Suddenly, Lin Qianyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. One hand reached out in search of something while her lips murmured, Darling, I had a nightmare last night. I discovered that the hidden savings I found had vanished. Woo-woo, I searched desperately, but they just disappeared. Did you hide the savings again? No comfort, no gentle touch, no hug. Lin Qianyu's nimble nose twitched as she slowly opened her eyes. Subai was nowhere to be found beside her in bed. Where's my husband? Lin Qianyu slipped out of bed, donning her slippers as she ventured out of the bedroom. Not in the living room, not in the kitchen, not in the bathroom. My husband is just gone? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she hurried back to the bedroom to open the safe. In an instant, she stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Inside the safe, the hidden savings she had uncovered yesterday were nowhere to be found. Chapter 49. If that day comes. I wish to give everything to both my husband and my money have vanished. This sudden turn of events sent Lin Qianyu's blood pressure soaring, her mind swirling in chaos. Could it be that her relentless pursuit of hidden savings had driven her husband to flee with the money? But that didn't make sense. If he had truly run away, why not take all their assets from the safe, rather than just the savings she had discovered? Moreover, he had just transferred the house to her yesterday. Wouldn't that multi-million-dollar property be more desirable than a mere 100,000 in hidden savings? Had her mind gone awry? Lin Qianyu gently tapped her head, momentarily lost on what had transpired. Surely her husband couldn't have been kidnapped along with the hidden funds by fans? After all, the live stream had been exceptionally popular these past few days, leading her to consider such a possibility. Just as she contemplated calling the police, a loud crash echoed from the living room. Lin Qianyu hurriedly rushed out. Still in her slippers. Husband? She saw Subai entering the living room, carrying a white foam box that did not appear very heavy. Subai raised an eyebrow. Glancing at the time, it was only 7:40, well before 8. Why is she up so early today? Husband, is that you? Upon seeing Lin Qianyu standing before him and hearing her question, Subai's expression darkened. He placed the foam box on the floor, gently reaching out to touch Lin Qianyu's forehead. You're not feverish. Woo-woo, don't abandon me, husband. Feeling the warmth of Subai's hand, Lin Qianyu rubbed her eyes and then embraced his waist. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Silly girl, how could I ever not want you? I am right here, standing as I should. Subai patted Lin Qianyu's back gently, still puzzled by the situation. Wife, did you have a nightmare? In Subai's embrace, Lin Qianyu nodded vigorously. Yes, I just had a nightmare. I dreamt of a figure in black, sneaking around, doing who knows what. I struggled to approach him to see his true face, but I couldn't discern it at all, and my body felt foreign, unresponsive. Only after the figure left could I regain control of my body. When I checked the room, I found nothing missing. But when I returned to the bedroom, I discovered, woo-woo, my hidden savings were gone. Lin Qianyu's little nose twitched. Humph. If he dares to appear in my dreams again, I will ensure he cannot fend for himself. Unbeknownst to her, Subai, who was listening to Lin Qianyu recount her nightmare, felt a shiver run down his spine. That figure in her nightmare felt eerily familiar. Suddenly, Lin Qianyu broke free from Subai's embrace. Husband, some of the money in the safe has gone missing. I don't know where it went. Then she noticed the foam box Subai had placed on the floor. Where did you get this foam box from so early in the morning? Oh, this foam box. I went out to buy some groceries and was just preparing to make breakfast for you. Do you need a foam box for groceries? Lin Qianyu curiously squatted down and opened the lid of the foam box, revealing 2 large bags of vegetables. The first time I heard of vegetables being packed in foam boxes, I wondered if it was for insulation purposes. Lin Qianyu scratched her hair and said, by the way, darling, the money in our safe is gone. Should we report it to the police? Report it? Subai's pupils slightly constricted as he quickly interjected, No. I just saw too many coins and small change, so I went to the bank to exchange them. It's all here. Crouching down, Subai revealed 2 large bags of vegetables, and underneath them lay 11 neat bundles of crimson banknotes. I originally intended to put this in while you were still asleep, but I didn't expect you to have a nightmare. Could this be a case of telepathy? Otherwise, the timing of the nightmare seemed rather uncanny. Noticing Lin Qianyu's silence, Subai continued, Wife, I truly had no intention of touching your secret savings. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought the money back, right? Alas, after a struggle within my heart, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. To avoid arousing Lin Qianyu's suspicions, Subai had resorted to this strategy. You're so wonderful, darling. Upon hearing Subai's words, Lin Qianyu harbored no doubts, for everything seemed logical. However, she mused, Darling, the reason I didn't respond earlier was that I was pondering why you used such a large foam box. Wouldn't it be more convenient to carry a backpack or a briefcase? After all, it's not like you were transporting a whole box of money. Subai nearly choked on his breath, quickly rolling his eyes and explaining, it's to avoid attracting attention. If I took a briefcase to the bank, people would immediately know I was depositing money, but with a foam box, I wouldn't draw anyone's gaze. Couldn't he do without the foam box? Just a bit of cash wouldn't mean the same when leaving. To accomplish something special, Subai had hurriedly risen at 6:30. Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow but did not refute Subai's words. Instead, she squatted down to gather the money. Darling, I'll just put this money in the safe now. Yet, as she left, she seemed to mutter something. Why is my husband so foolish as to go to the bank? He could have just deposited it directly rather than exchanging it at home. Wouldn't taking a foam box to the bank attract even more attention? What bank opens this early? I must ask my husband later. She had startled me, making me think the money was gone and that my husband was missing too. Thankfully, it was just a dream. The loss of money was inconsequential. As long as my husband was still here, that was enough. Chattering away, every word never repeated, left Su Bai's head buzzing. Casting another glance at the empty foam box on the floor, Su Bai felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, this girl hadn't uncovered the secret. Picking up the 2 bags of vegetables, Su Bai made his way to the kitchen, preparing to whip up a delightful breakfast for Lin Qianyu. The thought of what he had done that morning made him hum a little tune. The sun shines bright, and money smiles at me. The little bird chirps, early, early. Why are you holding a foam box while I go do bad things? And my wife is none the wiser. As he hummed, he found himself slightly giddy and couldn't help but chuckle. Half an hour later, a fusion breakfast of Eastern and Western delights had found its way into their bellies. Burp. Lin Qianyu, thoroughly satisfied, let out a contented belch and gazed at Su Bai with adoration. Darling, I truly am the happiest woman in the world. To win a woman's heart, one must first conquer her stomach. Lin Qianyu was already quite pleased with Su Bai, but to discover he could cook was an immense surprise. Rubbing her belly, Lin Qianyu smiled and said, Darling, if I continue eating your cooking like this for a month, my waistline might just vanish. Not to worry. Even if you turn into a hefty pig, I would still love you, Su Bai teased with a grin. Those are merely the troubles of happiness. Who are you calling a pig? If I am a pig, then you must be. As Lin Qianyu spoke, she burst into laughter, her mind racing with vivid imagery. Darling, confess honestly, do you intend to fatten me up before abandoning me? What nonsense. That would be quite uneconomical, after all. This meat has been painstakingly nurtured by me. I must keep it for myself. Besides, even if I sold it, it wouldn't fetch much. Su Bai reached out to pat Lin Qianyu's head. Stop overthinking, you'll never escape my grasp. Not even 500 years would suffice. But I can't possibly live for 500 years. If I can make it to 80, I would be quite content. With this thought, Lin Qianyu once more patted her belly. My period should be due soon. I truly hope it doesn't come this time. If it doesn't darling, are you prepared to become a father? Father? Su Bai repeated softly, gazing tenderly at his wife. Darling, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. On the day our child is born, I want to gift them a castle, an amusement park, and the finest things in the world. Oh, you're just boasting. Lin Qianyu teased, though her eyes sparkled with affection as she looked at Su Bai. She too was filled with anticipation for the future. Darling, when we have children, will you still love me? How could that be? You will always be my number one, Su Bai assured her. Well, that is more like it. Lin Qianyu stood up, beginning to clear the dishes. After such a hard morning's work for my husband, I'll take care of this. You just relax, darling. I'll leave it to you. Su Bai responded obediently. Chapter 50, One Mountain Higher Than Another. Sitting on the sofa and watching Lin Qianyu wash the dishes in the kitchen, Su Bai felt a bit bored and picked up his phone to scroll through a series of short videos. The first one made him pause, and he squinted at the screen. The man in the video was none other than himself. What could have prompted this? Once a culinary master, he has now willingly abandoned everything to become an ordinary person. The video showcased Su Bai slicing tofu. It was indeed him, yet accompanied by melancholic music and an absurd narrative. What was going on? Anyone unaware would think a great figure had fallen from grace. Not only that, but within a single night, the video had amassed over 10 million views, and the comment section was filled with bizarre remarks. Su Bai clicked on a few comments, nearly convinced he was the protagonist being discussed. Having seen through the myriad of life's complexities, he yearns to return to simplicity. Once a powerful warrior, upon discovering his daughter lived in a doghouse, he returned to slaughter across the land. Now, a culinary master sacrifices everything for love. A domineering CEO, betrayed and suffering amnesia, eventually becomes a bathhouse worker, ultimately crowned the king of baths. Moreover, a portion of netizens recognized the male lead as the man recently scrutinized for secret savings, and they began tagging Lin Qianyu. Lin, the beautiful goddess, your husband is trending. Envious, when asked if he loves the kingdom or the beauty more. This man declared he would forsake everything for love. Not only does he look handsome, but he can also cook. Love it. A mere cucumber transformed into a dish I can't afford. Is this a 5-star chef undercover? Reading the flattery, Su Bai smacked his lips. What is going on? I didn't even realize I was this exceptional. Scrolling to the next video, he found it was the same footage, merely paired with a different commentary. Legends have emerged from the people since ancient times. The next video was yet another culinary endeavor, this time centered around the preparation of beef noodles. Su Bai furrowed his brow, pondering whether he had fallen victim to the whims of big data. It appeared that in the future, he ought to minimize his appearances in Lin Qianyu's live streams. Otherwise, he would be stripped of any semblance of privacy. Su Bai certainly did not wish to don a hood every time he stepped outside. It was perplexing how challenging it was to remain low-key. He could only blame his own exceptional nature. Darling, do you have any plans today? Lin Qianyu emerged from the kitchen after organizing the dishes. None at all. Why do you ask? Su Bai turned to face her. After all, he had stopped by to collect some money earlier that morning and had indeed found himself with no pressing matters. How about we indulge in a hot spring this afternoon? A while back, Yalan gifted me 2 hot spring experience vouchers, and they will expire soon. We should make haste to use them. It has been over half a year since I last soaked in a hot spring. Upon witnessing Lin Qianyu's hopeful gaze, Su Bai could hardly refuse. All right. It would be a waste to let them expire. If we don't use them, what is the point? You're the best, dear. I'll live stream in the bedroom for a bit this morning, so you can find something to occupy your time. Lin Qianyu leaned in closely and planted a kiss on Su Bai's cheek. Hold on, I want another hug. Only after a moment did Lin Qianyu relent, picking up her phone from the table as she returned to the master bedroom. Meanwhile, Su Bai turned on the television, selecting a nature documentary and increasing the volume. After watching for a while, he glanced at the master bedroom door, noting the silence. The next moment, he tiptoed to the bedroom door, pressing his ear against it to listen to Lin Qianyu interacting with her fans, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Since Lin Qianyu was occupied, was it not the perfect opportunity for him to undertake significant matters? With that thought in mind, Su Bai hurried back to the kitchen, retrieving the white foam box and beginning to rummage through the room. Occasionally, he discreetly produced bundles of crimson banknotes from hidden corners, tossing them into the foam box while frequently glancing back at the master bedroom door to avert any unexpected interruptions. One might mistakenly believe that the master of this house was, in fact, a professional thief. Inside the room, as soon as Lin Qianyu opened her live stream, viewers poured in. Host, are we continuing the hunt for hidden money today, or will we witness Brother Bai's culinary skills? Host, did you apply the butt patch? How effective is it? If it works well, be sure to share. Where's the husband? Is he off driving a rideshare to support the family? The host should keep an eye on him. There might be some juicy secrets to uncover. Lin, you should have your husband create an account too. He would surely become popular, and we would all shower him with gifts. If this time the hidden money remains undiscovered by my wife, I'll buy some good cigarettes and post it on my social media. Last time my wife found my stash, even the doctor felt sorry for me. This time, I'll save a little for keepsake, without posting pictures. Why can you send voice messages? Goodness, I found myself singing along. Seeing that many viewers had taken an interest in Su Bai, Lin Qianyu felt a twinge of jealousy. This afternoon, I plan to go to the hot springs with my husband. For now, let us chat for a bit, and tomorrow we can continue our search for hidden money. After all, money one tea sprout legs and run away. Lin Qianyu gestured toward the layout of the bedroom. Of course, you can take a guess at where the hidden money might be. We'll verify it later. I, a humble soul, suspect the curtains may conceal the hidden money, given their ample space. If table mats can hide coins, Lin, you might want to inspect the mattress all day. You wouldn't want to discover you've been sleeping on coins. If the husband thought to hide money behind the wallpaper, perhaps the host ought to assemble a demolition crew and renovate the house. I now suspect he might even stuff money into bricks. Host, you could look it up. It might inspire you with plenty of ideas. Just a moment, let me grab my notebook. Seeing the fervor of her fans, Lin Qianyu hurriedly pulled out a notebook and pen from a drawer. Slow down, one at a time. In the living room, Su Bai continued to place easily accessible hidden money into the white foam box while watching Lin Qianyu's livestream on his phone, curious to see if she would unearth any astounding secrets. Upon reading the barrage of comments from the fans, he couldn't help but chuckle. This group truly was delightful. Curtains? Google? How utterly beneath him. There was no way he would hide his secret stash in such a mundane location. After all, prior to concealing his funds, he had meticulously researched every mention on the internet regarding such matters. He had spent considerable time scrutinizing and filtering through the information and had even joined specialized groups, engaging in various analyses and discussions with seasoned individuals sharing similar experiences. Ultimately, Su Bai had established an elite group focused on the goal of hiding money without detection, comprising long-suffering experts. It was through this audacious yet meticulous approach, honed over countless hours of research, that he had managed to secure his finances over the past 2 years. Regrettably, if it weren't for those few tubs of instant noodles, Su Bai snapped back to reality, squinting at the foam box now brimming with his hidden funds. He then placed his phone in his pocket, cradled the foam box in his arms, and stepped out of the living room. 2 hours later, as the clock struck 11, Lin Qianyu surveyed the densely packed notes in her notebook, nodding in satisfaction. Each entry reflected a potential hiding spot for hidden money suggested by her fans. Clutching the notebook, she felt an exhilarating sense of empowerment, as if holding the key to the world. Little did she realize that there were always greater heights to reach. All right, everyone, we shall conclude for today. Remember to join me tomorrow for verification. Let us not miss each other. With that, Lin Qianyu closed the livestream, contemplating her notebook. She decided to hide it beneath her pillow to prevent Su Bai from peeking and altering his plans. Humph, with the collective wisdom of the masses behind me, I wonder just how long these hidden funds can remain concealed. A smile of excitement spread across Lin Qianyu's face as she prepared to inform Su Bai of the ingredients for lunch. However, as she pushed the door open, she exclaimed, "Darling, what are you doing?" On the other side, Subai had just finished setting everything up, whistling happily as he entered the living room, phone box in tow. Equally in high spirits, their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew slightly peculiar. Chapter 51, The Hot Spring Journey. Gulp. Subai swallowed hard, his previously elated expression plummeting. "Darling?" Noticing Subai's silence, Lin Qianyu called out again, her gaze now filled with suspicion directed at the white phone box. "Oh well. I'm not quite sure what's going on with the current shows. They were putting me to sleep. I thought this phone box was taking up too much space. So I figured I'd take it downstairs to dispose of it." Subai hastily concocted an excuse that even he found unconvincing. It was undeniably awkward. As if embarrassment itself had opened the door, and now it had returned home. "Oh, is that so? Then why did you bring it back?" Lin Qianyu approached Subai with delicate steps, standing on tiptoes to peer inside. "Hand it over. I'll take care of it shortly." Without waiting for Subai's response, she placed the white phone box on the floor. Upon opening it, she found it to be utterly empty. She looked up at Subai again, sensing something peculiar about it. "Alas, I've grown older lately, my memory faltering. I completely forgot that we can only dispose of garbage in our community between 6 and 9 in the morning and evening. When I went downstairs just now, I saw that the trash area was locked, so I brought it back." Subai scratched the back of his head, responding with a calm demeanor. Thankfully, this time it was merely a relocation of items, not a hiding of money. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from Lin Qianyu's stomach. "Dear, are you hungry?" Subai gently patted her head, quickly changing the subject. Lin Qianyu's cheeks flushed as she nodded her little head. "Yes, for some reason, I feel hungrier than before." "Could it be that you're expecting?" Subai teased with a smile. "How could that be? It's only been a few days. Even if I were, it would merely be at the fertilized egg stage, which shouldn't have any bearing on my appetite." Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I suspect it's because your cooking is simply too delicious, awakening the cravings within me. Honey, for lunch I want Jingjiang shredded pork, sauerkraut vermicelli, and sweet and sour ribs." "Wait, didn't you order pork stewed vermicelli and guabao meat yesterday?" Subai replied, utterly bewildered. Do women change their minds this swiftly? "But I've changed my mind now. Please, dear, consider this a way to nourish our future baby," Lin Qianyu pleaded, shaking his arm and charmingly pouting. "All right, I shall acquiesce to your wishes," Subai nodded. With the mention of a baby, how could he dare to refuse? "Then I would also like a welcoming pine." "What? Isn't that just a cucumber? Wouldn't it be more delightful to simply serve you a cucumber? I forgot to take a picture yesterday, so I must make amends today." An hour later, snap. Lin Qianyu contentedly stowed her phone away, pushing the welcoming pine towards Subai. "Darling, you've worked hard. This is a reward just for you." "Subai, after all that, it turns out the phone gets to eat first, while I'm left with nothing." Lin Qianyu picked up a sheet of thousand-layer pastry, wrapping it around a green onion and sauce-covered shredded meat, swallowing it in one bite. "Wow, dear, you're simply amazing." Once again picking up a piece of sweet and sour rib, she glanced at Subai, who had yet to touch his chopsticks, and pointed to the welcoming pine. "Darling, don't just stare, eat." Just as Subai was about to roll his eyes, a piece of sweet and sour rib appeared in his bowl. "Dear, a balance of meat and vegetables is essential for nutrition, which is necessary for growth," she chimed in. Coughing, Subai blurted out, "I'm already fully formed. I can't grow anymore." The atmosphere turned slightly awkward once again. At 3 in the afternoon, Subai drove Lin Qianyu to the Sun Moon Lake Hot Springs, located in the outskirts of the bustling metropolis. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Lin Qianyu was captivated by the wooden entrance exuding the essence of nature. "Darling, I thought the hot spring experience voucher from Yalan would lead us to a public bath, but this place is so unique." Subai glanced at the engraved words on either side of the entrance, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Above, the moon is reached in the night sky. Below, the sun and moon form a celestial pool. There were security personnel stationed at the entrance, ensuring that safety measures were thoroughly implemented. Upon entering the wooden door, they were greeted by an array of potted plants adorning the courtyard, immediately capturing the attention of guests. Clearly maintained by skilled artisans, each pot was meticulously positioned, with the floral arrangements exhibiting a remarkable artistry. Perhaps this artisan was also a connoisseur of feng shui. Moreover, a man-made brook meandered through the garden, the gentle sound of flowing water calming the mind and spirit, evoking a sense of tranquility reminiscent of a paradise. Lin Qianyu and Subai tread softly on the stone path, beside which a bamboo-fenced tea room was occupied by guests engaged in light conversation, creating a serene and pleasant ambience. After traversing the flagstone path, they entered the front hall, where a grand screen separated the space into harmonious sections. At the reception, a woman in a cheapao greeted them with a warm smile. "Hello, how may I assist you today?" "We have 2 hot spring experience vouchers." Lin Qianyu presented the vouchers. Excellent. Please hold on a moment. The receptionist took the vouchers and replied, Madam, your experience voucher includes a 4-hour room stay. An overnight stay would incur an additional charge of $399. Would you like to proceed with that? No, thank you. A moment later, the receptionist returned with 2 room keys. Madam, your experience card has been successfully redeemed. Here are your room keys. Please keep them safe. The keys indicate the hot spring room for 2, and the package includes a set of disposable bathrobes and a self-service breakfast. Wishing you a pleasant time. The 2 accepted the keys and made their way to the rear courtyard, which housed 60 rooms, each with a name that was both elegant and unique. Qingzhu, Yinyu, Biquan, and Tingxian, 10 of which were hot spring rooms. The room assigned to Su Bai and Lin Qianyu was the Tingxian Pavilion Hot Spring Room. Upon entering, the space was predominantly wooden, with a minimalist color scheme that felt anything but ordinary. Under the soft glow of the bedside lamp, a coffee cup bore an inscription. Happiness is a melody that floats above you every day. Happiness is an art that lurks in your brow each day. Happiness is an insight that dances in your heart daily. With heartfelt simplicity, I wish you joy every day. The amenities within the room were all of international high-end brands, rivaling the standards of a 5-star hotel. From the moment they stepped through the door, the overall experience was delightful, leaving a gentle smile on Lin Qianyu's face. Upon catching sight of the private hot spring pool, Lin Qianyu dashed over with excitement. Darling, I've heard that soaking in hot springs not only improves one's mental state, but also aids in alleviating high blood pressure and cholesterol. Hearing her words, Su Bai's lips curled slightly. Well, it seems we should invite our parents along next time. At his age, high blood pressure shouldn't yet be a concern. Turning to look at the private hot spring pool and then glancing at the tall and graceful Lin Qianyu, a new thought suddenly crossed Su Bai's mind. Honey, may I discuss something with you? Well, since we rarely get to enjoy a hot spring, should we? Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu instantly understood his implication. Her cheeks flushing crimson. Darling, we must behave ourselves during the day. Su Bai stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her from behind and burying his head in her hair. No worries, we'll keep it quiet. Darling, you're so naughty. The choice is yours. All right then, but remember, you're the one who suggested it. For hours later, the 2 emerged from the hot spring room of Tingxian Pavilion. Lin Qianyu radiated a rosy glow, while Su Bai walked with his head held high and chest out, feeling as though he were gliding through the air. Darling, I find this place quite delightful. We should frequent it for our enjoyment in the future, Su Bai remarked, playfully teasing the corner of his mouth, as if savoring their recent experience. The ambience was refreshingly different from home, providing them with a profound sense of spiritual rejuvenation that was exhilarating. That will depend on your performance going forward, Lin Qianyu replied, pouting slightly as she linked her arm with Su Bai's, her legs feeling a touch weak. I didn't expect the hot spring experience voucher from Yalan to be so reliable. Sweetheart, are you feeling hungry? Should we indulge in a buffet? Su Bai suggested. No. I would prefer to return home and enjoy the meal you prepare. Lin Qianyu shook her head. Ever since she had tasted Su Bai's cooking, she had become utterly enamored with his culinary skills. All right, as you wish. Soon, after returning their room key, the couple arrived at the entrance, ready to head to the parking lot. However, they both halted in their tracks. Not far from them, beside a garbage bin, a ragged woman was rummaging through the refuse, occasionally extracting a plastic bottle, expertly stepping on it before tossing it into a nearby woven bag. Beside her sat a young girl in a wheelchair, the chair appearing remarkably worn and shabby. Most heartbreaking was the sight of the girl, who was missing her legs. Her Hello Kitty pants fluttered gently in the breeze, giving her a fragile appearance. In her arms, she clutched a tattered teddy bear. Its once white fur now dulled to a gray hue from age. Mommy, I'm hungry, the little girl murmured, gently patting her stomach and glancing at the woman beside her. The woman paused, trembling slightly, her previously furrowed brow now resembling a frown. Yet, when she turned to look at the little girl, her face softened into a tender smile. Be good, Xiao Ai, just hold on a little longer. Once we've finished searching the next 2 places, we can sell what we find. And tonight we want to go to bed hungry. Oh yeah, can we have strawberry cake tonight? The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. But the woman's gaze revealed a sense of helplessness as she patiently explained, not tonight, sweetie. In a couple of days, when mommy earns a bit more, we can buy you strawberry cake, okay? All right, then can we at least have steamed buns tonight? The girl asked, her little head nodding eagerly. Yes, you can have 2 big steamed buns tonight, the woman replied, and the girl's face lit up with joy. I'm so happy. I promise I won't disturb mommy while she works. The little girl began to play with her teddy bear. You have to be good too, Mr. Bear. At the entrance, Lin Qianyu watched this poignant scene, her eyes welling with tears as she gently shook Su Bai's arm. Darling, I want to help them, but I don't have any cash. Having recently contemplated having a child herself and being inherently compassionate, This moment struck a chord deep within her heart. Subai squinted, placing a reassuring hand on Lin Qianyu's arm while nodding in understanding. Don't worry, my love, just hold on a moment. As for why this mother and daughter were scavenging in such a remote area, or why the woman, despite being physically capable, did not seek a conventional job, Subai remained unconcerned. What mattered to him was that he could act with a clear conscience. After all, they were not like some opportunistic beggars, but were surviving through their own means. There must be a reason behind the woman's actions. And it was not out of a misguided sense of charity that Subai felt compelled to act. Rather, the thought of one day having children of his own made his heart ache at this sight. In the next moment, under Lin Qianyu's astonished gaze, Subai reached into his pants pocket. Darling, we need to be mindful of our appearance in public, Lin Qianyu admonished, glancing around, her cheeks slightly flushed. Subai remained silent, tugging forcefully until an elastic band snapped free, revealing a bundle of neatly rolled red bills. Ah, Lin Qianyu gasped, instantly comprehending the situation as her mouth fell open in shock. You hid your secret stash of money in your pants? Aren't you afraid I'd toss them in the washing machine? What if they get soiled? Subai rubbed his chin, his expression turning slightly sheepish. Well, these are new pants I just bought, and today is the first time I wore them. I thought it was the perfect opportunity. Sweetheart, today is a special circumstance. You won't be upset, will you? This was the first time Subai had openly disclosed his hidden resources, acknowledging the unusual nature of the situation. Humph. Lin Qianyu huffed initially, then replied with a gentle smile, of course not. Do you have any other secret stashes? Today. She not only wouldn't hold it against him, but might even reward him. Darling, that is what you said. Hearing her words, Subai felt as though he had received a pardon, his excitement palpable as he stepped closer. Honey, you, Lin Qianyu stammered, preparing to retreat. Stay still. Subai swiftly wrapped his left arm around Lin Qianyu, placing his right hand atop her head. Yes, just like that. In the next instant, he released her. But his right hand now held an adorable hairpin. Carefully, Subai opened the clasp, retrieving another vibrant bill. Lin Qianyu opened her mouth to speak, but Subai waved his hand to interrupt. Don't move, there's more. Then he crouched down, slowly approaching the hem of Lin Qianyu's jeans with a nail clipper attached to his keychain. Snip, snip. A minute later, both sides of Lin Qianyu's jeans were neatly cut, and he produced several rolled-up bills resembling those of a cigarette. Lin Qianyu furrowed her brow, perplexed. I thought jeans came like this from the factory. How did you manage to hide money in them? Well, one day while you were out, I took apart the seams and re-sewed them, Subai replied, his gaze evasive as he avoided meeting her eyes. So the sewing machine at home isn't something you stumbled upon? You learned to use a sewing machine just to hide your money? Faced with Lin Qianyu's rapid-fire inquiries, Subai could only respond with a nervous laugh. Darling, it's not as complicated as you think. It was all just a coincidence. Coincidence? I'd rather believe you won the lottery. Lin Qianyu shot him a skeptical glance, resolving to check every piece of clothing in their home once they returned. Is there more? Yes, just a little bit. Subai nodded, carefully pulling out a 100 yuan bill from his keychain. This is everything. Lin Qianyu counted the bills, totaling 1,600 yuan notes. Here, you can deliver your hidden stash yourself. Darling, why don't you take it instead? Subai waved his hand dismissively. What is mine is yours. You're quite the charmer, Lin Qianyu remarked, taking his hand as they made their way toward the mother and daughter duo. Meanwhile, the woman had finished searching the first garbage bin and was preparing to move on to the next. The withered woven bag nearby signified a meager harvest today, causing the woman's furrowed brow to remain tense throughout. Upon noticing Lin Qianyu and her companion approaching, her body instantly tensed, and she hurriedly returned to the side of the little girl, her trembling hands gripping the girl's wheelchair, her gaze towards Lin Qianyu and her husband filled with apprehension. Fearing they might harm her daughter, Lin Qianyu, holding Subai's hand, halted a meter away from the mother and daughter, gently extending the neatly arranged money towards the woman while speaking in a soft voice. Dear child's mother, please do not misunderstand. My husband and I merely wish to offer a small gesture of goodwill. The woman continued to scrutinize Lin Qianyu and Subai with caution, refraining from reaching out for the money. Yet, when her eyes fell upon the hand that Lin Qianyu held the money with, they sparkled with yearning. Madam, we truly harbor no ulterior motives. We overheard your conversation with your daughter, and this amount is insignificant to us. We cannot assist in any other ways, and simply wish for you both to enjoy a good meal. Observing the woman's wary expression, Subai quickly interjected. He then bent down, smiling at the little girl. Would you like me to buy you a strawberry cake, little one? Upon hearing strawberry cake, the girl's eyes instantly lit up. However, she did not respond to Subai's question, but instead pressed her lips together and turned to her mother, softly calling out, Mommy. Dear child's mother, you need not worry that we will harm your daughter. How about this? My wife will place the money here, and you can pick it up after we leave. What do you think? Su Bai earnestly gazed into the woman's eyes, and upon noticing a flicker of uncertainty, gently tugged at Lin Qianyu's hand. Lin Qianyu immediately understood, crouching down to place the money on the ground, looking tenderly at the little girl as she spoke. Little one, you must be sure to listen to your mother. The little girl nodded, her innocent heart sensing that the two before her were not malevolent. Thank you, sister and uncle. Xiao Ai will be good and listen to mommy. Ahem. Upon hearing the little girl's address, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Lin Qianyu and whispered, Wife, why does she call you sister and me uncle? Children speak candidly. Without reservation, Lin Qianyu replied with a smile in her eyes. Before turning back to the little girl, yes, Xiao Ai is truly well behaved. In the next moment, Lin Qianyu stood up, grasping Su Bai's hand, and they began to walk towards where their vehicle was parked. Once Lin Qianyu and Su Bai had distanced themselves, the woman finally relaxed her guard, cautiously stepping forward to pick up the money from the ground. When she lifted her head to glance at Lin Qianyu and Su Bai again, she choked out two words, thank you. Su Bai, who had just opened the car door, paused momentarily, a slight smile gracing his lips. Oh, the weather is truly delightful today, he remarked. The woman carefully tucked the money into her bosom and returned to the trash bin to continue her search for plastic bottles and cans. Meanwhile, the little girl quietly inquired, Mommy, will Xiao Ai have strawberry cake to eat tonight? Yes, yes, the woman replied, her tone tinged with a hint of emotion. Different from before. This time, she was crying tears of joy. Xiao Ai, you must remember that there are still good people in this world. Xiao Ai remembers. Oh yeah, tonight Xiao Ai will have strawberry cake. I'm so happy. Inside the car, Lin Qianyu stretched and felt a sense of relief wash over her. Perhaps it's because you are a good person, Su Bai remarked, glancing back at the mother and daughter. Some people are born into hardship, while others come into the world with a golden key. Some are even chosen one's burden with a destiny. Perhaps this is life. Suddenly, Su Bai's eyes narrowed, and his foot that was poised to press the gas pedal lifted again. In chapter 53, Husband, is this hot spring resort also yours? Su Bai's gaze fell upon a silver-haired young man exiting the premises, his arm around a scantily clad girl. The young man held a half-empty bottle of mineral water and, upon seeing a trash bin, turned to the girl beside him and said, Baby, wait for me a moment. All right, the girl playfully replied. Approaching the bin, the silver-haired man drank the remaining water before a voice interrupted him. Excuse me, may I have that bottle? Huh. The silver-haired man turned, his expression souring upon seeing the ragged woman. Damn it, what bad luck, why are you everywhere? He then tossed the bottle to the ground, splashing water onto the woman. She furrowed her brow but dared not say much, instead crouching down to retrieve the bottle. Suddenly, she stumbled, her body leaning towards the silver-haired man. What are you doing? He barked, delivering a kick to her thigh, sending her sprawling a meter away. Good grief, coming all the way here to scavenge is one thing. But now you want to play the victim? The security guards at the entrance of the Sun Moon Lake hot spring witnessed the scene and contemplated intervening. But upon recognizing the silver-haired man, they restrained their impulses. Ugh, the woman gradually stood, clutching her bruised thigh and letting out a muffled groan. The intense pain caused her brows to furrow, and her stance faltered. Looking up at the silver-haired man, she opened her mouth but ultimately chose silence. Limping back towards her daughter's wheelchair. What are you mumbling about? Looking for trouble? The silver-haired man, displeased by her demeanor, bristled further, especially as he noticed the girl glancing this way, feeling his pride wounded. No, I merely wish to remind you to be a decent human being. Sometimes it pays to show restraint. Su Bai stood resolutely in front of the silver-haired man, his gaze icy, as if regarding a corpse. What? Do you want to stand up for this unfortunate creature? The silver-haired man's displeasure grew, and his irritation peaked as he saw his girl looking over. No, I just want to say, don't be too much of a dog, let it go when you can. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu, undeterred by the dirt on Xiao Ai's clothes, reached down to lift the girl from the ground and place her back in her wheelchair. Xiao Ai, fear not, for your sister is here. Sit quietly in your chair. After ensuring Xiao Ai was comfortably settled, Lin Qianyu hurried to the woman's side, gently helping her to her feet. Sister, let me take you to the hospital for a checkup. No, there's no need. The moment the word hospital was mentioned, the woman hastily waved her hand in refusal. With her basic needs already in jeopardy, how could she dare to seek medical attention? It's all right, you and that gentleman may proceed. I am perfectly fine. The woman sniffled, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice within, yet she did not wish to burden the kind couple with her troubles. Darling, there's no need to waste time with him. Just call the police and let them handle everything, Lin Qianyu urged, glancing towards Su Bai, who stood protectively in front of the silver-haired man. She was concerned for her husband's safety. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, the silver-haired man understood the implication behind them. So, How do you intend to resolve this? He sneered. You should apologize to them and cover their medical expenses, Subai replied calmly, though his gaze held a hint of amusement. Apologize? The silver-haired man echoed mockingly, then erupted into a strange fit of laughter. I owe you nothing. As he uttered these words, he raised his tightly clenched right fist and swung it towards Subai's face. Husband! Lin Qianyu exclaimed in shock at the unfolding scene. At that moment, Subai sprang into action. He sidestepped slightly to the right, effortlessly avoiding the incoming punch, and leaned forward. The silver-haired man felt as though he had collided with a mountain, being sent flying 2 meters away. In the next instant, Subai stepped forward, placing his foot firmly on the man's chest, his eyes devoid of emotion. What do you intend to do? The silver-haired man's heart was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable fear upon meeting Subai's gaze. I said apologize. Subai pressed down slightly harder with his foot on the man's chest. Of course, you may choose not to apologize. The silver-haired man emitted a low grunt, struggling to breathe. Brother, let's talk this out. I apologize, I apologize. Hearing this, Subai finally released his foot. The silver-haired man seized the opportunity to stand, only to see a group rushing through the entrance, instantly reverting to his previous bravado. Do you know who I am? The head of security here is my uncle, and the deputy chief of the Magic City Public Security Bureau is my relative. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the air, leaving a vivid red mark on the silver-haired man's face. It was not Subai who struck him, but rather Lin Qianyu, the head of security, who had just arrived with a group of guards. Uncle! The silver-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Subai, his voice filled with indignation. Uncle! You must be mistaken. He struck me. The head of security shot him a cold glare before turning to Subai, bowing respectfully. Mr. Su, this incident reflects a failure of our security team. I alone shall bear the responsibility. Uncle, you must be mistaken. How could he possibly? Smack. Lin Qianyu delivered another resounding slap, commanding, apologize to that mother and daughter immediately. This slap jolted the silver-haired man back to reality, making him realize that Subai was not someone he could afford to provoke. He obediently apologized to the mother and daughter and promised to escort them to the hospital for a checkup, covering all related medical expenses. Mr. Su, does this resolution meet your approval? Lin Qianyu inquired cautiously, casting a tentative glance towards Subai. Don't ask me. Consult that mother and daughter. Moreover, since this incident occurred at the entrance of our day-wait-in hot springs, we must take responsibility, even if it means ensuring that this gentleman escorts them for medical examinations under our protection. Wouldn't you agree? Subai offered a knowing smile, fixing his gaze on Lin Qianyu. Indeed, Mr. Su is correct. I assure you that I will handle everything properly moving forward, Lin Qianyu promised, thumping his chest in assurance. Mr. Su, what should we do next? Dismiss everyone. There is nothing more to discuss. As for the accountability, we can address that later. Subai whistled, turning to Lin Qianyu, who stood in a daze, and gently took her hand. Dear, let us return home. He also glanced back at the mother and daughter, reassuring them. Rest assured, do not be afraid. He will handle all matters appropriately. Subai was entirely unconcerned about whether the mother and daughter would face any repercussions after his departure, as he had arranged for dedicated personnel to manage the aftermath. It was also high time for the hotel's security staff to undergo some reforms. Hand in hand with Lin Qianyu, Subai returned to the car, and only then did Lin Qianyu snap out of her shock, recalling the commanding presence he had just displayed. Was this truly the man she knew? Suddenly, Lin Qianyu remembered something and reached out to pinch the excess flesh at Subai's waist. Husband, from what that man said earlier, does this hot spring resort belong to you? Humph, she thought. Regardless of the man's character, Subai was undeniably her husband. Chapter 54, In truth, we are but an offshoot of an ancient and secretive family. Husband, why have you fallen silent? Not receiving a response from Subai, Lin Qianyu tightened her grip on his waist. Easy now, dear, Subai feigned a wince. I was merely lost in thought. What were you asking? He could only claim he had spaced out. He certainly could not admit to contemplating excuses. Who would have thought that a mere trip to the hot springs could inadvertently expose a fragment of his assets? Sometimes, having an abundance of wealth could indeed be a considerable burden. What? I haven't even applied any pressure yet. I might not be an Oscar-winning actor, but I certainly yield to you. Lin Qianyu could not help but give Subai's shoulder a playful shove. Come clean. Was that hot spring resort of yours? Sighing, Subai wore an unusually complex smile. I knew this day would eventually come. Huh, what do you mean? Lin Qianyu's curiosity was piqued as she leaned closer to him. Ah, it's a sorrowful tale, one that traces back to Jiangnan. Jiangnan. Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow. Is there a connection between the hot spring resort and Jiangnan? Indeed, there is. Subai straightened his back. Dear, do you know what the most distressing predicament for a man is? What is it? It is having a wife, yet lacking the authority to manage finances. After all, men like me, who rarely spend money, are becoming quite rare. Subai sought to take this opportunity to enlighten Lin Qianyu. Are you serious? Lin Qianyu shot him a sideways glance. Well, some people do not spend much, yet they casually purchase a luxury mansion. Others, without intending to, end up owning a company. Some, without spending a dime, find themselves proprietors of a hot spring resort. And some, without extravagant expenses, merely hide a little private stash at home. When she mentioned private stash, Lin Qianyu emphasized the words. Subai, how come I never realized just how remarkable you are? Enough, enough, Subai interjected, keen to halt her enthusiastic tirade, feeling as if he were digging his own grave. Wife, it's truly not as you imagine. Humph. Setting aside other matters for the moment, could you kindly elaborate on how this hot spring resort has become intertwined with Jiangnan? Lin Qianyu deftly redirected the conversation, her eagerness palpable as she sought to discern whether Jiangnan had led her husband astray. After all, given the precedents set by 300 Tang poems in the National Rich Women's Directory, it was only natural for Lin Qianyu to entertain such thoughts. Gulping, Subai swallowed hard and cleared his throat. Isn't Jiangnan married to Yalan as well? And in their household, Yalan holds the sway. Thus, in a bid to carve out some independence, Jiangnan invested in this hot spring resort. Stealing a glance at Lin Qianyu, who was listening intently, he continued, initially, it was merely a means to earn a little extra income, but unexpectedly, Jiangnan truly managed to make it flourish. And what does this have to do with you? Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed firmly on Subai, keen to ascertain if he was attempting to deceive her. It's all this guy's fault. He insisted I join him when he invested, so I ended up participating a little, never anticipating it would lead to this. Subai spoke with unwavering conviction. In truth, his account was not far from reality. He had invested genuinely, and Jiangnan was indeed a stakeholder, albeit Subai had slightly altered the relationship between the two. Lin Qianyu nodded in understanding. But why have I never heard Yalan mention this? My dear, I already told you, Jiangnan made the investment without Yalan's knowledge at the start. It's entirely normal for you not to be aware of it. However, I suspect Yalan must have found out later. Or else, she wouldn't have so conveniently gifted you the experience voucher for Sun Moon Lake, Subai replied, turning to Lin Qianyu, who was still lost in thought. He added, if you don't believe me, you can call Jiangnan right now to verify. No, that would make me seem petty. I'll choose to trust you this once. Lin Qianyu waved her hand dismissively. Your wife is quite magnanimous. Just as Subai thought the matter was settled and prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Qianyu added, in any case, to express my gratitude for Yalan's gift, I've invited them both over for dinner tomorrow. You'll have to take charge of the cooking, dear. Subai coughed. How fortunate that he was not caught off guard by this revelation. However, sensing Lin Qianyu's gaze upon him, he could hardly protest and could only nod in agreement. No problem, I'll prepare a splendid feast for you. While Subai spoke with such certainty, internally, he was already contemplating how to signal Jiangnan discreetly. Otherwise, one misstep could lead to disaster. Initially, he thought he would not encounter Jiangnan. And now he had to devise a new plan. I love you, darling, Lin Qianyu beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Humph, you looked so handsome just now. Haha, Lin Qianyu chanted, gesturing animatedly. I didn't expect you to know self-defense. Where did you learn that? Just recalling the moment Subai had sent the silver-haired man flying. The image ignited Lin Qianyu's admiration to overflowing. You truly are amazing, darling. Share your secrets with me. Cough, under the weight of Lin Qianyu's praise. Subai straightened his posture. My love, have you ever heard of the technique known as the palm of the Tathagata? Are you referring to the Tathagata's palm? Indeed, the very same. When I was 5 years old, a bald beggar stopped me on the street, praising my exceptional aptitude and declaring me a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. After an hour of flattery, I spent $5 on what he claimed was a rare martial arts manual. It was that very manual that shaped the person I am today. Subai glanced at Lin Qianyu, who was seated beside him. My dear, this is the origin of my self-defense skills. Subai, do you think I am a fool? Originally, she had played along, waiting for Subai to finish his tale, only to realize it was a scene straight from a novel. She pinched his flesh playfully. Confess quickly, or I shall unleash my 9-in white bone claw upon you. All right, I confess. Subai lowered his voice conspiratorially. This is a family secret, one you must not disclose to anyone else. In truth, we are a branch of an ancient and secretive family. Since my grandfather's generation, we have chosen to live discreetly, avoiding worldly disputes. Are you writing a novel here? Who are you trying to fool? A secretive family, indeed. Lin Qianyu's expression fell. The narrative Subai spun was reminiscent of the opening of a novel she had heard during her midday nap 3 days prior. Dear, could you possibly make your story any more unbelievable? If your grandfather had truly retreated to the mountains, then you shouldn't even exist in this world. My love, You fail to grasp the nuance. The small conceal themselves in the wild, the moderate in the market, and the great within the court. Only by being amidst the hustle and bustle can one truly extricate oneself from past grievances. Subai? I confess. My uncle, who retired from the army, taught me when I was young. I trained with him for a while, so handling two opponents is no challenge. Humph, that sounds a bit credible. Lin Qianyu finally nodded in satisfaction. It's truly a pity you aren't writing novels, darling. Honey, I'm feeling a bit peckish. Tonight, I crave sauerkraut fish. For some reason, I've been yearning for sour flavors lately. Lin Qianyu extended her tongue to lick her lips. Other dishes just don't seem to have any flavor. How about you whip up some sour radishes too, sweetheart? All right, once we get home, I'll prepare it for you. Subai held the steering wheel with his left hand while affectionately ruffling Lin Qianyu's hair with his right. As he gazed ahead, a slight smile graced his lips. There was no uncle who had retired from the army. His self-defense skills were merely a reward from the system. Of course, invulnerability and beheading an enemy general amidst a sea of foes were merely fanciful dreams. Mastering the golden elixir, transcending, and achieving immortality were even further from his reach. At most, he could handle 10 or so individuals, enough to ensure his own safety. Yet, despite this, Subai felt a profound sense of contentment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, everything seemed so beautifully perfect. Chapter 55. The Big Bad Wolf Eats the Little Bunny. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after enjoying dinner with the two, Lin Qianyu languidly reclined on the sofa. She smacked her lips, still savoring the taste of the sauerkraut fish. It was simply divine. An entire basin, weighing 5 pounds, had seen at least 3 pounds disappear into Lin Qianyu's belly. Darling, your chef's certificate is truly well-deserved. She patted her stomach, finally grasping why some women claimed that marrying a man who could cook would lead to a more blissful life. Indeed, those who married chefs seemed to thrive. 80% of them became beauties, round-faced and radiating an aura of happiness. No, to prevent such a fate from befalling her, Lin Qianyu silently vowed to limit herself to a single bowl of rice in the future, refusing to repeat the 2-bowl indulgence of the past few days, during which she sometimes couldn't resist a half-bowl more. She herself could hardly believe her appetite. Of course, this is a bona fide chef certificate, not something you could buy for $30 under a bridge. Huh, there's such a channel? Lin Qianyu curiously inquired, her petite feet perched upon Subai's thigh, rhythmically tracing patterns. I once heard Jiangnan mention that one could obtain a certificate for a mere 30 yuan, and for 50 yuan, one could indulge in a fleeting encounter, complete with a complimentary pack of Qianmen cigarettes at the conclusion. In such a place, the only limit is your imagination. There exists nothing that cannot be procured. The act of discarding responsibility may provide momentary exhilaration, yet the thrill is transient. In a mere few days, Subai had mastered the art of effortlessly tossing a proverbial hot potato onto Jiangnan without betraying a hint of emotion. Given this fellow's proclivities, he was certain that he had inadvertently taken the blame for Subai on numerous occasions at Yalan. 50 yuan? What kind of place is that? Is it entertaining? Lin Qianyu, akin to a curious child, unabashedly posed her question. A place frequented by men, my dear, may not be suitable for you to visit. Ah, I see. Lin Qianyu quickly comprehended the implications. Husband, is such a place truly so inexpensive? I previously heard my roommate say that it typically costs 500 to 1,000, and in special circumstances, even more. This market undoubtedly exhibits a polarization. Those with substantial spending power opt for upscale clubs, while men who have toiled away for years yet hesitate to part with their money may resort to such venues for a quick release. Subai chuckled, elucidating. Furthermore, a segment of the affluent even drives to schools, and upon reaching a certain age, might engage with men. That's rather distasteful. I know about driving to schools, the same-sex kind. I shudder to even imagine. Lin Qianyu promptly shook her head, unwilling to conjure such imagery. So, husband, have you ever partaken in such activities? Absolutely not. I would never stoop to such a level, Subai replied decisively. For matters concerning his integrity were not to be trifled with. Dear, our conversation has strayed somewhat. Why are you inquiring about such avenues? Oh, I was merely contemplating that if an unusual situation were to arise, it would be prudent to have a contingency plan. What are you thinking? What unusual circumstances could possibly occur? Subai gently pinched Lin Qianyu's cheek. If there's ever a problem, why seek out alternatives? Everything you need is right here with me. I understand. Lin Qianyu leaned her head against Subai's shoulder. By the way, darling, you forgot to prepare the pickled radishes for me tonight. Subai's gaze lowered, inspecting Lin Qianyu. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he sensed a subtle shift in his wife's demeanor. In the past, she had not been so fervent about food. Silly girl, pickled radishes require time to marinate. You'll be able to enjoy them by tomorrow morning. If you eat them now, they won't have any flavor. Subai playfully toyed with Lin Qianyu's delicate hand, smooth and soft, a delight to the touch. He glanced again at the charming figure nestled against him. If only she would relinquish her grip on his secret stash of money, she could be quite endearing. All right, then I must have pickled radishes tomorrow. I'm already craving them. Lin Qianyu gently shook her head, resembling a docile kitten. Suddenly, she sat upright, her gaze sweeping across the living room. Wife, what are you looking for? Are you perhaps searching for my hidden funds? Lin Qianyu surveyed the room once more. Husband, I can't shake the feeling that there are many more of your hidden treasures stashed away in here. Upon this thought, Lin Qianyu retrieved her phone from her pocket. Look, there are several red dots here in the living room. Where do you suppose these hidden funds might be? Subai blinked. Dear, do you think it's possible that these hidden funds have sprouted legs and run away? If they were to escape, they certainly wouldn't. Sooner or later, they will obediently reveal themselves to me. Lin Qianyu raised her tiny fist, gritting her teeth. Husband, I'm seriously telling you. I am no longer the naive girl I once was. I am well versed in your methods of concealing money. From now on, you may call me Qianyu. What on earth? Qianyu? What a bizarre combination. Nevertheless, let us see if she can truly uncover her hidden funds. If it were that easy. Wouldn't I have wasted the past 2 years? With a playful pat on Lin Qianyu's soft side, Subai stood up and stretched. Dear, I'm going to take a shower first, then I'll be waiting in the bedroom for you. Go on, go on. Lin Qianyu waved her hand, her gaze continuing to survey the living room, muttering softly to herself. If we move, should we take all this furniture with us? 20 minutes later, Subai emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, only to find Lin Qianyu standing quietly beside the wardrobe, seemingly deep in thought. Wife, what are you pondering? Upon hearing Subai's voice, Lin Qianyu raised her right hand, brandishing a pair of scissors, pointing toward a pile of clothes. I was considering whether there might be hidden funds within these garments, and whether we should verify that. Following Lin Qianyu's gaze, Subai instantly grasped her intent. My dear, if we are to verify, why only my clothes? Because I can't bear to part with mine. Lin Qianyu replied innocently. After all, I am a girl. I must have a few lovely outfits for when I go out. Husband, I believe the denim jacket I purchased for you recently might have an issue. Shall we check? Subai glanced at the wardrobe. Lin Qianyu's clothing occupied 3/4 of the space, while his own accounted for merely 1/4, with leftovers still remaining. Even so, she insisted on using his clothes for verification. No, please have mercy. Those are the new clothes you bought for me. I haven't even worn them yet. I'll do it myself. 2 minutes later, Subai retrieved 4 items from the heap of clothes. Here they are. Now we're getting somewhere. Lin Qianyu triumphantly revealed her adorable little canines. That is more like it. Husband, I love you. Seeing Subai's expression of mock grievance, Lin Qianyu leaned closer to his ear. Don't feel wronged. Tonight, I'll follow your lead. You promise? Subai's spirits soared, brimming with anticipation. If you're still up for it, Lin Qianyu's cheeks flushed. I'll go take a shower first. Be good and wait for me. After all, the hours spent in the private hot spring at Sun Moon Lake yesterday were hardly idle. A man must not falter. Subai patted his chest. Tonight, you shall discover who truly reigns in this household. That depends on your performance, my dear. The time taken for a girl's bath is generally longer than that of a boy's. From body wash to exfoliation to moisturizer, every step must be attended to. Half an hour later, Lin Qianyu, wrapped in a bathrobe, floated over to Subai like a delicate bird. Noticing Subai lying on the bed with his eyes closed, Lin Qianyu leaned in close to his ear and gently whispered, Husband, are you asleep? Subai slowly opened his eyes, gazing into Lin Qianyu's expressive orbs, and immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace. The big bad wolf is coming for the little bunny. Chapter 56. Husband, these walnuts are quite precious. The next morning, Subai awoke to find the room in disarray and couldn't help but shake his head. This girl, both clumsy and playful, certainly has a penchant for mischief. Recalling the events of the previous night, Subai straightened his posture, exuding newfound confidence. Is this all? Did you really think I am merely a rideshare driver, aimlessly wandering about? Did you believe that a little extra weight would deter me? Did you assume that my daily push-ups were in vain? My core strength is unparalleled. Subai turned his head to glance at Lin Qianyu, who was still sprawled on the bed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ah well, he had exhausted the little lady last night. It would only be fitting to prepare a delightful breakfast for her. Just as he took a couple of steps, his foot suddenly slipped, causing him to stumble precariously, almost landing on the bed. Damn it, he thought. He would need to be more cautious in the future. Such exertion required moderation. Overindulgence could yield adverse results. Or perhaps it was due to that particular activity. Shaking his head, Subai resolved to exercise greater self-control moving forward. After all, he was merely a workhorse. It was impossible for him to overwork the fields. After a brief wash, he donned his slippers and made his way to the kitchen. What did this girl wish to eat last night? Sour radish. Yes, that was it. Subai retrieved the pickled sour radish from a jar, preparing to enhance it further. Perhaps some congee and a sandwich would complete the meal perfectly. Half an hour later, as Subai arranged the breakfast on the dining table, Lin Qianyu lazily emerged, her tousled hair draped casually over her shoulders, resembling a sleepy little kitten. Approaching the table, she immediately picked up a piece of sour radish with her chopsticks and popped it into her mouth. Delicious. Instantly, Lin Qianyu transformed from her languorous state, her appetite piqued by the heart-shaped sandwiches laid out before her. Darling, you've worked hard. Moi? She exclaimed. In response, Subai blew her a kiss and began serving himself a bowl of congee. Darling, in a bit, Yalin and Jiangnan will arrive around 10. Remember to prepare the dishes. Lin Qianyu reminded him after swallowing a mouthful of congee. Rest assured, I'll check the fridge for the remaining ingredients, and if they're insufficient, I'll head out to buy some more, he assured her. Half an hour later, in the living room, Lin Qianyu had finished blow-drying her hair and applying a light makeup, sitting cross-legged on the sofa as she opened her live stream. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. The stunning Lin is becoming more beautiful by the day, and I miss her dearly. I wonder if the streamer was satisfied with yesterday's hot spring trip? Which hot spring did you visit? Today, I observe that the streamer's complexion is rosy. She must have experienced something extraordinary yesterday, may I inquire? Stop. Are you all newcomers? Why is everyone speaking so poetically today? Noticing the comments mentioning the hot spring, Lin Qianyu felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Let us leave yesterday in the past. Ahem, you've distracted me. Today, we shall delve into the topic at hand and see if we can uncover the hidden stash of money we speculated about yesterday. Lin Qianyu brandished a paper and pen in her hand. The success of our endeavor hinges on the wisdom of our devoted fans. Meanwhile, Subai had tidied up the dishes and cleaned the kitchen, peeking into the fridge at the remaining ingredients, only to shake his head in dissatisfaction. Honey, I'm planning to head to the market to buy some fresh seafood. Since Yalin and Jiangnan are coming over, I should prepare a grand feast for them. All right, go early and return early, Lin Qianyu replied casually. By the way, I remember we have some walnuts at home. I plan to combine them with peanuts, sesame, and black beans to grind a mix of grains. It's about time we enjoyed it together. Walnuts? No way. Subai froze momentarily, quickly regaining his composure to ask. Darling, what makes you suddenly want to do that today? You usually don't like walnuts. I don't know why, but ever since I woke up, I felt a bit unfocused. I heard walnuts are good for the brain, so I thought I'd give it a try and see if it makes a difference. Lin Qianyu said, touching her head. I remember the walnuts at home are the thin-skin variety. If they were the hard-shell ones, I wouldn't be able to crack them open. Then why go through the trouble? I can just buy some for you outside. Subai attempted to persuade Lin Qianyu. You see, cracking walnuts and grinding them will take quite a bit of time. The fans in the live stream began to sense something was amiss. Something feels off. Doesn't the male lead seem a bit different today? He's being slow and not his usual decisive self. Is there a bigger issue at play here? I suspect the grinder might be faulty. Otherwise, the male lead wouldn't be so reluctant about letting the streamer make the mix of grains. The eyes are darting, hands moving back and forth. He's deep in thought. Looks like we're in for some entertainment today. Lin Qianyu, however, did not heed Subai's suggestion. Instead, she stood and walked toward the kitchen. Darling, I'm wary of prepackaged goods. Who knows what they've added? It's safer to make it ourselves. You go buy some vegetables, and by the time you return, I'll have it mostly ready. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Qianyu opened the upper cabinet and retrieved a jar brimming with walnuts. Besides, these walnuts have been sitting here for a while. If we don't use them, they'll go bad. Not hearing Subai's response, Lin Qianyu turned her head after opening the jar. Ah, darling, are you a ghost? How did you approach without making a sound? Unbeknownst to her, Subai had appeared beside Lin Qianyu, his eyes fixed intently on the jar of walnuts in her hand. I was just concerned you might struggle to open them. I'm here to lend a hand. Don't worry, the thin-skinned walnuts are easy to crack. Lin Qianyu reassured him, pulling one out of the jar. However, she suddenly sensed something off and turned to look at Subai. Darling, you seem a bit unusual today. Subai jolted, feigning innocence. What's wrong? I'm perfectly fine. I'll go buy the groceries as soon as you crack one open. Is it wrong to be concerned about you? All right, I may have misjudged you. Love you. Lin Qianyu pulled out a walnut and retrieved a specialized nutcracker from a nearby drawer, carefully placing the walnut inside the clamp. Subai, meanwhile, was fixated on the walnut and the clamp, his expression slightly tense. After days of practice, Lin Qianyu had gained considerable skill and stole a glance at Subai. Goodness, was it really necessary to be so focused just to crack a walnut? Wait a moment. An idea struck Lin Qianyu, and suddenly her thoughts flowed freely. Something unusual was afoot. Based on Subai's usual behavior, he would never display such caution. There could only be one truth. Lin Qianyu looked down at the walnut in the clamp. Could it be that this walnut held secrets? I bet a pack of spicy strips that there's something significant about this. Are you all daft? We're talking about walnuts here. Ones that Haven tea bin cracked open. With a crisp crack, the walnut split under the pressure of the clamp. In Lin Qianyu's view, the shell was merely the shell, and the nut was just the nut. There was nothing amiss. Seeing her misjudgment, Lin Qianyu frowned. This shouldn't be happening. Was the nutcracker faulty? She examined it closely but found no abnormalities. Meanwhile, Subai let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Fortunately, he had been cautious. Even though he knew Lin Qianyu rarely ate walnuts, he had still taken precautions when placing them in the jar. The top layer contained genuine walnuts. The lower layer consists of specially processed walnuts. As long as this young lady does not crack open all the walnuts, her secret should remain concealed. Dear, since there's no issue, I shall head to the market to buy some groceries, he said. Go ahead, Lin Qianyu replied. Her words affirmative while her hand reached into the jar to retrieve another thin-shelled walnut to place into the clamp. With a crisp crack, as the sound echoed once more. Subai, who had just exited the kitchen, suddenly felt a surge of ominous energy behind him. Darling. Subai slowly turned his head, only to find Lin Qianyu wearing a half-smile, revealing a folded 100 yuan bill nestled within the opened walnut. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Well, the male protagonist has already made a blunder early in the morning. After instant noodles and beer bottles, it seems one can also hide secret funds within walnuts? How is this even possible? Is there truly a walnut tree that bears cash? Indeed, to uncover the male protagonist's hidden stash, one must abandon conventional reasoning. What a spectacle! It's like a cow performing a one-armed somersault, one astonishing feat after another. Dear, this walnut is rather precious, Lin Qianyu remarked teasingly. Ahem. Darling, this. Subai's expression turned awkward, feeling rather unwell. This defies logic, he thought, recalling distinctly that the upper layer contained genuine walnuts. How did this happen? Could it be that while he was arranging them, a rogue walnut had rolled in? And then Lin Qianyu happened to pick that very walnut to open? Chapter 57. Life is but so long. As long as one is happy, that suffices. Gazing at Lin Qianyu's smile sent a shiver through Subai. Had he known, he would have just gone to the market instead of lingering here to create unnecessary commotion. Now he was in quite the predicament. How would this conclude? Subai's eyes darted about, just as he thought he might be subjected to Lin Qianyu's scrutiny. Darling, I'm quite curious about how you managed to place it inside. Lin Qianyu inquired. This time her tone was devoid of blame. Instead, she was filled with curiosity about how the secret funds came to be hidden within the walnut. Nanny? Subai was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Why had her attitude shifted? He stepped closer, gently touching her forehead with the back of his hand. His expression filled with puzzlement. You're not feverish, are you? Seeing Subai's gesture, Lin Qianyu understood its implication and lightly swatted his hand away. Stop fooling around. Quickly tell me how you managed to put the money inside. Dear, you're not going to pursue this any further? Subai still found it hard to believe. After all, anyone would have some reaction to such an incident. The absence of a reaction was far more alarming. Darling, you're not keeping a little notebook in your mind, deducting points from me, are you? What are you thinking? Lin Qianyu sighed. Do you think I'm that petty? In fact, I came to a realization last night. Rather than complicating things with secret funds, it would be better to be a bit more lenient with you. She pinched Subai's shoulder playfully. After all, you are the head of this household, and your success in earning money brings me joy. Subai blinked, feeling quite conflicted. Not hiding secret funds was simply out of the question. This involved not only his income, but also certain unique rewards from the system that were crucial. Speaking of which, after 2 more check-ins, he could reap new rewards. He just wondered what this round's special prize would be. Dear, should I just choose to come clean? Subai tentatively asked. No, I have an idea. Lin Qianyu immediately rejected him, taking his hand and shaking it lightly. Since you've already concealed the funds, let us play a game. Huh? Subai was even more confused, unsure of what scheme she was concocting. What do you mean, dear? Lin Qianyu smiled and elaborated. From now on, we shall establish 3 rules. First, regardless of how much hidden money you have, I shall not delve into it. Nor will I get angry or ask questions. Second, we must avoid cold wars and never resort to actions that would force the other out of the house. Third, I, Lin Qianyu, swear to love only you, my husband Subai, from beginning to end. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Subai was even more perplexed. Darling, I love you too. Yet he still could not grasp how these suddenly established rules were connected to the game. Dear, what game are you referring to? Subai pressed on. I want to play a game of cat and mouse with you. Although I want to be angry when new secret funds are discovered. The authority over the money shall temporarily belong to me, Lin Qianyu said mischievously, giving a playful wink. But rest assured, when you need the money, it will still belong to you. Agreed. Subai readily accepted, but you must not go back on your word. For Subai, this was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Henceforth, if any hidden funds were discovered, he would no longer have to exhaust his mind concocting excuses. No backing out. Lin Qianyu nodded her head affirmatively. This will add a touch of fun to our lives. It's rather amusing, don't you think? It resembles playing hide-and-seek as children, where one hides and the other seeks. So much fun. For reasons unknown, as he watched Lin Qianyu chatter away, Subai found her utterly adorable. He couldn't help but wonder if, when the day came that she uncovered the entire truth, she would still maintain such composure. After all, the secret funds he had hidden were quite astonishing. Darling, may I ask what prompted this decision of yours? Subai, though pleased, still wished to understand the reason behind her change of heart. Hubby, it's clear you haven't been keeping up with my social media account, Lin Qianyu remarked. Her nose twitching slightly as if recalling something, her mood shifting to a somber tone. Last night, she had awakened in the dead of night due to a pressing need. However, upon returning to bed, she found herself unable to fall back asleep. Out of boredom, she opened her phone and began scrolling through recent videos about uncovering secret funds. To her shock, the comments section was filled with a chorus of condemnation. Surely no man genuinely believes that handing over their paycheck to hide secret funds is something to be proud of. Isn't that a tragedy? Though the video is amusing, the implications within should not be pondered deeply. Men have it tough. Is the host deliberately stirring controversy? Both genders are independent entities, and family status should be equal. Honestly, I dislike this feeling. It reeks of domineering feminism. This host is garbage. I am the first to oppose this. I find it hard to believe that the male protagonist, supposedly the head of a company, holds such little authority. I wonder how he manages the company. Men face such immense pressure at work. To endure this at home too. What is the point of marriage? It would be better to stay single. This is pointless. I'm out of here. Seeing the barrage of criticisms, Lin Qianyu was left in utter shock. Although she occasionally shared her work, she had never particularly focused on the comments. She had never anticipated that her actions would incite such a strong reaction. After carefully savoring the comments, Lin Qianyu felt a twinge of guilt over her actions. She gently turned, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Subai, whose lips curled into a smile, prompting tears to cascade down her cheeks. This man had undoubtedly endured considerable hardships over the past 2 years. As she revisited the comments, a flicker of grievance stirred within her. She had never contemplated the matter deeply and had completely dismissed any notions of a feminist agenda. Previously, it was Subai who voluntarily handed over his salary card, for the financial burden of the mortgage in the bustling metropolis was indeed overwhelming. Together, their incomes barely sufficed to cover the mortgage and other expenses, leaving little to save for unforeseen calamities that could jeopardize their home. Furthermore, Lin Qianyu managed the insurance for each family member and the expenses of both their parents. However, as she reflected on her discovery of the hidden savings, she acknowledged that some of her actions had failed to consider her husband's perspective. After all, he was the head of the household, and it was essential for him to shoulder the burdens when challenges arose. From the moment she met him, he had never allowed her to feel even a hint of distress. He loved her profoundly, while Lin Qianyu closed her phone and tenderly caressed Subai's face, running her fingers over the stubble that had just begun to grow. With such a husband, she felt her life was indeed worthwhile. Darling, what troubles you? Subai, sensing Lin Qianyu's disquiet, grew anxious. Nothing, my love. Yuer has always cherished you. You silly girl, I love you too. Subai gently embraced Lin Qianyu, one hand retrieving his phone. Upon reading the comments, he swiftly grasped the situation and cradled her face in his hands. Wife, there's no need to concern yourself with others' opinions. They have not experienced what we have and cannot empathize. Husband, I understand your words, yet as a streamer, promoting such ideologies feels somewhat misguided. Lin Qianyu sniffled, her eyes reddening. Moreover, my actions were indeed excessive. Marriage is a union of two, and I failed to consider our situation adequately. Silly girl, Subai tenderly wiped away her tears. You are my treasure. Henceforth, you need not overthink. Otherwise, I shall have to teach you a lesson. You're truly wonderful, husband. Feeling the warmth of Subai's affection, Lin Qianyu's heart lightened somewhat. Be good and obedient, and don't dwell on trivial matters. Life is fleeting. Happiness is of utmost importance. Subai playfully pinched her nose. Besides, some may not even grasp the full story. They simply follow the crowd. But I shall strive to make changes moving forward. Little fool. In the live stream, comments poured in. I feel like I've just consumed a mouthful of dog food this early in the morning. I truly envy the streamer for having such a loving husband. Each has their own way of living. I believe harmony and happiness are paramount. Both sides have valid points, merely viewed from different perspectives. However, the current public opinion can indeed be quite frightening. Many suffer from depression due to it. I heard a certain celebrity recently took their own life because of it. Children today face immense pressure, sacrificing everything for grades. A classmate of my child even chose to end their life due to overwhelming stress, making me too afraid to demand high rankings from my child. As long as they are healthy and happy, that is all that matters. Husband. But one thing must be clear. I discovered that hidden savings, see? With Su Bai's comfort, Lin Qianyu regained her composure. Yours. Yes. But how exactly did you manage to hide the money? Lin Qianyu inquired, echoing the curiosity of many viewers. Wife, let me show you. Su Bai picked up the walnut he had previously opened, popping the nut inside into his mouth. Delicious. I carefully split the walnut in half, extracted the nut, folded the cash into a small bundle, placed it inside, and glued it back together. The end result is what you see before you. Wow, Lin Qianyu exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration. Husband, with such skills, you could easily earn a fortune abroad as a traveling craftsman. What a pity not to. How could I trouble my dear wife? I'll handle it myself. Husband, that is what you said. Lin Qianyu retrieved several jars of walnuts from the drawer. If I'm not mistaken, there should be quite a few walnuts you processed in here. Su Bai's expression turned comically blank. Wife, could we negotiate something? Let me slowly open these later. Otherwise, my hands will be raw. How come you didn't suffer when you hid them? Lin Qianyu teased. For today, I'll spare you. Now, go buy groceries. I expect Yalin and her companion will arrive soon. All right, Su Bai quickly grabbed a shopping bag. I'll head out now. Drive carefully. There's no rush. I know. Chapter 58. A key. What a shame. I wanted to set up a small stool, munch on seeds, sip beer, and watch Brother by Crack Walnuts live. I've noticed the streamer has become more understanding. Could discovering hidden savings enhance the wife's disposition? Perhaps I should hide some savings myself. To the brother above, take care. I fear you might end up stripped bare. Be sure to check in upon your return. If there's no news, I can only wish you a safe journey. Streamer, why not begin our discussion to see if our hypotheses from yesterday hold true? I believe there might be more hidden in the kitchen. How about checking again? Lin Qianyu glanced at the barrage of comments, pondering for a moment before nodding. Dear family, I believe your insights are quite valid. In the next instant, Lin Qianyu initiated a thorough search of the kitchen, starting from the refrigerator. Meanwhile, Su Bai had just descended the stairs and settled into his car, promptly pulling out his phone to send a message to Jiang Nan. Target 1 exposed. Initiate Plan A. Shortly after, he received a reply from Jiang Nan, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The lengths he had gone to ensure everything was reasonable were indeed taxing. Glancing at the steering wheel, Su Bai pondered further and made a call. 3 minutes later, upon learning that the mother and daughter duo had been taken care of, he nodded in satisfaction. The efficiency was commendable. It seemed prudent to continue observing. This was as far as he could assist. The remainder of the journey was theirs to navigate. What should he prepare for lunch? Su Bai rubbed his nose. Since Jiang Nan was coming over, he ought to prepare something unique, lest he betray their 4 years of camaraderie. Braised pork knuckles would be perfect, aligning splendidly with his persona. By the way, didn't Jiang Nan mention something about an unsatisfactory supply-demand relationship? Yes, a supply shortage. He would need to add a pound of beef, a dozen oysters, some chives, and finally, 2 kidneys, ensuring he left Jiang Nan with no regrets, instilling in him a newfound confidence. In certain respects, if one were to falter, how could he hold his head high before women? It is imperative to give that young man a thorough lesson. He must also strengthen himself, lest his legs become somewhat weak. With this thought in mind, Su Bai eagerly pressed the accelerator, racing towards the market. An hour later, Su Bai returned from the market, exhilarated, carrying 2 large bags filled with goods. As he pushed open the door, he called out, Wife, I'm back. But upon peering into the living room and kitchen, he found no trace of Lin Qianyu, surmising that she was likely live streaming in the bedroom. After depositing his purchases in the kitchen, Su Bai instinctively opened the refrigerator for a glance. Upon observing the arrangement within, he fell silent for a moment. Goodness, this girl remains undeterred by the kitchen. Noticing the disarray of the drinks inside, a slight smile crept upon Su Bai's lips. Although the types of beverages were correctly organized, their order was askew. Lin Qianyu had never been one to indulge in sugary sodas, implying that she had rummaged through the fridge. She must have assumed that hidden within those plastic bottles lay private savings, as she had turned each bottle upside down to inspect its bottom. Yet, as one might say, the cunning always prevails. If it were merely that simple, how could Su Bai be dubbed the master of concealing private funds? Now, he was even referred to as the godfather by his married male peers, all eager to seek his guidance. Glancing at the disarray, Su Bai seized a particular beverage, opened it, and gulped it down, then rearranged the remaining drinks. Now everything is in order. After organizing all the ingredients, Su Bai suddenly turned to the kitchen, sensing something was amiss. Where were the walnuts? Panic gripped him as he hastened to the master bedroom, pushing the door open. There sat Lin Qianyu on a stool by the window, wielding a nutcracker, with several empty walnut cans stacked on the table, surrounded by a mound of walnut shells, leaving only one can with 3 unopened walnuts remaining. Wife, why are you doing this yourself? Su Bai's heart trembled at the sight, hoping it was not too late to salvage the situation. Hubby, you're back? Lin Qianyu, engaged with her Livestream audience, turned around upon hearing the commotion. Oh, this? Since I had some free time, I decided to give it a go myself and see how many walnuts you processed. To his surprise, it turned out there were quite a few. Out of 120 walnuts, 84 had been processed, amounting to a staggering 300 yuan. Hubby, you have such patience when hiding money. I'll be taking care of this for now, she chuckled, counting once more. Indeed, it's 83 bills. Perhaps this is the joy of counting money. 84 walnuts for 300 yuan. Could it be? Su Bai inquired tentatively. Hubby, now that you mention it, I also found this while cracking the walnuts. Lin Qianyu pulled out a key from the table, teasingly gazing at Su Bai. I searched the house thoroughly but couldn't find any lock that matches this key. None of the doors fitted either, so, dear husband. Though Lin Qianyu did not finish her sentence, the implication was clear. Seeing that familiar key, Su Bai felt a wave of dread wash over him. What was bound to happen had ultimately come to pass. Originally, Su Bai had planned to buy groceries to discreetly dismantle everything upon his return, while Lin Qianyu was distracted, intending to relocate the key. Unexpectedly, she had chosen to be industrious today. Look, Bai Gu is dumbfounded. He must have hidden something precious. Isn't this a case of serendipity? If he hadn't concealed his money so meticulously, Lin wouldn't have been bored enough to crack walnuts, nor would she have discovered the key tucked away among them. I seriously doubt this key was prepared by Bai Gu beforehand. Typically, if one finds hidden money within walnuts, they wouldn't think of anything else. Who would have imagined that today, the streamer would uncover this key hidden among the money? However, we can no longer trust Baidu. See, none of the places we summarized yesterday yielded any hidden funds, proving Baidu is utterly unreliable. Brother upstairs, have you forgotten? Baidu's unreliability isn't a recent issue. It has been like this for quite some time. Even for something as minor as a cold, if you consult Baidu, it will suggest you have cancer and that you should prepare for your last rites. Honey, whose key is this? Since I found it, you might as well stop hiding it. Lin Qianyu gazed intently at Su Bai, occasionally blinking her eyes. Oh well. Su Bai opened his mouth, hesitating. Darling, you can choose not to speak. In that case, I'll just renovate this house, and I refuse to believe I can't find a lock that matches this key. Renovate? That cannot happen. Su Bai was jolted upright, quickly responding, Wife, let us discuss this. It's just a key, nothing of great significance. Until all his hidden funds were safely transferred, he could not afford any renovations. Sighing, he resigned himself to desperate measures. All was for the sake of survival. Oh heavens! Please send someone to rescue me, he thought. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, igniting a spark of hope in Su Bai's eyes. Could it be that divine intervention had answered his call? Wife, look. Su Bai pointed towards the front door, then at the key in Lin Qianyu's hand. Let us open the door first. We can discuss the key later. Chapter 59. The gift downstairs in the community. A handsome couple awaited the upstairs host to open the door. Wife, what on earth is in that box you're carrying? Jiang Nin inquired curiously, glancing at the brown box held by Yalan. At that moment, he balanced a box of tea and a bottle of wine in one hand, and a fruit basket in the other. Since they were visiting, it was only polite to bring some small gifts. After 2 months without seeing Qianyu, he had prepared a welcome present for her. Yalan raised an eyebrow, looking at the box in her hands, a peculiar smile gracing her face. Upon seeing that smile, Jiang Nin shivered slightly. Wife, don't smile like that. It makes me uneasy. He had always felt a chill whenever Yalan smiled like that, often signaling mischief was afoot. Come on, give me a hint about the gift. Jiang Nan could hardly contain his curiosity, lightly tapping the brown box in Yalan's grasp. Yalan glanced at him with a knowing expression and leaned in to whisper something in his ear. After hearing her words, Jiang Nan was left utterly stunned. Wife, don't you think that is a bit too extreme? I don't care. It's about time to teach Su Bai a lesson for always trying to lead you astray. Hearing this, Jiang Nan shivered again, lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, his wife harbored considerable resentment toward Su Bai. Was he perhaps too quick to place the blame on Su Bai in the past? It seemed prudent to exercise restraint in the future. One could not burden a single individual with all responsibilities, lest it lead to dire consequences. The gift his wife had bestowed upon Su Bai was so severe it could be deemed a threat to his very existence. He was somewhat aware of Su Bai's methods. But, what's wrong? Do you want one too? Yalan suddenly turned to Jiang Nan with a smile. No, we can do without it at home. I believe Su Bai's family could use it more. My wife has truly considered everything, Jiang Nan quickly conceded. After all, his own tiger of a wife was nothing like Lin Qianyu. She was undeniably fierce. Given his own transgressions, if they were to introduce such a thing into their household, he could very well find himself sleeping on the streets. Yalan and Jiangnan, is it? Brother Bai, good afternoon. The door swung open. Brother Bai. Jiangnan had initially intended to give Su Bai a heads up, only to be met with the sound of a disconnection. Consequently, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Brother, it's not that I don't want to warn you. The opportunity is right in front of you, yet you fail to seize it. In the living room, Su Bai was quick to spot Jiangnan and Yalan. Brother, long time no see. Welcome. He greeted them warmly, then turned to Yalan. Qianyu is in the room. She'll be out shortly. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Long time no see. Jiangnan mentioned just the day before yesterday that you went fishing together, Yalan inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Jiangnan, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat, feeling utterly dismayed. He could only shoot Su by a frantic series of glances, hoping his wife wouldn't catch on. Surely not. You wouldn't want to crash the party right after arriving. Su Bai quickly grasped Jiangnan's hint, realizing that this fellow had used him as a shield on numerous occasions, claiming he was out drinking or fishing whenever he was in a bind. Indeed, absence makes the heart grow fonder. It's been ages since you and Yalan last met, Su Bai explained, quietly relieved that Lin Qianyu had yet to appear. Otherwise, things would have taken a turn for the worse. That's more like it, Yalan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Here, this is a gift I prepared for Qianyu. Oh dear, you really didn't have to bring anything. Your presence alone suffices, Su Bai remarked, accepting the brown box. Judging by the packaging, it must be quite valuable. You truly shouldn't have gone to such expense. Brother Bai, why don't you open it and see what's inside? Jiangnan interjected, eager to assist as best as he could. Upon hearing Jiangnan's veiled suggestion, Su Bai carefully examined the brown box in his hands. Its rectangular shape and size suddenly sent a chill down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Given Jiangnan's peculiar tone, could it be the fabled domestic violence tool, a washboard? Or perhaps a metallic keyboard? If that were indeed the case, it would be best not to accept it. Having such an item in the house would be utterly terrifying. When Su Bai lifted his gaze to Yalan, he noticed the faint smile dancing at the corners of her lips, amplifying his ominous premonition. Yalan, you're here. I've missed you so much. Lin Qianyu emerged from the bedroom, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she rushed towards Yalan. I've missed you too. I even brought you a little gift, Yalan said, sliding off her slippers and gesturing towards the box in Su Bai's hands. Trust me, this gift from your sister will definitely come in handy. Oh, your words have piqued my curiosity. I must take a closer look, Lin Qianyu replied, eagerly snatching the box from Su Bai's grasp. She carefully opened it under the watchful eyes of everyone present. The moment Su Bai glimpsed the contents, his pupils dilated involuntarily, and he began to tremble slightly. What lay within was truly horrifying. When he turned his gaze back to Yalan, confusion filled his eyes. Had he somehow offended this woman? As he shifted his incredulous stare towards Jiangnan, the realization dawned upon him. If looks could kill, Jiangnan would have been subjected to 1,000 tortures at that moment. If mere glances could condemn someone to the depths of hell, Su Bai would ensure Jiangnan experienced every layer of torment imaginable. Good heavens, this truly is a digging expedition, he thought. Compared to the metallic keyboard, washboard, or even durian, the lethality of this item was utterly unparalleled. Not even the atomic bomb explosion in Sakura country or a nuclear power plant leak in Kimchi country could hold a candle to this weapon. It was akin to playing a game of do di ju, only to find oneself facing 4 twos and 2 kings, with no cards left to play. Jiangnan, come here for a moment, Su Bai called, leading the way towards the balcony. Behind them, Lin Qianyu was already engrossed in examining the instruction manual. While Yalan chuckled and remarked, Qianyu, given your recent surge in popularity, with videos of you checking for hidden money circulating everywhere, I thought it fitting to gift you something special. I believe with this, your future endeavors in uncovering hidden funds will be effortless. Lin Qianyu, delighted as she read the instructions, responded, Yalan, you truly are a remarkable friend. With this ultimate weapon, I have no doubt I'll triumph in any game with Su by moving forward. Chapter 60. Are you playing me with your schemes? On the balcony, the 2 men stood with worried expressions, gazing out at the scenery. Brother Bai, my condolences, Jiangnan offered, patting Su Bai on the shoulder, his demeanor slightly awkward. After all, the entire situation had spiraled from Jiangnan's incessant offloading of blame onto Su Bai, leading to his wife Yalan's visit with a mysterious gift. Su Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes, his mind racing with potential countermeasures. Otherwise, he might indeed find himself in a precarious position. I'm contemplating whether we should engage in mutual destruction, Su Bai sighed deeply. Brother Bai, grant me a chance, Jiangnan implored, retracting his neck and shivering slightly. We should present a united front rather than turn against each other. Otherwise, we'd only be giving those 2 women an advantage. How can I give you a chance? You've allowed your wife to present such a formidable weapon. What use do I have for you? Subai lamented, growing increasingly frustrated. And to think no word of this leaked out. Otherwise, I could have prepared myself and been on guard. Fortunately, he had recently transferred a considerable amount of assets. Otherwise, it would have all been over. This bizarre system was truly something. Receiving even a modest sum of money required discretion. Subai found himself questioning whether the system was akin to a henpecked husband. Perhaps, like certain novel plots. Formidable figures from parallel worlds had crossed over to inhabit his body as a system. Brother Bai, I had no choice before. But now I simply wish to be your right-hand man, Jiangnan declared, thumping his chest. I had no idea my wife was orchestrating such a scheme behind my back. I wanted to give you a heads up earlier when we were downstairs, but you didn't give me the chance. Jiangnan shot a glance at Subai. What can you expect? Now that you're a social media sensation, Yalan learned of this and arranged for that gift. I found out only 5 minutes before you did. So you're playing me like a pawn in a game of intrigue? And now that you claim you had no choice, why don't you go in there and plead my case to those two women? Subai couldn't help but chide with a smile. We must swiftly verify the recent arrangements. We must not let anything slip. After a moment's contemplation, he added, by the way, we all know that those who indulge in the underworld eventually have to pay their dues. You were involved in that hot spring resort matter as well. And my wife is already aware of it. Remember, you are a major shareholder, so be cautious not to let anything slip during our discussion. He continued. Yalan even gifted my wife 2 hot spring experience vouchers. Your partner is likely already in the know. Boss, didn't you say it was the hotel that was exposed? How did it transform into the hot spring resort? Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Jiang Nan's complexion turned ashen. I mentioned the exposure of the primary target. And I surely did not err. Boss, the number 1 hotel is not the hot spring. The hot spring is number 12. Jiang Nan was nearly in tears. This is disastrous. I deceived Yalan by claiming the experience card was a gift from shopping. Boss, does this mean we are even? Seeing Jiang Nan's distressed expression, Subai inexplicably felt a measure of relief. Finally, he was not the sole bearer of the burden. Is it number 12? I must have misremembered. Let us not dwell on that. Just remember to adapt as needed and try to mitigate my losses. Subai patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder. And about that National Rich Ladies Directory and the 300 Tang poems, you need to devise a strategy quickly. Also, tell me what mess you've dragged me into. Brother Bai, how can this be called a mess? This is the abundant trust of a brother, Jiang Nan said, scratching the back of his head as he began to outline their recent itinerary to Subai. 5 minutes later, Jiang Nan hesitantly added, Brother Bai, that's all there is. In truth, it wasn't much, just about 30 messes for the month. Subai fell into deep thought, realizing he had previously been too lenient with Jiang Nan. He himself only tossed 3 or 4 messes each month, and even that left him feeling guilty. Meanwhile, this fellow, despite barely seeing him once or twice a month, managed to entangle Subai in every affair. It seemed he even had to include Subai in mundane matters like going to the restroom. No wonder Yalan held such resentment towards him. It seemed that, in Jiang Nan's narratives, the time spent with Subai surpassed that spent with Jiang Nan's own wife. Brother Bai, boss, are you angry? Jiang Nan tentatively inquired upon seeing Subai's impassive expression. Subai swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to send this guy to the ICU. My wife is at home. I could manage a little before. But these days you can only pray that Yalan doesn't cross-check. Otherwise, I am powerless. With how frequently you've been out lately, you haven't done anything to betray Yalan. Have you? How could that be? I'm just preparing for next season's competition. Every time I play games at home, she nags me, and out of desperation, I resorted to this method. Jiang Nan looked wronged. By the way, I heard Microsoft acquired Blizzard for $68.7 billion in cash. Do you think we will see a World of Warcraft metaverse emerging? Brother Bai, do you have any thoughts? Should we let Penguin? Subai quickly shot Jiang Nan a glare. Let us not discuss that. Focus on managing those 2 characters instead. In the living room, Lin Qianyu had already read through most of the user manual, her joy barely contained, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the gift. The viewers in the live stream were in stitches, eagerly anticipating Subai's moment of folly. Wow, thanks to this lovely lady for the assist. I can't believe I didn't think of using this method. It's truly brilliant. Congratulations to the stunning Lin for gaining a blade-wielding guardian. From now on, we are one big family. Indeed, the world is difficult to navigate for both petty individuals and women. Only a girl could come up with such a clever idea. This device functions similarly to a chest X-ray, triggering alarms upon detecting any metal, even the tiniest of metallic objects in undergarments. Too bad, through my research, I've discovered that the male protagonist still prefers cash. He seems to stash away less of it. I should buy one as a gift for my husband and see if he has any little surprises. Dear sister upstairs, please be reasonable. Yalan, where did you find this? It looks far more high-tech than any similar product I've encountered, Lin Qianyu marveled, enamored with the gift, preparing to put it to use shortly. Of course. You should know my cousin's profession, so you understand, Yalan signaled to Lin Qianyu. However, this metal detector is somewhat different from those available on the market. Its detection capabilities are no longer so simplistic, but rather combine electromagnetic induction with X-ray detection for a dual functionality, allowing it to identify various precious metals, each emitting unique sounds. Yalan pointed to a specific part of the metal detector. Qianyu, look here, it even has a display screen. When this metal detector identifies an object, it will project the size and shape of the detected item onto the screen. Approaching, Yalan took the metal detector out of the box and began assembling it piece by piece. According to my cousin, this device is made from high polymer materials, so it's not heavy. Moments later, a circular base with a handle appeared before Lin Qianyu. The overall design resembled a floor-cleaning robot with a hand grip. See, this handle can be freely adjusted. When in use, pull it up, and when not in use, retract it back. It won't take up space. Now, let me demonstrate. With that, Yalan pressed the switch, casually pointing the metal detector at the nearest corner and pressing a button. Beep, beep, beep. Instantly, the metal detector emitted a series of rapid beeping sounds. What is happening? Yalan was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the screen, it displayed the outline of an umbrella. With an elemental prompt, 79. Gold. Yalan looked quizzically at the old, tattered umbrella in the corner and then back at the metal detector's display. Her expression filled with confusion. What possible connection could there be between a worn-out umbrella and gold? Yalan, what's wrong? Did it detect something? Seeing the swift efficiency, Lin Qianyu's excitement grew. It was known that Lin Qianyu had previously spent considerable time hunting for hidden cash, often without success. But now, merely 5 seconds in, and there was already a result. Qianyu, there might be a malfunction with the device. Yalan glanced again at the detected serial number, 79, then at the umbrella, filled with doubt regarding the data. No worries, I'll check again. The first reading can often be inaccurate. At that moment, Su Bai, standing pensively on the balcony, perked up, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. He quickly signaled Jiang Nan, this is serious. Get inside quickly, we need to act accordingly. Chapter 61. Su Bai, your fingers are really nimble. As soon as he returned to the living room, Su Bai saw Yalan pressing the metal detector against the corner umbrella again, the familiar beeping sound ringing out once more. Noticing this, Su Bai hastened to Yalan's side and teased, Yalan, you didn't buy this at a bargain, did you? How many people did you enlist to successfully take a slice? According to the algorithm of Pinduoduo, it must have been at least 100. Yet all they sent you was a toy? Jiang Nan followed closely behind, reaching for the metal detector. Yalan, I believe the accuracy of this device is questionable. Perhaps we should return it to your cousin. That's impossible, Yalan exclaimed, swatting Jiang Nan's hand away. My brother says such instruments are manufactured only after extensive testing. They are meant for surveying locations and should not malfunction. Could it be that I made an error in the operation? No, I must try again. Unyielding, Yalan gripped the metal detector and attempted once more. The same sound resonated, and the display revealed identical data. Yalan, what if we try another location? Lin Qianyu suggested, retrieving a pair of scissors from the television stand. Yalan, give this a shot. Nodding, Yalan directed the device at the scissors, and a distinctly different series of beeps emanated from the metal detector. Glancing at the screen, she noted, Fei, 26. Absolutely correct. Yalan then aimed the device at an umbrella. 79. After several attempts, Yalan was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? She turned to Lin Qianyu, pointing to the corner and uttering words she herself was uncertain of. Qianyu, I suspect there's something significant about your umbrella. You mean this umbrella? Lin Qianyu stood and approached the location Yalan indicated, picking up the straight umbrella resting in the corner. Presenting it to the group, she pressed the button, and the fabric unfurled, its worn condition evidencing its prolonged use. No issues were detected. Lin Qianyu shook the umbrella again, finding no anomalies. Yalan, there's no hidden stash of money here. That's not what I meant. Yalan, at a loss for words, abruptly tugged Jiang Nan over. Take off your gold ring and let me use it. Huh, why do you need that, my dear? Jiang Nan inquired. Just give it to me. No need for all that chatter. Yalan's tone conveyed her authority within their domestic sphere. Moments later, a gold ring and the scissors were laid upon the table. When the scissors were tested alone, the reading was Fei, 26. When the gold ring was tested, it read 79. However, when both were tested together, the reading was 79. Lin Qianyu and Yalan exchanged glances, then picked up the manual, flipping to the final unfinished pages. This metal detector prioritizes displaying the higher value precious metal when detecting different types of metals. In other words, when iron and gold are placed together, it will favorably display the gold. Now do you understand why I insisted on multiple tests? Yalan pointed at the umbrella. There must be something concealed within. Are you suggesting? Lin Qianyu looked at Yalan in disbelief. That this umbrella hides gold? No way. I've been using this umbrella for nearly 2 years. Taking it to the market for groceries and such. Are you telling me it contains gold? Yalan nodded. Based on the detection results, it seems so. Should we not simply dismantle it to take a look? After all, an umbrella isn't worth much. We can always buy a new one later. I think that's a good idea. Wait a moment while I fetch some tools. Lin Qianyu nodded in agreement. If this matter remained unresolved, she would not be able to sleep tonight. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, who was enjoying the spectacle, tugged at Su Bai's clothing, whispering like a mosquito, "Brother Bai, you didn't really hide gold in the umbrella, did you?" Su Bai's lips quivered slightly as he softly replied, "Brother, your perspective is rather limited." Seeing Lin Qianyu heading to the kitchen for tools, Su Bai quickly stepped forward. "My dear, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? It's merely an ordinary umbrella. What if there's a malfunction with the machine?" Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Yalan immediately grew wary. After all, having known each other for years, she was well aware of Su Bai and Jiang Nan's personalities. Typically, these men would not be so hesitant. Their current reluctance surely indicated a significant issue. "Humph, you've led my little Nan astray. Today, I shall uncover the truth." As for whether Lin Qianyu would be displeased, Yalan had no concerns. Their bond was strong enough to share the same pair of open-crotch pants. And they had even planned to arrange a marriage for their future children should they be of different genders. "Don't worry, I can lend a hand. After all, I personally handle repairs in my home, without needing to trouble these two men." Coughing lightly to mask his inner turmoil, Su Bai suggested, "How about we scan other areas first, and then dismantle the umbrella later?" Lin Qianyu, with a hint of a smile, replied, "No. We must dismantle it today. Rest assured, dear husband, regardless of the outcome, I shall not be angered." The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter at this scene, each one eager to stir the pot. Who would have thought even Bai Yi would face such a day? Exposed at last. What a twist. Who could have imagined that the most ordinary umbrella might be the most valuable? Is this what they call darkness under the lamp? Goodness, Bai Gu is truly audacious. If there is indeed gold hidden within that umbrella, it would be thrilling. Even with all my wealth, I wouldn't dare undertake such a venture. Bai Gu. All is a futile struggle, let it go. Seeing that he could not sway the two women from their determination to dismantle the umbrella, Su Bai turned his glare toward Jiang Nan. "Hurry up, you brought this mess upon yourself. You better help clean it up." Jiang Nan, catching Su Bai's meaning, quickly clasped his hands, performing an exaggerated gesture. "Wife, please don't." "Why not?" Yalan looked at Jiang Nan, curious to hear his rationale. "I just calculated. Today is not suitable for moving, demolishing, or digging. Otherwise, it could lead to misfortune." Jiang Nan spoke with feigned seriousness. "You must believe me. My ancestors were from the Zhuge Kongming lineage, and I possess considerable expertise in feng shui and fortune. Otherwise, how could I have had such smooth sailing over the years?" Strangely enough, his demeanor and tone could indeed deceive the average person. However, neither of the two women in the room were ordinary, particularly Yalan, who had been married to Jiang Nan for nearly 2 years and was intimately familiar with every detail about him, rendering his tricks futile. "I believe you not. Just last night, you claimed we couldn't engage in intimacy, citing it was unwise to draw blood, lest it lead to disaster. Yet, did you not climb up in the middle of the night?" Yalan rolled her eyes. "Besides, you bear the surname Jiang. What connection do you have to Zhuge Kongming?" Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu picked up her diary, perusing today's fortunes, and slowly remarked, "Today is indeed auspicious for visiting, moving, or renovations." The unexpected contradiction struck like lightning, and the atmosphere turned oddly tense. Even the row of spectators, prepared to cheer, swallowed their words. Goodness, could you not at least do a bit of homework before spouting nonsense? In the live stream, goodness, is this what they mean by birds of a feather flock together? Bai Ji's friend is equally eloquent. If a stranger were to claim that the dead could somehow be spoken of as alive, one might almost be persuaded by his fervor. Cough, cough, the illustrious lineage of Zhuge Kongming. Haha, I've learned something today. Perhaps tomorrow I shall also try to charm my wife. I am indeed like the great Huang Daxian, with a flick of my fingers. I foresee that both of these men shall encounter calamity today. Are women truly this formidable? Perhaps I should reconsider marriage. No, this is merely an exception. My wife is exceedingly obedient and willing to acquiesce to my every word. Let us hope she is not merely an inflatable doll." As it became evident that there was no way to bypass this challenge, Su Bai inhaled deeply and stepped forward. "Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands. Otherwise, your clumsy fingers may lead to my heartache. Ha, it's merely a matter of retrieving a bit of gold hidden within this umbrella, which is hardly a treasure of any great worth." Yalan jested, "But this is for the best. Qianyu and I shall dutifully remain as mere onlookers, curious to see how much gold you can conceal within such a dilapidated umbrella." Su Bai cast a meaningful glance at Yalan, a smile playing on his lips, Do remember your words. With that, he approached the television cabinet, crouched down, and retrieved a red toolbox. In the astonished gaze of those present, Su Bai meticulously opened the box, revealing an array of exquisite tools. He glanced at the umbrella and selected 5 or 6 implements from the box. In the next moment, he transformed into a craftsman, commencing the disassembly of the straight umbrella. Before long, the handle had been detached and set aside, with all the umbrella caps placed neatly in a separate pile. Su Bai, your fingers are remarkably dexterous. They must serve you well in daily life, Yalan remarked with a knowing smile. Serve me well? Lin Qianyu, hearing Yalan's comment, turned her gaze to Su Bai's delicate and nimble fingers. Instantly, a blush graced her cheeks. Yalan, we're still live streaming, mind your words. My apologies, my apologies. Yalan replied, finally realizing, and playfully nudged Jiangnin's arm. You could have reminded me. What? Jiangnin remained in a state of bewilderment, utterly confused by Yalan's innuendos. Did you say something I didn't understand? No, not at all. Yalan rolled her eyes and turned to Lin Qianyu. Their eyes met, and truly, the inside of a married woman is a remarkable thing. The audience in the live stream, having overheard the exchange between the two women, began to catch on. Goodness. No wonder they say married women are seasoned veterans. I never believed it until now, but it's clear these women have stories to tell. Look at Su Bai's hands. How do they compare to Kato's? Are you referring to that Kato, who boasts that his fingers are worth a fortune? Capable of seducing anyone? Do you have connections? I want them, please help. Woko, take what you need, but remember to save it. Good brother. No, good sister. The viewers collectively thought, I've gained insight. Each one's anticipation heightened for what would unfold next. 20 minutes later, Su Bai had disassembled the entire umbrella with the precision of a skilled butcher. The handle, ribs, canopy, and caps were all categorized and arranged meticulously in separate locations. Yalan, unable to contain her curiosity, picked up the handle and peered through its gaps, scrutinizing its interior. How peculiar. It's completely empty. No trace of gold, she remarked. Then picked up a finer rib to investigate, still finding nothing. Su Bai, where have you hidden the gold? Yalan queried, her confusion palpable. After a moment's thought, she grabbed a metal detector and pressed it against the handle. Beep, beep, beep. An urgent sound resonated, the display reading, 079. This revelation left Yalan momentarily stunned. Darling, you investigate this. How could such a simple object possibly conceal gold? Jiangnan, taking the handle with a hint of disdain, said, Brother Bai, how miserly can you be? The ribs are rusted beyond belief, yet you still cling to this old thing. It's truly a disservice to your wife. After examining it closely, Jiangnan tossed it back to Yalan. Wife, I've inspected it, and there's no way gold could be hidden inside. I'll eat my words if I'm wrong. Remember what you just said? Su Bai, who had just risen to fetch more tools, shot Jiangnan a peculiar smile. Damn it. This time, I must ensure he learns his lesson. Brother Bai, how could there possibly be gold inside? Do not try to fool me. Jiangnan scrutinized the handle again. Impossible, unless suddenly. As if struck by a revelation, Jiangnan's pupils dilated. Brother Bai, you wouldn't have hidden it in this, would you? Let us not speak prematurely. You'll find out soon enough if your hunch is correct, Su Bai replied, a smirk forming on his lips. Remember your words. Jiangnan felt he had dug himself a deep hole. Brother Bai, I was merely joking. Everyone, please don't take me seriously. Observing Su Bai's enigmatic demeanor, Jiangnan increasingly felt that his suspicions were indeed accurate. Darling, what are you two playing at? Yalan looked from Jiangnan to Su Bai, now equally perplexed by their cryptic exchanges. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu quietly continued to watch as an onlooker, eager to see what surprises Su Bai would unveil. Please wait a moment. Su Bai strode into the kitchen, retrieving a plastic basin typically used for washing vegetables. He then proceeded to the balcony, extracting a bottle of an unknown cleaning agent and a cloth from the far corner of a lower cabinet. Returning to the living room with these items, Su Bai waved his hand. Everyone, step back. It may get a bit odorous. Darling, what is this? A rust-removing detergent, 2-in-1. When I was at the market, I noticed someone selling it by the roadside, so I bought a bottle without knowing its efficacy. Su Bai glanced once more at the handle and ribs, feeling a pang of regret. This exposure would surely diminish daily profits significantly. Clenching his teeth, he resolved that since he had come this far, he must see it through to the end. First, he filled a basin with water, then placed all the ribs and the handle within, finally pouring in the detergent. Instantly, a peculiar odor wafted from the basin. What on earth is this? The smell resembles that of a KTV restroom where someone has vomited and left it to fester for days. It's utterly revolting. Jiangnan was the first to express his distaste, waving his hand. Wife, let us step out to the balcony for some fresh air. Turning around, he saw that both Yalan and Lin Qianyu were pinching their noses, intently watching the changes within the basin. I'm not going anywhere. I fear Su-bai might switch things on me, Yalin replied, her voice somewhat nasally as she spoke through her pinched nose. I won't leave either. I want to see this process. It seems quite fascinating. Lin Qianyu shook her head, drawing closer to Su-bai. In contrast to Jiang Nan and his wife, Lin Qianyu was even more curious about what would ultimately transpire. After all, this umbrella had accompanied her for nearly 2 years. The seller had assured her that effects would be noticeable within 10 minutes. All they needed to do was wait a little while longer. Su-bai covered his mouth and nose, ultimately unable to endure the foul stench. Wife, you all stay here. I need to get some fresh air. Ugh. I can't take it anymore, ugh. Damn it. If memory serves, the old man who sold this contraption to him had mentioned it would have a slight odor. But within manageable limits. What a load of nonsense. This smell could rival even the infamous secret hamburgers of old age. Su-bai was perplexed as to how these two women could tolerate such an abominable odor. Women truly are a peculiar species. Brother Bai, count me in. Jiang Nan, equally repulsed by the strange aroma, hurriedly followed in Su-bai's footsteps. 10 minutes later, Su-bai re-entered the living room, this time adorned with a KN95 mask and rubber gloves. Time's up, ladies, step aside. Su-bai firmly pried apart the two women who were intently gazing at the basin of water. What had once been a bowl of clear water was now exceedingly murky, obscuring whatever lay beneath. With one hand gripping a cloth and the other plunging into the basin to grasp the thickest umbrella handle, he declared, "Ladies, do not blink. It is time to witness a miracle." With a swift motion, Su-bai yanked out the umbrella handle, then forcefully wiped it with the cloth. A resplendent golden umbrella handle emerged before their eyes. Holy moly! Jiang Nan exclaimed, his suspicions confirmed. Brother Bai, you actually plated the umbrella handle in gold. Humph. Su-bai replied, nearly flabbergasted by Jiang Nan's words, tossing the handle towards him. Do I strike you as someone so ostentatious? He then continued to retrieve the remaining umbrella ribs from the basin, meticulously cleaning each one. In no time, a collection of gleaming gold ribs lay upon the table. Yalin curiously picked up one golden rib and tapped it against the table, raising an eyebrow at the dull thud. Su-bai, this can't possibly be pure gold. Can it? Yalin, you truly are perceptive. You certainly have a keener eye than Anan. Su-bai acknowledged with an appreciative gesture. What? Pure gold? Lin Qianyu, overhearing their conversation, was utterly astonished. Yalin, are you saying the umbrella I frequently take to the market is made of gold? No wonder it had always felt a bit heavy. Now, the truth was finally revealed. An entire umbrella crafted from gold. How could it not be heavy? Had she been to the market daily cradling assets worth millions? Had she been lamenting the exorbitant housing prices in Shanghai while holding on to such wealth? Yalin, upon receiving confirmation from Su-bai, was momentarily speechless, staring at the golden ribs in her hands. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She picked up a metal detector and scanned it over Su-bai. As the device passed over his trousers, an unexpected series of beeps erupted. Chapter 63. Once there were foreign guns made in America. Now there are golden creations by Master Bai. Just a moment ago, all the online viewers were still in shock over the golden umbrella. A whisper. If your secret stash exceeds your savings, can it still be called a secret stash? Nowadays, cash is hardly worthy of Master Bai. No. Master Bai's status has risen to the point of dealing in gold. Turns out, my perspective was too narrow. I referred to Master Bai as the pinnacle of secret stash holders. Who could possibly dispute that now? Bow down to Master Bai? This method of hiding money is beyond my imagination. It is simply too extravagant. Wandering around with millions, the irony is simply too exquisite. Moreover, to avoid drawing the host's attention, the male lead even coated himself in rust. Truly remarkable. The next moment, when the metal detector beeped again, all the viewers widened their eyes. Some female viewers gasped, their faces flushing as they seemed to envision some rather scandalous scenarios. Once there were foreign guns made in America. Now there are golden creations by Master Bai? No, it should be. Once there was Genghis Khan shooting arrows. Now there's Master Bai concealing gold in his trousers. Goodness, this is the true golden skin of Ho-E shooting the sun, glistening with radiance. Could it be that this can also be plated in gold? Just like that certain salted fellow's golden steak. Oh no, the imagery is too intense, ladies. I must take my leave for a moment. Upon hearing the metal detector's alarm, Yalin felt a bit embarrassed. I merely suspected Su-bai might also be hiding gold. And then damn it. Boss, you don't have some peculiar obsession, do you? Jiang Nan pointed humorously at Su-bai's pocket, a strange smile gracing his features. If true, it would indeed be a revelation. Lin Qianyu, jolted back to reality by the familiar sound, turned her gaze towards Su-bai's location, frowning slightly. Wait a minute. If memory serves, my husband is just like any other man. After all, during her university days, Lin Qianyu had, to some extent, been influenced by her dormitory sisters and had seen a few adult films, so she had some understanding of male anatomy. Husband, what is going on? Lin Qianyu asked, her face a mask of confusion. Seeing everyone looking in his direction, Su Bai quickly turned to the side, placing his hand in front of his pocket. Please don't look at me like that. It makes me a bit shy. Viewers online, vomit. Goodness, is this really the same Master Bai? Does Master Bai have a preference for men? Is it true? Master Bai really likes men? Look at me, just give me a little secret stash. And I'll go home with you tonight. Get lost, you gay scoundrel. Husband, show me. Lin Qianyu suddenly had an epiphany and lunged at Su Bai, tackling him onto the sofa. Jiang Nan and Yalan exchanged glances, unable to bear watching. Were these two still in kindergarten? Wife, be gentle. I'll do it myself. Under Lin Qianyu's relentless onslaught, Su Bai quickly succumbed. Rising to his feet, he removed his belt, pointing to the buckle. This too is made of gold. Is there anything else? Nothing more. Lin Qianyu seized the metal detector from Yalan and aimed it at Su Bai once more. Beep, 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 the familiar sound filled the air as everyone regarded Su Bai with newfound curiosity. Ultimately, Jiang Nan was the first to voice his thoughts. Boss, could it be that your trousers are indeed made of gold? You scoundrel, you're the one made of gold. Su Bai's expression darkened as he shot Jiang Nan a glare. Who was it that claimed the umbrella had gold plating? Wait a moment, how could I have forgotten this? Su Bai headed toward the bedroom. Please don't come in. It's not suitable for children. Moments later, Su Bai emerged from the bedroom, now wearing a different pair of trousers and holding the previously worn ones. I took too long and forgot to zip up. Wow. Yalan gasped. Qianyu, I truly underestimated your man. What kind of affluent household is this? Even the zipper is made of gold. In that instant, Lin Qianyu found herself at a loss for words, stammering incoherently. Who would have thought Su Bai would go to such extremes to hide his wealth, even embedding gold in the zipper of his trousers? I have only heard of women adorned with diamonds. I have never encountered a man embellished with gold. How wealthy is Master Bai, I wonder? I am merely curious as to why he chooses to conceal his riches at home in various forms rather than depositing them in a bank. Are we to form a band of brothers to pilfer his abode? Good brothers, count me in. In the end, it seems my perspective is rather narrow. Suddenly, an incongruous sound echoed through the living room. Did you just pass gas? Su Bai pointed accusingly at Jiang Nan. It wasn't me. I took care of my business this morning, Jiang Nan promptly retorted. If it were me, I'd eat my own waste while standing on my head. Your last oath regarding your hoarded provisions has yet to be fulfilled. That does not count. Come up with something else. Su Bai rolled his eyes. Xiao Nan, I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Then I shall wash my hair while standing on my head. Jiang Nan hastily proposed a different punishment, feeling inexplicably wronged. Why must everything be directed at me? Besides, that does not even sound like flatulence. If it's not you, then who could it be? Su Bai turned his gaze toward the two remaining women. Yalan quickly waved her hands. Don't look at me, it wasn't me. Lin Qianyu, meanwhile, blushed deeply, glaring at Su Bai in indignation. You scoundrel. After all, they were live streaming, and given the sensitive nature of the topic, even Lin Qianyu felt quite embarrassed. That wasn't flatulence. It was merely the sound of my stomach growling. She patted her belly, feeling quite vexed. I had a decent breakfast this morning. How can I be hungry so soon? Have I, perhaps, improved my absorption capabilities? Lin Qianyu anxiously examined her arms and thighs, relieved to find they had not thickened. My dear, if you're hungry, why not say so? Your husband will whip up something delicious for you. Su Bai hastily set the metal detector aside and beckoned Jiang Nan and his wife. You all should lend a hand as well. All right. I'll take charge of selecting the vegetables, Yalan declared, rising to enter the kitchen and retrieve a bag of greens, playfully pinching Jiang Nan's arm. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Wife, you and Qianyu work together, and I'll assist by go with chopping, Jiang Nan suggested. That works. Observing the scene, Su Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him as the focus shifted away from the two women. He cast a glance at the dark metal detector in the corner, aware that he must find an opportunity to tamper with it, ensuring it rests in peace for years to come. No, rather, it should return to its ancestral home. Damn it, that is terrifying. Chapter 64. Apart from hiding personal savings, everything else is acceptable. An hour later, 6 dishes and a soup were meticulously arranged on the dining table. Gazing at the feast before him, Jiang Nan could hardly contain his drool, especially the manly dishes, which filled him with gratitude towards Su Bai. Who would have thought you had such culinary prowess hidden away all this time? I was unaware of your skills throughout our 4 years at university. Jiang Nan eagerly picked up a garlic oyster and savored the exquisite flavors. What a delight. Look at your lack of composure. Yalan could no longer hold back and playfully tapped Jiang Nan on the head. The next moment, she picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of drunken ribs, instantly frozen in place. Delicious. Qianyu, you are incredibly fortunate. Yalan expressed a hint of envy. Every dish on the table was so delectable that merely gazing at them ignited her appetite. Look at my own partner, who spends his days smoking, drinking, perming his hair, and fishing, Yet he only succeeds 9 times out of 10 in catching nothing. Truly, he excels at nothing and is the reigning champion of laziness. Nonsense. Jiang Nin is quite impressive, Lin Qianyu defended him. Yalan, don't be oblivious to your blessings. After all, Jiang Nan is a significant figure in his own right. Unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan broke into a cold sweat. Good heavens, why must you bring that up? A significant figure? Yalan inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Yalan, you once gifted me 2 experience vouchers for the Sun Moon Lake Hot Spring Resort. It was only upon arrival that I discovered Jiang Nan is the proprietor of that establishment. You both have kept this under wraps quite well, Lin Qianyu explained. Well, my partner invested a little money there. Let us focus on the meal. It will be cold if we don't hurry, Su Bai interjected. Sensing the conversation taking a turn, he promptly picked up a piece of pig trotter. Wife, indulge in this. It's rich in collagen. I guarantee you'll be as radiant as a flower. Husband, you are the one who is radiant. Yalan shot Jiang Nan a significant glance before deciding to savor the delectable food before her. After all, some matters are easier discussed behind closed doors. Before long, the culinary delights on the table were entirely devoured, and after helping tidy up, Jiang Nan and Yalan took the kitchen waste to dispose of it before bidding farewell. Lin Qianyu, however, clutched the golden umbrella frame and handle, her expression one of distress. Husband, where do you think we should store these? In the safe, of course. That won't do. What if the safe gets stolen? Lin Qianyu shook her head. In the past, she would have thought nothing of it and left the broken umbrella in a corner without a second thought. But now, knowing it was a golden umbrella, she felt a headache coming on, as if no place was safe enough. Husband, can you think of another location? Perhaps I can revert it to its original state and toss it back in the corner? Su Bai jested, finding Lin Qianyu's predicament endearingly amusing. That won't work either. All the viewers saw it during the live stream. It's not secure. Lin Qianyu rejected the suggestion, shaking her head. Perhaps I should take it to the bank for safekeeping tomorrow. That would be more reassuring. Suddenly, Lin Qianyu rose from the sofa and approached the corner, pressing the metal detector against the sofa. Wife, what are you doing? I was merely curious if this sofa might also be made of gold. Su Bai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Wife, are you out of your mind? If this sofa were made of gold, just imagine its weight. Who knows? Normal people wouldn't make an umbrella out of gold, would they? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone on the sofa rang, and Su Bai picked it up to find it was his mother. Son, your aunt just brought 2 homegrown chickens from the countryside. Come over with Qianyu this afternoon for dinner. All right, Mom. It's settled then. I'll have your father buy some vegetables at the market, and we'll all eat together tonight. After hanging up, Su Bai relayed the message. Tonight, Mom invited us for home-cooked chicken, saying it's to replenish your strength. Sounds great. Let us head out early. And we can buy some skincare products for Mom on the way. I noticed her last set is nearly used up, Lin Qianyu agreed, setting down the metal detector. All right then, let us take a 2-hour nap before we leave. Su Bai stood up, wrapping his arms around Lin Qianyu, who was still on the sofa. Let us go. It's time for a nap. Ah, husband, it's still daytime. And what of it? Who decreed that one cannot sleep during the day? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Wife, do you wish to? I do not. I am still in pain from last night. Lin Qianyu recalled the previous evening's events, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Fool, then just go to sleep obediently. No, I want a kiss. At 4 in the afternoon. Su Bai drove Lin Qianyu to his parents' house. It was located in a relatively remote neighborhood of the bustling metropolis, with property prices around 30,000 yuan, featuring an 88 square meter small 3-bedroom apartment. Previously, Su Bai had never considered changing his parents' home, as he had successfully concealed his savings. However, now that a portion had been revealed, the thought began to stir in his mind, contemplating a move for his parents in the near future. He planned to ask Lin Qianyu whether her parents would also like to relocate. Upon entering the house, Lin Qianyu affectionately called out Mom and presented a meticulously selected skincare set that she had chosen after half an hour of deliberation. This gesture instantly brightened Su's mother's mood, prompting her to take Lin Qianyu's hand and lead her to the sofa. Qianyu is wonderful. If I relied on this rascal, he wouldn't even know to buy such things. Su's mother looked at Lin Qianyu with fondness. Just having you here makes me so happy. Next time, no need to bring gifts. Having been married to Su Bai for 2 years, Su's mother had grown increasingly fond of Lin Qianyu, treating her as her own daughter. Got it, Mom, Lin Qianyu replied obediently. Qianyu, has that rascal Su Bai been bullying you lately? If you're not happy, do let me know. I'll stand up for you. Mom, how could I ever bear to do that? He is the most precious treasure in our family, Su Bai interjected, having just placed the items down. Mom, Su Bai treats me very well. Aside from his penchant for hiding a bit of pocket money, he is perfect. Lin Qianyu responded with a smile, though her sidelong glance at Su Bai held a hint of mischief. Humph, reporting to my mom, is it? Now it's your turn. Chapter 65. A tiger father begets no dog son. Pocket money? Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Su's mother was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow. Well, son, you should be learning good things, not hiding money from me. But mom, even though Su Bai hides his pocket money, I find it quite amusing. Lin Qianyu took Su's mother's hand. This game of wits adds a delightful spark to our otherwise mundane married life. A game of wits? Seeing that Lin Qianyu wasn't complaining, Su's mother became intrigued. Indeed, Su Bai hides his pocket money in unexpected places, and sometimes even draws a distribution map, complete with Morse code. Lin Qianyu recounted her recent experiences. Mom, if you were there, you could help me look next time. Su Bai shivered at this remark. No, please don't. One woman is already more than I can handle. If you add my mother to the mix, I'd have no standing at all. A distribution map? Morse code? Su's mother brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Qianyu, are you saying that you discovered Su Bai's hidden money through some strange papers? Yes. Otherwise I would never have found several very concealed spots. Lin Qianyu glanced at Su Bai. Perhaps there are too many hiding places. And someone is worried about forgetting where they are? Wait a minute. Qianyu, hearing you say this makes me think that your father has a bit of a problem. Please wait a moment. Su's mother rose from the sofa and walked directly to the bedroom. A moment later, she emerged holding a sheet of white paper. Qianyu, could you help me see if there is anything wrong with this? I found it in a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber belonging to your father. It has some odd drawings on it. Su's mother handed the paper to Lin Qianyu. Su Bai, noticing the unfolding drama, leaned in closer. In the center of the white paper was a pentagram, with 4 corners labeled East, Zhen, 885, South, Li, 1685, Northwest, Qian, 2805, Northeast, Jin, 415. Lin Qianyu studied it carefully, finding no clues whatsoever. She then turned to Su Bai, who was eagerly eavesdropping. Honey, do you understand this? It seems a bit familiar. Let me think. Su Bai stroked his chin, and after a moment of contemplation, he realized something. No way, even my dad is skilled in this regard. Why didn't I think of using this method before? What method? Su's mother asked, utterly confused. Mom, a tiger father begets no dog son. It seems this habit of hiding money runs in the family. Su Bai chuckled at his own realization, astonished that his seemingly serious father also indulged in such secretive behavior. What do you mean? Are you saying your dad also hides money? Su's mother was flabbergasted, her expression mirroring Lin Qianyu's when she first discovered Su Bai's secret stash. Mom, just wait a moment. I'll help you find it. Su Bai felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. It turned out that searching for hidden money could be such a thrilling experience. The next moment, he rummaged around the balcony and retrieved a compass. A common object found in many traditional homes due to a hint of superstition. Returning to the living room with the compass, Su Bai began to compare it with the information on the white paper, muttering to himself, look for the dragon, divide the gold, observe the entangled mountains. 1 layer of entanglement, 1 layer of barriers. If the door is 8 parts dangerous, do not exit the yin-yang bagua shape. Got it, Mom. Qianyu, look here. Su Bai pointed to the words, East, Zhen, 885. These numbers represent directions on the compass. We just need to align the compass with the balcony direction. And based on these instructions, we can identify the 4 locations. Look at this. The corresponding direction is towards the television. He approached the television and began searching. Lin Qianyu joined in, claiming her extensive experience in finding hidden money. Soon, Su Bai discovered a 100 yuan bill hidden inside the remote control. This spectacle left Su's mother utterly astonished. Well, your father dares to hide money behind my back. Mom, don't rush. According to the white paper, Dad should have hidden money in 4 locations. Su Bai pointed to South, Li, 1685. This position should be over here. They moved to the bathroom, where, after some searching, Lin Qianyu discovered a crumpled bundle of cash behind a hook. During this process, she inquired, Honey, what was the purpose of those chants you were reciting? Nothing significant. Just to make myself seem more professional. Su Bai's response nearly caused Lin Qianyu to choke. When Su's mother received the second stash of hidden money, she exclaimed, No way. I stay at home all day, and your father manages to conceal money right under my nose. Isn't that outrageous? Mom, don't be upset. This is just the beginning. As they uncovered the 2 hidden spots, Su Bai felt a profound sense of accomplishment, gently touching Lin Qianyu's arm. Wife, I never realized finding hidden money could be this exhilarating. Now you know. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes. Darling, do you think this might be too unfriendly to Dad? What if he comes back and finds out? Don't worry, it's just a bit of fun to add some excitement to their mundane lives. If worst comes to worst, we'll just slip him a big red envelope later. Su Bai mischievously winked. Come on, let us hurry up and find the remaining 2 places. The item, Northwest, Qian, 2805, should be in the kitchen, so I shall leave it to you, my dear wife. As for the remaining, Northwest, Qian, 2805, if I am not mistaken, it ought to be in the bedroom where I used to sleep. I shall need to enter the room and investigate further. With that, Su Bai strode directly into the bedroom, while Lin Qianyu seized Su Mu's hand, eager to indulge in the thrill of discovering hidden savings. 5 minutes later, the trio reconvened in the living room, each presenting their findings of concealed funds upon the table. Upon aggregation, the total amounted to 3,255 yuan, remarkably, including both coins and notes. Son, pray tell, what could possess your father, at his age, to engage in such antics? What is his true intention? Su Mu gazed quizzically at the pile of money on the table. Mother, do not overthink it. If you wish to understand why father has done this, simply call him back, Su Bai remarked, reveling in the unfolding drama as he took out his phone to dial his father. Before long, a robust male voice resonated from the other end of the line. Son, what is the matter? Su Bai promptly handed the phone to Su Mu. After a brief adjustment of her demeanor, Su Mu responded, Dear husband, have you purchased the vegetables? Hurry home. Almost there. I'm already in the neighborhood. You can start boiling the water, Su Bai replied, his tone still buoyant. Very well, then. I shall speak to you later. Goodbye, he concluded. Chapter 66. A filial son and a loving father. I am but a tiny little bird, yearning to soar high yet unable to ascend. I seek and search for a warm embrace. Is such a desire too lofty? In the downstairs community, Su Bai, with 2 black plastic bags in his right hand, hummed a cheerful tune, his countenance radiating joy. Old Su, what brings you such happiness? A neighbor inquired as they passed by. My son and daughter-in-law are coming over for dinner. I am elated. At my age, nothing brings more joy than a family gathering. He replied, How enviable. Your grandchild visits you from time to time, whereas mine only returns once a year, the neighbor lamented. What is there to envy? Your child is quite accomplished, if I recall correctly, earning 1 million annually, am I right? Yet, what is the use of such wealth? One cannot take it with them in death. Though he sends me money each month, at my age, it's hardly of any use. I can only afford a foot soak, and even then, it is a mere token gesture. Besides, I am not in need of his meager contributions. Having a son feels akin to having none at all, a truly vexing situation. Enough of this. I must head upstairs. Otherwise, my wife will start calling me. The neighbor stated, Go on, go on. Make sure to join us later. We need one more for our game. Su Bai waved as he continued to hum his tune and entered the elevator. He glanced down at the bags in his hands, resolved to treat the young couple, hoping to encourage them to start a family soon. Ding dong. Soon, the elevator came to a halt, and Su Bai arrived at his doorstep. He retrieved his keys from his pocket and, with a click, opened the door, eagerly exclaiming, Wife, I'm home. However, in the next instant, he was taken aback. Wife, what are you doing? Su Mu sat at the entrance, her expression stern, clutching a 12-year-old feather duster, while their son and daughter-in-law stifled laughter nearby. Instantly, an ominous feeling surged within Su Bai. He found himself caught between entering and retreating. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and come in, Su Mu commanded, patting her thigh with the feather duster, her heart heavy with grievances. She never anticipated that even at this age, her husband would still hide money from her. How childish. Dear wife, your demeanor is quite alarming. Did this rascal provoke you again? I'll have a word with him, Su Bai said, changing into his slippers as he cautiously probed the situation, casting a glance at Su Bai, hoping to glean information about what transpired in his absence. However, Su Bai merely shrugged, adopting an air of indifference, his eyes conveying a clear message. Father, you are responsible for your own mess. 10 minutes later, Su Bai grasped the entirety of the situation, his gaze towards his son laden with unspoken words. What a dutiful son. Not only did he not assist, but he also added to the chaos. I should never have brought you into this world. Dear husband, what are you staring at? Explain to me what is going on. Su Mu pointed at the pile of money on the table with the feather duster. This is merely the pocket money you've given me. I placed it there without thinking, Su Bai replied sheepishly. Really? Can you casually place money inside the remote control? Su Mu retorted, examining the money on the table. This is from the remote, this from the bathroom, and son, where was this portion hidden? That was in the bedroom frame, Su Bai quickly interjected. He immediately received a piercing glare from Su Bai, regretting that he was not blessed with a daughter, who would have been a comforting presence, unlike the current situation, where he felt as though he had a tattered quilt that was both inadequate and drafty. Look, you even managed to accidentally stash pocket money inside the photo frame. Had you not returned, I would have remained oblivious to this, Su Mu chastised Su Bai with a glare. Now, confess, where else do you hide your money? Su Bai bit his lip, ultimately deciding to capitulate, pointing towards the air conditioning unit. Mother, allow me, Su Bai said, rushing towards the indicated spot. After some futile fumbling, he indeed uncovered 300 yuan behind the air conditioner cover. Is there any more? Su Mu inquired, taking the money Su Bai offered and directing her question at Su Bai once more. No, the monthly allowance is not substantial. The rest is in the bank for emergencies. Su Ba replied, shaking his head earnestly. That's more like it, Su Mu said, shoving the discovered money into Su Ba's pocket. Keep it for yourself. We've been married long enough. There's no need for such secrecy. We are not like our son and you were, who have only been married for 2 years. There's no need for them to hide their finances. As Su Mu tucked the money into his pocket, Su Ba did not appear particularly pleased. Rather, he wore a look of regret. Had he known things would turn out this way? Mother, I just noticed that there are quite a few more hidden in the adjacent compartment, Su Ba declared, reaching in and pulling out over 500 yuan. Didn't he, father, just say there was nothing left? The atmosphere grew awkward, and Su Ba's brow furrowed, his expression intricate. Old man, you sure know how to hide. Su Mu teased, playfully smacking Su Ba's arm. Mother, compared to Su Ba, father is quite reasonable. You wouldn't believe it. Su Ba not only hides cash, but also gold. Lin Qianyu chimed in, trying to console Su Mu. He even concealed money inside a wine bottle. Had I not made beer duck that day, I would still be unaware. Unbeknownst to them, as Lin Qianyu spoke. Su Ba's frown deepened. Gold. In a wine bottle? He glanced at his son, genuinely questioning whether this money-hiding technique had been inherited from him. Son, continue searching. Whatever you find, I shall reward you with a feast. Su's mother waved the banknotes in her hand and said, why don't you lend a hand in searching as well? Mom, I shall do so right away, came the prompt reply. All right then, Su's father remarked. Have I given birth to a prodigal child? Half an hour later, with the collaborative efforts of Su Ba and Lin Qianyu, they managed to uncover 7 hidden stashes of private funds, totaling 123 yuan, 6 of which were discovered by Su Ba himself. There was no denying it. Su Ba was indeed the zenith of the clandestine cash concealment realm. He could effortlessly discern even the slightest irrationalities. His prowess was akin to that of a metal detector, if not superior. Moreover, Su Ba stumbled upon a small booklet titled Agent Training Manual tucked away in the wardrobe. Seizing the opportunity when Lin Qianyu was distracted, he slyly stuffed it into his trousers, intending to delve into it later in solitude, hoping to unlock novel methods of cash concealment. Speaking of which, it was high time to consider relocating. The confines of their home were becoming increasingly inadequate. The golden umbrella he had painstakingly crafted was now exposed. If Lin Qianyu continued her search, who knew what even more scandalous secrets might be unearthed over time? Old man, do enlighten me as to how all this money was acquired. Su's mother gazed in astonishment at the pile of cash on the table. After all, in this day and age, cash transactions were virtually obsolete. What purpose did hoarding so much cash serve? With a resigned sigh, Su's father replied. All this was earned through my winnings in mahjong. You know how you disapprove of my playing, so I've hidden the money in inconspicuous places. He added, if you need verification, you could always ask old Wang next door. He can vouch for me. Upon receiving her husband's explanation, Su's mother turned and headed to the kitchen. Stop dawdling and come help me prepare dinner. Seeing that his wife was not angry, Su's father let out a sigh of relief. I'm on my way. His gaze discreetly darted towards the wine bottle once more. Thankfully, he had reserved a little for himself. Meanwhile, Su Ba was about to offer his assistance when Lin Qianyu pulled him back. Don't interfere, let your parents enjoy some time alone. Sure enough, the sounds of their conversation soon echoed from the kitchen. Old man, I never forbade you from playing mahjong. That was back in your youth. I was merely concerned you might become addicted. Now that we've reached this age, playing a few rounds of 80 points or engaging in mahjong is quite normal. Much like my participation in square dancing. From now on, regardless of whether you play mahjong, I have but one request. Play for enjoyment, not for excess. Su's mother sighed. Indeed, our lives have grown rather monotonous. If only those 2 children would hurry and give us a grandchild. Dear wife, such matters cannot be forced. They will naturally conceive when they are ready. If you push too hard, it may trigger their rebellious instincts. Upon hearing that he could freely indulge in mahjong from now on, Su's father's spirits lifted considerably. It seemed that the revelation of his hidden funds was not as dire as he had initially thought. That said, it is indeed prudent to have children sooner rather than later. After all, as we grow older, we may find ourselves unable to assist with childcare due to ailments. Remember, we were married and having children right away. Times have changed. It is only natural for the younger generation to wish to savor their coupledom for a while longer. Dear wife, please refrain from bringing this up during dinner. A gentle reminder would suffice. I understand. I am not that type of person. In the living room, Su Ba and Lin Qianyu exchanged glances and shared a smile. Husband, do you think our parents would be overjoyed if they knew we were diligently trying for a baby? Lin Qianyu playfully winked. I've had my fill of our 2-person world. I now wish to embrace a 3-person one. Shoo. Let us wait until we confirm the pregnancy and then surprise them. For now, I'll keep up the effort tonight, Su Ba teased, pinching Lin Qianyu's small nose with a grin. Husband, Given the intensity of our recent activities, perhaps you should take a few days to rest? Upon hearing Su Bai's intent to continue his efforts tonight, Lin Qianyu involuntarily shuddered. No need. A man must not declare defeat. Trust me, I am more than capable. Su Bai thumped his chest proudly. Husband, I know you are capable, but I would like to take a couple of days to rest. My back is sore. Oh dear. Shall I go gentler then? Humph. Only now do you understand. Chapter 67. With the first time comes a second. Divorce is inevitable. At 9 o'clock in the evening. After finishing dinner, Su Bai and Lin Qianyu chatted with his parents for a while before driving back to their blissful abode. During their stay, Su's mother and father subtly hinted a couple of times for them to hurry and have a child while they were still nimble. Upon arriving home, Lin Qianyu plopped herself down on the sofa, took out her phone, and opened a certain video app, scrolling through short videos to unwind for a moment. Su Bai meticulously placed the items they had brought from his parents' house into the refrigerator. These vegetables are organic, and the chicken was raised on grains by your great-aunt at home. They had insisted on filling Su Bai's hands with healthy food, admonishing that the couple should eat well at home instead of relying on takeout. Thinking of this, Su Bai felt a warm surge of affection. In this world, the ones who worry about you the most will always be your parents. Typically, Su Bai and Lin Qianyu seldom ordered takeout, and when they did, it was usually from reputable establishments with physical storefronts. The thought of some dubious little workshops was truly alarming, whether it was pre-packaged meals or subpar expired products. He often worried about the potential consequences of consuming such fare. Despite the exorbitant commissions taken by platforms, some vendors would stop at nothing to turn a profit. There was a humorous anecdote about diners from various countries experiencing food poisoning in one locale due to unsanitary conditions, while locals thrived, underscoring what they must have been eating regularly. After organizing the ingredients, Su Bai poured 2 cups of salt water and walked into the living room. Darling, here, soothe your throat. Gurgle, gurgle. Husband, you're so thoughtful. Lin Qianyu leaned her head against Su Bai's shoulder affectionately. For some reason, she had recently developed a craving for sour foods, struggled with concentration, and seemed more prone to fatigue. Silly girl. Whenever Lin Qianyu displayed her playful, kitten-like demeanor, Su Bai couldn't help but gently ruffle her hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Suddenly, Lin Qianyu's attention fixated on her phone screen, and she seemed momentarily entranced. Having just stumbled upon a live stream, it wasn't particularly captivating. Rather, it was a segment about uncovering hidden cash, evidently capitalizing on current trends. Even so, it immediately captured Lin Qianyu's interest. After all, she was accustomed to being the one investigating Su Bai's hidden funds. Observing someone else in a similar predicament was refreshingly novel. Husband, look. Lin Qianyu adjusted the screen's angle and beckoned Su Bai to watch with her. On the screen, a heavily made-up woman in a bathrobe sat angrily on the sofa, confronting a meek-looking man beside her. Come clean, or tonight you'll be sleeping on the streets. She scolded. Your audacity has grown. How dare you hide cash? No cash hidden, the man stammered, trembling. Don't you dare lie. I'm being generous by even entertaining you. In the next moment, both Lin Qianyu and Su Bai were left dumbfounded. The woman on the live stream kicked the man right off the sofa, sending him crashing to the floor. The man merely rubbed his sore backside, refraining from uttering a single complaint. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. Lin Qianyu felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Casting a glance at the barrage of comments in the live stream, she found a chorus of condemnation. Is it really that violent? If I encountered such a situation, I would unleash a flurry of dragons subduing 18 palms on that woman, leaving her utterly disoriented. If this were a script, it might be acceptable. But if it's real, this is simply excessive. What is the point of marrying such a woman? To worship her like a deity? Shouldn't he divorce her immediately? If my wife dared to act this way, I would promptly teach her a lesson in respect. Violence yields miracles. Such a woman clearly lacks proper upbringing. Most girls are well-educated and virtuous. She is merely an exception. So what if she hides a little money? Look at the couple next door, they're so affectionate. And here, you're kneeling and groveling. What a disgrace for a man. Indeed, this was excessive. Su Bai nodded in agreement from the side. This behavior clearly falls under domestic violence, doesn't it? Why does this woman feel emboldened to strike a man? Why? Lin Qianyu suddenly turned to Su Bai. Darling, do I behave like that? As she watched the live stream, a pang of guilt surged within her. When she first discovered that Su Bai had been hiding money, her relentless probing and insistence had indeed been rather excessive. Fool, how can she be compared to you? Su Bai pinched Lin Qianyu's delicate cheek. First, you never use foul language. Second, you would never resort to violence. Most importantly, you are not at all like that woman in the stream. My wife is far too charming for such thoughts. Rest assured, darling. I shall never act so unreasonably again. Lin Qianyu sniffled, secretly vowing to treat the man beside her with greater kindness. After a moment's thought, She leaned in to plant a kiss on Su Bai's cheek. "Kiss my beloved husband. I adore you so much." A smile crept onto Su Bai's lips as he enveloped the charming girl in his embrace, gradually tightening his hold to provide her with a sense of security. "If you encountered such a woman, what would you do?" Lin Qianyu pointed at the woman in the live stream, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "What would I do? Need you even ask? Divorce. Absolutely, I would divorce her. If this happens once, it will certainly happen again. Must get out. Cherish life, stay away from abusive women." Lin Qianyu thought to herself, relieved that she did not have a habit of resorting to violence, nor was she that kind of person. Of course, a playful pinch on the shoulder or waist was a different matter entirely, merely flirting. After all, during their intimate moments, this man would often encircle her waist. It was dubbed more stimulating. Moreover, considering her own gentle touch, it was merely a tickle for Su Bai. Many times, the reason he would cry out so loudly was merely to amuse her. "Darling, isn't it strange? When a man is abusive, the societal backlash is severe. Yet why do we hear so little about women abusing men?" Lin Qianyu voiced her inner doubts. In fact, studies indicate that in divorced households, the proportion of abusive women surpasses that of abusive men. Perhaps this reflects human psychology. Many people inherently believe that girls are to be cherished and would not typically resort to violence, which leads to a flawed perception. Su Bai pursed his lips. Little do they know, most netizens only see the surface of matters. Sometimes, when a man resorts to violence, it could stem from two possibilities. Either he has personal issues, or, unbeknownst to us, the woman has committed egregious acts that would incite public outrage. "Are you implying situations like infidelity?" Lin Qianyu inquired, her expression curious. Su Bai playfully pinched her delicate nose. It could be something even more grave than infidelity. Or perhaps simply a unique dynamic that each couple possesses. Lin Qianyu joked, "Regardless, I could never bring myself to treat my husband that way. By the way, where do you think this man hides his money? In the sofa? Or perhaps like you, in his slippers? Impossible. You see, his slippers are no match for yours. They can't hide anything." Su Bai observed the scene on his phone. The likelihood of hiding it in the sofa is low. If you sit on it, it sinks in completely due to its excellent elasticity. Money hidden inside the cushions wouldn't yield such an effect. True enough. The moment this topic arose, Lin Qianyu recalled her office chair and immediately thought of her delicate bottom, which had nearly led her to develop hemorrhoids. Humph, that wretched man. She extended her hand, preparing to pinch Su Bai's love handles, but reconsidered and abandoned the thought. Shifting her body in Su Bai's embrace to find a more comfortable position, she said, "Darling, grab your phone. Ah, here is another possible hiding spot for secret funds." On the screen, the couple had entered the bathroom, where the woman discovered the man's hidden stash within the roll of toilet paper. Outside are layers of paper, but inside are stacks of bright red bills. As the woman tugged, bills cascaded to the floor. Clever idea, though the method is rather foolish. Su Bai began to critique. If he had concealed the money within the roll itself and sealed both ends with something else, the likelihood of discovery would have been considerably diminished. Sticking the money to the paper to create a roll is of little significance. Imagine, if one day you were in the bathroom attending to nature's call, and you pulled on the paper, wouldn't everything be exposed? Su Bai continued, shaking his head in disbelief. This feels utterly unrealistic. I suspect it's a self-scripted act. The woman's assertive demeanor is likely a ploy to captivate viewers, making the live stream more popular. "Darling, if it were you, what would you do?" Lin Qianyu casually inquired. "If it were me, I would place the money in a waterproof bag and hide it inside the toilet lid, just like in a spy movie where they stash explosives and gadgets." Su Bai replied. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the secret stash in this location has already been uncovered. She could only continue watching the live stream, hoping to glean some fresh insights. On the screen, the couple had transitioned from the bathroom to the kitchen, where the tension escalated. "Is there any money in the kitchen?" The woman pressed again. "No, none. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. You just claimed the living room and bathroom had none." The woman, unconvinced, opened the refrigerator and began searching. One shelf was neatly lined with drinks. "Surely, you've hidden the money in a plastic bottle," she declared confidently, lifting a bottle of Coca-Cola. "No, no." The man's eyes darted nervously as his entire body tensed. "Deny it all you want. If I find it, you're finished." The woman effortlessly twisted off the bottle cap, pouring out the entire contents of the cola, and ultimately extracted a sealed waterproof bag containing several vibrant red banknotes. Witnessing this audacious maneuver, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged wildly. Goodness. Is she trying to emulate Bai? Hiding money in a can. But isn't that merely scratching the surface of Bai's prowess? Others use cans. Yet she resorts to a plastic bottle. How can they be compared? It's evident from the bottom. Sigh, the script is too obvious, utterly implausible. I must admit, Ever since my wife watched the live streams of the stunning Lin and Bai, she has become increasingly paranoid, constantly suspecting that I have hidden stash at home. Brother upstairs, consider yourself fortunate. Since watching their streams, my hidden stash has already been discovered by my wife halfway. Oh heavens, can anyone rescue me? At this rate, I won't be able to drive my Cadillac to the spa anymore. Brother upstairs, let us form a coalition, united by our Cadillacs, to visit the King of Baths together. I've realized that wherever Bai has been, it's absolutely forbidden to hide money. Otherwise, these fierce women will undoubtedly conduct a thorough search. These comments made Lin Qianyu chuckle heartily. Darling, in the art of concealing money, who surpasses Su Baiqiang? Hiding money in a plastic bottle. How could that be possible? Honey, you wouldn't be able to accomplish this, would you? Su Bai couldn't help but laugh. My dear, are you questioning my ability to hide money? This is child's play. If it were me, I wouldn't simply stuff the money inside the bottle. He pointed to the Coca-Cola bottle on the screen. Did you notice that outer layer of the label? All one needs to do is peel it off. Attach the money to the inside of the label, and then stick it back on. This way, it's not easily discovered. Wow, darling. You're brilliant for thinking of such a method. Lin Qianyu praised him without reservation. However, this time Lin Qianyu felt even more delighted. Today's live stream was exceptionally worthwhile. Behind the label, she mused that if she had to rely on herself, she might never have thought to hide money there. No wonder her previous search yielded no results whatsoever. On screen, the woman triumphantly flaunted the discovered stash. Let me tell you, if you think you can hide money at home, dream on. The man appeared despondent. Honey, there's truly nothing left. I don't believe it. You haven't checked the balcony yet. There must be more. Honey, I assure you, there's nothing on the balcony. It's windy outside. Be careful not to catch a cold. Upon reaching the balcony, the woman pointed at the washing machine. Is there anything here? No, this is where we do laundry. How could money possibly be hidden here? The man rebutted hurriedly. You say there's nothing, so there must be something. The woman began to rummage through the washing machine, and then extracted a crumpled banknote from the compartment for detergent. This scene left the live stream audience utterly astonished. Can someone tell me? Are these two lacking in intelligence, or do they think we're fools? Seriously, hiding money in the detergent compartment. Only a fool could conceive such a convoluted idea. Hiding money in such a place guarantees it will be discovered when doing laundry. The script aside, at least have some semblance of logic. I'm out of here. If I continue watching, I might start doubting my own intellect. Bai's streams are far more genuine. It's clear they aren't scripted. By the way, is Bai the richest man on the internet? Does anyone know just how much he possesses? If it's scripted, then crafting a golden umbrella to hide money would be excessively extravagant. I searched online for Bai, but curiously, I can find virtually no information about him. I anticipate the day when all of Bai's hidden money is exposed. I wonder if it will astound my little bird. There's even a netizen conducting their own investigation. Su Bai happened to notice this comment and felt a twinge of caution. It seemed he would need to ensure that Xiao Tian strengthens their online security measures and update some of the existing information. Lin Qianyu chuckled so heartily that her abdomen trembled slightly. Darling, if only you were as foolish as that man. Then I wouldn't have to exhaust myself searching for hidden money. But I'm curious, can money really be hidden in a washing machine? It's not particularly difficult. It merely requires a few tools. Su Bai gestured towards the back of the washing machine on the screen. Honey, look here. There's actually a non-functional back cover. All you need to do is take a screwdriver and remove it. As he spoke, Su Bai suddenly realized something and quickly corrected himself. No, wait. I've thought it over. You can't hide money here. When the washing machine operates, water will leak inside. Oh, I see. Lin Qianyu, nestled in Su Bai's embrace, stifled a laugh, jotting down another new hiding spot in her mental notebook, the back cover of the washing machine. Whether or not water leaks is one matter. Even if it does, a sealed waterproof bag would suffice. After all, the man she held could even hide money in the toilet tank. Honey, it's getting late. Shall we wrap things up for today? Su Bai realized he had been speaking a bit too much and sought to redirect Lin Qianyu's attention. Don't. Let us watch a little longer. Although this couple is a bit foolish, it's still entertaining to watch their antics. Lin Qianyu pouted playfully. Darling, can we watch for another half hour? As she spoke, she wiggled her soft body enticingly. Cough, cough. Faced with such an onslaught, Su Bai could only nod in agreement. All right, half an hour it is. Honey, it's not easy for men either. Being able to hide money in such places requires immense brainpower. Indeed, people are driven to ingenuity. Lin Qianyu turned to stroke Su Bai's chin as she spoke. Driven to ingenuity? Not necessarily. Some people are born through cesarean sections. Chapter 69, The Joy of a Small Goal. After another 10 minutes of watching, Lin Qianyu suddenly found it rather uninteresting. After all, the methods of hiding money in the live stream were either copies of one another or placed in exceedingly mundane locations. After a while, it truly became rather dull. Honey, compared to them, I genuinely think you are worth 500,000. Lin Qianyu teased, playfully pinching Su Bai's arm. Uft, what do you mean worth 500,000? At my level, I'm definitely starting from 5 million. Su Bai replied with a hint of pride. Don't forget who your husband is. Can an ordinary person find where I hide my money? Like behind the label of a plastic bottle? Or the back cover of a washing machine? Cough, cough, cough. Su Bai realized he had inadvertently revealed a few hiding spots and felt a bit embarrassed. Thankfully, they were merely minor locations. He hadn't hidden anything of significant value. Humph, since you've exposed yourself, don't think of moving the money from those 2 spots. I'll go rummaging tomorrow. Lin Qianyu pouted. I found some money in the fridge. I'm going to turn it in. In her excitement, Lin Qianyu even began to adapt the childhood nursery rhyme, a penny, which made Su Bai laugh heartily. He abruptly stood up and scooped Lin Qianyu into his arms. Darling, since we'll be searching tomorrow, let us attend to some urgent matters now. What urgent matters? What do you think? It must be something monumental. Let us go. The following morning, Lin Qianyu slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the still sleeping Su Bai beside her, a faint smile gracing her lips. This fellow had been utterly exhausted lately. She resolved to procure some nutritional supplements for him. Gently, Lin Qianyu caressed Su Bai's face, then leaned down to plant a soft kiss on his forehead before rising to prepare a heartfelt breakfast. However, upon stepping out of bed, Lin Qianyu furrowed her brow, sensing a peculiar awkwardness in her gait. Humph, the insufferable man, utterly oblivious to the fragility of a lady. Upon entering the kitchen and opening the refrigerator, she initially intended to make 2 sandwiches, but her gaze was drawn to a row of beverages that caught her interest. These were Su Bai's hard-earned secret stash of funds. In an instant, Lin Qianyu altered her course of action, embarking on a delightful treasure hunt, peeling the labels off the drink bottles while cheerfully counting aloud. 100, 200, 300. 20 minutes later, feeling triumphant, Su Bai stretched his limbs in the bedroom, invigorated and refreshed. It seemed that engaging in a certain activity had brought about an unexpected surge of energy rather than fatigue. Turning to embrace Lin Qianyu, he found himself grasping at air. Had she risen early out of concern for his exhaustion? With such a devoted wife, what more could he desire? After a brief grooming session, Su Bai, clad in his pajamas and slippers, stepped out of the bedroom. Dear, what delectable dish are we having today? He called out, but was met with silence. Peering into the kitchen, he saw no sign of Lin Qianyu. Turning around, he spotted a fluffy white figure busying itself on the balcony, akin to a mischievous husky engaged in home demolition. Drawing closer, he realized, to his astonishment, that she was indeed attempting to dismantle the household. Wife, what on earth are you doing? He exclaimed. Goodness, you startle me half to death. Lin Qianyu, who had just removed the back cover of the washing machine, jumped at the sudden voice, turning to find her husband standing there. You woke up so early? She replied, extracting money from the washing machine's cover, suddenly remembering, oh no, I forgot to make breakfast. Foolish girl, I can manage. I thought there was a husky wreaking havoc in our home and came to investigate, Su Bai said, affectionately ruffling Lin Qianyu's hair. Wait, did you just call someone a husky? Lin Qianyu raised the cash in her hand. Look, this is our second income for today. Second income? Su Bai queried, perplexed. Yes, I also peeled the labels off your drink bottles. Adding these to what I have here, I reckon it amounts to a tidy sum of nearly 3,000. Lin Qianyu beamed, revealing her dimples. Tonight, I'll treat you to hairy crabs and a small lobster. Darling, you promised, so I shall not refuse. Su Bai quickly affirmed, though he felt something was amiss. The logic seemed a bit convoluted. Why was she treating him to seafood? Now, please prepare dinner while I freshen up and start a live stream. Lin Qianyu urged, gently pushing Su Bai. I want sandwiches with bacon and eggs. And make sure there are 2 fried eggs. Understood. Hurry and wash up, Su Bai replied, affectionately patting her head before heading into the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, he gazed at the colorful assortment of unlabeled drinks, a look of resignation crossing his face. Thankfully, he could distinguish between cola, Sprite, Fanta, and milk by color. He dreaded the day a bottle of poison might inadvertently slip in, for that would spell disaster. 20 minutes later, Su Bai placed the prepared breakfast on the dining table, while Lin Qianyu sat on the sofa, engaging eagerly with her online audience. Streamer, why not use that metal detector for a thorough household search? I suspect your home is made of gold. I've already bought a ticket to the city overnight. You'll witness what true wall digging looks like. I even brought a fine hoe from my hometown, guaranteed to dig up treasure. Why go to Africa for a gold rush? Just sneak into the streamer's house. It's much safer. A friendly reminder, stealing over 5,000 yuan constitutes a crime, and you might end up with a 10-year sentence. Wait, ISNT at 3,000 yuan, that counts as a large amount? Above 30,000 is considered a significant sum. A scammer once tricked me out of 2,500 yuan. and I foolishly sent him another 500, which was a regrettable mistake. Was a case filed? No, he refunded me a single yuan and blocked me. All his account information was fictitious. I thought he was a wealthy beauty, but alas, I lost both money and sentiment. Zhang San, I'm not a wall digger. It's just that the house's actual area is more than what was stated. Su Bai quietly approached Lin Qianyu from behind, covering her eyes with his hands. Guess who I am? Oh, must you be so childish? Is there a third person in this house apart from you and me? Lin Qianyu chuckled, finding his playful antics endearingly adorable. Wife, that is not certain. Haven't you checked the door lock? Perhaps someone has been hiding beneath our bed all along. Hee. Su Bai wiggled his fingers playfully. Are you frightened, dear? Fearful? Not in the slightest. I've practiced taekwondo, Lin Qianyu retorted, playfully swinging her fists, though her eyes darted around, especially towards the door and under the table. Let us drop this topic and eat. I'm absolutely famished. I seriously suspect these two are only 3 years old. Otherwise, they wouldn't be this childish. This life resembles the whimsical games I played in kindergarten. It's undeniably delightful. Is this what marriage is? Each day feels like being in love. Unlike my husband and me, who treat each other with formality. We've become akin to family. I envy that. Wow, is this even an affordable sandwich? Just looking at it makes my mouth water. If I had a boyfriend like that, gaining 20 pounds in a year would be no problem. Lin Qianyu beheld the sandwiches and soybean milk on the table. Her appetite ignited. Taking a bite, she exclaimed, wow, this is absolutely delectable. Husband, I want sandwiches again tomorrow morning. With her mouth still full, she pouted adorably. Eat carefully. Don't choke, or I'll have to perform the Heimlich maneuver on you, Su Bai said, lightly tapping Lin Qianyu's head, signaling her to eat properly. Stop joking. You are just secretly wishing misfortune upon me. Humph, it's definitely because I've uncovered some of your secret stash. You're harboring resentment, Lin Qianyu teased. Yet her pace of devouring the sandwich did not wane. Impossible. Money is merely a material possession. Everything else is ephemeral. Earning it is truly not difficult. Su Bai sighed softly. In comparison to her, money held little value in his heart. Through the experiences of the past 2 years, hidden savings, and various investments, he could hardly ascertain the extent of his wealth. As Ma Yun once said, earning money is an incredibly uninteresting affair. However, this sentiment, when relayed to the viewers in the live stream, took on a different flavor. Woe is me, I too wish for a day like this. If I could transform my secret stash into a golden umbrella, I would indeed regard money as mere fleeting clouds. The worker from 9127 trembles in fear. Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to lend a hand? I can scarcely afford a meal, and next month's rent remains uncertain. Dear family in the live stream, if each of you donates 10 yuan, I could become a millionaire. When you find yourselves in need of funds, I shall return the favor with 10 yuan for each of you. Wouldn't we all become millionaires then? Goodness, must we adopt a queue-like rhythm? The last one might take centuries to get their turn. Is that true? Can my husband at least grant me a small goal to spend? Lin Qianyu assumed Su Bai was boasting and teased him lightly. Oh, that is simple. Just wait, my dear, I'll transfer it to you right now. Su Bai waved his hand grandly, his tone exceedingly generous, and promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket. A small goal, right? I'll send it over immediately. After a flurry of activity, Su Bai scratched the back of his head and cautiously inquired, Dear, I didn't quite catch that. Do you prefer legendary gold coins or joy beans? Chapter 70, Unique Toys and Marbles, Calling Mother-in-Law. Damn, after eagerly anticipating for so long. This is the result? Legendary gold coins? I could easily acquire such a trivial goal myself. Hello everyone, I am Zazoe. If you're my brother, come at me with a strike of 999, you too can possess it. For games like this, I usually play private servers. Back in the day, I played Magic Domain, where gold coins seemed worthless, while pets held real value. This is ridiculous. I'm laughing so hard this early in the morning. I thought this was a serious live stream, expecting domestic disputes to unfold, but it turned out to be a comedy show instead. The more I watch these two, the more I realize they are perfectly matched. Indeed, some people are destined to be together. Envy is futile. Ah, Su Bai, I must have owed you in my past life, which is why you vex me so much in this one. Lin Qianyu picked up the stainless steel chopsticks on the table and jabbed them down twice. Su Bai, you're doomed. In the next moment, Lin Qianyu quickly stuffed the remaining sandwich into her mouth and gulped down the soy milk in one go. Then, amidst Su Bai's astonished gaze, Lin Qianyu dashed towards the corner, seizing the metal detector to commence a new round of searching. Streamer, I support you. This is how it should be. I'm eager to see what great treasure Lin the Great Beauty will uncover next. To the lovely lady upstairs, I also have great treasures at home. You're welcome to come search late at night for a delightful surprise. Is it really appropriate for us to make such ruckus? Shouldn't we maintain brother by dignity? What is that? Can it be eaten? Su Bai rubbed his forehead, a look of helplessness on his face. Alas, she truly is a spendthrift. If she knew that her relentless search for secret funds would ultimately lead to greater losses, I wonder what her thoughts would be. Watching Lin Qianyu wield the metal detector, beeping here and there, Su Bai, feeling bored, took out 2 stress relief gadgets from the drawer and began to squeeze them repeatedly. Dear, what on earth are you playing with? Lin Qianyu, having detected nothing after several attempts, turned to Su Bai with a puzzled expression at the 2 objects in his hands. The red hue seemed vaguely familiar, but due to the angle, Lin Qianyu couldn't immediately recall what it was. Are you referring to this? A man's stress relief gadget. Su Bai spread his hands, revealing the true nature of the stress relief item. Would you like to give it a squeeze? The texture is quite pleasant. Upon seeing the stress relief gadget, Lin Qianyu's expression transformed, first blushing, then erupting in anger. Su Bai, are you trying to shorten my live streaming life? Cough. Cough, apologies. It was only then that Su Bai remembered they were live, hastily gripping the stress relief gadget tighter and muttering softly. Well, you asked me. And I showed it to you. Now you're blaming me? Moreover, I wanted you to try it. You've surely never played with such amusing things. Dear, I must say, the sensation is absolutely divine. It's incredibly comfortable. Lin Qianyu. Ooh, at that moment. She only wished to deliver a series of dynamic light waves to this man, else her pent-up frustration would remain unresolved. Su Bai, I have no need for your stress relief gadget. If I wanted to play, wouldn't it be more satisfying to indulge in my own? After saying this, Lin Qianyu mimicked the same action on her own body, only to realize afterward, nice one, Su Bai. Are you subtly suggesting that my own feel isn't up to par? I'm at least a C cup, right? Surely that's more than those 2 of yours. Cough, cough. Su Bai cleared his throat, concealing his embarrassment. Well, dear, yours is undoubtedly better. Not only does it have an apple shape, but it also has warmth. It's just not convenient right now. Or do you wish to study biology with me after the live stream? I feel like I've returned to 18 again. I'm ready. Play with your nine-eye. Lin Qianyu's face turned even redder, wishing to unleash a flurry of techniques on the man before her to alleviate her grievances. The audience in the live stream was on the verge of laughter. I also want to buy a stress relief gadget like Bai's. It's teetering on the edge of being banned from the live stream. Brothers, can anyone enlighten me? I didn't quite catch what that thing was earlier. Is that red dot a strawberry? Just keep it to yourself. Don't flood the screen with comments, or the live stream will be over soon. I used to have 2 stress relief gadgets too, but they were dumplings and my mom tossed them into the pot to cook. Goodness, buddy upstairs. I think I've seen your videos before. Didn't your mom almost steam those dumplings to feed your son? In the living room, Lin Qianyu pouted, continuing her search with the metal detector. She refused to believe that apart from the umbrella, she couldn't detect anything else. Meanwhile, Su Bai glanced at the live stream, contemplating whether to put away the stress relief gadgets. After all, it was better to enjoy them privately. Displaying them publicly would be inappropriate and could have a negative impact on minors. Subsequently, Su Bai retrieved a box of marbles from the drawer and embarked on a joyful marble journey. Look at this, got it. Alas, so close. Oddly enough, he felt a bit shaky for some reason. Dear, do we still have any 6-flavor Romania pills? Or any Pienza Wong? Lin Qianyu turned around and shot Su Bai a glare. We might have a bit of 6-flavor Romania pills left, but no Pienza Wong. When could we even afford that? They're priced in the thousands now. Why don't they just go rob a bank? Oh, when did you buy a box of marbles again? I wasn't aware. Seeing Su Bai having such fun, Lin Qianyu directed the metal detector at the marbles, but it responded with silence. She picked up a marble and examined it. Surprisingly, it was rather beautiful. Then placing it on the table, she mimicked Su Bai's posture and prepared to flick another marble, exerting her force. Boom. A direct hit. Is this really difficult? Isn't it just about having hands? As she spoke, Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, feeling as though she had heard that phrase somewhere before. Ich. Is this what they call a turn of fortune? If my memory serves me right, when Master Bai originally carved the welcoming pine, he uttered these very words. Could it be that after opening a door for others, one must inevitably close a window? To my astonishment, the omnipotent Master Bai appears to be outdone by his wife in the realm of marbles. By the way, have any of you noticed something amiss with these marbles? Or is it merely my own illusion? Were the marbles we played with in our childhood ever this smooth and lustrous? Hold on a moment, my comrade upstairs. Your observation has struck a chord with me. I shall fetch a magnifying glass for closer inspection. Good heavens, could these marbles possibly be diamonds? A single comment stirred a tempest of excitement. As this message floated across the screen, all netizens felt as though they had unlocked a hidden connection, unanimously concluding that these marbles were indeed diamonds. Diamonds. What fortune must these possess? I must take my leave, brothers, for if I delay any longer, I shall miss my flight to the magical metropolis. Wait for me, brothers. Amidst the joyful play, Lin Qianyu also sensed something unusual about the marbles. finding their beauty almost excessive. Moreover, upon gazing at them longer, she felt a strange familiarity. Darling, where on earth did you acquire these? They are simply exquisite. Please take me along next time to procure some in bulk. Hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Subai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How audacious of her to suggest purchasing them in bulk. Little did she know that Jiangnan had mentioned these as stress relief treasures, which he had gifted to me for amusement. Subai pursed his lips, feigning indifference as he began to tidy up. My dear, these are merely children's playthings. There's nothing particularly entertaining about them. Shall we retreat to our room and engage in some more adult-oriented games? Lin Qianyu did not respond to Subai's suggestion, but instead regarded him with a puzzled expression. Something felt amiss. Over the past few days of searching for secret funds, Lin Qianyu had grown considerably wiser. She realized that whenever this man attempted to divert the topic, a significant secret lay beneath. With this revelation, Lin Qianyu picked up a marble and scrutinized it closely. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She raised her right hand, revealing the diamond ring on her fourth finger for comparison. Upon this comparison, she inquired, Darling, do you have something to confess? When she looked up, Subai had vanished. Darling, where are you? I'm in the restroom, came Subai's voice from within. At that moment, Subai felt a pang of regret, cursing himself for indulging in marbles at such an inopportune time. What a blunder this was. I must devise a way to divert her attention, otherwise, I shall have much to explain. As Subai squatted on the toilet, he began drawing circles on his thigh. Eureka! If I cannot manage her alone, I can summon assistance. With that thought, Subai quickly grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Xiao Su, came his mother-in-law's voice on the other end. Mom, I require your assistance, Subai hurriedly replied. Don't rush, tell me what has happened. Mom, here's the situation. 10 minutes later, Subai emerged from the restroom, brimming with confidence. On the sofa, Lin Qianyu regarded him with a hint of amusement. Within those 10 minutes, she had engaged in extensive comparisons with numerous netizens. She had ultimately confirmed that these marbles were indeed diamonds. As for the classification of the diamonds, that would necessitate professional appraisers with the proper equipment. Darling, tell me, how much are these marbles worth? Chapter 71, An Unconventional Punishment, Cupping Therapy. Upon realizing that his secret stash had been uncovered, Subai confessed candidly. My dear, these diamonds are not worth as much as you might think. Look at this family. Even diamonds are deemed worthless. One cannot help but feel indignant. The realm of secret funds is something that ordinary folk cannot hope to emulate. Cash is but a trifle. This is yet another instance of a diamond glass marble following the golden umbrella. If I am not mistaken, there must be at least 40 or 50 in that box. Brothers, I've arrived at the airport. Wait for me. Listening to Master Bai, one might genuinely believe he is playing with marbles. My darling, I notice your bravado has grown, and your methods of concealment have become ever more elaborate. If I were to dismantle this home, do you think I could exchange it for a small villa? Lin Qianyu brandished a wrench she had seemingly produced from nowhere, striking it against the sofa twice. At this rate, I suspect our floor may very well be made of gold. That cannot be. My dear, you have already scanned it with a metal detector, and it showed nothing. Subai hastily intervened. After all, renovating the floor would be both costly and labor-intensive. My dear, the quality of these diamonds is indeed low. High-quality diamonds are typically cut into facets, as the angles enhance their brilliance. Subai held little regard for diamonds. In his view, they were akin to the tulips of Holland, merely a product of capitalist manipulation. Compared to gold, the value of diamonds is decidedly more uncertain. Considering that wedding rings now fetch prices ranging from 8 to 9,000, and sometimes exceeding millions, it is clear that these capitalists are the true vampires, mercilessly harvesting the unsuspecting. How could they not hold value? Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow. The diamond ring on my finger cost us 12,800. Doesn't each of these marbles surpass the size of mine? And as far as I know, larger diamonds are worth more. My dear, it's not the same. If high-quality diamonds were the size of these marbles, each would cost tens of millions. In truth, these are all low-quality diamonds. Their poor clarity prevented them from being fashioned into rings, so I thought they looked nice and decided to keep some as marbles. Subai reflected that he had spent a little over $1 million in total, roughly equivalent to the value of that golden umbrella. But didn't you just say Jiangnan gifted them to you? Lin Qianyu's keen senses quickly caught Subai in a contradiction. My dear, you dare to lie? Let us see how I shall punish you. With that, Lin Qianyu approached Subai with an assertive demeanor. Noting her stance, Subai prepared to make a swift escape. However, he was a moment too slow, and Lin Qianyu firmly held his head in place. In Subai's wide-eyed astonishment, the ordeal commenced. 10 minutes later, he found himself gasping for breath, staring at Lin Qianyu with an expression of disbelief. Darling, are you plotting to murder your husband? With that, Subai licked his lips, savoring the memory of the last 10 minutes. The experience had been exquisitely pleasurable for the first minute or two, but anything beyond that was a struggle for survival. To make matters worse, the girl had pinched her nose while indulging, creating an unbearable sensation of suffocation. What can I do? The viewers in your live stream accused me of domestic violence, and I cannot outmatch you in insults. After all, I have scarcely uttered a curse in my life. I must learn to improve. Lin Qianyu sat on the sofa, looking aggrieved. And since you enjoy deceiving me so much, I had no choice but to resort to these measures. Where did you learn this? It seems your skills have sharpened considerably, Su Bai mused. Feeling as though he had just undergone cupping therapy, Lin Qianyu, having been schooled by Baidu, suddenly felt a disquieting shift in her sentiments as she recalled her previous assertion regarding her partner's technical inadequacies. How had it come to pass that, despite punishing him, she now perceived herself as the one at fault? Dear husband, should you dare deceive me again, you shall face 20 minutes of punishment. Coughing slightly, Su Bai gestured towards the nearby camera. Darling, have you forgotten about its presence? Fortunately, due to the angle, the viewers in the live stream could only see their two heads closely pressed together, precluding any inappropriate content from being flagged. Nevertheless, Lin Qianyu's complexion flushed as red as an apple. In her momentary fervor, she had momentarily disregarded the ongoing broadcast. Oh dear, this is truly embarrassing. At that moment, the online audience was akin to spectators at a spectacle. 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes. Their lung capacity is quite impressive. Such a handsome man and beautiful woman. I can hardly contain myself. Blushing face, but I still want to watch. What can I do? Cough. Can I admit that I desire this? These two are so sweet it's almost nauseating. I feel like I'm on the brink of diabetes. Lord Bai, I too wish for a kiss. I am willing to join in a three-way. I'm more than happy to pay for it. Goodness, did I accidentally enter the wrong live stream? Is this not the private money segment? How has it devolved into a mating display? Moments later, Lin Qianyu continued to wander about with her metal detector beeping incessantly, while Su Bai's heart oscillated between euphoria and despair. This room was not solely adorned with a golden umbrella. Each time Lin Qianyu brushed past, Su Bai felt as though he might succumb to a heart attack, glancing at the clock hanging on the wall. Where was his mother-in-law? Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu, having searched fruitlessly in the living room, ventured into the bedroom with her metal detector. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent and familiar sounds echoed again, prompting Lin Qianyu to blink her eyes in astonishment before leaping up with excitement. I found it. I finally found it. Following the cues from the metal detector, she disregarded her image and knelt on the floor, her hands sweeping beneath the bed. When she finally retrieved her hand, she held a small plastic yellow duck. Surely, I can't be mistaken. Lin Qianyu stood dumbfounded, tapping the toy duck, its plastic texture confirming it was certainly not gold. To eliminate the possibility of the machine malfunctioning, she reactivated the metal detector. Beep, beep, beep. It indicated gold, indeed. Could it be? Gazing at the toy duck, Lin Qianyu recalled the previous golden umbrella. Oh, you crafty Su Bai, you must have some scheme involving this little duck. Now, dear duck, sister will take you for a bath shortly, revealing your true form and transforming you into a beautiful swan. Chapter 72. The little yellow duck that lays golden eggs. Hearing the repeated beeping from the room, Su Bai, who had been observing from the sofa, could no longer remain seated. Damn it, with such frequency, have the treasures in the bedroom been uncovered? But wait. If memory serves, those treasures should be unrelated to precious metals. What then is the source of this sound? Perplexed by the incessant beeping, he prepared to rise from the sofa to investigate. However, before he could stand, Lin Qianyu burst from the bedroom, clutching the little yellow duck and heading straight for the balcony. Husband, do you have any of that detergent left from last time? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. I used it all up last time. What do you intend to do with my toy duck? I'm giving the duck a bath. Don't try to make excuses. I see through your schemes. Lin Qianyu tossed the yellow duck into the basin and began running water. Confess, did you coat this toy with a layer of gold? Although this duck feels like plastic, the metal detector indicates there are gold components. I will unveil its true identity. What kind of detergent did you buy last time? I will place an order right away. Lin Qianyu proudly extended her neck. I have tested it several times. There is absolutely no mistake. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's insistence on her repeated tests, Su Bai felt a wave of relief. If it was merely this toy duck that had been discovered, it was still within acceptable limits. Observing her prepare to place an order on her phone, Su Bai gritted his teeth. Wife, do not bathe it. This is not the same as the umbrella. Not the same? Well, you will understand once you bring it here. I will teach you how to play with it. Moments later, Lin Qianyu approached Su Bai with the dried-off yellow duck in her hands. You say, I will do. Dear wife, look how stingy you are. You have already found the item. Do you think I would refuse to cooperate? Su Bai teased. Not necessarily. According to our wager, from this moment forth, all of this little yellow duck's belongings now belong to me. Lin Qianyu hugged the duck tightly. much like a protective kitten. All right, you say, I will follow. Subai pointed to the duck's protruding tail. Do you see that part sticking out? Lin Qianyu looked down at the yellow duck, exploring the tail area before finally indicating a small bump. Is this what you mean? Yes, precisely that. Try pressing it 3 times. 3 times? Following Subai's instructions, Lin Qianyu gently pressed 3 times. Suddenly, the little yellow duck began to tremble and convulse. Cluck, cluck, lay eggs, cluck, the most powerful of all clucks, cluck. You are an idiot. The situation turned awkward in an instant. Puffed. Damn it, I just sprayed water from my mouth. I need to get myself together, or my mother will come in wielding a feather duster. Can someone explain why this little yellow duck claims to be a rooster? Is everything in Lord Bai's household so peculiar? I've certainly broadened my horizons. I seriously suspect this is the male owner's unique protest against the female owner. Wife, you are an idiot. I thought this was a golden duck. Who knew it was a hybrid breed? Subai, are you doing this on purpose? Hearing the little yellow duck's commentary and witnessing the twitching of Subai's lips, Lin Qianyu felt as if this man was deliberately insulting her. Well, it's been a while, and I'm not sure how it ended up like this. Subai hurriedly waved his hands, asserting his innocence. It must be Jiang Nan. That little rascal is retaliating against me by giving me such a toy. Humph, do you think I would believe that? And then what? Don't tell me this stinky duck just insulted me and then fell silent? The little yellow duck seemed to take offense at Lin Qianyu's words, shaking its body even more vigorously. Zizizizi. A golden egg fell from the rear of a little yellow duck. Lin Qianyu opened her mouth in astonishment and extended her hand to pick up the egg, giving it a gentle tap. To her surprise, it was solid. Just how much effort must this little yellow duck have exerted to produce such an object? Humph, it has performed admirably this time. Lin Qianyu weighed the golden egg in her hands, estimating it to be around a pound. Her small vault of treasures had significantly increased. She needed to deposit it into the bank without delay. You little rascal, return my son. You little rascal, return my son. Since Lin Qianyu did not return the golden egg to the little yellow duck, it became agitated once more. Lin Qianyu looked up at Subai and asked with a hint of melancholy, is this truly not something you orchestrated? Astounding. What is happening here? A little yellow duck can crow like a rooster, and now it can also call out little rascal? Currently, the gold price is 486 yuan per gram. This is a golden egg, weighing approximately a pound. Its total value must be around 486 million yuan. Coupled with the cash previously discovered from the golden umbrella, we are looking at a sum exceeding 3 million. If I recall correctly, the total worth of the host's apartment is only about 3 million, not counting what hasn't been uncovered yet. White's hidden stash of money is already worth an entire apartment. How is this possible? How could I engage in such a trivial pursuit? Subai rubbed his cheek, exclaiming, foolish woman, why must you delve into this? In the end, all of this will belong to you. No, she thought, glancing out at the construction site to see if they were hiring temporary workers. She needed to find a part-time job to compensate for this little emotional wound. She wondered if her physique would be appealing to the foreman on the site. As for others, I believe they might not be interested, but you, I think, anything is possible. Lin Qianyu shook her small fists and, after returning the golden egg to the little yellow duck, picked up the metal detector again, ready to continue her quest. Darling, you've already found a hidden stash today. Why not continue tomorrow? Subai quickly grasped Lin Qianyu's hand. Why not? I'm so pleased to uncover your hidden money. Lin Qianyu's large eyes radiated confusion. Just think. If you keep searching, your joy will be short-lived. No, I believe happiness can be everlasting. Heavens, help me, Subai thought, wishing for someone to divert Lin Qianyu's attention. If only he could have a day, no, half a day, to pull off a miraculous escape. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. And Subai felt as relieved as Zhu Beiji seeing Tang's son. His mother-in-law had arrived, allowing him to stand up. Chapter 73. The mother-in-law's lecture, one thing subdues another. Did you order takeout? Upon hearing the doorbell, Lin Qianyu immediately turned to Subai. No, he shook his head. Is it a friend of yours? No, either. He continued to deny. Lin Qianyu pondered. I don't recall ordering anything online recently. Could it be a fan visiting? It's your mother, Subai exclaimed, hurrying to open the downstairs door. My mother? Why is she suddenly visiting so early? Lin Qianyu was taken aback. Seeing Subai's swift actions, she suddenly realized, wait, how do you know it's my mother? Well, she just called me, probably wanting to see you. Subai hastily offered an excuse. He couldn't he possibly reveal he had found someone to help him? Wanting to see me? Didn't she just visit a couple of days ago? Lin Qianyu furrowed her brows. She knew her mother well. If she truly wanted to see her, she would call Lin Qianyu directly, not Subai. Something was amiss. Soon, the elevator doors opened, and Fang Qing entered, carrying a bag of vegetables. Mom, it's enough that you're here. Why did you bring something? Subai eagerly stepped forward to greet her, and took the bag from Fong Qing's hands. Since it's just the two of us at home, I thought I'd bring a little extra, Fong Qing explained, exchanging a knowing glance with Su Bai as she changed into a pair of slippers. Su Bai nodded in understanding. Darling, why don't you chat with Mom for a bit? I'll prepare lunch for you too. With that, he carried the bag into the kitchen. Lin Qianyu quickly took Fong Qing's hand and led her to the sofa. Mom, you're not here for Su Bai's cooking, are you? Fong Qing glanced at the busy Su Bai in the kitchen before turning her attention back to her daughter. I heard you've had some disputes with Su Bai over his hidden stash? That is not true. Mom, don't listen to malicious gossip. Su Bai and I are doing just fine. Lin Qianyu emphasized the term malicious gossip while casting a glance toward the kitchen. How dare you report me, Su Bai? It's one thing to tell on me, but you even called for help. At this moment, Lin Qianyu realized her mother's early visit was definitely connected to Su Bai. It's not Su Bai, it was my friends from dance class who told me. They mentioned you've been in the spotlight online due to your investigation into Su Bai's hidden stash. Fong Qing sighed as she looked at Lin Qianyu. It's just hidden cash, it's not a big deal. When I first received a call from Su Bai, I thought you two were fighting over a divorce. These two kids only knew how to stir up trouble. What truly mattered was that they should be focusing on starting a family. Both sets of parents were anxiously hoping for grandchildren. Mom, don't you think it's excessive for Su Bai to hide so much money? Lin Qianyu seized the initiative. It is a bit much, Fong Qing nodded. Her friends had indeed informed her about the matter, and she had seen related short videos. When she saw the golden umbrella, she had doubted it was a mere coincidence between the couple. Hearing her mother's agreement, Lin Qianyu felt relieved and began recounting recent events. Mom, you might not fully understand. Not only does he hide cash, but he also crafted a golden umbrella and uses diamonds as marbles. Just now, Lin Qianyu pressed 3 times on the little yellow duck's rear. Cock-a-doodle-doo, lay an egg, you rooster of roosters, cock-a-doodle-doo, you're a fool. The familiar voice echoed once more. Lin Qianyu blushed and said, Mom, please don't pay any mind to that. Uft. The little yellow duck expelled the golden egg from its body again. Lin Qianyu quickly presented the egg to Fong Qing. Mom, look, I found this before you arrived. So sometimes my impulsive actions aren't entirely my fault, right? Fong Qing pondered for a moment before looking at Lin Qianyu and saying, in my opinion, it's still your fault. In the kitchen, upon hearing the mother-daughter exchange, Su Bai nearly choked back laughter. Indeed, the mother-in-law ultimately sided with him. He must prepare a splendid meal for her at noon. Lin Qianyu was left dumbfounded, realizing that all her previous arguments had been in vain. You little rascal, return my son. You little rascal, return my son. Cough, cough. Upon hearing such a distinctive voice, Fong Qing could not help but chuckle softly. After tucking the golden egg back into the little yellow duck, she began to impart wisdom to Lin Qianyu. My dear daughter, the act of a man concealing his private savings is merely instinctual. It is not inherently wrong. Everyone yearns for their own independent space. Just imagine, if a couple's financial dealings were fully transparent, devoid of any private space, how burdensome life would be. Every outing for a meal would require prior approval. Gatherings with friends would need to be reported, and daily itineraries would have to be disclosed. Is this the kind of entangled existence you desire? Lin Qianyu envisioned the manner of interaction Fong Qing described and shook her head. I do not want that. Precisely. Furthermore, despite your extensive investigation into his private funds, has Xiao Su ever complained? Have I spoken ill of you? Fong Qing continued. Lin Qianyu nodded, feeling a profound sense of agreement with her mother's words. My dear Yuer, marrying such a patient man is indeed your fortune. Had you chosen another, he might have resorted to domestic violence. Therefore, you must learn to cherish him. Will you still harbor anger moving forward? No, I shall not be angry anymore. Lin Qianyu lowered her head, feeling a tinge of shame. It seemed she truly was not a good wife. Do not worry, mother. I shall not act that way again. Clang. Suddenly, while busy in the kitchen, Su Bai lost his grip and nearly toppled a nearby soy sauce bottle. Goodness, no wonder she is my mother-in-law. The food she prepares certainly outweighs the paths I have trodden. In just this short time, she has completely swayed Lin Qianyu, he thought. He must consult this remarkably insightful mother-in-law in the future. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Lin Qianyu raised her head once more, only to find a smile playing at the corners of Fong Qing's lips. At that moment, she comprehended everything and murmured, Mom. All right, let bygones be bygones. In a marriage, mutual understanding is essential to prevent emotional strife, Fong Qing remarked, gesturing towards Su Bai in the kitchen. If you are still aggrieved, let him cook you a few delectable dishes. That should suffice, no? No, that is unnecessary. Lin Qianyu lowered her head again. Mom, in truth, Su Bai and I share a very good relationship. I will not cling to my stubbornness in the future. The viewers in the live stream could not help but express their envy at this scene. Beautiful anchor, take note. I desire such an understanding mother-in-law. If my mother-in-law treated me this well, I would surely pamper her to the heavens. Only through comparison does one feel pain. Look at Baye's mother-in-law. And then at mine, who would sweep me out the door if she could. It's as if marrying her daughter was akin to riding a tricycle. Just a matter of getting on before buying a ticket and spending 3 or 4 nights a week away from home. Brother upstairs, you are fortunate to be alive. Chapter 74. Is there a possibility? Could you be pregnant? Having successfully persuaded Lin Qianyu, Fang Qing stepped into the kitchen and exchanged a knowing glance with Su Bai. He nodded in response, and their silent communication was established. Fang Qing then returned to the living room sofa. Reaching out to gently pat Lin Qianyu's head, I have asked Su Bai to prepare your favorite salted egg yolk eggplant. Please do not be upset. Lin Qianyu shook her head slightly, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Mom, I am not angry. You are my daughter. I have raised you through thick and thin. Do you think I do not know your temperament? Fang Qing sighed. You tend to bottle up your feelings, which is not a healthy habit. If your aunt becomes irregular, do not blame yourself. Huh. Lin Qianyu blinked in confusion. Mom, how can my temperament and my aunt's irregularity be related? What do you mean by raising you through thick and thin? The process was not so terrifying. I am quite cleanly kept. Indeed. Just think about it. If you keep unhappy thoughts to yourself, won't that lead to repression and distress? When one feels this way, it can easily disrupt hormonal balance. And once a girl's hormones are out of sync, her aunt can become irregular. Do you see the logic? After hearing Fang Qing's analysis, Lin Qianyu nodded thoughtfully. Mom, it seems there is some truth to what you say. Strangely enough, my aunt has been delayed for several days. Could it be that this fellow has caused me distress? Several days? Fang Qing squinted her eyes. I remember you had a recent physical examination. There should not be any issues, right? No issues at all. Su Bai and I are doing well, and all my indicators are perfectly normal, Lin Qianyu reassured her, patting Fang Qing's hand. You needn't worry, everything is just fine. Healthy body. Fang Qing furrowed her brow again, suddenly recalling something as excitement gleamed in her eyes. Daughter, how long has it been since your aunt last visited? Lin Qianyu counted on her fingers. It seems like 7 days. The latest delay I ever had was only 5 days. If it doesn't come soon, I plan to see a doctor. 7 days? Fang Qing squinted again. I seem to recall being late by 7 days too, and then. What is wrong, Mom? Is there something serious? Seeing Fang Qing's furrowed brow, Lin Qianyu assumed something was amiss. Do we have any pregnancy test strips at home? Pregnancy test strips? Lin Qianyu's pupils dilated. Mom, are you suggesting that my late aunt means I could be pregnant? It is still premature to draw conclusions. Remember to take the first urine test tomorrow morning, Fang Qing said, her hands trembling slightly. She was more eager than anyone for Lin Qianyu to be pregnant. If it came to pass, she would soon become a grandmother. Do not mention anything to Su Bai yet. I fear he might get overly excited for nothing. She added after a moment's thought. Pregnant? Am I pregnant? I am going to be a mother? Lin Qianyu murmured to herself. Her emotions a mix of tension and anticipation. Let us wait for your test tomorrow to reach a conclusion. It could also just be hormonal imbalance. Observing her daughter's bewilderment, Fang Qing could not help but smile. She remembered feeling just as anxious once. If you are truly pregnant, are you prepared to be a mother? Lin Qianyu nodded earnestly. And what about him? Fang Qing pointed toward Su Bai, who was busy in the kitchen. After all, before the arrival of a child, a man remains a child himself. Yet, the moment a child is born, a man transforms into a father, truly maturing in the process. A responsible man becomes a true man and undergoes life's greatest metamorphosis. Lin Qianyu glanced towards the kitchen. He should be even happier than I am. That is good. Fang Qing finally felt reassured. After all, many young men do not wish for children so early. She had worried that the couple might argue over the matter. Remember to test tomorrow. If you do receive good news, do let us know in the group. And even if it is not the case, you too should make an effort. Upon hearing make an effort, Lin Qianyu felt a blush creep across her cheeks. We cannot try any harder. The intensity has already been quite high recently. Are we truly expected to be cooped up in a room for 24 hours to conceive? Mom, will giving birth hurt? Although the confirmation was still pending, Lin Qianyu was already curious about life after pregnancy. Yes, it will be very painful. But the love of a mother arises from enduring such pain. Only then will you truly understand what maternal love means. Fang Qing affectionately ruffled Lin Qianyu's hair and reminisced. I remember when I was pregnant, I endured 2 days and nights of excruciating pain. The doctor even recommended a cesarean section, yet I ultimately managed to deliver you naturally. You were quite the hefty newborn, weighing 8 pounds and 2 ounces. Who would have thought you would grow up to be so slender? Showing none of your father's genetic traits. Mom, if I take after Dad, I fear I might never get married, Lin Qianyu teased, sticking out her tongue. It is worth noting that her father had once been nearly 200 pounds. Now, Due to health issues, he had managed to reduce his weight to just over 170 pounds. Nonsense. A little chubbiness is endearing, Fang Qing quipped, adding, the pain of childbirth is one aspect, but carrying a baby for 10 months is a lengthy journey. Especially during the morning sickness phase. You'll find that nothing seems appetizing, but once you get through it, your appetite will return with a vengeance. Mom, will my figure change? After giving birth, will I become a hefty woman? Lin Qianyu shuddered at the thought. Oh, silly child, fret not. You might gain a bit of weight during pregnancy, but after giving birth, you will gradually return to your former self. Fang Qing grasped Lin Qianyu's hand. Indeed, the first pregnancy can be quite challenging, but by the time you have a second child, you will have adapted. A second child? One is more than enough. Lin Qianyu shook her head resolutely. Observing her daughter's reaction, Fang Qing chuckled and chose not to press the matter further, knowing that in due time, the prospect of a second child would naturally arise. Mom, if I were to get pregnant this time, do you think it would be a boy or a girl? We'll only know once the baby is born, but frankly, it matters little whether it's a boy or a girl. With that sentiment, the two settled comfortably on the sofa, engaging in a hushed yet lively discussion about children. An hour later, Su Bai emerged from the kitchen, presenting an array of delectable dishes on the table. Mom, dear wife, what delightful topics have you been discussing? He inquired, noticing their cheerful demeanor. Nothing significant, just chatting with Mom about your illustrious feats of hiding your private stash. Lin Qianyu swiftly changed the subject upon seeing Su Bai emerge from the kitchen. Nonsense. There's nothing illustrious about it, just a few trivial antics. Don't tarnish my reputation before your mother, Su Bai retorted, returning to the kitchen to fetch 3 sets of chopsticks. Hurry up, wash your hands and come eat. After all, this was his mother-in-law. As long as he had the support of a formidable ally, his wife wouldn't dare to rebel. Oh, come now. You dare call it trivial? That little escapade has earned you the esteemed title of the Grandmaster of Hidden Stashes across the internet. By the way, from what I've seen in the comments, all the men are in awe of you, Lin Qianyu teased, tugging at Fang Qing's hand. Mom, don't let his charming facade deceive you. Amused by the playful banter between the couple, Fang Qing laughed. All right, let us not turn this into a contest. I want to see what delicious fair little Su has prepared for lunch. After a quick wash, Fang Qing joined them at the table. Your favorite, salted egg yolk eggplant. Boiled 3 delicacies, soy sauce braised yellow croaker, and crispy chicken drumsticks. As she surveyed the 6 dishes laid out, her appetite soared. This is quite impressive. But isn't it a tad excessive? Mom, with you here, there's no need to worry. It might not even be enough for her. Su Bai joked as he served Fang Qing a bowl of rice. With this much food, do you think I'm a pig? Lin Qianyu protested. Though her appetite had indeed increased lately. Well, I am what I am, Su Bai replied. Serving Lin Qianyu a bowl of rice and thoughtfully adding a portion of salted egg yolk eggplant. Now eat up, my dear. Seeing this tender moment, Fang Qing couldn't help but smile, adding a generous chicken leg to Su Bai's bowl. Little Su, you should eat more. Men ought to consume more meat. Mom, if someone didn't know any better, they might think Su Bai is your biological son, Lin Qianyu quipped, only to be met with a hearty hiccup from Su Bai after a satisfying meal, under the warm care of his mother-in-law. Half of the dishes had already vanished into his stomach. Such love from elders is truly unparalleled, Fang Qing remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the now empty table. Little Su, your appetite is commendable, reminiscent of your father-s in his prime. Half. Su Bai turned to Lin Qianyu, posing a profound question. Why haven't you inherited any of your father's admirable qualities? The truth was, he had only managed to eat so much due to the overwhelming affection from his mother-in-law. Yet he felt too polite to refuse. Perhaps it's because I'm a girl? Lin Qianyu blinked, uncertain. Are you daft? Of course, I know you're a girl. Otherwise, why would I have married you? That's not what I meant. Oh, you. Lin Qianyu stammered, overwhelmed by Su Bai's retort. How could this man be so infuriating? All right, I've eaten, and I've fulfilled my obligations. I should be on my way, Fang Qing interjected, wiping her mouth. Mom, are you in such a hurry? I wanted you to accompany me this afternoon to find my hidden stash. It sounds quite fun. Lin Qianyu expressed her reluctance to see her mother leave. You silly child. How could I, as a mother, possibly participate in such matters? That would be far too awkward, Fang Qing replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Su Bai nodded in agreement, recognizing the delicate nature of the situation. This was the wisdom of a mother-in-law. How astute. If he and Lin Qianyu hadn't been married for years, he would have been at a loss for words. The viewers in the live stream were equally enamored with Fang Qing. I love her. This mother-in-law is truly exceptional. Women should take notes. Now, this is what a woman should aspire to be. Unlike my own who never listens and just causes trouble all day. Honestly, I work so hard outside, exhausted from labor, yet all my earnings go to her. She can't even offer a shoulder rub or a few kind words. If it weren't for the kids, I'd be questioning the very meaning of marriage. As for me, I'm far more intrigued by the dishes on the table than the mother-in-law, one viewer commented. I wonder when the host will spoil his fans and let us taste his culinary skills. In the next moment, however, Fong Qing turned to Su Bai, her curiosity piqued. Well, little Su, it's a lie to say you aren't curious. Why not share a location where you've hidden some money? Let me see for myself. Lin Qianyu chimed in. Come on, darling, this is Mom's request, not mine. Convenient? Absolutely. Su Bai readily agreed. With the mother-in-law's inquiry, what could possibly be inconvenient? It was merely a spot. Harmless enough. As he glanced around, Su Bai began to reminisce about his past hiding places for his stash, something of low value but entertaining enough. Certainly. If my memory serves me correctly, this place should meet the requirements splendidly. With this thought, Su Bai waved towards Lin Qianyu, saying, Dear wife, could you please hand me the scissors you left under the sofa? How did you know I had a pair of scissors under the sofa? Lin Qianyu inquired. Her voice tinged with curiosity as she approached the sofa. One day, at a certain moment, I happened to catch a glimpse. Su Bai replied with a slight smirk. He couldn't fathom why this girl had scissors strewn about the house. Was she planning to engage in some reckless endeavor? Here you go. Thank you for your efforts. My dear. Su Bai took the scissors and made his way directly to the kitchen. Is there perhaps a hidden stash of money in the kitchen? Lin Qianyu wondered aloud. Seizing Fong Qing's hand with one and ensuring her other hand clutched her live-streaming phone. Mom, let us go take a look together. Upon entering the kitchen, they found Su Bai using the scissors to dismantle a stainless steel pipe that made up a security window. Darling, what are you doing? Are you hiding money outside the window? Cough, cough. Don't you feel that the streamer seems to have lost some intelligence? How could money be hidden outside where everyone could see it? Look at Master Bai's deft technique. I seriously suspect he has previously worked in a renovation company. Goodness. We've gained a new husky in the household. Come, come. Let us appreciate Master Bai's money-hiding skills. It would be even more perfect if he could explain it to us. Chapter 76. White paper, blue characters, Oracle bone script. Su Bai turned to Lin Qianyu, signaling her to observe quietly. With a cold snort, Su Bai exerted force, and a section of the security window's stainless steel was pried loose. He peered through the hole and found it empty. This wasn't he the one. With a clang, he tossed the stainless steel pipe to the floor, then proceeded to dismantle the second and third pipes until he reached the last one. This is it. His skillful maneuver left Lin Qianyu and her mother momentarily speechless. Darling, you're not suffering from Alzheimer's, are you? Lin Qianyu asked with a worried expression. After all, it's unusual for someone to only discover the hiding place at the very last pipe. Su Bai's expression grew slightly awkward. Well, the world has changed so much over time that it's hard to remember, let alone the fact that each of these pipes concealed some money. How could I possibly recall which one holds that information? Saying this, Su Bai extracted a rolled-up strip of white paper from the stainless steel pipe in his hand. Upon hearing that the other pipes also contained Su Bai's hidden money, Lin Qianyu quickly gathered them aside. Darling, although this was your self-revelation, it is confiscated. Once the stainless steel pipes were set aside, Lin Qianyu approached Su Bai. Darling, let me see what hidden information you've written. This ISNT Morse code. What does it mean? Lin Qianyu stared at the blank white paper, her expression filled with confusion. Fong Qing stood quietly as an onlooker, her heart echoing with amazement. To think money could be hidden within the stainless steel pipes of a security window. This clearly was a grand scheme planned long ago. Don't be anxious. You'll find out soon. Su Bai first examined the paper closely and noticed a barely perceptible number, 6, which instantly clarified things for him. To avoid forgetting where he had hidden his private stash and the key to the tear in the white paper, he had meticulously marked each type of paper with familiar annotations only he could understand. If it's 1, it signifies Morse code. If it's 2, it requires a UV flashlight for illumination. And in this case, 6 necessitates a more primitive method, immersion in water. In any case, different numbers correspond to different keys. Su Bai picked up a large bowl and filled it with water, then carefully spread the white paper flat and submerged it completely. Darling, are you trying to erase the evidence? Lin Qianyu questioned, bewildered by Su Bai's actions. Doesn't tea paper dissolve upon contact with water? Where? Just observe closely and don't disturb Su Bai's operation, Fong Qing advised, seemingly understanding something as she watched intently. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As time passed, blue characters gradually emerged on the white paper. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Could anyone explain the principle behind this? If I could master this technique, wouldn't I be unbeatable in cheating during exams? I once played a similar game in my childhood where you write on a white paper with rice soup or porridge. Once it dries, the text becomes faint, and when needed, applying iodine reveals the writing clearly. This is a result of a color reaction. Iodine turns blue upon contact with starch. Yet, Master Bai is using water instead of iodine. I need to ponder this. I recall this being high school chemistry knowledge. Writing with anhydrous copper sulfate on white paper turns blue when it encounters water. You've reminded me. In fact, white paper can display various colors of ink, depending on the chemical materials used. Who would have thought that Master Bai's method of hiding money would delve into chemistry? Truly, mastering the sciences opens doors everywhere. Incredible, incredible. Just curious, who else is there? Darling, you've truly put a lot of thought into hiding your private stash. Lin Qianyu was left in awe. Upon witnessing the blue letters manifest on the paper, she grasped the underlying principle. However, understanding a concept and applying it adeptly in life are two entirely different matters. Reflecting on the vast knowledge accumulated from childhood to adulthood, how many could genuinely utilize it effectively? Lin Qianyu leaned in closer to Su Bai, and upon seeing the blue characters on the paper, she grew perplexed again. Darling, what does this say? I've never seen anything like it before. The characters on the white paper resembled turtles, tigers, and humans, none of which Lin Qianyu could recognize. Hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Fangqing curiously leaned in as well. Upon closer inspection, Fangqing couldn't help but smile. Little Su, I didn't expect you to have knowledge of this. Mom, you understand this? Su Bai was taken aback. After all, he had specifically chosen ancient characters to prevent others from comprehending it, not fully understanding the content. He suspected it was Oracle Bone script, and perhaps among the earliest, unaltered forms. Mom, you're truly impressive. Su Bai exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. I imagine you must have been quite the academic in your time. Listening to the exchange between Su Bai and Fangqing, Lin Qianyu felt bewildered. Having graduated from a prestigious university herself, she couldn't help but feel somewhat dim-witted in comparison. Could it be that she was not their biological child, but rather an extraterrestrial or a reptilian? Or perhaps she had emerged from a rock. Mom, when did you come to understand Oracle Bone script? Lin Qianyu remarked softly, feeling she had never truly known her mother. My dear daughter, have you forgotten? I graduated with a degree in linguistics from a prestigious school. It's just that ever since I had you, all my focus has been on you, and I haven't pursued further studies. Fangqing reminisced about her past academic experiences. Though my major wasn't Oracle Bone script, I picked up a bit of knowledge from observing a senior studying it. Goodness. It seems intelligence truly is hereditary. This entire family graduated from esteemed institutions. I never expected my mother-in-law to possess not only beauty and elegance, but also profound knowledge. At the tender age of 20, I find myself pondering whether I might have the opportunity to impress her. Is this what maternal love truly embodies? The willingness to sacrifice everything for the sake of one's child. To those above, as a mother who has answered the call of the nation and is now the proud parent of 3, I can assure you that once you have children, they become your everything. Mother, I must admit your prowess is quite astonishing. Lin Qianyu shook her little head, acknowledging, indeed. Only a mother of such exceptional caliber could give rise to someone as astute as myself. Su Bai abruptly turned, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked at Lin Qianyu. Wife, are you being serious? Su Bai, you're courting disaster. Prepare to receive my meow punch. Since discovering her secret stash of money, Lin Qianyu had gradually liberated her true self. After a playful scuffle, Lin Qianyu clung to Su Bai's arm, playfully shaking it. My dear husband, could you kindly elucidate the meaning of this? Chapter 77, Decoding the Unique Oracle Bone Script. Hearing Lin Qianyu's endearing tone, a smile crept onto Su Bai's lips as he patiently began to explain, pointing to the first symbol. My dear, do you see how this resembles a person sleeping on their side? Following Su Bai's indication, Lin Qianyu's gaze shifted to the symbol and, combining it with Su Bai's explanation, she exclaimed, Oh, it truly does. I understand now. Does this signify our sleeping place? Is it beneath the bed? Su Bai jolted, hastily shaking his head. Not at all. This refers to the guest room, which in ancient times was also known as the side room. Although she guessed incorrectly, the secret lurking beneath the bed was undoubtedly far greater than what she had initially surmised. Setting aside intelligence, her luck was indeed astounding. Is that so, my husband? Then what does the second symbol represent? Lin Qianyu inquired curiously, pointing at the second symbol resembling a wheat field. This symbol conveys its literal meaning. Consider what a wheat field represents: land, which signifies the floor. Thus, when combined with the first symbol, it refers to the guest room floor. Do you grasp it? Oh, I understand. And what about the third symbol, which resembles a small river? Does that imply a fine seam? When combined, it denotes the fine seam of the guest room floor. But what about the last circle? Are you suggesting, dear husband, that you have made a hole beneath the guest room floor? Lin Qianyu pondered, but that can't be right. We aren't on the first floor, and there are residents below us. Let us investigate the guest room together. The truth will reveal itself, Su Bai chuckled, affectionately ruffling Lin Qianyu's hair as he led the way to the guest room, with Lin Qianyu and Fangqing trailing behind. Mastering mathematics and chemistry is futile if one must also learn ancient scripts. Deciphering these cryptic messages from Lord Bai requires a genius with expertise across multiple disciplines. I just checked. Some meanings of those symbols differ from what the master said, indicating that relying solely on online resources won't suffice for decoding them. It's reminiscent of a thrilling detective story, quite captivating. Where do you suppose the secret lies? I suspect the guest room floor may be crafted from gold bricks or adorned with golden threads in the carpet. I believe there might be hidden compartments. Or perhaps this is merely the first layer of clues, with subsequent layers intertwined, making it utterly perplexing. I surmise that if Lord Bai were to commit a crime, even without executing a perfect plan, it would likely take decades to unravel the mystery. Upon entering the guest room, they gazed at the floor, and Subai promptly lay down on the wooden floor. Unlike the marble in the living room, the other rooms had been furnished with wooden panels. Following the wall trim, Subai discovered a small black dot marked with an arrow in a corner. This is it. Following the direction of the arrow, he uncovered a second and a third arrow. Ultimately, Subai stood and pointed at the bed in the guest room. Wife, come lend me a hand. 1, 2, 3. With their combined efforts, the bed shifted approximately 10 centimeters. That is sufficient. Subai approached the right side of the bed, which was against the wall, and once again lay down. A narrow gap between the wooden boards appeared before his eyes, precisely where the foot of the bed had previously obstructed it. Confirming the marked position, Subai stood and said, "Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve some tools." When Subai re-entered with a black toolbox, Lin Qianyu had grown accustomed to it. "Mom, last time Subai used this toolbox to disassemble the golden umbrella. It's quite comprehensive." Fang Qing expressed mild surprise. "Xiao Su, have you truly never undergone any special training? Concealing a secret stash of money with such finesse is no small feat, even American spy films pale in comparison." "Not at all. I learned everything online," Subai replied, crouching down to extract a small black steel plate from the toolbox, gently inserting it into the gap between the two wooden boards. Following that, he retrieved a slender iron rod and a metal clip from the toolbox, stating as he worked, "Insert the steel plate a bit further while gradually pressing down." With a soft click, the small wooden piece near the wall was pried up by Subai. "Rest assured, during the design phase, I specifically made this wooden board a movable panel. It can be easily replaced, unlike you who would dismantle the house like a clumsy oaf." "Subai, you are the clumsy one." Lin Qianyu pouted. "Given your adeptness, it's likely not your first time. One might think you were previously a flooring installer." Subai turned in surprise to Lin Qianyu. "How did you know?" "Back in college, I took on a part-time job, and the second paycheck I received was to buy you a matching pajama set." "Ridiculous. Have you ever seen matching pajamas for couples? You clearly bought them for your own interests," Lin Qianyu retorted, recalling her grievance. Realizing that Fang Qing was still present and broadcasting, Lin Qianyu stifled her remarks. Younger generations are indeed more adventurous. Reflecting on her own experiences with the chubby boy at home, she found no romance at all. Not only can he disassemble umbrellas, but he also excels at flooring installation, an all-around talent. Goodness, it seems the streamer and her husband were already intimate in college. I only experienced that after marriage. To the sister above, you must be quite naive. Today's youth have often experienced much more by high school. Honestly, I believe engaging in such activities is quite normal. After all, it is a primal instinct of humanity. Just ensure safety, and it can even help prevent hormonal imbalances. Safety is paramount, with various STDs so prevalent. One must consider not only oneself, but also their future partner. It's best to maintain focus and avoid excessive experiences in a lifetime. Ahem, like Subai? I feel exhilarated at the sight of sheer stockings. There is something truly captivating about them. Hee, we don't go wild on the live stream. We don't live stream when we go wild. Wait a moment, you bought me this for the second time. What about the first? Lin Qianyu quickly inquired. The first was for my parents. Now that is more acceptable. A smile graced Lin Qianyu's face, revealing two adorable dimples. Feeling jealous is a matter of context. While it's fine to feel jealous of other girls, one certainly cannot harbor such feelings towards Subai's parents, who have raised him with such care and dedication. Husband, hurry and let me see how much hidden treasure you've stashed away. Lin Qianyu approached Subai, squatting beside him, her ponytail bobbing as she leaned in closer. Chapter 78. Rest assured, you are the original. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Subai's vision as he found himself staring at a rather obscure scalp. Why is there nothing here? Lin Qianyu murmured, observing the emptiness beneath the wooden board. Darling, we've barely scratched the surface. Why the haste? Subai gently turned Lin Qianyu's head aside and picked up the warped piece of wood, heading towards the living room. What does this mean, husband? Lin Qianyu trailed behind him like a devoted shadow, persistently inquiring. The complexity of this treasure hunt suggested it must be something substantial. Lin Qianyu touched her pocket, envisioning the significant increase in her bank account. The information lies here. Subai flipped the board over, revealing two peculiar numbers, 2540, 11,823. The numbers felt familiar to Lin Qianyu, yet she couldn't quite place them. What could this mean? You err. These seem to resemble geographical coordinates, Fang Qing interjected, furrowing her brow as she voiced her thoughts. Your mother is truly remarkable, a veritable encyclopedia. Su Bai generously bestowed a compliment, then turned to Lin Qianyu. My dear, what has amiss with you lately? Your intellect seems somewhat lacking. Lin Qianyu, sensing a fog in her mind, pondered aloud. Perhaps it's due to overindulgence in food? It seems I'm now tasked with mastering geography alongside physics, chemistry, and language arts. Did Bai Yi truly employ every ounce of his knowledge to conceal his savings? Seeing those numbers brings back memories of academic nightmares. I was particularly weak in geography and history. Thankfully, the subjects were later separated. Otherwise, I might have graduated high school only to enter a vocational school. Scientific research indicates that overeating can indeed impair cognitive function. If I overindulge, I merely feel drowsy. My mind consumed with thoughts of sleep. Let me investigate these coordinates and see where they lead. You're being foolish. It's undoubtedly the host's residence, though you may not perceive the details. From the white paper within the anti-theft window to oracle bone inscriptions, and now these coordinates. We have amassed quite the array of clues. It must be time to unveil the mystery. Su Bai opened a specialized application on his phone, inputting the two numbers, and the screen promptly displayed an image. Safe driving begins here. Husband, this is the very book you received when you took your driving test. Lin Qianyu exclaimed, her mental fog lifting as she realized the connection. Back then, each applicant received a copy of Safe Driving Begins Here, unlike the online registration and learning of today. Since the book had long lost its relevance, it had been relegated to the bottom shelf of the bookcase. Husband, you and Mom wait on the sofa. I will retrieve it. Before Su Bai could respond, Lin Qianyu bounded into the bedroom. In under 2 minutes, she emerged with Safe Driving Begins Here, flipping through its pages while lamenting, Husband, I see no money whatsoever. Su Bai took the book from Lin Qianyu, flipping through it before inquiring. What were the coordinates on the back of the board again? Hold on, let me check. Lin Qianyu glanced at the board on the table, 2540, 11823. Nodding. Su Bai turned to the 25th page of Safe Driving Begins Here, and indeed found a circled phrase. He continued to the 40th page, then the 23rd, and combined all the circled words to form a new message, behind the bathroom mirror. Husband, I recall that there is merely a wall behind our bathroom mirror. I chose the vanity, and there's no storage space, right? Lin Qianyu asked, puzzled as she recalled the lengthy deliberation required to select that vanity. Su Bai scratched the back of his head, hesitantly admitting, I think I may have replaced the mirror at some point, since the vanity remains the same. You didn't notice. Goodness, Su Bai, now I am exceedingly curious about what else in our home might not be original. Rest assured, you are the original. Lin Qianyu. That's not what I meant. Is this man even sane? The live chat was equally taken aback by Su Bai's astonishing remarks. LOL. Does Bai Yi not desire anything other than the original? Honestly, in today's society, whether something is original matters less. After all, we no longer live in a feudal society, and everyone has their needs, especially adults. From years of experience, I advise you that sometimes, non-original items can be far more intriguing and liberating. Has the discussion strayed a bit? Can we refrain from such topics about relationships? Regardless, I prefer experienced partners. Koff the young man is 18, with an 8-pack, a fine physique, and boundless energy. 1 hour, and I wonder if any ladies are interested in a relationship. The moment Su Bai uttered those words, he sensed something amiss. A glance at Fang Qing revealed no reaction, and he sighed in relief, quickly changing the subject. Darling, this is not the time for such discussions. Let us uncover what treasures are hidden. Time had passed, and I felt increasingly uncertain. With that, Su Bai grasped Lin Qianyu's hand and led her toward the bathroom. Upon entering, Lin Qianyu eagerly began to explore the mirror. Husband, I see no mechanism. Su Bai ruffled his hair, stating, allow me a moment to think. I remember having to disassemble this. Or wait, no, I shattered the mirror. Ah, now I recall. Wait for me. Su Bai hurried back to the dining room, returning with a stool and a Phillips screwdriver. Originally, this was a glued fixture, but I later replaced it with an embedded one. Standing on the stool, Su Bai began loosening the top screws of the vanity. As soon as there was a hint of movement, he called out, Darling, could you help by shifting the mirror upward a bit? Shift it. Lin Qianyu looked perplexed at the smooth surface of the mirror, unsure how to proceed. Just as you would scrub my back. Press your hands against the mirror and gently push upward, Su Bai instructed. Though not raised in wealth, Lin Qianyu had been afforded a comfortable upbringing, leading to her lack of experience with such tasks. Following Su Bai's guidance, she pressed her hands against the mirror and slowly pushed upward. It's moving. It really is moving. It feels just like scrubbing your back. Who would have thought they would enjoy such an activity together? Clearly, You are unmarried. Those of us who have been wed for 2 years can freely brush our teeth while the other uses the restroom. I too enjoy bathing with my partner. It's both convenient and time-saving. Are you certain it saves time? It typically takes over an hour to emerge. Experienced drivers, just keep your wisdom to yourself. Chapter 79, the final puzzle unraveled. Enough, enough. As the mirror shifted 5 centimeters, Subai grasped its edges with both hands and effortlessly lifted the entire mirror. Given that the mirror in the bathroom was rather small, he did not find the task particularly arduous. Carefully, he placed the mirror against the wall on the floor and returned to the sink, revealing an embedded metal cabinet behind the mirror. Honey, did you install a safe inside? Lin Qianyu exclaimed, utterly astonished. Even Fong Qing, who usually maintained her composure, slightly twitched her lips at this revelation. The concealment of this private stash was astoundingly clandestine. And the undertaking was no small feat, even if a thief were to break into Bai Yi's home. Pilfering the money wouldn't be an easy task, would it? With golden umbrellas, marble diamonds, stainless steel security nets, and a wall of cash, not to mention that little yellow duck-esque golden egg. Who would have imagined these places could harbor a hidden fortune? Frankly, even if these items were laid out before a thief, he might simply scoff and mutter about how impoverished this family is. To steal now would be exceedingly simple. The more inconspicuous the items taken home for disassembly, the greater the likelihood of striking gold. However, the challenge behind this mirror is just too great. Ahem, why not just ransack the place? Grab 2 sacks, clobber the streamer and the host over the head, and then bind them to a chair. Thereafter, it would be a matter of taking whatever one pleases. Subai explained. Slightly embarrassed, this was a precautionary measure against thieves. There was no other choice. When the system first bestowed him with 500,000 in cash, Subai felt an exhilarating yet anxious thrill. After all, he had never encountered such a substantial sum of cash up close. Yet, once the initial excitement wore off, Subai's expression turned gloomy, fearing that his private stash would be discovered by his wife, Lin Qianyu, or that a thief would pay a visit. Ultimately, after exhausting countless brain cells, he devised this method. Had he known that the sums bestowed by the system would only increase thereafter, he would never have resorted to such drastic measures. It was truly overly taxing. Humph, I'll reluctantly believe you for now. Lin Qianyu pouted, beginning to input the password in an attempt to unlock the safe. Beep. Wow, it actually opened on the first try. Hearing the sound, Lin Qianyu turned to Subai, her eyes brimming with affection. Darling, you said using my birthday was childish, yet this safe is secured with it. Silly. It's because I love you, Subai replied with a cheeky grin. When he first set the password, he had never contemplated something so intricate. He simply used Lin Qianyu's birthday. Fong Qing observed this scene, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Watching these two lovebirds often reminded her of her own youthful romantic escapades. Ah, youth was truly splendid. Huh. Lin Qianyu reached out to touch the safe, her expression filled with confusion. Darling, if the password is correct, why doesn't it open automatically? Because it also requires a key. Subai pointed to the lower right corner of the safe, where a keyhole popped open. I know that. Is it the key I extracted from the walnut yesterday? Lin Qianyu excitedly produced a golden key from her pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. Yesterday, when I asked you about it, you were so evasive. And now it's come back to me. Fong Qing stood by, somewhat incredulous. What? A key from a walnut? Can keys grow inside walnuts? Lin Qianyu turned the key with enthusiasm, but her excitement slowly faded as it did not budge. This indicated that the key she inserted was not the genuine one. So, where did this key come from? However, the priority remained to open the safe before them, as Lin Qianyu pointed to the keyhole. Darling, where's the key to open the safe? Calm your horses. I remember the key is around here somewhere. Let me think. The first time I concealed my private stash. Subai suddenly pulled out his phone from his pocket, removed the case, and revealed a silver key embedded within. Yes, this is it. Since it was the first time he had hidden his private funds, Subai had been exceptionally diligent in safeguarding this key. Let me do it. Lin Qianyu snatched the key and inserted it into the keyhole, applying a slight force. Click. It's happening. Let me see what's inside. The viewers in the live stream began to channel their inner prophets. Let me guess, whatever Bai Yi is so meticulously guarding must be something of immense value. Could it be a top-tier sapphire? If the ancient art of divination serves me right, I foresee a martial arts manual within, perhaps the legendary Kawewa classic. I just did a quick reading, and if all goes as expected, it should be a masterpiece by Van Gogh. If I recall correctly, a Van Gogh painting was indeed purchased by a mysterious figure, and since then, there has been no word of this enigmatic individual. As the chat escalated in excitement, some viewers became increasingly absurd, even suggesting that the safe contained evidence of Subai's past misdeeds. As the safe's door creaked open, it finally revealed its contents, a neatly stacked pile of 100 yuan bills. Each stack contained 10,000, amounting to a total of 50 stacks. This is the private stash you went through such lengths to conceal? Lin Qianyu felt a twinge of disbelief. After all, in comparison to the golden umbrellas and diamond marbles lying neglected in the corner, this 500,000 seemed rather inconspicuous. Not only did Lin Qianyu think so, but the longtime viewers in the live stream echoed her sentiments. After all this anticipation, is this it? Just cash? I expected something world-shattering. What a disappointment. The higher the expectations, the harder the fall. Wait a minute, have we all lost sight of our original purpose? Shouldn't we have been learning how to hide private funds? Yet it was hardly their fault. Habits formed from constant stimuli made it difficult to readjust to a more subdued reality. A portion of the audience that had just entered the live stream appeared bewildered. Did I miss something? 50,000 in private funds? That's 500,000. Why is everyone so calm? Are all of you hidden tycoons in here? Subai gently ruffled Lin Qianyu's hair. What else would you expect? Did you think it would be property deeds? No, it's just. I don't know how to explain it. Lin Qianyu relocked the safe and instinctively placed the key into her pocket. Darling, from now on, this safe is mine. Chapter 80. Darling, I'm pregnant. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's excited announcement, Subai found her utterly adorable and chuckled, teasingly replying, Yours, it's all yours. Beside them, Fang Qing witnessed the discovery of such a considerable sum of hidden money and smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Well, I suppose I have gained some insight. Xiao Su, regarding your wealth, I am not particularly concerned. I only hope that you both can live harmoniously together, without letting trivial matters affect your relationship. Mother, rest assured. In my heart, you will always hold the top position, Subai replied earnestly with a nod. Mom, don't worry. There are no issues in my relationship with Subai, Lin Qianyu reassured as she held Fang Qing's hand. Occasional minor hiccups are merely the spices of life. All right then. As long as you two can coexist peacefully. I have eaten, resolved my concerns, and seen how the hidden money is stored. So I shall return home to accompany your father now. Mom, won't you stay for dinner? Just a little longer? Lin Qianyu pleaded, shaking Fang Qing's hand. You have Xiao Su for company, that is sufficient. I shall return to keep your father company. It would be a pity for him to dine alone. Remember to come home for dinner with Xiao Su this weekend. Got it, Mom. Meanwhile, at a prestigious research institute in the capital, a group of researchers, seizing their lunchtime, were intently focused on Lin Qianyu's live stream. Among them, an elderly man with hair completely white, in his 70s, chuckled as he watched. I never imagined our youngest academician Su would have such an intriguing side, hiding private funds, something I've never done in my lifetime. Elder he. I stumbled upon this live stream by chance and was curious enough to click in, only to discover it was related to academician Su. I never anticipated he would have such a quirk. Another middle-aged man, around 50, laughed heartily. He Long, the director of the prestigious research institute and a national treasure in talent, had made significant contributions to national defense. Presently, he gazed at Subai on the screen, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. By the way, what progress has been made on the blueprints provided by academician Su last time? We've reached 79% completion. If all goes well, we can commence mass production in 2 months. With this weapon, our coastal defense capabilities will at least triple. And then we shall see which hostile forces dare to test us, came the reply. That's excellent. Should any issues arise, please consolidate them and send them directly to academician Su's email. He Long lightly tapped the table. Our nation is fortunate to have talents like academician Su. By the way, have all the security measures and information regarding academician Su and his family been adequately addressed? Elder he, rest assured, everything is under top-level protection. Currently, no one is aware of academician Su's true identity, and since he is reluctant to relocate his family, we can only protect them quietly without disrupting his private life. Let him be. Not everyone can immerse themselves in the laboratory daily like us. Look at the other young ones in our lab. They also need to unwind occasionally. Come, accompany me to check on the progress of other projects, he Long said, rising and heading toward the door. Unbeknownst to Subai, this scene at the prestigious research institute was unfolding. His title as academician stemmed solely from a year ago when a system provided him with a design blueprint and relevant technical knowledge. With a spirit of experimentation, he sent an email to the official website of the institute. To his surprise, it created quite a stir, leading to his immediate recruitment to the capital the very next day. To conceal this from Lin Qianyu, Subai had concocted an excuse, claiming he was on a business trip for a week. Upon leaving the institute, he emphasized the necessity of secrecy, insisting that it should not disrupt his current stable life. The following morning, Lin Qianyu furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Subai, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to quietly rise from the bed. After a brief search on the bedside table, she hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. 5 minutes later, gazing at the 2 lines on the pregnancy test, She could no longer contain her excitement and burst into the bedroom, flinging the covers aside. Husband, wake up! Husband, wake up! Oh! Su Bai, jolted from his slumber, blinked as he slowly opened his eyes. Wife, is there an earthquake? Husband, I'm pregnant! Lin Qianyu exclaimed, leaning over Su Bai, her hands cradling his face as she joyfully announced the news. What do you mean you're pregnant? Su Bai, still a bit dazed, stared at Lin Qianyu in confusion. I'm pregnant. Your wife is pregnant, Lin Qianyu said, playfully pinching Su Bai's mouth into a duck-like shape. Husband, I'm pregnant. Su Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, but with his mouth pinched, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. He could only wrap his arms around Lin Qianyu's waist, shifting their positions. Phew, Su Bai finally exhaled, then eagerly turned to Lin Qianyu for confirmation. Wife, I'm not dreaming, right? You're pregnant? Fool, you're not dreaming. I'm truly pregnant, Lin Qianyu said, her face slightly flushed beneath him. Just don't move too much. After all, the morning version of a man is quite different from his usual self. Is it really true? Su Bai still couldn't believe it. Playfully slapping his own face with Lin Qianyu's hand. It feels real. It hurts. Oh, my wife is pregnant. Am I going to be a dad? At that moment, Su Bai finally accepted that this was no dream. Wait a moment. He swiftly turned and rested his head on Lin Qianyu's belly. Let me listen to the baby's heartbeat. Seeing this, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but chuckle. Husband, you silly goose. I just got pregnant. How could you hear the baby moving already? Is that so? Su Bai scratched his head. It's my first time, so I lack experience. When you have our second and third child, we'll know better. Dream on. Lin Qianyu gently ruffled Su Bai's hair, feeling reassured that this man she entrusted her life to genuinely adored children. Su Bai continued to rest his head on Lin Qianyu's abdomen, softly murmuring to their unborn child, Sweetheart, you must be good and obedient. When you arrive in this world, your father will make sure you are the happiest person on earth, second only to your mother. Chapter 81. New clue, the basement. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from Lin Qianyu's stomach. Sweetheart, are you hungry? Su Bai gently caressed Lin Qianyu's belly. Daddy will go prepare your breakfast right away. He then placed a light kiss on her forehead. Wife, you rest well. I'll call you when the food is ready. It'll be quick, just 20 minutes. Husband, why don't you sleep a little longer? I can make breakfast, Lin Qianyu suggested, stroking Su Bai's cheek. Otherwise, you might feel tired during the day. Not a chance. I'm as strong as a bull, Su Bai declared, taking Lin Qianyu's hand gently. Be good, listen to me. With that, Su Bai leaped from the bed and dashed toward the kitchen. Husband, you haven't tea washed up yet. There's no rush. I can wash up after making breakfast, he replied. In the kitchen, Su Bai opened the fridge to inspect the ingredients. There were vegetables, bacon, beef patties, and some leftover rice. He had planned to use the leftover rice for fried rice, but now that Lin Qianyu was pregnant, it was clearly not suitable for her. Thus, he could only proceed to prepare a sandwich and heat some milk, intending to venture to the market later to procure fresh ingredients. Su Bai turned to glance in the direction of the bedroom. Now that his wife was pregnant, everything required utmost caution. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Bai hummed the tune of Kiss My Baby while preparing breakfast. Kiss my baby, I shall cross the ocean, seeking the lost rainbow. Capturing fleeting shooting stars, I long to soar into the boundless night sky. Plucking a star to fashion your toy, I yearn to touch the moon with my own hands, inscribing your name upon its surface. Within the bedroom, Lin Qianyu was exuberantly flooding the family group chat with the joyous news. La la la. I have wonderful news to share. I am pregnant. Dad, Mom, I am pregnant. I am not joking. I truly am pregnant. Qianyu's father, what? Pregnant? Your mother and I will be over shortly. Qianyu's mother. I told you so. Qianyu, your reaction was 90% indicative of pregnancy. I will come over soon to offer some advice. Su Bai's mother. My dear in-laws, am I to become a grandmother? Qianyu's mother. Indeed, I too shall become a grandmother. Lin Qianyu's brother. It appears I am destined to be an uncle. I shall promptly find you an aunt. Su Bai's father. Child's mother. You should come over too. I will finish my errands and join you. I am about to become a grandfather. The two families mobilized in response to Lin Qianyu's pregnancy. An hour later, after finishing breakfast, Lin Qianyu was preparing to assist in tidying the kitchen when Su Bai firmly ushered her out. With nothing else to do, Lin Qianyu settled on the sofa and began a live stream. Good morning, family. Streamer, do you have any plans for today? Continuing the investigation into hidden savings. Life is perpetual, and the quest for secret funds never ceases. I observe the streamer is glowing with joy. It must be due to some delightful news. Just thinking about the safe behind the mirror yesterday leaves me in awe. The process of hiding secret funds is exceedingly intricate. Gazing at her enthusiastic fans, Lin Qianyu hesitated before ultimately deciding not to reveal her pregnancy. Such news would be better shared once things stabilized. Soon enough, Su Bai emerged from the kitchen, having completed the cleaning. Darling, I'm stepping out for a bit. All right, dear, return swiftly. Lin Qianyu nodded eagerly. Yes. I'm just going to buy some fresh ingredients and a few items for the baby. I will be back shortly. Su Bai's mind was consumed with thoughts of life after the child's birth. Should we stock up on diapers, formula, and pacifiers? Lin Qianyu was momentarily taken aback. Well, she had hoped to keep this a secret for a while longer, but it seemed Su Bai had uncovered it too soon. Honey, we are still in the early stages. No need to prepare those items just yet. Formula has a shelf life, and it will expire by the time we need it. Your parents and mine will be visiting this afternoon. Just buy some fresh vegetables. All right, I will be quick about it. You take some time to rest. Don't be too anxious. Su Bai gestured an okay sign, planning to see what to buy at the market. Perhaps he could invest in companies related to baby supplies? That way, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of essential items when the baby arrived. Well, since he was going shopping, he might as well check in. If he did so tomorrow, he could likely earn a special reward, hopefully something useful for the child. After Su Bai departed, the living room was left with only Lin Qianyu, who glanced at the live stream chat. The streamer is actually pregnant. Bai Yi is impressive. It seems he has been quite active lately. I said there was good news. After all, he is the 18th generation heir of the Tianshi mansion. Congratulations to the streamer. Here's hoping for a healthy baby boy who inherits Bai Ye's talent for hiding secret funds. Haha. We shall see who is better at hiding money, father or son. Well, I had planned to wait a while before announcing. But I didn't expect him to be so thrilled. Lin Qianyu responded while absent-mindedly patting her pocket. Feeling an unusual object. She pulled it out to discover the elusive golden key. In an instant, a new idea sparked in Lin Qianyu's mind. Family. Our goal this morning is to uncover the secret of this key. I am eager to see what lock it opens. Carefully scrutinizing the golden key, Lin Qianyu fell into deep contemplation. What could this key possibly unlock? Her mind raced as she recalled past investigations into hidden funds, pondering if she had overlooked any crucial information. Instant noodle buckets, beer bottles, encrypted folders. Yes, the computer. Lin Qianyu swiftly returned to the bedroom, retrieving Su Bai's computer to reopen the encrypted folder. Family, please help me look for any details we may have missed. Let us discover what lock this key corresponds to. Not this image, not this one. As she flipped through image after image, Lin Qianyu found no clues regarding the key. Streamer, I remember there was a Morse code we didn't use. What information did it record? Morse code? New fans might not know, but the longtime followers should remember how we identified 300 Tang poems in National Rich Women's Directory through Morse code. We learned quite a bit. Regarding that, the streamer still hasn't replied to my private message. I merely wish to acquire the complete set of 300 Tang poems. I simply want to expand my social circle. No ulterior motives. Morse code? Since it had been several days, Lin Qianyu had forgotten the contents of those white papers filled with pinholes. She located the papers and brought the camera closer. This should be them. Can you all check which piece of information was used? Streamer, you need to bring out that book, otherwise, we won't be able to decipher it. Yes. I remember now. The corresponding key was the Bible. Haha, folks. It's not that complicated. I found the record. The unused white paper translates to the ground. The ground? Could it be that, similar to the safe behind a mirror, it's also beneath a certain floorboard? Streamer, this isn't the first floor. There shouldn't be a basement. Wait. Just because it's not the first floor doesn't mean the building lacks a basement. Do you have a basement in your community? A basement? Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow at the viewer's suggestions. Yes, there is a basement with parking spaces, but I don't recall my husband purchasing a basement. Streamer, did you not know Bai Yi secretly bought a property without you? This could be a shot in the dark. Let us give it a try. You might find a surprise. Now that you mention it, I think it's quite possible. Underground, basement. Wow, this is incredible. Lin Qianyu lifted her gaze to glance at the entrance. Given that Su Bai had yet to return, it was the perfect opportunity to venture forth and explore. Since her family had expressed such sentiments, it seemed prudent to investigate. Chapter 82, The Mysterious Blueprints. Arriving at the elevator, Lin Qianyu adeptly pressed the button for the basement level, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. She harbored a desire for this key to fit one of the basement doors, yet simultaneously feared the possibility that Su Bai had clandestinely acquired a basement without her knowledge. Nevertheless, having reached this juncture, she resolved to proceed with her inquiry. Ding! With a melodious chime, the elevator doors slowly opened on the basement level. The area was divided into two sections. One side comprised a row of basements, while the other, more expansive side, served as a parking lot. Stepping out of the elevator, Lin Qianyu immediately turned left and walked down a dimly lit corridor. In an apparent effort to conserve energy, the corridor's lights were sparse and feeble, inciting thoughts that were best left unthought. Wow, is the passage to the basement really this eerie? This could easily be the setting for a horror film. The host displays quite the audacity. If I were alone, I would certainly not dare to venture forth. Just to clarify, I am, after all, a delicate little princess. This scene reminds me of the horror films directed by James Wan. I can't recall which installment of The Conjuring it was, but it seemed to take place in a basement leading to the realm of the deceased. Hee, host, don't look back. Beware of what lurks behind you. You upstairs are being too much. I genuinely feel as though someone is behind me. It's quite unsettling. After meandering through the corridor for approximately 2 minutes, she finally encountered a row of around 10 basements. Gulps. Lin Qianyu swallowed hard. Despite this being her own community's basements, the solitude still instilled a sense of trepidation. All right, let us commence with the first one and expedite this process. With that declaration, Lin Qianyu held her phone for the live stream in one hand and the key in the other as she approached the first basement. Inserting the key, she twisted it, but it would not turn. Not this one. Let us try the second. Again, she inserted the key and twisted, but it remained immovable. The key was not compatible with the lock. After all, this was not a master key. It couldn't be used just anywhere. It required compatibility. Upon reaching the third basement, she inserted the key, and to her astonishment, it turned. Lin Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this key truly opens the basement door? Her luck was indeed remarkable. Family, it worked. Goodness, our deduction merits a comparison to Sherlock Holmes. Incredible. It truly is a basement key. What if it's filled with cash? If that were the case, we might have investigators at the host's home. Think bigger. It could be an arsenal. Why not suggest it contains nuclear warheads or biological weapons? Taking a deep breath, Lin Qianyu felt a mix of anxiety and curiosity about the unknown contents of the basement. What lay within? Could it indeed be, as the netizens speculated, mountains of gold and silver, an armory, or perhaps a room filled with peculiar props, revealing that her husband had been concealing a darker side for years? What if it contained a chaise longue, an octopus chair, a bull demon, a pirate ship, and other such bizarre items? With her heart racing and curiosity piqued, Lin Qianyu held her breath, placed her hand on the doorknob, and slowly pushed open the iron door before her. Meanwhile, Su Bai had just exited the community and had summoned Jiang Nan. Brother Bai, did you call me out in such haste for something significant? Upon seeing Su Bai, who was still brimming with excitement, Jiang Nan immediately inquired. It's nothing much. I merely wanted you to accompany me to purchase a few items. Su Bai placed a hand on Jiang Nan's shoulder. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, and today I am in high spirits. Haha, your sister-in-law is pregnant? Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Bai, this is monumental news. I must prepare a grand gift for the little one. That's what you said. I'll hold you to it. Su Bai teased with a grin. What about you? When do you plan to have a child with Yalan? It's already in the works. I just happen to be a step behind you. Jiang Nan playfully punched Su Bai's chest. Brother Bai, do you have any quick tips to share? Tips? Su Bai pondered for a moment, recalling recent events. Maintain a high-intensity workout regimen. At least twice a day for a week should suffice. And no, I'm not referring to during the safe period. As for what he had mentioned to Lin Qianyu about consulting a master or selecting auspicious days for conception, those were mere fabrications. The phenomenon of pregnancy required a perfect alignment of timing, circumstances, and human effort. Once all conditions aligned, conception would naturally follow. Twice a day for a week. That is 14 times, Brother Bai. That sounds a bit daunting. Any techniques? What are you talking about? You're still young. Is that already too difficult? Su Bai's surprise was palpable. Well, I'll give you a somewhat reluctant suggestion. Eat more kidneys. If that doesn't work, try some supplements. Forget it. That is just a temporary fix. I'll stick to once a day and aim for next month to have Yalan pregnant too. That way, our children won't be too far apart in age. Jiang Nan pulled a cigarette from his pocket and took a puff. Unlike Su Bai, who had experienced numerous relationships prior to meeting Yalan, Jiang Nan often felt overwhelmed at such a young age. Glancing at Su Bai, he offered him a cigarette. Brother Bai, want one? No, I won't touch that until I have children. Now that Qianyu is pregnant, it's even less likely. Su Bai firmly waved his hand in refusal. Let us go. Accompany me for a stroll. I want to stock up on practical items for the unborn baby and perhaps buy some gifts for my wife to brighten her day. She truly has worked hard. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Jiang Nan silently put the unlit cigarette back into his pocket. Indeed, since they had chosen to have children, it was wise not to indulge in such vices. Brother Bai, where to next? First, let us head to the market for some groceries. Then we can check the mall for anything else. In the basement, Lin Qianyu pushed open the door to the third basement and reached for the light switch. The basement spanned approximately 30 square meters and contained neither the treasure she had envisioned nor any weapons. It merely housed a plain table atop, which rested 2 simple storage boxes. Approaching the table, Lin Qianyu cautiously opened one of the storage boxes. What is this? Inside the box, she discovered a heap of documents, seemingly designed blueprints. As she flipped through the papers, upon noticing a specific blueprint, her pupils dilated in shock, and she swiftly redirected the camera of her live stream. Chapter 83, A Potential Game Changer. How could this be? Upon realizing what the design blueprints entailed, Lin Qianyu's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. Photolithography machine design blueprints. It was indeed a blueprint for a photolithography machine, and in that fleeting glance, Lin Qianyu caught sight of a particular datum, in a value 06. Although she had not studied this field, during her university days, she had overheard her advisor mention it. Currently, there were two types of photolithography machines, one utilizing ultraviolet light, and the other employing extreme ultraviolet light. The market primarily consisted of standard photolithography machines that utilized ultraviolet sources. In today's world, the realm of optical technology is monopolized by three colossal entities, AMAS, Nikon, and Canon. Among them, the unparalleled supremacy in the production of cutting-edge lithography machines, capable of etching at 7 nanometers and below, is solely held by AMAS, which dominates the entire lithography market. Currently, the most advanced lithography machine boasts a numerical aperture, NA, of 0.33, while the 0.55 NA variant is still under development and has yet to be officially delivered. Also produced by AMAS. Astonishingly, Lin Qianyu discovered design blueprints for a lithography machine with an NA of 0.6 in this seemingly inconspicuous basement. A revelation so extraordinary that she immediately realized the gravity of the situation upon seeing that value. In the live stream, some astute and knowledgeable fans also discerned this figure, their hearts instantly overwhelmed with awe. How is this possible? Am I hallucinating, or is this merely a fictional blueprint? A design for an EUA lithography machine with an NA of 0.6. This is utterly sensational. To the brother above, you are not mistaken. It is indeed the 0.6 NA EUA lithography machine blueprint, and judging by the level of detail, it seems authentic. Could it be that Bai Yi has a hidden identity? A reclusive genius scientist? My goodness, if this is true, it would shatter AMAS's monopoly over lithography machines, marking a revolutionary breakthrough that would elevate our nation in this field. We must understand that AMAS's dominance in the elite lithography sector is not solely due to its 10,000 plus patents, but also the production origins of each component. It seems our country has processing factories for all components, which implies this is a war without gunfire, a battle in the domain of technology. If the 0.6 NA lithography machine can indeed be realized, it would enable the etching of even smaller chip architectures, signifying advancements in technological prowess and modern weaponry, yielding an immense cascade of positive repercussions. A group of knowledgeable fans fervently debated in the live stream, fully aware of the monumental implications of the blueprints discovered in the basement. Simultaneously, researchers from the elite academy in the capital, who were watching the live broadcast, also took note of this astonishing moment and promptly informed Director Helong. What? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Is it truly an NA value of 0.6? Helong's pupils gleamed with excitement. It was not a mistake, yet the question of whether the design blueprints were finalized remained uncertain, regardless of their status. This matter required thorough verification. Even if they were mere prototypes, clarity was imperative. Helong raised an eyebrow. Such significant news, and academician Su did not disclose a hint. Could it be that he fears causing a stir that might disrupt his life? As fate would have it, he was caught by his wife during her private money investigation. Helong tapped his thumb and index finger against his thigh, suddenly struck by a thought. If we have discovered this information, it implies that many others are now aware of it. This also means that numerous operatives placed within our country are privy to this news. Helong's brow furrowed deeper. Xiao Luo, prepare yourself. We must fly to the Magic City tonight. Right now? Inquired the middle-aged man, Luo Jun, narrowing his eyes. Director Helong. I could just go down. You can command from the capital. No, this time I must personally verify those blueprints, Helong insisted, waving off Luo Jun's suggestion. If these blueprints are genuine, the benefits are immeasurable. We depart in 10 minutes. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. Perhaps we need to notify the Magic City to enhance security measures. No, it must be reinforced immediately. I must hurry to report. Director Helong, I will prepare right away. Yes. Go and get ready. The two men split their tasks. One would report to the highest authorities, while the other arranged a flight to the Magic City. Lin Qianyu, realizing the enormity of her blunder, immediately locked the iron door of the basement and dialed Su Bai's number. Honey, it seems I've gotten myself into a huge mess. As soon as the call connected, Lin Qianyu stammered. On the other end, Su Bai was alarmed and quickly inquired. What happened, dear? Did you fall? Are you at home? I'll be back right away. Wait for me. No, I didn't fall. Touched by Su Bai's concern, Lin Qianyu explained. I used the key I found in the walnut to unlock the basement door. Is that it? I thought it was something serious. Upon hearing that Lin Qianyu was unharmed, Su Bai let out a sigh of relief, only to suddenly realize, wait, did you just say you opened the basement door? Yes, I accidentally opened it. Oh my goodness. Su Bai ran his fingers through his hair. Did you see what was inside? Yes, I did. Was it live streamed? Yes, it was. Although I managed to shift the camera quickly, it was still a moment too late. Well, it's fine, as long as you're okay. However, life may be a bit thrilling from now on. Su Bai did not blame Lin Qianyu. After all, what was done, so they would have to let it unfold naturally. Honey, you should head home now, leave the rest to me. So, you mean the design blueprints in the basement are real? Indeed. Upon hearing Su Bai's confirmation, Lin Qianyu felt her mind go blank again. Yet, she refrained from pressing further and simply said, all right, I'll wait for you at home. On Su Bai's end, learning about the exposure of the basement's design blueprints, he sighed helplessly. After all his calculations, he had not anticipated that she would discover the basement so quickly. He had originally planned to relocate the items from the basement to their new home, but it seemed he was a step behind. Brother Bai, what's wrong? Jiang Nan, noticing Su Bai's furrowed brow that gradually relaxed, curiously asked. Nothing much. I've taken everything I could from the cart. I don't see anything else to buy. So let us call it a day. All right, just let me know if you need help. Jiang Nan, seeing that Su Bai did not wish to elaborate, ceased his inquiries. It's nothing major. I just want to go home and keep my wife company. I'm a bit uneasy leaving her alone. Anan, you should hurry too. Or I might have my baby beat up yours. Brother Bai, who beats up whom is still uncertain. Chapter 84. Crafting a little invention during boredom. Just after parting ways with Jiang Nan, Su Bai's phone rang again while he was driving. Seeing the caller ID, he promptly answered, Director Helong, it's been a while. Have you missed me? Academician Su, stop jesting with me. Is that matter online genuinely true? Came Helong's impatient inquiry from the other end. After all, the lithography machine technology holds immense significance. If verified, various chip technologies and other fields within the country would break free from monopoly, no longer held hostage by other nations. Are you referring to the lithography machine? Su Bai paused to ask. Do you have anything else? No, he quickly denied. Goodness. Who would have thought that just after Lin Qianyu disclosed the secret of the basement, Helong would already receive the news in such a short time? This efficiency is astonishing. Once a live stream begins, one becomes almost transparent. So, is the lithography machine real? Helong pressed again. I haven't tested it yet, but theoretically, it should be feasible. Su Bai candidly replied. After all, the design blueprint provided by the system should be devoid of any issues. Indeed, it is genuinely a design for a lithography machine. And the NA value is 0.6, correct? Suddenly, a clattering sound reached Su Bai's ears, as if something had been knocked over on the other end of the phone. Hilao, are you alright? A breathless voice responded from the other end. No problem. I must ask, Academician Su. Did you conduct the research for this lithography machine's design blueprint yourself? Well, when the rideshare becomes monotonous, I dabble in a few inventions. I thoroughly analyzed this lithography machine just a few days ago, intending to discuss it with you only after verifying its accuracy. Su Bai replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. Coughing slightly, he long nearly choked on his words. Academician Su, you refer to the lithography machine's technical blueprint as a minor invention? What, pray tell? Do you consider a major invention? Concealing personal funds, Su Bai answered without hesitation. In his view, ever since Lin Qianyu discovered his hidden stash, the ensuing battles of wits would undoubtedly escalate to new heights. Those are merely trivial amounts. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Bai. Hilao, why not devise a few methods for hiding personal funds? Later, I could trade some minor inventions with you. He long found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his cultivated demeanor preventing him from uttering an expletive. When did concealing personal funds become comparable to lithography technology? It was hardly the same matter, yet it seemed oddly advantageous. Unbeknownst to him, he long had been subtly led astray by Su Bai's musings. Let's set that aside for now. I noticed you were watching your partner's live stream earlier. You must not be home, correct? He long inquired about Su Bai's whereabouts. Yes, my wife is pregnant, so I went out to gather some supplies. I'm preparing to return home now. Very well, stay at home and don't venture out. I shall come to visit you later. By the way, congratulations, Academician Su. My home. Hilao, aren't you in the capital? Su Bai asked, astonished. The two cities were separated by over 200 kilometers. I have already departed and expect to reach your residence in about 3 hours. We shall meet and converse. With that, he long hung up, leaving Su Bai in a state of bewilderment. It appeared the situation was even more significant than he had anticipated. In the living room, Lin Qianyu was fidgeting, feeling a wave of regret for having rummaged through that box in the basement. Now, everything was exposed. What was she to do? A sudden noise came from the entrance as Su Bai opened the door, struggling to carry 2 large bags. Wife, lend me a hand. I need to make another trip down. There are still 2 large bags downstairs. He placed the bags on the floor, but suddenly realized something and picked them up again. Actually, dear, you just stay on the sofa. I'll manage. Husband, I can help, Lin Qianyu quickly replied, putting on her slippers and approaching. Be good, listen to me. You need to be careful now, Su Bai said as he entered the living room with the 2 large bags. However, you can assist by sorting through these items, determining what is immediately useful and what can wait. It's your first pregnancy, and I am still unfamiliar with many things. Lin Qianyu skimmed through the contents. Goodness. Pacifiers and baby bowls are one thing, but why is there an adult diaper? Is it possible that one might have issues during pregnancy? This is the initial joy of discovering one is to become a father. Su Bai's reaction mirrors my own from the past. I too purchased a plethora of unnecessary items, only to replace them when the child arrived. Wow, the adult diaper is the essence here. I didn't expect the male protagonist to be so knowledgeable. Lin, let me share my experience as an elder sister. In a few months, you might encounter some leakage, which means you'll be waking up several times at night, sometimes even too late to make it in time. So your husband's preparations are indeed prudent. I believe the most excruciating part of pregnancy is the initial months of morning sickness. Everything I ate made me want to vomit. I still shudder at the thought. Indeed, during my first pregnancy, I lost a considerable amount of weight during that phase, but once I passed it, my weight rebounded exponentially. Just as Lin Qianyu finished sorting through half of the items, Su Bai re-entered, carrying several more large bags. Wife, I also bought some vegetables and such. When our parents come over, we should celebrate properly. Husband, do you not blame me? From the moment Su Bai entered, he had not mentioned a word about the basement, deeply touching Lin Qianyu. Blame you for what? Su Bai gazed at Lin Qianyu with eyes full of affection, smiling as he responded. The documents from the basement. I went through them without your consent. My dear, did we not agree? Those are merely adjuncts to your search for personal funds. It is not your fault. Su Bai approached Lin Qianyu and affectionately ruffled her hair. Moreover, it's no big deal. Just a few guests might be visiting this afternoon. So I hope you won't mind. Husband, you are truly wonderful. I love you. Lin Qianyu stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Su Bai's cheek. Who are the guests? It cannot be succinctly explained. You will understand when the time comes. Dang, if the lithography machine's design blueprint is authentic, this is a monumental matter. Su Bai is truly an unparalleled gentleman. I seriously suspect that Su Bai has a hidden identity. The live stream is becoming increasingly intriguing. From personal funds to Su Bai's identity, it feels like a drama. Thank goodness Su Bai is not a cliché character. Otherwise, I would think I was watching a grand return of a war god. Ding dong. The doorbell rang once more. Husband, is this the guest you mentioned? Lin Qianyu inquired with curiosity. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. No, it doesn't seem right. Can they arrive from the capital so swiftly? Please sit on the sofa. I will check what is going on. Upon reaching the door, Su Bai glanced at the visual interface. Wife, it's your parents. Have they arrived so quickly? Lin Qianyu murmured. I thought they would come in the afternoon. It must be my mother's impatient nature. Knowing I'm pregnant, she couldn't wait to come. Before long, Lin Qianyu's parents appeared at the door, carrying various bags. Father, mother, Su Bai quickly assisted by taking the bags and ushering Lin Qianyu's parents inside. Xiao Su, has something happened here? I was just at home organizing things with your father when a few soldiers escorted us over. As soon as they entered, Fang Qing inquired curiously. Moreover, your community is filled with soldiers in uniform. I even spotted an armored vehicle. Soldiers escorting you? An armored vehicle? Su Bai was perplexed. Yes. They escorted us downstairs but did not come up, saying they didn't want to disturb your lives. Thinking back on their experience, Fang Qing found it quite peculiar. Had it not been for the constant emphasis on merely providing an escort, she would have suspected that the 2 young ones had committed some grave error. Su Bai furrowed his brow, exchanging glances with Lin Qianyu. It's likely related to the design blueprint. Blueprint? What blueprint? Fang Qing asked, puzzled. Mother, it's nothing. You will understand later, Lin Qianyu replied as she stood up from the sofa and pulled Fang Qing down to sit beside her. Lin Qianyu's father directly turned on the television, selecting a war film to watch, without further inquiries. Dad, Mom, here's your tea. Su Bai set the items down, serving the 2 elders a cup of tea. Little Su, no need to be so formal. We are all family. Linny responded as he accepted the tea. You 2 performed admirably this time. Keep up the good work. Dad, this one hasn't even made an appearance yet. Lin Qianyu protested, patting her belly. We should check if this little one is even willing later. Having 2 would provide companionship, just like you and your brother. At least you wouldn't be lonely, Lin began to reason. One child inevitably lacks something. Having a companion can mitigate rebellious phases. If you find it troublesome, your mother and I will help take care of them, especially since I'll be retiring soon. Dad, let's talk about this later. Just enjoy your television. Fang Qing shot Lin a glare. It's too early to discuss this. I can't believe I'm about to become a grandmother. Be sure to avoid cold baths, smoking, or drinking. Mom, you know I never indulge in those. Even when I drink, it's just a glass or two. Lin Qianyu blinked her large eyes. I wonder what this little one looks like. You're so beautiful, and little Su is so handsome. There's truly no need for concern. Fang Qing gently patted Lin Qianyu's hand. Meanwhile, Su Bai and Lin Yi turned away, avoiding such topics. Dad, I'll go prepare dinner. You keep them company for a while. Su Bai stood up, exchanging a nod with Lin Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi rose. I'll lend you a hand. Dad, I can manage on my own. I believe you may struggle alone. Allow me to assist, Lin Yi replied. Upon hearing his father's words, Su Bai quickly realized. Dad, shall we go? Let us go. The two men were eager to escape the living room, preferring to keep their distance. In the kitchen, little Su, how impressive. You've secretly saved up quite a bit, Lin Yi observed as Su Bai expertly prepared the meal, leaving no room for him to contribute. Dad, did you ever hide money? Su Bai curiously inquired. Indeed, in the first 2 years of marriage. I foolishly handed over my salary card to your mother. Later, obtaining funds became quite cumbersome. It's not that she wouldn't give me money, but asking always felt uncomfortable, Lin Yi recalled, pulling out a pack of medicine, casting a glance at the living room before discreetly putting it back. Eventually, I began to hide a little cash around the house, in places like cigarette boxes and phone cases. After all, as a man, one needs some financial resources. He smirked, reminiscing about when he got caught. I expected her to be angry, yet to my surprise, she handed me back my salary card. She believed I didn't like handling money, which is why she took control of it. After that, I began contributing 5,000 yuan monthly for household expenses, keeping the rest in my bank account. Lin Yi clapped Su Bai on the shoulder. However, compared to your skills in hiding money, mine are rather rudimentary. Su Bai pursed his lips, initially considering asking Lin Yi for tips on concealing funds, but now deemed it unnecessary. Little Su, your father only wishes for you both to live peacefully. He doesn't expect you to be extraordinarily wealthy. Although Lin Yi was unaware of the specifics, the situation had indeed attracted the army's attention. Dad, don't worry, it will soon be resolved, Su Bai replied with a grin. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Qianyu pulled Fang Qing's hand as they entered the bedroom to continue discussing children, while Lin Yi was assigned to the guest room for a nap. Ding dong. The doorbell rang once more. Su Bai glanced at the wall clock, and an understanding dawned upon him. Old He, it's been a while, you're quite punctual. He greeted the aged figure on the screen with a smile. Please hold on, I'll come down to welcome you. Upon descending, Su Bai spotted He Long, who wore an eager expression, accompanied by Luo Jun. Old He, please, come in, he gestured. Academician Luo, let us not be so formal. Take me to the basement quickly. He Long could barely contain his excitement. At that moment, he yearned to know if the lithography machine design could truly come to fruition. Old He, was this your arrangement? Su Bai pointed to the soldiers visible throughout the complex. Academician Su, I trust you understand the significance of the 06NA lithography machine. Many are likely already eyeing you, so I've sent personnel for protection. After we finish in the basement, I personally recommend relocating your family and your beloved S family to the military district in Mo City for safety. To avoid any misunderstanding, He Long quickly clarified. Su Bai squinted. Old He, I'll discuss it with them later. Shall we proceed to the basement? Let us go. Chapter 86, I want to invest. In the basement corridor, a dozen soldiers were stationed every 5 meters, armed. Old He, isn't this a bit excessive? Su Bai remarked upon witnessing the stringent security. Excessive? I think it's still insufficient. I genuinely fear any unforeseen events, He Long replied solemnly, fully aware of the design's importance. Arriving at the door, Su Bai extracted the golden key Lin Qianyu had given him at noon, unlocking the iron door to enter the basement. He Long and Luo Jun eagerly followed behind him inside. Academician Su, He Long began impatiently. Old He, just a moment, I'll retrieve it, Su Bai replied. Opening one of the storage boxes and placing a stack of documents on the table, which included the design blueprints and detailed annotations. Academician Su, such critical technology. And you store it like this? He Long expressed his astonishment at the simplicity of the storage box. It's merely some minor inventions, no need for extravagance. Su Bai shrugged. He Long felt compelled to curse. I hope there are many more of Academician Su's so-called minor inventions. Old He, do you still regard minor inventions? Of course. Little Luo, come take a look too. He Long shot Su Bai a glare, pulling out a pair of reading glasses from his pocket to examine the documents on the table. Su Bai leaned against the wall, arms crossed, appearing nonchalant. All the knowledge contained within had long been transmitted to his mind, not as mere data transfer, but rather fully integrated into his understanding. As He Long and Luo Jun perused the documents, their expressions grew increasingly serious, and their eyes sparkled with intensity. Old He, this is surprising. I never anticipated employing such an approach. No wonder we've been unable to achieve it. Indeed, this design is theoretically feasible. He Long's hands trembled, and his lips quivered. Feasible. There's a substantial probability of realization. This is the assembly diagram and principle of the lithography machine. If we follow the logic outlined here, the 06NA lithography machine stands a genuine chance of being realized. Luo Jun looked up at the composed Su Bai, his eyes filled with disbelief. What manner of being is this young man? Despite having provided some blueprints previously, they paled in comparison to this lithography machine blueprint. What astonished Luo Jun even more was that this young man was merely in his 20s, even if he had been studying since birth. It seemed implausible for him to possess such extensive knowledge. Could it be that true genius exists in this world? Is this the disparity between individuals? Academician Su. Is this truly the design blueprint you devised during your moments of ennui? Indeed, it was during my time driving for a ride-hailing service. Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smirk, reminiscent of a wayward son. Academician Luo, the paramount task at hand is to bring this blueprint to fruition, rather than to investigate its origins. Wouldn't you agree? Xiao Luo, we must place absolute trust in Academician Su. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for him to provide us with those blueprints previously. Meanwhile, he Long tidied up the documents. Academician Su, I wish to take these documents back for a thorough examination. Would that be permissible? Certainly. There is no inconvenience in that, after all. I too share the blood of dragons, being a descendant of the dragon. Su Bai readily consented. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, He Long was momentarily taken aback. Ah, what a splendid proclamation of being a descendant of dragons. In the next moment, He Long slowly bowed. Academician Su, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the entire nation. No, He Lao, you are being overly formal. Su Bai quickly supported He Long, preventing him from bowing. Such a grand gesture is beyond my merit. If you continue this way, I shall have to retract these blueprints, you know. Very well, as you wish. Su Bai's actions elevated He Long's esteem for him, causing him to clutch the documents tightly to his chest, then turning to Luo Jun. With these design blueprints in hand, we must conquer some additional technologies next. Additional technologies? Su Bai squinted slightly. He Lao, do share your thoughts. I shall see if I can delve further into this. One remark left Luo Jun once again questioning the very fabric of his existence. Listening to Su Bai, it seemed as though researching a technology was as simple as purchasing a head of cabbage. Must it be so effortlessly articulated? It left him in doubt about what he had accomplished over the years. Academician Su, given your ability to develop such high-quality lithography machine blueprints, I trust you possess some understanding of the Amos company as well. At this, He Long's expression turned somewhat disheartened. Over the years, Amos company has essentially monopolized the global top-tier lithography machine industry, generating profits exceeding $40 billion annually solely from lithography machines. Yet, the reality involves numerous technologies and patents. To manufacture such high-standard lithography machines, high-quality lenses, and extreme ultraviolet technology, among others, are imperative. Ahem, Su Bai lightly coughed, interrupting He Long's discourse. He Lao, what was it you mentioned? Lenses, correct? Su Bai turned around, rummaging through a storage box for a moment before producing a stack of documents. My wife mentioned wanting a high-definition lens, so I researched it during my idle time. Do take a look and see if it might be of use. He Long gasped. Taking the documents from Su Bai, He Long flipped through them briefly. Huh. He Long took a deep breath, striving to compose his emotions, and inquired eagerly, what about extreme ultraviolet technology? Ah, I also took a look at that. It should be in the box as well. Su Bai turned once more, searching for a moment before retrieving another stack of documents. Gulp. He Long stared at the storage box, swallowing hard, realizing that Su Bai's leisurely research had yielded more than one small invention. Academician Su, might this storage box be of use? No, this is merely a little invention of mine. I plan to surprise my wife with it. Su Bai shook his head. He Lao, the remaining contents are trivial documents. I intend to explore some small inventions related to infants next, as you know. My wife is expecting. Academician Su, is it not somewhat excessive to research small inventions for an infant? Luo Jun interjected, unable to contain himself. No. You do not understand. In this vast world, my soon-to-be-born treasure is of utmost importance. Su Bai extended a finger, shaking it. In my heart, my wife and her unborn child take precedence above all else. Academician Su. Enough, Xiao Luo. Academician Su has already given us ample support. And some matters must unfold naturally. He Long interjected coldly, turning to Su Bai. Academician Su, we cannot accept your developed design blueprints without offering something in return. Do you have any requests? Su Bai rubbed his nose. He Lao, since you inquired, I shall not hold back. I wish to acquire shares. Chapter 87. The Era of Sparks. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Shares. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, He Long was momentarily stunned. Ordinarily, in such cases involving technical patents, the state opts for a buyout approach. Acquiring shares is not unheard of, but very few choose this route. Academician Su, are you certain? Yes. This time I intend to invest in the development of lithography machines. I believe no one is more qualified than I in this field. And my involvement will surely yield greater efficiency. Su Bai asserted with conviction. After all, this represents a substantial opportunity, although the design blueprints will be provided to the state. His willingness to participate is certainly preferable. It is not unfeasible. However, I am curious about the profit margins you seek, Academician Su. He Long pondered for a moment before agreeing to Su Bai's investment. After all, the state is quite generous towards technical talents. Moreover, having someone as indispensable as Su Bai involved ensures that any future issues in the realization of lithography machines can be resolved more swiftly. 70%. I want 70% of all lithography machines produced from my designs. Su Bai grinned widely, expressing his demands. What? 70%? He Long was instantaneously taken aback. Academician Su. I fear I cannot acquiesce to such a request, as the production of lithography machines also involves labor and time costs, whereas your blueprints. He Long found himself at a loss for words. Agreeing was impossible, yet the significance of the design blueprints was undeniable. He Lao. Business is a matter of give and take. At least engage a little more in the conversation. Su Bai could not help but chuckle. This is the flaw of researchers. If you engage them on technical matters, they could speak for days, yet when it comes to matters of profit, individuals like He Long falter completely. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, He Long's eyes brightened, and he began to contemplate the costs and profit margins associated with lithography machines. After a moment, He Long slowly replied, Academician Su, I can agree to a maximum of 20%. That is the utmost I can decide. Deal. Before He Long could finish his sentence, Su Bai grasped He Long's hands in agreement. This, Academician Su. He Long was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt both that Su Bai's response was too rapid and that perhaps he had spoken too hastily himself. Internally conflicted, he experienced an inexplicable sensation akin to purchasing a piece of calligraphy, where the seller initially quoted 999, then, upon countering with 999, immediately accepted. Nevertheless, He Long was genuinely touched by Su Bai's straightforwardness. After all, some large international technology companies command fees exceeding 50% based solely on their technology. He Lao, are you unwilling? Su Bai teased with a smile. 20% was, in fact, close to his own estimation. Unwilling? How could I possibly be unwilling? He Long decisively confirmed. Xiao Luo, upon our return, draft a contract so we can finalize this matter directly with Academician Su. No problem. I will organize it immediately upon our return. Luo Jun readily agreed, his gaze towards Su Bai brimming with gratitude. He Lao, may I inquire? What are your plans regarding the research and production of lithography machines moving forward? Su Bai asked curiously. After all, the domestic research on lithography machines diverges significantly from the blueprints he possesses. If one wishes to manufacture a lithography machine based on the provided blueprints, it would signify a completely new beginning, akin to embarking on an entirely fresh project. He Long furrowed his brow slightly. Academician Su, to be candid, before arriving in the Magic City, I had already conferred with my superiors. If there are no discrepancies with the design blueprints, we intend to establish a new department dedicated solely to the production of this type of lithography machine. Furthermore, these blueprints hold immense significance. To prevent any potential leaks of confidential information, we plan to implement a closed production process, and we have designated this operation with the code name, Era of Sparks. Upon hearing the phrase Era of Sparks, Su Bai felt a surge of exhilaration. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Elder He, since this is a new initiative, I believe we should recruit some talented students from various universities, ensuring that our lithography machines can undergo continuous innovation and transformation. After all, the future belongs to the youth, and your guidance will expedite their growth. Upon hearing Su Bai's elucidation, He Long could not help but clap his hands. Excellent. Academician Su and I share the same vision. I had indeed planned to incorporate more newcomers into this project. Xiao Luo, arrange it for tomorrow. We must hasten our pace and strive to bring this state-of-the-art lithography machine to fruition ahead of schedule. Let us pause for a moment. I'll discuss this with my superiors later. If feasible, we can directly issue documents to the top universities to solicit eligible young talents. Luo Jun nodded in understanding, his gaze shifting towards another storage box in the basement. Academician Su, do you have any idea what is contained in that other storage box? Some semi-finished inventions. I'll contact you once they are completed, Su Bai replied, his heart racing, though his expression remained unperturbed. One cannot achieve great things all at once. Some matters must be set aside for the time being. After all, moderation is key. He long regarded Su Bai with a peculiar expression. Chuckling softly without pressing further. Academician Su, I shall take these documents back to the capital for now. I am eager to convene a detailed study on them. Elder He, are you in such a hurry? Why not stay for a cup of tea? Su Bai suggested, attempting to detain him. He long waved his hand dismissively. No, I wouldn't want to intrude. By the way, do you think we should arrange for that person beside you? Su Bai pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Elder He, perhaps you should withdraw these soldiers. Since the items have been taken away, they likely won't be targeting me anymore. Absolutely not. Your safety is paramount, He long firmly rejected. What a jest. If anything were to happen to Academician Su, it would indeed be a loss to the nation. Elder He, trust me, I have other arrangements. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, and those plainclothes operatives outside should be withdrawn as well. Otherwise, I will have difficulty managing things. Are you certain? Sensing Su Bai's insistence, He long cast a puzzled glance at him. Yes, I appreciate your concern, Elder He. Su Bai nodded. He was genuinely touched by He Long's immediate care and arrangements. However, having those soldiers linger in the neighborhood would unduly disrupt daily life and interfere with Su Bai's plans. Very well, He Long acquiesced. Nodding. I personally still recommend you ensure your family is settled. After all, you are quite the prominent figure now. Rest assured, Elder He, I am fully aware of everything. Then I shall take my leave. Do remember to visit the capital when you have a moment. There are shares awaiting you. Of course. Chapter 88. The security team. Upon returning to his 3-bedroom apartment, Su Bai glanced down from the balcony. The soldiers in the community were orderly retreating, and the armored vehicles were gradually departing. Phew. Su Bai exhaled a long breath, astonished that his daughter's search for hidden money had unearthed the basement secrets. Now, many eyes were on him, thrusting him into the public eye. As for safety, Su Bai narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze towards the 2 bedrooms. Retrieving his phone to scroll through his contacts, dialing a number. In the primeval forests of the southwestern region, a group of young men clad in black were fervently conducting inspections, numbering perhaps over 500. At the forefront stood 2 men and 1 woman. One man bore a scar across his face, another had a dragon tattoo winding up his right arm, while the woman sported a red rose tattoo beneath her left collarbone. Buzz, the phone in the dragon's pocket vibrated suddenly. He pulled it out and was momentarily taken aback. Dragon, what's the matter? The scarred man inquired with curiosity, having never seen the dragon display such an expression in the year and a half they had been together. The boss is calling, the dragon replied. The boss? The woman, previously focused on training, abruptly turned her head. He is finally contacting us. It must be serious. I'll see what the situation is. The dragon answered as he connected the call. Boss. After a brief moment, the dragon hung up. What did the boss say? The woman eagerly asked. Are we finally getting a chance to stretch our legs? Unfortunately not. The boss wants us to act as bodyguards. The dragon pointed ahead. Let us send the scarred man and his elite team of 30. I want to go. The woman immediately interjected. The boss specifically requested the scarred man. He mentioned we have other arrangements for the 2 of us later, the dragon explained. He is doing it again. The woman scoffed, stepping forward to issue orders. Everyone, listen up. Today we'll train an extra 20 kilometers. The dragon and the scarred man exchanged glances, shaking their heads. The woman still has that temperament. Be careful on this mission. Understood. The scarred man nodded, as stiff as a statue. Is it any wonder the boss chose you? You are the least likely to encounter problems. You should lead your team out in an hour. The dragon teased with a smile, observing the scarred man's demeanor. In the living room, Su Bai ended the call, a slight smile gracing his lips. This group was originally an unintentional decision, but it had unexpectedly proven useful today. With their protection, there should be no issues. After all, the personnel from the most reputable security company in the country had been dispatched from here since last year. Husband, have you resolved everything? Lin Qianyu and Fang Qing emerged from the bedroom, holding a keyboard. During this period, Lin Qianyu had thoroughly explained the situation to Fang Qing. Yes, it's all sorted. Su Bai beckoned to Lin Qianyu. Wife, let me hear if the baby has kicked you. Husband, it's still too early. You won't hear anything for at least 6 to 7 months. Lin Qianyu chuckled, covering her mouth. 6 to 7 months, huh? Su Bai mused, extending his fingers to count. That is still quite a while. I can hardly wait to see our baby enter this world. Xiao Su, you has shared the details with me. I never imagined you were such a modest scientist. Fang Qing observed Su Bai anew. Initially, she thought her son-in-law was reliable, albeit lacking in wealth, as long as he treated her daughter well. But now, her son-in-law turned out to be a low-key millionaire, with hidden funds that surpassed ordinary levels. To top it off, he was a scientist who had developed intricate designs for cutting-edge lithography machines. Was this truly the same obedient son-in-law she had known? Fang Qing scrutinized Su Bai once more, feeling an inexplicable premonition. What she now knew was likely just the tip of the iceberg regarding her son-in-law's capabilities. Just some whimsical inventions. It's all a coincidence, Su-bai replied with a grin. Husband, who is this esteemed guest you mentioned? Lin Qianyu asked, recalling her encounter with Su-bai on his way to the basement, during which she had not seen him. The esteemed director of the Imperial Capital Institute, Helong, had previously conferred upon me the honorary title of academician by a twist of fate. Upon learning of my successful research into lithography machines, he hurried over without delay. Helong, Lin Qianyu exclaimed, casting a wistful glance at Su-bai. He is a titan in our nation's scientific community, darling. Come clean. Are you perhaps the kind of villainous big boss one might find in a television drama? Fool, even if I were, I would be a righteous one, Su-bai replied, ruffling his hair with a smile. You need only to remember that my most significant identity is being your husband, and that suffices. Very well, Lin Qianyu said, her nose twitching slightly. Regardless, I find you increasingly inscrutable. However, I can sense your love for me, and that is enough. To claim I felt no sense of grievance would be untrue. Such matters would be intolerable for anyone. Recent investigations into private funds had revealed far too many surprises, and Lin Qianyu had developed a sort of immunity, allowing her to maintain her current mindset. My dear, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you. If you agree, how about we take some time in the next few days to move? Su-bai raised an eyebrow and inquired. Although we had arranged for protection, the security at the Imperial Capital Villa was far superior to that of our current community. Is it so soon? Lin Qianyu pondered for a moment before quickly acquiescing. I will heed your wishes, dear. Perhaps we could bring my parents along to live with us, Su-bai suggested, turning to Fong Qing. Mother, you see, Qianyu is pregnant and inexperienced in many matters. Your presence would certainly put my mind at ease. There's no need to trouble yourself so. I'll simply visit on weekends to stay with you two little ones. I fear you might feel uncomfortable living together. So it's best for your father and me to remain here, Fong Qing replied with a gentle wave of her hand. After all, generational gaps could foster misunderstandings over time, and while a day or two might be manageable, prolonged cohabitation could lead to discord. Distance creates beauty. As things stand now, it is quite pleasant. Mother, just come to keep me company. Su-bai can cook for you, Lin Qianyu said, playfully grasping Fong Qing's hand. My dear, allow your father and me some space. I'll make sure to visit more often, Fong Qing remarked thoughtfully. Su-bai, meanwhile, was lost in contemplation. If Fong Qing was unwilling, it was certain that his own parents would feel the same way. After all, the dynamics between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law were a delicate art. Over time, discomfort would arise between the two generations. It appeared that acquiring 2 additional residences at the Imperial Capital Villa would be necessary to fundamentally resolve the issue. After all, Su-bai was not lacking in financial resources. Chapter 89. The Little Secrets of the Keyboard. My dear, what do you need a keyboard for? Su-bai inquired. Observing Lin Qianyu's relentless fiddling with her keyboard, curiosity piqued. It was worth noting that this wireless pink keyboard had been purchased by Lin Qianyu just a month prior. Upon hearing Su-bai's question, Lin Qianyu recalled her purpose for coming out. Darling, this keyboard has malfunctioned. Could you take a look? She pouted. Just now, while my mother was napping, I played a round of League of Legends out of boredom, and during a crucial moment of dragon stealing, it failed me. The mere thought of it further fueled Lin Qianyu's ire. It was this dragon that turned our favorable position into a disadvantage, leading to our loss in the game. This keyboard has always functioned well, but when it mattered most, it let me down. Both the damn keys are broken, preventing me from executing a crucial combo. I've even attempted to pry the keys off, yet there was no response. I wonder if the springs are faulty? She lamented. The damn keys were pivotal summoner skills in the game, and losing them would diminish one's capabilities by at least 80%, especially for champions reliant on flash abilities. The predicament was truly dire. A malfunctioning keyboard? As he gazed at the pink device in Lin Qianyu's hands, Su-bai suddenly had an epiphany and quickly responded, My dear, I'm not a keyboard repairman. If it's broken, we can simply replace it. Yet this pink keyboard took me ages to choose. I just want to fix it, Lin Qianyu replied, her expression one of grievance. Darling, you can repair umbrellas, dismantle security windows, and lay flooring. I believe this little keyboard will pose no challenge for you, right? Fong Qing, observing Su-bai's troubled demeanor, immediately comprehended the situation. This child must have hidden her private funds within the keyboard, demonstrating an impressive knack for concealment. Just as she was about to interject, Lin Qianyu continued, Darling, do you truly wish for your already pregnant wife to take matters into her own hands? The baby is listening. This remark made Su-bai surrender. Though he attempted one last negotiation, how about I buy you 10 identical keyboards instead? Lin Qianyu gazed into Su-bai's eyes, contemplating her response before saying, But I lost that game. I want to take it apart. With a deep breath, Su-bai conceded, Very well, regardless of the outcome. Whether the keyboard can be repaired or not, please do not be upset. Okay, I want to be upset. All right, wait for me a moment. With that, Subai approached the drawer of the television cabinet, retrieving a red, exquisite toolbox, from which he extracted a small Phillips screwdriver. Gently taking the pink keyboard from Lin Qianyu, he began to carefully disassemble it. Before long, all the screws on the back of the keyboard were removed, and Subai lifted the rear cover. To his astonishment, the interior was stuffed with small bundles of cash. The very reason for Lin Qianyu's keyboard malfunction was that one of the bills had become lodged between the two keys, causing them to lose connection. Now, with all the money extracted, Subai could reassemble the keyboard, and it would remain functional. As he removed the last of the cash, he heard a faint grinding sound. Lin Qianyu's eyes were fixated on the money scattered on the floor, muttering under her breath, "I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Dear, you promised the baby you wouldn't be upset," Subai reminded her. "Being angry is not good for the baby. This money has been there for a month." "Am I angry?" "I'm not angry at all," Lin Qianyu replied, taking a couple of deep breaths. "I just suddenly find myself disliking this keyboard. My dear, who would have thought that you'd hide your private funds within the very keyboard I use daily? Your ingenuity and audacity are truly remarkable. Indeed, if one lacked courage, they would hardly dare to craft an umbrella from gold, nor would they transform diamonds into marbles. If one were timid, they certainly wouldn't hide their private funds in their wife's work chair and flip-flops, used daily." Understanding this, Lin Qianyu felt a sense of relief. "Humph. I'm only upset because your hidden funds caused me to lose a crucial match, and it was a master-level qualifier." Subai shot her a quizzical glance. "Dear, you must come clean. Did you hire a booster? When did you reach the Diamond Master rank? You were always at silver and occasionally made it to gold with my help." "Humph. That's only because you never cared about me. My skill level is indeed master tier." Lin Qianyu cast another glance at the pink keyboard and the stash of money on the floor. "Darling, that money on the floor belongs to me now. I'm planning to purchase a black keyboard, so you can have this pink one. If you wish to continue hiding your stash within the keyboard, that's entirely up to you." Ahem, Subai nearly choked on Lin Qianyu's words. Only a fool would choose to hide money in that keyboard again. Who knows if she might pull a surprise attack on him every day? In that case, Subai would be at a loss as to whom to lament to. "My dear, rest assured, I shall never again hide money in the keyboard." "Huh?" Lin Qianyu paused, slightly bewildered. "Are you implying that if it's not in the keyboard, it must be hidden elsewhere?" It appeared that their home harbored many more mysterious locations, and she felt compelled to conduct a thorough investigation with the vast online community. Suddenly, Lin Qianyu recalled something and quickly added, "Darling, do we have anything like a basement at home? If so, you must inform me in advance. Otherwise, it would truly be terrifying." "No, there shouldn't be anything like that." Subai rubbed his nose. "I typically do not keep such things at home." Lin Qianyu replied. Ahem. Subai's remark left both women momentarily speechless. Indeed, being a scientist was merely one facet of this man. "My dear, have you become stronger since you might be carrying a baby? I've conducted hundreds of keystroke tests in the past, and it's unusual for there to be issues with the keyboard's responsiveness." As he assembled the keyboard, Subai inquired with curiosity. "I'm not sure, but my emotions seem to be more easily stirred." Lin Qianyu reflected, struggling to recall if she had ever done anything excessive to the keyboard. Easily stirred emotions. Subai silently noted in his little notebook before pressing his ear against Lin Qianyu's belly. "My little one, hurry and come out. Daddy can hardly wait to meet you." No, you should emerge at the appropriate time in 10 months, and I will take good care of you and your mother." Chapter 90. The return of the inept ally. The following morning, Subai slowly opened his eyes under the gentle rays of sunlight. Observing Lin Qianyu, who lay peacefully asleep beside him, he tenderly caressed her belly and gently placed a kiss upon her forehead. This was the life he had always desired. Last night, both sets of parents, along with his brother-in-law, gathered together, discussing everything from daily care tips for Lin Qianyu to potential names for their future child. Conversing from 7 o'clock until 10, Subai felt truly relieved when he received a text from Scar, indicating that matters were settled, allowing both sets of parents to return to their own homes. After all, if safety were not assured, Subai would have undoubtedly sought ways to have them stay the night. "Honey," Lin Qianyu stirred slightly, her nose twitching as if she had experienced a nightmare. She turned over, wrapping her arms around Subai's neck, her body pressed closely against his. "Darling, I love you." "Silly, I love you too." Subai gently caressed Lin Qianyu's face, his movements tender and soft. Lin Qianyu nestled her head against Subai's chest, fully awake now. "Darling, I'm hungry. I want warm milk and a sandwich for breakfast." "Just wait, I'll prepare that for you." Subai pinched Lin Qianyu's little nose and slowly extricated himself from her embrace. "We'll get up and wash up in 20 minutes. "Okay, a kiss, dear." An hour later, the couple savored a delightful breakfast. As usual, Lin Qianyu sprawled on the sofa, ready to start her live broadcast. "Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Lin, the beauty. Good morning, streamer. Streamer, I'm here to gossip. I saw many soldiers gathering in your neighborhood yesterday. What was the outcome? Please share the details. I came across a news article stating that the government is recruiting young researchers from all universities. I wonder if it has anything to do with the incident involving by yesterday. I received an email from my teacher asking if I would like to try working with a lithography machine. It must be related. Wow. It seems Bai really has designed a top-tier lithography machine. That's impressive. I realize now that I underestimated Bai. I thought he was just a nouveau riche. But he is actually a scientist. Remarkable. Gazing at the flood of comments, Lin Qianyu waved her hand. All right, everyone. Enough gossip. Just know that he is my husband. Streamer. Are we continuing today? I want to see if Bai has any hidden identities. Guys, are we being too excessive? It's fine. I'm merely a troublemaker online. After tidying up the kitchen, Su Bai joined Lin Qianyu, leaning his head into the camera's view. My dear, are the viewers in your live stream all praising me for my handsome demeanor? Simply put, my charm? Bai, think about what the initials of handsome would spell out. Bai is indeed quite handsome. I'm only a fraction less so. Ahem. As Su Bai observed the barrage of comments, he couldn't help but clear his throat. No wonder you all adore me. It turns out we are of the same ilk. Honey, your ego is rather inflated. I assent it? Lin Qianyu felt a bit flustered upon hearing Su Bai's words. Ding dong. The doorbell rang abruptly. Honey, did you invite someone? No. I've only arranged to meet with Sister Chu Xian, but that as for tomorrow, Lin Qianyu shook her head. I'll check. As Su Bai approached the door, his expression darkened upon seeing the person on the screen. Why is it her? On the screen stood a man and a woman, the Jiangnan couple. By go. Yalan heard that Qianyu is pregnant, so we thought we'd come and take a look. We even brought a gift for Qianyu. Upon hearing that Yalan was bringing a gift for Lin Qianyu, Su Bai's expression darkened further. The last time it involved a metal detector, which had caused him a loss of several million. What kind of gift did they intend to bring this time to ruin him again? It's a gift for the little one, Jiangnan quickly added when he noticed Su Bai's lack of response. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, dubious. But since they were already downstairs, he felt compelled to welcome them. A moment later, Jiangnan appeared at the door, carrying 2 bags of fruit, while Yalan brought several bags of baby clothes. Qianyu, I didn't expect you to be ahead of me. Upon entering, Yalan eagerly approached Lin Qianyu. Let me see if your belly has grown. Have you experienced any unusual symptoms since getting pregnant? Yalan, it's only been a short time. How could it have changed so quickly? Lin Qianyu chuckled teasingly. I told you, you wouldn't understand. Hurry up and convince Jiangnan to join you in this endeavor. I'm already working on it. I'll try to conceive in 2 months. I've been making him take folic acid. As for having children, Yalan was not averse. After all, they had been married for 2 years, and seeing peers posting baby photos made her yearn for a child as well. Furthermore, as her best friend, she wished to share the experience of motherhood with Lin Qianyu around the same time, so they could navigate the joys of parenting together. Meanwhile, as Jiangnan entered the house, he made a beeline for the bathroom. After a moment of discomfort, he strolled out leisurely. By go. I didn't expect your front door to be hollow. Won't the sound insulation be poor? Upon hearing Jiangnan's comment, Su Bai's eyelid twitched. It's not a problem. It's just the 2 of us. So sound insulation isn't a concern. Oh, is it hollow? Lin Qianyu turned her head to glance at the bedroom door. Jiangnan, you can actually see this? She had just knocked and found the sound somewhat peculiar. Jiangnan scratched his head. Normally, it should be solid. After all, hollow ones tend to be of inferior quality. At that moment, Jiangnan was entirely oblivious to Su Bai's murderous glare beside him. This damn fool is certainly talking too much. Su Bai hurriedly interjected. Is that so? I must have been deceived. I'll have to confront the seller later. Honey, there's no need for that. After all, it has served us well for so many years. Upon hearing Su Bai's intent to confront the seller, Lin Qianyu quickly intervened. Only Yalan raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Qianyu, do you think there might be an issue with this door? What issue could there possibly be? They all look the same, Lin Qianyu started to say, only to suddenly realize something was off. Yalan, are you suggesting that the reason this door is hollow is to conceal hidden savings? Honey, is that true? Lin Qianyu turned to Su Bai. Jiangnan, sensing he had landed himself in deep trouble, quickly chimed in. I just remembered. Usually they are hollow. After all, how could a door costing $1,000 be made of solid wood? Most are constructed with layers inside. Jiangnan, Yalan shot him a glare. Keep on fabricating. Oh. Su Bai sighed. I never anticipated encountering such a foolish ally. My dear wife, there indeed lies my stash of secret savings inside. Chapter 91. How about I arrange a cash counting machine for you? Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Lin Qianyu surveyed her surroundings. Darling, could it be that every place I see is built upon the foundation of your hidden savings? How could that be? How much savings could I possibly have? I am not a money printing machine, Su Bai hastily denied. There is just a little bit concealed within the door. This scene left the live stream audience in fits of laughter. I think it's entirely plausible, given the amount of secret savings. I would believe it if he claimed he was running a bank. Goodness, this is yet another ingenious hiding spot following the wall coverings. It can even be concealed within the door. Wait a moment, I'm going to knock on my own door to see if there's anything unusual. Yi. I loathe you. At this rate, there will be no place left for my secret savings. Honey, should you do it, or shall I? Lin Qianyu pointed towards the bedroom door. Wife, let us just forget it. After all, it's not a huge amount. Don't. I want to see just how much secret savings my husband has hidden. Lin Qianyu quickly adopted a charming tone. Please fulfill the wishes of your little darling. Seeing Lin Qianyu's determination, Su Bai pursed his lips. All right, Jiang Nan, since you discovered this, you'll have to lend a hand. Brother Bai. I truly didn't mean to. I was just curious. Jiang Nan dared not meet Su Bai's gaze, recalling how his wife had once brought home a metal detector. And now he had inadvertently exposed Su Bai's hiding spot. It was indeed an embarrassing return home, an embarrassment compounded by having to open the door. Relax. It's just a small amount. Su Bai reassured Jiang Nan with a pat on the shoulder, then headed into the kitchen to grab a large toolbox. Come on. This is quite the endeavor. Just help me move a small stool, otherwise I won't be able to reach up there. At the entrance of the guest room, Su Bai retrieved a metal sheet from the toolbox, saying, Fortunately, I left a way out during the installation, so I won't have to dismantle the whole door. He then stepped onto the stool. Jiang Nan, steady it at the bottom. I'm afraid it might topple over. Once Jiang Nan was ready, Su Bai inserted the metal sheet into the upper corner. Indeed, as Jiang Nan indicated, this door is made of composite board, and I had modified it specifically to conceal my secret savings. As soon as the metal sheet was inserted into the gap, the door frame creaked and loosened. Hold it steady, lower it slowly, Su Bai instructed urgently, carefully prying the door frame open, while Jiang Nan gently supported it from below. Moments later, with their combined efforts, the door frame was placed on the ground. Su Bai, do you call this a small amount? Yalan exclaimed, her jaw dropping in shock as she saw the gap filled with money. Goodness, it looks like more than what was hidden behind the wall coverings. Brother Bai is still Brother Bai. Is this a long-term conspiracy? Isn't he worried about it being eaten by bugs? This wooden door should have undergone pest-proof treatment, so there's no need for concern. Qianyu, I'll retrieve the money. You keep count, Yalan said, reaching in to pull out a handful of cash. While Lin Qianyu counted in the background. Yalan, take it slow, I might miscount. Is there more? Not yet. Honey, just how much have you put inside the door? Half an hour later, the two women were breathless, one digging out money, the other counting it to the point of existential doubt. Given the mix of denominations, the calculations were exceedingly complex, to the extent that Lin Qianyu resorted to using a calculator for assistance. Wife, take your time. There's still the door in the master bedroom. Su Bai, observing Lin Qianyu's serious counting, couldn't help but tease her. Su Bai, you rascal. Lin Qianyu put down the bills. I'm done counting for today. After all, it's all mine. I'll sort it out later when I have time. How about I arrange a cash counting machine for you? Su Bai jested. Qianyu, I'll help you count. Yalan could no longer stand by idly and immediately began assisting with the counting. Now that we've discovered the man's hidden savings, we must tally it all up. Yalan, you're absolutely right. Let us revel in this painful yet joyous endeavor. Goodness, I too wish for a life of such bittersweetness, one that continues endlessly. This sort of indulgence isn't something just anyone can possess. Unlike bank employees, who can only count, they cannot possess. Here, we can count and directly pocket it. How blissful. All right, since you already know the location of my secret savings, let me retrieve the other one as well. Su Bai beckoned Jiang Nan. Let us continue. A short while later, Su Bai and Jiang Nan managed to extract all the money and piled it before the two women, then proceeded to reassemble the door. Wife, Jiang Nan and I will go buy some groceries. Let us have lunch together. Go ahead, Lin Qianyu replied without looking up, her hands swiftly counting the bills. As soon as Su Bai and Jiang Nan left, Yalan discovered a peculiar black object amidst the pile of money. Qianyu, what do you think this is? Lin Qianyu took it and noticed it had two buttons on top. When pressed, a red light illuminated. It appeared to be a remote control. But our home hardly has any smart devices. What could it be for? Lin Qianyu squinted. Could it be for the new house? But aren't those usually linked to a smartphone? It doesn't seem like it's for residential use. It resembles something, but I can't quite place it. Yalan picked up her phone and employed an app to identify the object. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu waved the black remote at the live stream audience. Family. Does anyone recognize what this is? Host. That looks like a remote control for a roller shutter door. Yes, it's commonly used in warehouses or garages. It's either for a curtain or a roller door, only those two options. There's a possibility it could be for a shopping mall. I used this remote when I worked security at a mall, Otherwise, operating that door manually would be too exhausting. The viewers in the live stream chimed in, each suggesting it was a remote for some door or window. Beside her, Yalan identified the remote control through her phone. Qianyu. It's highly likely the roller shutter door of a garage. Does your family own a garage? No. I remember you only have a parking space. Lin Qianyu pondered for a moment and shook her head. What about a storage room? Does your community have a similar space? As long as it utilizes a roller shutter door, Yalan pressed on. A roller shutter door? Let me think. Lin Qianyu recalled the layout of the community. Aside from the row of shops along the street, there seemed to be no other places that employed roller shutter doors. Let us go take a look, Yalan said, her eagerness bubbling beneath the surface. Unbeknownst to them, their unintentional actions would unveil a significant secret. Lin Qianyu frowned. Perhaps I should ask Subai. After all, the incident in the basement left me feeling quite apprehensive. Silly, we could just not go live, right? That seems feasible. This live-streaming beauty friend of the host is quite unreliable. Good things are meant to be shared. Indeed, I want to see what other identities Bai has. No way. How can you indulge alone? Chapter 92. Some special photos. Yalan, do you really think this is the remote control for the shop's roller shutter? After much persuasion from Yalan, Lin Qianyu ultimately shut down the live stream, and the two made their way to a row of shops at the community entrance. I think it's quite possible. That guy Subai managed to buy a house and a basement behind your back. Adding another shop shouldn't be surprising. Yalan squinted knowingly. Qianyu, your man is not an ordinary person. In the past, Subai had struck Yalan as honest and obedient. However, through the ongoing tales from Jiangnan, Subai's image morphed into that of a playboy and a scoundrel. This impression solidified in Yalan's mind after discovering Subai had hidden a stash of money. Yet, upon learning yesterday that Subai had also developed design blueprints for a lithography machine, Yalan began to question her previous judgments. How could someone so seemingly disreputable produce such designs? The truth was singular. Things were not as simple as they appeared. Perhaps the man in her own home was the one with issues. Hearing Yalan's words, Lin Qianyu nodded in agreement. I know my husband is quite extraordinary, but I believe he is a good man and a wonderful father. If Subai were not a good person, he could not have been so devoted to me for 2 years. If he wasn't a good man, he wouldn't have submitted the design blueprints to the state. If he weren't a good father, he wouldn't have reacted with such excitement upon learning of my pregnancy. Lin Qianyu picked up the remote in her hand and pressed it against one of the shops, but nothing happened. Qianyu, we should look for an inactive shop, Yalan suggested, pointing to a nearby shop that was open. That makes sense, Lin Qianyu said, scanning the row of shops, noting that only the last 2 or 3 were closed. 2 of them were plastered with red paper, boldly stating shop for lease. Lin Qianyu scoffed at it. A thriving shop for lease. If it were truly thriving, why close the doors? Do they think we're fools? Yalan, let's check the last one. Meanwhile, Subai drove Jiangnan to the vegetable market. By go for some reason. I have an ominous premonition. Jiangnan suddenly halted and turned to Subai. Subai narrowed his eyes, feeling a vague unease creeping in. Wait a moment. Let me check on sister-in-law's live stream. Jiangnan pulled out his phone and just in time caught sight of Lin Qianyu holding a remote control, preparing to close the stream. By go, it seems they found a black remote somewhere. Does this have anything to do with you? A black remote? Subai furrowed his brow. Perhaps it's for a television. A television? It doesn't quite look like that. It resembles a car key, Jiangnan recalled the live stream, noting the small black object in Lin Qianyu's hand. Damn, Subai suddenly exclaimed, how could I have forgotten this matter? Ever since learning of Lin Qianyu's pregnancy, his mind had been consumed with thoughts of the baby, causing him to lose focus on certain aspects. By go, what's wrong? Jiangnan asked, curious about Subai's sudden alarm, his own feeling of foreboding intensifying. Anan, do you remember the dormitory party from a year ago? The dormitory party a year ago? Jiangnan's memory flickered, and he suddenly recalled the events. By go, are you referring to that night? Yes, you got drunk and insisted on going to a club, and even ordered a few girls. Subai's frown deepened. If I recall correctly, our party's theme that night was bikini style, and we took some group photos. What? By go, are you saying you didn't destroy those photos and still have them? Jiangnan's expression turned to one of despair. Yes, I intended to destroy them, but you insisted on keeping them as a memento. However, you know I could never bring such photos home, so I just stored them all in a box in one room. Subai took a deep breath. Perhaps you need to find a way to divert the attention of these 2 women. A room? Jiangnan felt tears threatening to spill. By go, you can't be suggesting that remote controls that room, right? Subai nodded. Congratulations, you are correct. And that room is located in one of the shops at the entrance to our community. I didn't want to deal with the hassle, so I left it nearby. I should have been more prudent, avoiding any extreme actions. You, on the other hand, were quite affectionate with those bikini girls. However, these photos are just part of it. There's also a Maybach and several property certificates, and, There's also that top-of-the-line motorcycle you gifted me, the Yamaha R1, along with some other items I can't quite recall. The two men exchanged glances, wide-eyed. By goo, you've really put me in a terrible situation. Tonight, I'll likely have to kneel on a watermelon. Jiang Nan's face turned pale. And we didn't even do anything that night, did we? Their relationship was one of love and rivalry, truly a case of mutual harm. Jiang Nan had just stumbled upon Su Bai's hidden stash of money, and now Su Bai had thrown him a surprising twist. The most critical point was, at the last dormitory party, Jiang Nan, under the influence of alcohol, had not truly crossed any lines. It was merely a case of hands accidentally brushing inappropriately under the haze of intoxication. Sighing deeply, Su Bai lamented, of course. We are no longer children. Women only believe what they see. Do you think that after they see those photos, they will still believe you are pure? After all, for women, as long as they think we have done something, no amount of explanation will suffice. In their eyes, they are never wrong. Now, there are only two paths available. The first is to divert their attention, and the second is to jointly bear their wrath. However, I cannot be certain if an apology would even suffice. Su Bai felt equally frustrated about the items in that room. If he had known how things would turn out, he would have destroyed everything back then. Now, he had merely left himself with a handle. What to do? The sole consolation lies in the fact that I still retained a final vestige of conscience. That night, under Jiang Nan's persistent insistence, I refrained from making any excessive moves. As for Jiang Nan, he insisted on inviting a few girls, claiming it was a man's singles party for the night. As if that were not enough. He even took the initiative to invite those bikini-clad girls for a photo shoot. This decision spiraled into a significant predicament, for certain actions and poses were exceedingly peculiar and suggestive. If Yalan were to catch sight of those photos, Su Bai could already envision the aftermath in his mind. Chapter 93. The prize drawn was a 1,000 yuan voucher. Brother Bai, please show me the way. Until now, Jiang Nan understood that he could only devise a means to divert the attention of the two women. However, he was entirely at a loss regarding how to proceed, and thus turned to his steadfast ally, Su Bai. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, suggesting, how about this? You make a phone call to gauge their intentions, see what they decide to do next. If they plan to seek the origin of this remote control, then you must buy some time while I handle the disposal of these items. If they choose to wait for us at home, we can align our stories then. At this juncture, Su Bai felt a twinge of unease and added, never mind about the groceries. Let us hurry back to ascertain the situation. You make the call first. All right, I'll do it. Jiang Nan nodded, realizing it was indeed the most prudent course of action, and picked up his phone to dial Yalan. Darling, what's wrong? Soon. Yalan's voice came through the line. Dear, Brother Bai asked me to inquire if you and Qianyu have any particular dishes you crave. Jiang Nan did not directly ask, instead approaching the topic from the side to prevent arousing Yalan's suspicions. We'll eat whatever you buy. I thought there was some major issue. Yalan responded with a smile. Well, Qianyu is pregnant, so Brother Bai asked me to check in, given the extraordinary circumstances. All right, let me ask. A moment later, Yalan's voice returned. Qianyu said she wants pig liver, yellow flower fish, and tomatoes. Great, I'll head out to buy them. What are you two up to right now? You must be cautious at home. Jiang Nan casually posed a crucial question. Nothing much. Qianyu is live streaming, and I'm helping out on the side. All right, then there's nothing else. Just wait for your food. After hanging up, Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Su Bai. Brother Bai, fortunately, they haven't gone looking for the origin of that remote control. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Are you foolish? Your wife surely concocted an excuse. They must have finished the stream by now. They're likely at the community entrance. We must hurry over. Jiang Nan suddenly realized, his expression transforming into that of despair. Brother Bai, you must save me later. We'll assess the situation first, and then act according to my signal, Su Bai replied, feeling anxious himself, as he struggled to remember what he had stored in that place. At the community entrance, Yalan suggested, Qianyu, we must act swiftly. They will return shortly. Lin Qianyu nodded, pointing the remote at the last shop and pressing a button. With a series of mechanical clicks, the roll-up door slowly ascended. Qianyu, we actually guessed correctly. Yalan exclaimed with delight. Lin Qianyu, however, wore a complex expression as she gazed at the community. The house, the basement, the shop. If this trend continues, I wouldn't be surprised if the developer of this community turned out to be my husband. Yalan, let us go inside and take a look. Upon entering, with a click, the lights flickered on, revealing a luxurious Maybach and a top-tier motorcycle before their eyes. In addition, there were 2 cabinets, 3 storage boxes, and a pile of assorted items in the corner. Yalan blinked in astonishment, momentarily speechless. This. You'll get used to it. Lin Qianyu gently grasped Yalan's hand. Let us see what else we can find. 15 minutes later, Su Bai and Jiang Nan arrived at the community entrance in their car. We're still a step behind. Let us quietly check the situation. Subai noted, frustrated to see one of the shops already open in the distance. Brother Bai, you must help me. Jiangnan pleaded again. Rest assured, do you think Yalan would dare to harm you? She wouldn't dare. But I fear she might not let me sleep in bed tonight, or might keep me from getting out of bed. Jiangnan recalled some scenarios and felt a wave of dread wash over him. Not getting out of bed, wasn't he that your ultimate desire? Subai teased lightly. Brother Bai, as fellow men, you should understand. Some pleasures are sufficient once or twice, but if it happens 7 or 8 times in a row, that is truly overwhelming. Jiangnan lamented with tears in his eyes. That's your issue. I could manage 7 or 8 times. You brought this upon yourself with your reckless behavior. And now you regret it. Subai waved Jiangnan over. At this point, we can only look forward. Let us go, and remember what we agreed upon in the car. With that, Subai pointed towards the shop and led the way. Inside the shop, the two women had just finished sorting through the assorted items in the corner and were preparing to open the last 3 storage boxes. Based on their previous experience in the basement, the contents of these boxes were likely to be the most valuable. One could only wonder if they contained design blueprints or even more enticing items. Suddenly, Lin Qianyu sensed something amiss at the door and looked up. Husband, your timing is impeccable. Ahem, dear, do you believe this is merely coincidental? Subai cleared his throat. Humph, do you think I believe that? Lin Qianyu pouted. Husband, I've learned my lesson this time. I didn't stream live. However, Lin Qianyu pointed to the Maybach beside her. Husband, what is the story with this car? I used to worry about you driving that old clunker for ride-hailing. Subai and Jiangnan exchanged glances, quickly delivering the excuse they had prepared on the way. Dear, I can explain this. 6 months ago, Jiangnan and I were bored and had a cup of coffee, and there happened to be a raffle for a 500 yuan recharge. That day, I impulsively charged 500 yuan because I didn't wash my hands after using the restroom, and as a result, and then what happened? Lin Qianyu asked with an amused expression, keen to see how this man would elucidate the situation. Marriage is precisely what you see here. Subai gestured towards the Maybach. That day, I was in awe of myself, truly the chosen one, to win such a luxurious vehicle. Indeed, I was there too, Jiangnan quickly added, acting as a witness. Yet, Jiangnan's gaze frequently flitted toward the 3 storage boxes, wishing he could obliterate the evidence on the spot. Husband, be honest with me. Lin Qianyu pouted. What coffee shop could possibly have a Maybach as a prize? No one would believe that. Dear, just let me finish. Subai approached the Maybach, gently placing his hand on it. That day, I won a voucher worth 10,000 yuan for this car. Chapter 94. A box full of discs? A voucher? Upon hearing Subai's words, Lin Qianyu furrowed her brow. Don't tell me you bought a Maybach for a voucher. Dear, you are truly astute. Akin to a celestial being descending to earth, a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang with unparalleled foresight. Subai extended his thumb with enthusiasm. Just think about it. On that fateful day, I won the grand prize. It is the largest reward I have ever received in my life, a voucher worth 10,000 yuan. I must hold on to it tightly. He gestured towards the pristine Maybach ahead of him. After an intense internal struggle lasting 3 hours, my intuitive right brain ultimately triumphed over my rational left brain. Despite the pain in my heart, I made the decision to purchase this Maybach. Lin Qianyu was momentarily speechless. Yalan exclaimed in astonishment, oh my. Jiangnan interjected, on that day, I did my utmost to dissuade Brother Bai, believing it might be a scam. Yet, for the sake of that 10,000 yuan voucher, Brother Bai resolved to go through with it. Now that the car was already revealed, the pressing concern was to provide a plausible explanation. Jiangnan, please be quiet, Yalan shot him a glare. What a ridiculous excuse. Do they truly think we are children? Only a toddler would believe such nonsense. However, in the next moment, Yalan was taken aback once more as Subai directly approached the driver's seat and retrieved an item from the car's storage compartment. Darling, look. This is the very 10,000 yuan voucher I mentioned. Subai handed the voucher to Lin Qianyu. This had been Subai's contingency for the car, ensuring he had a reasonable explanation should it be discovered. Observing the astonished expressions on Lin Qianyu and Yalan's faces, Subai's lips curled slightly as he continued. My dear, I must say, the experience of riding in this car is entirely different from the vehicle I use for ride-hailing. It is remarkably comfortable. Can it possibly be the same? Lin Qianyu replied with skepticism. One is a modest ride-hailing car worth over 100,000, while the other is a 7-figure Maybach. Even a child could deduce they belong to entirely different leagues. Yet, as Lin Qianyu glanced at the voucher in her hand, which bore the cafe's signature and the date of the win, everything seemed logically sound. Nevertheless, gazing at Subai, Lin Qianyu's intuition hinted that something was amiss. When she first discovered the car, both Subai and Jiangnan had conveniently appeared before her, just in time to produce the voucher from the vehicle. Was it truly reasonable? My love, once the baby arrives, we can take this car to the mountaintop for camping, or perhaps venture to the countryside for a spring outing. If you desire, we could even drive to a secluded area with no one around to engage in something meaningful together. Subai deliberately shifted the topic, suggesting, "How about I take you for a ride right now?" Meanwhile, Yalan remained in a state of shock, her eyes wide as saucers. "Are you serious? Driving a Maybach to the countryside for a spring outing? And what meaningful activities?" She glanced at Jiang Nan, recalling past experiences, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Lin Qianyu exhaled deeply, gradually regaining her composure from the overwhelming shock, and tucked the voucher into her pocket. "Darling, I believe in you, but as for the ride, let's not rush. We can go later tonight. I'm not live streaming right now, so allow me to thoroughly investigate everything in this store first." Lin Qianyu chose not to pursue the origins of the motorcycle, but instead approached the 3 storage boxes. "Sister-in-law, how about we grab a bite to eat first, and then come back to examine these?" Jiang Nan suggested eagerly. "No need to hurry. I'm not hungry," Lin Qianyu replied. Seeing no way to divert the women's attention, Su Bai and Jiang Nan exchanged anxious glances, both feeling a sense of impending doom. The 2 women stood before the storage boxes, observing how they were meticulously wrapped in layers of transparent tape. "Qianyu, I suspect there might be something valuable inside, otherwise why would it be so securely protected?" Lin Qianyu nodded in agreement, pulling a small pair of scissors from her pocket. "We'll find out shortly." Even if the designs for the basement were carelessly stored in a box, the meticulous protection of these 3 boxes indicated that they contained something substantial. Subai furrowed his brow. Why does she carry scissors around? What is she planning? Suddenly, Subai shuddered, a chill running down his spine. With a swift motion, the top storage box, despite its tight seal, succumbed to the scissors with a soft tearing sound. The 2 women, brimming with excitement and curiosity, reached out to open the box. Their faces immediately flushed crimson as Lin Qianyu turned to Subai. "Is this something that requires such stringent protection?" "Indeed. What era are we in? It could simply be stored on a USB drive or in a system folder," Yalan echoed in confusion. "Right. Husband. Is your 300 Tang poems not sufficient? Why resort to CDs?" Inside the first storage box lay an entire collection of CDs, some adorned with images that were quite inappropriate, instantly recognizable to adults. "Ahem, I told you to go eat first," Jiang Nan said, momentarily relieved that the contents were not photographs. "These are merely some hobbies of men. After all, nothing beats the safety of the original CDs. Most of these were gifts from Anan." Subai remarked as he crouched down to pick up one of the CDs. "This was our Minter's first album, and if I recall correctly, she is Anan's favorite actress. But we are all adults, my dear. Surely you won't blame me for this." Upon hearing Subai's question, Lin Qianyu's face turned crimson. "Humph, I could never be angry. Of course, it's better for boys to be skilled," she added. Realizing why he was so knowledgeable, it was all thanks to these actresses' guidance. Yalan, too, held no resentment towards Jiang Nan. Instead, she began to admire the collection. Men learning a bit of knowledge is quite normal. What is this?" Yalan squinted, pulling out a black box from the storage container, which bore a sticky note with the words, "Tail and 3. "Tail and 3? Yalan frowned, feeling as though she had heard the name before. "Qianyu, do you know what this is?" Lin Qianyu took the black box, glancing at it. It was completely black, devoid of any distinguishing features. She shook her head. "No idea." "Darling, what is it?" Subai coughed awkwardly, unsure of how to explain. He could only gesture towards the stack of CDs in the box. "It's similar to those. They share a common theme, but it's in the form of a game." "Huh." Lin Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at the CDs. "There's a game like that?" Then, recalling something, her face turned even redder. "Darling, does that mean it's interactive?" As soon as Lin Qianyu said this, Subai felt a wave of shock wash over him. "It turns out, my wife has such a side." Beside her, Yalan's face was equally flushed. Yet her curiosity could not be contained. Can we play with that?" "Ahem, is it really that exhilarating?" Subai glanced at Lin Qianyu, then at Yalan. "Well, Yalan, I'll pass this on to Jiang Nan later, and you two can enjoy it at home. After all, some games are best played by 2 people. 4 players might be a bit too intense." "Exactly, my dear wife. If you wish to indulge, let's take our time at home. This game has plenty of treasures that can open up a new world for you," Jiang Nan chimed in eagerly. Although he and Su Bai were not blood brothers, their bond was akin to that of siblings. Nonetheless, such matters felt rather too audacious. "Honey, where did you acquire these items? I've never heard of them before." Lin Qianyu asked curiously once more, squatting down to retrieve another black box from the storage container. "Is this Nibelheim's Hunter, branded Azel, also one of those games?" This Nibelheim's Hunter, branded Azel, is relatively milder, but it still has an age restriction and should be considered out of print by now, Subai explained. After all, such games are strictly regulated domestically, and only through connections in the land of cherry blossoms could one procure similar titles. Subai typically didn't indulge in these games unless reminiscing about the past, It all began with Jiang and introducing him to this world. Really? That sounds intriguing, Lin Qianyu said, placing the black box back into the storage container. Let's all experience it together later. All of us. Subai blinked in surprise. All right, as you wish, my dear wife. He had not anticipated that these items would be so meticulously preserved by her husband. She had imagined they would be some grand secret. Little did she know. For many men, these were indeed the most cherished treasures. Just like during college, where each boy's computer was filled with a collection ranging from a few to dozens. Even hundreds of titles, something to boast about among male friends. Having passed that chapter, Lin Qianyu was eager to see what lay in the remaining 2 storage boxes. Don't tell me they're just more black boxes and discs. She crouched down and gave the second storage box a hefty thump. Jiang Nan's heart trembled once more. Lamenting his slow reflexes, unable to intervene in time, he instinctively took a step back towards the door, ready to execute a swift retreat if his wife showed any signs of aggression. Huh, what's this? Lin Qianyu peered into the storage box filled with books and an album. Her curiosity piqued again. Jiang Nan swallowed hard, glancing at Subai. Subai nodded, his expression darkening as he exchanged a look with Jiang Nan that seemed to convey a silent plea for fortitude. This was the calm before the storm. Yalan leaned in closer, casually pulling out a few books for inspection. Wow, Subai, you've managed to collect the 3 sacred tomes. If these are first editions, they must be worth quite a fortune. Yalan, what are the 3 sacred tomes? Lin Qianyu asked, bewildered, feeling like a novice. They're books that boys typically enjoy, Yalan replied, gesturing towards the first storage box. It's pretty much the same as what's inside. Men are all alike. Subai, your interests are quite similar to Jiang Nan's. He also enjoys hoarding such literature at home. Yalan casually picked up the album beside her. It seems that the Maybach was the biggest secret of this investigation. Suddenly, Yalan froze as if struck by a spell, staring blankly. Moments later, a sound of teeth clashing echoed in the room. Yalan slowly turned to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, I didn't expect you to have this taste. Dear, let me explain. Jiang Nan exclaimed. Brother Bai, save me. Yalan took a deep breath. All right, I'll hear your explanation today. Honey, this was from a gathering at our university dormitory. We accidentally entered the wrong KTV room. Jiang Nan hurriedly clarified. We didn't mean to. We were a bit tipsy and lost our sense of direction, only to find ourselves in a room full of car models celebrating. Your car models were in swimsuits? You stumbled into the wrong room, and they were that welcoming? Yalan pointed at one of the photos. In the picture, Jiang Nan and 3 models struck peculiar poses, making it seem like some promotional stills for a risque film. Perhaps it's because we're handsome? Jiang Nan suggested sheepishly. As for why the models were in bikinis, I assumed the theme of that day's car show was a beach party. You? Yalan scoffed. If you said Subai was handsome, that would be one thing. But you hardly reached the level of attracting attention from them. Plus, in this photo, Subai is quite the gentleman. Just look at your hands and gaze. It's almost as if you're merging with their bodies. Hearing Yalan's words, Subai couldn't help but give a thumbs up internally. What a divine assist. It seemed he was off the hook this time, while Jiang Nan would have to face the music. Lin Qianyu also leaned in to flip through the album, nodding in satisfaction. In each photo, Subai maintained a respectful distance from the ladies, almost gentlemanly, such that she forgot why Subai had taken these pictures and why he had hidden them in this establishment. Leaning closer to Subai, she whispered in his ear, Darling, tonight I reward you. Ahem, Subai's eyes sparkled. Wife, will pregnancy affect anything? Chapter 96, Project Leader, Subai. Yalan, please don't be angry. I reckon Jiang Nan was just boasting. He would never do anything to betray you, Lin Qianyu said, attempting to soothe Yalan, who seemed on the verge of an eruption. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Yalan took a few deep breaths. Let's continue to see. There might still be surprises. If I end up having a heart attack from anger, Qianyu, you must call for an ambulance. Lin Qianyu pulled Subai's hand again. Darling, why don't you and Jiang Nan go make dinner first? We'll join you soon. Why do I feel so uncertain? Subai thought, but upon seeing Lin Qianyu caressing her belly, he immediately agreed. All right, I'll go prepare something delicious for you. As the two departed, Yalan raised an eyebrow. Qianyu, it seems they didn't buy any groceries. They must have rushed back. I don't think so. Perhaps they have something in the car? Lin Qianyu shook her head. Let's check what's in the 3rd storage box. Back in the car, Subai and Jiang Nan exchanged glances and sighed deeply. Brother Bai, there shouldn't be anything more explosive in there, right? You shouldn't have anything left. But I still have a few things, Jiang Nan replied. Brother Bai, why don't you make a run for it? I'll find you a boat. We can smuggle you away. No one would ever trace where you went. Once you're settled, I'll arrange a stash of cash for you to hide out for a year or so before returning. A year or so? Wouldn't that mean I wouldn't see the baby being born? Subai rolled his eyes. What a ridiculous idea. Then once this blows over, shall we relax a bit? Jiang Nan revealed a rather lewd grin, exclaiming, otherwise, with the pressure mounting day by day, I might just crumble under it. Aren't you afraid of your significant other? She was just like a volcano on the verge of eruption. No worries, let's engage in some wholesome activities. Perhaps participate in a multi-person cultural exchange event to preserve our national traditions. What is that? Su Bai inquired, his expression one of bewilderment at this newfangled activity. Playing mahjong. After all, you win 9 out of 10 games. If I invest in you, I guarantee no losses. And if mahjong doesn't pique your interest, we could attend the International Craftsmanship Conference on Optimal Combinations. What is that? Playing poker. Isn't 50k your favorite? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, sporting a knowing look. No card games for me, Su Bai promptly declined. I'm not short on cash. It just doesn't seem enjoyable. However, Su Bai hadn't played that specific type of poker before. If memory served, Jiang Nan preferred 2-player card games. Then let us explore the linguistic artistry following the ethanol-catalyzed secretion of neurohormones in living organisms. Is that code for drinking? Su Bai quirked an eyebrow. Indeed. It's simply a euphemism for drinking and boasting. Jiang Nan patted Su Bai's thigh. I have a cherished bottle of Daughter's Red that I've been saving for 18 years, originally intended for my child's wedding. If Brother Bai is interested, I could bring it out, and afterwards, we can attend an artistic performance and gourmet appreciation exchange. Drinking is fine, but please use plain language, Su Bai frowned. It was unclear where this fellow had acquired such artistic vernacular, transforming simple activities into something so sophisticated. Ahem. I thought it prudent to establish a code so that my sister-in-law wouldn't catch on. After a few drinks, wouldn't singing be in order? Jiang Nan scratched his head, responding with an innocent grin. I see, Su Bai said, pressing the accelerator, but we must first hurry to buy groceries. Later, let us organize our signals and send them to my V, especially those related to fishing, so that your sister-in-law remains oblivious. Jiang Nan chuckled, you got it. I'll ensure my brother is satisfied. Inside the store, Lin Qianyu and Yalan had yet to open the third storage box, opting instead to revisit the first box for further examination while Su Bai and Jiang Nan were absent. After all, as fellow humans, their interests in this area transcended gender. It's worth noting that in contemporary universities, not only do male dormitories harbor an abundance of resources, but female dormitories are equally well-stocked, with at least one roommate serving as a walking encyclopedia. That particular drive on a computer is undoubtedly a treasure trove. Yalan, do you think those skills boys possess are learned from here? I believe some moves are innate while others are self-taught. After all, this must be part of their primal instincts. Yalan pursed her lips. Consider this. Primitive humans engaged in exploration and inquiry, eventually leading to the emergence of such films. Gazing at the patterns on the discs, Yalan felt her cheeks flush. You make a valid point. Lin Qianyu nodded, returning the disc to the storage box. Now, let us see what treasures lie in this final box. Yalan excitedly grabbed a nearby object, slicing, pulling, and tugging with fervor. Inside the box were 5 or 6 thick binders. Qianyu, what is this? We'll find out shortly. Lin Qianyu promptly lifted the first binder and began to flip through its contents. The first page read, Binhai Bay Economic Development Zone Project Proposal. Project Leader, Su Bai. They exchanged glances, their pupils dilating slightly. Could this be an exaggeration? Qianyu, your husband has certainly gone overboard. Is this for real? In comparison to the project proposal in Lin Qianyu's hands, any mention of a house, a Maybach, or a golden umbrella paled in significance. This was a proposal for an economic development zone, and the leader was none other than Su Bai. Gulp. They both swallowed in unison. Qianyu, you should flip through and see if these proposals are genuine. All right. Lin Qianyu perused the project proposal, noting that the plans detailed the changes in the development zone over the past year. As she turned to the last few pages, she spotted several red stamps and various official seals. Yalan, this might be authentic. Gulp. Yalan swallowed again, pointing to the remaining binders. Qianyu, if each binder contains a project proposal, then Su Bai. Yalan left her thought unspoken, but Lin Qianyu comprehended her implication. If they were indeed all project proposals, then the implications were staggering. Phew. Lin Qianyu took a deep breath and began to peruse the remaining binders. Longyang Bay Economic Development Zone. Sanya Holiday Resort. Each project proposal bore the name of Su Bai as its leader. Chapter 97. The benefits of keeping wealth within one's own circle. Brother Bai. It's been an hour. Why haven't these two women come back? Jiang Nan glanced at his phone, his anxiety prompting him to speak again. Brother Bai. You don't have any other explosive secrets, do you? Otherwise, given Yalan's personality, I'll be in for a week of torment. There shouldn't be any. Su Bai replied, recalling what he had stashed within the store. All your other secrets are at a different contact point. It should be fine. Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. I want to add fuel to the fire. Yalan is probably already irritated by the sight of me. Now that I think about it, why did I choose the most expensive swimwear style? I'm not that kind of person. I must have been intoxicated. Drinking truly complicates matters. You're not that kind of person? Su Bai teased. If I hadn't intervened that day, you would have wanted to be frank with several of them. Even intending to perform live. Creak. The living room door swung open. What live performance? Yalin's eyes glimmered with curiosity as she regarded Su Bai, who radiated an air of mystery. You're back. Brother Bai just mentioned that when he has the time, he'll demonstrate how to prepare his signature dishes. Jiang Nan's gaze fell upon Yalin's hands, relieved to see she wasn't holding anything suspicious. Meanwhile, Su Bai's eyes twitched as he noticed the bag Lin Qianyu was carrying. You've arrived just in time. Wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Lin Qianyu set her bag aside and began to help with the dishes. Wife, what is that? We'll discuss it after dinner. It's just a little secret. Sensing Lin Qianyu's expression, Su Bai felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Half an hour later, the four of them were sated and lounging on the sofa. Lin Qianyu leisurely retrieved one of the binders from the bag. Upon seeing the binder, Su Bai's brow furrowed. This binder, isn't this project nearly completed? The remaining issues have been delegated to the company for resolution. When did I leave that there? Was it possible that he had carelessly tossed the project proposal into the storage box after drinking with Jiang Nan? Darling, do you know what this is? I do. Su Bai nodded. I helped prepare some project proposals to repay a favor. Keep spinning your tail. Who would prepare a project proposal and then put their name on it as the project leader, complete with an official seal? Lin Qianyu's expression conveyed that she was no longer a naive child, and he could no longer evade her inquiries with flimsy excuses. Well, Su Bai said, rubbing his nose, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and a touch of pride. This is the moment to test your husband's discernment. I thought, since I was already assisting someone with their business proposal and the project seemed decent, why not invest a little? To my surprise, as I continued to invest, I became the largest shareholder and eventually assumed the role of project leader. Fortunately, these projects are now profitable, which is how I acquired the Maybach and that apartment. Don't you think your husband is quite astute? Su Bai's words left Lin Qianyu momentarily speechless. After all, the profitability of these ventures was indeed evident. Take, for instance, the Sanya Holiday Resort project. During holidays, the hotel could charge up to $99,999 for a single night, with ordinary rooms starting at 4-digit prices. One can only imagine the staggering annual profits. Moreover, I never forget to share such good fortune with my brothers. For the Sanya project, he was also involved. You too? Yalin turned to Jiang Nan upon hearing Su Bai's words. Ahem, thanks to Brother Bai, I became the head of the procurement department. Jiang Nan patted his chest. This project has also earned me a little pocket money, though I am unable to partake in the distribution of subsequent profits. Jiang Nan's revelation astonished Lin Qianyu and Yalin even further. Goodness, the profits truly do not flow to outsiders. The procurement department is the most lucrative division of the entire project, and given the scale of Sanya, Yalin could easily surmise just how much her husband had earned from it. However, Jiang Nan, how come I was unaware of this? No wonder you can indulge in extravagant spending all day long. You've been secretly hoarding quite a bit of personal funds. Yalin exclaimed, finally connecting the dots. Impossible. I merely reinvested the money I earned into Brother Bai's other projects. Jiang Nan quickly clarified. While he certainly had some private funds hidden away, now was not the time to reveal that. Otherwise, he would no longer have the freedom to enjoy his outings. That is more like it. But Su Bai, you truly cannot be judged by appearances. Back in university, you seemed so quiet. Who would have guessed you were so adept at concealing your talents? Oh, it's merely luck, Su Bai replied, turning to Lin Qianyu with a feigned look of grievance. Dear, it's all the fault of my superiors who insisted on pulling me into these investments. Lin Qianyu pouted, flipping through the project proposal once more. Who would have thought that the Sanya Holiday Resort project was actually yours? I wanted to visit as soon as it opened, but the exorbitant costs made me hesitate. Had I known, I would have insisted that you take me to indulge for 3 days and nights, allowing me to experience the life of the affluent. 3 days? Sister-in-law? Are you underestimating Brother Bai? He could easily afford an entire year without batting an eye, as it's all from his own enterprises. Money flows from one pocket to another. Jiang Nan chimed in. Then I shall join you and Qianyu for a year-long vacation, Yalin teased, unable to resist pinching this irreverent fellow. A year? Jiang Nan began counting on his fingers. Considering the rate of 2,000 per day, that is 365 days. Dear, it's not even about the money. If you were gone for a year, I would miss you terribly. You would relish it, wouldn't you? Then you could frolic with your swimsuit-clad sisters every night. Yalin snapped, recalling certain photos that irked her. A week is still acceptable. A week is no problem. Let us have Brother Bai treat us, Jiang Nan suggested. Never mind. I'll arrange the highest level of hospitality for you on another day. Su Bai waved his hand. We've been married for so long, and I haven't taken Qianyu out for a proper outing. How about we set it for next week? Jiang Nin can come along, and I'll cover all expenses. Brother Bai, you said it. Jiang Nin was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Well, dear, should we deduct the expenses from the personal funds you discovered? Su Bai turned with a mischievous grin to Lin Qianyu. Dream on. Chapter 98. Thermos and goji berries at 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Nan and Yalan bid farewell after dinner and returned home. In the living room, Su Bai and Lin Qianyu nestled together watching television. Darling, be honest with me. What other identities do you possess? Lin Qianyu counted on her fingers. A mansion, luxury cars, shareholder of a publicly listed company. You've firmly established yourself as a wealthy individual. The design blueprints for the lithography machine further cement your identity as a scientist. Aside from these, you are also a top chef, capable of repairing furniture. And your methods of hiding personal funds are uniquely creative. Given all these abilities, dear, you couldn't possibly be a top-tier special forces operative. Or part of some secret organization, like a dragon group of sorts? That doesn't quite add up, though. We've been together since college. And we've been married for 2 years. You never had the chance to become a special forces operative unless you began training in the womb. Don't tell me you moonlighted as a rideshare driver while serving as a special forces member. Lin Qianyu mused to herself. Or perhaps, dear, you are actually the only child of a secretive wealthy family, with your parents living in seclusion, and your background is anything but ordinary. Su Bai nodded, unable to suppress a smile at Lin Qianyu's increasingly exaggerated imaginings. Oh, silly girl, your imagination has run wild. My most important identity is simply being your husband. Beyond that. Suddenly recalling something, Su Bai added, speaking of which, I completely forgot about this. Dear, we should go for a health checkup tomorrow. Lin Qianyu nodded eagerly. Yes. I wouldn't have remembered if you hadn't mentioned it. We really need to go? Such a silly girl, Su Bai said, gazing affectionately at Lin Qianyu, who looked adorably naive, and he couldn't help but peck her lightly. Sweet and refreshing. As the kiss concluded, Lin Qianyu felt a lingering desire. Her hands resting gently on Su Bai's neck, snuggling against him like a docile kitten. A glimmer of longing sparkled in her eyes. Su Bai, fully aware of her intentions, recognized that he had been somewhat overworked lately. Darling, let us be cautious for now. We should return to our room and get some proper rest, he advised Lin Qianyu. Husband, Lin Qianyu whispered softly in his ear, there are still some actions we can take. Goodness, this girl was relentless and seemed eager to take the lead. The very thought was exhilarating. Then, shall you guide me? Su Bai asked tentatively. Lin Qianyu nodded gently. Tonight, you'll follow my lead. You said it. Su Bai's eyes lit up as he swiftly lifted Lin Qianyu, striding into the bedroom. The night unfolded quite differently than Su Bai had imagined. It was difficult to articulate, but the experience was both profound and indescribable. As sunlight filtered through the curtains, Su Bai slowly opened his eyes and gently pecked Lin Qianyu's alluring lips once more. Darling, are you awake? Lin Qianyu's lips curled into a sweet smile, her eyelashes fluttering like delicate brushes, utterly charming. Are you hungry? Just a little, he replied. Wait here. I'll make you something, she said. I'll get up too. Lin Qianyu stretched languidly in Su Bai's embrace, giving him a light kiss. Otherwise, I'll end up like a little pig. Half an hour later, Su Bai set a sumptuous breakfast on the table. Lin Qianyu handed him a cup of water. Husband, you've worked hard. Wife, you're wonderful. Su Bai accepted the cup, glancing into its contents. Goji berries? What does this mean? Suddenly, Su Bai was overcome with mixed emotions. Was he being criticized? In truth, at this age, a good night's rest was sufficient for recovery. There was no need for such things. It is not yet the midlife phase when one would add goji berries to a thermos. This is excessive. In a few days, I must make her recognize who the true master is. Su Bai raised his cup and downed its contents in one gulp. Lin Qianyu observed Su Bai, her brows knitting in concern. Darling, I've heard this is beneficial. Su Bai nearly spat the water he had just swallowed. Wife, rest assured, your husband is still youthful. After our meal, we shall go for a health checkup. Once seated, Su Bai suddenly inquired of Lin Qianyu. My dear, would you like some papaya milk later? Papaya milk? Lin Qianyu glanced at the cup on the table and quickly realized. Su Bai, you, She lowered her gaze. Clearly, she was still quite presentable, having bested at least 50% of women nationwide. Yet, papaya milk? This fellow must be avenging the goji berry water incident. You've changed. Husband, you never used to be like this. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes and took a sip of the milk on the table. Alas, times have changed. The corners of Su Bai's mouth twitched. He had to let this girl understand what it meant to uphold a man's dignity. Certain things were not to be uttered. And you dare say? Lin Qianyu pouted, taking a bite of her toast. Oh, darling, you added strawberry jam? It's delicious. Indeed. I even added a bit of other toppings. If you like, I'll prepare it for you every day, Su Bai said, pushing his own plate towards her. Eat more. Don't starve yourself. Love you. Then I shall not be polite, she replied. Once breakfast concluded, Subai carried his plate towards the kitchen while Lin Qianyu adeptly initiated a live stream. Wife, don't stream for too long today. We'll set off in half an hour. Dear viewers, a day without seeing you is like 3 autumns. I miss you dearly. I think I just heard Mr. Bai's voice. Where are you going? I'll see if I can chance upon you. I'm now a devoted fan of Mr. Bai. Did you find the rightful owner of that electric remote yesterday? Have you uncovered Mr. Bai's new identity? My heart feels like 1,000 ants are crawling over it. It's unbearably uncomfortable. To the one above, perhaps your heart is already lost. Good morning, everyone. In a bit, my husband and I will go for a health checkup. Lin Qianyu waved at the live stream. Yesterday, nothing significant was discovered. Just some things you men tend to favor. Did the host make an appointment? If not, you might not even get in. Go to the first hospital. That is public. Otherwise, head to the Bo AI hospital, but I've heard it's VIP only. Men's favorites? I suddenly have a vivid image. It wouldn't be a box of stockings, would it? Appointment? Darling, did you make one? Lin Qianyu turned to Su Bai in the kitchen. Otherwise, we'd be making a trip for nothing. Appointment? Su Bai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. No worries, I've got everything under control. Chapter 99, The Encounter. Darling, where are we headed? Lin Qianyu asked, observing the direction of the car, which did not seem to lead to the first maternal and child hospital. Unable to restrain her curiosity, her phone held aloft for the live stream. This was ostensibly an outdoor broadcast, guiding fans through the first-hand experience of a maternity checkup. In this area, there are only 2 hospitals, one being the 4th hospital and the other Bo AI Maternal and Child Hospital. Bo AI Hospital is indeed excellent in every aspect, except for its steep prices. Otherwise, everything is top-notch. I had the fortune of going there for my second child and was truly touched by the quality of services provided. Moreover, if a natural birth is possible, they will certainly not push for a cesarean. The doctors are renowned experts, providing around-the-clock service from the onset of labor. There's a reason for the high costs. We'll be arriving at Bo AI Hospital shortly. Subai gestured towards one direction. About 15 minutes. Darling, I heard they operate on a VIP membership system. When did you become a member? Lin Qianyu blinked, her expression filled with confusion. It was introduced by Jiang Nan. Subai replied without hesitation. Jiang Nan. But Yalan doesn't he even have a child yet? Why would he get a membership there? Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow, suddenly alarmed. Darling, could it be that Jiang Nan is keeping a mistress? Lin Qianyu touched her delicate little nose. I think it's very possible. Otherwise, this whole situation makes no sense. And given Jiang Nan's character, he is fully capable of doing such a thing. Wait. Wife, don't jump to conclusions. It's actually a membership given by a friend of Jiang Nan's cousin S, uncle S, wife S, brother S, college friend. Subai stammered, trying to clarify. Lin Qianyu, what kind of connection is that? Just hearing it makes me dizzy. But as long as it's not a hidden mistress, that would truly be unfortunate for Yalan. 15 minutes later, the couple arrived at the parking lot of Bo AI Maternal and Child Hospital. Darling, there's a parking spot up ahead. Lin Qianyu shouted, pointing excitedly. There were indeed many wealthy individuals, causing the parking spaces to be nearly full. After circling around, they finally spotted a spot not too far from the hospital entrance. Following Lin Qianyu's indication, Subai pressed the accelerator, attempting a stylish entry into the space. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. The entire car jolted. Subai was taken aback. Lin Qianyu was momentarily stunned, quickly patting her chest. What just happened? Subai's vehicle was half in the parking space when the rear was unexpectedly rear-ended. Haha, a major crash scene. That maneuver was as clumsy as it gets. The entry was a sight to behold. Did Mr. Bai just encounter a benefactor early in the morning? Host, shift the camera and let us see what transpired. Subai furrowed his brow, glancing at Lin Qianyu, who was still recovering from the shock. His expression turned cold. Before Subai could exit the vehicle, a man from a Porsche Cayenne, who had rear-ended him, stormed out of the driver's seat. He was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, adorned with an ostentatiously heavy gold chain around his neck and a black jade ring on his thumb, seemingly eager for everyone to notice his wealth. Do you even know how to drive? Who parks like that? What a terrible morning to encounter such nonsense. Do you think you're a racing god? The man pointed an accusatory finger at Subai, hurling insults without regard for the circumstances. Goodness. This man immediately cast blame without considering who was at fault. Lin Qianyu, displeased, rolled down the window. Sir, we arrived first at this parking spot, and you weren't in our line of sight when we parked. How can you blame us? Oh, the man doesn't dare to speak up, so he sends the woman to do it. Quite impressive. The man sneered. With a shabby car like yours, you think you can compete with me for a parking spot? Subai took a deep breath, his cold demeanor turning even more frigid. He gently placed his hand on Lin Qianyu's, forcing a smile. Wife, let me handle this. Do you know where you are? Do you know how much it costs to give birth here? Do you have any idea about the need for an appointment? Just look at yourselves. You clearly have no idea what you're getting into, the man continued to rant. Every word oozing with his sense of superiority. Can you see any cars here worth less than 500,000? How dare you park a car worth just over 100,000 here? Truly, what a pathetic display of poverty. I implore you, do not allow your misfortune to infect me. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qianyu was instantly incensed. Though she abhorred comparisons, her inner turmoil was undeniable. Had she known, she would have driven her Maybach. Damn it, when did wealth and status become so intertwined? There are affluent individuals who traverse the streets in vehicles worth a mere tens of thousands, while some pretentious fools take loans to acquire luxury cars, with no means to cover next month's mortgage. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, each transforming into mere spectators. Good gracious. If Bai Yi is a poor wretch, then what am I? I scarcely deserve to exist in this world. Oh, Bai Yi has finally been ridiculed. He should flaunt that golden umbrella. Its worth rivals that Mediterranean car. When did low-key become a sin? I suddenly look forward to witnessing this Mediterranean fellow's pathetic outcry. I cannot tolerate this. Bai Yi must teach him a lesson, so he understands the true value of money. Bai Yi, too, has faced disdain due to finances. Tomorrow he will surely be trending. As Su Bai alighted from his vehicle, clad in a cheap white t-shirt and joggers, the Mediterranean scoffed dismissively. Forget it. I'll cover the damages since I crashed into your car. I'll compensate you double later. For now, let me have this spot. As he spoke, the Mediterranean fished out his phone. Send me your payment code. I'll transfer some to you now. Su Bai rolled his eyes at the Mediterranean and replied directly. What do you mean? The Mediterranean, perplexed, could not restrain his inquiry. What I mean is, who do you think you are? Get lost. Su Bai snapped a photo with his phone, then turned to glare at the Mediterranean. What a foolish thing you are. The Mediterranean had never encountered such indignity before. He immediately retorted with foul language and rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Slap. A loud crack echoed as the Mediterranean was caught off guard. A crimson handprint now adorning his cheek. You dare strike me? He exclaimed. Slap. Another crisp sound followed as Su Bai calmly stated. The first slap was for scaring my wife. The second was for the disgust you inspire with that mouth of yours. You may seek medical attention. I will cover the expenses. Su Bai deftly turned the Mediterranean's earlier words against him. You just wait. The Mediterranean stammered, quickly grasping his phone. Humph. I'll ensure your wife is unqualified for a checkup at this hospital. Su Bai coldly snorted, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Truly a fool. Without allowing the Mediterranean to make a call, Su Bai gently took Lin Qianyu's hand and cautiously walked toward the hospital entrance. The Mediterranean attempted to voice something, but upon meeting Su Bai's gaze, his words faltered. After Su Bai and Lin Qianyu moved further away, the Mediterranean finally trailed behind, sending a text message. Humph. If you manage to get a checkup today, I will change my surname to yours. At the hospital entrance, Lin Qianyu inquired, Dear, do you think our actions might provoke someone to create trouble for us? She furrowed her brow, glancing at the hospital lobby. Fear not, I shall handle everything. Su Bai replied with a gentle smile. When confronted by a dog, if you retreat, it will only become more brazen. You must instill fear in it, so it learns to recognize its master. Su Bai's words elicited a stifled giggle from Lin Qianyu. Observing Su Bai's perfectly chiseled jawline, she could not help but acknowledge his undeniable charm at that moment. Good day, how may I assist you? A nurse, of average build yet with a sweet appearance, approached them, inquiring in a melodious tone. Hello, my wife is pregnant, and we wish to have a checkup. No sooner had Su Bai finished speaking than he felt a sharp pain at his waist, accompanied by Lin Qianyu's barely perceptible whisper. Dear, where are your eyes wandering? Chapter 100. Whose dog is not properly leashed? 100 discussions on whether men first notice physique or face. Bai Yi, after all, is still a man and cannot evade this dilemma. Simply put, opposites attract. After gazing upon the same face for too long, one inevitably craves a change of scenery. It is no fault of Bai Yi. Alas, all crows in this world are equally dark. O men, sister, I shall remain single for life. The live stream was thoroughly entertained by Su Bai's antics, revealing that this man was indeed multifaceted, a true treasure. Very well, the nurse said, lifting her tablet with an unwavering smile. Sir, do you have an appointment? Her gaze inadvertently swept over Su Bai and Lin Qianyu, taking note of their watch, attire, shoes, and car keys. In an instant, the sweet-faced nurse formed her own conclusions. Yes, I do, Su Bai affirmed with a smile, preparing to state his name. Suddenly, the nurse's phone buzzed insistently from her pocket. Sir, I apologize, please wait a moment, she said, bowing her head apologetically as she retrieved her phone. Vice President. For the next 2 minutes, the nurse nodded repeatedly, occasionally glancing at Su Bai and Lin Qianyu, her expression one of disbelief. Understood, Vice President, I comprehend. After ending the call, the nurse looked at Su Bai apologetically. Sir, I regret to inform you that today's checkup slots are fully booked. I recommend you return another day. What nonsense is this? Su Bai arched an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. He had yet to provide his name. How could the slots be filled? Moreover, he had indicated that he had an appointment. How could there be no availability? Miss Nurse, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I scheduled my checkup for today. Would you kindly verify this? Upon hearing Su Bai's inquiry, the nurse appeared somewhat embarrassed, yet the authority of the vice president loomed large. Sir, I only just received the notification, and I am merely following orders. I hope you can understand my predicament. Dear, since the checkup slots are filled today, shall we return tomorrow? A day's wait is inconsequential. Lin Qianyu gently tugged at Su Bai's hand after hearing the nurse's words. They have their challenges. Let us not complicate matters for the staff. At Lin Qianyu's suggestion, Su Bai's previously frigid demeanor softened into warmth. Very well. We shall heed the wishes of my esteemed wife. We will return tomorrow. Gently patting Lin Qianyu's hand, Su Bai turned back to the nurse. I trust there will be availability tomorrow, or shall I need to make another appointment? The nurse hesitated, glancing at Su Bai's handsome visage. Biting her lip, she mustered the courage to speak. If it is not too much trouble, might it be better to change to another hospital? I worry that if there are unforeseen complications tomorrow, it may waste your time. Though reluctant, the nurse subtly hinted, as the vice president had instructed her to find an excuse to deter the couple from attending the checkup. Although she was unaware of the reasons, as a nurse, she could only comply. Upon hearing the nurse's words, Su Bai's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more as he coldly inquired, What do you mean by that? Lin Qianyu, standing beside him, recognized the implication in the nurse's statement. Clearly, it was not a matter of full slots today, but rather a targeted exclusion against them. In other words, it is simply not permissible. The nurse felt a pang of regret for her words. I only meant to offer a kind reminder. This is beyond my control. Sir, I implore you, please refrain from causing a scene at this moment. Internally, she felt quite aggrieved. Had she known better, she would have refrained from intervening. If this young couple made a fuss, her bonus for the month would surely be jeopardized. Su Bai turned to survey the hospital lobby, attempting to discern who might be deliberately targeting him. However, after scanning the area, he observed nothing amiss aside from the bustling staff and expectant mothers. Darling, perhaps we should consider another hospital for the checkup, Lin Qianyu suggested, gently caressing her abdomen. I'm not entirely comfortable with the examinations conducted here. Well, who do we have here? A familiar figure approached the trio, a balding man with a sleazy demeanor sidling up to the nurse. Excuse me, lovely lady. Would you care to join me for dinner this evening? Upon seeing his gleaming bald head, the nurse instinctively recoiled. Sir, this is a hospital. I must ask you to mind your language. Oh, still playing the high ground, are we? I've had my share of encounters with your hospital's nurses, certainly more than 8. If not 10. By day they appear pristine, but by night, the sounds they make, just thinking of it sends a shiver down my spine. The balding man shivered as he continued. Let me give you a piece of advice. While you're still young and possess some allure, seize the opportunity to earn while you can. Securing your fortune is the true wisdom. Should you persist in this manner, I shall be compelled to call security. The nurse declared, clearly displeased, regarding the man with a look of disgust akin to that which one might reserve for something foul. Call security? The man erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the finest joke of his life. Do you have any idea who I am? Calling security without understanding the situation? The vice president of this hospital is my sworn brother. The vice president? The nurse's eyes widened in realization. It seemed this young couple had crossed paths with the balding man, prompting the vice president to intervene personally to ensure they would not be allowed to undergo their examination. Noticing the nurse's astonished expression, the man nodded with satisfaction. A seasoned charmer, he knew that given enough time, the seemingly innocent nurse would eventually fall into his grasp. Licking his lips, he turned to Su Bai. You look quite familiar, young man. Is there anything I can assist you with? Perhaps you lack a membership? As I've mentioned, this is a venue for the affluent. Someone of your financial standing has no business here. Why not plead with me? I could arrange a spot for you. His eyes gleaming as he glanced at Lin Qianyu, he continued, if you would permit your wife to dine with me for a day, I could sort everything out and erase any prior issues. The audacity of the balding man's proposition left the audience in the live stream utterly flabbergasted. Wow. This guy is digging his own grave deeper and deeper. I can almost see the specter of Mengpa beckoning him. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and you shall perish. This is going to be entertaining. Do I sense an insult aimed at me? If Bai Yi is a financial miscreant, what does that make me? Anyone able to dig up dirt on this balding man? Brother, I'm not jesting. Facilitating this beautiful lady's examination is merely a matter of saying the word. The balding man cautiously rubbed his sparse hair. However, if I remain silent, This hospital, and you will forever remain on parallel paths. Smack. A sharp sound echoed through the lobby. Whose dog is unrestrained? It's unbearably noisy. Subai rubbed his palms together, having grasped the situation at hand. It turned out that the source of the trouble was right before his eyes. How dare you strike me? The balding man clutched his reddened left cheek, incredulous. The nurse, wide-eyed, stared at Subai, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The slap not only impacted the balding man's face, but also resonated within her heart. Smack. Subai delivered another resounding slap, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Did I grant you permission to speak? Truly, a dog cannot change its ways. Your words will forever reek. Having just slapped the man in the parking lot, Subai found it astonishing that the man seemed to relish the attention, presenting himself once again. Lin Qianyu tugged at Subai's sleeve from behind. Darling, there are many onlookers. Not to worry, let them witness what a societal disgrace looks like. Subai raised his hand once more, causing the balding man to scurry behind the nearest pillar, clearly lacking the will to confront Subai. You'll regret this. Indeed, foolishness abounds, Subai retorted, turning to the starry-eyed nurse beside him. If I'm not mistaken, it was the vice president who called you to prevent our examination, correct? The nurse hesitated, nodding and shaking her head simultaneously. And no, that's not the reason. Yet her demeanor confirmed Subai's suspicions. Never mind the reasoning, he said, pulling a card from his pocket. Please verify whether I have an appointment. Sir, I find myself in a rather precarious position. She was torn between the allure of the handsome man and the authority of the vice president. Just check. I haven't asked you to arrange anything. Subai chuckled lightly. By the time you finish your inquiry, you may very well change your mind. Captivated by Subai's sunny disposition and relaxed demeanor, the nurse instinctively accepted the card to check the relevant information. To her astonishment, upon checking, she was left speechless. Sir, you are. Shoo. Subai raised a finger to his lips. Might I inquire if my beloved can now undergo her prenatal checkup? Of course, the nurse stammered, hastily leading the way. Please. This way. The balding man, still lurking behind the pillar, was aghast. How can you take them for an examination? Don't you value your job here? Yet. The only response he received was an exasperated roll of the eyes from the nurse. Darling, what is this card? Lin Qianyu, clutching Subai's left hand, appeared utterly bewildered. Are we still having the examination here? What if they are deliberately stalling? Fear not, dear sister. Our hospital boasts top-tier medical equipment and expertise nationwide. You may rest assured. The nurse interjected before Subai could speak. My concern lies with the personnel. Rest assured, we uphold the highest professional standards. Everything will be meticulously arranged. Coughing slightly, Subai nearly choked on the nurse's statement, realizing that her memory seemed as fleeting as that of a goldfish, having forgotten the events of merely 7 seconds ago. He trusted the equipment and technology, but the integrity of the staff was another matter entirely. Fear not, my dear, they wouldn't dare. And the card? Lin Qianyu inquired again, her curiosity nagging at her like an incessant itch. That is the card of the hospital's director, and the appointment is under your name. Subai gently ruffled Lin Qianyu's hair. You can relax now. Lin Qianyu nodded obediently, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. No wonder the nurse's attitude had shifted so dramatically. Bai Yi is truly remarkable. Ever since I started watching the stream, I've realized there is nothing he cannot accomplish. And no one he does not know. Congratulations to the balding man for his double whammy. Let the celebrations commence. I have discovered that the Mediterranean gentleman is merely a small coal tycoon from a certain region, who, emboldened by his modest wealth, has engaged in numerous nefarious activities and frequently consorts with the vice president of this hospital at various establishments. The so-called sworn brothers are simply companions in indulgence. What a camaraderie of excess. When problems arise, they will surely scatter like leaves in the wind. I hereby declare that from this day forth, I shall be the foremost admirer of Master Bai, for I am determined to secure his patronage. Foremost, you say? At this juncture, you can only aspire to lick his toes, as the fans in this live broadcast outnumber even the host, regardless of gender. Half an hour later, due to the policy prohibiting male companions during prenatal examinations, under the repeated assurances of the nurse, Subai finally entered the dean's office. Xiao Su, congratulations, said a kindly middle-aged man, his hair white and skin weathered, suggesting he had surpassed 60 years of age. Hee, it's all a coincidence. I just wonder if it's a little cotton-padded jacket or a little boy, Subai replied with a grin upon hearing Dean Chen's words. Of course, I would be thrilled with either a boy or a girl. I cannot say for certain. After all, revealing such information would be improper, Dean Chen chuckled. Come, try my tea. Oh, spare me. Haven't you all revealed enough already? I am merely curious, Subai said as he settled across from Dean Chen. Taking a sip of the tea. It's quite passable. Once my wife delivers, I shall send you some exquisite Da Hong Pao. Very well, I shall await your generous gift. Dean Chen mused, observing Su Bai with a profound sense of admiration. In this society, truly exceptional young individuals are exceedingly rare. He was aware of a few details about Su Bai that others did not. As for any revelations, let's discuss that in 2 months. You, who are enamored with my talent, have been pregnant for less than 2 months. To accurately discern the gender, we must wait at least 4 months. Is that so? Su Bai raised an eyebrow. In that case, I shall bring my wife for a checkup in 2 months. Fortunately, you provided me with a membership card. Otherwise, we would not even be able to enter. Lin Qianyu, I must say, your hospital is bound to be tarnished by some unscrupulous individuals. Alas, my son is reluctant to take over, so I sought to cultivate someone to inherit this hospital. It seems I have made a poor choice, Lin Qianyu acknowledged. Having learned of the recent events, feeling a twinge of fear, such occurrences shall not transpire again. Lin Qianyu, do not fault me for my candor. This is my first time bringing my wife here. Su Bai smiled slightly. Does this count as a public service? You rascal, Lin Qianyu chuckled, tapping the table. Would you be interested in taking over this hospital? Goodness no. I simply wish to accompany my wife. I have no interest in other matters. Su Bai promptly declined, waving his hand. No interest, no interest. Did you manage to obtain a lithography machine design? Oh, it is all mere coincidence. Chapter 102, Culinary Creations with Vegetables Mimicking Meats. Honey, did the dean divulge the baby's gender to you? Upon returning home, Lin Qianyu eagerly muted the microphone of the live stream, impatiently inquiring. After all, such matters must not be disclosed to the online audience, lest it tarnish the hospital's and dean's reputation. The comprehensive examination lasted a full hour and a half, demonstrating meticulous service in every aspect. The final report indicated that both the mother and baby were in excellent health, with a recommendation to reduce meat consumption in the near future. There was no way around it. The meals prepared by her husband were simply too delectable, and sometimes indulging in a little extra meat was hard to resist. How could he possibly reveal anything? Lin Qianyu is a man of integrity. He would never engage in such impropriety, Su Bai remarked, scratching his nose. Besides, you are only 4 months along. The baby's gender cannot be discerned yet. Humph. You did inquire, didn't you? Lin Qianyu shot him a sidelong glance before turning to the kitchen. Sweetheart, the nurse said I shouldn't eat too much meat lately. But I'm already so hungry. What should I do? As she cradled her belly, Lin Qianyu lamented. How can life be called life without meat? It feels like a soul is missing. Su Bai, having approached her from behind, wrapped his arms around her waist. Darling, just wait on the sofa. I will take care of everything. Is there meat? Indeed, I assure you, you shall have all the meat you can eat. Their exchange sparked excitement among the viewers in the live stream. What does this mean? Is Master Bai going to create a meat-like dish using plant-based ingredients? I recall seeing something similar in a television drama, where taro was used to make braised bear paws, and even the emperor was in awe. Then there are those synthetic meats made from vegetables, like spicy vegetarian tripe or dried tofu resembling beef jerky. It seems we are in for quite an enlightening experience today. As per usual, let us prepare peanuts, beer, cigarettes, and sunflower seeds. Dear, could you pass me that little vest in the corner? Lin Qianyu, equally curious, moved a chair to sit at the kitchen door, eager to observe how her husband would execute his culinary skills. Honey, the fumes are quite heavy. It's not good for the baby if you sit there, Su Bai urged, waving his hand. Just wait an hour, it will be quick. It's all right. I came prepared, Lin Qianyu replied nonchalantly, pulling out an KN95 mask from her pocket. This should suffice. Ever since I learned I was pregnant, I've carried a mask with me. Seeing this, Su Bai ceased further protest and turned to assess which ingredients were available in their home. Soon, he had 2 potatoes, a green pepper, some tea tree mushrooms, and a few king oyster mushrooms laid out before him. He picked up some king oyster mushrooms, washed them in clean water, dried them, then expertly sliced them, layering a bottom of barbecue sauce in a bowl followed by a layer of the mushrooms. Once this was accomplished, he set the bowl aside and began preparing the other ingredients. Master Bai's knife skills remain as remarkable as ever. One can see he is well deserving of those 4 first-class chef certificates. Clearly, he must have trained at New Oriental. I believe I have already guessed what dish Master Bai intends to create. 10 minutes later, a beautifully arranged plate of potatoes, green peppers, marinated king oyster mushrooms, and processed tea tree mushrooms appeared before Su Bai. He turned to the viewers in Lin Qianyu's live stream and waved, beginning a brief explanation. Dear viewers, what I am about to prepare is sautéed king oyster mushrooms. Su Bai first added vegetable oil to a frying pan, and once heated, placed the mushroom slices in, frying them until golden brown on both sides before sprinkling them with pepper. Soon, a fragrant plate of king oyster mushrooms was presented to everyone. He picked up a piece and brought it to Lin Qianyu, gently blowing on it before saying, You take the first bite, my dear. Lin Qianyu opened her mouth, savoring it, and after a few chews, her eyes sparkled. Darling, this texture feels as if I'm eating abalone. How is that possible? Seeing Lin Qianyu's satisfied expression, Subai ruffled her hair and returned to the stove. That's because king oyster mushrooms are a type of edible fungus that combines medicinal and culinary properties. Their flesh is thick and has a fragrant almond flavor, with a crunchy texture akin to abalone. The flavor is inherently very similar to that of abalone. Plus, I brushed a layer of barbecue sauce on the surface, allowing the mushrooms to absorb the flavors quickly, thus creating the illusion of a rich meaty taste. The flavor is quite good, wouldn't you agree? Lin Qianyu nodded vigorously. Absolutely. You are truly amazing, my love. I've learned something new today. No wonder I was never successful before. It turns out it was because I didn't brush that layer of barbecue sauce. A true blessing for vegetarians. You are mistaken. The barbecue sauce indeed contains meat. A friendly reminder, my secret recipe for barbecue sauce comprises soy sauce, oil, maltose, 5-spice powder, pepper, and minced garlic, thus devoid of any meat. Subai, similarly, picked up a piece of king oyster mushroom and placed it into his mouth, gesturing towards the sauce as he began to explain. Oh my, does this count as official confirmation? I love you. Bai Yi, I shall prepare this dish tonight. Watching the streamer eat makes my stomach grumble. I must have a bowl of instant noodles with a fried egg and ham. 20 minutes later, the dining table was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, sautéed king oyster mushrooms, pepper-salted tea tree mushrooms, dry pot potato slices, pan-fried yellow flower fish, and tomato egg soup. Lin Qianyu eagerly began to savor each dish, giving a thumbs up as she ate. Darling, is there anything you cannot do? Subai pondered for a moment. Well, if I must say, I cannot bear children. Everything else is within my capabilities. Bai Yi, can you single-handedly handle an AK? My dear fellow upstairs, have you watched too many live streams? That esteemed brother has a KD of 19.0, reportedly with only 19 haters. Lin Qianyu appeared to recall something slightly embarrassing, her face flushing. Darling, that is something you can skip. If this man could even manage to have children, Lin Qianyu truly would be at a loss regarding her own significance. Moments later, Lin Qianyu contentedly set down her utensils, gazing deeply into Subai's eyes. Darling, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Well, I intend to run a few rides for a ride-hailing service. I haven't done so in days, and my driving skills are getting rusty. Be serious, Lin Qianyu playfully scolded. A month ago, Lin Qianyu might have believed him. Now, however, she could only chuckle. I am indeed being serious. This is also a skill related to earning a living, requiring regular practice, Subai earnestly asserted, scratching his nose. After all, daily check-ins were essential. That was where the real money lay, and I might as well transfer some of my private funds. Seeing Lin Qianyu still wearing a skeptical expression, Subai continued. I also need to handle some matters at the company. It should take about 2 hours. Well, that sounds more reasonable. You see, even Bai Yi is driving for a ride-hailing service. That's how money accumulates bit by bit, especially for private funds. Upstairs, can you show me a pure gold umbrella? Can you show me a luxurious mansion in the Magic City? I seriously suspect Bai Yi has ulterior motives. Brothers, is anyone planning to follow him for intel? I still want to live for a couple more years. Chapter 103. No signal? A peculiar poem. Hello. What is your number's last 4 digits? 8852. Please fasten your seatbelt. The estimated travel time is about 25 minutes. Subai skillfully completed the introduction and commenced a new journey. He had not deceived Lin Qianyu. Indeed, he was picking up rides alongside his check-ins. After all, driving alone could be rather dull, and picking up a few passengers allowed for some light-hearted chit-chat. If he encountered a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs, he could appreciate the beauty of life for a moment. Driver, you look somewhat familiar, remarked the bespectacled beauty in the front passenger seat, glancing at Subai, feeling as though they had met before. Is that so? Others say I resemble Peng Yuyan, which is likely why you find me familiar, Subai replied, a ripple of excitement stirring within him. It seemed he had indeed gained some notoriety. To avoid being recognized by passengers, Subai had even donned a black mask. You're joking, right? Even with a mask, I feel like I've seen you somewhere. The beauty in the passenger seat explained before lowering her head to fiddle with her phone. Subai smiled, opting not to elaborate further. Since the other party did not press on, it spared him the need for explanations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the phone displaying navigation vibrated unexpectedly. It was a video call from Lin Qianyu. Subai glanced at the passenger beside him and then at his phone. Go ahead and answer. It won't take long. The bespectacled beauty turned and said, as long as you don't take a wrong turn, your girlfriend won't be worried. Appreciating the passenger's understanding nature, Subai readily accepted the video call. Wife, what's the matter? Hearing Subai's words, the female passenger turned in surprise to look at him. It turned out she had mistaken him. This driver was actually married. Darling, what are you up to? Subai freed one hand to hold the phone. Running a ride-hailing service. I see. Then please drive safely. Call me back when you have time, Lin Qianyu quickly reminded him. It's too dangerous to be distracted while driving. I'll hang up now. No worries, I know the route. I just need to avoid looking at my phone. What is up? It's nothing much. Just found another note in the couch cushion. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai's heart sank. Goodness, this girl is certainly unpredictable, launching a surprise attack. Ever since the discovery of the private funds hidden within the cushion, Su Bai had thought it a safe haven, hoping to play a trick in the shadows. Little did he know that the most perilous place was, in fact, the most treacherous, as some crucial information had been unearthed by her yet again. He had only been gone for a short while, and trouble was already brewing. Turning his gaze to the phone, he saw Lin Qianyu holding the note up to the camera. It seems to be a poem by Li Bai. An old friend bids farewell at Yellow Crane Tower. In the smoky flowers of March, he departs for Yangzhou. A solitary sail fades into the azure sky. Only the Yangtze River flows towards the horizon. After reciting the poem, Lin Qianyu ran her fingers through her hair, her brow slightly furrowed. I just discussed this with some viewers in the live stream, and found it is neither an acrostic, nor an in-stop poem or a central acrostic. I've tried slanting and reversing, yet found nothing unusual. Lin Qianyu was quite exasperated by this. According to the online sources, it was typically about acrostics or in-stop forms. Why was it that in her own man's case, none of these applied? Even Morse code was not this perplexing. Because it's simply a straightforward poem, Su Bai shamelessly explained. Darling, whom are you trying to fool? If it is just a simple poem, why would you hide it in the cushion? Lin Qianyu, her gaze piercing through all pretenses, remarked. Thank goodness the viewers urged me to double-check, or I would have truly been in the dark. Now explain yourself, as everyone is well aware of your actions, so there's no need for concealment. Su Bai contemplated for a moment, then slowly began. You want an explanation, right? Darling, listen closely. An old friend waves goodbye, departing from the Yellow Crane Tower, journeying to Yangzhou in the splendid blossoms of March. The silhouette of his lonely sail gradually vanishes into the vast blue sky, leaving only the Yangtze River flowing toward the distant horizon. After his explanation, he added, if you find any discrepancies, feel free to consult forums, Jihu, or the think tank of the live stream. My explanation holds absolutely no issues. I scored 147 in the language exam during the college entrance examination. Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, Lin Qianyu's expression darkened. Su Bai, I was asking what this poem means. Yes, I just explained the meaning of the poem. It is both a farewell poem and a poem in memory of old friends, which was covered during the college entrance exam, right? Su Bai continued to feign ignorance. Well, darling, I need to drive. We are about to enter a tunnel, and the signal might be poor. As the conversation drew to a close, Su Bai ceased to elaborate further, his expression remaining as unchanging as if coated in adhesive. Husband? Is the network signal poor? Please be cautious. The line went dead, and Lin Qianyu stared at the call interface, momentarily taken aback. It was hardly a mystery what had transpired. What tunnel in the magical city lacked coverage? He actually dared to end the call with her. Since he was driving, she would let it slide for now. With such a plethora of advisors at her disposal, she was confident that the truth would soon be unearthed. Inside the vehicle, Su Bai finally exhaled, his phone's screen dark. A nearby female passenger could no longer contain her amusement and burst into laughter, exclaiming, I knew you looked familiar. You're the illustrious Bai Go. Clearing his throat, Su Bai realized he was still in the guise of a driver and feigned composure to explain, Miss, it's not as you might imagine. This was all part of a carefully orchestrated script. I understand, the bespectacled beauty replied with a mischievous grin. If you would just indulge me with a photograph. I shall pretend I didn't hear anything just now. Bai Gu, please don't misunderstand. I'm your fan. Just grant me this small request, would you? The serendipity of encountering Bai Gu in real life, and even having him as her driver, felt surreal to her. She couldn't wait to share this moment with her friends, who would be envious beyond measure. As she chattered on, Su Bai gritted his teeth and thought, fine, I'll go all out today. Let us take the photo. If anything else arises. Meanwhile, in the apartment's living room, Lin Qianyu addressed the live stream. This man is growing increasingly cunning. He can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. He will inevitably return home. Let us investigate on our own. Bai Ye's imagination is truly unparalleled. He has learned a new trick. Daily communication tips. Who would have thought that following Bai Yi would not only teach me how to hide my secret stash, but also various survival skills? Truly, it's like a little cow checking the clock. Utterly impressive. Chapter 104. A dazzling array of tricks, dear viewers. Let us first examine whether the meaning of this poem aligns with what the odious man said. Lin Qianyu opened her computer to search for the poem's significance, hoping to uncover any hidden secrets. Alas, 5 minutes passed with no remarkable findings. Everything echoed Su Bai's words precisely. The annotations and translations were spot on, revealing only a poem of remembrance. The old friend bids farewell at Yellow Crane Tower, in the smoky flowers of March descending to Yangzhou. A solitary sail fades into the azure sky. Only the Yangtze River flows to the horizon. Lin Qianyu murmured softly. What hidden messages could lie within? Was it not an acrostic or a terminal poem? She focused on the literal meanings of the words, scrutinizing each character one by one. Dear viewers, let us delve deeper and see if there is any information we've overlooked. Brothers at Yellow Crane Tower, do you think it could be a pack of cigarettes? Like Yellow Crane Tower 1912 or something? Very likely. I once saw a streamer hide cash by rolling it into a cigarette, encased in a layer of skin. Now that is discreet. That seems implausible. My man has never smoked, and I've never discovered any cigarettes at home. Lin Qianyu shook her head. If cigarettes were present, she would have noticed the anomaly long ago. Subai was too astute to engage in such foolishness. What about fireworks? Or perhaps a flower pot? Maybe items with floral motifs, such as paintings? By your logic, wouldn't tea water also qualify? The search would be quite extensive. As Lin Qianyu reviewed the viewer's suggestions, she tapped her nails, sensing something amiss. Dear viewers, could it be that this is also a book? Like the Bible of Sherlock Holmes. Perhaps it lies within the 300 Tang poems? Cough, cough. I wonder which version of the 300 Tang poems the streamer refers to. If it's the one in the folder, it's unnecessary. No, I believe it's indeed that one. I'm curious to see if Bai's taste and aesthetics differ greatly from mine. The streamer must be referring to a book. It's indeed a direction worth exploring. Is it just my imagination, or isn't it said that pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years? Why do I feel like the streamer has become even more astute? Could it be that searching for hidden money sharpens the intellect? I'll have my partner look for it too. Ever since she became pregnant, I feel like her IQ has dropped to that of a 3-year-old, forgetful and adorably naive. Prompted by her thoughts, Lin Qianyu greeted the viewers and ventured into the bedroom's bookshelf. Beginning her search from the first row, she scanned each book. The titles, 5,000 Years of Chinese History, The Classic of Mountains and Seas, all appeared to conceal her secret stash. Ultimately, in the lowest shelf, she indeed discovered 300 Tang poems. Dear viewers, I have a premonition. The secret is about to be unveiled. With a flourish of her hand, Lin Qianyu commenced flipping through the pages, searching for Li Bai's poem. 1 minute later, she stared at the pristine, unmarked pages, lost in contemplation. There were no inscriptions, no clues. Everything had returned to square one, yielding no progress. Streamer, don't lose heart. I believe the 300 Tang poems must hold some secrets. If the literal search yields no results, perhaps we can investigate the paper itself. Right. Remember the time my mother-in-law visited? Bai had to decode multiple times before uncovering a stash of money. Should we apply some chemical solution? Or perhaps use fire? Using fire would be completely ludicrous. Could it be white vinegar? White vinegar. Writing with it becomes invisible. I've seen that in a magic reveal show. Lin Qianyu brought the book close to her nose, detecting no unusual scent. Fire? That seemed improbable. Yet, to prevent missing anything, she tore a corner and attempted to ignite it with a lighter. Quickly, it turned to ash, consumed by flames. Lin Qianyu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful she hadn't burned the entire book. After numerous attempts, she felt as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant, utterly devoid of motivation. It was indeed exceedingly challenging. Dear viewers, do we have any other ideas? We, the thousands of skilled artisans, must uphold our dignity. Absolutely. We must preserve the honor of our think tank. I'll consult my postdoctoral friend to see if he has any insights. This is more perplexing than the most notorious game ever. Meanwhile, the bespectacled beauty had successfully taken a picture with Subai. Although he wore a mask, she was thoroughly satisfied, blowing him a kiss before departing. Subsequently, Subai completed 2 more fares, and after settling all payments, he began his return journey. His hands now holding a delicate little treasure chest, a gift from the system. However, the contents left him utterly bewildered. If this were ever put to use, the Fourth World War would revert humanity to the Stone Age. He truly could not fathom what the system was thinking. An hour later, the sound of clicking echoed. As Subai pushed open the door, he beheld Lin Qianyu languidly sprawled over the table, resembling a lazy feline. My dear, what troubles you? He inquired. Oh, nothing much. Lin Qianyu replied, her demeanor still despondent, exuding an air of defeat. Glancing at Subai, who was changing into slippers, she added, It's merely your wretched poem that has soured my mood for the entire afternoon. Haven't figured it out yet? Subai beamed, revealing a smile. This girl truly intertwines her interests with her work. Even without her own stash of money, Lin Qianyu had become a modestly affluent woman. Do I look like someone who has figured it out? Lin Qianyu shot him a glare, her tone heavy with lament. I wonder if this mood will affect the baby. Nonsense. The baby hasn't even formed yet. It won't be affected, Subai reassured her. Could you not take the initiative to enlighten me? I spent the whole afternoon trying to decipher the meaning behind that poem. Lin Qianyu pouted, shaking her tiny fists in protest. What does it mean? It's simply an old friend waving farewell from the Yellow Crane Tower, embarking on a journey to Yangzhou amidst the drifting willow catkins and the splendid blossoms of early spring. Stop, stop. That's not what I meant. If you keep this up, I'll forbid you from driving, Lin Qianyu retorted, slightly annoyed. Of course, if you're willing to share. I might allow you to drive twice. Uh-huh. Su Bai's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer to Lin Qianyu. Give it to me. Huh. Isn't this a bit too early? Lin Qianyu stammered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. What are you thinking? I meant the ancient poetry note. Chapter 105, a major incident. Oh, be clearer next time. Lin Qianyu finally grasped the situation, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, reddening even further. She retrieved the note from her pocket and handed it to Su Bai. Here, take it. What methods have you tried? Su Bai unfolded the note, unable to suppress a chuckle upon reading the verses. He had indeed considered using incrementally complex poetry initially, but having found no leads, he had taken a different path, unexpectedly hitting the mark. As for the hidden meaning behind the verses, Su Bai himself could barely recall. He merely felt it was of some importance, prompting him to revisit it, only to discover Lin Qianyu had unearthed its essence. I tried soaking it in water, Morse code, iodine, and so on. I simply couldn't fathom the mystery it concealed, Lin Qianyu replied, lifting her small head slightly. Soaking it. Su Bai examined the paper closely. I don't see any signs of it being soaked. Not that, but the book 300 Tang poems, Lin Qianyu said, pulling the book from beneath her. I thought there might be a connection, but I found nothing unusual. Upon seeing 300 Tang poems, Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Not bad. I didn't expect you to connect it to the computer folder titled 300 Tang poems. I thought you would secretly enjoy it without me. How could that be? I would never read such things, Lin Qianyu quickly protested. This man was truly something. How could he utter such words during a live stream? Streamer. If you won't look at it, I will. You ought to provide some benefits for your fans. I've been longing for it for ages, of course. I still prefer the National Rich Women's Contact List. You upstairs, are you still not giving up? I've seen you mention it a dozen times. Give up? That's utterly impossible. What is it? It's a rich woman. Just befriending one could save me 2 decades of toil. However, you indeed pointed in the right direction. This ancient poem was meant to lead you to 300 Tang poems, but in the future, refrain from using fire. Be cautious of wetting the bed at night, Su Bai remarked, flipping through 300 Tang poems and noting a missing corner. What, the bed? Indeed. Have you not heard of playing with fire and wetting the bed? Lin Qianyu retorted. How could I wet the bed? I'm not a child. Hurry up and tell me what the mystery is. Looking at Lin Qianyu's pouting face, Su Bai found her utterly adorable and couldn't resist pinching her cheek. You clever ones often fall victim to your own cleverness. Su Bai pointed at the poem. Can you count how many characters are in this poem? 4, 7, 2, 28. Lin Qianyu replied, somewhat annoyed. Does it relate to the number of characters? Indeed. It pertains to the character count, but not in the way you've counted. You ought to include the punctuation, resulting in a total of 32 characters. Su Bai pointed to the bottom right corner. This poem is on page 36. Adding the 32 we just calculated brings us to 68. That is the answer to this clue. Listening to Su Bai's detailed explanation, Lin Qianyu's eyes widened. So I spent all that time on a fruitless endeavor. And it all came down to simply adding the page number and character count? Though it sounds easy, making that connection is akin to navigating hellish difficulty. Who would think to include punctuation? Moreover, arriving at the number 68 offered no clarity regarding the ultimate destination of her secret stash. And then, patience. Su Bai placed 300 Tang poems back on the shelf. Do you recall the embroidered gift I once gave you? I sewed it myself, stitch by stitch. It should still be intact. The embroidery? Lin Qianyu pondered. Are you referring to the one with 100 flowers in bloom? Precisely. It signifies happiness and fulfillment. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes. And yet you concealed your secret stash within it? Shortly thereafter, Lin Qianyu emerged carrying a double-sided embroidery that measured 60 centimeters in width and length, continuously kneading it as she walked. Dear, I don't see how you could hide any secret money in here. With such limited space, you couldn't possibly conceal much. Who told you it had to be money? Su Bai took the embroidery from Lin Qianyu and began reciting, 1, 2, 3, 86. It's you. Su Bai focused on a flower, tugging at a thread with force. With a clang, a golden key fell to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Another key? Lin Qianyu's eyes widened, a sense of ominous foreboding washing over her. Ever since she suspected her secret basement had been exposed, the sight of unfamiliar keys filled her with trepidation. Dear, where does this key belong? This time, Lin Qianyu was wiser. Her first instinct was not to chase after the secret of the key, but rather to inquire about Su Bai. If it's not too inconvenient, please tell me after the stream. Streamer, you cannot keep it all to yourself. Oh, a whole afternoon of mental warfare, and while we may not have reached a conclusion, We still deserve some recognition for our efforts. The streamer is being considerate, but our fun has been diminished. Can I say that I've forgotten where this key is from? Subai picked up the key from the floor, examining its pattern, utterly unable to recall where it belonged. For a moment, the atmosphere grew awkward. Sensing Lin Qianyu's skeptical gaze, Subai forced a smile. Should I try each lock one by one and let you know when I find the right one? Goodness, it seems there are multiple places this key could be used. Fortunately, Lin Qianyu had grown somewhat numb to such revelations. After a sigh, she shook her head. Forget it. Next time you better tell me proactively. Even if my husband has numerous secrets, I've grown accustomed to it. But tonight, you must make it up to me. Consider it a reward for my discovery of this poem. Make it up? Uncertain of what compensation my adorable wife desires. Subai could hardly contain his laughter at such delightful news. Darling, your laughter is rather lecherous at the moment, Lin Qianyu teased, playfully pinching Subai's lips. You must continue to prepare delicious meals for me. I vow to fulfill the task. Just then, the phone on the table began to buzz unexpectedly, drawing the attention of both Subai and Lin Qianyu. Why is old he contacting me all of a sudden? Is there an issue with the photolithography project? Subai exchanged a glance with Lin Qianyu before picking up the phone and pressing the answer button. Academician Su, we have a grave situation. Chapter 106, Crisis, Blockade. What has happened with old he? Sensing urgency in He Long's tone, Subai furrowed his brows. If someone like He Long exhibited such emotional fluctuations, the matter must be significant, yet Subai could not immediately decipher what had transpired. It appears that academician Su has not been following the news. The Sakura country and the United States have jointly announced a blockade on our nation's chips, set to commence in 1 month. A blockade on chips? Subai's furrowed brows deepened. Old he, is this related to the design blueprints for the photolithography machine? That seems to be the case. However, they have yet to ascertain the authenticity. To preempt any significant breakthroughs in our nation's chip technology, they will implement multifaceted and varied blockade measures, He Long sighed. He Long felt a sense of helplessness regarding the siege on chips. Unfortunately, there remains a considerable gap between our domestic capabilities and those of other nations in certain fields. Moreover, this gap cannot be bridged in a short span, especially since the photolithography machine blueprints provided by Subai have yet to enter actual development. Even if development is successful, the subsequent chip research and manufacturing will not be achieved overnight. The reason for contacting Subai at this juncture was to ascertain whether he had any solutions to offer or could expedite progress in any way. Academician Su, many of our country's chips will experience a state of discontinuity in a month. While we do have backup chips produced domestically for smart devices, they will still lag behind those manufactured by other countries. Is there no room for negotiation? Subai inquired. There is, but it hinges on sharing the latest photolithography machine design blueprints. They have repeatedly emphasized that science knows no borders and academia knows no frontiers. Only by sharing the blueprints will they consider lifting the blockade. What? Subai was taken aback by the shameless declaration from these two nations. Old he, isn't this akin to bandit logic? Why didn't they propose sharing their chips when I had not provided the design blueprints? Why didn't they espouse the idea of science knowing no borders then? The more Subai spoke, the angrier he became. What audacity must they possess to make such a shameless statement? I firmly assert that sharing the designs is out of the question. With a month still remaining, we will strive to develop the photolithography machine swiftly. In the end, who seeks whom may be uncertain. Upon hearing Subai's response, He Long felt a surge of relief. Academician Su, the nation shares your sentiments. We will not yield easily. Since these countries wish to impose a blockade, we shall show them our strength. Academician Su, the moment those two countries issued their statement, an emergency meeting was convened at the highest levels. The leadership has decisively stated that we will not back down. Old he, please be clear. Noticing the hesitance in He Long's tone, Subai instantly comprehended. The nation hopes for your personal involvement in this project. The leadership is aware that your spouse is pregnant, yet the chip issue is of utmost importance. Hence, I was tasked with inquiring about your thoughts. After all, no one knows how long this project will take to complete. To truly realize our own photolithography machine, a considerable amount of time will be required. He Long did not wish to impose too much on Subai, especially since he had already provided the design blueprints. However, having Subai on site could significantly enhance efficiency should any challenges arise during production. Old he, I need a night to ponder this matter. I will respond to you tomorrow. Subai turned to Lin Qianyu, refraining from giving an immediate answer. Although it is often said that where there is a collective, the family must not be neglected. Lin Qianyu, being his wife, equally deserved a voice in this matter. Thus, Subai wished to confer with her before making a final decision. Understood, He Long replied thoughtfully. Academician Su, I hope our Spark Era initiative can ignite more swiftly, and I firmly believe that in the near future, our nation will soar like a dragon across the heavens, earning the admiration of all. Helong's words stirred Su Bai's heart, nearly prompting him to agree immediately. Old He, I believe that day will surely come. Take your time to consider. I will arrange other matters. The recruitment plan for young talents you mentioned is nearly finalized. Currently, over 500 individuals meet the criteria and will gather in the capital within 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Su Bai turned to Lin Qianyu. She pointed at the phone, indicating that the live stream's microphone was already off. Darling, I heard everything. No matter what you decide, I support you. Furthermore, I believe our baby will support his daddy too. When he arrives in this world, he will undoubtedly feel proud of you. Su Bai playfully pinched Lin Qianyu's cheeks. If I agree, this endeavor will likely take 1 to 2 months. Don't worry, dear. I can take care of myself. I'll have Mom come to keep me company. Lin Qianyu replied with a radiant smile. Our peace is built upon the foundation of a strong nation, and I support you from every angle. However, I have one condition that you must promise me, Lin Qianyu asserted, gripping Su Bai's hand and gazing intently into his eyes. Go ahead, my dear. Su Bai felt deeply touched by Lin Qianyu's understanding. In the 2 years of their marriage, aside from the few days when she discovered his secret stash of money, she had been exceedingly reasonable and perfect in every aspect. You must prioritize your safety. Lin Qianyu gently stroked Su Bai's hair. And if this takes a long time, you must be present when our baby is born. Silly, it won't take that long, Su Bai replied, affectionately gazing at Lin Qianyu and planting a soft kiss on her lips. I don't care, you must promise me. All right, I promise. It is imperative that I do. In the deep of night, Su Bai watched Lin Qianyu sleeping soundly, nestled against his arm, a smile gracing his lips. One hand reached for his phone to browse the news he long had mentioned. Shocking. The United States and Sakura country to jointly impose a blockade on our nation's chips. The article began with the two-nation statement on the blockade of chip circulation, followed by detailed explanations, including the negative impacts of the blockade and comparisons of the disadvantages of our chips against those from other countries. The news swiftly ascended to the top of the trending topics for the day, with numerous netizens expressing their outrage in the comments section. Chapter 107, Departure, Secret Mission. Bandit logic, truly shameless, one commenter remarked. Is this what they call the demeanor of a great power? Such a rapid reversal of stance. The United States is indeed treacherous. We must strengthen ourselves and focus on cultivating top-tier research talents in advanced technology. This is a blatant expansion derived from our design blueprints, a response to perceived threats. I firmly believe we will break through the encirclement and deliver a resounding slap to them. If we acquire the most advanced lithography machines, everything will inevitably change, not just communication devices, but satellites as well. I eagerly anticipate that day. As long as the nation requires it, I am willing to dedicate everything. Observing the mixed reviews online, Su Bai's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing again. At least the majority are united with the nation. The nation's stance mirrors that of the populace. And we can simply disregard a few pests. In the past, the United States and Cherry Blossom Country held the advantage in this regard. But soon it will no longer belong solely to them. Times have changed. At the moment the lithography machine is unveiled, they will feel the terror of being dominated. Moreover, Su Bai contemplated some other matters. To prevent the petty actions of certain nations and to guard against their desperate measures, it seems we must also make some preparations. Such creatures as dogs must be struck where it hurts for them to behave. Once again, casting a gentle glance at the sleeping Lin Qianyu, Su Bai sent a message to Helong. Rest assured, he held the delicate figure beside him tightly in his embrace. Lin Qianyu stirred slightly, producing a faint sound. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Lin Qianyu playfully remarked, Dear husband, by the time you return, I may have already discovered all your hidden savings. Impossible. Su Bai's heart tightened, feeling a pang of pain. Humph, so you must hurry back. I will miss you. Su Bai stepped closer and gently embraced Lin Qianyu. Silly girl. When your husband returns victorious, I will require a reward. With that, he squatted down, pressing his ear against Lin Qianyu's abdomen. Baby, you must be obedient. Don't trouble your mother. Rest assured, he is far more well-behaved than you. Wife, I must take my leave now. Go ahead. Upon reaching downstairs, Su Bai glanced back at Lin Qianyu at the door and boarded the special vehicle sent by Helong. Damn that Cherry Blossom Country in the United States, preventing me from being by my pregnant wife's side. I will ensure you pay dearly for this. In the capital, at 16:35 p.m., Shaosu. I am truly delighted that you could come. Helong had been waiting at the entrance for an hour, and upon seeing the vehicle approaching, his excitement surged. As the car came to a stop, Helong promptly stepped forward. Elder Helong, I apologize for the wait, Su Bai said, eagerly shaking Helong's hand. Su Bai was deeply touched by Helong's sincerity. Shaosu, the situation is urgent. Since we are all on the same side, I shall skip the formalities, Helong said. Leading the way, This lithography machine project has been classified as a top-tier national priority. We must commence immediately. Subai nodded in agreement with Helong's assessment. After all, if everything were to be dragged out, his return home would be delayed even further. The research personnel were divided into 3 groups and would arrive over the next 3 days. The first group had already assembled, and we would officially depart in an hour. Subai paused. Elder Helong, aren't we producing it at the Research Institute? No, we must divert to a secret base deep in the war zone. At that time, all phones will be turned off. This is to prevent leaks and safeguard our security, Helong explained. Turn off our phones? What if I can't contact Lin Qianyu for an extended period? I wonder if she will start to worry. Xiao Su, since you are the provider of the design blueprints, you can still communicate with your family through military channels every day, Helong reassured him, understanding Subai's concerns. That would be much appreciated, Elder Helong. You know my wife is pregnant. I wouldn't want her to fret unnecessarily. No need to worry. This is our duty. Just being able to have you personally involved in this project is already a great honor. Elder Helong, let us not dwell on that. As citizens of this nation, it is our obligation, Subai interjected. Let us hurry along. All right, everything is set in our hearts. 10 minutes later, Subai followed Helong to a playground within the Research Institute, where a research team of 150 was ready for action, alongside 10 military vehicles and accompanying escort troops. Upon Subai's arrival, everyone's gaze was filled with respect. It was this young man who had presented the latest lithography machine design. At a critical juncture in the chip blockade, this young man represented all hope. Elder Helong, everything is in order. We can set off at any time. A leading soldier stepped forward, his eyes radiating determination. Thank you for your hard work. This is the architect of the blueprints, Academician Subai. We shall depart immediately. Let us go. Let us go. Commands echoed down the line, and the military vehicles roared to life. Researchers climbed aboard the military trucks under the soldiers' direction, their eyes filled with anticipation. This time, success was the only option. Failure was not permissible. When they returned, they would be hailed as heroes. Even Subai, who typically displayed little emotion, felt a flicker of something profound within him. Was this the power of collective honor? Was this the strength bestowed by the nation? He touched a USB drive in his pocket, a slight smile gracing his lips. Since they had come this far, merely producing lithography machines seemed a waste. After approximately 3 hours on the road, evening descended, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. With a grinding sound, all military vehicles came to a halt. Xiao Su Weivyi arrived. Helong patted Subai's shoulder, his age showing in his weary expression. Subai, leaning against his seat, slowly opened his eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Estimating their route, he surmised they were in a secluded area on the outskirts. Everyone disembark. A well-coordinated flurry of commands rang out as the escort troops disembarked and assumed guard positions. Once confirming all was clear, the researchers followed suit. Subai surveyed the surroundings. It was pitch black, likely deep within the mountains. If he hadn't known they were there for a project, he might have thought he had been abducted. Once everyone was ready, the leading soldier produced a walkie-talkie and reported a series of strange numbers. Suddenly, the previously dark surroundings lit up as armed soldiers emerged from the foliage. Report, escort mission completed. Thank you for your hard work. After a brief exchange between the 2 leading soldiers, the new officer approached Helong. Elder Helong, please follow me. The vehicles cannot proceed from here, and we will need to walk for approximately half an hour. Very well. Thank you. Helong nodded, signaling for the officer to lead the way. After 35 minutes of walking, they arrived at a cave. The physical condition of the researchers was not on par with that of the military personnel, and some were already sweating profusely. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, everyone was filled with awe. This was truly unbelievable. Chapter 108, A Hidden Realm Beneath the Depths. At the mouth of the cave, some vegetation was strategically placed for concealment, rendering it nearly imperceptible from a distance. However, for Subai and his companions stationed at the entrance, the scene was quite clear. The periphery of the cave was fortified with reinforced concrete. Such a thick layer of concrete was more than capable of withstanding high-intensity artillery strikes. Not to mention, this research facility was situated deep underground. Under the leadership of the commanding officer, the group proceeded into the cave, while the remaining soldiers dispersed nearby to maintain vigilance. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, they arrived at a lift platform. Old he, is this a physical lift? Subai squinted, curious as he inquired. Academician Su. To mitigate uncertainties, a physical lift is far more reliable in this context than an electric one. Additionally, we have other alternative exits. The officer ahead interjected before Old he could respond. Subai understood the purpose of the scientific personnel's visit and thus held them in high regard. Moreover, he had already received pertinent information regarding the arriving team prior to his arrival, with Old he and Su by being the most significant members. Ah, I see. Subai nodded, signifying his comprehension. Old He, allow me to escort you and academician Su down first. I'll ensure the others descend in an orderly manner afterward. Very well. Old He replied with a slight nod. As they entered the lift, Old He remarked, Xiao Su. Yesterday the state arranged for the covert transportation of various equipment and essential supplies, so there should be no issues in terms of daily living. Old He. As per higher authorities' directives, the first research base underwent thorough inspections yesterday. The ventilation system, temperature control system, and so forth have all met the required standards. You may focus solely on your research and production. We will handle all other matters, the officer supplemented. Thank you for your hard work. It is our duty. If you achieve success, it will also be our honor. After descending for approximately 3 minutes, the lift doors opened once more. Subai's pupils dilated in astonishment. Good heavens, this is a veritable paradise, an unexpected wonder. Who could have imagined that nearly 100 meters below the surface lay such a research facility? The nation truly harbors hidden talents, brimming with secrets. Truly commendable. Our homeland possesses remarkable construction capabilities, Subai mused. No wonder so many countries aspire to acquire domestic infrastructure technology. Few can rival such construction prowess. At a depth of 100 meters, all facilities and lighting were exceedingly ample. More importantly, there was an absence of oppressive feelings, making it feel as though they were not working at such depths. After traversing the hall, they entered a corridor lined with rooms reminiscent of space capsules. Old He, Academician Su, you are assigned to rooms 1 and 2 respectively. This is a tablet device for internal use, which contains the room passwords. Your rooms are also equipped with personal bathrooms, and at the end of the corridor, you will find the kitchen and communal leisure area. A dedicated chef will manage your meals and daily needs, the officer elaborated, pointing out each area. Should any issues arise, you can reach us via the tablet, and we will address them promptly. After a brief tour, Subai arrived at his designated room 2. Academician Su. The room is stocked with some compressed biscuits and various foods. Feel free to help yourself if you get hungry. Rest well. Thank you, much appreciated. Upon closing the door, Subai examined his room. Approximately 15 square meters, it included a private bathroom. To his surprise, there was even a bathtub. How considerate. After stowing his luggage, he approached the soft bed. Subai picked up a small booklet from the bedside table. Introduction Manual for Base 1. To every researcher, greetings. You are at the National Secret Research Base 1, which has been operational for 23 years. Upon reading this manual, I trust you are a passionate patriot willing to sacrifice everything for your country. Here, you will receive the utmost protection, ensuring your safety is uncompromised. Lastly, to the unknown researchers, we stand with you, and the nation stands with you. We are all proud of your selfless contributions. Wishing you success. Wishing you triumph. After reading approximately 800 words, Subai felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. These valiant soldiers had even prepared this, showcasing their thoughtfulness. He placed the manual back on the bedside table, performed a brief wash, and then lay down to drift into slumber. The next day, a bell rang, indicating 7 in the morning. After all, in the underground, one could neither see the sun nor the moon, making it difficult to perceive the passage of time. If individuals lose their sense of time, it could adversely affect their mental well-being over time. To prevent psychological issues, bells ring 4 times a day, at 7 in the morning, 12 noon, 6 in the evening, and 11 at night. These were also noted in the pamphlet, along with a few regulations to adhere to. Upon hearing the bell, Subai awakened and began his morning routine. 10 minutes later, he opened the door to the dining area. Observing that many others were already having their meals, a smile crept onto his lips. Truly, they were top-tier scholars, exhibiting remarkable self-discipline in every aspect. This scene validated the saying that those who are often more accomplished than you tend to work even harder. Xiaosu, over here. Old He had already risen early. His age meant he needed less sleep, having awakened around 5 to practice Tai Chi. Hearing Old He's voice, Subai first gathered some items from the self-service area, then took a plate and sat beside him. Old He, you're up quite early. Nothing for it. With so many concerns, when the lithography machine is finally operational, I intend to sleep like a log, Old He replied, taking a bite of whole grain bun paired with unsweetened soy milk. Old He, that day will come soon. If anyone else had said such a thing, Subai might not have believed it, but hearing it from Old He instilled genuine confidence in him regarding its imminent arrival. Old He looked at Subai, feeling fortunate for the nation once again. By the way, today the project officially commences, and I would like you to preside over a mobilization meeting. Old He, I think you should handle this. Subai waved his hand in refusal. I'm merely a research talent. Public speaking is not my forte. No, it must be you. It's settled, Old He insisted, not granting Subai an opportunity to decline. After all, you are the principal investigator of this project. Me? Principal investigator? Subai was taken aback. Yes, The documents will be finalized shortly. Old He's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. We can't let you come all this way for nothing. Remember, with responsibility comes honor. Chapter 109. Racing against time, giving it their all. What a case of acting first and reporting later. Yet Subai found himself unable to refuse Old He, allowing a wry smile to form internally. First, Old He was an elder, significantly older, and it was only right to respect one's elders. Second, although Old He's insistence was a means of binding him, it was also for Subai's benefit, playing a crucial role in his future development. The intentions of He Long were exceedingly clear. The successor must emerge, surpassing the predecessor. However, He Long was unaware that, at times, Subai simply wished to lead a modest existence. With the system at his disposal, it was akin to donning the imperial yellow robe of ancient times. As long as Subai refrained from courting disaster, who in this world could inflict harm upon him? With this thought, Subai let out a sigh. Alas, having left the magic city, he found himself unable to clock in recently. Observing He Long's expression, it seemed he was reluctant. He Long gazed at Subai with an enigmatic smile, able to surmise his thoughts to a considerable extent. Yet, at times, He Lao, when you have issued a decree, can I truly express reluctance? In that fleeting moment, Subai realized that since he had chosen to come to this place to participate in the project, he had already taken the first step. After finishing the last bite of his dinner, Subai cleared his throat and said, He Lao, I shall defer to your wishes. That was more like it. Half an hour later, in the grand hall, a multitude of researchers stood in orderly fashion below, while He Long stood on the stage, his gaze fixed upon the audience. Comrades, today marks a new beginning for us. It is the first day of our expedition. He Long's eyes blazed with intensity. At this juncture, I must announce an important decision. Subai, Academician Su, will be the primary leader of this operation. Now, I invite Academician Su to the stage to address us. With that, He Long directed his gaze towards Subai and extended the microphone in his direction. Without hesitation, Subai ascended the stage, accepting the microphone, and surveyed the crowd of over 100 budding researchers before speaking slowly. Comrades, as you chose to come to this place, I trust you comprehend the significance of this mission. The reason I stand before you today at He Lao's invitation is that the design blueprint for the lithography machine was provided by me. However, Subai cast a sweeping glance over the audience. For it to truly materialize, it requires the collective effort of each and every one of you present here. The assembly of researchers remained notably silent. After all, the name of Academician Su had begun to circulate 6 months prior. Only a few, encountering Subai for the first time, were taken aback, astonished that the legendary academician was so youthful. The thought of participating in the lithography project filled them with exhilaration. I believe everyone here has seen the announcements from the United States and Japan, revealing their unscrupulous measures in their attempts to impose sanctions. The heavens move with strength. A gentleman must strive for self-improvement. We must possess our own independently developed lithography machine to truly stand tall in the realm of semiconductors. As one of the great nations, we cannot be held by the throat by others. We must break through the blockade. Therefore, this project must succeed. Failure is not an option. We do not represent merely ourselves, but the hope of our nation in the semiconductor field. When this project comes to fruition, we shall silence the dissenters once and for all. Each word from Subai ignited a fervor among the researchers, who were eager to commence their work. Since the nation has chosen you, I will unreservedly share all my knowledge in the realm of lithography with you, and I hope that in the near future, you will develop even higher spec lithography machines. Furthermore, if all goes smoothly, I have prepared a delightful surprise for you, ensuring that your journey here will be worthwhile. The notion of unreservedly and delightful surprise stirred excitement among the researchers, who were deeply moved by Subai's selflessness. It is worth noting that in certain fields, even relatives may withhold information, for such knowledge constitutes wealth that rivals nations. They were astonished that the young academician on stage possessed such audacity, leaving them feeling somewhat inadequate. Do not find it incredible, for my aim is to foster a legacy. The happiness of a small family is built upon the stability of the greater community. As long as our nation is sufficiently strong, all shall prosper. I shall not elaborate further. Now, let each of you take your positions according to your areas of expertise. Should you encounter any issues, come to me at once. Time is money. Let us forge ahead, comrades. I hereby declare the commencement of the Spark Era project. Ensure the completion of the task. The collective of researchers responded with a resounding cheer, promptly entering their working states. Still claiming you cannot do it? This is going splendidly. He Lao stroked his graying beard, his eyes glistening with tears. This was the future he longed to witness. He Lao, time waits for no man. Let us begin. Subai flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Indeed, let us commence. The entire project was divided into 36 small units. with the first batch consisting of 4 to 5 individuals per group, all stationed in a unified location within the hall. The reason for not utilizing separate rooms was purely to maximize efficiency. Should any issues arise, they could promptly consult Unit 1 to inquire with Subai. An hour later, Subai nodded in satisfaction as he observed the dedicated researchers. Truly, they were remarkable. Their intellect and focus were unparalleled, and their ability to embrace new concepts was strikingly swift. As the time progressed, researchers occasionally approached Subai with inquiries. Any questions regarding the lithography machine were met with thorough explanations, and regular meetings were held periodically. With everyone's cooperation, each component of the lithography machine was verified, entering the production revision phase. Especially when the second and third batches of researchers arrived, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with every segment of the project proceeding in an orderly manner. Outside, time flowed swiftly, while the underground researchers diligently honed their craft day in and day out. Days turned into weeks, and a month passed. As time elapsed, a portion of the researchers became wholly immersed in the project, even finding no time for personal grooming, their unshaven faces serving as testament to their dedication. Even Subai's eyes were now bloodshot, as the challenges of bringing the lithography machine to fruition proved more arduous than he had anticipated. Theory was one thing. Implementation was an entirely different matter. They encountered various hardware problems along the way, but with a multitude of researchers, the collective intellect would ultimately overcome each obstacle. Xiao Su, perhaps you should take a break. Your health is paramount. He Lao gently patted Subai's shoulder. Their time together had allowed He Lao to understand this young man more deeply. Unlike most youths, he was not spoiled. Once his determination surged, nothing could restrain him. I'm fine. Youth is resilient, Subai replied with a smile, continuing to study the module in his hands. At this pace, we should be able to achieve implementation in another 20 days. In just 1 month. The lithography project had astonishingly completed 2/3 of its objectives. Observing Subai's steadfast gaze, He Long shook his head, choosing to remain silent as he also sat down to review the design blueprints for the latter part of the project. Chapter 110, Mandatory Rest. In the apartment in the Magic City, due to Subai's departure, Lin Qianyu had yet to relocate, remaining in the suburban 3-bedroom hall. Throughout this month, Fang Qing had been living with Lin Qianyu daily. Fang Qing expressed her support for both Subai's actions and her daughter's decision. After lunch, Lin Qianyu, as usual, languidly reclined on the sofa, live-streaming. One hand gently caressed her slightly rounded belly, where she could distinctly feel the life within. My dear child, in just over half a year, we shall finally meet. Are you not filled with excitement? Your mother wishes to share that your father is a true hero. He has promised to bestow upon you a plethora of treasures upon your arrival. Lin Qianyu softly murmured a few words before turning her gaze towards the window. When will that man triumphantly return? In the beginning, he would call daily to reassure her, but as time progressed, those calls dwindled to every 3 or 5 days. And now a week has passed without a single word. Thankfully, there are daily updates indicating that they are at a critical juncture. Otherwise, Lin Qianyu would surely be consumed by worry. Host, when will Bai Yi return? I find myself missing him. It has been a month, and we have only just uncovered 3 new locations of hidden funds. It truly feels like a failure. Ladies, I must confess, even now as I gaze upon the host's room, I still sense hidden assets lurking everywhere. Have you heard? Today, Sakura Nation and the United States issued another announcement, officially commencing sanctions on chips. I just glanced, and the price of mobile phones has surged by 10%. The wicked capitalist nations are truly beyond reproach. A week later, cough, cough. In a subterranean research facility, He Long suddenly emitted a soft cough. What little black hair he had left had turned entirely white. Old He, you should take a moment to rest, Subai suggested, massaging his temples. At his age, he was nearing his limit. He could scarcely fathom how He Long had managed to endure until now. 90% of the modules had been completed. All that remained was assembly and testing. Leave it to me. No, I can still persist. He Long waved his hand, firmly rejecting Subai's proposal. A week had passed since the sanctions from other nations had been imposed, and those in charge were very concerned about their progress. If they could finish a day early, they would spare the nation considerable losses. Little Sue, if we fail, the situation will be far graver than we can imagine, so we must succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, thud, He Long ultimately could not withstand it, collapsing unconscious, his head striking the workbench. Doctor, Subai exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The surrounding researchers gathered, their expressions betraying their concern. Old He, clear the way. A medic rushed over with a first aid kit, followed closely by 2 assistants. Give me a hand. Under the medic's guidance, Subai and the others carefully laid He Long down on the floor. The medic expertly unbuttoned He Long's shirt to administer emergency care while instructing, grab a pillow to support his head, and place a book beneath it. 5 minutes later. It's all right now, the medic exhaled in relief. He has fainted from overexertion and lack of sleep. In a moment, we'll help him to the medical room. And I will administer a few bottles of nutrients. He just needs to rest for a couple of days. Sighing, the medic reflected on the health of these researchers, whom they monitored daily. Yet, none of them heeded advice. Each was working tirelessly. I've advised old he multiple times, but his age makes it difficult. The medic glanced at the surrounding researchers. You all should heed the same advice. Balance work and rest, or you may find yourselves in the same predicament. After he long had settled into his hospital room, Subai observed the others returning to their work in the main hall and pondered for a moment. Clap, clap, clap. Subai clapped his hands together. Come, let us convene a brief meeting. At his call, everyone set aside their tasks and turned to face Subai. Through their time together, their admiration for him had only grown. Everyone, Subai regarded the weary eyes of each researcher. We have been at this research facility for 38 days. Through our collective efforts, we have made astonishing progress on the project. You may have noticed that just now he collapsed from fatigue. To prevent such incidents from recurring, I am mandating that everyone take a forced rest after 6 o'clock this evening and resume work in the morning. Academician Su. But such a decision will significantly delay our progress. A researcher immediately raised his concerns. Considering the timeline, our country's chips should currently be under sanctions. We must act swiftly. Indeed, even if we can advance the project by a day, what is the cost of working ourselves to the bone? Academician Su. I am not fatigued. I can continue. Academician Su. Let us persist in our production. Give me 2 more days, and I assure you my responsibilities will be fulfilled. Each researcher was unwilling to relinquish their tasks, fearing any delay in their respective responsibilities would hinder the overall project's progress. Everyone, please remain calm. Subai raised his hand to quell the rising tension. This is a directive. Health is paramount. Have you considered that our selection for this project is not solely for the development of the lithography machine? While its completion is crucial, the essence of legacy is even more significant. Sacrificing our health for a single project would be the true definition of a Pyrrhic victory. Furthermore, I believe that allowing you to rest for one night will not impede progress. In fact, it may enhance our efficiency. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the researchers' faces, he continued. Have you observed that our efficiency has significantly diminished over the past 3 to 4 days? This is merely our bodies signaling us. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Only by maintaining our well-being can we avoid mistakes. Moreover, the subsequent assembly and debugging stages are the most critical. I would not want to lapse due to anyone's physical condition, as that would genuinely impact the team. Seeing the researchers hesitating, Subai's voice turned firm. Thus, it is decided. Those who defy this order will be barred from participating in the final debugging. Meeting adjourned. His words instantly silenced the room, everyone nodding obediently in agreement. After more than a month of toil, being unable to partake in the final assembly and debugging of the lithography machine would indeed become a lifelong regret. Academician Su, you must also rest. We must ensure equality. A recent recruit spoke up. Oldie has already collapsed. If you were to follow, we would be left without a leader. Very well, equality it shall be. Subai massaged his temples, realizing he too was somewhat out of sorts due to prolonged, intense research. It was indeed time for a proper rest. Let it be settled then. No one is permitted to conduct clandestine research in their rooms. At 8 o'clock that evening, Subai observed the team returning to their respective quarters after dinner, behaving obediently. He made his way to the medical ward alone. Academician Su. The medic on duty greeted him promptly at the door. Shu, I shall remain here for a moment. Subai gestured quietly, mindful not to disturb the peacefully slumbering Heilong. Some individuals truly endure great hardships for the sake of their nation. Academician Su. Old he is likely to awaken by morning. I added a little sedative to ensure he does not resume work immediately upon waking. That is commendable. You have my gratitude. After watching for a while, Subai returned to his room and lay down, gazing at the ceiling, Lin Qianyu's sweet smile dancing through his mind. Soon, he thought. Very soon, they would be reunited. Chapter 111. The final moments of assembly. Before long, another week had passed. Huff. Subai took a deep breath, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Beside him, Heilong, who had already recovered, patted Subai on the shoulder and spoke with a slight tremor of excitement in his voice. We are close. We are about to witness a miracle. It is bound to succeed. Indeed, it will surely succeed. Subai nodded, picking up a microphone from the table to address the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, just a minute ago, all the components for the development of the lithography machine were officially completed. Our next task is to assemble and calibrate it. Turning to observe the eager expressions of his team, he cautioned, let us not get ahead of ourselves. We must reserve our excitement until the lithography machine is successfully assembled and operational. I hope that during the assembly process, everyone will be fully focused. Let us together complete this final battle of our endeavor. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic shouts, each individual brimming with anticipation, eager to witness the birth of a miracle. We must remember, this is the 06NA lithography machine. If successful, it will be the most advanced lithography machine in the world, bar none. For our nation, this represents a groundbreaking leap forward. He continued, you will have an hour to adjust. We will reconvene in the assembly hall at 1 o'clock to officially begin the assembly of the lithography machine. Su Bai's voice carried a hint of exhilaration. After nearly 2 months of toil, they were finally on the brink of results. Understood. I think I'll freshen up a bit. One researcher remarked as he rubbed his unkempt face. I want to be in the best condition to assemble this machine. If we succeed, I plan to propose to my girlfriend. I must also spend more time with my wife and children, taking my precious daughter to the amusement park she has been longing to visit. Brother, you can take her on the carousel, someone chimed in. When we get back, write a report detailing this experience and strive for breakthroughs in other areas in the future. I'm feeling a bit hungry. I'm off to have a hearty meal. One must eat enough to feel satisfied, but not overly so, or else one won't be in the right state of mind. Understood. Count me in. Came the chorus of voices as the group began to discuss, some pairing off for meals or freshening up, while others lay on the ground, resting and chatting amiably. This was a rare moment of relaxation. He long observed this scene, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Xiao Su, these individuals are the backbone of our nation, particularly the young ones. This experience will yield immense benefits for their future lives. Some of these youngsters arrived with a bit of arrogance, but look at them now. While they still possess some pride, it emanates from a different kind of fortitude. Under your leadership, they have undergone a transformation. I can already envision what they will be in 10 years. As he long spoke, he nearly burst into laughter. Of course, the most outstanding among us is still you. Xiao Su, I truly hope for your future. Stop right there, Su Bai interjected, waving his hand to interrupt He Long. When the nation is in urgent need, I will certainly step up, just as I have this time. However, during other times, I prefer freedom. I am also looking forward to the arrival of new life. He Lao, I am quite a simple person. I do not pursue lofty ideals. During this lengthy mission, I have found myself missing my wife. At this point, Su Bai suddenly remembered something and pulled out a USB drive from his pocket, handing it to He Long. Xiao Su, what is this? He Long inquired. Curiosity etched upon his face as he accepted the drive. A good thing. You'll see when we return, Su Bai said with a slight smile. Once the lithography machine is developed, you may need to organize another group to come to this research institute, but please do not include me. Additionally, I have one request. He Lao, please do not overexert yourself. Should anything happen to you, I will no longer be able to offer my assistance. Upon hearing this, He Long felt a surge of urgency. Xiao Su, that is not right. Come on, give me a hint. National treasure. The 2 words struck a chord deep within He Long. Xiao Su, are you referring to that? He gestured as if lighting fireworks. Su Bai nodded. It's similar in concept, but far more effective. It possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, and crucially, I have equipped it with an independent system that is largely impervious to external interference. He Long's eyes widened with excitement. An independent system? Xiao Su, I must report this. Additional resources will be allocated to you. The implications of having both offensive and defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the contents of the USB drive were far more explosive than he could imagine. He Lao, let us keep this low-key. It should remain confidential, Su Bai urged. A hint of mischief in his smile. With it, ensuring stability for the next century should pose no problem. He Long gazed at Su Bai, struggling to comprehend how such a young individual could devise such advanced technology. It was astonishing to realize that this young man was barely in his 20s. Even if he had begun studying from infancy, mastering all this knowledge seemed implausible. Moreover, the synthesis and integration required to ultimately design the lithography machine's blueprint, along with the contents of the USB and previous designs, posed an extraordinary challenge. Could it be that true geniuses existed in this world? No, such intellect transcended mere humanity. Fortunately, this young man was devoted to his country. However, this also meant that his information must remain classified. With this thought, He Long resolved that the first order of business upon returning would be to convene a meeting with higher-ups to classify all of Su Bai's information at the highest level. He Lao, don't look at me like that, as if I were a monster, Su Bai murmured, feeling uneasy under He Long's gaze. You rascal, He Long chuckled, ruffling Su Bai's hair. You've worked hard this time. It's only right, and truly worthwhile. An hour later, everyone gathered in the first laboratory, each individual brimming with eagerness. Let us begin, Su Bai commanded, and all commenced inspecting the components they had crafted, ensuring that no issues would arise. Once completed, they handed the parts to Su Bai, who, along with 2 assistants, began the assembly. He Long led another group to assemble the less critical components. With everyone working in an orderly manner, their diligence meticulous to the last detail. Over a month of effort had culminated in this moment. Chapter 112. I hope for many. Many things. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, through the concerted efforts of all, a machine measuring 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1.8 meters high emerged before them. Academician Su, have we succeeded? A researcher could no longer contain his excitement as he inquired. Not yet. We must wait until this lithography machine actually produces a chip to declare success, Subai replied, gently caressing the equipment before him. This lithography machine represented not only technological advancement, but also monetary value. It is known that a top-tier lithography machine on the market is valued at over 500 million. Once mass-produced, it would essentially serve as a money-printing machine. More importantly, this lithography machine differed from those available on the market. All the components of this device were sourced domestically, meticulously crafted by the dedicated researchers and technicians involved in this project. This signifies that the lithography machine is devoid of any patent disputes, which is one of its intrinsic values. Once unveiled, its worth will be immeasurable. Academician Su. Shall we bestow a name upon it? Proposed one of the researchers, eager to contribute. Indeed, Academician Su should name it, echoed the sentiments of the group. How about Revival One? Suggested another. Oh please, one might think we are developing high-speed trains, retorted yet another. What about Jade Rabbit One? Asked a voice. Come on, brother, can we take this seriously? Names should reflect our own creativity, not just resemble trains or rockets. I believe it is best left to Academician Su, someone else chimed in. Yes, Academician Su, your turn. The crowd urged, playfully tossing the significant decision of naming onto Subai. He waved his hand dismissively. No, let's allow old he to name it. After all, he Long has devoted his entire life to the nation and to science. He deserves this opportunity. Xiao Su, you are the first responsible person for this project. It should be you, he Long countered, both men engaging in a courteous exchange of humility, fully aware of the significance that naming holds. He Lao, Academician Su. There's no need for such modesty. Perhaps one of you could suggest a character each? A voice proposed. I think that could work, said another. He Long, seeing the practicality, nodded in agreement. Very well, Xiao Su, you can go first. Anticipating the years to come, when this lithography machine, which he had a hand in developing and naming, would bear fruit, he Long felt a deep sense of joy. By allowing Su Bai to suggest the first character, he aimed to subtly acknowledge Su Bai's role as the primary responsible party. All right, then, Su Bai squinted. Star? He Long immediately grasped the implication. Star is excellent. I shall add fire, fitting as our project code is Starfire Era. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. A spark can rise steadily. Academician Su, here's a spray gun. One researcher handed over a red spray gun. Subai accepted it and inscribed the 4 characters, Starfire 1. I hope that in the near future, when I am no longer involved, Starfire can have a second and third model. In the realm of lithography machines, we shall always remain number 1. An era where no other country can even come close, and I believe you all can achieve this. Subai's words resonated deeply with everyone present, igniting a passionate fire within their hearts that refused to be extinguished. What a splendid name, Starfire 1, he Long couldn't help but exclaim, tears glistening in his eyes. Then came the pivotal moment. Let us witness this grand occasion together, Subai indicated to several researchers, with He Long accompanying him. As they approached the fully assembled lithography machine. You handle this section. You take that part. He Lao, you're in charge of the final segment. Understood. No problem. The team nodded in agreement, each taking their positions. Subai stood before the control console, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Commence. His fingers flew over the controls, inputting a series of commands, while the others began manipulating the buttons before them. Beep, beep, beep soon. A series of sounds emanated from the machine as it began to operate. Moments later, with a crisp sound, the lithography machine's terminal successfully etched a chip. Time taken, 18 seconds. This implies that if the chip is functional, this machine could produce 200 chips per hour. An astonishing efficiency. To put it into perspective, the highest specification lithography machines currently on the market can only manage 170 chips per hour at best. This machine surpasses that by a significant margin of 30 chips. Over time, this will culminate in an extraordinarily formidable figure. Testing instrument. Subai swiftly approached the terminal of the lithography machine, donning gloves as he carefully picked up the chip. At this moment, tension gripped the hearts of all present as they silently prayed for no issues to arise. Where's the testing instrument? Seeing no one moving, Subai raised an eyebrow and called out again. Here it is. One researcher, finally snapping out of his astonishment, hurriedly approached Subai with the equipment in hand. Academician Su. Just place it here, Subai instructed, cautiously placing the chip into the testing apparatus. a twinge of anxiety coursing through him. Although the schematics were provided by the system, the components were crafted by their own hands. And Subai could not guarantee that no errors had occurred. Once the chip was secured, he input another command into the device. Beep, 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 red light, green light. Red light, green light. Watching the red lights transform into green, Subai felt his heart rise to his throat. With the final green light illuminating, the entire assembly lab erupted in jubilant celebration. We did it. We have succeeded. Fantastic. We have lived up to expectations. Some researchers were moved to tears. Others danced with joy, while some held back, embracing their companions tightly. They all understood the significance of this success. Beside them, He Long was overwhelmed with emotion. Raising his gaze skyward, "Leader, may heaven bless our nation. We have not failed in our mission." With that, He Long turned to Subai, grasping his hands tightly. "Xiao Su, thank you, thank you." "He Lao, this is our collective endeavor," Subai replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he absorbed the joy of his companions. "Xiao Su, do you have any requests? As long as they aren't excessive, I can advocate for you," He Long suddenly offered. Subai grinned, his face radiating warmth. "He Lao, since we've succeeded, can we return home tomorrow? You rascal." He Long playfully patted Subai on the shoulder. "Xiao Su, sometimes I wish you would ask for something more. Oh, I do have desires. I wish for the happiness and well-being of our nation, for everyone to be safe and sound, and for my future beloved to be well. Heh, and so much more." Chapter 113, Triumphant Return. We succeeded. Indeed, we did. A full 10 minutes passed, yet many remained absorbed in the euphoria of victory. Suddenly, one researcher approached Subai, bowing deeply. "Academician Su, thank you." Subai quickly extended his hands, blinking in surprise. "No need for such formalities. I feel undeserving. This success is a testament to our team's collective effort, and your gratitude makes me quite embarrassed." "No, Academician Su, you deserve this." The researcher bowed once more. They all recognized that the project's success was largely attributable to the efforts of Academician Su. Without him, they would not even have had a starting point. The decades-long gap in lithography technology between their country and others had been bridged in less than 2 months, thanks to this young man's contributions. This achievement, this legacy with the first researcher leading the charge, others began to voice their appreciation. "Academician Su, thank you." The scene was remarkably grand and majestic, leaving Subai feeling somewhat embarrassed and profoundly moved, as if something was about to spill from the corners of his eyes. This monumental gift was overwhelmingly heavy. Subai turned to He Long, seeking assistance, but the latter feigned ignorance of his silent plea, instead beaming at him with a broad smile. It was only after a minute that He Long slowly spoke. "Xiao Su, at this juncture, our nation needs you, needs a goal. They have undergone a transformation because of you, and in the near future, our country will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights in the field of scientific research. Besides, just look at how joyful they are. After nearly 2 months, they had not let the nation down." He Long whispered these words and turned to the tearful researchers below. "Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we return home." The mere mention of home struck each researcher's heart with tremendous weight. The burdens that had once felt so heavy now seemed to lift. Upon hearing the words "going home," every mouth curved into a slight smile. They could finally return. "My girlfriend must miss me terribly. Hiya. I must bring a gift for that little rascal. Let's go. Go prepare. We're heading home tomorrow. Brother, if it's on the way, can I come with you?" "Of course, it's a must." Subai leisurely strolled back to his room, standing before the bathroom mirror, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, if I return home looking like this, Qianyu probably won't even recognize me." The reflection staring back at him bore disheveled hair, an unkempt stubble, and a face glistening with oil, far removed from his once handsome visage. This appearance resembled that of the once famous sharp brother, and upon closer inspection, it had its own peculiar charm. After spending half an hour tidying up, when Subai glanced at himself in the mirror once more, he noticed he had lost weight. His jawline appeared sharper, and his complexion had grown somewhat pallid. Nearly 2 months of intense, confined research had indeed taken its toll. If he felt this way, it was no wonder that He Long, several years his senior, had fainted. The life of a researcher is truly exhausting. The following day, outside the entrance of the research base, the soldiers stood in neat formation, awaiting the emergence of the researchers. Upon seeing them exit, some soldiers eagerly rushed forward to lend a hand, assisting in carrying the items held by the researchers. "You've worked hard. You all have worked far harder." Meanwhile, another contingent of soldiers stood armed, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. "He Lao, shall we set off?" The commanding officer approached He Long to inquire. "Yes, let's depart." He then turned to Subai. "Xiao Su, I have copied all the documents. Take a look. He Lao, you handle it as you see fit." "All right. Then I shall take charge. We're going home." He Long gazed at the blue sky that he hadn't seen for 2 months and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Sakura country, America? In the outside world, headlines read, chip supply tightens, prices of various electronic devices soar. Who will bear the cost? What lies ahead for the domestic communication industry? Only by self-improvement can we avoid having our fates strangled by others. I wonder how our nation's research team is faring? Have they made any progress? The research on lithography machines is incredibly challenging. Nearly a month of chip supply disruption had left certain industries in a state of unease. The majority viewed the situation with skepticism and negativity, voicing their grievances. Some even blamed Subai, claiming he should not have foolishly boasted about possessing blueprints for a top-tier lithography machine, which led to sanctions from multiple parties. Representatives from Sakura country and America fanned the flames, jeering. In their words, he was merely a clown, putting on airs. I said it all along. How could he possibly design the blueprints so quickly? After all, a lithography machine involves thousands of patents. Many things require time to mature. They still lag behind us. And this is simply self-inflicted suffering. However, just when both domestic and foreign observers were pessimistic, a statement emerged online. As foreign countries impose sanctions on domestic chips, a press conference will be held tomorrow. Below it were bold letters. We will never back down. This announcement left everyone in a state of confusion, utterly bewildered by this turn of events. What could this mean? Could it be that our nation has succeeded? The likelihood seemed slim. I suspect they must be retaliating from other angles, as we have been under sanctions for less than a month and can only take action from different fronts. Who knows? But I am beginning to feel a sense of anticipation. I will definitely watch the online press conference. Academician Sue, are you really not planning to make an appearance? At the Imperial Capital Research Institute, the group had successfully returned under the military's escort. Long turned to Sue by once more to ask, regarding the upcoming press conference. Long hoped that the key contributor, Sue Bai, would be present, as the fact that the design blueprints had been disclosed by Sue Bai could no longer be concealed. Even if the country sought alternative excuses, it would merely be an exercise in futility. No, I am not adept at public appearances. Sue Bai waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, I can hardly wait to see my wife at home. Then I shall introduce you, mentioning only your name, with no other details. Fine, Lao, you decide. Although Sue Bai initially intended to decline, the image of Lin Qianyu and their future child suddenly flashed in his mind, prompting him to reconsider. After all, he too wished to be seen as a hero in his child's eyes. Chapter 114, Going Home. Host. I heard the country is preparing to release a statement regarding the chip sanctions. Is there some joyful news? Has Bai Yi succeeded? I have missed Bai Yi so much after 2 months. I can't wait to see him display his usual wealthy, yet naive demeanor. I suspect the host may not even be privy to this information. It must be a state secret that cannot be disclosed. I read online that the country is likely taking measures to counteract sanctions. 2 months is hardly enough to produce chips from lithography machines, is it? Regardless, I will always support Bai Yi and eagerly await his return. If Bai Yi truly succeeds, I will celebrate with a grand feast. I must prepare a gift for Bai Yi's soon-to-arrive baby. Many old fans filled the live stream, aware of Sue Bai's endeavors, standing firmly in support and eagerly anticipating his triumphant return. Watching the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lin Qianyu felt a sudden wave of melancholy. She had thought she could endure for a long time, yet after just 2 months apart from that man, she had changed so much. It seemed as if something vital was missing from her life, leaving her heart feeling hollow, as if a piece were absent. That man had come to occupy her entire world over the past 2 years of marriage. Dear husband, when will you return? Rubbing her slightly swollen eyes, Lin Qianyu waved at the live stream. Everyone, let us not speculate. If he returns one day, I will be sure to notify you all immediately. Bowing her head, she gently caressed her belly and mused. For some inexplicable reason, I've been craving sour foods lately, while losing my appetite for everything else. The streamer remarked. This is an experience every woman must endure when giving birth, morning sickness. I remember how excruciating it was back then. Recalling those days, I remembered how my husband would rush to fulfill my every craving, especially when I was expecting our first child. That feeling was truly delightful. On the first day, I craved durian. The next, I longed for snail noodles. And on the third, I desired Peking duck. The most delectable dishes, after tasting them once, I never wished to have again, which certainly put my husband through quite the ordeal. Yet, seeing him during that time filled me with immense happiness. Alas, it's not like now, after 15 years of marriage, where we feel more like family. But that was not the most daunting part. The most daunting aspect was after giving birth, when this little one would monopolize all your time. Everything revolved around their needs. Eating, drinking, and even their little calls during the night were relentless. At times, I wished I could just put him back. As the barrage of comments grew increasingly terrifying, Lin Qianyu chose to selectively disregard them. If the little rascal gets too mischievous, I'll just hand him over to his father. I refuse to believe Su Bai would ever resent his own child. I'll strive to cultivate him into an all-around capable dad. As she pondered, vivid images filled Lin Qianyu's mind, and a subtle smile crept upon her lips. That man truly possesses remarkable qualities. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow and turned to the guest room. Mom, did you order takeout? No, it's only 4 o'clock. It's not yet time to cook. Came Fang Qing's voice, seemingly engrossed in a romantic drama, punctuated by bursts of laughter. How peculiar. Lin Qianyu murmured. Could it be my delivery has arrived? Just a moment. She slid off the sofa, slipped on a pair of sandals, and made her way to the door. Upon opening it, Lin Qianyu stood frozen, tears welling up and swirling in her eyes. Before her stood none other than Su Bai, the man she had been yearning for over the past 2 months. Although he appeared somewhat thinner and more weathered since leaving home, he exuded a more masculine charm and an air of maturity. Wife, do you not recognize me? Su Bai extended his hand, playfully pinching Lin Qianyu's delicate nose before pulling her into an embrace. Did you miss me? Inhaling the familiar scent and feeling the comforting warmth, Lin Qianyu could not help but gently shake her head and softly whisper, Husband, I've missed you. Without hesitation, Su Bai cupped Lin Qianyu's face and leaned in, planting a kiss on her lips. I stayed up thinking of you. The live stream erupted in excitement. Am I seeing this correctly? Is Bai Yi back? Does this mean Bai Yi has succeeded? Judging by Bai Yi's expression, he doesn't seem to be one for failure. Goodness, coming back and immediately showering us with dog food. I suddenly wish Bai Yi and tea returned. It's torturous for us single folks. Bai Yi, I suspect your secret stash has dwindled again. At that moment, however, Su Bai and Lin Qianyu were oblivious to their fans in the live stream, lost in each other's eyes as if the rest of the world had faded away. Yet, as fate would have it, just as they prepared for another passionate kiss. Ahem, am I perhaps an extraneous presence here? Fang Qing, emerging from the guest room, cleared her throat to remind them. Having heard the commotion, she had intended to assist with the door, but was met with this intimate scene. Or perhaps you two lovebirds could wait a moment. Once it gets dark, I'll head home, and you can continue then? Mom, Lin Qianyu exclaimed with a playful tone, her cheeks flushing crimson. How could she have forgotten about this? Her peripheral vision caught sight of the live-streaming phone aimed at the door, making her face turn an even deeper shade of red. Mom, Su Bai chimed in, maintaining a calm demeanor. His wife certainly wouldn't embarrass herself, would she? Finally back. Huh, I've taken good care of him. Now he is all yours, Fang Qing teased, not rushing to inquire about the outcome of Su Bai's recent trip. After all, it was uncertain whether it was classified information. Most importantly, he had returned safely, a sentiment both mother and daughter shared, choosing not to pry into Su Bai's mission. Husband, come inside, Lin Qianyu urged, pulling Su Bai's slightly roughened hand. Are you tired? Would you like to take a nap? Not at all. I had a good night's sleep. Are you hungry? Silly girl, I ate before coming back. Settling onto the sofa, Su Bai affectionately ruffled Lin Qianyu's hair, his face adorned with a tender smile. Little Su, since you've returned, I suppose I should head back, Fang Qing announced as she prepared to tidy up her belongings. I wonder if that old man at home has managed to organize anything. I can only imagine the chaos. Mom, why not stay for dinner before you leave? Su Bai suggested. No need to trouble yourselves. I'll just put the soup on to simmer and then head out. Little Su, when you wake up from your nap, remember to eat. You've lost quite a bit of weight, Fang Qing remarked, her heart aching at the sight of the gaunt Su Bai. That poor child must have endured quite a bit recently. Thank you, Mom. We're family. No need for such formalities. Lin Qianyu waved to the live stream. Dear viewers, we'll resume our broadcast tomorrow. For today, this is where we conclude. Streamer, go attend to your matters. We understand after such a long absence. I still want to know if Bai Yi succeeded. Brother upstairs, you're being rather inconsiderate. Everything will be revealed tomorrow. There's no need to rush. Indeed, here's wishing the streamer and Bai Yi happiness. Bai Yi, rest well. Your 1001st little lover will miss you. Chapter 115, The Press Conference. The following morning at 9:30 a.m., Lin Qianyu promptly initiated the live stream, nestling into Su Bai's embrace. Streamer, you fed us dog food yesterday after the broadcast. And now you're serving it up again today. This is excessive. Just look at the streamer's demeanor. It's evident she is thoroughly satisfied. He. Clearly, one must frequently indulge in the luxuries of life to maintain health and a harmonious family. What is the agenda for today, streamer? Checking private funds? Outdoor activities? Or something special? Lin Qianyu nearly spluttered the water she had in her mouth, unable to restrain herself from rolling her eyes at the comments. Dear family, we must be mindful. There may be minors in the live stream, and we cannot lead astray the flowers of our nation. As for last night, smooch, everything remains known only to Lin Qianyu. Regardless, her appetite had returned. Her spirits had lifted, and she felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Gently nudging her head against Su Bai's shoulder, Lin Qianyu offered him a green grape, placing it into his mouth. This is what life is about, Su Bai sighed. Wife, one must not be overly ambitious. Only then can one experience a qualitative leap in happiness. Husband, the viewers are inquiring about our plans for today. Why don't you decide? Lin Qianyu inquired. Su Bai raised an eyebrow and stretched his limbs, saying, I'm not particularly inclined to move today. How about we engage in some light conversation instead? By the way, shall we watch the online press conference regarding the chip sanctions together? If I recall correctly, it starts at 10. I think that would be splendid. It would be even more perfect if Lord Bai could give us a sneak peek. Judging by Lord Bai's expression, I already know everything. But I simply don't wish to divulge it to you all. The viewers in the live chat must have a sense of what is coming. Let us be discreet and witness how our nation confronts those utterly shameless countries. It should be quite the spectacle. Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. No need to rush, everyone. Prepare your peanuts, beer, and sunflower seeds. Let us enjoy this together. Before long. It was 9:50. Lin Qianyu promptly turned on the television and tuned into the national broadcasting channel. Before the eyes of countless online viewers was a grand auditorium, filled with familiar researchers and the imposing He Long seated in the front row. Additionally, various leaders and heads of relevant fields were present. As the camera panned, one could also see security personnel stationed around, with reporters from both domestic and international media gathered at the back. However, when Su Bai's gaze fell upon the empty seat beside He Long in the front row, his eyebrows involuntarily lifted. So, this is how they choose to operate without attending in person? In that fleeting moment, Su Bai spotted his own name. Honey, what's wrong? Sensing Su Bai's unusual demeanor, Lin Qianyu inquired curiously. Her attention was diverted elsewhere, and the previous image had been rather blurry, causing her to miss the sign representing Su Bai. As the press conference commenced, all personnel settled into their respective seats. When the clock struck 10, a resonant voice echoed through the auditorium, prompting both the attendees and online viewers to sit up in attention. Everyone, please be quiet. Once the hall fell silent, a man appearing to be in his 50s continued. Good morning to the researchers present, esteemed members of the media, and international friends. The purpose of this urgent press conference is to reiterate our stance regarding the chip sanctions imposed on our nation by the United States and Sakura country 23 days ago. It is well known that these sanctions are not only unreasonable but also violate international treaties, displaying an unfriendly disposition and reflecting a thuggish logic, a manifestation of hegemonism. Therefore, we once again assert our nation's position. We shall make no concessions on this matter and will ensure that the countries imposing sanctions on us face equivalent repercussions. Over the past month, I believe each one present has gained a profound understanding of the situation. While we are a nation of etiquette, we will not remain passive when our rights are infringed upon, the spokesperson articulated slowly, prompting every individual present to nod in agreement. After all, the tactics of certain countries were not new to these international media representatives, who recognized the duplicity with clarity. Their attendance at this press conference was merely to observe the nation's stance, yet they were taken aback by its fortitude. Of course, some among them were dispatched by the United States and Sakura country to stir trouble. Upon seeing He Long and his entourage, a sense of foreboding crept into their minds. Nevertheless, recalling their assigned tasks, one journalist summoned the courage to ask, "Excuse me, may I pose a question?" Seeing a Sakura country journalist raise his hand, the middle-aged man maintained his smile, though the corners of his mouth twitched upward slightly. As expected, they have fallen into the trap. Go ahead, please, he replied. I would like to inquire whether your country has devised a solution regarding this chip sanction. Moreover, I believe there is an old saying in your country, those who lag behind will be beaten. This blockade serves as a reminder, though I believe your country is overthinking it. A murmur of disbelief swept through the audience at the Sakura journalist's audacious remark, with some glaring in anger. Such a treacherous statement. Clearly, the aggressor pretended to don the guise of a benefactor, utterly shameless. Furthermore, I can infer from the earlier remarks that your country will not yield in this matter. Indeed, the middle-aged man responded with authority. You heard correctly. We shall make no concessions. And remember the words you just uttered. Those who lag behind will be beaten. Before the journalist could press further, the middle-aged man gestured towards a specific direction. Instantly, a massive screen behind him illuminated. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the focal point of today's press conference. He waved his hand, and the screen transitioned to reveal a lithography machine that had never before appeared on the market. I hereby announce that from this moment forth, we possess our own manufactured lithography machine. Not only that, but it is a completely independently developed new lithography machine, and its performance surpasses all existing machines on the market, boasting an NA value of 0.6. It is named Xingho No. 1. Chapter 116, testing the chips. Xingho number 1. The journalists sent by the United States and Sakura country felt as though they had been struck by a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily disoriented. As they gazed at the large screen, their legs felt weak beneath them. How is this possible? The Sakura journalist rubbed his eyes, attempting to confirm whether what he saw was indeed real. Unfortunately, reality confirmed that everything unfolding before him was genuine, not a figment of his imagination. Boom. The reactions elsewhere in the auditorium were markedly different. Every individual's eyes brightened, fixated on the lithography machine displayed on the screen, unwilling to divert their gaze for even a second. We have independently produced a top-tier lithography machine, one that outperforms all others on the market. Observing the magnificent machine on screen, its sleek lines and cold metallic hue commanded attention, particularly the 4 large characters spelling Xingho number 1. The atmosphere surged with excitement, erupting into an enthusiastic crescendo. Some of the older attendees were moved to tears in that moment of jubilation. They understood the feeling of being sanctioned, grasping the weight of falling behind. At last, in the realm of lithography, they had risen to prominence. Honey, you're amazing. In their apartment, Lin Qianyu, watching the live broadcast, felt a tremendous surge of resonance and couldn't help but turn to plant a gentle kiss on Subai. Of course. Who do you think I am? Subai's response elicited a laugh from Lin Qianyu, who playfully punched his chest twice, exclaiming, "My husband is absolutely right." Though the devoted fans in the live chat had mentally prepared themselves, the moment they witnessed the lithography machine, they were utterly taken aback. Lord Bai, it's truly as I suspected, impressive. Look at that journalist's expression, as if he's just tasted something bitter. Let us see him flaunt now. Today is indeed worthy of a grand toast. What a delight. I take immense pride in being a fan of the esteemed host. What is there that Bai cannot accomplish? It is important to remember that it all began with mere design blueprints. From conceptualization to realization, the entire process took less than 2 months, a feat that can only be described as miraculous. This is not merely constructing infrastructure. This pertains to a lithography machine, whose complexity is incomparable. I must fulfill my promise to purchase gifts for Bai's future child, I declared. Upon witnessing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Subai swiftly intervened. Dear family, please refrain from such gestures. I have my own family to support. He continued, if you truly wish to present gifts, perhaps consider contributing more to the carnival. Coughing lightly, Lin Qianyu, who was beside him, could not resist chiming in. Darling, do you have any idea how much a carnival costs? Of course, it's 3,000, Subai replied, counting on his fingers. This is all for our child's formula. Such a noble justification for the child's needs momentarily left Lin Qianyu speechless, yet she addressed the live stream. Dear family, do not heed my husband's words. Please act within your means. The fans, however, were undeterred by such considerations. A segment of affluent viewers began to flood the screen with contributions, justifying their actions as nurturing the nation's future pillars. After all, a tiger begets no dog, and Bai's future offspring are sure to be exceptional. Newcomers to the stream gazed in bewilderment, questioning if they had mistakenly entered a realm of the affluent. Is this a live stream for the wealthy? This world is truly insane. Impossible. This cannot be true. A discordant voice erupted in the auditorium, laced with incredulity. A reporter from Sakura country remained skeptical, raising further doubts. Before you speak, I advise you to choose your words carefully, a middle-aged man interjected, arching an eyebrow. I apologize. I became overly excited, the reporter replied, bowing in contrition, recognizing his earlier indiscretion. To clarify, my skepticism regarding the lithography machine stems from my awareness of the extensive journey it has undergone since its inception. If I heard correctly, you claim this machine was entirely independently developed by your country. However, the technology required for such a machine is unfathomable, and most of the critical technology resides within a handful of companies. How did you surmount these obstacles? Thus, I personally consider the likelihood of your nation producing an NA value of 0.6 lithography machine to be exceedingly low, though I do not discount the possibility of some unconventional methods being employed, akin to certain nations' military parades. As the reporter's words lingered in the air, the atmosphere grew tense, with many casting hostile glares in his direction. The representatives from the front row, particularly the researchers, were visibly agitated. Calm down, Helong quickly interjected to soothe the crowd. Consider this. Is this not the effect we wish to achieve? His words served to quell the researchers' ire. The spokesperson on stage remained composed, inquiring, are there any further questions? None. That encapsulates all my inquiries. The Sakura country reporter promptly retreated, bowing his head, unable to meet the spokesperson's gaze. Everyone, please be silent. The spokesperson resumed. Academic pursuits know no borders, unlike certain individuals. Since our international friends have posed questions, we shall provide thorough answers. Firstly, Our esteemed international friend has suggested that the Starfire #1 displayed on our large screen is merely a hollow shell, devoid of practical utility. The spokesperson smiled faintly. Resolving this doubt is quite simple. Please observe. In the next moment, the complete process of the Starfire #1 lithography machine manufacturing chips was showcased on the screen. To validate the video's authenticity, I have brought forth one of the chips produced. An assistant ascended the stage, carefully presenting a box from which the spokesperson delicately retrieved a chip. To preclude any allegations of data inaccuracies, we are utilizing a chip testing instrument manufactured in Sakura country. The spokesperson stepped back, placing the chip into a specialized testing apparatus. Shortly thereafter, a crisp sound resonated as all data concerning the chip was projected onto the large screen. Upon seeing the data, the Sakura country reporter's legs weakened, and he sank to the ground. The information presented was indeed irrefutable. After all, no existing lithography machine could produce such chips. Thus, it was indisputable that the Starfire #1 showcased on the screen was authentic. Chapter 117, A Taste of Their Own Medicine. In truth, this conference was not solely intended to counter sanctions. It also served as the unveiling of our nation's latest lithography machine. Furthermore, we extend an invitation to other nations for procurement. Specific details and pricing are available for discussion post-event. The spokesperson surveyed the audience with a slight puff of his chest. Next, I invite the project lead for this lithography machine, Helong, to take the stage. Helong adjusted his collar and strode confidently onto the platform. Thunderous applause erupted, with the first row of researchers cheering, and all eyes turned to the venerable elder on stage. Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to see you all in this setting. Helong beamed at the audience. Firstly, I have a significant announcement to make. Helong waved his hand, and the crowd fell silent, each individual keenly attentive. The lead researcher for this lithography machine project is not me, but rather our esteemed academician Su Bai. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Under academician Su's guidance, nearly 1,500 individuals, including military personnel, contributed to the birth of Starfire #1 within 2 months of dedicated effort. Due to special circumstances, academician Su is not present today, so I am honored to represent him. Helong embarked on a nearly 10-minute discourse, detailing the foundational information and developmental journey of Starfire #1. Lastly, please allow me to formally introduce each of the project's key contributors, starting with Su Bai, the leading figure of our younger generation. Dear, they are calling for you. Lin Qianyu pointed at the television. Why aren't you at the venue? What do you think? Su Bai replied, playfully lifting Lin Qianyu's chin with his index finger. You and our child are the most important aspects of my life. You are quite the charmer. Lin Qianyu felt her heart swell with warmth upon hearing Su Bai's words. She playfully pinched his belly before returning her gaze to the television, continuing to witness the unfolding miracle. The live stream chat was abuzz with discussions. What a relief. This is truly satisfying. Did you see the expressions on those international friends' faces? Tonight, I can indulge in an extra bowl of rice. I just checked, an NA06 lithography machine is undoubtedly 3 to 5 years ahead of the global competition. It's our turn to counter their sanctions. America and Sakura country surely did not anticipate that the real jesters were themselves. Reflecting on the experiences of the past month under embargo, they must certainly feel the weight of their actions. Bai Yi is truly remarkable. At the declaration event, every researcher whose name was called by Helong felt tears welling in their eyes, filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. They were not merely witnesses to a miracle. They were the architects of it. Once Helong completed his introductions, an international reporter from Bear Country raised his hand once more. Hello, Elder Helong. Greetings. I would like to inquire whether your esteemed country has devised an initial plan regarding the sales of the Xingho #1 lithography machine. The journalist from Bear Nation, still reeling from disbelief, had merely intended to join the fray when he unexpectedly found himself witnessing this momentous scene. The significance of a high-quality lithography machine in the realm of semiconductor chips is self-evident. Thus, he was eager to comprehend Long Nation's forthcoming strategies. Once he gathered sufficient information, he would promptly report back to his government to secure a position in the initial procurement batch. After all, he was not solely a journalist, but also a member of the embassy staff. Indeed, we have formulated a preliminary plan. Our approach towards friendly neighboring nations is markedly more cordial. In light of this issue, last night, we convened an urgent meeting with our higher-ups and outlined a foundational strategy. Initially, we will ramp up production and prioritize domestic market demands, with prices anticipated to rise by approximately 10 compared to the leading lithography machines currently available. Only a 10 increase for the 0.6 NA lithography machine? The Bear Nation journalist found this astonishing. It is well known that for certain companies launching a new generation of lithography machines often entails a price escalation by multiples. A mere 10 is indeed quite generous. No need for haste. The price I just mentioned pertains to domestic markets. For international pricing, there will be adjustments ranging from 20 to 200, contingent upon specific regions. For your country, we plan to implement only a 20 increase, albeit with the necessity to sign certain agreements to mitigate any concerns regarding potential transfers to third parties. A 20 increase? The journalist from Bear Nation was elated upon hearing this figure. That is remarkably affordable. May I inquire as to which nations would face prices escalating to 200? It is quite straightforward. For those countries that have previously imposed sanctions on our semiconductor industry, we will not only impose a 200 charge, but also limit the quantity available. As he long spoke, his gaze shifted toward the journalist from Cherry Blossom Nation in the United States. After all, if memory serves, a journalist from one of those nations recently imparted to us a lesson. Those who lag behind will inevitably suffer. The Cherry Blossom Nation journalist nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing this. He had not anticipated such swift retribution. Perhaps he should have refrained from speaking out. The viewers in the live stream were on the verge of laughter. Suddenly, I find the researchers rather dashing and humorous. Is this what reality looks like? Let me provide some context. He Long, the esteemed head of the National Imperial Research Institute, first tier. How charming. Mr. He, you are exhibiting regional discrimination. The journalist from Cherry Blossom Nation boldly retorted. Indeed, that is precisely my intent. He Long responded without a hint of mercy. 25 days ago, when your country initiated sanctions against us regarding semiconductors, your attitude was markedly different. Thus, our current stance is entirely justified. We seek no trouble. Yet we are unafraid of it. Of course, all our pricing is completely transparent. If your nation does not require our products, then you need not purchase them. In trade, everything is clearly priced and mutually agreeable, aligning with market choices. He Long's words garnered admiration from all within the country. Excellent. It is a case of reciprocating in kind, delightfully satisfying. It turns out that the sensation of slapping someone in the face can be so pleasurable, particularly when it is both lawful and irrefutable. 10 minutes later, He Long glanced at the time and handed the microphone back to the stage spokesperson. I hereby declare the conclusion of this press conference regarding the statement on semiconductor sanctions. Chapter 118. You are also a hero in my eyes. As the conference drew to a close, the livestream audience remained in a state of exhilaration, their spirits still soaring. What a thrill. The feeling of national strength is truly exhilarating. I feel as though I could stride with the wind. Just the thought of those international friends' expressions as they face defeat brings me immense joy. This triumph is undoubtedly credited to Bai Yi and the entire research team. This is the power of technology. Indeed, our nation should place greater emphasis on technological advancement and extend more support to these researchers. If donations are needed, I would be the first to contribute. Absolutely, we must ensure that researchers are supported in all aspects. I believe our country should also address the current state of the live streaming environment. It seems to have devolved into chaos, with some individuals resorting to unscrupulous tactics for profit. With sunglasses and relentless demands for viewers to exhaust themselves, treating everyone as though they were their subordinates. The entire atmosphere has become rather distorted. In a 3-bedroom apartment. Honey, I feel. Lin Qianyu stood up and turned to gaze intently at Su Bai. I feel that you've changed quite a bit since returning. Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. Changed in what way? I am still your husband. You've become even more charming. Lin Qianyu placed a finger to her lips. I can't quite articulate it, but you simply exude more charisma. Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. So, my dear, do you prefer the current version of me or the old one? As long as you are my husband, I will love you no matter what. Come here. Let us share a kiss. Su Bai leaned forward. Moi moi. Lin Qianyu promptly reciprocated. Ah, bullying the singletons. Dear, let's share a kiss too. Hey there, brother upstairs. Wake up. You don't have a wife. Who says I don't? A male partner works too. Warning, inappropriate content detected in the live stream. The broadcast will be terminated in 1 minute. Puffed. Is this the arrival of official jealousy? I am curious whether the authorities would be more lenient if they knew the live stream was hosted by Bai Yi. Hiya. Just as Lin Qianyu separated from Su Bai, she noticed this scene, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks as she playfully admonished, Honey, next time, do hold back a little. I know. It's just that my dear wife is so adorable and graceful, I simply couldn't resist. Su Bai's words flowed like honey, ceaselessly flattering. Women, after all, are emotional beings who relish compliments. When it comes to disputes, reason is unnecessary. A simple embrace and soothing words will suffice. Once they calm down and reflect on the situation, they will naturally find ways to show their appreciation elsewhere. For instance, after the lights go out. Family members. Since the authorities have issued a warning, we shall conclude here for today. Let us reconvene tomorrow morning. With Lin Qianyu waving her hand, the live stream was forcibly terminated. In the late hours of the night, Su Bai gazed out the window, his mind replaying nearly 2 months of relentless efforts. Perhaps he had indeed changed, developing a hint of responsibility. Honey, are you still awake? Lin Qianyu reached out to touch Su Bai's lightly stubbled chin. Are you troubled? No. I just find it rather fascinating. Su Bai's long lashes fluttered like windshield wipers. Dear, if you possessed a wondrous treasure chest, one that was exceedingly powerful, what would you use it for? Are you referring to Doraemon's pocket? Lin Qianyu mischievously inquired. Something akin to that, but incredibly impressive. Then, I would earn vast sums of money and indulge in a shopping spree, acquiring everything I desire, amassing numerous properties, and transforming myself into a landlady. Listening to Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smile once more. Indeed, it is human nature to pursue a high quality of happiness. When wealth reaches a certain threshold, I would choose to benefit the nation, just like my husband has done this time. I relish this feeling, hoping it will lead the country to prosperity and greatness. Lin Qianyu incessantly murmured, already daydreaming about such a life. Husband, if all this could come to fruition, it should be quite blissful, wouldn't it? Benefiting the nation, Su Bai echoed inwardly. Indeed, this could be an immensely joyful endeavor. Yet above all, my greatest wish is for my husband to find happiness each day. Once our child is born, we can take him on adventures. Just the thought of it fills me with joy. Lin Qianyu gently brushed against Su Bai's eyelashes. Husband, what has left the deepest impression on you this time? The deepest impression? Su Bai's mind conjured images of bright, shining eyes. The human spirit, perhaps. When the nation is in need, people unhesitatingly step forward, wholeheartedly dedicating themselves. The energy that erupts from such commitment is indeed tremendous. Moreover, I have learned much from these researchers. In their endeavors, I see the flame of heritage. It is precisely because such individuals exist that we can lead a stable and secure life. Su Bai gazed once more at the moon outside the window, his gaze seemingly piercing through the darkness toward the light. Compared to those who came before us, we are indeed fortunate, yet precisely for this reason, we must protect the happiness and stability that heroes have sacrificed their lives to secure. But husband, have you ever considered that you are also a hero in my eyes? In the stillness of the night, under the luminous moonlight that bathed the earth, Su Bai felt a surge of emotion. Although he is but a humble individual, he has made certain decisions within his heart. While some rejoice, others lament. Domestically, the atmosphere is one of unity, yet abroad, certain nations present a starkly different scene. In the land of cherry blossoms, within a high-level meeting room, bang! Prime Minister Abe Taichi slammed his palm against the table, veins bulging on his forehead. A stark contrast to his previously amiable demeanor on screen. Can someone tell me what on earth is happening? Did you not guarantee with utmost conviction that the lithography machine could not be developed this swiftly? You even claimed that if we could blockade them for 6 months, they would undoubtedly surrender. And yet, merely a month has passed, and they have successfully created such a lithography machine. I am beginning to suspect that you are in collusion with them. Before him, a host of officials fell silent, each fearful of becoming the scapegoat. Speak up. Are you all mute? Abe Taichi pointed accusingly at the nearest official. You, start. Prime Minister, this matter falls under the responsibility of Uekawa Katsu, and has nothing to do with me. What do you mean it's my responsibility? You signed off on it. Hearing his colleague so readily throw him under the bus, Uekawa Katsu could not help but retort. If you don't believe me, I have documents and recordings from that time. Recordings? Uekawa Katsu, how shameless can you be? How could you do such a thing? Humph, if you can act like this on the first day of the month, I can do the same on the 15th. Regardless, this matter. Bang. Frustrated by his subordinates' evasion, Abe Taichi felt a strong urge to reward each of them with a single peanut. This is utterly disgusting. Suppressing his fury, Abe Taichi slowly began. This time, I will not pursue responsibility. Now, let us discuss how to salvage this situation. Well, I believe we should minimize our losses promptly, or else. In the United States, at a leading lithography machine research company, Amass, the head, William, was on a call with high-ranking officials. What is going on? How could they produce such a lithography machine in just 2 months? The U.S. official inquired sternly. Surely, no confidential information has been leaked? That shouldn't be possible. After all, we do not even possess the technology for such a machine, William, the head of Amass, lamented. This was a bitter pill to swallow, as his proudest achievement had been surpassed by others. This meant that moving forward, he could only engage in price wars, or risk bankruptcy. However, the paramount concern was to develop a machine of equivalent specifications. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. After a moment of contemplation, William mused. But if we wish to produce it swiftly, we must purchase one and then reverse engineer it. However, this could potentially violate international scientific agreements. In times like these, we cannot afford to be overly concerned with that. You focus on research. I will handle the rest. The U.S. official waved his hand, concluding the meeting's agenda. After all, they were no strangers to such conduct. Yet, whatever they could conceive, Subai could also anticipate, and naturally, he had prepared contingencies. The true nightmare would begin the moment they attempted to dismantle what they had acquired. Chapter 119, Moving House. A week later, a phone call in the dead of night jolted the slumbering Subai from his dreams. At that moment, he had returned to his original state. No longer gaunt or weary. Mr. He, what is it? Subai raised an eyebrow, glancing at the phone perched on his bedside table. 3:15 a.m. Could it be that another major event had occurred? Did I wake you? The voice on the other end, He Long, brimmed with excitement. I couldn't contain my eagerness to share this good news with you. After all, you are the foremost contributor to the development of the lithography machine. Upon hearing it was not a crisis, but rather a joyous occasion, Subai shifted slightly, leaning his back against the headboard. Oh, do tell. As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Subai's eyes. After all, no one would ever complain about an abundance of good fortune. First, the location for the mass production base of our Spark No. 1 has been confirmed, and production will commence in a fortnight. Second, following this past week's developments, numerous countries are eager to negotiate procurement with us. Currently, 17 nations have confirmed their interest. I have compiled the relevant data and sent it to your email. You can review it at your convenience. Mr. He, hold on a moment. Subai swiftly opened his email to peruse the contents. Moments later, his eyes widened with astonishment. Mr. He, is this data confirmed? Are you in disbelief? Ha ha ha. He Long's hearty laughter resonated through the phone. I was equally taken aback when I first received this data. No wonder a mass company is raking in profits. The volume of orders and the profits involved are simply more outrageous than a money-printing machine. Rest assured, the data has been meticulously verified by our research team and is absolutely reliable. Ahem. Subai cleared his throat, gradually calming his excitement. Although he was wealthy, no one ever complained about having more money. From this initial batch of data alone, Subai stood to gain nearly $2 billion in profit. Just thinking about it made him want to revisit the email. Mr. He, did both the land of cherry blossoms and the United States each place an order? Indeed. Even at such a high price, they accepted without haggling. Based on their character, I suspect they intend to procure it for research purposes. Fortunately, you had the foresight to keep a backup plan. He Long's tone had settled. I prefer dealing with such nations. The more headaches they have, the better. Business is all about steady gains. Subai beamed a radiant smile. By the time they expend exorbitant resources to crack the code, we should have already launched Spark No. 2, and their expressions will surely be quite entertaining. If procuring just one unit could lead to a breakthrough, that wouldn't be the Subai we know. Very well. I have shared the good news as well, so I shall not disturb your rest. With such substantial earnings, might you consider treating your humble brother to a feast another day? He Long could not resist teasing. When it came to Subai's financial success, he felt no envy whatsoever. On the contrary, he hoped for even more such ventures, believing they would propel the nation to unprecedented heights. Anytime you wish. How about I arrange a comprehensive service for you, ensuring you feel rejuvenated as if you were 18 once more? He coughed lightly, but we shall discuss that later. With the sound of the call ending, Subai felt an even greater surge of happiness. My dear husband, I heard you wish to experience a comprehensive service? At some point, Lin Qianyu had awakened, her bright eyes fixed on Subai. My love, you must have misunderstood. I was referring to a wedding and funeral service. Not what you might be imagining, Subai stammered, realizing he had perhaps been a bit too boastful. Oh, is that so? Lin Qianyu sat up. Since my husband is brimming with energy, would you like to begin with? Help. The night always seemed fleeting, and after a passionate encounter, the two succumbed once more to slumber. When Subai awoke the next day, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. Darling, do we have any plans for today? He inquired, reaching out to gently ruffle Lin Qianyu's hair. Nothing particular. Perhaps you could secretly share with me a location where you stash your hidden funds? Lin Qianyu mischievously blinked. Recently, I haven't been able to uncover any hidden treasures, and the fans are feeling quite unaccomplished. Not a single clue? Subai probed cautiously. None. You concealed them too well, she replied. Is it possible, my dear, that you've discovered all my hidden funds? Subai quipped with a sly grin, though internally he was overjoyed. The absence of clues suggested that his future would be free from worry, indicating that his wealth would continue to flourish. Do you really think I would believe you? Lin Qianyu lowered her head, beginning to jest. Last time you claimed there was nothing, yet you unveiled a Mercedes Maybach and a stack of project proposals. The time before that, you denied it as well, only to present me with a golden umbrella. So why should I trust you now when you say you have no hidden funds? Suddenly, Lin Qianyu recalled something. Oh, I remember their SA key. What is it for? What key? Subai asked, utterly bewildered. Some matters had become so distant in his memory that he could scarcely recall. Besides, with so many keys, how could he ascertain which one she meant? Don't feign ignorance, Lin Qianyu playfully chided. Do you remember that poem? The key we retrieved from it. What is its purpose? Let us not dwell on that for now. I have something important to discuss with you. Subai glanced around the cozy bedroom. I propose we move this afternoon to the Imperial View Villa. Although it was recently renovated, I ensured that the materials used were largely free of formaldehyde. A professional team conducted tests yesterday. Everything is in order. I would love to hear your thoughts. My husband, you may decide as you see fit. I shall follow your lead, Lin Qianyu said, giving Subai's chin a gentle squeeze. I must admit, I have grown quite fond of this home, which has accompanied us for over 2 years. Do you know? She continued, memories flooding her mind. Regardless of our wealth or poverty, I have always felt joy. When we worked so hard to scrape together the down payment for this apartment, we faced not only the burden of debt, but also the pressure of our mortgage. If memory serves me right, during our most challenging times, we went an entire year without purchasing a single new piece of clothing. Every penny was carefully spent. And we endured. Eventually, your income from ride-sharing began to improve, and my streaming career started to gain some traction, alleviating our financial strain. Reflecting on it now, those days were indeed fulfilling. Of course, I prefer our current situation, no longer fretting over finances. Some experiences are best left in the past. I never imagined, Lin Qianyu mused, playfully toying with Subai's cheek, that my husband would secretly amass such wealth during this time. You truly are remarkable, worthy of the choice I made. Subai felt a tinge of embarrassment. While he possessed talent, he knew that without the system, achieving such heights in just 2 years would have been impossible. After all, every endeavor requires capital accumulation. Darling, do you hold any resentment toward me? I have concealed quite a bit and allowed you to endure some hardship. What is there to resent? I understand you must have had your reasons, and you returned home each night. As long as you were faithful, I shall soon become a little wealthy woman, correct? Lin Qianyu's eyes sparkled like diamonds, her face radiating happiness. No, Subai replied, deeply moved, gently pinching Lin Qianyu's delicate cheek. You will undoubtedly become a wealthy lady. I forgot to mention, last night I earned 20 billion. Alas, there is so much money that I am at a loss as to how to spend it. Wait, 20 billion? Lin Qianyu exclaimed, counting on her fingers. My fingers are just enough. Even if I spent 10,000 a day, that would only amount to 365 million a year, and in 100 years, I could only spend a little over 1 billion. But how on earth could one spend 10,000 a day? She continued her musings. Typically, our daily expenses amount to just over 100 yuan. Recently, it has improved to 200 or 300, including clothing and household items. We barely spend 20,000 a month. With such a vast sum, I could buy some cosmetics, face masks, but even then, I wouldn't spend much. 20 billion. My husband, we should. Finally, Lin Qianyu blurted out an astonishing idea. Husband, can we request a full tank of 98? Though Lin Qianyu had discovered many hidden funds, they were still in the millions. As for the project proposals, she had no knowledge of their potential returns. The Maybach was merely material wealth, leaving her without any true understanding of finances. Sweetheart, stop fretting. Spend as you wish, Subai reassured her, affectionately stroking her hair. If she were to discover the full extent of his wealth, it might very well overwhelm her. All right, little lazy pig, keep pondering. I shall rise and prepare lunch for you. Subai wrapped his arms around Lin Qianyu before rising to wash up and head to the kitchen. Behind him, Lin Qianyu's voice continued to chatter. Husband, I want to buy a car and a handbag. Husband, I wish to purchase items for our future children. Soon, a delectable aroma wafted from the kitchen, drawing Lin Qianyu, who had been distractedly jotting down notes, toward the source. Husband, what delicious dish are you making? It smells divine. Even during her pregnancy, Lin Qianyu had regained her appetite this week. During her medical checkup the previous day, the doctor had advised her not to overcompensate with supplements. Oh, this man's cooking is simply exquisite. Morning sickness? Not a chance. There is always something new to savor. 3 dishes were prepared: Northeast-style guabao roe, sweet and sour cabbage, and a whole steamed mandarin fish. Subai's voice echoed from the kitchen. Oh my! Guabao roe is eternal. Darling, I want 10 pieces. Upon hearing the mention of guabao roe, Lin Qianyu rushed out, wearing her slippers and still in her pajamas. No, you can only have 3 pieces. The doctor advised you to be cautious with your diet. 8 pieces. 4 pieces. 6 pieces, please. 5 pieces. Or it's just 1. Deal. Half an hour later, Subai remarked, there's really no need for that. He watched as Lin Qianyu savored the last morsel of guabao roe, unable to resist teasing her. Her expression suggested she was about to lick the plate clean. Humph. Who told you to eat my guabao roe? Lin Qianyu declared, popping the final piece into her mouth. Once the baby is born, I want a whole plate of it, and no one can stop me. Darling, aren't you worried about getting tired of it? I'm willing, so what? I'll wash the dishes later. It's exhausting for you to cook. Lin Qianyu sucked her finger and stood up. No, I'll handle this. You just focus on your rest. Su Bai quickly intervened. By the way, I hired a moving company. They'll be here in 2 hours. So if you need to take anything over, just do it. Everything else can stay here. Huh, darling, aren't we renting this place? Lin Qianyu asked, puzzled. Though it's a bit out in the suburbs, renting a 3-bedroom for 5,000 is no problem. No, as I said, living here too long creates feelings. I wouldn't feel comfortable if someone else moved in. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Besides, we're not short on money. Honey, it's just a habit. But I'll defer to you. I'll go Livestream and greet my fans first. Lin Qianyu approached Su Bai and planted a kiss on his cheek. After all, it's my job. I must maintain my image. Go ahead. Hello, my darlings. Good afternoon. Soon, seated on the sofa, Lin Qianyu enthusiastically greeted her fans. Streamer, you're late today? Any punishments? I'm curious what the offspring of such a handsome Bai Yi and such a beautiful streamer will look like. Bai Yi, are you in need of a goddaughter or son? Bai Yi, I want to arrange a child marriage with you. What's happening today? Honestly, we probably won't find Bai Yi's secret stash. It's just too difficult. Everyone, we're not looking for secret funds today. My husband said we're moving. Lin Qianyu smiled radiantly. We're relocating back to that Imperial Garden villa. I've wanted to move for a while, but my husband has been too busy. So it got delayed. The mention of moving set the Livestream chat ablaze. Streamer, need free help? I can volunteer, no charge. Hey, streamer, today is a perfect opportunity. We must seize it. Perfect opportunity? Lin Qianyu was baffled by the fans' comments. Exactly. Think about it. Moving means everything will be turned upside down. Wouldn't secret funds be found then? Alright, how did I not think of that? The streamer must live stream the entire process. There might be surprises. To those who predicted this, Lin Qianyu finally understood, touching her petite, delicate nose. Everyone, I believe you have a point. At 3:30 p.m., the doorbell rang. Darling, is that the moving company you called? Lin Qianyu asked from the bedroom, where she was packing essentials. It should be. I'll go open the door. Su Bai replied while tidying up on the balcony. Given the time, the movers he had arranged should be arriving. No, I'll handle it. Lin Qianyu set down her items and hopped out of the bedroom. Honey, take it easy. You're pregnant. I'm fine. I'm not that fragile. This scene left the Livestream fans wide-eyed. Wow, turns out the streamer is a bit of a tough girl. Streamer, take it easy. It's easy to tire yourself out, especially at this stage. Be careful. This is the streamer's first child. She has no experience. We should remind Bai Yi to be careful. I thought we had little to pack, but it turns out to be 12 storage boxes. Most of it is girl stuff. Hello, may I ask who you are? Lin Qianyu paused, though she smiled. A hint of wariness flickered across her face. The newcomers appeared somewhat intimidating, especially the man with a prominent scar across his face, which evoked a sense of dread. Sister, are you Ms. Lin? I'm an employee from the moving company Mr. Su booked. The scarred man, momentarily at a loss for words, scanned the room, seemingly searching for something. After a thorough glance, he finally turned his attention back to Lin Qianyu. You're quite beautiful. Yet, in the next instant, he quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere, realizing he might be overstepping. Though he appeared fierce, when it came to anything related to his boss Su Bai, he transformed entirely. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qianyu viewed the situation quite differently. Seeing the scarred man and the 5 or 6 men in black suits behind him made her throat tighten. Could you please wait a moment while I confirm? What kind of moving company would have such people? Could they be imposters aiming for her husband? After all, Su Bai had recently gained considerable notoriety, and many might have their eyes on him. All right, we'll wait outside for you, the scarred man said, attempting to soften his tone while gesturing to the others. In unison, the 6 men in black stood at attention, stepping left in perfect sync. The sight made Lin Qianyu's heart race. Honey, is it here? Su Bai, seeing Lin Qianyu at the door, but no one entering after a while, came to the living room to check. Dear, Lin Qianyu began, desperately blinking at him. What if we don't move today? Not moving? I've called them. Let them in. It's fine. We'll pay them anyway. I just suddenly don't want to move, after all. You develop feelings for a place after living there for so long. Lin Qianyu blinked even faster, her anxiety mounting. Why was her usually astute husband so slow to catch on? Darn it. I'm about to cry. Darling, what's wrong? Did something get in your eye? Su Bai, confused, noticed her rapid blinking and approached with concern. Hold still, I'll help you. Sighing, Lin Qianyu felt overwhelmed, but knew she had to point toward the entrance. Honey, shouldn't you verify if they are indeed the moving company you called? Su Bai cast a glance towards the door and instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. The scarred man also spotted his leader, opened his mouth to speak, but upon meeting Su Bai's gaze, hastily interjected, Mr. Su, we are your appointed staff. May we commence? Yes, you may, Su Bai nodded. Please carry those boxes downstairs first. I will inform you about the other large items shortly. Understood. The scarred man nodded, gesturing to his entourage behind him. In an instant, everyone began producing white gloves, shoe covers, and various sealing tools from their pockets and bags. The equipment was impressively comprehensive. An unknowing observer might assume they were transporting valuable goods. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qianyu felt a shiver run down her spine and quickly pulled Su by his side to whisper, "Darling, perhaps you should verify this? What is wrong with you, dear? Why the sudden alarm?" Su Bai gently touched Lin Qianyu's forehead. "You don't have a fever, do you?" Lin Qianyu glanced at the scarred crew busy moving items. "Don't you find something amiss? This service seems overly meticulous. The gloves and shoe covers, could they be indicative of a sinister intent? I suspect they've come for you." "Humph." Su Bai couldn't help but release a cold snort. "My dear, have you been watching too many movies? It's not beneficial for the baby to indulge in horror films during your pregnancy. I'm serious, think about it. Your recent prominence might attract unwanted attention. I've been genuinely worried about someone coming to our door." Noting Su Bai's nonchalance, Lin Qianyu's tone grew a touch irritable. Clearing his throat, feeling the conversation veer off course, Su Bai coughed lightly and affectionately patted Lin Qianyu's head. "Rest assured, things are not as you imagine. I've seen photos of these individuals prior to their arrival. There are absolutely no concerns." "Really? Indeed. Would you like me to show you the photos?" No. As long as they're not bad people, that suffices." Lin Qianyu finally exhaled, unable to resist patting her chest as the weight on her heart lifted. "Humph, you insufferable man, claiming I've watched too many films. I'll remember that." The live chat was abuzz with discussions. "Goodness, this script can't be real. The tension is palpable. I thought they were here to harm Mr. Bai. The leader looks frightening. That scarred individual seems like someone from the underworld. Little fairy, stop with the nonsense. My brother is quite handsome, okay? What if they are here to save someone by mistake? Let us not jump to conclusions. Otherwise, innocent people might suffer. I think my brother is upright and calm. Just my type. May I timidly ask, is he single?" Young hunk assassin. The others behind are quite handsome as well, with a noble bearing. I'm in love. Their eyes are so pure. Unlike those little ducks from Baihai Club, I like them too. What moving company is this? Their service is exceptional, like a Black Swan delivery. Are they perhaps offering Black Swan moving services now? Glancing at the barrage of comments in the live chat, Su Bai nearly burst into laughter. Heroic deeds? Good people? My brother? He wondered what the scarred man thought of all this. Whether they were good or not remained uncertain. After all, everyone has a different definition of good. However, the scarred man's hands were not clean, having shed plenty of blood, yet the other party was not exactly virtuous either. "Darling, should I continue organizing?" Seeing that things were not as she had imagined, Lin Qianyu softly inquired. "Go ahead. They are all high-quality individuals," Su Bai replied with a grin. The reason for sending them over to assist with the move was twofold for Su Bai. First, to ensure peace of mind that his belongings would remain secure, and second, to familiarize them with his fiancée so that she wouldn't panic in the future. The only drawback was their somewhat lacking acting skills, nearly revealing themselves by almost addressing him as boss. Chapter 121. Will you handle it yourself, or shall I employ forceful demolition? Gentlemen, please have a glass of water. With her guard lowered, Lin Qianyu felt she had perhaps overreacted. How could she judge someone based solely on the scar on their face? Thus, she enthusiastically retrieved several bottles of mineral water from the kitchen and offered them. "Sister, there's no need for such trouble. This is our job," the scarred man responded, feeling a bit flattered, especially since she was his sister-in-law. Snickering, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but cover her mouth. "It's just a bottle of water. Don't be so formal with your sister." The scarred man, who appeared fearsome at first glance, revealed a softer side. This is human nature, and the preconceived notions we carry. Upon first seeing the scarred man, Lin Qianyu assumed he was there to harm her partner, and thus unconsciously etched this impression in her mind. Now, upon learning he was a legitimate worker, her perception shifted to one of respect and diligence. The scarred man glanced towards Su Bai before ultimately accepting the water. "Then I'll accept this on behalf of my brothers. Thank you, sister." The busy subordinates quickly removed their gloves, each displaying what they believed to be cheerful smiles as they accepted the water. "Thank you, sister. You just sit back. We'll ensure everything is arranged perfectly for you." The live chat erupted in laughter at this scene, with some viewers overflowing with maternal affection. This gratitude from the younger brother is just too adorable. "Come into my arms. Mr. Bai, which moving company is this? What are the costs? Please recommend it to us. I might need to hire them when I move. This attitude, this service, I'm in love." Su Bai felt his eyelids twitching at the barrage of comments. He could hardly introduce this company. After all, these were his arranged bodyguards, and he couldn't allow things to become convoluted. Besides, their gentle demeanor was primarily due to his presence. Had it been someone else, their faces might have worn a different expression. Lin Qianyu was even more delighted seeing the moving company's staff working so diligently and speaking so sweetly. Take your time. No rush. Oh dear, you're carrying too much. Don't hurt your back. It's fine to go slowly. I'll have my husband give you a tip later. If you notice anything unusual while moving, please notify me immediately. All right then, just be careful. I'll go organize other things. Lin Qianyu, chattering like a mother hen, began to wander around the living room, pondering what else could be taken. Darling, are we moving the sofa? Why on earth would we move that? Don't we have one in our new home? Oh right, how forgetful of me. Ever since I became pregnant, I feel like my memory has been declining. Despite her words, Lin Qianyu bore a smug smile, softly addressing the live chat. Family, no need to move the sofa. It seems there's no hidden stash of cash here. Goodness, are they playing a spy thriller like 007? Or are they the Smiths? A total espionage blockbuster. While others say pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years, the streamer seems to have become even sharper. Indeed, intelligence games help stave off dementia. Streamer, once you move out, how about renting the house to me? Brothers above, what a brilliant scheme. How about we co-rent? Good things should be shared, 1 room apiece. What? Is that even an option? Count me in. A rent of 5,000 per room is no problem. I'll offer 1 million. Such cunning schemes. When the time comes, one could casually extract a portion of Mr. Bai's hidden funds. The rent would merely be a trifling matter. Family, please don't stir up trouble. Lin Qianyu explained with a smile. Subai has stated that this house will not be rented out, as he intends to return often to reminisce. Host, that sofa cannot be ruled out as suspicious. What if darkness falls once more? Once you move out, the hidden stash will forever remain a mystery. You upstairs? Are you foolish? If both the host and Subai vacate, Mr. Bai will undoubtedly take his hidden money with him, otherwise it would be perilously unsafe with thieves frequenting the place. In half a year, when we return, only an empty room will remain. Perhaps even the wall tiles will be gone. Observing the barrage of comments from the live stream, Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes. In other words, if Subai had organized something into a storage box, it is highly likely that it conceals hidden funds. The mere thought of this made Lin Qianyu's gaze drift toward the bedroom, where one of the storage boxes had been meticulously organized by Subai. There must be something amiss. At that moment, as Subai was sorting through miscellaneous items on the balcony, his heart skipped a beat, sensing an ominous premonition. Upon turning, he inadvertently locked eyes with Lin Qianyu in the living room, intensifying that unsettling feeling. Surely, Shi Wunti could it be? In Subai's eyes, he saw Lin Qianyu sporting a knowing smile before she headed directly toward the bedroom. Oh no. Subai's heart raced with alarm as he hastily followed her into the bedroom. Darling, do you need any help? No. I just suddenly remembered something I forgot, and wanted to see if it might be in this storage box, Lin Qianyu replied, pointing to a box in the far corner. So I plan to take a look. Subai thought, this girl is definitely being deliberate. That's my organized storage box. It's impossible for your things to be there. I've already finished looking for mine and found nothing, just a pair of earrings, a green little dinosaur, and a yellow little dinosaur. Lin Qianyu feigned a pout. Honey, those earrings are discontinued. I just want to see them. How about we check once we're at the new house? Subai's eyelids flickered. He sensed that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. It seemed he had never encountered the little dinosaur earrings before. When did she buy them? Honey, just let me take a peek, Lin Qianyu implored, shaking Subai's arm. Why are you so evasive? Could it be that there is something of yours in there? Look, it's just some underwear and socks. How could there possibly be earrings? Subai raised an eyebrow, feigning calmness. I love you. Lin Qianyu flashed a victorious grin, pulling out a small knife from somewhere and slicing open the transparent plastic bag. With a rip, the storage box opened. Inside, the right side was filled with neatly folded underwear and socks, while the left contained various ornaments, lacking anything particularly special. Is this a common trait among men? To store socks and underwear together? Even Mr. Bai cannot escape this trait. Yet surprisingly, he seems to have a fondness for geography, as evidenced by this exquisite globe. And a pirate figurine. My favorite, Boa Hancock. Oh my, I adore it. It even appears to be a scale model. There's also Sakura from Naruto. That big lantern truly blinded my eyes. Upon seeing the contents of the storage box, Lin Qianyu felt somewhat disappointed. Most of the items were ones she had previously played with, lacking any peculiarities. After pondering, she picked up the globe and gave it a shake. Honey, what is the smallest country in the world? Is it Sakura Country? Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes. No, it's Vatican City. Although Sakura Country is also quite small, being merely an island. But honey, your globe. Suddenly sensing something unusual, she shook it a couple of times. Clink, clink. It seemed something inside was rattling. Well, the truth was finally revealed. There indeed was something hidden within. No wonder Subai owned a globe, yet lacked even basic geographical knowledge. Honey. Lin Qianyu, turned to see Su Bai's averted gaze. Will you do it yourself, or shall I take a more forceful approach? I think I'll handle it myself. Su Bai replied, gritting his teeth. With a chuckle, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but laugh, turning to the live stream to address the viewers. Family, everything is scripted. Host, I believe you about as much as I believe in ghosts. If this is scripted, I'll wash my hair with a urinal tomorrow. One must admit, Mr. Bai is indeed a model husband. His character is genuinely admirable. His love for one person permeates every aspect, treating outsiders with authority while being entirely devoted to his wife. Of course, the host also treats Mr. Bai exceptionally well, as evidenced from the moment the moving company staff arrived. Considering the size of this globe, hiding 50,000 in secret funds wouldn't be unreasonable. Su Bai's lips twitched. 50,000. If it were merely that amount, would he need to move to a new house? Who does he think he is? Thankfully, he had kept a reserve. The first batch of critical items had already been moved downstairs. He anticipated that this clever girl would think of this during the move. Taking the globe from Lin Qianyu's hands, Su Bai opened his mouth. Darling, give me a moment. This one is a bit tricky. Why not just tear it apart? Lin Qianyu teased with a smirk. No, this holds significant meaning for me. Su Bai quickly approached the TV cabinet and retrieved a delicate toolbox. After a careful disassembly, the globe was split in two. I can't believe my eyes. It's not cash, but gold bars. I suddenly have a question. Why doesn't he Mr. Bai collect antiques or something that would be less conspicuous? Indeed, an antique could be worth hundreds of thousands to millions, and he could collect paintings as well. Perhaps Mr. Bai is too engrossed to see clearly. Reading the comments, Su Bai nearly lost his composure, wanting to gesture a friendly sign towards the live stream audience. A bunch of troublemakers. Antiques? If only he could, but isn't it the system that only provided gold bars, cash, and diamonds, items that are easily traceable? Under the guise of increasing difficulty, he had to resort to turning gold into umbrellas and diamonds into glass marbles. Gazing at the 6 gold bars inside the globe, Lin Qianyu raised an eyebrow. I'll be taking these. Hope you don't mind. Well, with this much gold, our future children's weddings are secured, she mused. Weighing the bars in her hands, filled with a sense of security. Not at all. Su Bai quickly nodded, reassembling the globe. So, you still plan to use this for hiding funds? What are you thinking? Do you take me for a fool? This globe is a cherished gift from my favorite high school teacher. It holds sentimental value. Moreover, its exquisite craftsmanship makes it a splendid decorative piece for the new home. Su Bai gently caressed the globe in his hands, saying, My dear, life is but a fleeting moment, and we must leave behind some memories. Wait. I never said you couldn't take it. Lin Qianyu interjected, clutching the item in her arms, her gaze once again drawn to the storage box. Darling, could there be other hidden treasures within? After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai retrieved a crumpled red CK underwear from the box. If you don't mind, perhaps you should inspect it closely. Lin Qianyu waved her hand in disdain. Never mind, there's probably nothing of significance left. The most important thing has already been found. With that, she gleefully approached the safe and carefully placed the gold bars she had in her arms inside. Today's haul, 6 gold bars. Meanwhile, Su Bai noticed a corner of the globe had been inadvertently chipped away, revealing a gleaming golden interior. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Qianyu was momentarily distracted, he swiftly resealed the storage box. That was close. He nearly allowed this girl to uncover the watermelon. Indeed, the entire globe was crafted from gold, merely coated with a layer of paint of another hue. The gold bars inside were merely a contingency plan, a trivial matter. Beyond that, each figurine in the storage box held its own significance. As for the secrets, it seemed this girl would remain oblivious to them for the time being. Honey, you continue organizing. I'll go outside to see if anything was left behind. Lin Qianyu flashed a triumphant smile. If there's nothing else, we can set off shortly. In the living room, Lin Qianyu scanned the surroundings, hoping to uncover more secrets. However, after a thorough search, she found no new discoveries. It was to be expected. Su Bai had been away for nearly 2 months, and she had already searched 90% of the house. If it were that easy to find, she would have discovered it long ago, and there would be no need to wait until today. Well, family, let us focus on moving today. Host, I suddenly have a question. If you both leave, what will happen to the little goldfish you've raised? If the host doesn't mind, I can help adopt them and ensure they grow plump and healthy. How about letting them keep my turtle company? Lately, my little treasure has been rather bored, lying listlessly at the bottom of the tank. If it weren't for the occasional movement, I would think it was dead. Goodness, what a delightful idea to keep the turtle company. Indeed, there were still 7 little goldfish that had accompanied her for so long. She couldn't just let them fend for themselves. Thanks to the reminder from her livestream fans, Lin Qianyu recalled the 7 goldfish and a large clam in the tank. This fish tank had been chosen by Lin Qianyu and Su Bai together. both to beautify their home and because Subai insisted that having a fish tank in that particular position would bring good fortune. Grateful for the thoughtful suggestions from her loyal fans, she resolved to take all of them to the new home later. Lin Qianyu retrieved a small glass jar and a net from beneath the fish tank. All right, little goldfish, behave now. I'm taking you to your new home. And you too, little pearl, you'll accompany the goldfish to the new place. With utmost care, she scooped up the 7 goldfish and the solitary large clam from the tank. Under the sunlight, the decorative stones beneath the fish tank refracted a peculiar glow. Is it just my imagination, or do the stones in my fish tank have a similar appearance, but the colors seem a bit off? This refraction, this brilliance. Why does it remind me of diamonds? Diamonds? No way, in this fish tank. Goodness. Chapter 123. Is it possible that these are fish stones? Is the clam really that heavy? Lin Qianyu pondered, feeling the weight in her hands, incredulous. This clam had been personally selected by her to see if it could actually produce pearls. Little did she know, it had been over a year since then. Turning the camera to the clam, Lin Qianyu curiously asked her audience, "Dear viewers, how much do you think this thing weighs? Could it be around 3 pounds? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Qianyu froze in shock. What are you all saying? Diamonds? Host, take one of those stones from your fish tank and examine it. The more I look, the more I think something's off. 3 pounds. The clam may weigh that much, but in your hands, it's barely over a pound. Oh no, I suddenly regret not visiting Bai Yi's place. I could have easily swiped a diamond or 2 without him noticing, right? Surely, he wouldn't realize. Considering how grand his affairs are. Watching the viewers dissecting the situation with such conviction, Lin Qianyu found their reasoning quite compelling. However, the notion of diamonds hidden in a fish tank seemed a bit far-fetched. Yet, recalling past events involving environmental umbrellas and diamond marbles, it didn't seem entirely implausible to her. Honey? Yes, what is up? In the bedroom, Subai had just exhaled a sigh of relief. Secretly reveling in his triumph with the storage box, when Lin Qianyu's call startled him, nearly causing him to jump. Could you step out for a moment and lend a hand? Upon hearing it was merely a request for assistance, Subai relaxed. As long as she wasn't about to discover his secrets, helping out was a trivial matter. He set the storage box back on the floor, ready to have the scarred man swiftly move it away to avert any further complications. Upon exiting the bedroom, Subai's gaze fell upon the large clam in Lin Qianyu's hands, and he instantly wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. What is going on? My dear, the viewers in the live stream are saying there are diamonds in the fish tank. Could you help me scoop one out for a look? Lin Qianyu pointed to one of the clear stones. This one looks good. Diamonds? How is that possible? Subai crouched down to inspect the stone Lin Qianyu was pointing at. Darling, that is clearly a fish stone. How could it possibly be a diamond? Once again, those idle fans had too much time on their hands. If looks could kill, he would be tempted to honey. Can fish really have stones? Lin Qianyu squinted, her disbelief evident. Well, I suppose it's possible. It might have come from this large clam. The moment he uttered those words, Subai regretted them instantly. Oh, I just realized, can fish even have stones? Even if they did, how could these little goldfish produce such large stones? Bai Yi must be fabricating tales without a second thought. I just did a quick search, and there actually is such a thing as fish stones. But they usually form on the fish's back. However, the stones in the fish tank are definitely not fish stones. Clam, you're the real oyster. Your whole family is oysters. Oh, this thing can produce stones too? Lin Qianyu lifted the clam. Then I must investigate to see if it has any beautiful stones inside. Usually reliant on Subai to help with jar lids, Lin Qianyu displayed remarkable strength at that moment. Gripping the sides of the clam, she pulled with all her might. Upon seeing what was inside, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Darling, your so-called oyster not only produces stones, but also yields gold. From within, she extracted a gold necklace, exclaiming, no wonder it was so heavy. The weight was completely off. In ancient times, it was said that within books one could find a house of gold. Today, one might discover a golden chain nestled within a white clam. I must admit, my eyes have been opened. Surely, what lies within the fish tank must be diamonds. What is a nouveau riche if not someone who casually discards diamonds and gold? Yet still drives a rideshare? I can't help but wonder if there is something peculiar about her dear Bai. Confiscated. Lin Qianyu skillfully tucked the gold necklace into her bosom. Now could you please show me that fish stone? And this one, too, she declared, pointing to several other unusual fish stones. Subai felt increasingly distressed, pondering the loss of his secret stash over a mere quarter of an hour. Had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from mentioning moving. However, since his secret had been uncovered, it was best to turn the page quickly, lest more surprises awaited him. Dear, since you found out, I might as well confess, Subai said, adeptly retrieving a dozen diamonds from the fish tank. I thought the tank looked rather dull, so I added some diamonds for embellishment. They actually look quite lovely, don't you think? Even the well-traveled Lin Qianyu couldn't help but chuckle at Su Bai's words. What a novel way to adorn a fish tank. One could simply take one out and not worry about counting pennies for a year. With a dozen diamonds nestled in her embrace, Lin Qianyu crouched down to inspect the fish tank once more, finding no further oddities. Husband, is there anything else? None at all. It's completely bare now. I'm just a poor wretch. Su Bai feigned a pitiful expression. My love, it's growing late. Let us hurry to our new home. Humph, for now, I'll let you off the hook. Mr. Su, aside from the few storage boxes in the bedroom, is there anything else to move? Scarface inquired as he passed by with 2 storage boxes. He had no interest in the gossip surrounding Su Bai's hidden stash. In his eyes, whatever the boss did was undoubtedly justified. No, just follow behind me with the car later, Su Bai replied. All right, I'll wait downstairs with the others. You and Ms. Lin can come down once you're finished, Scarface said, slightly bowing to signal the others to follow. Once Scarface and his crew exited the room, Su Bai stepped into the bedroom to grab a small storage box. Wife, I'm going to take a quick peek to ensure everything is all right. Surely not. They seem to be quite attentive, she replied. Still, it's best to check for my peace of mind. I'll be right back, he assured as he walked towards the elevator with the storage box in hand. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu seized the final moments to inspect the kitchen and living room, hoping to uncover anything she might have overlooked during the move, especially in those seldom disturbed corners. She diligently searched and occasionally interacted with her fans in the live stream. Alas, using diamonds for embellishment, this behavior is beyond my ability to articulate. I can only feel envy and jealousy. The hidden stash the streamer discovered is something I could never earn in a lifetime. As a longtime fan, I reminisce about the early days of the stream and compare it to now. It's even more exhilarating than winning the lottery. Streamer, how about using a metal detector to search the corners? Who knows what surprises might await? Downstairs, Scarface and his gang quietly stood by the moving truck, their eyes scanning the surroundings to prevent any unforeseen troubles. Upon seeing Su Bai emerge alone from the door, Scarface stepped forward. Boss. Well done, Su Bai praised, patting Scarface on the shoulder. When I'm not around, look after your sister-in-law. Don't worry, boss, Scarface nodded. As long as we're here, we won't let anyone harm her. You've worked hard, Su Bai remarked, glancing out the window. Now that you're part of the world, be bold in pursuing any girl you fancy. Building a family and a career is equally important. After all, I'll be around for a while. The tone of the conversation shifted dramatically, causing Scarface, who was not typically loquacious, to feel somewhat uneasy. Boss, I have my life to consider, that's in order. Understood. You all shouldn't laugh. Pursue anyone you like. When the time comes for houses, cars, and dowries, leave it all to me. I'm not short on funds, Su Bai said, grinning at his brothers. I'll head upstairs now. We depart in 10 minutes. After Su Bai ascended, one of Scarface's underlings could not help but ask, Scarface, does the boss usually act like this? Scarface gazed in the direction Su Bai had departed. He seems changed, yet the same. Remember, the boss is everything to us. All right, no more gossip. Let us prepare to leave shortly. Chapter 124. Everything goes smoothly. The whole family rejoices. Husband, is this really our new home? Surely, I'm not dreaming. Lin Qianyu leaned against the new sofa, gazing up at the ceiling. The height, the light, the ventilation, it was all so overwhelming. She felt as though she were living in a dream. After all, the difference between this new home and the previous 3-bedroom apartment was staggering. Having spent an entire afternoon busy with the move, even though Lin Qianyu, being pregnant, had not physically participated much, she still felt exhausted. Once the items were organized, she slumped onto the sofa. Throughout the process, Su Bai urged Lin Qianyu to rest, but her excitement rendered her oblivious to fatigue. The thought of their future life filled her with vigor. Silly girl, you're not dreaming. This is our new home, Su Bai said, his smile widening at the sight of Lin Qianyu's blissful expression. Perhaps this is the allure of wealth. When used to elevate one's standard of living, money reveals its true worth. While poverty may cast a shadow over a couple's happiness, money, though not omnipotent, is essential. When material improvement leads to spiritual fulfillment, that is when money truly finds its meaning. Plopping down beside Lin Qianyu, Su Bai gently ruffled her hair. Are you hungry? A little, but we don't have any ingredients, do we? She pointed towards the kitchen. Husband, how about we order takeout tonight? I really don't want to move a muscle right now. Who told you we have no ingredients? I've already prepared everything, Su Bai said, affectionately gazing at Lin Qianyu. Ordering takeout might not feel clean. Since you're not keen on dining out, I'll take care of it. Just wait a moment. Then I'll rely on you, my love, she said, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. Today, I'm craving meat. All right. With some exercise, having a bit more should be fine. Su Bai pinched Lin Qianyu's little nose playfully. I'll prepare braised pork ribs and some marinated meat. Love you. I love you too. Watching Su Bai head into the kitchen, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but stretch her arms and yawn, feeling at ease. She also waved to her livestream audience. A beautiful day is coming to an end. Today has been yet another victorious day for us. I believe our dear husband's secret stash has been nearly depleted. When will I ever find a man like Bai, who excels in both the parlor and the kitchen? He is truly the epitome of a versatile gentleman. The streamer must have been blessed in her past life. In truth, I believe this is also the streamer's fortune. As a longtime fan, I remember how tough things were when she first started streaming. Only by standing by him during the low times can one earn a man's unwavering affection. Streamer, could it be possible that Bai has already transferred his secret stash to the new house? Dear sisters upstairs, it's one thing if you don't mention it. But now that you have, I too feel it's quite probable. Lin Mimi, think carefully. Have you noticed your man frequently going out lately? As Lin Qianyu read the barrage of comments in the live stream, she blinked in surprise and thought, surely not yet. As recent memories of Su Bai's actions flooded her mind, doubt crept in. Darling, I'm heading out to buy groceries. Honey, I'm going fishing with Jiangnan. Love, there's something at the company I need to attend to. Sweetheart, I'm going to check on the new furniture for the house. It seemed that Su Bai's outings had indeed increased in frequency, though not prolonged. The sheer number was hard to ignore. If he were truly relocating his secret stash of money, Lin Qianyu glanced around the expansive loft. With its considerable area, discovering any hidden funds would pose a significant challenge for someone of Su Bai's caliber. Old habits die hard, host. I genuinely believe the odds are quite high. Shall we commence a new round of searching for hidden funds starting tomorrow? We've exhausted our previous methods. A change of environment might yield better results. Is this the moment when despair turns into hope? Dear upstairs, doesn't this phrase feel a tad out of place here? Observing the fans becoming increasingly animated in the chat, coupled with Su Bai's recent behavior, Lin Qianyu found some merit in their words. All right, let us begin our search under the couch. With that, she turned to glance towards the kitchen, confirming that her man was preoccupied with cooking, and promptly pulled the couch cushions off. Empty. Phew. Lin Qianyu sighed in relief. Everyone, it seems this time there's nothing to find. Let us take a look inside. The cushion might contain cash, and let us also check under the couch. These were the spots we previously discovered. Host, did you bring a metal detector? If cash isn't found, we could scan for gold. I suspect this couch might even be made of gold. With Su Bai, anything is possible. What about the walls? Could they be lined with cash? Lin Qianyu unzipped the cushion and reached inside. Cotton. Next, she retrieved the metal detector from the bedroom and began scanning. Still, there were no anomalies, no signs of cash whatsoever. After several fruitless attempts, Lin Qianyu turned her gaze back to the kitchen. Perhaps she had misjudged him this time. Forget it. I believe there's no hidden stash in the new home. I trust him. She clapped her hands and leaned back against the couch. An hour later, a sumptuous spread of 4 dishes and a soup adorned the table. Eagerly, Lin Qianyu picked up a piece of rib and exclaimed, "This is the flavor. Enjoy it. Eat more," Su Bai said, placing another piece in her bowl. I asked around. There are prenatal classes in this community, activities for expectant mothers. I'll sign you up. Dear, does that mean I won't need to live stream anymore? Not at all. I'll support you. Plus, it won't interfere with your streams. The doctor said moderate exercise is fine, but I can't gauge it well myself. Let the professionals handle it. We can just follow along. All right, I'll trust your judgment. Honey, there shouldn't be any hidden stash in our new home, right? Why bring that up during dinner? Hurry, taste my yam beef soup. Su Bai's heart raced, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Is there? I'll give you one chance to confess freely. No. I'll believe you this once. Lin Qianyu picked up her chopsticks and placed another rib in Su Bai's bowl. Darling, you've worked hard. It's not hard at all. Su Bai chewed on the rib, finally feeling a sense of relief as the corners of his mouth curled upward. To conceal his secret stash, he had taken numerous precautions. Failure was simply not an option, unless, over time, the system offered him too much to conceal. If that day ever came, he would have no choice but to switch to a different villa and dig a basement. At 1 o'clock in the morning, darling, you will always love me, right? Due to the new environment, Lin Qianyu, who was somewhat restless, tossed and turned in bed. Foolish girl, what are you thinking? I'm your husband. I will always love you, Su Bai replied, slipping one arm beneath her neck while gently wrapping the other around her. Don't worry, I want only you. But in a few years, I'll grow old and lose my charm. You silly thing, when that day comes, I'll be an old man too. What is there to worry about? I'll be content as long as I have you and our child. You promised. I'm noting that down in my heart. Lin Qianyu gently nodded. Darling, I'm so glad to have met you. My true fortune is knowing you. Su Bai softly kissed the back of Lin Qianyu's head. Now sleep well. Okay, good night, darling. Good night. 6 months later, at Bo AI Hospital, Su Bai stood anxiously outside the obstetrics and gynecology department, his palms clammy with sweat. This girl had insisted he couldn't accompany her during childbirth, claiming it might affect their postnatal lives. Everything must go smoothly. Fang Qing and Su Bai's parents sat anxiously on nearby benches, their faces etched with concern and anticipation. Mother-in-law, do you think it's a boy or a girl? Fang Qing skillfully initiated a conversation to ease the tension. Either is fine, as long as the baby is healthy and safe. It's been 6 hours. Why is there still no news? Su Bai's mother gripped the armrests tightly. When I had Su Bai, it was over in 3 hours. Why is it taking so long for you? Dear, don't fret too much. It will be all right. Su Bai's father reassured her, though his furrowed brow betrayed his own anxiety. Lin Qianyu's brother, Lin Qianyu, repeatedly pressed the buttons of the vending machine to alleviate his own stress. I wonder if it's a little nephew or niece, as the uncle. I'll treat them to delicious food. I'll encourage my sister to have more. Inside the delivery room, Lin Qianyu was drenched in sweat, continually motivating herself. I can do this. I absolutely can. Mrs. Lin, take a deep breath. Now, follow my rhythm. Inhale deeply, push. Almost there. Continue. Inhale deeply, push. Lin Qianyu gripped the sides of the bed tightly, her teeth biting down until they bled. Wow, it's coming. It's here. The doctor exclaimed excitedly, quickly cutting the umbilical cord, cleaning the baby, and bringing him to Lin Qianyu's side. Mrs. Lin, you did it. It's a boy. Phew. Lin Qianyu was utterly exhausted, unable to speak, only managing a gentle nod of gratitude. She gazed at the baby beside her, those big eyes and small mouth resembling his father entirely. At the delivery room entrance, as soon as the door opened, Su Bai inquired eagerly, Doctor, how is everything? Congratulations. Mother and baby are safe. Go in and take a look. Your wife was incredibly brave. Safety is all that matters. Thank you, Doctor. Su Bai expressed his gratitude before striding into the delivery room. Reaching Lin Qianyu's side, they exchanged a deep, affectionate gaze. Darling, you've worked hard. Su Bai gently lowered his head and placed a soft kiss on Lin Qianyu's forehead before turning his gaze to their son. Clumsily, he cradled the child in his arms, carefully swaying him as he spoke. My dear, when you grow up, you must take good care of your mother. Suddenly, a wail echoed throughout the delivery room. Oh dear. Quite the vocal one. Must have inherited that from your mother. Husband, how can you say such things? Observing Su Bai holding the child, Lin Qianyu's face radiated with happiness. From this moment on, they were a family of 3. Chapter 125, Naming is a Dilemma. A week later, Lin Qianyu and the baby returned home from the hospital, and Su Bai officially embraced his role as a father, stepping into the realm of fatherhood. Fang Qing and Su's mother, unable to quell their worries, had agreed to take turns helping for a week. After all, this was Lin Qianyu and Su Bai's first child, and they were concerned about the couple's inexperience and clumsiness. With their seasoned assistants, they could occasionally lend a helping hand. At that moment, Lin Qianyu sat on the living room sofa nursing the baby, while Su Bai gently caressed the child's tiny feet. Darling, what name do you think we should choose? Since they had previously refrained from learning the baby's gender, Su Bai had not used any connections to divulge such information. They had decided to wait until the birth to consider names. It wasn't until the discharge that they finally had the time to deliberate this matter seriously. Wife, please share your thoughts with me. Su Bai gazed affectionately at Lin Qianyu, feeling an immense sense of fulfillment. The moment their son was born, witnessing his precious child for the first time, Su Bai suddenly felt an unfamiliar weight upon his shoulders. Was this what it meant to bear responsibility? How about the name Sujio? Jiao means 9, representing a precious black stone akin to jade, symbolizing rarity and unparalleled value. Let us think further. Su Bai continued to gaze tenderly at Lin Qianyu, neither affirming nor dismissing the name. Jiao seems a bit grand. Then what about Su Yan? Yan signifies an outstanding person of talent and virtue, embodying scholarly prowess and moral integrity, symbolizing success and prosperity. Su Yan? Su Bai squinted. This one seems quite nice. Do you have any more suggestions? Su Zi, which refers to the color purple, a hue revered by certain rulers and philosophies, connoting nobility, mystery, maturity, and romance. Lin Qianyu looked at her well-fed child, glowing with maternal radiance. No, our son doesn't need to be influenced by such notions. With me around, there's nothing to fear. Su Bai shook his head, rejecting the name Su Zi. Oh, quite confident, aren't we? Lin Qianyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Of course, how could I not? After all, I am your man. Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. Wife, with me here, no one in this world can harm you or our child. Let me think some more. Lin Qianyu stretched out her hand to rub her temples. What about Su Yiyang? You refers to speech and eloquence, denoting quick wit and eloquence. It symbolizes vivacity, articulation, and literary flair. Yang, a term for trees, represents growth and vitality. Su Yiyang suggests our future child will be articulate and bright, Lin Qianyu proposed. That's good. But dear, use your clever mind to think of something more succinct, preferably a two-character name. Su Bai scratched his chin, feeling that while Su Yuyang was pleasant, it still lacked a certain finesse. Why two characters? Lin Qianyu raised her gaze to Su Bai, puzzled. Don't you think two-character names sound more melodious? Like mine, Su Bai, so charming, he declared. Husband, I never realized how thick-skinned you were, like an unbreakable fortress, Lin Qianyu teased. Just a jest. I believe a two-character name would be simpler for our son when it comes to school and examinations. Su Bai reminisced about a childhood experience that made him chuckle. In elementary school, one of my classmates was named Linda. His name took so long to pronounce that even our teacher often mixed it up, resorting to calling him that one instead. Linda? You mean the character for dragon? Repeated thrice? Lin Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could parents choose such a name? It seems his mother feared he would be as quiet as his father. So she deliberately gave him that name, which connotes complexity and fussiness. That's quite unfair to the child, Lin Qianyu thought, glancing down at her own son. Let me think again. Moments later, she exclaimed, I've got it. How about Su Nian? Her eyes sparkled. Nian is neither too grand nor too trivial. It suggests filial piety and emotional depth. Besides, with Su as the first tone and Nian as the fourth, it adheres to tonal harmony. What do you think? Su Nian? Su Bai repeated, the name rolling off his tongue pleasantly. Yet, just as he was about to respond, what? The baby in Lin Qianyu's arms cried out. See, even the baby reacts to this name. Lin Qianyu gently swayed him. Be good, little one, no fussing. All right then, Su Nian it is. Since it seems he has chosen it himself. Su Bai nodded in agreement, leaning down to playfully poke Su Nian's tiny fingers. Little Su Nian, this is your own choice. As they held hands, Lin Qianyu remarked, why do newborns always look so peculiar? That's because they haven't fully developed yet. They'll grow more attractive over time. Wow, see? The moment you mention him, he seems displeased. Su Bai gently touched Su Nian's little face. Do you think he will grow up to be a little golden retriever or a little wolf dog? I suspect he will be more of a mischievous little wolf dog. Lin Qianyu replied, glancing at Su Bai. Definitely like you, full of clever tricks. Wife, you can't accuse me like that. I'm not cunning at all, Su Bai protested, feigning innocence. I swear I have never done anything to betray you. I'm not referring to that. I mean your secret savings. I simply don't believe you've turned over a new leaf, Lin Qianyu pouted. Interestingly enough, Lin Qianyu had yet to discover Su Bai's hidden stash. But her intuition told her that he certainly had one. Husband, let us go downstairs to bask in the sun. We've been cooped up in the hospital for so long. I feel like I'm about to mold. Lin Qianyu looked towards the sunlight streaming through the window, her face alight with anticipation. Let us just sit on the balcony. You can't be out of bed yet after just being discharged. You can't skip your confinement period. Do you think you're a warrior woman? Not at all. Lying here is making my back sore, Lin Qianyu complained playfully. My dear, you must take it easy. The first month post-delivery is crucial. If you're not careful, you might end up with lingering health issues. At that moment, Fang Qing emerged from the guest room. Having overheard Lin Qianyu's words, Xiao Su, you cannot indulge her. Under no circumstances should you spoil her. Whatever she wants to do must wait until a month has passed. This is wisdom passed down from ancient times. Well, this is what your mother said, so be good and listen. I'll prepare something delicious for you shortly. Fine. Lin Qianyu had no choice but to lower her head and gaze at the baby Su Nian in her arms. My darling, you must grow up quickly. Then your father won't dare to bully me anymore. Chapter 126. The Trials of Parenting, Feeding Like a Battlefield. Honey, what is happening? Why is he spitting up? In the dead of night, Lin Qianyu looked anxiously at Su Bai. I was feeding him just fine, so how did it suddenly come to this? Could it be the feeding position? Su Bai, equally worried, was about to reach out to pat the baby. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Su, what's going on? Outside the door, Fang Qing's urgent voice rang out. Su Bai opened the door as if clutching at a lifeline, immediately asking, Mom, I don't know what's wrong. Xiao Nian has been spitting up continuously. Don't panic, let me take a look. Fang Qing quickly approached Lin Qianyu. Hurry, lean him forward gently and pat his back. Never mind, just give him to me. Fang Qing took Xiao Nian from Lin Qianyu with practiced ease. You two are truly inexperienced. You've overfed the child without realizing it. Huh? Lin Qianyu looked bewildered. Overfed? Mom, doesn't he stop when he's full? Xiao Nian was not even 10 days old. How could he grasp the concept of fullness? You were the same way as a child. As a mother, you must be more attentive in the future. After feeding for a while, check the baby's reactions. If he shows no signs of hunger, it means he is full, not that he should be spitting up. Sometimes, an incorrect position can cause choking. Generally, if a baby chokes, they will fuss. It's a long journey ahead. You both have much to learn. After a lengthy lecture, Fang Qing returned Xiao Nian to Lin Qianyu. It's natural to make mistakes the first time. By the time you have your second child, you won't have to worry at all. Now I'll head back. If you encounter any more issues, Xiao Su should call me immediately. We have more experience. Thank you. Mom. It's quite late. Su Bai felt a surge of gratitude, yet he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed as Fang Qing was nearly 50. What is there to be embarrassed about? After all, I'm Xiao Nian's grandmother. Besides, if something happens, it'll be too late if you wait. Fang Qing scolded him directly. Got it, Mom. Hurry and get some sleep. After Fang Qing left, Lin Qianyu looked at the crying Xiao Nian in her arms and sighed. My darling, you truly are my little ancestor. When will this kind of life end, husband? At least until we wean him, right? Let us keep trying. Su Bai picked up a toy to entertain the baby. Xiao Nian, be good now, don't cry. The next morning, Su Bai, sporting dark circles under his eyes, rose to prepare breakfast, the night's torment known only to him and Lin Qianyu. All night long, it was a cycle of feeding and changing diapers, waking up repeatedly, hardly managing to sleep for an hour straight. Each time, he would doze off for just a few minutes before the little one stirred him awake, leading Su Bai to consider hiring a nanny. However, Lin Qianyu was adamant against it, insisting she would rather endure the hardship than entrust their child to someone else. After all, through various short videos and dramas, Lin Qianyu had seen cases where nannies paid little heed to a child's feelings if the child fussed. They might even resort to slapping. By the time one realizes the mistake, it could be too late. As the sun rose, the little one finally settled down, prompting Su Bai to urge Lin Qianyu to sleep while he hurried to the kitchen to make breakfast. Ding, ding, ding. Mom, why aren't you sleeping a little longer? Let me handle this. Fang Qing was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast, gently kneading the meat. You're getting older, and sleep is scarce. Besides, after a night of your little one's antics, you too must be worn out. Xiao Su, go rest. I'll take care of breakfast. Fang Qing began blanching the lean meat. This is an experience everyone goes through, especially at this time. You must remain patient. Mom, I understand. Su Bai rubbed his eyes, realizing he was of no help. I'll just lie down on the sofa for a bit. Go ahead, go ahead. I'll call you both when it's ready. Once on the sofa, Su Bai lay down and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Goodness. He had never felt sleep could be such a blissful experience. Even during his intense research on lithography machines, he hadn't felt this exhausted. Caring for a child was indeed a tremendous drain of energy. In the afternoon, honey, Xiao Nian is hungry. Could you please help prepare some formula? Lin Qianyu nudged Su Bai, who was resting with his eyes closed. Prepare formula? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Wife. Hasn't he been drinking breast milk for the past few months? I'm a bit short on supply. If he drinks during the day, I'll need to wake up at night to prepare it. Lin Qianyu's face flushed slightly, perplexed. How could her supply be so limited despite him being so small? Was it perhaps due to incomplete development? Ah, this is amusing. Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, but I've never prepared formula before. I'll need to look it up. He glanced down at the little Su Nian nestled in Lin Qianyu's arms, her rosy little face and tiny mouth. Sigh. Even at such a young age, she's already competing for my attention. He got up and headed to the kitchen, skillfully opening his phone to search for how to prepare infant formula. The first step was to sterilize the baby bottle with boiling water. The second step was to add 3 scoops of formula, then hot water to dissolve and shake it well. The third step was to place the hot bottle into cold water to cool it until it reached about 37 degrees. 5 minutes later. This is what your father painstakingly prepared. Why won't you drink it? Seeing Xiao Nian take a sip and then spit it out, Su Bai felt utterly helpless. What on earth was going on? Lin Qianyu, too, was baffled and could only helplessly call out to the guest room. Mom, help. In that moment, Fang Qing became the ultimate problem solver. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's call, she emerged from the bedroom, casually examining the bottle. The temperature is too low. Babies accustomed to breast milk will prefer that temperature. You need to adjust it. Huh. Su Bai looked bewildered. I saw online it should be 37 degrees. How do I gauge that? Should I use a thermometer? There's no need for such trouble. Fang Qing walked into the kitchen. Xiao Su, come here. I'll teach you. Under Fang Qing's guidance, Su Bai carefully went through the steps once more. The simplest way to gauge the temperature was to place a drop on the back of his hand. Fang Qing squeezed a drop from the bottle onto both their hands. If it feels hot, let it cool down. If it's too cold, you'll need to prepare it again. Don't add hot water. It can upset their stomachs. After 3 drops, she declared, this temperature is just right. Remember this feel. Fang Qing handed the bottle to Su Bai. You can feed him now. As he watched Xiao Nian gulping down the milk, Su Bai couldn't help but sigh. Who knew preparing formula could be this complicated? Sigh. If only the system could reward me with a full-time dad status, I wouldn't have to figure this all out from scratch. Chapter 127, Xiao Nian's online matchmaking event. Honey, hold him for me. Lin Qianyu suddenly extended her hands, passing Xiao Nian to Su Bai. Since Xiao Nian was born, you haven't held him even once. That's not true. I held him right after he was born. Subai did not take the baby, to avoid hurting him. Let us have you bear the brunt for now. It wasn't he that Subai was unwilling to hold the baby, but the first time he did. The memory of that piercing cry was something he would never forget. The body, as supple and boneless as it is, proves to be quite the challenge to embrace, causing Subai to harbor a lingering trepidation towards holding infants. Come, hold him. He's incredibly adorable. Today, the baby is well-fed and quite obedient. Lin Qianyu, fully aware of Subai's sentiments, once again presented Xiao Nian to him. If you never hold him while he's small, he might not feel close to you when he grows up. Really? Subai responded with a hint of skepticism as he cautiously accepted the child. Those tiny arms and legs were indeed daunting to handle. When the baby was born, Subai had taken the initiative to research that such recently born infants have delicate heads and limbs that have yet to harden. One wrong move could lead to accidents that might leave lasting consequences. Being a rough-and-tumble man himself, he worried what might happen if he mishandled the child. You see, it's not that difficult. Lin Qianyu gently adjusted her position. You should encircle him with your right arm while using your other hand to support the baby's bottom. Yes, just like that. It's quite simple. I assent it. Following Lin Qianyu's guidance, Subai attempted to hold the baby, and to his surprise, Xiao Nian remained quiet and calm. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. As he gazed at his son's cherubic face, Subai couldn't help but hum a childhood lullaby, his fingers brushing against the baby's tiny hand. Soft and warm, it felt extraordinarily delightful. However, it seemed that Xiao Nian sensed the disturbance in his slumber, as he stirred slightly and expressed his discontent with a delicate wave of his hand. Oh, how dare you show displeasure towards me? Subai teased, poking Xiao Nian's hand again. I want tea let you sleep. No, I want tea. Suddenly, a loud wail pierced through the room, and tears welled up in Xiao Nian's eyes. Honestly, how can a grown man engage in such antics with an infant? Give him to me. Lin Qianyu couldn't help but chuckle at Subai's antics, playfully chiding him. No wonder I see those mothers in the parenting group claim that fathers are the biggest adversaries to their children. I truly worry for you if you're left alone with the baby. Darling, I haven't been able to stream lately because of the baby, Lin Qianyu lamented, reflecting on her work with a tone of frustration. If I don't stream for an extended period, I might lose my audience. Fear not. I shall provide for you and our child. Subai affectionately stroked Lin Qianyu's hair and gently tapped the baby's little nose. As long as I have a morsel to eat, I will ensure you both are well fed. You want tea, let the baby eat meat, will you? Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes at Subai. Honey, how about you help me with a few streams? Me? Yes, I believe you can do it. If it becomes too challenging, I'll assist you from the side. I beg you. Dear, Lin Qianyu feigned a pout. Very well, I shall try streaming for a day. Subai relented with a nod. Here, take my phone. Taking the streaming device from Lin Qianyu, Subai adeptly opened the live streaming interface. Despite Lin Qianyu's nearly 10-day absence from streaming, the viewership soared like a rocket. Host, I've missed you. It feels like something is missing in my life after not seeing you for over 10 days. Huh? Where's Sister Lin? Why is it Lord Bai today? Lord Bai, how's everything? Is it a boy or a girl? Let us see the baby and find out if he looks like Lord Bai. Upstairs. Your words are quite ambiguous. Are you implying they're S.A. neighbor Wang? No, you misunderstood. I merely wish to see if it's a son or a daughter so I can buy gifts. Sending a Douyin gift, one for you. Sending a Huazi gift, one rocket. In an instant, as if someone had initiated it, the entire live stream erupted with gifts showered upon Subai's baby. Lin Qianyu, observing from a distance, widened her eyes in astonishment and couldn't resist gently touching Xiao Nian's cheek. Look, little Nian, how much the uncles and aunts care for you. The earnings in that brief moment surpass what I make in a full day of streaming. Come, let us show them something, shall we? Oh, it seems Xiao Nian understood Lin Qianyu's words, as he let out a coo in response. Lin Qianyu finally presented Xiao Nian to the camera. Apologies, dear family. I haven't had the time for self-care lately, so I'm appearing barefaced. A woman with a husband need not worry about her appearance, especially now that she is a mother. Moreover, Sister Lin is naturally beautiful even without makeup. But her grace remains. Aside from a slightly rounder face and thicker arms, she will surely return to her former self in no time. A little plumpness is eternal. Such absurd comments in the live chat made Lin Qianyu's eyelids twitch. It was acceptable for her to call herself plump. But why did it feel strange coming from others? My face is a bit rounder, and my arms are a tad thicker. I must lose weight. Yet, would dieting lead to even less nourishment? Lin Qianyu suddenly felt a twinge of conflict. Alas, women are inherently drawn to beauty. Clearly, this is a boy. What a darling he is, with eyes and a nose that resemble Lord Bai's perfectly. When he grows up, he will surely be a little heartthrob, captivating countless girls. He could also be a heartbreaker. After all, most wealthy heirs tend to be. This baby is well-formed, just like Lord Bai. Host. What is the baby's name? Coughing lightly, Su Bai couldn't help but interject. What a peculiar description. What does it mean to have eyes and a nose? Would a baby without them be frightening? Sun Yan, may he always stay true to his heart. Su Bai declared, once he grows up. I'll let him charm your daughters. Honey, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Qianyu pinched Su Bai's side gently. Do not speak ill in front of the child. Welcome. It would be delightful to have such a wealthy in-law. Lord Bai, my daughter is still under a year old. Shall we arrange a betrothal? My daughter is already 3. You know the saying, a girl older by 3 years brings wealth. Please consider. My daughter is due in 3 months. That works too. I shall return home to conceive, as having a daughter slightly younger than a son is no issue. There is still time. The entire chat took a whimsical turn, transforming into a matchmaking event for Xiaoyan. Oh, in Lin Qianyu's arms, Xiaoyan suddenly erupted into a loud wail, nearly causing Su Bai to drop his phone in shock. Not again. Xiaoyan, please don't cry. Indeed, he simply wishes to sleep. He.s. just fussy. Lin Qianyu suggested. I'll stand and rock him a bit. Honey, let me handle it. You're still in your postpartum recovery, so don't move around too much. With growing familiarity, Su Bai took Xiaoyan from Lin Qianyu's arms and began to gently rock him. Sleep now, my dear baby. Father's arms shall forever protect you. All the happiness and warmth in the world belong to you. Chapter 128, The Trials of Diaper Changing. Honey, my back is a bit sore. You take care of the baby for now. I'll lie down in the bedroom for a bit. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Lin Qianyu suddenly felt a pang of discomfort in her back. This is a common affliction that follows childbirth. Thus, it is imperative to observe proper postpartum care, otherwise, one may easily succumb to lingering ailments. Particularly, one must refrain from consuming cold substances or coming into contact with icy water, as these can lead to bodily chill. Mild discomfort in the lower back and severe cases of migraines can arise, and over time, such afflictions can truly render one in despair. This is a threshold set by nature for women. Each childbirth is akin to traversing the gates of the underworld, and only upon success does one gain the blessing of new life. Go ahead, my dear, entrust the child to me. You may rest easy, Su Bai reassured. As he gazed upon the tranquil baby in his arms, who lay peacefully without fussing, he suddenly found that children were not so fearsome after all. With a tiny pouting mouth and rosy cheeks, the serene infant was utterly endearing. But do take care, he cautioned. Lin Qianyu slowly rose to her feet and returned to the bedroom to lie down and rest. Oh dear, at such a young age, and already feeling this way. I wonder how my back will fare as I grow older. Once I have some free time, I must partake in square dancing to stretch my limbs. In the living room, upon seeing Lin Qianyu enter, Su Bai grasped the armrest of a recliner with one hand while cradling the baby with the other. Moving to the window, darling, behold the grand river. The reason the Jingping Villa commands such a high price is largely due to its breathtaking river view. The little one has just drifted off to sleep. Please do not disturb him. Allow him to slumber peacefully. Indeed, to men, children seem little more than toys, constantly in need of play. Xiaoyan is truly adorable. I find myself yearning to have a child. Sister upstairs, do you require assistance from your little brother? I would be more than willing, and I charge no fee. If it were me, I would seek a 5-star review. Perhaps then the lovely ladies would return for more. Do not drive, do not drive. With this lull, it would be better to shower the baby with gifts. Seeing the baby still sound asleep in his arms, Su Bai could not suppress a slight smile. What a remarkable ability to fall asleep instantly. Perhaps this is the bliss of a life unburdened by stress. Gently, he touched Xiaoyan's nose. Upon seeing a slight movement, he quickly withdrew his hand. All right now, Daddy will not tease you anymore. Sleep well. After a brief moment of rocking, Su Bai turned his attention back to the live stream. Friends, did you see that? The baby is truly adorable. If you're at home with nothing to do, hurry up and create life. Master Bai, it is not that we do not wish to have children. Rather, the cost of raising them is exorbitant. Just think of the expenses for formula, schooling, living costs. And if one has a son, one must consider the expenses of finding a wife, which means preparing for a car and a house. Alas, in this world where I can barely support myself, the thought of having children is utterly daunting. Let alone children. I cannot even fathom marriage. The basics, car, house, a dowry starting at 200,000, along with the 3 golds and banquet. Oh dear. Is there really a 200,000 dowry? I want that. Mine starts at 500,000. As Su Bai observed the barrage of lamenting comments, he found himself momentarily lost in thought before freeing a hand to rub his nose. Is it truly that agonizing? When my wife and I were in love, meeting the parents was uneventful. The dowry was a mere token. And my wife brought it home without any of the troubles you all describe. No wonder the streamer is so fortunate. If only my parents had been so open-minded. Master Bai, Your situation is akin to winning the lottery. How fortunate indeed, Subai reflected on past moments. Glancing towards his wife in the bedroom and Fang Qing in the guest room, he realized just how lucky he was. Therefore, he must treat them with utmost care. Master Bai, I have a lingering question. Do you have any secret savings in your new home? I am curious as well. We seek the answer. Well, Subai pursed his lips, I might have a little. Wait, if that is the case, does that not suggest we are utterly inept? After all this time, we have yet to uncover a single secret stash. No, once the streamer is back, we must initiate the Operation Secret Stash check. Ladies, who is with me? Count me in. Did you see Master Bai's smug expression? This time, we must unearth every bit of his secrets. A little? I suspect it is more like a considerable amount. As the fervor over uncovering secret funds escalated, Subai hastily backtracked. There is nothing. How could there be? I was merely jesting. I do not believe that. Indeed, a leopard cannot change its spots. Master Bai must still have hidden savings. Cough, cough. Subai cleared his throat. Could some fans not phrase their comments more delicately? To say a leopard cannot change its spots is simply a matter of character. And who does not love money? I have merely tucked away a tiny bit. Looking down at the still sleeping baby, Subai could not help but sigh. My dear child, because of you, I have not clocked in for work in ages. This loss is not insignificant. Suddenly, as if sensing Subai's grievances, Xiao Nian let out a wail. Tears welling in her eyes as she looked at him with a pitiful expression. What is happening, dear friends? She has barely slept for half an hour, and now this? For a moment, Subai felt as though the baby in his arms was a hot potato, difficult to hold on to. Sweetheart, do not cry, do not cry. Sleep now. Sleep now, Daddy is here. To his dismay, as he began to sing, Xiao Nian's cries grew louder. Are you hungry, dear? Daddy will prepare some formula for you. Do not cry. After a flurry of chaotic movements, Subai brought the bottle to Xiao Nian. Yet, to his astonishment, she turned her head away, her cries unabated, her expression seeming to scold her unreliable father. What on earth is happening? She refuses to sleep, will not drink the formula. Only knows to cry. For a moment, Subai found that the once adorable baby was no longer so charming. What a little troublemaker. Why must you be so difficult? Darling, check if Xiao Nian has wet her diaper. Lin Qianyu's voice floated from the bedroom. If she has, simply change it for her. At her words, Subai quickly reached to check Xiao Nian's diaper. Sure enough, she had wet it, and the amount was so great that the diaper could hardly contain it. No wonder she was wailing. Do not cry, do not cry. Daddy will change your diaper right away. He hurriedly retrieved a fresh diaper and laid Xiao Nian on the table. The next moment, Subai was left dumbfounded. How does one change a diaper? Chapter 129. The most gentle men are those who care for children. Glancing at the bedroom, Subai opened his mouth. Never mind, let her rest a while longer. After all, childbirth is no easy feat. Looking down at the little one gazing up at him with a pitiful expression, Subai pinched Xiao Nian's nose. Son, consider this practice for your old man, all right? Xiao Nian kicked her little legs, seemingly protesting silently against Subai's suggestion. Subai disregarded Xiao Nian's protests. Unperturbed by her objections, after closing the window, he swiftly unfastened Xiao Nian's clothing and yanked down her diaper. Upon inspection, he noted its considerable weight. Goodness! For such a tender age, there's quite a heft here, he mused. Ah, my dear Bai, you may not grasp this yet, but with such robust kidneys and vigor, this little one is destined to be quite the Casanova in the future. This little rascal certainly has a temperament of his own. Changing diapers can be quite the challenge for the inexperienced, while removal is a breeze. Putting a new one on is no simple task. I must say, I hadn't anticipated that Bai's son would be so well nourished. Those little legs are plump as drumsticks. Roasted, they would surely be delectable. Goodness gracious, you've even entangled yourself around him. Witnessing his father's vigorous antics, the little one wore a look of indignation, his features scrunching up with a pout resembling that of a tiny chick. Could not this unreliable father show a touch of gentleness? He sniffled, his little nose twitching as his eyes fixed intently on the man changing his diaper. Oh my, this little darling is simply adorable. Look at that expression. Could he be holding a grudge? When he grows up, let us make sure he doesn't take his father to the club. Let him stew in envy. One day, if Bai finds himself unable to care for himself, we'll dangle some delicacies before him to tease. You lot are quite excessive, cursing Bai in such a manner, yet I find it utterly delightful. Hee hee hee. Subai lifted the diaper slightly and took a whiff. A pungent aroma wafted up. Such an action is distinctly one only a father would undertake. You see, a parent would never turn their nose up at their own child. In the past, when I would pass gas at the dinner table, my husband would grimace. Yet our son's diapers were no issue for him until he turned one. That's because the child was exclusively on milk and hadn't yet begun consuming grains. Their stools lack any noticeable odor. You all have quite the peculiar taste, even judging by shape. How absurd. Feeling a chill as his bottom was exposed to the air, Xiao Nian began to kick his legs, the movement appearing remarkably endearing. This sight amused Su Bai, who reached out to tickle the little one's feet. Really now? What is the rush? Father is just about to change you. Gently patting the little one's backside, Su Bai grabbed a fresh diaper, preparing to slide it beneath him. However, the little fellow kicked his legs vigorously, refusing to cooperate. Come on, my good son, help your father out, be obedient. Wah! Xiao Nian wailed even louder. Unable to articulate his grievances, resorting instead to a silent protest with his flailing legs. What on earth was happening? Su Bai took a deep breath, feeling that changing a diaper was proving more arduous than earning a living. He turned to the live stream, seeking assistance from his fans. Dear viewers, what is going on here? Can anyone enlighten me? Help! Bai is actually facing a challenge. This is just too hilarious. Even the omnipotent Bai has encountered something beyond his skill set. Caring for a boy truly is one of a man's most daunting tasks. Bai, you first need to use wet wipes or a warm towel to clean the baby's bottom. Otherwise, it will be all dirty. And the baby certainly won't be pleased. It's alright. First-time jitters are common. You'll get the hang of it eventually. Enlightened. Su Bai patted the little one's thigh. For such a tiny creature, you already have a notion of cleanliness? Wow. Xiao Nian was so incensed he nearly spat. Pulling out a baby wipe, Su Bai meticulously cleaned the little one's behind. Feeling refreshed, Xiao Nian ceased his cries and even offered a smile to Su Bai. As if to say, well done, Dad. After a thorough inspection to ensure nothing was amiss, Su Bai finally picked up the diaper again to place it on Xiao Nian. But alas, oh dear, my little ancestor, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to drive your father to madness? Su Bai was nearly in tears, utterly baffled by the little one's antics. His gaze fell upon the diaper, ready to abandon this troublesome task and hand the little rascal over to his mother. Oh, so that's it. I've had it the wrong way around. Are you trying to remind your father, little one? Su Bai flipped the diaper and attempted to fit it on Xiao Nian once more. This time, the little one was surprisingly compliant, not a peep of protest escaping him. A minute later, Su Bai finally managed to secure the diaper and dress the little one. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Are today's children truly this intelligent? They can discern the front from the back of a diaper, while I, an adult, am at a loss." Ha ha ha, Bai. Don't underestimate children. They are far more perceptive than you think. Moreover, it is said that children can see things that adults cannot. They possess an innate wisdom, untainted by the world, which fades as they grow older. What is this? Are we shifting from an urban narrative to a suspenseful one? Perhaps there is a disparity among children. My little rascal seems to be perpetually raucous. Wow. This time, the sound was not one of wailing, but rather an outstretched little hand seeking a cuddle. Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. I see you know how to enjoy yourself and to stir up trouble for your father. Here I come. He scooped Xiao Nian into his arms, pacing around the living room. Do you know what this is, little one? It's an umbrella. And this? It's a table, in English. And this is a television. Su Bai continued to chatter, imparting knowledge to Xiao Nian. The little one gazed wide-eyed, curious about everything. I'm smitten. A man caring for a child is the epitome of tenderness. Don't listen to your father. He is just fooling you. That is not an umbrella. It's gold. Little one, when you grow up, make sure to dig up all your father's secret stash. Let him know what a mischievous child is. Indeed, fear not. We are your strongest support. After about half an hour, Su Bai looked down. Oh my, have you fallen asleep so quickly? Are you a pig? In his arms. The little one suckled on his thumb, sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking his lips as if dreaming of delicious food. Chapter 130. The sports car in the underground garage. Around noon, Lin Qianyu lay on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Beside her, the little darling was babbling in his sleep, occasionally shifting his adorable little bottom. Meanwhile, Su Bai was in the kitchen preparing lunch. Originally, Fang Qing had offered to lend a hand, but Su Bai, unwilling for her to exert herself, sent her back to the bedroom to rest. Lunch is ready. With the last dish completed, Su Bai called out cheerfully. Coming. Let me see what deliciousness my husband has prepared for lunch. Lin Qianyu's stomach grumbled in response, and after glancing at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Nian, she slipped on her slippers and made her way to the living room. Fang Qing from the guest room also entered the kitchen to assist with serving the dishes. Wow, my dear, the sensation of this fish soup is truly marvelous. The delicate white jade mushrooms, vibrant bok choy, and silky tofu, all exuding a succulent and slightly verdant hue, are simply tantalizing to the palate. Lin Qianyu gazed at the fish soup on the table, her stomach audibly rumbling once more. Darling, I must have 2 bowls for lunch today. You go ahead and serve yourself some soup first. There are other dishes in the kitchen. Su Bai replied with a tender smile. What about the baby? Fang Qing raised an eyebrow in inquiry. She's sleeping in the room. No worries, she's quite well behaved. As Lin Qianyu savored a hearty spoonful of soup, an expression of ecstasy spread across her face. Dear, How could you be so careless? A child turns in her sleep. If she falls, you'll have cause for regret. Fang Qing quickly entered the room to lift Xiao Yin from the crib and place her in the living room's baby bed. Moreover, when she wakes up, if she doesn't see an adult, she will surely cry. At this stage, we must be particularly cautious with her. Is that so? Lin Qianyu stuck out her tongue. Mom, I'll remember next time. You silly girl, you're still acting like a child yourself, Fang Qing teased, unable to contain her amusement. Little Sue is far more diligent than you. Mom, this soup is absolutely delicious. You must have a taste. Lin Qianyu quickly changed the subject. When Su Bai brought out the other dishes, Lin Qianyu admired the feast before her. Dear, how about you teach me to cook from now on? If you're busy. I want to prepare meals for the baby. Aren't you already able to cook? Su Bai responded with a smile. That's quite different. Mine are merely simple home-cooked dishes, and they taste rather average. You make it sound so wonderful. I want to learn properly, Lin Qianyu admitted, somewhat shyly. The dishes she made could barely be eaten, and she often wondered how Su Bai had managed to tolerate them during those 2 years. Su Bai pondered for a moment before nodding. That's not out of the question, but you must be earnest in your studies. Absolutely, Lin Qianyu exclaimed, picking up a piece of braised pork and savoring its flavor. This is it. We'll eat this for now, and I'll teach you a few simple home recipes another day. 20 minutes later, everyone contentedly set down their bowls and chopsticks. Lin Qianyu rubbed her arm, which had gained a bit of flesh. Dear, at this rate, I fear I won't have a chance to lose weight. Why slim down? A little plumpness is delightful. Su Bai began, but quickly caught himself. Oh dear, nearly slipped there. Your mother is right beside us. Don't rush to leave the table. I've prepared a dessert for everyone to try, Su Bai said mysteriously as he ventured into the kitchen, returning with 3 small plates of dessert. The creamy white base was adorned with rose patterns, encircled by a deep blue passion fruit sauce, beautifully contrasting with the white. At the center lay a cream-filled strawberry enveloped in red sauce. When the dessert was placed before Lin Qianyu, her eyes sparkled with delight. Darling, what is this? It looks so delectable. Perhaps it was the aftermath of childbirth, but her tone was laced with a languid, almost silly charm. A riot of colors. Su Bai pointed at the dessert. The white base is made of yam. The blue is blueberry sauce, topped with strawberry sauce and a cream-stuffed strawberry. Don't worry. All the sauces are homemade, with no additives. Oh, Lin Qianyu eagerly scooped a spoonful, tasting it. It's reminiscent of blueberry yam. Yet the texture is distinctively smoother and far more enchanting. I'm so incredibly happy. Her voice brimmed with satisfaction. Beside her, Fang Qing elegantly sampled the dessert. Little Su, your skills surpass even those of a 5-star dessert shop. Just then, a cry echoed from the living room. The little one must be hungry, Lin Qianyu said, setting aside her dessert and rushing to the crib. There, she found Xiao Yin, her eyes welling with tears, filled with helplessness and fear. Upon seeing Lin Qianyu, she cried even louder, her little legs kicking in distress, as if pleading, Mommy, why have you abandoned me? Don't cry, darling. Mommy's here, Lin Qianyu cooed. Her heart melting at the sight, she swiftly lifted Xiao Yin from the crib into her arms. Are you hungry, sweetheart? Mommy will feed you right away. No fuss now. Wait until we're back in the room, and Mommy will feed you. Oh dear, is it because Mommy ate first without calling for you? Su Bai observed the scene, suddenly struck by a bold idea. Honey, I need to make a quick trip to the office. This afternoon, I'll leave you and Mom to handle things. He kissed Lin Qianyu on the forehead and gently stroked Xiao Yin's tiny hand. Sweetheart, be good and listen to Mommy. Daddy will earn money to buy you delicious things. Drive carefully and take your time. Lin Qianyu gave Su Bai a meaningful glance. As long as you're not hiding any secret stash from me. How could I? With you at home, how would I hide money? That's true. Go on then. In the underground parking garage, Su Bai retrieved his car keys from his pocket and settled into his Maybach. Ever since Lin Qianyu's pregnancy, he had ceased to be discreet, bringing the luxurious vehicle out of storage. After all, the comfort was unparalleled. However, he did not start the engine. Instead, he opened a custom storage box filled with an array of car keys. After a moment's deliberation, he selected a Bugatti Veyron. Exiting the car, he approached a row of sports cars, pressed the key, and slid into the Bugatti. Lin Qianyu would never have guessed that the lineup of high-end luxury cars she first saw in this garage belonged to Su Bai. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Brother Bai, what is up? Jiang Nan's curious voice came through the line. Half an hour from now, at Lishui Reservoir, bring a set of equipment. Understood. See you soon. Chapter 131. A gift for the child, a playground with a castle. Brother Bai, what brings you out to fish today? Jiang Nan sat on a small stool he had brought, casting his line into the distance. Is it because your sister-in-law just had the baby? Of course. There's a need now, Su Bai replied. We're all men here. There's no need to be shy. In a bit, I'll take you for some relaxation. Thud. Su Bai playfully thwacked Jiang Nan on the head. It seems that Yalan isn't keeping you in check. You're still out having fun. Brother Bai, you've misunderstood me. I merely intended to take you for a massage and back rub. Nothing more, perhaps a foot wash, but I want to add extra time. Jiang Nin feigned a look of grievance. Enough of your nonsense. I have serious matters to discuss, Su Bai said, preparing his homemade bait and casting it into the reservoir. Brother Bai, go on. Well, now that I have a little one, I'm thinking of preparing a gift for her. The image of changing Xiao Nian's diaper flashed in Su Bai's mind, causing him to smile. Just that? Jiang Nin was taken aback. Brother Bai, for such matters, just wield your financial prowess. Jiang Nin was acutely aware of the staggering wealth Su Bai possessed. In this world, for anything of value, there was surely nothing Su Bai couldn't acquire. That would be too mundane. I want to prepare a surprise. Su Bai spoke mysteriously. A surprise? Jiang Nin reiterated. That requires time to prepare. Are you contemplating arranging a child bride for your godson? Stop with the nonsense. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's unreliable remarks, Su Bai felt an overwhelming headache. This fellow could never utter 3 sensible words in succession. This is a grand undertaking. I'm not jesting. I intend to present my entire stockpile to him when he turns 18. These are rare collectibles that even you, Brother Bai, have never possessed. Jiang Nin revealed a knowing smile. Regardless, it's a necessity for boys sooner or later. Do not corrupt my son. Su Bai shot Jiang Nin a glare. You seem to be hiding quite a bit. Are there treasures I have yet to admire? Bring them over soon so I can savor them. But alas, you've diverted the topic again. Returning to the main subject, he declared, I wish to prepare a children's amusement park for my little treasure, one complete with a castle. Su Bai retrieved a document folder from his bag. Here are the design blueprints. I need your assistance to supervise. I can't trust anyone else. A children's amusement park with a castle? Jiang Nan's eyes widened in astonishment as he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. What a thoughtful gift, Brother Bai. You truly are generous. Let's check the design blueprints first. I have also prepared some areas for adults, particularly those that girls would enjoy. You can bring Yalan along when the time comes. After all, considering the arduous labor Lin Qianyu endured to give birth, Su Bai wished to prepare a surprise for her. With this amusement park, children could play from the age of 3 until they were 18 without any issue. Each age group would have dedicated sections, with some areas added by Su Bai himself and others sourced from the system's early design offerings. The ultimate experience could only be assessed upon completion. Su Bai gazed quietly at the reservoir surface while Jiang Nin focused intently on the design blueprints. As time passed, Jiang Nan's pupils gradually dilated. Half an hour later, he exclaimed, Eureka! Su Bai sharply lifted his fishing rod, and a 3-pound white lotus flower leapt into the air. How's that? After tossing the fish into the bucket, Su Bai inquired with a smile. Incredible. Jiang Nin remained in shock. Brother Bai, how did you conceive these amusement projects, especially the last 7? I've never even heard of them. However, Jiang Nin continued, have you considered how much space this design would require? In the Magic City, it would be nearly impossible to find such a vast plot of land, even in the suburbs. Even if we negotiate with the government to establish it as a landmark, approval would be unlikely. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Su Bai's brow furrowed slightly. This was an oversight he had not considered. Jiang Nin rubbed his temples. If there's none available in the Magic City, what about along the border with the neighboring city? I remember there's a vast expanse of barren land heading towards Hangzhou. That should suffice. That area may work, but considering the distance, the return on investment might be lackluster. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered as he pondered whether this venture was worthwhile. This is a gift for my child. There's no need to deliberate excessively. Money is not an issue for me. Su Bai patted Jiang Nan on the shoulder. Moreover, we need not worry about foot traffic. We could construct a few hotels nearby. The residents of the Magic City are quite affluent, and they often work hard. On weekends, they love to relax and unwind with their children, making our amusement park an excellent destination. If all else fails, we could negotiate with the government to establish a direct route or even a subway line. Trust me, once our project is registered, the government will take notice of this location. You can discuss it with them. I'm sure there will be a viable proposal. Let us set a timeline of 3 years. With financial investment, everything should go smoothly. As for the finances, I'll look into which stocks are performing well. Su Bai suddenly wore a mysterious smile. Wasn't there some recent criticism from the cherry blossom country? I'll choose a stock to sell off in bulk, and you can buy in during the dip. If all goes well, this amusement park project could be funded by them. Brother Bai, are you planning to employ those zombie accounts? Su Bai grinned mischievously. Though my methods may be somewhat unscrupulous, I relish the challenge. If one stock isn't sufficient, let us use 2, allowing them to witness what a Black Monday truly entails. Over the past 2 years, Su Bai and Jiang Nin had secretly manipulated numerous international stocks, particularly in the United States and the cherry blossom country. Many accounts were dormant, merely resting for future opportunities. By the way, Brother Bai, a company from the United States has been seeking us out. hoping to collaborate on an investment. What are your thoughts? Unless we can secure at least 30%. Let it sit for now. Subai cast his fishing rod once more. You handle these matters. They're all under code names, so don't let anyone recognize you. Brother Bai, you can trust me with this. Besides, we still have our little glasses, right? Let's gather soon. Maybe in a while. The little one has been a bit unruly recently. Subai stood up, patting his backside. Speaking of which, I have a group waiting for me. You continue here. I'll head home first. I'll take this fish for now. I'll make a fish head tofu soup for my wife tonight. And remember, the amusement park project is paramount. If you encounter any issues, just message me. Rest assured, send my regards to sister-in-law and the godson. I'll visit with Yalan sometime soon. Jiangnan waved in response. Once Subai departed, Jiangnan retrieved a few bottles of beer and a packet of spicy peanuts from his bag. Now, this is what life is about. Chapter 132, An Unexpected Turn of Events. A flurry of activity. Click. I'm back. Upon hearing the sound of the door handle turning, Lin Qianyu quickly looked up towards the entrance and called out, Wife, I saw someone selling white lotus flowers on the way back, so I bought one. I'll make fish head tofu soup for you tonight. Subai carried a black plastic bag containing the white lotus he had caught from the reservoir. As for the bucket, he had placed it in the trunk of the car, ensuring Lin Qianyu wouldn't see it. White lotus, Lin Qianyu murmured, feeling something was off. However, engrossed in a live stream, she didn't delve deeper. Moreover, having just given birth, she often felt her thoughts were muddled, and she preferred not to strain her brain. After placing the fish in the kitchen bucket, with time still on his hands, Subai wasn't in a hurry to prepare dinner. He washed his hands and approached the crib beside Lin Qianyu, leaning down. Let Daddy see what our little treasure is up to. Oh, look at you being so good. Not crying at all. Inside the crib, the little one was busy sucking on half of a tiny fist, making smacking noises. This is a common phase for infants, and the doctor had specifically advised against interrupting this behavior as it aids in their development. Smack. Smack. The little one felt a shadow loom over them and shifted their gaze towards Subai, blinking their bright eyes rapidly. How adorable you are. Subai gently touched the baby's small face, such a delightful texture, just like a peeled egg, so tender and smooth. You're so cute now. But I wonder if you'll give me trouble when you grow up. Daddy has worked so hard to take care of you. You must promise to be obedient when you're older. Seemingly unable to tolerate Subai's chatter, the little one set down their fist and began to pout. All right. No need to cry. Daddy won't disturb you while you nibble on your hand. Realizing the situation might escalate, Subai quickly waved his hand in front of the little one, stepping out of their line of sight. Wife, raising a child feels much like caring for a pet. Subai approached Lin Qianyu and casually rested his head on her lap. Darling, are you still live streaming? He inquired with a mischievous grin. What is the big deal? Have we engaged in any improper conduct? I'm merely resting my head on my wife's lap. Is there any harm in that? With a playful wave to his audience, he greeted, Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Bai Yi. Are you perhaps planning to surprise your fans with some benefits? Engaging in a bit of mischief, perhaps? Look at Bai Yi's expression. He must have just returned from a relaxing break. Bai Yi, I think I just spotted you at the reservoir. I wanted to say hello, but I was afraid of mistaking you for someone else. Bai Yi, you aren't using work as an excuse to go fishing, are you? Upon reading the barrage of comments in the live chat, Su Bai's expression darkened. What a raucous bunch. After finally stepping out, they had to expose him. Lin Qianyu then realized why she found the earlier mention of Bai Lianhua somewhat peculiar. It all made sense now. She glanced down at Su Bai resting on her lap and opened her mouth to speak. However, she decided against it. After all, managing the baby was no easy task, and letting him enjoy a moment of relaxation wasn't a bad idea. She chose to spare him the embarrassment. Before long, the soft sound of Su Bai's snoring echoed from her thigh. Lin Qianyu gently stroked his hair, her eyes brimming with affection. Goodness. Bai Yi has fallen asleep just like that? And he's even snoring. I'm so envious of their relationship. It truly is harmonious. Host. I wish I could lean back and sleep too. Lin Qianyu silently gestured an international friendly sign. Not happening. Haha. Brother, you dare to tease the host. Sister. It's been almost 2 hours. The little one probably needs a feed. A sudden, clear cry pierced the air, jolting Su Bai from his slumber. He glanced at the clock. He had dozed off for 20 minutes. What is wrong with the baby? Su Bai hurried to the crib. Honey, is little Nian hungry? Calculating the time, it seemed about right. You continue your stream. I'll take the baby back to the room. All right, I'll bring her to you. Su Bai reached into the crib and lifted little Nian, supporting her head and neck gently. Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Something felt off. Wait a moment, dear. She might not be hungry. He swiftly turned the baby around and noticed a cluster of tiny red bumps from her neck to the back of her head. Honey, is little Nian having an allergic reaction? She is quite red all over. Please take her. I need to take a look. Lin Qianyu's eyes widened in alarm as concern washed over her. Taking the baby, She felt the dampness. Why is she sweating so much? The back of little Nian's head was soaked, her sparse hair sticking to her scalp. As she touched the rough, red bumps, especially on the chubby neck, she was puzzled. She hasn't eaten anything unusual. How could she have an allergy? It's only been a short time since she was born, and she has been exclusively breastfed. Could it be related to what I ate? Suddenly, an idea struck Su Bai, and he turned his attention to the live chat. Folks, could you lend a hand and help us figure this out? After all, many of the female viewers have experienced motherhood and might have encountered similar situations. Bai Yi. It's likely heat rash. When babies sleep, it's essential to help them change positions occasionally. Otherwise, staying in one posture can lead to rashes. It's nothing serious. Just wipe her down with warm water, apply some rash powder, and change her clothes. It will clear up soon. Babies often experience this, especially in this weather. Even with the air conditioning on. Bai Yi. If you have honeysuckle, you can brew it in water to wipe the baby down for better results. Heat rash? With the viewers clarifying the situation, Su Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, it seems to be heat rash. I'll prepare some honeysuckle water for her bath. You grabbed the rash powder from the room. Lin Qianyu felt relieved upon hearing it was only heat rash and hurried into the room for the powder. Su Bai had prepared all these essentials before the baby was born, but seeing heat rash on her for the first time had thrown him off balance. To prevent the rash from worsening, Su Bai adjusted little Nian's position on the sofa. Oh, the little one looks so pitiful, he thought as she wiggled her limbs. Be good, sweetheart. Daddy will get you ready for a bath soon. Darling, are you almost done? Lin Qianyu asked, observing little Nian's extensive rash with a pang of sympathy. The tiny one seemed to be crying herself into exhaustion, growing drowsy. Almost there. You can bring her in. I'll add some cold water to adjust the temperature. In the bathroom, Su Bai prepared a baby tub, adjusting the water temperature. Shortly, Lin Qianyu entered, cradling little Nian. I can't squat or bend for too long, so. She glanced at the tub. The monumental task of bathing our child falls solely to you. Or should I call Mom to lend a hand? Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. No need to trouble Mom. She helped through the night, waking up 3 or 4 times. And is now catching up on sleep in the guest room. I can handle this little one on my own. He took the baby from Lin Qianyu's arms. Oh, little treasure, are you tired from crying? Gently squeezing her cheek, Su Bai found her touch irresistibly endearing. Hurry up, Lin Qianyu urged impatiently. Noticing the baby had calmed down, Su Bai quickly and efficiently removed her diaper and pants. Feeling the cool air, little Nian's drowsiness vanished, and her bright eyes locked onto Su Bai's. As she was about to cry out, Su Bai swiftly supported her bottom, gradually lowering her tiny feet into the warm water. The soothing sensation quelled her impending wail. Oh, how delightful. The tiny feet began to splash in the water, drenching Su Bai's face. Hey now, little rascal, you're making your daddy drink foot bath water already? Unable to resist, Su Bai playfully tickled her foot, then picked up a soft baby towel to gently dry her. I wonder if you'll grow up to be filial. If not, I'll have your mother chase you with a feather duster. Little Nian, reveling in the warmth of the water, grinned widely, oblivious to Su Bai's words. Don't be silly. I could never be that cruel, Lin Qianyu interjected, playfully tapping Su Bai on the head. You deserve to drink foot bath water. Nevertheless, the little darling still delights in playing with water. When she grows a bit older, let us take her swimming. After all, having spent 10 months in amniotic fluid, she possesses a certain affinity for water. Su Bai gently cradled the little one in one hand, while the other alternately wiped her down with a towel and splashed a handful of water onto her. After 5 minutes, Lin Qianyu glanced at the time and urged, Darling, don't wash for too long. She might catch a chill. All right, I'll hasten the process. Su Bai replied, noticing the water temperature gradually dropping. He grabbed the towel once more and said, My little treasure, the service from your #1 technician has concluded. What nonsense are you spouting? Their interactions in the live stream captivated the audience. Master Bai clearly is an experienced hand. Shall we extend the session? Is this how good men should be nurtured? Some things ought to be grasped from birth. Hiya, since it's a boy, there is no loss. With so many more boys than girls, being a bit thick-skinned will make finding a partner easier in the future. Master Bai's child is so different from mine. My little one cries the moment she touches water, and for however long she bathes, she wails incessantly. When Su Bai lifted the little one from the tub, Xiao Nian appeared reluctant to leave, her face expressing discontent. Wah! Her little legs kicked about, and her mouth puckered like a tiny chick. Son, it's time to stop. Su Bai warned with a smile, don't overdo it, or I'll have to discipline you. Darling, she moved. Lin Qianyu suddenly interjected. What moved? Well, she seems to want. Before Lin Qianyu could finish, a stream of liquid shot straight into Su Bai's arms. Warm. Su Bai extended his hand, but ultimately let it fall. Sigh. He could neither scold nor hit the little rascal. I only said one thing, and you decided to drench me. The little one, however, broke into a wide grin, clearly thrilled. Oh well, I suppose every father has such experiences. Su Bai handed the little one over to Lin Qianyu, who was ready with a towel. Wife, please dry her off. I'll go change clothes. All right. Lin Qianyu gently took Xiao Yan and planted a kiss on her face, saying, good job, sweetheart. Master Bai just got sprayed with water. Much better than my experience. I was splashed a little and ended up drinking quite a bit. Hey up there, you have a strong taste. Care to share? What flavor is it? Sprite or cola? No particular flavor, just like tap water. Slightly salty with a hint of sweetness. Cough, cough. Did you actually savor it? Having already ingested it, wouldn't it be a loss not to appreciate it? You're impressive. Truly eye-opening. No wonder most men prefer daughters. At least they are like a warm little quilt. Lin Qianyu quickly wrapped the little one in a towel and carried her to the living room. Darling, could you bring over the blue open crotch pants and a diaper? Certainly. After changing his clothes, Su Bai responded to Lin Qianyu's call, emerging with the items in hand, along with a hairdryer. Wife, shall I dry our little darling's hair? It's quite damp. At her age, she is prone to catching a chill, so let us skip that. A quick dab with a tissue will suffice. Lin Qianyu waved off Su Bai's suggestion. Having a dad around is truly risky. I can't let my partner handle the child alone in the future. I think the streamer should consider getting a dog or a cat to grow alongside the child. That has something to consider when the child gets a bit older. Right now, they're too small. And inhaling fur can lead to respiratory infections. We regret it when it's too late. Getting a husky would wipe out Master Bai's savings. Reading the comments, Lin Qianyu found their points quite sensible. Darling, when the child is older, let us get a cat or a dog, shall we? Su Bai pondered for a moment. I believe having 2 more children to accompany Xiao Yan wouldn't be a bad idea either. Lin Qianyu's face flushed immediately, and she playfully chided, darling, I'm being serious here. Hee, having more children means more company, Su Bai replied, rubbing his nose. Let us get 1 cat and 1 dog, and then have a younger brother or sister for Xiao Yan. That would be perfect. Do you think I'm a pig? Chapter 134. What is it like to become a father? Half a month later, do you have time to go fishing today? The amusement park project you mentioned last time is now in the planning stage. Jiang Nan's voice came through the phone. Su Bai glanced at the clock on the wall. I can do 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's when the little one will take her nap. All right, see you then, the usual place. After hanging up, Su Bai looked down at Xiao Yan in her crib. Stop pouting, it's your godfather calling. He then picked up a small bell and began to shake it. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by the sound of the bell, the little one began to kick her legs, her face lighting up with joy. After a brief shaking, Su Bai set the bell aside. Little rascal, always making your old man work. When you grow up, remember to be filial. Your mother had a tough time bringing you into this world, enduring 10 months and laboring through delivery. But then again, you wouldn't understand this now. I'd be better off telling you stories like the boy who cried wolf. Once upon a time, there was a shepherd boy who went up the mountain every day to tend to his sheep. One day, feeling quite bored, he devised a plan to amuse himself by playing a trick on everyone. He shouted down to the farmers working in the fields below, wolf, wolf, the villagers. Upon hearing this, listening to Su Bai's narrative, the little one in the crib remained surprisingly quiet, her bright eyes fixed on him, her mouth contentedly sucking on her little fist. On another note, Lin Qianyu, having finally completed her confinement period, eagerly began washing her hair, while Fangqing helped by holding the shower head. Mom, I can finally wash my hair. It's so greasy it's sticking to my scalp. This was Lin Qianyu's second application of shampoo, yet she still hadn't lathered much foam. This is something every mother must go through. Didn't I endure the same when I gave birth to you, in one air? I remember when I had you, it was a smooth delivery. But when it came to your brother, he simply wouldn't come out. We had to resort to a C-section in the end. Thankfully, both of you siblings have been quite diligent, getting into good universities. All I hope for now is that your brother finds a stable job after graduation and marries and has children early. Then your father and I will be truly fulfilled. Fangqing used one hand to help gently massage Lin Qianyu's scalp. If it were up to me, you might as well go to the nearby hair salon for a wash. Let us not. I worry that if Xiao Yan cries, Su Bai won't manage alone. Lin Qianyu gently shook her head. At least with you here, it's quite convenient. Little Su should be fine. I see he is already quite adept at taking care of the baby, even changing diapers with remarkable skill. Fangqing cast a glance at Su Bai, who was in the living room tending to their child, and nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, both your father and I were quite open-minded back then. Otherwise, we would have missed out on such an excellent son-in-law. Mom, that's clearly because of my discerning eye, she retorted playfully. Indeed, you are absolutely correct, she conceded. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, we shall head to Li Reservoir. As promised, Su Bai arrived punctually. Jiang Nan had arrived half an hour early, bringing an array of equipment with plans to establish a few fishing spots. Brother Bai, You really have transformed into a full-time dad. It's quite a challenge to get you out these days, Jiang Nin jested upon seeing Subai. Subai skillfully grabbed a new fishing rod, baiting it before casting it out with vigor. When you have children of your own, you will come to understand my feelings. By that time, you should have settled down as well. No matter how much I say now, it will not resonate with you, he added. Jiang Nin patted Subai on the shoulder. Brother Bai, that day is approaching swiftly. Subai was taken aback. What do you mean? Then, realization dawned on him. Are you implying that Yalan is expecting? Yes, just a few days ago, when her relatives were absent, she took a test, and it turned out positive. Jiang Nan's expression was quite complex. Brother Bai, how did you feel when you discovered that sister-in-law was pregnant? What was my feeling? Let me think, Subai mused. Recalling the day Lin Qianyu had exuberantly informed him of her pregnancy. I suppose it was a mix of excitement, anticipation, and a hint of anxiety. As I had never been a father before. Were you not afraid? Jiang Nin inquired, puzzled. When I first learned that Yalan was pregnant, I was overjoyed. But then I became somewhat apprehensive, feeling unprepared for fatherhood. It was all so sudden. You aren't still lamenting the freedom of being a bachelor, are you? Now that Yalan is having a child, you must refrain from any untoward behavior, Subai promptly reminded him. After all, this fellow had been notorious for his playful escapades prior to marriage, and his reputation as the electric motor still circulated in school. Jiang Nin hastily retorted, it's not as you imagine. Ever since marrying Yalan, I have severed ties with those women. It's merely that I am not quite ready for fatherhood. After all, I am still a. Rest assured, when your child is born, you will be even more exhilarated than I was. You will truly grasp what it means to be a father. Remember to spend more time with Yalan, as the psychological state of a pregnant woman is paramount. Absolutely. I make sure to inform her whenever I step out. She knows I am here with you. Subai glanced at the still waters of the reservoir. Noting the lack of movement, these fish have become quite astute. He picked up his phone to check the time. I can only be out for 2 hours, otherwise. The little one will wake up soon. Lately, if he wakes and doesn't see me, he cries, and not even his mother can soothe him. At this juncture, a faint smile crept onto Subai's lips. In the near future, you will experience my sentiments. It is a blend of pain and joy, or rather, a delightful trouble. With the driving time factored in, I have only an hour left. Let us get down to business. All right, it's not easy to finally have a rendezvous with you. And I must keep track of time, Jiang Nin feigned a complaint. Subai looked at him with disdain. Hurry up, don't disgust me. Jiang Nin secured his fishing rod and walked over to his backpack to retrieve a folder. Taking the folder, Subai opened it to examine its contents. I'll read this while you explain. Ahem, Jiang Nin cleared his throat and organized his thoughts. There are essentially 3 points to discuss. First, the amusement park architectural plans that I submitted to the government last week have received preliminary approval, and the project has been granted funding. Furthermore, the government wishes to participate in the amusement park project and can provide land use rights at no cost. But the park must carry the title of Magic City. Additionally, they want to discuss some finer details with you in person, including supporting facilities, etc., intending to create an unprecedented commercial hub centered around the amusement park. For this purpose, the government will offer substantial support in terms of publicity, transportation, and various policies. That sounds excellent. These are all favorable developments, Subai nodded with satisfaction. I have complete trust in your capabilities. In fact, once the government realized this was your project, they became particularly attentive, especially given your prominent title as the project leader of the lithography machine. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I can hardly wait to see the amusement park come to fruition. By then, my baby will be over 2 years old, and he can experience it too. Oh, are you no longer afraid of becoming a father? Subai couldn't resist teasing him. Seeing your beaming face has certainly alleviated some of the fear. Perhaps having a child at home will bring much more liveliness? Rest assured, it will definitely be lively. The thought of the cacophony of the little one's cries still made Subai feel a bit apprehensive. It won't just be a little bit of commotion. Chapter 135, Scam Text Messages. Ding ding ding. After discussing the main topics, while casually chatting, Subai felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw a text message. I have kidnapped your wife. Please prepare a ransom of 20 million, or else. Subai rubbed his eyes and read it again. What on earth? Brother Bai, what's wrong? Jiang Nan, noticing Subai's shock, quickly inquired. I received a message stating that my wife has been kidnapped. Jiang Nan's eyes widened. Sister-in-law has been kidnapped? We must hurry back. Brother Bai, could it be that some ill-intentioned individuals are targeting you because of the microcontroller incident? Wait, let me ask something first. Subai dialed a number. Boss, what's up? Came the voice of Scar from the other end. Where are you? Downstairs in the community. Scar replied, confused. Boss, is there a plan? Check if sister-in-law is at home. Subai's tone turned icy. Yes. I saw sister-in-law holding the baby on the balcony just a minute ago. A minute ago? Are you certain? Absolutely. Then there's no need to verify further. Just continue to ensure sister-in-law's safety. Hanging up, Subai looked at the text message once again, but my wife is clearly at home. Brother Bai. You must have encountered a scam message. This has become quite common lately, Jiang Nan suddenly remarked. A scam message? Subai narrowed his eyes. Never mind. I'll head home to confirm. Only then will I be at ease. Keep an eye on your significant other as well. After all, she is pregnant. If you need any assistance, just let me know. All right, I won't hesitate to ask. Subai waved his hand and made his way to his vehicle. In the living room of the luxury villa. Family, the baby is 1 month old. Can we take him swimming? Lin Qianyu asked while playing with their infant in the crib. Isn't he too small right now? Let us wait until he is a bit older. Perhaps until his full moon, for safety's sake. Exactly. We aren't like the Russians, tossing newborns into pools to fend for themselves. Well, not immediately after birth. Let us wait until the little one can crawl. Little rascal, grow up quickly. Let us see where he hides his secret stash, inherited from his father. Bang. The living room door swung open, and Subai rushed in, visibly anxious. Honey, you're back so soon? Lin Qianyu glanced at the time. He was 20 minutes earlier than he had previously mentioned. Thank goodness, everything is all right. Subai sighed in relief. Only by taking a moment to glance for oneself. Ensuring that there are no issues, can one feel at ease. After all, this is one's own wife. Approaching Lin Qianyu, Subai gently enveloped her in his embrace. 2 minutes later, he slowly released her. This maneuver left Lin Qianyu utterly bewildered. Husband, what is the matter with you? Nothing, I just received a fraudulent message. Subai replied, producing his phone to show her the text. With a soft chuckle, Lin Qianyu first found herself unable to suppress a laugh. Followed by a look of heartfelt emotion. Our country is so safe. Such things just don't happen here. Surely, we must be the safest country in the world? However, for you, Bai Yi, it's different. You must remain vigilant, especially with the possibility of encountering 500,000 on the loose. Can you believe someone would actually target a streamer? That's just outrageous. Subai's gaze returned to the message, a surge of anger boiling within him. He first sent a text to Xiao Yanjing, locate this number. Then he dialed the number directly. Honey, what are you doing? Shoo. Subai placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. A gentleman does not let grievances go unaddressed. Today, they shall learn why the flowers bloom so red. The legion of online viewers widened their eyes, perplexed by Subai's actions. No way. Is he actually calling back? Bai Yi seems to be in a foul mood. Is he preparing to retaliate? Or will he catch them all in one net? In such situations, I usually choose to ignore them. After all, a normal person wouldn't contact you via text. Hello? A mature voice, likely in his mid-30s, came through the line. Hello, I just saw your message. Did you kidnap my wife? Subai inquired directly. Lin Qianyu, standing beside him, was utterly perplexed. Wasn't she right there? Don't worry too much. Is it convenient for you to talk now? The voice on the other end was cheerful, as if he had successfully hooked a big fish. Well, I've been eating too much spicy food lately, and I have a bit of an oral ulcer, so it's somewhat inconvenient. Will that affect anything? Lin Qianyu couldn't help but let out a soft snicker, quickly covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. What a bizarre train of thought. Are you foolish? Is there anyone else around you? No, it's just me. Can't you speak a little more politely? Who are you anyway? Well, you see, your wife is in my custody, so aren't you in a hurry to come up with the ransom? The man's tone shifted, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Of course I'm anxious. I've called 15 or 16 times already, but nobody is answering. Do you know what is going on? The voice on the other end paused for a moment, followed by a strange exchange of dialogue. Are we dealing with a fool? That can't be right. Let us keep talking. There aren't many fools around these days. This person seems a bit dim-witted. Their intelligence appears to be offline. Let us continue chatting. Fools are easier to deceive. All right then, I'll keep trying. Subai thought to himself. Who is the real fool here? Is there an internal dialogue being broadcasted aloud? The livestream audience was left in astonishment. Someone just called Bai Yi a fool. Is Bai Yi entertaining the other party? He'll surely go viral tomorrow. Your wife is in my possession, so that's why you can't get through. Oh, is that so? That sounds dire. I'm really anxious right now. I'm about to reach Diamond in honor of kings. Usually, I'm the jungler, and my wife plays support. How can I rank up without her? How about you help me out by letting her play for a bit? She usually plays Yao. As long as she rides on my back, it's no trouble at all. Are you out of your mind? Haven't you understood yet? Your wife is here with me. Hurry up and prepare the ransom, or else it won't just be we're discussing. The tone on the other end grew increasingly irritable. Why the rush? She is with you, isn't she? It's just tea. What is the big deal? Could it be my wife forgot to bring money again? I've told her so many times, but she never listens. Subai cleared his throat. Buddy, don't be hasty. Just ask how much that tea costs, and I'll send you the money right away. It's not expensive, Just prepare 1 million. And I'll send you an account number. Transfer it within an hour, and you'll see your wife. If you're late by an hour, she'll lose a piece of herself. Have you encountered a heartless merchant? 1 million for tea? Do you think it's a prize to Hong Pao? Glancing at the time, Su Bai noted that 3 minutes had already passed. If he could hold on for a few more minutes, Xiao Yinjing should be able to pinpoint the location soon. Do you not understand human speech? Your wife is in my hands. If you don't prepare the money promptly, I'll execute her. The man on the other end was losing patience, his tone growing more volatile. Su Bai and Lin Qianyu exchanged glances, and Lin Qianyu could no longer contain herself, dashing to the balcony in fits of laughter. The fans in the live stream were equally amused. What an amusing scenario. The wife is right beside him. In my opinion, it's the scammer's intelligence that's in question. Yet, it must be acknowledged that many have fallen victim to such shoddy scams. Perhaps downloading an anti-fraud app is necessary. By the way, let me warn you once more, do not call the police. If you do, I'll ensure you never see your wife again. If you meet again, it will only be on the road to the underworld. Come on, just say it outright. Why all the subtleties? Why all this talk about tea? Su Bai continued to jest, buying time. Now you understand? Hurry up and send the money. It's just 1 million, nothing more. Cough, cough. Su Bai cleared his throat, glancing at Lin Qianyu on the balcony. Buddy, this 1 million is indeed a bit excessive. I can't just hand over that amount. Can we perhaps arrange for a membership discount? Hearing this, Lin Qianyu waved her fists in the air. You scoundrel, do you think I'm not worth 1 million? Money is non-negotiable. I've done my research about Beijing. If it's even 100,000 less, I'll stab your wife. Sighing, Su Bai said, brother, how about you ask my wife how many stabs she can endure? I can figure out the rest later. Let us not waste that extra money. What do you say? I won't make this tedious for you. Old Lu, just execute her. Don't regret it. The voice on the other end began to escalate in fury. Stop. Stop. I regret it. How much did you say? I've repeated it several times. It's 1 million. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Buddy, you're truly putting me in a bind. I usually hand over my paycheck. If I lose even a penny, it's a beating for me. So, are you sure you've got the right person? You should have kidnapped me instead of my wife. Lin Qianyu, overhearing this, felt a mix of frustration and amusement, knowing it was all a ruse against the scammer. Yet, it still sounded so awkward to her ears. Humph, you despicable man. How could a singularly exceptional man like me ever hide a stash of cash? If he were to discover that I possess a secret stash of 1 million, she might very well kill me. Su Bai spoke with such audacity, weaving a tale that left the person on the other end of the line utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens. I have never encountered anyone with more hidden wealth than Bai Yi. 1 million? That is but a mere fraction of Bai Ye's fortune. If that were indeed the case, Bai Yi would be nothing but a pile of minced flesh. 1,000 cuts would be an understatement. My friend, transfer whatever amount you can, and I will find a way to gather the rest in half an hour. The scammer on the other end found Su Bai's words surprisingly reasonable, his tone considerably less irate than before. Surely, there is not a million. Can I send a portion first? Su Bai tentatively suggested. Pray tell, what portion? The scammer's interest was piqued. Terrifying you. Send me your WeChat, and I shall place it in a red envelope as a delightful surprise for you. Once again, silence enveloped the line, followed by a murmur of deliberation. Don't try to fool me. How much can that red envelope possibly contain? 200 at most? Do you take me for a fool? No. Why do you harbor such insecurities? I did not mean that at all. How could I ever consider you foolish? Hurry up, if you don't comply. I will have to take drastic measures. Hold on. My wife is in your hands. How could I refuse? In this society, has trust between individuals vanished entirely? Su Bai raised his voice, his tone tinged with displeasure. Besides, what can you actually do if I refuse? Oh, you dare to act tough with me? If you don't comply, I will resort to violence. The scammer sensed something amiss, feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered, yet he remained uncertain. After all, engaging in this line of work for 3 years without a single successful con is a rarity. If he truly had a lucrative target, they would not wish to let the opportunity slip away. My friend, I extend my gratitude on behalf of my wife. Just the other day, I took her for a checkup, and they diagnosed her with acute appendicitis, necessitating surgery soon. It would be best if you could find a capable surgeon for a minimally invasive procedure, so she will not be left with scars. I'm hanging up now. Don't hang up. I assure you I'm sincere, but I am truly short on cash. You want to accept my red envelope? Su Bai feigned grievance. The other end fell silent once more before slowly responding. Here's the deal. You transfer some money to my card first. Then go find a relative to borrow a little, whatever you can manage, and I'll release your wife afterward. 200, huh? How about you send 150 first, and I'll owe you the remaining 50. I need to buy my son an Ultraman toy this month. Oh dear. You can let that go now. Lin Qianyu, on the balcony, could no longer bear to listen. They had been chatting for 10 minutes, and it still wasn't over. What's that noise on your end? The scammer's tone turned displeased. You have 1 minute left. Don't pull any tricks. My friend, I'm sorry. I haven't transferred the money yet. My wife has returned, and you gentlemen have sharp tongues but soft hearts. You're all good people. In my view, you all. Beep, beep, beep. Subai's sentence was abruptly cut off by the sound of the call disconnecting. Phew. Subai took a deep breath and glanced at the text message again. The initial demand of 250, which morphed into 20 million, then 1 million. And now 200 is quite the talent. Goodness, what a master negotiator. I should bring Bai Yi along for shopping in the future. That is clearly marked. The market is a different story altogether. With a single strike, one could still earn 1,000. Bro upstairs, your keen eye has uncovered a new realm. This audacious maneuver has left the scammer utterly perplexed. I've learned something. I'll employ similar tactics when conversing with scammers in the future. Darling, come keep me company while I chat with an online friend. I'll step out to make a call on the balcony. On the balcony? Subai dialed Xiao Yinjing's number. Is there enough time? Plenty. Scarface is already on his way. Xiao Yinjing's voice sounded slightly youthful. Let us avoid any loss of life. Once it's close, consider contacting the police for proper handling. Understood. We'll proceed with that for now. Bye go. Remember to check your email later. Some individuals are causing trouble again. Alright. After hanging up, Subai immediately opened his email. Upon reviewing its contents, his eyes narrowed slightly. Some individuals truly do not comprehend the notion of pain. Chapter 137, A Decadal Plan. The email contained a transcript of a recorded conversation between the Sakura Nation and the United States, fortuitously intercepted by Xiao Yinjing. Essentially, due to the successful development of cutting-edge lithography machines, Longhua had suddenly become the focal point of global attention. The advancement of technology reflects the strength of a nation. Some countries even made peculiar statements, resulting in the United States feeling a sense of urgency. Consequently, following their conversation, both nations decided to secretly suppress Longhua from all fronts. As for the more specific details, the content did not elucidate, merely stating that such intentions existed. Subai pondered for a moment before ultimately making a phone call. Academician Su, what brings you to call at this hour? Have you developed another little invention? A warm voice greeted him on the other end, belonging to Heilong. After all, Subai's little inventions have the potential to shift the balance in certain fields, significantly benefiting the nation's development. I've been preoccupied with childcare recently and have had no time for research. Moreover, did the project on the USB drive I previously provided you materialize so swiftly? How could it be so fast? The project you're involved in pertains to national security, and each segment of the engineering is as complex as the lithography machine, yet the scale is utterly staggering. The cumulative complexity of all components is truly terrifying. Heilong responded, his tone brimming with excitement. Furthermore, this is only the first phase of the plan you provided. Subsequent phases 2 and 3 will also need to be implemented. After extensive calculations, it is estimated that a decade will be required to see it all come to fruition. 10 years. Subai was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the timeline. That's for certain. If the inventions on your USB drive were limited to just one, their deterrent power wouldn't meet the nation's aspirations. However, if there are hundreds or thousands, those rogue nations would think twice before acting, lest they find themselves retreating with their tails between their legs. Cough, that's quite ambitious. Subai couldn't help but give a thumbs up, feeling a sense of awe. Moreover, this project is currently classified at the highest level of confidentiality. 10 years is a timeline we can endure. Heilong's voice grew increasingly fervent. I believe this old body of mine will surely witness the successful implementation of this project. Heilao, your health seems robust. You'll be just fine. However, the reason I called you is to discuss another matter. Oh, I received an email, and I'll forward it to your inbox shortly. Once you've reviewed it, you'll understand the situation. Subai paused for a moment. You needn't worry about the authenticity of the email's contents. I believe it would be more appropriate for you to report it. If possible, Subai genuinely wished to avoid involvement. After all, the little one at home was only over a month old, and he still needed to help care for the child. Thus, he opted to forward it to Heilong. Alright, I'll take a look. Heilao, do remember to take care of your health. Don't personally oversee every project, or I might hesitate to share my new inventions with you. Subai hastily reminded him, recalling how Heilong had once fainted from overexertion during the lithography machine project. Reflecting on it now, Subai still felt a pang of fear. Oh, it seems that I will soon receive good news from Academician Su. There is no need to worry about his health, as I wish to witness the nation's next decade. Heilong's tone brimmed with anticipation, with Academician Su at the helm. The forthcoming 10 years for our country are bound to be extraordinary. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries and inquiring about the well-being of others at the research institute, Subai hung up the phone. Upon returning to the living room, Lin Qianyu was engaged in lively banter with the online audience, discussing the recent confrontation between Su Bai and a fraudster. Host, tonight we absolutely must make Bai Yi kneel on the keyboard. How dare he employ Pinduo's tactics on you? I believe that with Bai Ye's intervention, fraudsters will soon be wailing everywhere. Just a phone call, and they'll find themselves chatting for half an hour. Who can withstand that? Could it be possible that these fraudsters work for half a year without earning a dime, only to find themselves unable to pay for their phone bills? Host, I suggest your husband become an anti-fraud streamer. It would surely be quite entertaining. The shy little fairy remarked. Actually, Bai Yi could also thrive as a beauty streamer. I would definitely tune in every day. Sisters, I consider you as my close friends, yet you wish to poach my husband. Friendship over. As for kneeling on the keyboard, that seems a bit too cruel. I think kneeling on durians would be more fitting. Upon hearing some astonishing remarks from the girls in the live stream, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but tease. Just then, Su Bai, who had been standing behind her, felt his legs weaken at the thought and almost retreated back to the balcony. Suddenly, a little voice exclaimed, "Wah, wah," as the tiny one stirred awake, babbling away. "Darling, what's the matter?" Su Bai gently touched the little one's face, wondering if it was time for milk. Lin Qianyu glanced at the clock. It had only been an hour since the last feeding. Perhaps it was time for a diaper change, as the little one seemed uncomfortable. Just as Lin Qianyu was about to pick up the baby, Su Bai hurriedly interjected, "Dear, let me handle it." "Oh, so eager?" Lin Qianyu looked at Su Bai in surprise. "Is there something else you desire?" "No, I simply feel you've been working hard. Let me take care of this small matter." Su Bai cradled the baby and moved towards a soft mat, casually remarking, "Given your husband's diligence, shall we let that previous incident slide?" "What incident? The kneeling on durians? I think it should be changed to a diaper change instead." With that, Lin Qianyu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, charmed by Su Bai's strong will to survive. "Is that what you meant? I can't quite recall. But tonight, I am craving braised pork bones. Consider it arranged." Su Bai's gaze returned to the baby in his arms as he settled onto the soft mat. "Sweetheart, be a good little one. Daddy is going to change your diaper now." The baby responded with an unwilling expression, ready to cry. "It will be over soon. Just be patient." With practiced ease, Su Bai unfastened the diaper, prepared to wipe the baby with a wet tissue when an odd smell wafted towards him. "Dear, our little one has produced gold again. Honey, check if it has solidified, and perhaps let the little one soak in some medicated water for a clean bottom." Su Bai sighed, lifting the little one's bottom to take a glance. Everything appears normal. After all, this little rascal is his child. Freed from the confines of the diaper, the baby expressed delight, a cheerful expression lighting up its face. Chapter 138, An Enthusiastic Fan's Invitation. A month later, little brother is heading to school, unfazed by the scorching sun, nor by the howling winds. Only afraid of being scolded by the teacher for being lazy and lacking knowledge. How could I face my parents? Su Bai was lounging on the balcony, basking in the sun with his legs crossed, feeling quite content. Both his mother and Lin Qianyu's mother, Fong Qing, had come over, thoroughly liberating the couple's hands. Su Bai could occasionally go fishing and then play with the little one, living a life of bliss. Unfortunately, the baby had yet to learn to roll over and could only kick its legs in frustration. He had heard it takes about 3 months to master rolling over. Small in stature, yet with a temper to match, when displeased, the little one would scream as if it were a little prince. Lin Qianyu also found herself with more leisure time, occasionally nursing and then lulling the baby to sleep. However, as time passed, the little one began to recognize faces. If Lin Qianyu was not nearby, the baby refused to sleep, insisting on being close to its mother's scent, whether held by grandma or maternal grandmother. No amount of soothing would suffice. The little one continued to fuss. Su Bai cracked open a peanut and tossed it into his mouth. Now this is living. He glanced at the time. It was 10:30. "Dear, I'm off to buy groceries. Could you ask our mothers what they do like for lunch?" Preparing 3 meals a day had become Su Bai's most significant task during this period. Though he had considered hiring a chef, the 2 women ultimately dismissed the idea. The first reason was that Su Bai was somewhat uneasy about others cooking for them. The second was that he had spoiled their tastes, given the choice. They all preferred Su Bai's cooking. Voices of the 3 women deliberating could be heard from within the house. Moments later, "Honey, for lunch, we like boiled 3 delicacies. And make sure to add plenty of cucumber and cabbage." "Consider it done." Su Bai rose from the recliner, brushing off the peanut crumbs from his lap. Just as he was about to head out, Lin Qianyu came bouncing out of the bedroom in her slippers. "Honey, could we discuss something?" Lin Qianyu looked somewhat embarrassed. "I promised one of the sisters from the live stream that I would visit her house this afternoon." "Go ahead. She wants me to bring you along." "Me?" Su Bai blinked in surprise. "Dear, that might not be appropriate. She insisted that you specifically come along to help her check if her husband is hiding money." "What?" Su Bai was taken aback, quickly waving his hands. "No, absolutely not. That would make you a public enemy among all men. Are you joking? A man's secret stash is akin to his life. To investigate it would be to risk his very existence. But I promised, just this once, if it's too much, you could at least pretend. Lin Qianyu pouted playfully. Think about it. If you can't uncover his hidden stash, doesn't that mean he is safe? Subai pondered for a moment. You might have a point. But we must act convincingly, and this will be the only time. You're the best. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, sweetheart, be a good little one. Mama and Daddy will be out for just 2 hours. Lin Qianyu planted a kiss on the baby's cheek. The little one seemed to sense the situation, puffing out its cheeks in protest. Mama, if anything happens, just call. All right, we'll be back shortly. Your grandma and I can manage just fine. Subai also caressed the baby's face. Come on, give Daddy a smile, and I'll bring you back some treats. The little one's lips curled up higher, gazing at Subai with an air of pride. Mama, we're off now. Having spent such a prolonged time at home, at this moment, Lin Qianyu resembled a bird liberated from its cage, eagerly grasping Subai's hand. My dear, are you certain I won't become the enemy of men? Rest assured, you won't. At precisely 2:30, the duo drove punctually to the residential complex where Lin Qianyu's fan resided. The fan had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. She was a mature woman in her 30s, adorned with heavy makeup and a hint of fragrance. Sister Lin. As soon as Lin Qianyu alighted from the vehicle, the woman linked her arm with Lin Qianyu's and warmly addressed Subai. Master Bai looks far more handsome in person than on camera. Darling, this is Sister Shanshan. And shortly you shall witness your performance. Lin Qianyu held her live-streaming phone in one hand while intertwining her arm with Luo Shanshan's. Subai merely nodded, quietly trailing behind them. The fans in the live stream had been forewarned by Lin Qianyu about this event. Master Bai returns. It's been ages since I've seen the private funds check, and who would have thought the first thing would be Master Bai checking someone else's funds? Master Bai. One must leave a little room for others, for future encounters. No worries. I'm merely an onlooker. This drama could never involve me. To the brother above. What if your wife sees? Non-existent. I am single forever. I've just stumbled upon something amusing. The host could entirely create a series from this method. A segment of the netizens truly relished the commotion, hoping Master Bai would scrutinize thoroughly. Arriving at Building B, 27th floor. Ding dong. Dear, you're back? The door swung open swiftly, revealing a middle-aged man who appeared genuinely delighted. He paused momentarily upon seeing Lin Qianyu, feeling as though he had encountered her before. Nonetheless, he greeted her with a smile. Darling, allow me to introduce, this is Lin Qianyu, and this is her partner, Subai. Subai? The middle-aged man, recognizing the name, stared at Subai in astonishment for a brief moment. You are that one. Yes, indeed, that one. His voice faltered. Enough of this. Hurry and welcome the guests inside. Prepare some snacks and fruits. Yes. This is my husband, Zhang Fugui. The group engaged in light conversation in the living room. And when Luo Shanshan exchanged glances with Lin Qianyu, she cleared her throat and casually posed a question to her husband. Darling, I wonder if you, like Master Bai, enjoy hiding private funds? Hiding private funds? Zhang Fugui tensed slightly. How could that be? My dear, how could I possibly hide funds from you? Oh, then how about we play a game today? Let Master Bai try to see if he can uncover any hidden funds. This, dear, wouldn't that be too much trouble for others? I feel it's unnecessary. At that moment, Zhang Fugui comprehended his wife's intent in inviting these two over. And upon glancing at Subai, his enthusiasm had evidently waned. Chapter 139. Darling, you seem well prepared. Awaken, it is the hunting hour. Dig 3 feet deep. And be sure not to overlook any hiding spots for private funds. Master Bai, I shall support you in spirit. Ever since I watched Master Bai uncover private funds, I have envisioned countless hiding spots in this hall. The male host is trembling, his gaze akin to 100 daggers. Darling, I've already spoken with Sister Lin. Let Master Bai check. Besides, one with a clean conscience has no reason to fear shadows. If you have nothing to hide, why not let him look? Luo Shanshan teased as she shook Zhang Fugui's arm. I genuinely have nothing. Let us call for a feast outside to welcome them. Zhang Fugui protested in vain. All right. After checking the funds, we shall dine. It's settled. Luo Shanshan readily agreed. Zhang Fugui, how did it come to this? Just as they were about to check the funds, he mused that he might not even have an appetite afterward. Before Zhang Fugui could voice his thoughts, Luo Shanshan patted Lin Qianyu's hand. Sister Lin, shall we commence? Zhang Fugui, upon hearing this, chose not to press further and quietly settled into a corner of the sofa. His expression speaking volumes. Isn't the male host's expression reminiscent of Master Bai's initial reaction? As if he has just consumed something unpleasant. Despairing. At this moment, he should subtly hint to Subai to go easy on him. I sense he is not welcoming Master Bai. It would be better to leave no stone unturned and then flee. Master Bai, enlighten me today. Since you are adept at hiding funds, uncovering them should pose no challenge. Luo Shanshan gazed at Su Bai with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Thank goodness, Su Bai's expression was inscrutable. It's unlikely I will find anything. I do not have a habit of hiding private funds, and to me, such matters are merely scripted. Zhang Fuguwei had seen Lin Qianyu's videos on uncovering private funds before and had always felt they were contrived. He had even discussed it with his wife, Luo Shanshan, on several occasions, ultimately leading to disagreements. Upon hearing Zhang Fuguwei's words, Su Bai raised an eyebrow. Was he being compelled to take action? Initially intending to merely go through the motions, he now felt belittled. Moreover, to claim it was all scripted? To ensure its demise, one must drive a person to madness. This male host's remark has undeniably amplified the show's entertainment value. Come, there's a prize contest. Guess how many hidden funds Master Bai will uncover? 3 funds at 1, 5 funds at 1, 3, 10 funds at 1, 5. I bet Master Bai will find 5 hiding spots. Truthfully, I wish to wager more. But I fear the male host may not have hidden enough. Shall I begin? Su Bai inquired, looking toward Zhang Fuguwei and Luo Shanshan. Master Bai, please proceed. Be thorough. Luo Shanshan replied eagerly. Zhang Fuguwei remained silent on the sofa, occasionally glancing at Su Bai. Su Bai first surveyed the layout of the room, ultimately directing his attention toward the television in the living room. Approaching the television, he reached out to feel its back and corners. No discoveries were made. He then crouched down to inspect the drawers of the TV cabinet, including any toolboxes. Still, no gains were had. You see, I told you. It's not so easy to find hidden funds, especially since I don't have that habit. Observing Su Bai's lack of success, Zhang Fuguwei's spirits lifted. My good man, hiding funds is not the way of a gentleman. We should be forthright. A slight smirk appeared on Su Bai's lips. If you would excuse me for a moment, I shall retrieve something from the car. 10 minutes later, Su Bai returned holding a black object. Goodness, Master Bai has even brought that along. Does this imply that he intends to ensure everyone enjoys the experience? Lin Qianyu's eyelids twitched at the sight of the object in Su Bai's hand. Weren't they supposed to merely go through the motions? Why had he brought a metal detector? This man was evidently well prepared. Well then, I shall continue. Su Bai revealed a knowing smile, activating the metal detector and returning to scan the TV cabinet. Beep, beep, beep. Oh my, so soon? The physical cheat is indeed the deadliest. Beside them, Roshan displayed a look of excitement. As expected, professional matters should be left to the professionals. Zhang Fuguwei, however, wore a puzzled expression. Did he not recall having hidden any private funds here? Had he inadvertently left something behind? Su Bai glanced at the display on the metal detector and shook his head, wondering how he had forgotten this. He reset the metal settings so that it would only alert him to the specific metals he sought. Otherwise, it would merely beep for screws, leading to a grand misunderstanding. With the metal detector in hand, Su Bai decided to begin his search in areas devoid of metal. Beep, beep, beep. Su Bai blinked at the 2 potted plants before him. This routine felt incredibly familiar. Could it be that they had learned from him? He reached into the soil and began to dig, and sure enough, he unearthed a soda can. In the corner of the sofa, Zhang Fuguwei's expression darkened immediately, turning into a scowl. His secret stash was thus exposed. Roshan and Lin Qianyu curiously leaned in closer, eyeing the soda can in Su Bai's hand. Master Bai, is this the private stash? Let's find out, Su Bai replied, tipping the can upside down before reaching inside to retrieve a plastic bag. To his surprise, it was filled with coins, indicating that this fellow was even more financially challenged than himself. Su Bai cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Fuguwei, but upon seeing his expression, quickly withdrew his sympathy. Darling, you claimed you didn't hide any private funds? Zhang Fuguwei hurriedly explained. Wife, this isn't private money. Would private funds be so little? This is a feng shui treasure. Since plants belong to wood, placing some coins underneath represents smooth sailing. One could explain it like that. Su Bai thought to himself, feeling enlightened, and began to inspect other areas. Soon, a small elephant-shaped chair caught his attention. He reached out to touch it, and looked back at Zhang Fuguwei. Noticing the disdain on his face, Su Bai reluctantly unzipped the chair's fabric cover. A stack of vibrant red bills was revealed to everyone. Darling, is this also for feng shui? Roshan shot Zhang Fuguwei a meaningful glance. I told you, how could a man not hide private money? Well, dear, could it not be that the furniture company left it here by accident? Zhang Fuguwei suggested with a chuckle. Roshan turned to Su Bai. Master Bai, please continue. Brother, would you like a smoke? Zhang Fuguwei suddenly stood up, offering Su Bai a cigarette, his gaze softening slightly. Chapter 140, Discovering Other Items, Major Trouble. Upon seeing the cigarette offered, Su Bai understood the implication. However, he waved his hand in refusal. Sorry, brother, my wife just gave birth, so smoking isn't convenient. No worries. I'll step outside for a smoke, Zhang Fuguwei replied, looking despondent. It It was important to note that every single bill was meticulously hidden away. And now it had all been uncovered by Su Bai. No one would feel good about this. Darling, look at how other women cherish their husbands during pregnancy, Roshan quipped. And look at us. We are in the crucial stage of preparing for pregnancy, yet you smoke every day. Hearing this, Zhang Fugui felt even more troubled. One child was enough, wasn't it? The older one was already in kindergarten. He truly couldn't understand why they needed a second child. I'll just go wait on the balcony for a bit then. Master Bai, please continue. Don't mind him, Roshan said excitedly. It's amusing that this guy even wrote me a guarantee, claiming he was absolutely loyal and wouldn't deceive me. Yet here he is hiding private funds. Of course, I want to be angry. I just want to see how much private money this man has hidden behind my back. After discovering 2 places, Su Bai felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Who knew that searching for private funds could be so thrilling? He turned to Lin Qianyu and thought, no wonder this girl couldn't stop checking her own private stash. Even now, with a child, she would occasionally look around, hoping to find something. Should I continue? Yes, absolutely continue. All right. Su Bai surveyed the hall, focusing on the spot where Zhang Fugui had previously sat on the sofa. He pulled out a peculiar black device from his pocket. Darling, what is this? It looks a bit like that thing used for gastrointestinal examinations, Lin Qianyu inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Indeed, it's a DIY device. I didn't expect it to come in handy, Su Bai said as he approached the sofa, lying down on the floor. He inserted the black tube of the device into the sofa, and a display resembling a black clamp began to show images. Goodness, this is the legendary endoscope. Every time I go to the hospital, I dread this procedure, especially the colonoscopy. The discomfort is enough to make one question life itself. Hey, brothers upstairs. Doesn't this device look like it could be hiya? Don't even mention it. The next day in the bathroom, I could hardly hold it together. Gastroscopy is also quite unpleasant. Though now you can get anesthetics, when you wake up, you still feel a wave of nausea. Stop it. The visuals are already in my mind. I wonder if Master Bai has ever considered that the instruments he uses will one day be used on him. Indeed, they would. Su Bai couldn't help but smile with excitement. No wonder Zhang Fugui only sat in that corner of the sofa. He reached in and directly pulled out a stack of bills, both crisp and worn, which were even covered with a transparent sticker. Continue. The more private money Su Bai uncovered, the more exhilarated Roshan became. I truly want to see just how much private money this man can hide. I wonder where he learned these skills. I've dragged under the sofa countless times, and the vacuum cleaner has gone under many times too, yet I've never found anything. Su Bai stood up and continued to survey the surroundings. To him, it seemed ordinary people hid private funds by searching on Baidu. They would never set up triple locks and quadruple barriers like he did. Su Bai's gaze landed on the top of the refrigerator, his brow slightly furrowing. Sister, what brand of cigarettes does Big Brother usually smoke? The cigarette Zhang Fugui had just handed over appeared to be Profit, not Fu Rongyang. But Su Bai couldn't be certain. Li Kun, or maybe Zhonghua, but it's mostly Li Kun. He changes the style every year. Are you sure? Absolutely. I've helped him buy them numerous times. Quitting smoking is incredibly difficult. He has said he would so many times, yet always gives up halfway. I stopped mentioning it after a while. Moderation is key, and he has improved quite a bit, reducing from a pack a day to one every 3 days. At this point, Roshan interjected. If one smokes excessively, they end up smelling like smoke, which is utterly nauseating. Having received the answer he sought, Su Bai went directly to the refrigerator, reaching for the 2 packs of Fu Rongyang on top. Sister, I'm opening it. Master Bai, are you saying there's private money in the cigarettes? Let us see, shall we? Su Bai swiftly took out a pack of Fu Rongyang, inspected it briefly, and then placed it back. Then he pulled out the second pack, followed by the third. Ultimately, he settled on the one in the middle, a pack of Fu Rongyang. With utmost care, he unwrapped it. Dear, it seems you have miscalculated, Lin Qianyu remarked, glancing at the neatly arranged cigarettes inside the box. Not necessarily, Su Bai replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The reason for his choice lay in the telltale signs of tampering he discerned on the pack. Moreover, given that Zhang Fugui favored Zhonghua and Li Kun, it was rather peculiar for him to purchase 2 packs of Fu Rongyang without cause. The truth was unmistakable. This Fu Rongyang was not the same as the other. Picking up one cigarette, Su Bai deftly removed the outer packaging and the tobacco at the tip, revealing its true form. It was unmistakably fashioned to resemble a roll of banknotes wrapped in red, 200 yuan bills, to be precise. Master Bai is truly remarkable. He can detect such details. I believe I've seen someone attempt this before. I didn't expect the male protagonist to resort to such measures. Why must men complicate matters for one another? Life is already challenging enough. Outside on the balcony, Zhang Fugui puffed on a cigarette, casting a despondent glance towards the hall, resembling a wilted eggplant. What to do now? After some contemplation, he decided to venture into the hall. Brother, I concede. Subai understood the implication and exchanged a knowing glance that only men could comprehend. For the next 10 minutes, Subai found no hidden stash, and a sense of uneasy tranquility prevailed. Sister, I believe elder brother has no secret funds left, Subai slowly began as he approached a row of bookshelves. The amount he might have concealed is likely within an acceptable range. With so little money, he couldn't possibly betray you. It's merely a few packs of cigarettes. You're right, brother. Sometimes when feeling down, one tends to smoke a bit more. I usually entrust my salary to her, and this is the only little stash I've managed to save. Only to have you uncover it. Zhang Fuguei expressed with gratitude in his eyes, thankful for Su Bai's leniency. As for whether he had more hidden away, Zhang Fuguei was all too aware. Isn't it you who claim to have no secret stash, igniting my competitive spirit? Luo Shan shot Zhang Fuguei a glare before turning to Lin Qianyu. Sister Lin, shall we dine together later? Oh no, I must head back soon, otherwise my little ancestor at home will create a scene. Lin Qianyu waved her hand in refusal. Indeed, the past 2 years had been quite arduous. You have a Bible at home too? Subai, standing before the bookshelves, noticed a book similar to one from his own home and curiously pulled it out to flip through. Alas, sister, your life appears rather sweet. You even have a photo from when you were 18. Brother was quite the young heartthrob back then, even in a school uniform. His looks were quite striking. Subai extracted a photograph nestled within. Zhang Fuguei immediately sensed trouble and hurriedly snatched the photo, tucking it into his bosom. That was all in the past. It's of little consequence. Luo Shan's eyes brimmed with confusion. Fuguei, besides our wedding photo, have we taken any other pictures together? Moreover, I only met you when I was 23, so you must have graduated by then. Subai suddenly sensed something amiss and gently tugged at Lin Qianyu's hand. Wife, we should leave quickly. It seems we've stumbled into a serious situation. Chapter 141, The Twist. Zhang Fuguei, show me that photo right now. Luo Shan's unease grew as she marched toward Zhang Fuguei and forcibly took the photograph from him. I didn't realize you were rather handsome in your youth. She scrutinized the photograph of a youthful Zhang Fuguei, his face imbued with innocence. He bore little resemblance to his current self, with thinning hair at just over 30. But wait, that's not me. Luo Shan's displeasure escalated as she regarded the fair-skinned young woman in the photo beside Zhang Fuguei. Well, Fuguei, you better confess. Is this your first love, that girl named Xiaoqing? You've kept this photograph tucked away in a book for all these years. Were you hoping for a rekindling of old flames? No wonder you've been acting mysteriously and coming home late. Were you out on dates? It's not what you think. Zhang Fuguei stammered, panic enveloping him. He felt as though he were caught in a quagmire, unable to articulate a defense. What a predicament. What do you mean it's not what I think? We've been married for nearly 7 years, and we have a child together. I never imagined you'd treat me this way. I must have been blind to see potential in someone so unremarkable, thinking you would provide me with peace of mind. And now, Luo Shan's anger brewed, her mood darkening inexplicably. If you have any thoughts, you should have told me sooner. If you don't wish to continue, just say so. I could take the child and return to my family. Zhang Fuguei, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Near the door, Subai could not help but hang his head in despair. Now do you understand what has transpired? Who would have thought that investigating secret funds would unearth such an old scandal? We may have stirred up quite the commotion. He grasped Lin Qianyu's hand, suggesting, perhaps we should make a hasty exit. Otherwise, it might soon escalate into a cataclysmic showdown. Wouldn't that be rather inappropriate? Perhaps I should intervene and mediate. After all, what obstacles can't couples overcome? Lin Qianyu gently patted Su Bai's hand, now grasping the unfolding situation. Isn't that too perilous? We should perhaps make a swift retreat. The atmosphere feels as though it could erupt into a world war at any moment. The live stream was in stitches over Su Bai's antics. Goodness. Master Bai's inquiry into secret funds has disrupted domestic harmony. Master Bai, the family as Thanos? Welcome to the grand series titled I Help You Find Money. What a performance. It's merely a matter of bringing along an endoscope and a metal detector. Will Master Bai become the nemesis of all men? In the future, if Master Bai visits my home, I'll unleash my household bully on him. No, to prevent the bully from getting cold feet, I'll print a photo of Master Bai and have him take a bite before feeding him. Brother upstairs, you are ruthless. By the way, where can I buy a bully? I need one for emergencies. Master Bai, my family requires your services. Can we hire you to hide secret funds? Ladies and gentlemen, the project to hire Master Bai for secret fund concealment is officially launched. Let us go. In an instant, the online community was divided into 2 factions. One camp, composed of women, rallied in support of Master Bai's actions, while the opposing side, comprising men, began to resist Master Bai, adamantly unwelcome at their homes. Of course, they were still quite willing to visit others' residences, for joy often thrives on the misfortunes of others. At the center of the battlefield, Zhang Fuguei implored, wife, listen to me. This was merely a photo taken casually in the past. I have no relationship with her. She was simply a classmate. He was desperately trying to explain, occasionally casting a glare at Su Bai, wishing he could exact vengeance upon him. What time is it? And you still haven't devised a strategy. Look at that photo. The two of them are nearly overlapping. And you dare claim it was merely a platonic relationship? Look at the longing in your eyes. Su Bai nearly choked on Luo Shan's astonishing remarks at the doorway. Let us set aside the matter of the photographs for a moment. First, please elucidate why you have been returning home so late every day. Is there another woman in your life? Roshan's anger grew with each passing thought. This man, who appeared so honest and sincere, had secretly kept photographs with another woman for such an extended period. Lin Qianyu hurried to Roshan's side, gently grasping her hand. Sister, please do not be upset. It would be unwise to harm your health over this. Moreover, I do not believe that brother is that kind of person. Let us first calm down and hear the explanation, shall we? Zhang Fugui immediately cast a grateful glance at Lin Qianyu. This girl was indeed reliable. Sister, brother, let us all take a moment to calm ourselves and discuss the situation on the sofa, shall we? Lin Qianyu led Roshan to the sofa, continuously signaling to Zhang Fugui with her eyes. Understanding her cue, Zhang Fugui quickly settled opposite Roshan. My dear, after all these years of marriage, do you not know what kind of person I am? Humph. It is precisely because of the passage of time that men are prone to change their hearts, Roshan retorted, unable to suppress her irritation. The mere thought of Zhang Fugui's photo with another girl filled her with distress. Please, just hear me out. The girl in that photograph is merely a classmate. It is not as you suspect. I kept the photo because she extended a helping hand during my most challenging times. My feelings for her are purely of gratitude, not affection. He then continued, now let me explain why I've been returning home so late lately. Zhang Fugui gazed at his beloved and pulled out his phone from his pocket. Everything is contained within this. He had originally intended to prepare a surprise for her. Roshan took the phone, revealing a picture of an embroidered piece that read, to my beloved, wishing you a happy 32nd birthday. Upon flipping the image, she noticed the back depicted the scene of their initial meeting, with a portion still incomplete. Every stitch in this was sewn by my own hand. Zhang Fugui pointed to the photo on the phone. Gifting you a handbag or lipstick feels too cliché. Besides, all my earnings are entrusted to you. You can purchase whatever you desire anytime. Thus, I thought of presenting you with a meaningful birthday gift. As Roshan gazed at the photo, memories flooded her mind, and her eyes fell upon Zhang Fugui's left hand, which bore several red, wound-like marks. A surge of emotion washed over her, and she felt guilty for her earlier unreasonable outburst. You could have simply told me, she murmured. Zhang Fugui responded with a tender smile. Who could resist giving a surprise to their wife? Are you still angry with me? Humph. I am no longer upset, Roshan declared, moving to sit beside Zhang Fugui and whispering sweet nothings into his ear. This is what you promised, dear, he teased. Indeed, she replied. Lin Qianyu sighed with relief. Thankfully, this impending conflict had been averted just in time. Otherwise, she and Su Bai would have been the culprits. She approached Su Bai. Darling, I told you it would be fine, right? You're truly remarkable. Su Bai playfully pinched Lin Qianyu's nose. Shall we take our leave then? We wouldn't want to interrupt their emotional reconciliation, and I suspect Xiao Nian is about to cause a ruckus. Su Bai glanced at the couple nestled together on the sofa. I believe your perspective is quite valid. Chapter 142. What kind of person will our baby become? Upon returning from the fan's home, Lin Qianyu hurried to the bedroom. Inside, Su's mother was reading with her reading glasses, while the little one, Xiao Nian, lay peacefully asleep. With rosy cheeks and delicate skin, the child appeared utterly adorable, evoking a desire to tease. Just squeezing that chubby little face would surely relieve stress. Sensing her mother's presence, the little one slowly opened her eyes. Wow, you're back. The little one has been asleep for over an hour and has been quite well behaved, Su's mother remarked as she exited the bedroom, leaving the space to the young couple. Oh dear, did daddy and mommy disturb your slumber? Lin Qianyu gently touched the little one's cheek as she opened her eyes. Wow. The little one kicked her tiny hands and feet, immediately yearning for a cuddle from her mother. Su Bai, having washed his hands, prepared to fulfill the requirement for a 4-hour live stream. The little darling is too adorable. It makes me want to have a baby myself. If every little one were this cute, I wouldn't fear childbirth as much. I thought Bai was a homewrecker, but it seems he has only strengthened the couple's bond. Everything is truly marvelous. Sometimes, one must believe that love still exists in this world. Sister, could I have a hug? May I send some love online? Darling, please watch for a moment. I need to visit the restroom. Lin Qianyu refrained from picking up the baby, opting instead to wash her hands first. After all, one must maintain hygiene after being out and about. The little one frowned upon realizing her mother would not hold her. Pouting her tiny lips, she looked utterly aggrieved. All right. Do not be upset. Daddy is still here. Noticing the little one's expression was on the verge of tears, Subai extended his finger, gently touching the chubby little hand. Feeling her father's warmth, the little one instantly grasped his finger tightly. With her other hand, she popped her thumb into her mouth and began to suck. Still too soft to turn over, she simply gazed at Subai with wide eyes. Seeing this, Subai did not withdraw his finger, allowing the little one to hold on. After all, should she start crying, there would be no way to calm her down. The memory of her previous outbursts lingered in his mind, making him cautious. After a while, the little one seemed to grow sleepy again, closing her eyes and drifting back into slumber. As Subai attempted to gently withdraw his finger, the child's eyelids fluttered. All right, you can hold on for a little longer. Thus, he maintained his position, pointing the Livestream camera at the slumbering baby. Bai has become a child slave. Will she end up grabbing Bai's finger for a kiss? Those chubby little legs are simply irresistible. What a delightful little one. She must be so much fun. Soon, Lin Qianyu returned from the restroom. Darling, let me take over. Shoo, she's asleep again. Subai quickly gestured. This little rascal is so much easier to manage when asleep. Just as he finished speaking, the baby stirred again, her eyes fluttering open. The moment she spotted Lin Qianyu, her tiny lips pursed in discontent. Wow, please do not cry. Mommy is here. Lin Qianyu swiftly extended her arms towards the little one. Wow. The baby's cries intensified, seemingly holding a grudge for not being held earlier. Oh dear, do not cry. My darling. Lin Qianyu scooped the little one from the crib into her embrace. Mommy is here. See, I'm holding you now. The little one continued to wail, her cries growing louder, almost shaking the room. Oh dear, it's not that Mama doesn't want to hold you. It's simply that her hands are too dirty. Please don't cry. Lin Qianyu quickly shook her head and directed her gaze towards Subai. Darling, perhaps you could think of a solution? After a moment of contemplation, Subai tentatively suggested. What if we simply put him back for a while? Upon hearing Subai's suggestion, the little one cried even more pitifully. I absolutely refuse. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes at Subai's impractical idea. She continued to cradle the little one, gently humming a lullaby, rockabye, rockabye, to Grandma's bridge, where Grandma will treat you to sweet rice cakes. Host, you could prepare some toys for him. Perhaps some teething rings, little bells, or colorful books featuring cartoon characters. Children respond well to vibrant colors. Or you could take him to the window to enjoy the scenery. That often quiets them down. Dear, the viewers suggest we take the child to the window to see the sights, Subai reiterated, glancing at the content in the live stream. 3 minutes later, Lin Qianyu stood by the window holding the child, while Subai brandished various children's toys in front of the little one. Look, sweetheart, what is this? Daddy is going to perform a magic trick for you. See, my right hand is empty. Tada! Xiaoyan blinked his big eyes, alternating his gaze between the window and Subai. The cries ceased, and a smile returned to his face. He. Lin Qianyu observed the playful interaction between father and son, a slight smile gracing her lips. Well, now our host has 2 little ones. This scene reminds me of a saying, a man remains a boy until death. Seeing the happiness on the host's face, I deeply comprehend the significance of familial harmony. A harmonious family brings prosperity. Darling, in a month we will celebrate the baby's 100-day banquet. Do you have any ideas? Subai asked after teasing the little one for a while. Lin Qianyu pondered for a moment. I plan to invite my parents over for a lively gathering. As for others, I prefer not to invite them to avoid inconveniencing anyone. Understood, Subai replied. We shall heed your wishes. We can have both families celebrate together. And I will prepare a grand feast. Speaking of which, neither your father nor mine has held the little one much. We must ensure they get a proper chance to experience it. I believe Xiaoyan will adore them after all. There is a saying about the special bond between grandparents and grandchildren. Lin Qianyu smiled in response. All right, we should also prepare some other props. I recall that during the 100-day celebration, we need to have a drawing game for the child to choose his favorite items, to see what he might like in the future. Subai suddenly thought of something amusing. Darling, what kind of person do you envision Xiaoyan becoming in the future? Chapter 143, the 100-day drawing game. Upon hearing Subai's question, Lin Qianyu did not rush to respond, but instead countered. Darling, what do you think our baby will grow up to be? Subai contemplated for a moment. I believe he will turn into a devoted family man, much like myself. As for his profession, it should align with his interests. Ideally, he should become a doctor, lawyer, teacher, or civil servant, stable professions that ensure a secure future. I have no particular demands. I merely wish for him to be happy and safe. If I may be a bit greedy, I hope he starts a family before us. Lin Qianyu expressed her thoughts. Goodness, he isn't even 100 days old, and you're already imagining him marrying and having children. Subai couldn't help but chuckle. Why not? Am I not allowed to dream? Lin Qianyu retorted. In the future, I will treat my daughter-in-law just like your mother treats me, pampering her as if she were my own daughter. Lin Qianyu had never regretted marrying Su Bai. They had not encountered the typical conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Their interactions were always pleasant. The fans in the live stream began to share their sentiments. No doubt about it, I feel the same. I don't seek wealth for my children, just their safety. If we're speaking purely about careers, civil service is indeed a secure option. One need not worry about being unable to afford a meal. Su Bai's son is born into wealth. It seems he wants for nothing, and with those features, he is destined to be a handsome young man. Darling, raising a son in poverty and a daughter in luxury means you'll be the strict one, Su Bai remarked, affectionately stroking the little one's face. Why is it that I must take on the strict role? Why can't you be the one? Lin Qianyu protested. Aren't you just setting me up to be the villain while the child only bonds with you? Isn't that how dramas portray it? The mother is the fierce one while the father is the soft-hearted one, instilling a little fear in the child to prevent them from becoming spoiled. Su Bai mused. What if we move back home when he grows up and then send him abroad for studies, only to return after he's grown? Goodness. Su Bai's cunning plan reminds me of a certain wealthy heir who believed his family was average until he graduated and discovered that they were, in fact, quite affluent. Are you referring to that wealthy heir who changes girlfriends daily and is still unmarried? To be honest, I admire that wealthy heir. He is straightforward in his dealings. Quite genuine. What's wrong with changing girlfriends? As far as I recall, he's not married yet, and he isn't wasteful either. He has turned out quite well. Darling, if we truly do that, will the little one end up resenting you later? Lin Qianyu couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Why would he resent me? All that money is hard-earned by his father. If he desires something, wouldn't he learn to earn it himself? Su Bai playfully pinched the little one's cheek. You little rascal. You can't possibly turn out poorly. Oh dear. The little one in Lin Qianyu's arms suddenly expressed his displeasure, sporting an impatient expression. Well, someone's certainly got a temper. This little attitude needs to be corrected. 10 minutes later. My little ancestor, must I concede? Please stop crying. Look, what is this? Tell me how to make you stop crying. Even if you want the stars from the sky, Daddy will pluck them down for you. Su Bai gazed at the little one who was incessantly fidgeting in his arms, feeling quite helpless. I merely spoke a few words to you. Must you carry on like this? Should I cry for you to calm down? The cries abruptly ceased. Su Bai turned to Lin Qianyu. Darling, do you think this little rascal actually wants to see me cry? You said it yourself. You handle it. Lin Qianyu wore an amused expression. Ha ha ha. A nemesis has emerged for Su Bai. Let me see what Su Bai looks like when he cries. I can't wait. For some reason, the more I see the little one, the cuter he becomes. Uncle will send you a gift. Su Bai wah wah wah. Is this acceptable? Are you satisfied now? In an instant, the little one in his arms transformed his expression, displaying a beaming smile. Time flew by, and before they realized it, the day of Xiao Nian's 100-day celebration had arrived. At 4 in the afternoon, both families gathered in the living room, with Su Bai's father and Lin's father playfully engaging with the little one, being exceedingly cautious not to harm him. Su Bai was busy laying out a foam mat for children in the living room, preparing for the 100-day drawing game that was to follow. On the 100th day since his birth, the little one not only mastered the art of flipping over, but also began to crawl slowly. Thus, the care required during this period became increasingly meticulous, leaving no room for error. Lin Qianyu busied herself in the room, preparing various props, while repeatedly inquiring of Fang Qing. Mom, what did I draw from the lot when I was little? Time had elapsed, and she needed to ponder deeply. I believe there was a Xinhua dictionary, a ruler, a calculator, fruits, and perhaps my mother-in-law. What else was there? After recalling a few items, Fang Qing turned to Su's mother. For Su Bai, I had also prepared scissors, chopsticks, a pen, a 100 yuan note, and a property deed. I think that might be all. The two mothers exchanged glances. I can understand the pen, ruler, and Xinhua dictionary. But what purpose do the other items serve? Lin Qianyu could not suppress her curiosity upon hearing the objects for the 100-day draw. If he draws scissors, he might become a tailor. If he draws a calculator, perhaps a businessman. If he draws a 100 yuan note, he could be a bank employee. And if it's the property deed, he may end up as a landlord. As for chopsticks, it suggests he might be a chef, Fang Qing elucidated. Lin Qianyu blinked. Then perhaps we should remove the chopsticks and scissors? Su's mother quickly interjected, that wouldn't do. In terms of essentials for life, those two items rank first and second. In ancient times, they were considered necessary. If a child draws these, it signifies a future free from worries about sustenance and safety. In that case, it's somewhat acceptable. I'd rather not have my son become a tailor or chef. Lin Qianyu sighed in relief. Dear, you're being silly. If he were to become a top fashion designer or a renowned chef, that would be quite promising. Fang Qing couldn't help but pat Lin Qianyu's little hand. There's no hierarchy in professions. As long as one excels in their field, great achievements can be attained. Indeed, Lin Qianyu nodded in agreement. Darling, has the carpet been laid down? Are all the props for the 100-day draw ready for the baby? Coming, I'll be right there. In the living room, a foam mat had been laid out, adorned with a series of items required for the draw. Fang Qing and her husband, along with Su Bai's parents, sat on the sofa, eagerly anticipating what was to unfold. Suddenly, Su's father inquired with curiosity, "Father-in-law, which item do you think little Nian will choose?" Considering the personalities of Xiao Su and Yuer, I believe he will opt for the 100 yuan note or the property deed. Oh, what makes you say that? Because they both have an affinity for money and are prudent with their spending. That makes sense, Fang Qing interjected, playfully slapping her husband's thigh. Let us not be foolish. I believe a teaching profession is more reliable. The pen would be the best choice. What children like is their own freedom. We shouldn't impose our desires on them. Are you suggesting that I haven't raised both children properly? Fang Qing retorted, slightly displeased. By the way, where is Xiao Wan? As an uncle, he hasn't arrived yet. Is he out on a date again? Ah, young people will be young people, came the response. I fear he might lose focus, as his mind isn't fully mature yet. But didn't we all go through this? Lin Qianyu gently lifted little Nian from the crib, placing him 2 meters away from the items. Darling, just go and pick whatever you like. However, the little one plopped down on the ground, unperturbed. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at the scene. Oh dear. The baby is practicing being as immovable as a mountain. I remember my child, who was as excited as if they had consumed explosives. The property deed must be it. After all, with Baiye's wealth, collecting rent monthly would be a breeze. Is it the kind where he visits one household a day and takes a day off a week, just like a regular job? My baby once picked the 100 yuan note and has developed the habit of spending. My child chose chopsticks and is now quite the eater. I must say, this 100-day draw truly possesses foresight. Seeing this, Su Bai hurriedly approached and pointed to the ground. Baby, look at this, look at that. With Su Bai's guidance, the little one finally glanced toward the array of items. As if belatedly realizing, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He exclaimed, crawling slowly toward the pile of objects. Upon reaching the assortment, he momentarily appeared indecisive about what to choose. Lying on the foam mat, he glanced at this item and then that one. The Xinhua dictionary or the pen, Lin Qianyu murmured. Fang Qing quickly interjected, Yuer, don't lead him. Let the child choose on his own. On the foam mat, the little one first focused on the plastic chopsticks, waving them around a few times. Oh dear. We have a little foodie on our hands. He might end up being quite plump, completely avoiding the excellent genes of the streamer and Baiyi. I remember it counts only if he holds it for a minute without dropping it. It's not guaranteed. Sure enough, after waving the chopsticks a couple of times, he lost interest and turned his attention to the 100 yuan note. Darling, I hope he doesn't end up like you, hoarding secret savings as he grows up. Lin Qianyu teased, unable to hold back her laughter. Nonsense. That wasn't secret savings. That was a fixed deposit, Su Bai quickly retorted. Let us wait and see if he can hold on to it for a minute. Just as he finished speaking, the little one tossed the note aside and crawled toward the dice. Ahem, Su Bai coughed lightly at the sight. Surely this little rascal won't become a gambler. Showing interest in the dice. Fortunately, the little one bypassed the dice and arrived at the calculator instead. Beep, beep, beep. He joyfully pressed the buttons, thoroughly entertained. The calculator is acceptable. If this continues, he might either become an accountant or a mathematician, which is certainly preferable to the dice. As time ticked away, just when Su Bai thought he had made a definitive choice, the little one grew bored with the calculator, casting it aside to explore other items. Well, it seems he might be quite fickle. Many young girls will be in for a rough ride. That may not be the case. Look at Bai Yi. He seems like a flirt, but is actually quite devoted. He explored practically every item, finally crawling languidly to the property deed, seizing it, and holding it tightly. Hee. After a minute, he still hadn't released his grasp on the red property deed. Well, that's unexpected. He seems to know to choose the most valuable item. Fang Qing laughed, playfully teasing. A property deed is excellent. It signifies that he will not squander wealth and will have a prosperous life. Indeed, very commendable. He will surely grow into a family-oriented gentleman. Su Bai then scooped up little Nian. I declare this 100-day draw a resounding success. The ultimate victor is the property deed. This playful act made Lin Qianyu chuckle. Darling, you seem more childlike than little Nian. It's getting late. Let us go cook together. You? Is that permissible? I can at least assist. Lin Qianyu shot Su Bai a glance. That is fine, but what about the little one? Simple. Just hand him over to the two fathers. Lin Qianyu swiftly took the child into her arms and approached her father. Dear fathers, we truly appreciate your efforts. The two fathers, both over 50, momentarily paused. But upon seeing the adorable child, reassured her, rest assured, we shall take good care of him. Mothers, you've been quite weary lately. So please take this time to rest. Leave the cooking to Su Bai and me. How does that sound? Su's mother couldn't help but interject, since I have nothing pressing, I might as well lend a hand. Mom, you should really take a break. Trust me, the child's mother replied. Let them handle it. Let us enjoy some television instead. Sue's father encouraged. All right, I'll help watch the child then. Father-in-law, shall we go fishing tomorrow? Sounds good. I've heard the Lee Reservoir is quite nice. Let's make plans for that. It's settled then, we shall go tomorrow. Fong Qing exchanged glances with Sue's mother. This is the joy of men. We should plan a day for some self-care ourselves. Sue's mother waved her hand dismissively. Let it be. At our age, it's unnecessary. Dear mother-in-law, consider it a chance to unwind. I happen to have 2 experience vouchers that are about to expire, and I don't know whom to take along. Why not accompany me? Hearing Fong Qing's words, Sue's mother felt a flicker of interest. Then let us choose a time that works for us. In the kitchen, Su Bai and Lin Qianyu listened to the lively banter between their parents in the living room, their lips curling into smiles. Darling, I think we should invest in another couple of sets. Frequent gatherings bring warmth and joy, Lin Qianyu suggested. I concur. Chapter 145, A New Twist, The Climate War. Half a year later. Mama. As the little one spoke, Lin Qianyu's eyes widened in astonishment. It had been precisely 9 months since the little one's birth, and he finally uttered his first word. Darling, darling. Lin Qianyu called out to Su Bai, who was tidying up the living room. With both parents growing more adept at caring for the child, they had decided a month prior to relieve the 2 mothers of their duties. Instead, they enrolled the 4 grandparents in a travel group, allowing them a period of respite. Initially, Su's mother was hesitant and worried, but ultimately agreed after much persuasion. What is the matter? Hearing Lin Qianyu's anxious call, Su Bai quickly set aside the cloth he was using and rushed to the bedroom. Dear, what's wrong? Is the little one unwell? No, not at all. Our baby just said his first words. He called me Mama. Lin Qianyu exclaimed with palpable excitement, unable to resist planting a kiss on the little one's cheek. Such a good boy. Now say it again for Daddy to hear. Mama, Mama. The little one attempted to articulate, diligently practicing his pronunciation. Darling, did you hear him call me Mama? What else? Should he call you Daddy? Su Bai feigned jealousy. You little rascal, I've been taking care of you so diligently, and you can't even say Daddy once? Come on, give it a try. Mama, Mama. Daddy. Mama. Daddy. Mama. Su Bai sighed. It's evident there's no love for me here. Studies indicate that children typically learn to say Daddy before Mama. How is it that you've defied the norm? Oh, come on. Are you really jealous of your wife? Lin Qianyu chuckled. Clearly, it's been more exhausting for Mama, so it's only natural he calls her first. Baby, say Mama once more for Daddy. Mama, Mama. You little rascal. Su Bai playfully pinched the child's cheek. Daddy needs to tackle some chores first. Then I'll come back to teach you. With a giggle, Lin Qianyu covered her mouth. Returning to the living room, Su Bai resumed cleaning, while the sweet sound of the child calling Mama, Mama echoed behind him. Sigh, Su Bai murmured. It's evident he is much closer to his mother. Ding ding ding. The persistent ringing of his phone shifted Su Bai's focus. He picked up the phone resting on the sofa. Old he, what brings you to contact me today? Are you planning to send some gifts for my little one? Ahem, the voice on the other end. He long cleared his throat. Indeed, indeed. Gifts will be sent in a few days. Though he long intended to send a present to Su Bai's child, he had never been one to solicit gifts. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Let us get to the point, he long, Su Bai replied, sensing the gravity of the call. Yes, there is something I need assistance with. He long stated without further pleasantries. 10 months ago, you sent me an email, and we have recently obtained some accurate information. Oh, Su Bai's eyes sparkled. He had not anticipated that Sakura Valley and the United States had truly begun to stir. Are they preparing to impose economic sanctions against us? Or perhaps a military invasion? Su Bai leaned toward the notion of economic sanctions, as he believed that military clashes between major powers were improbable. After all, no one wished for mutual destruction leading to others reaping the benefits. Initially, we surmised they would attempt to restrict us through economic sanctions, and we devised various countermeasures. However, until yesterday, we discovered that it is neither the commonly employed economic warfare nor cyber warfare, but rather a climate war. A climate war? Su Bai narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling a minor invention the system had once provided, seemingly related to climate manipulation. Indeed, a climate war. This involves utilizing certain means to provoke natural disasters. He long elaborated. You are aware that we are currently in typhoon season. A few days ago, our meteorological bureau detected the formation of an immense Category 17 super typhoon in the Pacific, with its trajectory unfortunately passing directly over Sakura country. That is fortunate, Su Bai remarked, unable to suppress a wry smile. It seems even nature cannot abide by Sakura country's actions and wishes to eliminate it swiftly. That is not the crux of the matter, he long continued. The critical point is that just yesterday, The Meteorological Bureau's monitoring personnel reported that the typhoon had deviated from its original course and is now headed toward our southeast. According to the latest calculations, it should reach our territory within a month, though we cannot ascertain whether it will escalate to a higher category by then. In light of this bizarre occurrence, our country hastily established a research team to investigate. After 12 hours of intense discussion and correlating information previously shared by personnel from the United States and Sakura country, we have reason to believe that these two nations have jointly employed certain means to alter the typhoon's trajectory. Is that even possible? Subai was astonished. Humans will indeed stop at nothing for the sake of war. Subai was not merely astounded by the capacity to manipulate a typhoon's path, but rather that such technology would be weaponized in competition. It was truly terrifying. Nonetheless, it is only fair to reciprocate. Following the expert's analysis, the typhoon's intensity has now escalated to level 21. Should it approach our southeastern territory and make landfall, it is projected to reach level 16, inflicting significant losses on the southeastern coastal regions. Moreover, we have grave suspicions that this is merely their initial attempt. Should they succeed, the frequency of typhoons impacting our country will be unimaginable. This is why I decided to reach out to you, hoping to discuss possible countermeasures. He long did not harbor high expectations, but in times of crisis, one could only grasp at straws. Otherwise, the only recourse would be to hurl a nuclear device into the eye of the typhoon. However, such an action would precipitate a chain reaction that could not be anticipated. Old Crane, wait a moment. It seems I have researched a similar technology, though I am uncertain if it still exists. Really? Crane Long's mouth fell agape in astonishment. To his surprise, Subai actually had a comparable invention. Little Sue, you search for it first. I will take a helicopter to Magic City right away. There's no need for such trouble. I can find it and email it to you, Subai quickly replied. After all, it would be quite taxing for someone of Crane Long's age to keep traveling back and forth. It's fine. I happen to be in the area and can stop by to see the little darling. It's settled then. Beep, beep, beep. Without waiting for Subai's response, Crane Long hung up the phone. Chapter 146, A Fitting Exchange. Wife, I'm stepping out for a moment. Subai tidied the living room briefly and called out to Lin Qianyu, who was in the bedroom teaching the baby to speak. Honey, where are you going? Please return early. For some reason, ever since giving birth, Lin Qianyu felt increasingly insecure. I'm just going to check on a small invention in the basement. The basement? Lin Qianyu quickly realized. That director called you again, didn't he? Yes, a minor issue has arisen, and I need to see if there are any inventions that could be of use. Go ahead, I'll manage the baby and do a live stream. Lin Qianyu did not press further. She understood that since Crane Long had called Subai, it must be something confidential. As Subai's partner, her duty was simply to fulfill her role. Don't worry, this trip won't be long. Sensing Lin Qianyu's concern, Subai hastily added words of reassurance. The last time Lin Qianyu was pregnant, he had been away for nearly 2 months, which left him feeling deeply guilty. This time, he would only be providing online guidance. Moreover, if memory served correctly, this small invention was merely a bit larger in size and not overly complex. The complexity lay in the design concepts and philosophies. However, with the design blueprints in hand, everything would be manageable. Upon arriving in the basement, Subai opened the second storage box, revealing a dozen folders. Perhaps due to the design blueprints for the lithography machine being taken out, there had been no petty thefts. After rummaging through the contents, Subai's eyes lit up as he held a particular folder. This is it. Blueprints for climate modification equipment. Unlike artificial rainfall, this technology pertained to altering cloud density and other related knowledge. If applied appropriately, it could even harness electromagnetic fields and environmental magnetic fields to affect climate changes and movements. In essence, if a particular area were primed for rainfall due to cloud accumulation, this climate modification device would allow humanity to induce precipitation precisely where it was needed. However, it could only facilitate short-distance shifts. The stronger the climatic forces, the shorter the distance of manipulation. Yet even so, this was more than sufficient for Subai at that moment. Just imagine, with a slight adjustment to the typhoon's trajectory, it could be redirected back to the land of cherry blossoms. Although Subai was unaware of how the other party intended to alter the typhoon's course or the cost involved, he knew that they were at a disadvantage compared to the equipment provided by the system. With these blueprints, the impending typhoon crisis. Grasping the folder, Subai hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way home. At 3 p.m, the doorbell rang. Subai hurried to open the door. Soon, an elderly man dressed in a cap and holding a cane, with a bag of gifts in hand, entered. Old Crane, why are you dressed like this? Are you alone? Subai was taken aback upon seeing Crane Long compared to the last time when military personnel accompanied him. This visit was strikingly low-key. I instructed them to stay at the hotel to avoid drawing attention, Crane Long explained as he settled onto the living room sofa under Subai's guidance. Given that you have moved and have a child now, it's best to minimize any unnecessary troubles. Old Crane was considerate. Subai promptly introduced Lin Qianyu. This is my partner, Lin Qianyu. Hello, Grandpa Crane. Quite impressive, Crane Long nodded approvingly. Little Sue's achievements are certainly attributable to you. Where's the little darling? Right here, Lin Qianyu pointed to the nearby crib. Little Nian has a habit of napping, but she will be waking soon. Crane Long stood and approached the crib, gazing down at the sleeping infant. Very nice, indeed. She will surely be exceptional in the future. As if sensing the presence of a stranger, the little one slowly opened her eyes, just as Subai braced for a wail. The infant instead broke into a radiant smile. Old Crane, it appears that little Nian likes you very much. Oh, how adorable. Crane Long refrained from reaching out to touch the child. When you grow up, let Grandpa take you to the amusement park, all right? Upon hearing the words amusement park, Subai smiled. In another 2 years, his own amusement park project would be completed, and it would serve as a grand gift for his son. After 10 minutes of interaction between the elderly and the young, Crane Long reluctantly returned to the sofa. Little Sue, I don't know. I have fulfilled my promise. Everything is prepared. Subai handed over the folder he had been sitting on. The scene left Crane Long momentarily speechless. As he eagerly opened the folder, his eyes gradually sparkled with excitement as he addressed Subai. I can't believe this approach. Why had I never considered this solution before? Excellent. With this design blueprint, I will ensure that my team works around the clock to develop this device. When it's ready, we'll reciprocate the gifts we received from others. Yes, and we can even enhance it a bit to ensure they are thoroughly impressed. A slight smile crept across Subai's lips. I believe we should warmly send all the typhoons that come our way right back. Lin Qianyu, overhearing their conversation, felt utterly bewildered and prepared to retreat with the child to their room. It's all right. There's no need to shy away. Crane Long waved her over and briefly explained the situation, leaving Lin Qianyu in disbelief. How can I do this? It's outrageous. She clenched her tiny fist. We must take action and let them know why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Little Sue, I have another question. How do you intend to collaborate with the Research Institute on this technology? Crane Long inquired directly. Other countries will undoubtedly wish to purchase this technology, and the profits involved. Old Crane, I believe this technology is best kept within our nation. If it's solely for national use without profit, I choose to donate it freely. Subai expressed his heartfelt thoughts. After all, as long as it benefited the nation, he saw no loss in this. Just like the amusement park project, it was, to some extent, due to the benefits brought to the country by the lithography machine that led to later rewards. Most importantly, Subai was not in need of money. It was better to seize this opportunity to enhance goodwill. Well, academician Sue, your awareness of this matter truly leaves me at a loss for words. Crane Long understood the preciousness of this technology. Hearing Subai's intention to donate it freely brought tears to his eyes once more. Rest assured, Xiao Su, the nation will not take advantage of you. Should you encounter any issues, you can be certain that we will offer unwavering support, as long as it does not violate our principles. He Long firmly grasped Subai's hand. I will immediately apply for a statement on your behalf. Having you in our nation is indeed a great fortune. Chapter 147, Project Codename, Tianxin. By the way, I also have a USB drive. Subai rummaged through his pocket and tossed a USB drive over. What is this? He Long asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. It's a detailed electronic version of the documents. What? He Long exclaimed, quickly and cautiously retrieving a delicate box from his pocket to place it inside. Are you treating this so casually? This item is exceedingly valuable. If it breaks, who will I turn to for solace? It's nothing, merely a minor invention. If it gets damaged, I can always compensate you with another. Subai's remark elicited an eye roll from He Long. Such a statement could only come from Subai. A minor invention, as if it were merely a common cabbage. It seems, Xiao Su, that you have quite a stash. In my opinion, you should not keep it hidden. Just bring everything back for me. That won't do. If there's a need, I will deliver it to you later, but some parts are still unfinished. All right, I want to press the matter. He Long replied, though his gaze towards Subai was anything but ordinary. Since you have received the relevant documents, I would like to share some of my thoughts. Subai carefully considered his words before speaking. He Long placed the folder on his lap and listened intently. My suggestion is this. Since this equipment is intended to combat the impending typhoon crisis, it would be best to assemble the devices in Magic City. There are 3 reasons for this. Firstly, Magic City is coastal, making it easier to monitor weather conditions. Secondly, as the nation's economic hub, its security level must take precedence. Thirdly, I am reluctant to travel far for the development of this equipment. If we establish the research center in Magic City, I can oversee it should any issues arise. After all, the child is still so young. It's better to avoid unnecessary travel. There was another point Subai did not explicitly state. His family was in Magic City, which had to be prioritized. Not to mention, with a precious little one now, he had to be even more cautious. I completely understand. I had planned along similar lines. Our thoughts are indeed aligned. He long readily agreed with Su Bai's proposal. Thank you for your understanding, Su Bai nodded. Additionally, I propose that we install a monitoring device in every provincial capital, using Magic City as the hub to radiate throughout the nation. This way, we can effectively manage climate resource distribution in the future and simultaneously reduce the occurrence of natural disasters. Each year, the nation suffers from numerous droughts and floods. Once the equipment is developed successfully, while we may not eliminate these issues entirely, a significant reduction should be entirely feasible. Absolutely, it should be so. He Long's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Using Magic City as the center to radiate nationwide will also reduce manpower. Xiao Su, your mind is truly agile. With this in place, the distribution of food and water resources across the nation will be greatly improved. You are indeed a boon to humanity. Nevertheless, we must first address the immediate threat of the typhoon. He Long stated decisively. I must return immediately to convene a meeting, aiming to commence work in Magic City tonight. He rose, visibly excited. Are you in such a hurry? Elder He, why not stay for dinner first? You haven't even tasted my cooking yet, Su Bai urged. No. There will be plenty of opportunities for meals. With the typhoon looming so close, I cannot feel at ease unless this project is set in motion. Once the plan is successful, I will definitely come by for a meal. Just don't hold it against me. He Long approached the crib. Let me take one more look. The little darling is simply too adorable. Next time, I will prepare an interesting gift for you, Xiao Su. I have something for the little one in my bag. All right then. Su Bai ceased his insistence, fully aware that as a research scientist, He Long would be among the first to rush back, even without the threat of a typhoon. It was an impulse ingrained in his very being. Should any issues arise, contact me immediately. Su Bai glanced at the little one in the crib. As long as it's not like last time, with 2 months of consecutive overtime, I can manage a day or two. Besides, if it's in Magic City, it's close enough that I can at least return home once a day. That is certainly feasible, but do not complain if I become bothersome, He Long teased. How could that be? The nation's interests supersede all else. I guarantee I will be at your beck and call. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, He Long hastily returned to his hotel and promptly boarded a flight back to the capital. With the design plans in hand, immediate action was imperative. Upon seeing the design blueprints, all the researchers were left astounded. However, once they learned that it was provided by Su Bai, each researcher instinctively accepted it as a matter of course. Since it originated from academician Su, there was no cause for astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, Su Bai had quietly ascended to a near-mythical status within the research community. Before long, the meeting received unanimous approval. Within a brief hour, a series of directives were issued. The National Ninth Construction Group was responsible for the infrastructure, with local construction companies in Magic City as support. Thus commenced a grand infrastructure project, codename Tianqin. However, the following morning, Su Bai received an email from He Long that left him utterly astonished. This was the might of the nation, the speed of the nation. Every second counted, and there was no time to lose. After breakfast, Su Bai turned to Lin Qianyu. Wife, I need to step out for a while. I may not return until evening. Lin Qianyu, aware that Su Bai was attending to important matters, nodded in understanding. Don't worry, I will handle things at home. Having you is truly a blessing. Su Bai approached and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, then pressed a kiss on the little one's cheek. Be good at home, my darling. Make sure to listen to your mother and call out to Daddy so I can hear you. Mommy, you little rascal. Su Bai chuckled as he turned to leave. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Su Bai contemplated for a moment before choosing the initial ride-hailing service that cost several $100,000. However, the moment the car started, he couldn't help but chuckle. How ironic it was that someone with such immense wealth would be driving for a ride-hailing service. Shaking his head, he pressed the accelerator and sped off towards his destination. Half an hour later, Su Bai arrived at the site. At the entrance, 2 fully armed soldiers stood guard, and upon seeing Su Bai approach, they quickly raised their hands. Hello, please present your identification. Su Bai produced his Research Institute ID and handed it over. Academician Su, please proceed. After verification, the 2 soldiers promptly allowed him entry. Upon entering the internal parking area, Su Bai exited the vehicle and gazed at the scene before him. The speed was astonishing. Before his eyes, a 1,000-meter-long perimeter wall had already been erected halfway. Thousands of cranes and excavators operated in an orderly fashion, transporting massive stones back and forth, creating a truly grand spectacle. In the distance, a construction manager hurried over. Academician Su, we have been informed of your arrival. Elder He is waiting for you in the meeting. Please follow me. Chapter 148, Preparing a Grand Surprise for Them. In Sakura Country, Abe Taichi surveyed the intelligence in his hands, his expression darkening. Do we have any idea what they are up to? The photographs in the intelligence report depicted the Tianjin project being overseen by He Long in Magic City. Below, a group of intelligence personnel stammered their responses. Observing the furious Abe Taichi, one couldn't help but think that it would have been prudent to await a thorough clarification of the event before reporting. Speak up. Abe Taichi's anger was palpable as he struck the table twice. The nation sustains you, and yet you choose to remain mute? If you are capable, then act. If not, depart. Upon hearing these words, the crowd below stirred uneasily and hastily began to speak. Prime Minister, I believe it is possible that the establishment of national defense forces, given the substantial number of personnel involved in this large-scale construction, is highly likely. Bang! Before his subordinate could finish, Abe Taichi slammed the table in frustration. What do you mean by I believe? What I require is a definitive outcome. After expending such considerable resources to cultivate your talents, you present me with merely a collection of photographs? If this is all the information you possess, satellite imagery would serve me better. Observing the subordinates below, each one cowed and hesitant to speak, he declared, You have 48 hours to provide me with results. Understood, absolutely. Once all the subordinates had retreated, Abe Taichi exhaled deeply, feeling some of his displeasure dissipate. What on earth are you all doing? Ah, Xiaosu, you have arrived. In the conference room, Tsuru Long was the first to welcome him. Elder Tsuru, your speed is truly commendable. Su Bai gestured outside. This efficiency is remarkable. I thought you had commenced work. And since it's not far from home, I came over promptly to see if there's anything I can assist with. Come, let me introduce you. Tsuru Long pointed to the other two individuals in the conference room. This is Professor Zhou Cheng from the Meteorological Bureau, and this is Professor Luo Hua, both experts in construction who rushed over from the capital to jointly oversee this project. Following this, Tsuru Long prepared to introduce Su Bai. No need for introductions. We are all acquainted with him. Academician Su Bai, truly a talented young scholar, a testament to the new generation. We, on behalf of the nation, express our gratitude to you. Professor Zhou stepped forward eagerly, extending his hand towards Su Bai. Both professors, nearing 60, sported thinning, graying hair. One could easily imagine the immense dedication they had devoted to their country. Su Bai promptly reciprocated. Greetings, Elder Zhou. Greetings, Elder Luo. Academician Su. The design blueprints you provided are extraordinary, genuinely aiding the nation in resolving significant issues. Without your contribution, the consequences are unfathomable. Zhou Cheng's gaze softened. After so many years of research, I never envisioned that some nations would wield climate as a strategic weapon, a truly inhumane act. Furthermore, even if we sought to denounce such actions on the international stage, it would have little impact. Yet, they could never have anticipated that one day they would inadvertently harm themselves. Such endeavors require national support. Otherwise, the blueprints in my possession would serve no purpose. Su Bai quickly responded, I extend my gratitude for your hard work, esteemed professors. Elder Tsuru, concerning the confidentiality of this project, given the scale of operations, there must be quite a few eyes watching us from the outside. There's no need for concern. The duration of this project will be brief, and all personnel will adhere to strict measures of entry without exit. Tsuru Long gestured outside. In addition, all signals will be monitored to eliminate the risk of leaks. If all proceeds smoothly, we shall soon deliver a remarkable surprise. Our primary focus is on constructing this center in the Magic City. Other provincial capitals will commence partial implementation once the typhoon crisis has passed. Luo Hua chimed in with his own suggestions. In any case, with the full strength of the nation, I believe we shall emerge victorious in this battle. Absolutely, we shall. After deliberating for another half hour with the three professors in the conference room, Su Bai finally departed. The moment he stepped out of the project zone, his phone began to vibrate incessantly. By go, is there some significant event occurring recently? Why have all the excavators in the city been mobilized, forcing our amusement park project to come to a halt? On the other end, Jiang Nan's voice was filled with concern. I wish to negotiate, but the opposing side has issued a directive. Is a major conflict looming? I've noticed the coastal areas are tightly encircled, and when I inquired with government officials, none were privy to the situation. Perhaps you could investigate by go? Let it be. It will likely resume in about 10 days. I could use the time to spend with Yalan. She will be giving birth in a couple of months. By go. It seems you are aware of the situation. Could it be that you are once again leading this project? Jiang Nan's curiosity was piqued. Do share the details with me. Confidential. Su Bai firmly declined. Oh, come on. What is our relationship? Just give me a hint. You'll find out in a week. Just hold on. When is the due date? Su Bai swiftly changed the topic. In 57 days. This woman has been quite demanding lately. Though Jiang Nan said this, Su Bai could sense the happiness in his tone. Just take some time to accompany her. I won't assign you any other tasks. After ending the call, Su Bai hurried home, missing the sound of his little one after just a few hours apart. Meanwhile, the project progressed vigorously, and news concerning the impending typhoon emerged online. Have you heard? An unprecedented massive typhoon is set to make landfall along our southeastern coastline soon. Is it the one called Butterfly? Wasn't it initially heading towards Sakura country? How did it change course? Oh my, I still vividly recall last year's Malengsy typhoon. It nearly swept people away. We must stock up on supplies this year. I don't want to experience the chaos of last year's water and power outages again. The most torturous part was being trapped in a powerless elevator. Do you know what it's like to live on the 32nd floor and have to go down to procure supplies? I seriously considered sleeping in the lobby. I can manage that, but the worst part is not having water to flush the toilet. The smell is simply unbearable. If I recall correctly, last year's typhoon hit during the Mid-Autumn Festival, right? Without hot water, I couldn't even have a bowl of instant noodles. In the end, I had to survive on 2 mooncakes, and they were 5-nut flavor, which has led me to feel nauseous at the mere sight of mooncakes since then. Chapter 149, Tianqian Activation. Soon, a week passed. The online discussions regarding the typhoon intensified, prompting many to begin hoarding essential supplies. Particularly in the Magic City and its coastal regions, relevant warning lines were established, prohibiting tourists from visiting the seaside. Notices were plastered everywhere, forbidding the placement of flower pots on high-rise balconies to prevent falling objects from injuring others. A series of sea breezes swept through, and under such weather conditions, prolonged exposure outside left one feeling sticky and uncomfortable. In the distance, even with binoculars, one could discern a mass of darkness. Dark clouds loomed ominously, threatening destruction. While the trees remained still, yet the winds persisted, causing a collective sense of unease among the residents. In the Magic City, the majority of residents expressed curiosity regarding the sudden emergence of large structures. Typhoon rating, level 21, expected to reach the coast at level 18. The Meteorological Bureau also relayed the latest updates. A level 18 typhoon means that merely closing windows is insufficient. Residents in suburban areas living in tile or steel-structured homes may even need to evacuate. Once the typhoon arrives, residents in high-rise buildings will experience noticeable tremors. Holding the recently acquired report in hand, Professor Zhou Cheng from the Meteorological Bureau shared his opinion. We must prepare for contingencies. If this equipment fails to significantly influence the typhoon's path, we must advise residents to stay indoors. This week, it would be prudent to promote remote work to mitigate unnecessary losses. Agreed, let's proceed with that plan. Suru Long nodded in affirmation, recognizing the necessity of multiple preparations from the national perspective. Despite Su Bai's considerable strength, he ultimately could not jest with the lives of the people. Little Su, is everything prepared? He long turned to look at Su Bai. The typhoon had now reached the coastline, making it the perfect moment to implement the plan. Everything is ready. Let us proceed to the control room. 15 minutes later, the group arrived at the lower level of the control room. Inside the base, a colossal structure, towering at 30 meters, loomed large, with the control room situated 15 meters above the ground. Su Bai looked up, once again awestruck. 8 days. This behemoth had been constructed within such a short span, with only the external embellishments left to be completed later. The group ascended to the control center via an elevator. The interior was composed entirely of quantum computers, with a massive screen dominating the center. A multitude of characters and data danced chaotically across the display. Academician Su, Elder He, Professor Luo, Professor Zhou. Upon the group's entrance, a man in the center immediately stood to greet them. Luo Feng, have all the adjustments been finalized? Luo Feng, a top student from the Computer Science Department and the deputy head of the National Cybersecurity Center, had been specially assigned to oversee the computing module of this project to prevent data leakage. After all, everyone has their own areas of expertise, and Su Bai could not manage everything alone. All adjustments have been completed. We are merely awaiting your instructions. Academician Su, Luo Feng promptly reported. Su Bai turned to He Long. Elder He, what shall we do? Since everything is in order, let us commence. Little Su, the decision lies with you. He Long replied with a satisfied smile. Then let us begin, Su Bai commanded steadily. Understood. Luo Feng turned to the other eager staff members, addressing them with a resonant voice. Everyone, stand by. Commence. Received. Each individual began operating their respective modules. The entire apparatus seemed to come alive, initiating its functions. The first control module successfully activated. The second control module successfully activated. The third, the fourth. The main controller began operating, successfully running without any anomalies detected. The positioning system successfully activated, having accurately located the target. The magnetic pulse disruptor commenced operation, successfully activating. A continuous stream of reports flowed in, and everyone's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This time, it had to succeed. At the top of the device, a steel gate slowly opened to either side, revealing a dark circular aperture within. Gradually, a black iron pillar emerged from the center. This was the launch site for the magnetic cannon, the very heart of the entire apparatus. Simultaneously, other nations also took note of this scene. In the land of cherry blossoms, useless. All of them are utterly useless. After all this time, they still have no idea what is happening. Abe Taichi, gazing at the satellite images in his hands, felt his frustration peak once more. After granting 24 hours, a full week had passed without a single breakthrough. Even more astonishing was the rapid construction pace of Longhua. Within such a brief period, they had gone from 0 to 1. If this had occurred in his own country, it would have taken at least 3 to 5 years to achieve such results. Thinking of this, Abe Taichi felt increasingly stifled. Truly, it was disheartening to compare nations. Below, amidst a group discussion, one person trembled as he spoke. Prime Minister. Based on our analysis, we speculate it could be a new type of air defense weapon or perhaps a cyber protection device. Which one is it then? I believe it must be an air defense weapon. Considering this device is situated in a coastal area, it could also serve as a surveillance device to monitor illegal crossings. Hearing the increasingly implausible responses from those below him, Abe Taichi's mood darkened further. In the end, he was left with yet another uncertain answer. What irked him even more was that within this context, Longhua had not only surpassed them economically, but was now also leading in the high-tech sector. Not to mention the recent developments in lithography machines and this unknown device at present. Damn, if this continues, in less than 5 years, he would be left without any means to impede Longhua's development. With this thought, a profound sense of crisis surged within Abe Taichi. No, I must urgently contact the elder brother and discuss countermeasures. Casting one last glance at the photograph in his hand, a sudden thought struck him. Is the timing of this instrument's manufacture related to the impending typhoon? He could not help but wonder. After all, the plan to divert the calamity had been in the works for 6 months. Yet, it was precisely at this moment. Academician Su, everything is ready. Please instruct us. Luo Feng turned to Su Bai. Commence, Su Bai replied coolly. In that instant, he became the focal point. Understood. Chapter 150, a successful conclusion. Upon receiving Su Bai's final command, all personnel in the control center pressed the last confirmation button. The colossal screen at the center split into 2 sections. The right displayed satellite cloud images, monitoring the typhoon's trajectory, while the left illustrated the control panel's equipment. Above, red and green dots indicated the operational status of the devices. The first device locked onto the cloud layer above the typhoon. The second device locked onto the magnetic field. The third device. As all devices activated, everyone could see a peculiar light ring ejected from the black aperture at the top of the structure, piercing through the cloud layer and heading straight for the typhoon above. Everyone anxiously monitored the satellite cloud imagery. 30 seconds. 1 minute. When the clock reached 1 minute and 30 seconds, the light ring plunged into the heart of the cloud layer above the typhoon. In an instant, a tremendous explosion of light erupted, forming a vast magnetic field that enveloped the cloud layer above the typhoon. The density of the clouds was being altered. The operational angle was being adjusted, shifting left by 5 degrees. The cloud layer was being pressurized, and the typhoon's intensity was elevated by 1 level. The pressure on the right side of the cloud was insufficient, necessitating another energy release. Preparation for the second launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 launch. Another minute and a half passed, and the new electromagnetic light ring penetrated the right side of the typhoon, successfully altering the pressure of the clouds on that side and shifting left by 8 degrees. Mission accomplished. Luo Feng turned and saluted He Long and the others. Report. Mission successfully completed. The typhoon's trajectory has been redirected back towards the land of cherry blossoms. The pressure increase has resulted in an expected landfall intensity of level 19. Is this truly successful? He Long turned to Su Bai, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Elder He, it has succeeded. The satellite cloud imagery of the typhoon's trajectory is the best testament. However, I suggest that we maintain continuous monitoring for the next week, to prevent any attempts by certain parties to once again alter the typhoon's path, Su Bai proposed. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, as the closer the typhoon approached the coastline, the harder it became to change its trajectory. Otherwise, the land of cherry blossoms and the United States would not have planned this matter so early. I understand that. I simply did not expect that the first test launch would result in immediate success. In He Long's eyes, a glimmer of tears shone brightly, heralding a further enhancement of the nation's technological prowess. Little did he expect to witness such a moment in his lifetime. I hereby declare the test launch a resounding success. He Long announced with eloquence to all present. The control room fell into an immediate hush, soon erupting into jubilant cheers. We have succeeded. At last, we have achieved it. The typhoon shall not make landfall along our coastline. We have truly accomplished this. The excitement was palpable as all the staff embraced one another in celebration. Luo Feng strode confidently towards He Long, inquiring, Elder He, Does this mean our base can be unsealed? Heilong squinted slightly and responded slowly, for now. We shall not unseal it. Except for a select few, we will continue with debugging and finalization for the upcoming week. Of course, confidentiality must remain intact. As for external speculations, let them speculate. All restrictions will be lifted once this typhoon passes, although the function of this equipment will inevitably be exposed in the near future. We shall delay that revelation for as long as possible. Once the typhoon makes landfall in Sakura country, we shall simply deny it. After all, courtesy demands reciprocity. In this climate warfare, encountering it means suffering in silence. One must swallow their grievances. On that day, the mere thought of the expressions on the faces of Sakura country's leadership brings a smile to Heilong's face. Subai turned and chuckled, Elder He. Since all has gone smoothly, I shall return home to accompany my little one. If any issues arise, just contact me directly. Though I hope it won't be too frequent, I do need some time to rest. Once this matter concludes successfully, remember to come to my home for dinner. And we shall share a few drinks. Certainly, Heilong replied, unable to contain his laughter. I will bring along Professors Zhou and Luo. Do not complain about the crowd. How could I? If both Professors Zhou and Luo can attend, it would be even better. They could offer guidance to my little one. You clever rascal. You are not losing out at all. Having two professors teach your child seems like overkill, but indeed, it may be beneficial when your child grows older. Heilong teased with a chuckle. Elder He, just wait for me, Subai grinned. Professors, I suddenly remembered I have two small inventions at home. One a peculiar architectural design, and the other related to climate. Shall we study them together? Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng and Luo Hua's eyes lit up instantly. Then we shall definitely come over for a meal. We will trouble you, little Su. After a week of interaction, both professors held Su Bai in high regard. He was not only immensely capable, but also humble and approachable, truly endearing. Wait a moment, I feel rather shortchanged. Little Su, why not invent something else? We cannot favor one over the other. Heilong jokingly lamented. Elder He, these are not cabbages. Professor Luo and I will research first. You can lean back for now. We cannot tire little Su too much. Listen to this. A mere small invention has bought you both over. What a world we live in. What now? If I recall correctly, the National Defense Project in your hands is still incomplete, right? You cannot rush greatness. Let little Su assist us for now. That is out of the question. He is merely one of our research institute members. Oh, come now. What is wrong with our relationship that this cannot be arranged? No way. Cough. Cough. Observing the three eminent figures bickering, Subai quickly took a step back. Professors, each of you has your own projects. I shall take my leave now. Upon returning home, Subai found Lin Qianyu watching the news in the living room. The little one sat obediently beside her, his bright eyes blinking curiously. Upon hearing the door open, he turned and excitedly exclaimed, Dad, Daddy. Subai was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy as he rushed to the sofa. Wife, did you hear that? Little Nian actually called me Daddy. He pinched the little one's cheek. Good boy. Say it again for me to hear. However, the little one, displeased by the pinch, pouted and turned to Lin Qianyu, saying, Mommy, call Daddy. Mommy, this cheeky little rascal had quite the temper. Chapter 151, A Dual Approach. Honey, you succeeded, didn't you? Lin Qianyu pointed to the television, where real-time reports about the typhoon were displayed, her face beaming with pride. Today's latest report indicates that Typhoon Butterfly has deviated from its course, with a low probability of making landfall on our coastline. Coastal cities need not panic excessively. Simply ensure routine protective measures are in place. Unless absolutely necessary, please refrain from lingering outdoors for extended periods. Subai nodded. I feel that compared to getting our little one to call me Daddy, diverting the typhoon seems remarkably simpler. That sounds rather boastful, Lin Qianyu teased, unable to hold back her laughter. Of course. Just look at who my man is. That is true, she chuckled. I honestly hadn't expected you to be this capable. You seem so mysterious. Lin Qianyu smiled, revealing her small, adorable canine teeth. Over the past year, Subai had continuously brought her surprises. No matter how mysterious, it all belongs to you, Subai said, wrapping his arm around Lin Qianyu and gently nudging his forehead against hers. I have no grand ambitions. I simply wish for you and our child to be safe and sound. That is all. While the family enjoyed a warm reunion, Sakura country was engulfed in a different atmosphere. Abe Taichi gazed at the satellite cloud images with a grim expression. How is this possible? In an emergency meeting, he tightly gripped the cup in his hand. The Typhoon Butterfly has reached such a high level. How can it still change its course? They have been plotting this for a long time. From the moment the typhoon formed, they implemented a plan at great expense, intending to utilize this natural disaster to strike at Long Country's coastal economic cities. How has it come to this? Who can explain this to me? Why has this happened? The personnel below exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. For the past half-month, they had begun to doubt their competence in this role. Speak up. Our nation has invested so much in research and development across various fields. It is precisely because of this that we have become one of the world's major economic powers. And now, this is the return we get? What does it mean for our nation's investments? What is the significance of all this? It has been so long without a solution, and yet, you cannot even clarify why this incident has occurred? What are you all doing? During this time, Long Country, relying on lithography technology, had garnered substantial funding in this field. Originally, this should have belonged to us. It is your failure that has allowed this glory to slip away. Abe Taichi could no longer contain his emotions and erupted in a tirade during the meeting. 24 hours, 48 hours, 3 days, a week, and still. We do not understand what has happened. Tell me, it has been some time since Long Country released their lithography machines, right? We have spent so much money acquiring 5 for your research, and to this day, you have barely made 20 progress. And now, we do not even know why the typhoon has deviated. I am truly Abe Taichi took a couple of deep breaths, and after expressing his innermost thoughts, he felt somewhat relieved. Come on, let us discuss what is going on. Sensing that Abe Taichi was not as furious, the people below dared to speak slowly. Prime Minister, weren't you aware that we were investigating the new constructions in the magical capital of Longhua? Although we are uncertain of their purpose, I believe they are significantly related to the recent deviation of the typhoon. Additionally, Prime Minister, I have heard that an academician Su has emerged from Longhua, and this could all be his handiwork. Should we consider sending someone to bring him back, or perhaps employ mercenaries? Do you think I haven't sent anyone? Abe Taichi's expression grew increasingly troubled. The individuals he dispatched had not even caught sight of the other party before losing all contact. As for mercenaries, that was even less feasible. It is well known that Longhua is a forbidden zone for mercenaries. Any security firm, upon hearing the destination is Longhua, would refuse the job. No matter the remuneration offered, they would claim it is not worth engaging in a venture with no chance of success. Otherwise, given Longhua's temperament, it would truly be a case of having money to earn, but no life to spend it. In the end, one might not even be able to protect their own mercenary stronghold. The route of sending people to retrieve academician Su was impractical. Thus, you may ponder alternative methods to approach this individual. Abe Taichi was also familiar with Su Bai and had conducted extensive background checks. However, the more he investigated, the more perplexed he became. There were no suspicious traces. His background information was exceedingly clean. It was only after investigating private funds that this individual surfaced. The fact that he was utterly untraceable filled Abe Taichi with dread. For there were only 2 possibilities. Either Longhua's confidentiality measures were so impeccable that there was no lead to pursue, or academician Su truly had a pristine background, with all his innovations being conducted in secret. Prime Minister, what if we send a beautiful woman to approach him? One subordinate voiced his idea. Seduction, in his view, could be effective at any time. It is human nature. Otherwise, some would not risk everything for the sake of beauty. Abe Taichi shook his head. The odds of success are slim. I have heard he recently had a child. However, we could send someone to devise a long-term strategy. Even if seduction fails, sowing discord might be beneficial. Otherwise, his continuous inventions pose a significant threat. Prime Minister, what about using wealth to persuade him? We could offer him tenfold what Longhua provides. I refuse to believe there exists a corner of this world that cannot be pried open. If our efforts fail, it would merely indicate that our offer was insufficient. Indeed, Prime Minister, I believe this strategy is feasible. We could employ a dual approach. History has shown that many in Longhua are willing to change their nationality. Abe Taichi narrowed his eyes. Then it shall be entrusted to you too. I will grant you a month. If unsuccessful, you shall face the consequences. Additionally, gather more information regarding Su Bai, ensuring it includes his lifestyle, habits, and daily routines. Nothing must be overlooked. Understood. We shall ensure the task is completed. Then, this meeting is adjourned. You may disperse. Once everyone had departed, Abe Taichi gazed towards the direction of Longhua. Could this plan truly be viable? As for money, academician Su, being the chief officer of the lithography project, should not be lacking in that regard. As for the allure of a woman, that remained uncertain. All hope lay in academician Su's lack of fortitude. The following day, Su Bai ventured out to work as a rideshare driver, while Lin Qianyu live-streamed from her sofa, chatting with her online audience. Streamer, where's the baby? I want to see the baby. Don't just chat with us, or the little demon will make a mess of the house. An 11-month-old will certainly be crawling everywhere. My little ancestor, if I'm not careful, he could easily bump into things. I truly cannot take my eyes off him for a moment. It's manageable for now, but as he grows, he will endlessly want to be held. That will be exhausting. Rest assured, I call him Xiaoyan, and he is quite obedient. If I ignore him, he plays with his blocks by himself. Let me show you. Lin Qianyu adjusted the live stream camera to focus on the little one, on the foam mat in the living room. The child was joyfully immersed in a pile of Lego. Look, isn't he adorable? Streamer, What does your baby have in his mouth? It seems he has something. Children tend to put everything in their mouths. You must keep a close eye on him. Streamer, hurry and check. Don't let him choke. I once read about a child who swallowed a marble and had to undergo surgery to remove it. They nearly suffocated. Observing the comments flooding the live stream, Lin Qianyu suddenly noticed a white strand by Xiao Nian's mouth. Instantly, her expression tightened, and she rushed over. Sweetheart, show mommy what you're biting. The little one quickly turned his head away, unwilling to open his mouth. Reluctantly, Lin Qianyu had to intervene. A minute later, the little one pouted, his bright eyes glistening with tears, and his expression appeared quite aggrieved. It seemed to convey, I earned this myself. Why should you take it away? Mommy is a villain. A thief. Lin Qianyu looked at the damp white slip of paper in her hand, on which was inscribed 100000010010, a series of numbers composed entirely of zeros and ones. What is this? Initially perplexed, Lin Qianyu suddenly realized. Everyone, could this possibly be some sort of code? A sense of déjà vu washed over her. Streamer, could Bai Yi have hidden private funds again in the new house? Why did I read 10,100 as Zoaxu? Am I evil-minded? Is this elementary school addition and subtraction? Streamer, add all the numbers together and see if you can derive a meaningful answer. These numbers resemble code. Could it be binary? Amidst the bizarre comments in the live stream, Lin Qianyu felt that binary was indeed the most plausible explanation. After all, it seemed more reliable. However, the crux of the matter arose. Having graduated so long ago, she had forgotten how to convert binary. Everyone, if it's binary, what does it represent? I can do that. The answer after converting binary is 131561147. Streamer, have you been pregnant for 3 years? Even middle school students would know this by now. 131561147. Is that a confession? But if it were a confession, it should be 1314520. I believe the situation is more complicated after moving into the new house. Bai Yi's methods of hiding private funds must have evolved. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone nearly a year without finding any. If this truly is private funds, did Bai Yi give birth to a troublesome child? The first hidden stash in the new house is actually discovered by his son. 131561147. What does that mean? Lin Qianyu was utterly at a loss. Despite having discovered so many hidden funds previously, now she felt like a novice. It feels like playing a decoding game. Nostalgia washes over me. The collective wisdom of the vast online community is formidable. Surely we shall conquer this level, and by tracing the clues, we might uncover all of Master Bai's hidden treasures. Just the thought of it ignites a thrill, a sense of exhilaration. Could it be related to the Bible? Or perhaps the 300 Tang poems, or even the National Directory of Wealthy Women? Following the suggestions of viewers in the live stream, Lin Qianyu endeavored to try every method one by one. However, her efforts yielded no results. Humph, this insufferable man is becoming increasingly clever. Family, let me attempt the magic square once more. 131561147 deca? When 1 and 0 were not pressed, the letters that emerged were unexpectedly deca. Could this refer to the Ultraman Tiga? Yet, I do not recall having such toys at home. Lin Qianyu furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed by the underlying principle. Streamer, I figured it out. The 26 letters of the alphabet, 131561147 corresponds to Mafong, meaning Rubik's Cube. You should check if there is a Rubik's Cube in your home. Wait, it really is a Rubik's Cube? Your IQ must be at least 130 to come up with that. A Rubik's Cube? Suddenly, Lin Qianyu recalled the decorative cabinet in the living room, which happened to contain a Rubik's Cube. She remembered asking Sue by what it was for, only to be told it was for showing off. Please hold on for a moment. I indeed have a Rubik's Cube. 2 minutes later, Lin Qianyu appeared in the live stream, holding a scrambled 6-layered Rubik's Cube. Is there anyone who can solve this? I am truly at a loss. Seriously? I can manage a 3-layered cube, but a 4-layered one would take me 2 hours. A 6-layered Rubik's Cube? Master Bai must be a devil. I believe there is a secret stash of hidden funds within this. Otherwise, why design it to be so intricate? Dear ones, it is time to test our abilities. Let us charge ahead. Streamer, align the other side with the live stream. I happen to have a 6-layered Rubik's Cube as well, and we can solve it based on your restoration. I'm joining in. I'm going to buy one. In an instant, numerous viewers began purchasing 6-layered Rubik's Cubes, embarking on a journey of joyous yet arduous decoding. Lin Qianyu, however, toyed with it for a moment before setting it aside. With a slight case of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, she feared that immersing herself in it would lead to a mental breakdown. It would be wiser to focus on taking care of the child. Gently pinching the little one's cheek, she tenderly spoke. Darling, could you help Mama look for similar notes again? Humph. The little one seemed to still hold a grudge, pouting and turning away, completely ignoring Lin Qianyu. Don't be mad at Mama, okay? If Mama turns around, I'll take you downstairs to see the flowers and butterflies. Or perhaps we can go play with the older sister on the second floor. Chapter 153. The Peculiar Passenger After 2 long hours of research. A tech genius finally cracked the 6-layered Rubik's Cube, providing the relevant steps, which required a total of 108 rotations. This endeavor left Lin Qianyu utterly exhausted. Upon complete restoration, the Rubik's Cube unexpectedly split open, revealing over 30 golden steel balls and an irregular Rubik's Cube. "Dear ones, we have finally found it," Lin Qianyu exclaimed, her joy evident. After such a long time, they had achieved a small breakthrough. But what was this? Holding the irregular cube, Lin Qianyu appeared utterly bewildered. Having never encountered such a peculiar toy. "What is this, family?" "Streamer, this is an irregular Rubik's Cube. Unlike the standard square ones we usually see, this type must be restored to its original state according to specific rules, making it significantly less complex than the previous 6-layered cube. I had anticipated it wouldn't be that simple. Indeed, brothers and sisters, let us commence our new round of decoding. Thank heavens, we have finally discovered Master Bai's hidden funds." Master Bai claimed he hadn't hidden any funds since moving to the new house. This must expose him. This large cube containing a smaller cube is truly a surreal sight, reminiscent of life's unpredictability. The viewers jubilantly celebrated the preliminary progress of their quest for hidden funds. With no one paying attention to the golden beads, it seemed that such a trivial amount of concealed wealth could hardly astonish them, especially given their prior experiences with golden umbrellas, diamond marbles, and money rains. The viewers had developed a considerable immunity. Lin Qianyu toyed with the irregular cube, utterly unable to decipher its mechanics, and resignedly stated, "Family, I must rely on you now. If I can't solve this before my husband returns, I shall resort to drastic measures." "Goodness, Streamer, I believe you can already take drastic measures. I have a premonition that this clue will ultimately lead to a shocking secret. I think I've played with this before. Streamer, wait for me." On the other hand, Su Mo was driving a rideshare vehicle when he encountered a peculiar passenger. "Beautiful lady, why don't you take the trash with you when you get out?" In the passenger seat, a stunning woman continuously munched on oranges. After a 35-minute journey, she devoured an entire bag of oranges, leaving a pile of peels on the seat. "Driver, this isn't trash, it's dried tangerine peel. I saw how hard you were driving, and being seated for long periods can cause lumbar strain and excessive liver fire, so I prepared this for you to make tea." Upon hearing this, Su Bai's face turned green. What a clever ruse. What a thoughtful offering. She enjoyed eating so much. Yet she didn't think to share, and now insisted it was for tea? Who would have imagined that someone so glamorous could be so slovenly? "Miss, your actions are rather inappropriate. Those are clearly orange peels." The long-legged lady adjusted her glasses, revealing her graceful neck. "Driver, why are you so meddlesome? The customer is always right, you know. If you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to file a complaint against you." "Of course. I'm not worried about your complaint. I can always switch my phone number and still call for a ride." With an air of arrogance, she exuded pride. "You know what? Never mind, just leave." Su Bai waved his hand, muttering to himself. As the ancient said, it is difficult to raise a petty person and a woman. And there is some truth to that. It's not that you're letting me off. It's that I'm choosing to overlook you. What is there to be proud of for someone driving a rideshare? With a displeased expression, the woman pushed open the car door and exited. Su Bai shook his head in disbelief. What kind of upbringing produces such a child? After resting for a moment, he prepared to drive away when he suddenly noticed a phone left on the passenger seat. Could it be? Just then, the phone rang. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. "Hello, who is this?" A strange male voice came from the other end. Glancing at the contact, Su Bai's lips curved into a slight smile. What a quick karmic retribution. An idea formed in his mind. "Don't just ask who I am. I'm in the business of wholesale hats. Do you want one? If you do, I'll send you a free hat." "What wholesale hats? How did my girlfriend's phone end up with you? Where is she?" The tone on the other end of the line was somewhat irritable. "Oh, she's taking a shower." Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle at his own mischief, feeling a bit unscrupulous. "Taking a shower? Didn't she tell me she wanted to have dinner together? And why is she showering at your place? Dinner? You two dine together every day, don't you ever get tired of it?" "Occasionally, I share a meal with her." "What's wrong with that? Constantly pressing me, as if it's unacceptable to change things up a bit?" Su Bai suppressed his laughter. "I've been tolerating you for quite a while now, and today I'm telling you, I am indeed having dinner with him, so what? Don't call me again, all right?" He abruptly pulled the phone away and shouted, "Darling, don't worry, I'll bring you the pink towel right away." "Is that the right one?" With that, without waiting for the other person to respond, he hung up the phone. "Damn it, making me treat you to dried tangerine peel." In the distance, a frantic figure rushed towards him. It was none other than that unreasonable long-legged beauty. "Master, did I leave my phone in your car?" "Yes. It was your phone that made me wait for so long." Su Bai handed her the lost phone. "Now that you have your phone back, I can leave with peace of mind. Good thing you didn't steal it, or I would have called the police." as she received her phone. The woman's expression changed instantly. You didn't even remind me. I'll leave a 1-star review later. This is really such a waste of time. My boyfriend is still waiting for me for dinner, claiming he has a surprise for me. Huh. Subai snorted coldly. Good luck. Maybe this will be your last delightful dinner. He pressed the accelerator and drove off. You can leave a bad review. That's your loss. Otherwise as a major shareholder, would have worked in vain. As for the surprise, you'll soon find out whether it's a surprise or a scare. 20 minutes later, Subai returned home. As he pushed the door open, he saw Lin Qianyu holding a hammer. Darling, what are you doing? Did you see the astonished look on Bai Yi's face? The streamer is online performing violent law enforcement. I think it should be like this. One must not be too conventional with Bai Yi. We need to learn from Sun Piapiao's reckless ways, and if necessary, resort to various bizarre methods. So, does this mean we can renovate? Upon entering, Subai was utterly shocked. What on earth was she doing? Was she planning to demolish the house? Even a husky wouldn't behave like this. Darling, be careful not to scare the baby. Subai hurriedly took the hammer from Lin Qianyu's hand. His expression quite complicated. What are you doing? Who set such a high difficulty level? I have no choice but to enforce violent measures, Lin Qianyu pouted, pointing at the irregular cube on the ground. For a full 2 hours, a group of people had been unable to find the technique. Huh. Subai picked up the irregular cube from the ground, scratching the back of his head. Who told you this was a Rubik's cube? Lin Qianyu replied, What does that mean? Upon hearing Subai's words, Lin Qianyu looked somewhat dazed. Unable to comprehend for a moment. Are you saying this isn't a Rubik's cube? But isn't the one outside a 6-sided Rubik's cube? Who told you that just because the outside is a Rubik's cube, the inside has to be one too? Subai looked at Lin Qianyu with interest. The corners of his mouth slightly upturned. This is the misconception that normal people easily fall into, leading to preconceived notions. In fact, if you think from a different perspective, this second level is significantly easier than the first. Then what is this? Lin Qianyu took back the irregular cube from Subai and studied it. Still not understanding. What is this then? This. Subai pointed at the patterns on it. You can call it a puzzle, or you can call it a matching game. Ahem. Lin Qianyu almost choked on Subai's words. A puzzle? Yes, you can see the patterns on it. Isn't there a little chicken and corn? If you observe carefully, you'll notice all the patterns are in pairs. You just need to rotate it. Subai turned the toy in his hand, revealing 2 patterns on opposite sides. Then you push this to here, and so on. As long as you move all the patterns to their respective positions, you can unlock it. Well, if you don't believe me, try it. Subai handed the toy to Lin Qianyu. 10 minutes later, click, with a crisp sound. The center of the toy in Lin Qianyu's hand cracked open, revealing a small white piece of paper inside. Is it really that simple? After succeeding, Lin Qianyu still found it hard to believe. She couldn't fathom how it could be so easy, which only highlighted the time she spent racking her brain trying to restore the Rubik's cube. The viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. I thought it was an irregular Rubik's cube, but you're telling me it's a children's puzzle? I feel insulted. It must be intentional. In the future, if we encounter similar problems, let us encourage the streamer to resort to violent demolition. Otherwise, knowing the truth would genuinely infuriate me. Damn. This has elevated from decoding to psychology. Bai Yi is truly too much. Honey, how many layers of secrets do you have? This is really excessive. Upon seeing the small piece of paper, Lin Qianyu was speechless. Opening it, she discovered it was a picture of 100 birds greeting the phoenix. No, it wasn't your typical 100 birds greeting the phoenix. It was a unique version. One of the birds even lacked a head. What could this possibly mean? Darling, think a bit. If I simply tell you the answer, it wouldn't be fun at all, Subai said mysteriously. What 100 birds greeting the phoenix, streamer? You might want to look for some bird-themed ornaments or toys. It's truly a layer of mist upon another, endlessly complex, to find Bai Yi's hidden stash. One needs not only intelligence, but also patience. Could it be that a headless bird is cute? What nonsense are you talking about? Why does that make me feel uneasy? A headless bird cute? Lin Qianyu repeated what the viewer said, nearly causing Subai to spit out the sip of water he had just taken. Honey, your imagination is a bit too wild. Subai pointed at the headless bird. Haven't you seen Tang Bohu Spot's autumn fragrance? I have. What does that have to do with anything? A headless bird, think again. Or ask the viewers in the live stream. Oh wow, it's actually the one in Mahjong. What Mahjong? It's the one in Mahjong. In Tang Bohu Spot's autumn fragrance, there's also a bird without a head. And Tang Bohu sticks the Mahjong tile on its head. So, does that mean the clue for the next level lies in the Mahjong? Streamer, hurry and think about whether you have anything related to Mahjong at home. Mahjong. Lin Qianyu furrowed her brow slightly. I don't remember having Mahjong. Darling, don't you dislike playing cards? Honestly, where did you hide the Mahjong? Oh dear, the little one beside them suddenly cried out. evidently displeased by the lack of attention from his parents. Wah wah wah. Instantly, the loud wailing captured Lin Qianyu's attention. Mommy is here. It seems I forgot to attend to my little darling. With that, Lin Qianyu promptly gathered the child into her arms, only to feel an uncomfortable pressure in her abdomen. Looking down, she asked, "My dear, what are you holding in your hand? Didn't mommy tell you not to touch everything? What if you get hurt? Come, let mommy see." Gently prying open the child's tiny right hand, she was taken aback. There, in the little one's grasp, was a single mahjong tile. "Sweetheart, you truly are my lucky star." Lin Qianyu couldn't help but plant a kiss on the child's cheek, her face beaming with joy. Meanwhile, Su Bai's expression darkened. "You little rascal. Were you born to be a troublemaker? I hope you didn't find that binary slip of paper too. How did you know, dear?" The little one found it while playing on the floor. Lin Qianyu blinked, struggling to suppress her laughter. Su Bai replied with a smirk. "I really wish I could put you back." Chapter 155. One strength breaks all techniques. When it comes to troublesome sons, there's no one like Bai Yi's little darling. I truly feel like putting him back. Ha ha ha. Every mountain has its peak. Bai Yi's nemesis has emerged. Host, in the future, we should guide the child towards uncovering hidden treasures, specifically focusing on his father's secret stash. To the commenter above, that's truly excessive. As parents, we should start from the heart, and a stable job is far more reliable. Honey, how do you use this tile? Lin Qianyu asked with a mischievous smile, cradling the little one in one arm while toying with the mahjong tile in the other. After flipping it around for a while, she found no discernible intricacies. Could it be that I've truly become dull-witted since giving birth? It's simple, without any convoluted methods. Su Bai pointed to a hammer on the ground. Just smash it open. Huh. Lin Qianyu rolled her eyes in disbelief. What was this nonsense? Previously, they relied on their superior intellect, and now Su Bai was suggesting they simply smash things open. Wouldn't that make her look foolish if she kept trying to figure it out? This thought immediately dampened her spirits. Darling, you are just too clever. I told you. One strength breaks all techniques. Simple, crude, and effective. Battling wits with Bai Yi is exhausting. Let us choose to test our strength instead. Shall I do it? Or will you? Su Bai cautiously inquired, sensing Lin Qianyu's somewhat unfriendly tone. What do you think? I'll do it. Taking the initiative. Su Bai picked up the hammer and placed the mahjong tile on the ground. With a satisfying thud, he struck it with just the right amount of force. The tile shattered into 4 pieces, revealing its true nature. Yet again, it was merely a slip of paper. Honey, this is never-ending. Lin Qianyu exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. To this day, she couldn't fathom why her husband went to such lengths to hide his stash. Could it truly confirm that saying, men remain boys until death? Setting the little one down, Lin Qianyu pinched his cheek. Sweetheart, play by yourself for a bit longer. The child pouted in response, nearly rolling his eyes. Ha ha. The firstborn is truly likely to become an unafraid little tyrant. This little one is definitely heading in that direction. So adorable. Host, are you selling him? I'd love to have one to play with. To the commenter above, your thoughts are exceedingly dangerous and may constitute a crime. Please mind your words, or you may be taken away. You who are not yet parents have no idea how exhausting it is. During those midnight cries for milk or tantrums, you might wish to toss them out the window. Picking up the slip of paper from the ground, Lin Qianyu held it up to the camera. Everyone, does this look familiar? The paper was riddled with pinholes, a nightmare for those with a phobia of small holes. Yet, the majority of viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Bai Yi, I can decipher this. Morse code is really too simple. I can too. Back then, we used this to find the 300 Tang poems in the National Rich Women's Directory. Unfortunately, to this day, I have yet to become good friends with any of those rich women. It's truly a failure. To the commenter above, you're truly lacking. I've already gained cars and houses through the National Rich Women's Directory and how to get ahead manual, leaving my peers far behind. Host, wait a moment. Ever since I started watching your live stream, I've learned thanks to many old fans. I even bought a copy of the same Bible you have and deciphered it. It's 2 words, chair and curtain. Su Bai observed the lively comments in the live stream, filled with admiration. These delightful viewers had learned espionage skills just to uncover his secret stash. It was truly astonishing. Darling, which chair is it? If I recall correctly, I've searched every chair in the house and found nothing unusual. Lin Qianyu's gaze swept across the living room. From the dining room to the living room and the bedroom, she had meticulously cared for them since moving in. She even used a metal detector to ensure that these chairs were not made of gold like umbrellas, guaranteeing that they held no hidden riches. Yet now, the slip of paper indicated she had miscalculated. I'm truly curious. Where did you hide it in which chair? Seeing Lin Qianyu's curious eyes, Su Bai couldn't help but sigh. Alas, he rose and approached the little one playing with blocks. After a flurry of activity, he assembled a small chair from the blocks. See, These blocks contain hidden treasures. A chair is a chair, regardless of its form. Honey, that's too much. Hiding money in the child's toys, Lin Qianyu began to dismantle some of the blocks. Inside, there were not only coins but also various precious items, agate, diamonds, and gold. Aren't you afraid our darling might get poisoned by precious metals? Subai smirked. Don't worry, dear. All the metals have undergone safety testing, and I've coated them with a layer to prevent detection. As soon as the words left his mouth, Subai regretted it. But it was too late. Lin Qianyu's eyes lit up. So, you mean that the places I previously searched with the metal detector might also have hidden treasures? No way. Tomorrow, I must search again. You can't change your hiding spots. I'll be keeping a close watch on you today, Humph. Bai Yi and his wife are enjoying their little spy game quite a bit. It's truly a battle of wits, where the higher the skill, the greater the challenge. I wonder who will ultimately prevail. I bet on Bai Yi. The white-haired gentleman is truly outrageous. I am willing to pledge with the divine to transform him into a dog. Have you found my secret stash? And what about the curtains? Lin Qian inquired once more. She stood by the window with the child every day and had never noticed anything unusual. Chapter 156, The Secret Behind the Curtains. Darling, please follow me. Subai approached the window, lifting a corner to present it to Lin Qianyu. My dear, take a look at this. Lin Qianyu cast a glance and couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's a curtain. What else could it be? Do you think I am simple-minded? The live stream audience erupted in laughter at this scene. Could it be that there is something extraordinary concealed within this curtain, crafted from fine gold and adorned with diamonds? Perhaps it is woven from even more rare and exquisite treasures. Regardless of how opulent the curtain's materials might be, the viewers in the live stream were willing to entertain the possibility. After all, it would not be an exaggeration to label Subai as utterly inhumane. Even more alarming was that such a wealthy individual maintained an astonishingly low profile when out in public. Subai, indeed, is no ordinary person. Have you all perhaps overthought this? As the owner of a home decor company, I can assure you this is merely an ordinary curtain, albeit of superior quality, valued at around 20,000 yuan. In the context of the Dijingbi yuan, other homeowners possess far more luxurious curtains, so there is no need for such astonishment. My family sells curtains too, and they indeed cost around 20,000 yuan, with a purchase price of just over 10,000 and a profit margin of 35. Huh? Why did I pay over 50,000 for the same type for my friend? Have I been taken advantage of? Everyone take note. This is a classic case of price gouging. Never purchase from acquaintances, as it often leads to greater expenses. Darling, seriously feel this. It's not just an ordinary curtain. Su Mo tightened and then released his grip. Take a close look and discern how its texture differs from that of a typical curtain. Observing Su Bai's mysterious demeanor, Lin Qianyu reached out to touch it, her brow furrowing slightly. Su Bai? Are you trying to fool me? What is different about this? It feels the same. It's just an ordinary curtain. My dear, don't be so quick to anger. Rub it a bit more, as if counting money. I'll trust you once more. Lin Qianyu stretched out her hand to rub it, just as she was about to reprimand him when, oh, Lin Qianyu brought the curtain closer, scrutinizing it. Darling, did you make this a double-layer curtain and then hide money? Wait a moment. To verify her suspicions, Lin Qianyu immediately dashed to her room to grab a pair of scissors and cut at the thread. Even if she was wrong, it would be easy to sew it back. With a swift pull, she discovered that it was indeed a double-layer curtain, with the middle filled with crisp, red 100 yuan bills. Much like the ruse of hiding a stash behind an entire wall, it had merely been concealed within the curtain. Estimating the amount, it appeared to be a small six-figure sum. Gulp. Lin Qianyu took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for words regarding Subai. Finally, she managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. This is now mine. Congratulations to the streamer for earning a six-figure sum in a day. This money comes in so swiftly, it nearly matches my annual income. I am utterly desensitized. I can only lament not having such a husband. Jealousy, envy, and hatred. If only I had this money, I could buy bags and shoes. I find it astonishing how little the streamer seems to demand materially, such a rarity. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that they are able to remain together, continuously cherishing this sweet and innocent feeling. Without waiting for Subai's response, Lin Qianyu picked up a red bucket to start organizing. Yes, a bucket, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. She relentlessly filled it. Suddenly, two playing cards caught Lin Qianyu's attention, an ace of spades and a four of clubs. Something unusual was afoot. Darling, what are these for? Subai scratched his nose. I accidentally mixed them up. I don't believe you. Lin Qianyu couldn't help but pinch Su Mo's fleshy waist. You always touch your nose when you lie. Now confess. I've caught you. The white-haired gentleman has this little habit. From now on, whenever he touches his nose, I'll record it. If I recall correctly, the white-haired gentleman often touched his nose. Doesn't that imply he might have hidden money in many places? This has been a long-planned scheme. Starting from the moment of renovation, I suggest the streamer conduct a thorough search. Unexpected treasures may be found. Subai felt embarrassed, unaware of when this habit had formed. Darling, this is the next hiding place for my secret stash. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyu suddenly lost her anger. It felt like an endless nesting doll. At this pace, could she follow the trail and uncover everything? Tell me more. Darling, don't you wish to decrypt this yourself? It's bound to be amusing. I don't want to. Lin Qianyu flatly refused. Let us wait until my intelligence returns in 2 years. Then we can engage in a battle of wits. Are you certain you can recover? Subai muttered softly. What did you say? Nothing. I believe in confessing to receive leniency and resisting to face severity. I wish to be a law-abiding citizen. Subai hurried to the television cabinet and pulled out a playing card. 4 cards were missing in total, 2 of which were the ace of spades and the 4 of clubs, while the other 2 were the 13 of hearts and the 9 of diamonds. Darling, if you substitute these 4 cards into the 26 letters of the alphabet, the result is dammy. As for this multi-layered scheme, Lin Qianyu was genuinely impressed. What kind of boredom would lead someone to devise such complexity? However, if they are playing cards, why hide 2 behind the curtain? Wouldn't that be redundant? Perhaps because there are too many hiding places for the secret stash, and he fears forgetting them. Well, I think the sister above has made a very valid point. Could it be that the rice is made of gold? You actually hid it in the rice. Aren't you afraid I'll discover it when I finish eating? Lin Qianyu questioned, hands on her hips. That's impossible. I'll keep replenishing it. Lin Qianyu's brow furrowed slightly. Does that mean the rice underneath has been there for a long time? Aren't you afraid it will go bad? Subai scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. Darling, I didn't consider that much when I hid it. Chapter 157, A Special Delivery. The 2 of them entered the living room, Lin Qianyu still cradling the little one in her arms. She justified it as wanting to ensure he wouldn't wander off, feeling a bit uneasy, so it was better to hold him close. Meanwhile, the little one, engrossed in playing with blocks, was visibly displeased, continually blowing bubbles at Lin Qianyu. His body squirmed incessantly, yet struggling was futile. The disparity in strength kept him confined in Lin Qianyu's embrace. Awoo. The husky-like cries were the little one's final protest, as well as his last shred of dignity. Darling, come here. Lin Qianyu pointed to a blue water bucket, filled to the brim with rice. Where is it? Isn't this all rice? Wait a moment. Subai, realizing he could not escape this predicament, resigned himself to fate. He retrieved a large red bucket from the side, embraced the water bucket brimming with rice, and began to pour it out with a resounding thud. In no time, the rice was scattered everywhere, revealing a peculiar object. Why does this thing look so familiar? Once more of its true form is exposed, I'm sure I'll remember. Wait a minute. Isn't this the character from Chibi Maruko-chan? Really? I feel it looks less like that and more akin to the three-eyed one. Lin Qianyu was equally intrigued, watching as the silver object within the water bucket gradually unveiled itself. She gasped in astonishment. Ahem, dear, how did you manage to hide this inside? Inside the bucket lay the unmistakable head of Ultraman Tiga. No wonder it seemed so familiar. It was indeed Ultraman Tiga. Goodness. Even Bai Yi has retained his childhood innocence. Who was it that mentioned Chibi Maruko-chan? The resemblance is rather far-fetched. Why is everyone fixated on the Ultraman head below? Yet no one is questioning how this Ultraman Tiga was concealed within the bucket? Subai, how did you fit it in there? The mouth of the water bucket is so small, and Ultraman's head is so large, it's utterly inconceivable. Was it custom-made? It's just nostalgia. I find it quite amusing. This is the secret you were so eager to uncover. Subai shrugged, still making a last-ditch effort. I don't believe you at all. Quickly. Reveal how you did it. Lin Qianyu pointed at the bucket. How did you manage to put it in there? I simply placed it in, after emptying the rice. Subai picked up a pair of scissors and carefully traced a circle around the water bucket. The blue bucket split cleanly in 2. He reached in to extract the head of Ultraman, devoid of a body. See, it's just an ordinary Ultraman head. Subai presented it to Lin Qianyu. I was worried you would mock me, so I had to hide it in the rice. That's odd. I didn't see any scratches on the bucket. This is truly incredible. You must explain. All right, since you're so eager to know, I'll reluctantly tell you. Subai juggled the Ultraman head in his hands. When I was younger, I knocked him out with a slap and tossed him in. What you see now is how he looks after growing up. Oh, growing up inside the bucket? Your Ultraman has no body to grow. At least come up with a plausible excuse. It's my first time hearing that toys can grow on their own. Do you think it's some sort of treasure that can expand and contract? Well, in that case, I seriously suspect you are just fooling around. Yet I have no evidence to prove it. Suddenly, with a loud clang, the eyes of Ultraman Tiga fell to the ground after being struck by the little one. The quality is rather disappointing. Even the little one couldn't bear to watch and gave it a slap. I must say, This Ultraman Tiga's head is somewhat unattractive. Wait a moment, this eye seems rather unusual. Subai also felt the urge to give the little one a scolding. You little rascal, can't you settle down for a moment? Goodness. Is this guy truly my nemesis? He never stops for even a second. Sai, what am I to do? Sooner or later, he will have rummaged through all my secret stash. He contemplated relocating his hidden funds to a place the little one couldn't reach. The thought of losing so much of his secret money caused a pang of distress in Subai's heart. Lin Qianyu, noticing the extraordinary nature of Ultraman's eyes, set the little one down and picked up the white Ultraman eye. To her surprise, it turned out to be an exquisite storage box. Upon opening it, she found a key and several hundred yuan bills rolled into small balls. Additionally, there was a beautifully crafted Rubik's Cube. Lin Qianyu's face lit up with delight, almost blooming into a flower. She adored the surprise of nested treasures. Today surely promised great bounty. Dear, based on this trend, I might be able to buy another house next time. Subai. Dear, another key. Where could this be from? Hiya. Seeing Baiye's expression, I can't help but feel cheerful as well. Could it be that I'm infected by the streamer's enthusiasm? Having endured oppression for so long, the day of our rise will undoubtedly be exhilarating. Haha, forgive me for laughing uncontrollably. I simply cannot contain myself. Upon seeing the key, Subai's expression darkened. Damn it, how could I have forgotten about this? Just as he prepared to concoct an excuse, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Dear, wait a moment. I'll go answer the door. Subai swiftly changed the topic and headed for the door. Moments later, he returned holding a box adorned with a note. Unlocked for a surprise. Dear, did you order a package? Subai inquired, puzzled. No. I haven't ordered anything in a long time. Even if I did, it would just be some baby supplies. Are you sure it's not something you ordered? Lin Qianyu scrutinized Subai closely, but he appeared genuinely unaware. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Subai shook the box. Dear, shall we open it and take a look? A minute later, both stood perplexed before a coded box. This can't possibly be a prank by fans, can it? Subai voiced his suspicion. Not at all. Using your intelligence, can't you just open it? It looks rather complex. I can only give it a try. Chapter 158, A Letter from a Little Fan. Dear, is this your so-called method? Lin Qianyu observed as Subai emerged from the kitchen, wielding a kitchen knife, scissors, a lighter, and a hammer. His intentions were all too clear. What else could it be? Shouldn't we rely on intelligence to solve this? Lin Qianyu pointed at the coded box, which was adorned with various patterns and peculiar figures, resembling a pagoda and reminiscent of the labyrinth of Pan. It looked undeniably challenging and certainly had more than one level. Intelligence? Subai raised an eyebrow. What good is that? Can it be eaten? I believe that all paths ultimately converge to brute force. Of course, we can't dismantle our home. Renovations are quite costly, and we can't afford to lose much of our secret stash. Noticing Lin Qianyu deep in thought, Subai hurriedly interrupted her musings. I believe compared to the secret stash Baiyi has hidden, renovations shouldn't cost much. In the next moment, the streamer transforms into a mother husky. Damn, Baiyi is truly despicable. That was the surprise gift I had been anticipating for so long. How could he resort to such underhanded tactics? Wait, was it you who sent it? I feel as if I've discovered a new continent. In a couple of days, I'm going to buy a steel-coated box for Baiyi to smash. I'll join in. I want to buy a soft one. Is it just my imagination? Why does the art style seem somewhat peculiar? Subai could never have anticipated that his momentary strange behavior would inspire a myriad of netizens to devise a novel gameplay. However, he has now become the unwitting victim. Darling, what are you thinking? Lin Qianyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm not the one disrupting the household, but this truly is a brilliant tactic. In the future, if I encounter a similar puzzle cube, I shall conquer it with sheer force. After all, puzzle cubes are not particularly expensive. Honey, perhaps you should step aside a bit. I fear I might inadvertently harm you, Subai remarked, gesturing towards the little one, Xiao Nian, who was engrossed in playing with building blocks on the floor. Seemingly understanding Subai's words, the little fellow turned and rolled his eyes at Subai. Goodness, did I just misjudge? This child, barely over a year old, is remarkably astute. Without a doubt, he will be our little prodigy. My dog's expression is downright mocking. When Lin Qianyu picked him up, the little one neither cried nor fussed, seemingly resigned to his fate. Yet, he still clutched a few blocks in his hands, continuing his construction. It was vaguely discernible that he was assembling a small house. Confirming that the child would not be harmed, Subai returned to the kitchen to retrieve a cutting board. He placed the password box atop it. Darling, the moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us. Clang, bang, thud. After 5 minutes of Subai applying his myriad of skills, the password box could endure no longer. Its contents were laid bare before Subai's eyes. The wooden construction, while straightforward, appeared deceptively simple to him. Sumo promptly opened the lid of the password box. It's merely a note. Hurry. Check if it might be a love letter from some female fan. Lin Qianyu teased, or perhaps it was meant for you. Subai vehemently denied it. Such matters could not be acknowledged lightly. They could jeopardize familial harmony. How could that be? As a married woman with a child, who could possibly have an interest in me? Lin Qianyu glanced at her body, which had shifted from slender to slightly plump. Alas, being a woman is truly not easy. Nonsense. My wife is as beautiful as a flower. She is undeniably the most stunning. Subai quickly enveloped her in a warm embrace and gently kissed her forehead. In this lifetime, you shall never escape my grasp. Nothing is tastier than dumplings, and nothing is more entertaining than a sister streamer like you. You are the most sought after. If I could find a woman as stunning as Lin, it would truly be a blessing from a past life. Curvy is forever in vogue. As someone who has navigated the romantic arena for 2 decades, I can tell you that proactive women possess charm. Those naive girls just stepping into adulthood lack depth and can be exhausting. I prefer 18-year-olds. There's something pure about that. To each their own. Hey, what are you all thinking? Consider the feelings of us female fans, though I confess I also like older men. Younger brothers can be quite wonderful too, you know. Darling, shall I take a look, or will you? Subai gently pinched Lin Qianyu's delicate nose, raising the white paper in his hand. The little rascal. They turned to see the child crouched beneath a chair, covering his eyes with his hands. Oh, my dear. I feel as though our little one bears a striking resemblance to someone. I share that sentiment. Lin Qianyu nodded in agreement. A normal child of just over a year should only be saying mama and dada, and crawling about, right? Their child. Rolling his eyes. Subai mused on how the little one seemed to know everything. Could it be that we forgot to give our child the mangpa soup before birth? Or perhaps we didn't give him enough? Subai scrutinized the little one seriously, contemplating the possibility. After all, he possessed a system. Anything could happen. Darling, what nonsense are you spouting? He is merely a bit more intelligent and undeniably adorable. Let us not dwell on it. Let us continue to see what the white paper contains. Subai slowly unfolded the paper, revealing a lengthy message. Dear Uncle Subai and beautiful sister Lin Qianyu, I am your devoted little fan. By the time you read this letter, you will have successfully cracked the password box, thereby validating your intelligence, Uncle. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to solve the puzzle I sent you, as I wanted you to experience the joy of decoding. After all, it is usually Sister Lin Qianyu who exhausts herself searching for your hidden funds, and I have contributed a part to that effort. For this reason, I believe it is only fair to treat you justly. I thoroughly enjoy watching Sister Lin Qianyu's live streams, and hope she continues to grow more beautiful and that her streams become increasingly popular. Love you, Sister Lin Qianyu and Uncle Subai. Upon reading the letter, Subai's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. The little fan could never have imagined that the password box he had painstakingly prepared would be so easily unraveled. Honey, Lin Qianyu glanced at Subai. You have let down the little one's heartfelt intentions. You must think of a way to make it up to him. Subai rubbed his hand through his hair. Actually, I was teaching him that one must not be bound by convention. One should learn to integrate and adapt, employing different methods in varying situations to resolve issues swiftly. Goodness. Subai, you could spin even death into a tale of life. Clearly, it's a clever shortcut, yet Subai describes it in such grand terms. My friends, this is indeed a toxic chicken soup. Do not indulge. No worries. My reinforced password box will arrive in a couple of days, even if smashed. It will take quite some time. I've also prepared a small gift, not a password box, but it will undoubtedly surprise Subai greatly. Ah, you are all so mischievous. Yet I absolutely adore it. Honey, this has the little one's address. Should I send him a return gift? Subai pointed to the delivery slip. Sure. What do you wish to send in return? Lin Qianyu nodded in agreement with the suggestion. Subai feigned deep thought for a moment. A smirk forming on his lips. I surmise this little fan is either in middle school or high school. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a password box designed to challenge intelligence. Why don't we send him a set of 5-year mock exams? Coughing. Lin Qianyu was utterly taken aback by Subai's response. Darling, are you certain you're not seeking vengeance? How could that be? This is a heartfelt response. Contemplating whether at his age, studying should take precedence. We ought to encourage him to ascend to greater heights, so he may secure admission to a more prestigious institution, paving the way for a more prosperous future. Lin Qianyu glanced at the little eavesdropper, seemingly envisioning fragments of the future. Darling, for some inexplicable reason, I find your words profoundly sensible. Oh no, the host has also fallen into the trap. What a remarkable 5-year, 3-model situation. This host is going to make me laugh to death. Let us observe a moment of silence for the little fan who just spoke. Uncle Subai is truly excessive. My set of practice questions is nearly as tall as I am. The party concerned has arrived. Pat your head, don't cry. Wife. I suddenly remembered that Jiangnan asked me to discuss something, so I'll step out for a bit. Having unlocked the password box, Subai's gaze fell upon the exquisite cube and key on the floor, eager to make a swift exit. As long as he ran fast enough, no one would catch him. However, after 3 years with Su Bai, Lin Qianyu knew precisely what he was thinking. She could even tell what he had eaten based on the slightest sound he made. Husband, I'll handle Jiang Nan's matter first. Explain to me the significance of this cube and key. That's just a minor collection, nothing of consequence, Su Bai replied, his expression somewhat awkward. Was he destined to face his doom today? If that were the case, once all these clues were revealed, he would grant her an entire afternoon off to do as she pleased, for he would have no say in the matter. Su Bai glanced once more at the key on the floor, his mind racing. He needed to devise a plan, otherwise, if the truth were revealed, it would be a miracle if she didn't dismantle him in the process. A holiday? That was out of the question. This cube doesn't require your assistance. We can manage on our own. Lin Qianyu picked up the delicate 3-layered cube from the ground and raised it toward the live stream. Dear ones, can we solve this in 10 minutes? 10 minutes? 5 would suffice. Host, just face us. The 3 layers are indeed not difficult. 2 or 3 minutes should do. I've already cracked it. Host, do this first, then turn left twice, right. Following the rhythm set by the fans, Lin Qianyu successfully solved the 3-layered cube. Inside was yet another small note. Husband, I've noticed your inexplicable fondness for small notes. Could this also be in pinyin? Or perhaps Morse code? Lin Qianyu mused, examining the tiny dots as she began to decipher them. Meanwhile, Su Bai sighed in resignation. Alas, this girl had grown up. She was no longer so easily deceived. 5 minutes later, pineapple. Lin Qianyu was momentarily taken aback by the answer she had decoded, casting a peculiar glance at Su Bai. Su Bai nodded, looking somewhat aggrieved. Darling, is it that decorative item again? Su Bai shook his head. Could it be the real pineapple in the fridge? Su Bai nodded once more. I recall that pineapple was purchased not long ago. I rarely eat it. Is this your recently hidden stash of money? Su Bai continued to nod. Oh. Lin Qianyu took a deep breath. Wait for me. Soon enough, Lin Qianyu triumphantly returned from the kitchen, holding a pineapple in one hand and bending down to pick up a fruit knife. Husband, you taught me that sheer force can break through all methods. Will you do it, or shall I? Su Bai, on the verge of tears, lamented, Wife, this is not something one needs to learn. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained by the couple's interaction. Is this akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Lord Bai's expression resembles the 6th emoji in my phone. With a decisive chop, the knife came down. The pineapple split in two. Su Bai trembled at the sight. Was this truly the delicate girlfriend who could hardly open a bottle cap? Indeed, when the tigress revealed her true nature, it seemed there was little room for men. As Lin Qianyu bent down to pry apart the two halves of the pineapple, she discovered a rather unsightly Patrick star. Ah, Lord Bai had a childhood too. It's not unusual to hide one's stash in an Ultraman SI. Having a Patrick star is perfectly normal, albeit with poor taste in selection. Could it have faded in color? Suddenly, I feel enlightened. The difficulty of finding Lord Bai's secret stash isn't as formidable as I thought. Have you forgotten the excruciating pain of this past year? We have truly reaped nothing. Lin Qianyu toyed with it for a moment before grabbing scissors from the side. Darling, this ugly doll should just be discarded. Wait, that's a cherished keepsake. Su Bai quickly interjected, as if that were a keepsake. His real memento was in the red storage box in their room. Besides, if it were indeed a valuable keepsake, would he hide it in a pineapple? Snip, snip. In no time, as anticipated, Patrick's star contained a small stash of money and a note. Lin Qianyu shot Su Bai a glare. It seems I must pay more attention to the inedible fruits. Otherwise, one day you might be hiding gold bars in an egg. And I wouldn't be surprised. Su Bai's eyelids twitched as he pondered her words. This girl, a prophet? It seemed it was time to consider relocating. Opening the note, Lin Qianyu immediately recognized it as a combination of Morse code and binary. With the assistance of the vast online community, they ultimately deciphered one word, teacher. What does this mean? Darling, have you become a teacher? Simultaneously, the live stream was rife with bewildered comments. Oh no, Lord Bai has been caught. We can't keep it hidden any longer. Lord Bai, you must hold your ground. Otherwise, we shall all be exposed. Is it possible that Lord Bai's teaching role is of a different nature? Are you all implying something illicit? I fail to comprehend. Husband, confess readily. Resistance will only lead to harsher consequences. Lin Qianyu demanded, her mind conjuring some rather unsavory images, her complexion slightly flushing. At times, this man did refer to himself as a teacher. Wow, wow, wow. The little one beside them clapped enthusiastically, reveling in the spectacle. You little rascal. Can't you ever side with your father? Husband, why argue with the darling? He the one I painstakingly carried for 10 months. Of course. He'll stand with me. Lin Qianyu pinched Su Bai's arm playfully. Now, quickly explain what this teacher business is all about. Given the current atmosphere, Su Bai's eyelids twitched. It seemed that without a clear explanation, he would not be leaving today. Pointing to the key in Lin Qianyu's hand, Subai said, "The secret lies within." "What does that mean?" "Ah, follow me." "Oh no, Lord Bai has slipped up again. We must change locations." "Lord Bai, I want a refund on my tuition." "Upstairs." "I suddenly understand what you all meant. Brothers, remember to conceal your IDs, in case the fierce tiger at home happens to be watching the live stream. It would be quite the disaster." With one arm cradling the little one, Lin Qianyu trailed behind Subai. They arrived at the basement, which was markedly different from the previous community's basement. The basement of the Daijing villa was adorned with relative opulence and equipped with surveillance cameras. Its only shortcoming was the inadequate lighting. Surprisingly, amidst the darkness, the little one remained unusually quiet, his bright eyes darting about, filled with curiosity. "Another basement? My dear husband, I've noticed your peculiar fondness for these spaces." The tranquility was palpable, as Su Bai, with a complex expression, pondered the loss of yet another personal secret. Upon reaching the end of the basement, Su Bai pointed to the last room, saying, "This one here. Hand me the key." He took the key from Lin Qianyu's hand and inserted it. With a soft click, the double-layered stainless steel security door slowly swung open. Inside, approximately 40 square meters in size, were 8 stools, a desk adorned with everyday items, eggs, dragon fruit, pineapple, a globe, toothpaste, and a small blackboard inscribed with Lesson 13, How to Conceal Money in an Egg, How to Open a Glass Jar Quickly, How to Camouflage a Dragon Fruit to Avoid Detection. In an instant, Lin Qianyu grasped the situation. "Goodness, my husband. Are you actually holding a class solely dedicated to the art of hiding money?" Yet, most of the time, he was at home. When did he hold these sessions? And where did he recruit these students? With a barrage of questions, Su Bai scratched his nose, looking somewhat sheepish. "Those are just some fans from the live stream. As for class timings, there is only one session each week, lasting an hour, so it doesn't take up much time. Since I possess this skill, I thought it prudent to monetize my knowledge for optimal resource utilization, otherwise, it would be a waste." His words elicited an uproar of admiration in the live stream chat. "Wow, how do you coordinate this? It's quite the secret. No wonder my husband has been mysteriously busy for a day or two each week. It turns out he's been teaching. I wouldn't be surprised if my baba lost to Bai Yi. This is astonishing. How come I only just learned of this?" "You should," VE whispered the secret, "so I could enroll in the next batch of students." "And where do you stash the money you've earned?" Lin Qianyu shot Su by a skeptical glance. "You're not up to anything illicit, are you?" "Of course not. The students are all esteemed fans from the live stream, requiring a certain level to enroll." His response left Lin Qianyu unexpectedly touched. This man had been doing so much behind the scenes. "Bai Yi, you're pulling the rug out from under me." "My dear, allow me to explain." Chapter 161. The content of the training. Upon seeing the well-equipped training room in the basement, Lin Qianyu's mind sparked with an idea. "Darling, since you're already a teacher, why not start a live demonstration for the viewers? Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Su Bai's expression revealed his hesitation. "Consider it a gift to the audience. Besides, it serves as a form of promotion. After all, your methods for concealing money are numerous. If they're effective, wouldn't you be able to charge more later? The students would surely appreciate that." Listening to Lin Qianyu's persuasive reasoning, Su Bai nodded. "You make an excellent point. Well, look at me. What did I study in college?" Lin Qianyu lifted her head proudly, her graceful neck resembling that of a beautiful swan. Approaching the blackboard, she picked up an egg. "Let us start with this egg. Dear husband, please demonstrate how to conceal money within it for us." "Hello, everyone. Are you curious? The streamer is quite impressive. Is this something us mere spectators can learn? You can actually hide money in an egg? I'm genuinely intrigued. I'll take a stab at it, just to see." "You fools, even if Bai Yi teaches you, would you dare try it? Given his popularity, it'll surely go viral, and then your wives will find out. No worries. We'll treat it as an opportunity to broaden our horizons. When the time comes, we can apply what we've learned." "You've got a solid point there." As Su Bai grasped the egg, Lin Qianyu marveled at the array of props. "Darling, your setup is remarkably comprehensive. I'm truly impressed." "Oh, it's nothing," Su Bai said, scratching his nose, before firmly cracking the egg in his hand. With a loud pop, the egg broke open, revealing a stack of cash inside. "How did you do that? How did you do that?" Even at such a close distance, Lin Qianyu couldn't decipher the method behind it. Picking up a piece of eggshell from the table for examination, she exclaimed, "This is a real eggshell. Hurry, tell us how you accomplished this." "Well," Su Bai contemplated for a moment, retrieving tweezers and glue from his toolbox. "In truth, with patience, anyone can master this. Upon close inspection, you'll notice a circle of adhesive residue around the egg. Who would actually take the time to scrutinize an egg, though? After all, the more mundane an object, the more easily it is overlooked. I'll demonstrate once. I've lost count of how many eggs I've sacrificed honing this skill." He picked up a fresh egg, stating, "First, we gently tap the egg, Then use the tweezers to extract the topmost shards of shell. Remember, do not discard these fragments. Subai lightly tapped the egg on the table and carefully extracted a small hole with the tweezers. Next, we'll use the tweezers to pierce the membrane of the egg and pour out the liquid inside. We mustn't waste it, as it can be used for scrambled eggs with tomatoes. When the eggshell is emptied, ensure it is sanitized, preferably with ultraviolet light if conditions allow, before gently concealing your stash within. Finally, the most crucial step, and the most challenging, is to reattach the eggshell pieces you removed earlier. The entire process took 15 minutes, during which the little one in Lin Qianyu's arms remained silent and attentive, seemingly absorbing his father's techniques. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted with mixed reactions. Goodness, who knew I'd have to study for so long to hide money in an egg? I've gone through 300 eggs. Brothers, we share the same fate. Bai Yi. Take it easy on us. Consider your high-level, VIP fans, will you? Bai Yi, I've learned it. I'll see if my man has hidden money in the egg. Cracking an egg is definitely easier than sticking things. I shall take a moment to investigate. Just the day before yesterday, my husband mentioned that someone gifted him an ostrich egg. What a concept to fathom. I am grateful to Master Bai for broadening my horizons once again. By the way, I almost forgot to remind you, after applying the 502 glue, it is imperative to ensure proper ventilation for a full 24 hours to eliminate any odor and ensure it dries completely. My dear husband, from where did you acquire such knowledge? Lin Qianyu picked up the chicken egg that Subai had just crafted, scrutinizing it intently. Indeed, there was a faint trace of adhesive. Such a talent for self-learning. And what of this globe? Lin Qianyu pointed at the globe. Could it be that one simply deposits money inside the globe? Surely, it cannot be that simple. Besides, I have already executed a similar scheme once. How could I possibly do it a second time? Subai promptly countered. Haha, the look in Master Bai's eyes just now was akin to viewing a fool. Master Bai, one cannot claim this as the ultimate method for concealing one's private funds, came another remark. Return my huazi. I have truly suffered a significant loss this time. Lin Qianyu examined the globe closely, her brow suddenly furrowing. My dear husband, this globe appears to be somewhat different. Oh, look who has regained their intellect. Pray tell, how does it differ? Subai's expression softened with admiration. One section of the globe is inscribed with the division of household areas. Could it be that you are utilizing this to document the locations of your concealed finances? Bingo, the correct answer. Subai gestured toward the section marked kitchen on the globe. This position actually conveys more detailed information, such as latitude and longitude. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, if that's the case, you foolish thing, this is merely for teaching purposes. If I were to conceal my funds in such a manner, would I divulge it to you now? Subai playfully pinched Lin Qianyu's nose. That is not necessarily the case. Lin Qianyu's eyes glinted mischievously. What if you were to do the opposite? This is not the first time such antics have occurred. Chapter 162. A small invention, the volcanic eruption. That is difficult to say. What if you were to do the opposite? Lin Qianyu's cunning glimmered. The more she pondered, the more plausible this possibility seemed. No, I must investigate upon our return. This globe must be taken back for further examination. Nonsense, do not wrongfully accuse me. I am not that sort of person. Oh, what a fine proclamation of I am not that sort of person. Master Bai stated, do not wrongfully accuse me. I believe, following Master Bai's logic, there is a 99% chance of hidden funds. Suit yourself. Lin Qianyu turned her gaze to other props, brushing her fingers over a dragon fruit. This should follow a similar approach to the chicken egg. I have already deciphered the QBES mechanism. My dear husband, this appears to be the content of your last episode. Could you possibly share what the next episode entails? Lin Qianyu shook Subai's arm. The little one in her arms was also joyfully kicking, unaware of the cause for celebration. That cannot be divulged. We are currently live. Subai shook his head. Each episode demands considerable cerebral effort. If I were to spoil it, would that not deter potential students from enrolling? Students? I see them more as naive greenhorns. This is akin to slaughtering a pig. The reveal is far too swift. I believe this course is quite worthwhile, putting aside the content. Merely being able to observe Master Bai up close is a delightful experience. Ladies, hurry and enroll. To the sisters above, your reasoning is sound. Let us charge forth. Could it be that Master Bai is, in fact, a visually appealing streamer? As Lin Qianyu found no further suspicious items, she turned to exit the basement, only to be captivated by a peculiar object in the corner. It was yellow and black, resembling a pumpkin, yet with a texture reminiscent of something else. My dear husband, what is this? Lin Qianyu set the little one down and crouched to inspect it. It was rigid, eliminating the possibility of it being what she initially thought. She twitched her nose, detecting a faint odor of paint. Ah, this. Subai hesitated. Quickly, once I explain this, we shall return home. Upon hearing this, Subai cast a glance behind the blackboard and promptly retrieved the unique prop. This is a small invention of mine, which I have aptly named volcanic eruption. Volcanic eruption? Lin Qianyu reached out to touch it again, her expression one of bewilderment. However, upon Su Bai's description, it did indeed bear a slight resemblance to a volcano. How does one play with it? Dear wife, do not fret. You merely need to press the switch at the bottom of this contraption, Su Bai instructed. Before he could finish, a flurry of vibrant red banknotes erupted from the prop. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Goodness, this is intriguing. Would Master Bai be willing to part with it? Star Toy Manufacturing. Master Bai, I wish to purchase your copyright. I believe Heavenly Maiden Dispensing Hair would be a more fitting name. Such creativity ought to be channeled into authorship. It is a pity to waste it. This clearly represents the ninth wonder of the world, the eruption of Mount Fuji. I wish to buy 100. Lin Qianyu stood in stunned silence, before eventually asking with curiosity, my dear husband, how did you manage to insert the money? It is simple. Su Bai picked up a banknote from the ground. You merely place it inside. The sound it makes is identical to withdrawing cash from an ATM. Is it not entertaining, my dear? Shall we not stuff the hidden funds you uncovered into it? Lin Qianyu shot Su Bai a look of exasperation. Do you take me for a fool? Let us return home. Once more, Lin Qianyu scooped up the little one who was still playing with the cash, stating, the basement is rather oppressive. Home is far more comfortable. Suddenly, Su Bai's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Jiang Nan. What could he want? Surely it cannot be about Yalan. Before Lin Qianyu could finish her thought, Jiang Nan's voice came through the phone. Brother Bai, Yalan has given birth, a daughter. Su Bai and Lin Qianyu exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions. Congratulations. I did not expect you to become a father. Remember to settle down. Haha, it is impossible. The moment she was born. I hurried to inform you, the doting godfather. Soon, Qianyu and I shall visit to see your little girl. Brother Bai, I finally comprehend that feeling you spoke of. I must go now to check on my little darling. After hanging up, Su Bai's mind echoed with the phrase little darling. He glanced at the little one cradled in Lin Qianyu's arms and could not help but sigh. You little rascal. Could you not show your father a bit of affection? Daddy, the little one called out sweetly. Instantly, Su Bai's mood lifted. Now that is more like it. He reached out and lifted the little one from Lin Qianyu's embrace. Come here, let daddy hold you. Su Bai planted a kiss on the smooth cheek of the little one. Now, how about calling out daddy a couple more times? The response was a roll of the little one's eyes, as if to say, one call should suffice. Do not push your luck. Not only did the little one turn away, but they also raised a tiny hand to wipe the cheek that Su Bai had kissed, wearing an expression of disdain. Oh my, the little darling is simply too adorable. Goodness, I would love to adopt one. Upon returning home, Lin Qianyu dashed straight into the nursery. Husband, please wait for me a moment. I need to grab a few things before we set off. Soon after, she emerged, carrying an assortment of baby supplies. Some were unopened items left over from our little treasure, while others were preparations you made for our daughter. Since they were just lying around, I decided to take them all along. As it is Yolan's first experience with childbirth, there is much she does not know. Given our experience, we should impart a bit of wisdom to her. Su Bai pressed his lips together. My dear, to be honest, we are not exactly seasoned in this matter either. How about we consider having a daughter ourselves later on? It would complete our family beautifully. In an instant, Lin Qianyu's cheeks flushed bright red like a ripe apple. Let's discuss this later. You clearly just want a little cotton-padded jacket. Well, who could blame me when this little rascal is always testing my patience? Lin Qianyu shot a glare at Su Bai and bent down to scoop up the little one sitting on the floor. Sweetheart, shall we go meet your sister? Bang. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's words, the little one tossed aside the block he was holding and nodded enthusiastically. Ha ha ha. Are we planning to raise a daughter-in-law already? Childhood sweethearts. It seems only natural. I can already envision our little darling's future. She is bound to become a heartbreaker. I must admit, she is utterly adorable. Chapter 163. The birth of the Jiangnan family's little girl. At the maternity hospital, Lin Qianyu held the baby while Su Bai trailed behind, laden with bags. They hurried into the obstetrics and gynecology ward. Inside the single-occupancy room, Yalan was already back in her bed, her complexion pale. Jiangnan gently wiped Yalan's face with a towel, his tenderness evident. My love, you have worked so hard. Our daughter is truly delightful. Yalan responded with a faint smile. The pain of childbirth was indeed immense, yet the moment she laid eyes on her child, all the suffering felt worthwhile. Bang! The door swung open abruptly. Husband, be gentle. Yalan has just given birth and cannot handle a fright, Lin Qianyu scolded, casting a disapproving look at Su Bai. My apologies, I couldn't manage my strength. Wah wah wah. The little one waved his arms in greeting, his bright eyes darting around. Filled with curiosity about everything. This was his first significant outing, and he found the world to be wonderfully fascinating. Brother Bai, sister-in-law. Jiangnan quickly stepped forward to assist with the items. What have you brought? Baby formula, pacifiers, diapers, and a plethora of supplies. Lin Qianyu approached the bedside, taking Yilan's hand. Congratulations, Yilan. Qianyu, Yilan smiled. Come and meet your goddaughter. Take a quick peek. The nurse will be taking her to the sterile area for 24 hours shortly. In the bassinet, a little girl lay with her eyes closed, sucking on her tiny fingers. Her chubby arms resembled little chicken legs, making one yearn to cradle her immediately. Su Bai carried the little one to the bassinet. Xiaoyan, this is your sister. Did you hear? The little one seemed to sense that the baby girl was trying to sleep and surprisingly remained quiet, not throwing a tantrum. However, her restless hands kept reaching up, as if wanting to touch her sister. After a moment, Su Bai handed the little one to Lin Qianyu and stepped outside with Jiangnan. Congratulations. Thankfully, everything went smoothly, and both mother and daughter are safe. Jiangnan recalled the childbirth experience. Yilan was remarkably brave. She withstood 10 hours, which startled me. How are you feeling now? Still up for some fun? Su Bai teased. No more fun, no more fun. Jiangnan waved his hand. The most important thing is that our family is harmonious and healthy. No need for any shenanigans. Brother Bai. All I want now is to see my daughter grow up. If Yilan is willing in a couple of years, we can have another to keep her company. Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. If we don't have another, one is sufficient. After all, childbirth is indeed a brush with death for a woman. That may be true, but my wife surely desires another. Our role is to be their strongest support, so we must not let your wife worry any further. Brother Bai, I understand. Jiangnan turned to glance back at the ward. I never anticipated Xiaoyan would grow up so quickly. She is quite well-behaved. Well-behaved? Not necessarily. She can be quite a handful. Su Bai smirked. And raising her has not been easy. You will soon understand that. It's all right. That is a form of happiness. Upon hearing Jiangnan's words, Su Bai's lips quirked again. Happiness? Perhaps. Just wait until the night when you're up feeding her. Or when she won't stop crying no matter what you do. Or when she refuses to eat and takes half an hour to change a diaper. That little one will surely grasp the true meaning of the troubles that come with happiness. Su Bai internally acknowledged that during the most challenging moments, he often contemplated tossing the little rascal aside. It truly was quite vexing. However, having persevered until now, she is indeed much easier to manage. Aside from occasional stubbornness, she generally behaves well. If only she weren't so demanding. After a year of saving my private stash, this little rascal has completely unraveled it. Brother Bai. The framework for our amusement park project is nearly ready. The foundation is expected to be completed this year. Jiangnan suddenly switched topics. Su Bai nodded. The pace is acceptable. Anyone who has built houses knows that the foundation is the most challenging part. Once the foundation is laid, the rest of the project can proceed swiftly. Indeed. With the original plan set for 3 years, we should finish in 2.5. I can take my daughter to enjoy it afterward. Having just welcomed a daughter, Jiangnan was quickly becoming a devoted father. Every third sentence included a mention of his daughter. When your daughter grows up, I will have my little rascal play with her. That is a must. Suddenly, a loud wail pierced the air. Why is my daughter crying? Su Bai exclaimed. Brother Bai, I'll go check inside. In Jiangnan's world, Yilan and their daughter were of utmost importance. She must be hungry, he reasoned. Inside the ward, Yilan, remember not to wash your hair or body for now. And during your confinement, you must rest and avoid moving about too much. Otherwise, it can lead to lingering health issues. Also avoid cold foods. We girls are especially vulnerable at this time. Jiangnan, being rather carefree, might overlook some details. Be mindful when feeding the little one. Lin Qianyu incessantly reminded Yilan to pay attention to various details. By the way, will your mother and Jiangnan's mother be coming? They're on their way. They're driving a considerable distance, so you all arrived first. Yilan spoke slowly. A few days ago, they planned to come. But I thought there was still a week until the due date, so I didn't let them come, not expecting I would give birth right away. With no experience the first time, you'll know better next time, Lin Qianyu teased with a smile. Let us see about the next time. Just after giving birth. Yilan was still quite apprehensive. Wah wah wah. A loud cry rang out, startling even the little one in Lin Qianyu's arms. It seemed to wonder why a girl could cry so loudly. Would she grow up to be a fierce mother? Looking again at the wailing little princess, she suddenly seemed less adorable. At the same moment, 2 men rushed in. Jiangnan, looking anxious, asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? Why is our daughter crying? Do not be anxious. I am merely hungry and need to prepare some formula swiftly. Perhaps due to the crowdedness of the ward, the nurse has yet to come in. All right, I shall proceed to prepare the formula. Observing Jiangnan's flustered demeanor, Su Bai reminisced about his past self. He gently redirected Jiangnan aside, saying, Allow me to take care of this. You should attentively observe and learn. Chapter 164, Progress at the Amusement Park. Watching Su Bai's familiar motions, Jiangnan was left in awe. The proficiency almost heartbreaking. Brother Bai, I suddenly comprehend what you have endured. Do not fret, you will master it in due time. Su Bai passed the prepared bottle to him, cautioning, be careful, your little one is a princess and must be nurtured with care. It is essential that she grows up resilient and not easily deceived. And what about your precious little one? Su Bai turned to glance at the small child who was engrossed in watching the little princess. My son must be raised with modesty, this way. He will learn self-reliance as he grows. Goodness, he will surely resent you when he grows up. No, he will express gratitude, Su Bai replied with a slight smile, already formulating ideas regarding the upbringing of the little one. Recently, I have been overseeing the amusement park project. Spend more time at home with Yalin. She has just given birth and requires companionship to avoid postpartum depression. Very well, I shall accompany her for a month. And then I will visit the site for half a day each time. Jiang Nan nodded, not wishing to appear overly brave. Indeed. I will only take a brief look before returning. Please provide me with the contact information for the project manager. I will liaise directly. Brother Bai. I shall not hold back then. Jiang Nan carefully held the bottle to his daughter's lips, gently feeding her. Take it easy. She may not finish the entire bottle. Or she might spit it up, Su Bai advised from the side. In the hospital bed, Yalin and Lin Qianyu exchanged amused glances. Is this what they call a milk dad? Qianyu, your man is quite remarkable. Rest assured, your partner will soon improve as well, Lin Qianyu teased with a smile. When your daughter turns 1, let us plan a trip together. It's settled then. After escorting Lin Qianyu home, Su Bai drove directly to the construction site of the amusement park. Upon arrival, he surveyed the orderly progress of the project, nodding in satisfaction. The contractor was indeed reliable. Moreover, Longwood truly lives up to its reputation as a powerhouse in infrastructure. Both in terms of speed and quality, it ranks among the world's elite. A mere amusement park is certainly well within their capabilities. Had it not been his first time seeing such design blueprints, the construction process would have accelerated significantly. Throughout the entire project, Jiang Nan served solely as a supervisor, while all others were outsourced to state-owned enterprises. With Su Bai's substantial financial backing and the support of the Shanghai government's policies, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Simultaneously, this unprecedentedly grand amusement park project in Shanghai has drawn attention from all quarters. Everyone is eagerly anticipating what this investment of such magnitude will ultimately yield. Will it surpass established amusement parks like Fanawild? At the construction site entrance, a sign read, "Please enter with your access card and wear a safety helmet." Observing this, Su Bai promptly dialed Jiang Nan's contact. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man, portly and donning a safety helmet, hurriedly approached. You must be Mr. Su? As the primary investor. And knowing Su Bai's notable reputation, the head contractor, Luo Jinliang, did not dare to be negligent. Upon receiving the call, he had immediately set aside his tasks and rushed over. Hello, Brother Luo. Su Bai assessed him at first glance and could tell he was a seasoned business veteran. That belly suggests you have been in this game for at least a decade or two. Indeed, that is me. Mr. Su, what brings you here today? Jiang Nan's wife has given birth, and I came to check on the progress. However, I have complete confidence in your work. Very well, I will give you a tour, Mr. Su. With that, Luo Jinliang entered the nearby security office and retrieved a set of equipment to hand to Su Bai. Safety is our top priority, Mr. Su. Understood. Once Su Bai was properly equipped, Luo Jinliang led the way. The entire construction site was bustling with various excavators and transport vehicles, and the two could only proceed on foot. Driving within would be cumbersome, making navigation quite troublesome. Su Bai understood this well. They arrived at the first amusement facility base, a project themed around ancient mythology. The entire structure resembled a grand palace, akin to a royal emperor's side hall. Visitors would ride a cable car to explore the history of ancient myths within. The display would utilize the latest 3D virtual technology, providing an immersive experience. Su Bai hoped that this attraction would enable more young people to appreciate Longwu's rich history, as its culture is profoundly deep-rooted compared to other nations. Mr. Su, as per my discussions with Jiang, a large building will be constructed nearby for management purposes. As they walked, Luo Jinliang detailed the progress of each project. His knowledge revealed that he was not merely a sycophant, but possessed genuine talent and capability. He was intimately familiar with every project's details and potential challenges. After half an hour, they reached another section of the amusement park. Mr. Su, do you truly intend to construct a skyscraper exceeding 100 meters here? A 100-meter skyscraper. No one has genuinely attempted such a feat in this world. The construction costs are exorbitantly high, and safety considerations are challenging to manage. Yet, the project Su Bai proposed posed no safety concerns whatsoever. However, this Ferris wheel was somewhat different from others. Indeed, I wish for children to have a better view of the bustling city and the world beyond. Mr. Su, I truly admire your commitment to providing a better future for your children. May I timidly inquire, will the amusement park adopt a high-end pricing strategy? After all, With such a massive investment, keeping ticket prices low could significantly delay the return on investment, especially considering labor and maintenance costs. Pricing? Subai narrowed his eyes. I have not given it much thought, but I do wish for every family's child to be able to afford to enjoy it. While Subai certainly appreciated wealth, he did not lack for it. His greater desire was for the amusement park to be widely embraced and to foster a lively atmosphere. Upon hearing Subai's words, Luo Jinliang was momentarily taken aback before expressing admiration. Mr. Su, what formidable ambition you have. From this point onward, Luo Jinliang resolved to treat the amusement park project with utmost seriousness, for he too wished to bring his own children to experience it. Even though there were certain attractions he would never dare to try, having seen the design blueprints, he understood just how thrilling they would be. Chapter 165, The Seven Little Huluwa. At the exquisite villa, Lin Qianyu, upon returning home, immediately resumed her quest to investigate their private savings. She pulled out her phone from her pocket, displaying a photograph. Family, this is a picture of the globe I just took in the basement. Based on the latitude and longitude provided by my husband, combined with the information above, I believe we have a significant chance of discovering the hidden stash of his private funds. Host, it seems your intelligence has suddenly returned. The beautiful, gracious, and kind-hearted host has finally made her reappearance. I reckon you must be mistaken. It is clearly the quirky host who has returned. Go ahead and roar, host. Lin Qianyu placed the little one on the floor. Darling, mommy is going to look for daddy's secret money. You play nicely on the floor, all right? Mommy. The little one seemed to be trying to express something, but could only call out mommy, growing increasingly agitated. He could only wave his tiny fists, striving to convey his feelings. Are you feeling lonely and want mommy to stay by your side? The little one cried even louder. What does this mean? Lin Qianyu was equally perplexed and could only look to the live stream for assistance. Does anyone know what children mean? I genuinely lack experience and have no idea what he is trying to express. Wah. The little one rolled his eyes, seemingly mocking Lin Qianyu's intellect. Host, is there a possibility that your little darling wants to help find the secret money? After all this time, could it be that he is hungry? He might need something to eat. Or perhaps he needs a diaper change. After all, it has been quite a while, and any child would find it uncomfortable. I feel like Baiye's child is exceptionally clever, far smarter than my own little rascal, who is nothing but a troublemaker. Just look at Baiye's child. So quiet when out and about. Upon seeing the suggestions from the viewers in the live stream, Lin Qianyu immediately squatted down. Sweetheart, are you hungry? The little one shook his head. Then do you want mommy to change your diaper? The little one again shook his head. Lin Qianyu squinted, contemplating the remaining suggestion. Could it be that he truly wants to help me search for the secret money? At such a young age, he should not understand what secret money means, right? Although she thought this internally, Lin Qianyu tentatively asked, Darling, do you want to search for daddy's secret money with me? To Lin Qianyu's astonishment, the little one nodded and broke into a smile. The viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback. Haha, Baiye has truly fathered a troublesome child. He actually wants to help search for his father's secret money. Tomorrow's trending topic is booked. Goodness, one day I will surely die laughing in this live stream. Haha, I suspect Baiye might genuinely lose this little one. Lin Qianyu opened her mouth, but could only stutter incoherently, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she slowly spoke. All right, darling, you search for clues on the floor while mommy looks elsewhere, okay? In the next moment, the little one scuttled around like a small husky, curiously peering around. Strangely enough, he appeared quite competent in his search. Having settled the little rascal, Lin Qianyu began to examine the clues on the globe. 10 minutes later, after determining it was indeed the wrong location, Lin Qianyu unexpectedly stumbled upon a peculiar object resembling a dead mouse, a gourd the size of her thumb. Dear family, what on earth is this for? Lin Qianyu scrutinized it from every angle, finding no apparent issues. Is there a possibility? Just like gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, collecting all 7 could summon a dragon. Are you suggesting there are 7 gourd babies that need to find their grandfather? Cough. Am I the only one who didn't have a childhood? I thought it was about Snow White and her 7 dwarfs. Goodness, if your eyesight is that poor, you might as well get rid of it. It's a waste to keep it on you. Lin Qianyu continued to ponder the gourd baby for a moment, realizing the viewer's insights held some validity. Dear family, help me identify this. Which gourd baby is this? Host, if you ask me, I am an expert in this field, known as the Prince of Childhood. The one in your hand is definitely the 7th baby. He has a purple gourd atop his head and wears a purple vest and shorts, an absolute standard. Holding a treasure gourd that can absorb magic, weapons, and monsters. Bro, can you enlighten us about what the other gourd babies look like? The first baby has a red gourd on his head, wearing a red vest and shorts, known for his incredible strength. The second baby has an orange gourd, dressed in an orange vest and shorts. He possesses keen eyesight and hearing, is agile and cunning, and excels in strategy. The third baby has a yellow gourd. Wears a yellow vest and shorts, with a body of steel and iron, impervious to blades and bullets, but fears gentleness, overcoming hardness. And a certain flower cannot block blunt instruments. The fourth baby has a green gourd, dressed in green vest and shorts. He can breathe fire, absorb flames, and create thunder, but his power diminishes in cold environments. Hence he is called the fire baby. The fifth baby has a cyan gourd. Dons a cyan vest and shorts. He can absorb and expel water, and when energy is low, he relies on water to replenish. Thus he is the water baby. The sixth baby has a blue gourd, wears a blue vest and shorts, with the greatest ability being invisibility. Hence he is also called the invisible baby. Goodness. Did I inadvertently wander into a children's channel? The seventh baby? Lin Qianyu reached out to touch the gourd baby figurine again, her gaze scanning the room. This implies that there are 6 more gourd babies hidden within the room. Goodness, having lived in this house for a year, she had never discovered a single gourd baby before. It seems this house certainly conceals secrets. Host. It is also possible that the remaining gourd babies are hidden within some props. As Baye's previous methods of concealing his private funds would never allow you to easily gather all 7 gourd babies. I must say, Baye truly has a youthful spirit. Even the gourd babies have emerged. Lin Qianyu set the 7th baby aside and resumed her examination of the images on the globe. Since the 6th baby was found from this source, it is highly likely that the clues for the remaining 6 gourd babies are also concealed here. Chapter 166. A family should be complete. 2 hours later, 6 gourd babies of varying sizes appeared before Lin Qianyu, with the 6th, the invisible baby, being the only one missing. How strange. Where could the 6th baby be? Lin Qianyu pondered endlessly, unable to make any sense of it. Host, since the 6th baby is the invisible one, could it be that he simply does not exist? I once watched a fantasy film where a person sent a delivery notice for a murder, and it turned out to be empty. The conclusion was that the 6th baby was the perpetrator. I know of another possibility. Perhaps this game is not about gathering all 7 gourd babies, but rather just 6, since the invisible baby does not exist. No, invisibility is merely the 6th baby's ability. It does not mean he is unseen at all times. He must still be in the house, just in a place we cannot imagine. Baye's imagination is truly astonishing. I even suspect he might be the reincarnation of the god of wealth, for how else could he hide things so well? Creak, creak, creak. My dear, I have returned. After assessing the amusement park project, Su Chun hurried home, fearing that Lin Qianyu would find it inconvenient to manage the children alone. To his astonishment, he was greeted by 6 gourd children of varying sizes. Good heavens! After only an afternoon away, this girl had unearthed her grand secret. Just as he was about to retreat back into the hall to avoid the situation, he heard, "Husband, dear, I was merely passing by." Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. I suddenly remembered there are matters at the company. Perhaps I shall return later? Seeing the expression on Su Bai's face, Lin Qianyu was all too aware of the circumstances. She immediately placed her hands on her hips. You may attend to your company affairs, but could you first assist your beloved wife in resolving a little conundrum? Can I decline? Su Bai rubbed the back of his head. I believe it might be prudent to do so. Now, where have you hidden the 6 children? The 6 children? Su Bai extended 2 fingers and playfully rubbed them together. They have yet to be born. What do you mean? Lin Qianyu felt her intelligence insulted. Husband, please do not tell me the 6 children are merely invisible and do not actually exist. No, no, they have always existed. They simply have not yet been born. Suddenly, a loud wail echoed through the hall, startling both Su Bai and Lin Qianyu, who quickly turned towards the source of the sound. Yay! They beheld Su Nian joyfully playing in a large potted plant, completely engrossed in the mud. The outcry was merely a reaction to the mud splashing onto her face. Darling, this is far too messy. You cannot play in the mud. Lin Qianyu rushed over and scooped up the little one. Her expression a mix of exasperation and amusement as she observed the mud smeared over Su Nian's face. Dear host, it is quite normal for children to play in the mud. My sister used to play with earthworms. This is a return to the primitive. Back in the 90s, children were allowed to run free, lively, and robust as bulls. Today's children are far too pampered. They are treated like delicate greenhouse flowers, never allowed to touch this or that. Perhaps we should consider a more adventurous approach, akin to tossing newborns into water to teach them to swim. Now that might be a tad too extreme. After all, the low birth rates in certain countries do have their reasons. Wait, are we misjudging the little one? Friends, what do you see in that soil? Yay! The little one, disrupted from her play, became quite displeased, flailing her limbs and crying out, tugging at Lin Qianyu's hand to draw her attention back to the plant. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qianyu set Su Nian down and delved into the soil. Husband, what is this? A gourd? Goodness! While others grow their gourds on trees, It seems the Bai family's gourds are buried in the ground. Could this color signify the legendary sixth child? I suddenly grasped the meaning of what Bai said about them not being born yet. Wife. This is indeed the unborn sixth child. Su Bai pinched Su Nian's muddy cheek, internally lamenting, alas, this troublesome child. Truly, there is no saving her. I must find an opportunity to have another. The next one will surely be a little cotton-padded jacket. As if sensing Su Bai's thoughts, the little one rolled her eyes and then broke into a mischievous grin. What does that mean? Lin Qianyu excavated the gourd from the soil, examining it closely, yet found no clarity. Is this not just a gourd? How does it relate to the sixth child? Wife, why not crush it and see? 3 minutes later, Lin Qianyu wielded a hammer, leaving fragments of the gourd scattered on the ground. Could it be that all women transform into fierce mothers post-childbirth? I suddenly feel the host's aura has intensified considerably. This stance reminds me of the landlord in Kung Fu. Bai, take care. Goodness. It turns out the gourd contains profound mysteries. Truly befitting of Bai. Husband, is this truly the sixth child? Inside the gourd is a tiny, underdeveloped gourd child. Even more astonishing, there exists a backdrop within it, complete with a hand-drawn television. What does this signify? Lin Qianyu pointed at the television, her face a picture of confusion. It appears they are watching television inside the gourd while you insist on waking them. Bai, you're going to make me laugh to death. Is this akin to a natural birth becoming a cesarean? So the sixth child has been silent due to being engrossed in the television content. Bai has conjured a unique spark from the gourd child. Regarding the sixth child, they are at home watching television while you insist on summoning them. Lin Qianyu retrieved the sixth child from the gourd, allowing it to reunite with its 6 siblings. Family is meant to live harmoniously together. Gazing at the assortment of gourd children on the table, Lin Qianyu blinked, pondering. And then what? I still have no idea how to proceed. Then, my dear, you must seek out Grandpa. Seek Grandpa? Who is Grandpa? Chapter 167, A Joyful Family Reunion. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu's words, Su Bai scratched the back of his head, hesitating. My husband, honesty brings leniency, resistance brings severity. Su Bai quickly took over the conversation, a phrase he had heard countless times before. However, discussing Grandpa was indeed a delicate matter. My dear, I promise to grant you one request if you simply tell me. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Absolutely. I will agree to anything, as long as it does not violate your principles or is excessive. Wife, well, that dress I bought last week. Do you think it might be acceptable? Upon hearing the word dress, Lin Qianyu's face flushed crimson. She was well aware of which dress Su Bai referred to. When he first took it out of the delivery box, Lin Qianyu had been utterly shocked. The fabric was practically non-existent, akin to the emperor's new clothes. However, considering the 7 gourd children, Lin Qianyu gritted her teeth. Fine. In the live stream, witnessing Lin Qianyu's expression, a group of viewers and experienced women understood the implications. Oh, so Bai has a penchant for this sort of thing. I share the same taste. This couple is so open, one thing leads to another. Indeed, I truly envy such a relationship. Otherwise, marriage can feel too mundane, lacking excitement and thrill. To the person above, I suspect you're talking about my husband. His wooden head is particularly dull. From the host's expression, I can guess the style. It must be my absolute favorite. Upon hearing Lin Qianyu acquiesce to his request, Su Bai broke into a wide smile. In comparison, Grandpa was of little consequence. My darling. Ahem. Lin Qianyu cleared her throat, pondering whether Su Bai's urgency was appropriate during the live broadcast. Darling, is it really suitable to be so hasty at this moment? What is he thinking? Su Bai gently patted Lin Qianyu's head. I was referring to the little brat on the ground. Weren't you looking for Grandpa? What does that mean? Lin Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that this esteemed Grandpa is? Indeed. Congratulations, you are correct. Su Bai crouched down and removed a longevity lock from the little one's ankle. With a snap, he opened it, revealing a white note inside. Just as Lin Qianyu was about to unfold it, Su Bai swiftly positioned himself in front of her. Wife, this is something you must read alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyu instantly understood. Dear family, I apologize, but today's live stream must come to an end. Don't. Good things should be shared together. The host is being stingy. Surely there's a big scoop. Could it possibly be something akin to a lithography machine design? If so, it's best we remain unaware to prevent any troubles for Bai Yi. Let us disperse, let us disperse. Alas, my gossiping heart has been ignited. This is unbearable. Amidst the complaints from numerous netizens, Lin Qianyu decisively ended the stream. Once she confirmed there were no issues, she slowly unfolded the note, which bore a string of peculiar numbers. Lin Qianyu's brow furrowed once more. Darling, what does this mean? Initially expecting a shocking revelation, she found herself enveloped in a dense fog of mystery. Wife, look. Su Bai picked up the eldest doll, Since we are searching for Grandpa, it implies we must match these numbers to each of the Huluwa dolls. The first number corresponds to the eldest, and within him. Su Chun proceeded to dissect the eldest doll, uncovering 10 Chinese characters. 7 corresponds to the 7th character, which is flower. Similarly, for the second doll, you can derive 1 character, which is flag. 10 minutes later, Lin Qianyu gazed at the assembled phrase, her eyes widening in astonishment. Darling, is this real? She had always known her husband was affluent, but never had she anticipated such immense wealth. It was utterly outrageous. Lin Qianyu's mouth fell agape, momentarily at a loss for words, only able to utter incoherent sounds. The assembled phrase astonishingly read, shares of Citibank. It is worth noting that this institution is one of the 5 major banks in the United States. After regaining her composure, Lin Qianyu slowly inquired, Darling, what is the percentage? Su Bai gestured a number, 51%. What? Lin Qianyu was once again taken aback. You hold a controlling stake? How did you amass such wealth? It was no small sum. Su Bai smiled faintly. Have you heard the story of the pizza that cost 2,000 bitcoins? If I possess a significant amount of bitcoins. Lin Qianyu immediately grasped the situation. Darling, I don't care how much money you have, as long as it is legal and compliant. Of course, I am a model citizen. Su Bai grinned. Wife, about that thing you just promised me. We'll discuss it once the little one is asleep. The couple glanced down to see the little one wide-eyed, observing them intently. At 11 o'clock at night, after Lin Qianyu had coaxed the little one to sleep, Su Bai embraced her from behind. Darling, let us give Xiao Nian a little brother or sister. Feeling Su Bai's warm breath, Lin Qianyu's cheeks flushed slightly. So, do you prefer a brother or a sister? I like both. 2 years later, the amusement park established by Bai Yi was opening today, and tickets were in high demand, primarily because identification was required, and the first 7 days were free, effectively eliminating scalpers. Last night, tickets sold out in less than a second. I even had to use a massage gun to secure mine. Just look at the children of others. This is the unprecedented 3rd birthday gift from Bai Yi to his son, a magnificent amusement park. From the promotional previews, it's evident how thrilling it is. That drop tower would make one think they were truly plummeting. Yes, there's even 3D virtual reality. I can't wait to try it out. At the pinnacle of the amusement park's tallest building, Su Bai and Lin Qianyu stood, surveying the scene below. Lin Qianyu held the hand of a 3-year-old handsome boy, while Su Bai cradled a little princess, Su Qing. Xiao Nian, this is a gift from your father. Do you like it? Su Nian nodded. I like it, but it's not as interesting as finding Daddy's secret stash. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's expression darkened. You little rascal, can't you be a bit more honest? Must you always oppose your father? It's not my fault. Who told you not to give me pocket money? Su Nian pointed at Lin Qianyu. Mama said that if I find Daddy's secret stash, I get a 10% cut. Goodness, you two have turned it into an entire industry? Su Bai stroked Su Qing's little face, as the old saying goes. Daughters are indeed their father's sweethearts. Qing Qing, call out to Daddy. Daddy, good girl. Su Nian tugged at Su Bai's pant leg. Daddy, I heard that Uncle Zhang's daughter is my future wife. Can I give her a kiss? Su Bai. Lin Qianyu. Chapter 168, Interlude. Brother Bai, something big has happened. Su Bai, who was sleeping soundly, was abruptly awakened by a phone call from Zhang Nan, his brow furrowing in concern. What's wrong? The Soros Fund overseas has begun shorting our stock market. The stock index has fallen below 2,800. Fallen below 2,800? Su Bai's pupils constricted, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. This was no trivial matter. It signified considerable losses for stockholders nationwide. If it were merely a normal loss, it would be bearable, but being exploited by foreign capital institutions was intolerable. Zhang Nan, let us convene at Company 97 in half an hour. Given the multitude of companies, Su Bai had opted for numerical designations. Understood. Zhang Nan's excited voice resonated through the phone. He had been worried that Su Bai would hesitate to take action. Then it truly would be problematic. Turning around, he noticed that Lin Qianyu had awakened and was gazing at him with wide eyes. Wife, I'm stepping out for a bit. Go ahead. Lin Qianyu nodded, reaching out to caress Su Bai's cheek. Be gentle when you leave. Don't wake the little ones. Also, I'll be taking the children to school today, so no need to rush back. Be safe. Hearing Lin Qianyu's tender reminders, Su Bai felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart and leaned down to kiss her forehead. Wife, I love you. I love you too. 10 minutes later, Su Bai and Zhang Nan arrived at Company 97, where over 100 massive electronic screens displayed various data, and nearly 20 individuals were seated. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Nan clapped his hands. I trust everyone understands what has transpired. I want to elaborate further. After we win this battle, I'll treat everyone to a grand feast. Brother Nan, we must win this fight. The feast is secondary. With Brother Bai in command, we cannot afford to lose face. These financial elites were individuals Su Bai had painstakingly recruited, with some being nurtured by him. Among them were top-tier professionals in cybersecurity, all of whom were exceedingly reliable. They collectively referred to themselves as the Red Alliance. Observing the fervor of everyone around him, Su Bai smiled and nodded. Let us commence. Since they have shorted our stock market, it would be remiss of us not to take advantage of the situation. Today, we must impart a lesson to them using the wisdom of Sun Tzu, our ancestral strategist. Execute Plan 6. This plan has been meticulously crafted to counter such financial crises. With Su Bai's command, everyone took their seats and swiftly implemented each directive. In no time, the American stock market began to stir, drawing the attention of several short-selling tycoons. Like moths to a flame. In an instant, the entire American stock market plummeted, so swiftly that even the Soros Fund was caught off guard. As for the capital at Su Bai's disposal, he was uncertain of the exact amount, only aware that he held stakes in several high-quality companies. As the ancients would say, a multitude of skills is never a burden. Do not place all your eggs in one basket. 3 hours later, the Soros Fund was decisively vanquished in the stock market, retreating in disarray from the domestic market. Preliminary estimates by Su Bai's team suggested that it would take no less than 3 to 5 years to recover from the losses incurred. Time to wrap up. Tonight, we feast. Concurrently, the reputation of the Red Alliance resonated both domestically and abroad, instilling trepidation in all. Chapter 169, A New Beginning. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Su Nian exclaimed as she burst through the door, rushing towards Su Bai and Lin Qianyu, who were engrossed in a television show. Have you been well today? Lin Qianyu asked, pinching Su Nian's smooth cheek with a tender smile. Darling, that is not the right question. Instead, you should inquire how many girls she has flirted with today. Su Bai chimed in with a grin. Lin Qianyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is this how you fulfill your role as a father? You should be teaching her better. Exactly. Nowadays, young girls lack substance. A simple lollipop earns me a kiss, and I've kissed no fewer than 10 this afternoon, Su Bai remarked. Lin Qianyu looked at him incredulously. Dear, I am quite devoted. This is not a trait inherited from me. Su Bai quickly defended himself. Lin Qianyu frowned. Are you implying that Su Nian's disposition is inherited from me? That is certainly not the case. Su Bai hastily shook his head, turning to Su Nian. Now, confess, who have you learned this from? Does one need to learn such a simple matter? I am self-taught, Su Nian replied cheekily. Oh, you self-taught prodigy. I shall make you regret that, Su Bai said, lifting Su Nian and playfully tickling her. Aren't you afraid that the young girl's parents will hold you accountable? Dad, I was wrong. Ah, stop, I admit my fault. Su Nian pleaded, writhing in laughter. As long as you recognize your mistake, Su Bai said, and Su Nian quickly dashed to Lin Qianyu's side. Dad. They are too young and no fun. I want to find older sisters. First grade is so dull. I learned arithmetic 2 years ago. Did your teacher not assign any homework? Lin Qianyu inquired, puzzled. Oh, she did. Look, Su Nian said, pulling out her homework notebook. Today, the teacher assigned us an essay titled My Dad. Mom, could you tell me what kind of person Dad is? In my memory, Dad is lazy and gluttonous. Spending all day watching television while Mom works hard, Su Nian recounted, reminiscing about various moments. He also has some peculiar habits, like hiding his stash of money. After hearing this, Su Bai's eyelids twitched. This little rascal is definitely doing this on purpose. Doesn't she realize how hard I work driving for a ride-hailing service? Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu laughed as she picked up Su Nian, preparing to share more about Su Bai. Mom, I want a hug too. At that moment, Su Qing, dressed adorably in a princess outfit, bounced into the room. Brother, sister, I brought you some white rabbit milk candy, Su Nian immediately offered from her pocket. Thank you, brother. Qing, come to daddy, Su Bai said, enveloping Su Qing in his arms. The family of four settled on the sofa as Lin Qianyu began to narrate. Your father's name is Su Bai, Su as in Su Dongpa, and by meaning white. He was once a ride-hailing driver, working tirelessly alongside your mother to make ends meet and pay off the mortgage. Though times were tough, life was still quite flavorful. Then, through a serendipitous encounter, your mother discovered the hidden stash of money your father had been saving. From that moment on, she found a new calling, and her live streaming career flourished. Later, she uncovered some of your father's inventions, such as the lithography machine and climate-altering devices. Today, he has become a remarkably devoted father, who loves your mother, grandparents, and both of you little treasures dearly. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.